The man gradually woke up with a splitting headache. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw the furniture in the room tilted and the walls covered with blood. What shocked him even more was that there was a dead body lying on the bed and a woman's body on the floor next to it. As his memories gradually became clearer, he realized that he had traveled to a world where the end of the world had already arrived a few days ago. He was fighting these zombies desperately, and he accidentally hit the back of his head during the fight and lost consciousness. He learned that the original owner went out of the house to look for food because of hunger and was besieged by zombies. The original owner had taken precautions in advance to avoid the danger of mutation. At this moment, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! Today's intelligence has been updated. 1. The resident of room 502, building 3, will be attacked by zombies within 5 seconds. Find a key and open the door to receive generous food supplies. 2. There is a female survivor in room 509, building 3, Jumping Community. You can earn her trust and dependence by offering her food. 3. There is a group of scavengers in Jumping Community. They are unscrupulous and have no moral bottom line. Xuefeng thought excitedly that the reborn could only foresee the future, and he seemed to have received a detailed guide to action. Let's verify the authenticity of the information first. He decided to look for room 502. Room 502 in building 3 was 2 floors below. Xuefeng carried a backpack full of equipment, held a bone-chopping knife in his hand, and wrapped himself in thick books and towels to prevent himself from being pounced on by zombies. He flung the door open and saw only a few zombies wandering in the corridor. The 2 zombies sensed his presence and lunged at him with growls. After a brief, fierce battle, Xuefeng quickly advanced along the route he remembered. Suddenly, he noticed that one of the zombies had a bunch of keys hanging around his waist, which were the keys of the resident of room 502 mentioned in the intelligence. With the key, Xuefeng successfully arrived at the door of room 502. He inserted the key into the lock and the door slowly opened. At the same time, the prompt sounded again, successfully verified the intelligence, and obtained a storage space of 1,000 cubic meters. He sensed a vast storage space that he could control at will. Entering the room, Xuefeng saw that the ground was piled with packaged food, almost forming a small granary. Then he found a cabinet full of canned meat, as many as 100 cans. Xuefeng opened 3 cans and devoured them. After a full meal, he began to search the room again and finally found 2 weapons in the study, a long-handled machete and a compound bow. Just as Xuefeng was about to leave, he noticed a diary on the desk. After flipping through a few pages, he closed the diary. The diary records the homeowner's premonition of Doomsday. He used up all his savings to stockpile food and weapons, but ultimately died at the hands of zombies because he had no water reserves. Xuefeng recalled the strange changes in his body when he killed zombies. Every time he killed a zombie, something in his body seemed to increase. When he returned to the corridor, he found about 8 or 9 zombies. Xuefeng acted decisively and quickly killed several of them. At the same time, in a room not far away, and Xiao Wei was nervously observing the outside through the peephole. She has been trapped in this room for 10 days, with zombies running rampant outside. However, as the fighting outside gradually subsided, she hesitated whether she should risk going out. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of the cat's eyes. The can of meat tightly held in the man's hand made Xiao Wei's eyes light up. Bang, 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 bang. And Xiao Wei saw the man knocking on the door. Is there anyone in the room? A man's voice came from outside. If no one is there, I'll leave. Someone. And Xiao Wei's heart tightened, and before Xuefeng turned around and left, she hurriedly opened the door. Brother, do you want to talk to me about something? She clutched the door frame tightly with both hands. Her heart was filled with anxiety. Xuefeng frowned. Sister, you look like you are not in good health. He noticed that Xiao Wei had a delicate face, but due to long-term hunger, her body was weak and her complexion was pale. Brother, can you give me some food? I'm so hungry. And Xiao Wei looked straight at Xuefeng. Xuefeng smiled lightly. Sister, my food is also exchanged for my life. It's not appropriate for you to ask for it so directly, right? He didn't mind the girl's request. As long as she was grateful and understood reason, he would be willing to give her food. Brother, I won't eat your food for free. And Xiao Wei bowed her head and said respectfully, I can meet all your needs, and even everything I have is yours. Xuefeng nodded with satisfaction, then took out a can from his backpack, unscrewed the cap, and handed it to her. And Xiao Wei took the can and immediately began to devour it. She finished the entire can without stopping. At this moment, a system notification sounded in Xuefeng's mind. Successfully verified intelligence, obtained a Doomsday parade armored vehicle. It is a medium-sized container truck with a body made of military armor and 10 tons of cargo transportation space inside. And Xiaowei had already finished the can, but she seemed unsatisfied. Brother, is there any more? Shuefeng frowned and said, don't be impatient. Overeating after being too hungry is not good for your health. Digest it first. Okay, brother. Do you want to come to my house and rest for a while? Shuefeng looked around the room and found that in Xiaowei's residence was well-maintained and 10 times more comfortable than his previous residence. Okay, I'll live with you from now on. And Xiaowei's eyes lit up. She knew very well that if she wanted to survive, she had to rely on the man in front of her. Moreover, Shuefeng has made it clear that his food is earned at the cost of his life, and he will not use these precious resources to feed idle people. However, although there is food in this place, there is no water. The blood-red rain has polluted the surface water source and is no longer drinkable. Shuefeng decided to go to a convenience store in the city to look for uncontaminated bottled water. You want to go out? She frowned. There are zombies outside. It's too dangerous. I have some food in my hands, but I can't just sit there and eat it all up. Shuefeng said in a firm and cold tone. If you want to get food from me, you have to do something for me. And Xiaowei lowered her head, knowing the weight of these words. Okay, I'll listen to you and do whatever you want. 5 minutes later, Shuefeng and Xiaowei walked out of the apartment building. He was still holding the machete, while Xiaowei was holding the wooden stick she had taken from the mop at home. Although the sun was shining brightly outside, it couldn't dispel the zombies' shadows. Zombies preferred dark and humid environments, and sunlight posed no threat to them. 003. Shuefeng and Xiaowei walked to the gate of the community, but were greeted by several strong men who blocked their way. These people were wearing shabby clothes. They had been hiding in the guard room, but when they saw someone approaching, they quickly ran out and blocked Shuefeng's way. Brother, you are so lucky. One of the men with a scar on his face stared at Xiaowei with a lewd smile on his face and obscene looks in his eyes. Ah. And Xiaowei quickly hid behind Shuefeng. Shuefeng said coldly, Get out of here, she's my woman. The scarred man showed a disdainful smile and snorted coldly. Even if she is your wife, so what? If I fall in love with her, she is mine. Forget it. The bald man next to him hurriedly stopped him. Brother Scar, since she is married, forget it. The bald man looked at Shuefeng and said with a smile, Brother, it's not safe outside. Where are you going? Of course, we're going to look for supplies, Shuefeng replied calmly. The bald man smiled and said, Go ahead. What happened just now was just a misunderstanding. Don't take it to heart. Shuefeng ignored these people and took Xiaowei away from Jiaming community. The bald man smiled and responded, Second brother, why are you so anxious? It's not dark yet. Men go out to find supplies and come back with things and women. Ha! The bald man and the muscular man looked at each other and laughed out loud. At the same time, the system prompt sounded, Ding. Successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence, obtained a Browning 1935 pistol and 500 bullets. He had already put the armored vehicle into his storage space, but in order to prevent Xiaowei from knowing his storage space, Shuefeng did not use the armored vehicle for the time being, but instead randomly found a private car. He drove Xiaowei to an abandoned supermarket. The interior of the supermarket was pitch black, and Xiaowei asked nervously, Brother Feng, do we really want to go in? Shuefeng whispered, You can either lure the zombies away or go in and collect supplies. It's your choice. Aye. And Xiaowei hesitated for a moment and finally said, Then I'll be responsible for driving. Shuefeng got out of the car, and Xiaowei stepped on the accelerator and rushed to the supermarket door. The glass door shattered with a loud noise. Beep beep, and Xiaowei pressed the car horn frantically, trying to attract the attention of the zombies. Zombies are very sensitive to sound and smell. At this moment, dozens of zombies quickly pounced on her. And Xiaowei was so frightened that her legs went weak, and she stepped on the accelerator to reverse and flee in panic. Shuefeng saw this scene from behind the bunker and couldn't help but frown. This female driver is really fierce. Although some of the supermarket supplies were swept away, there was still a large amount of stock. Shuefeng put all the supplies in the supermarket into the storage space. More than 10 minutes later, and Xiaowei drove back and saw Shuefeng waiting at the supermarket entrance with 2 bulging backpacks. Hurry up and get in the car. The zombies are coming, Shuefeng shouted, and Xiaowei's face was filled with fear. 10 minutes later, Shuefeng and Xiaowei returned to Jiaming community. At this time, the scavengers at the door blocked their way again. As soon as Shuefeng got out of the car, he was surrounded by the 3 strong men. What do you want to do? Shuefeng asked coldly. The tattooed man grinned. We're risking our lives to protect Jiaming community. Since you've harvested quite a bit of supplies, why not give us at least half? 004. At the same time, the scarred man said provocatively, Besides, your wife is very beautiful. How about letting her accompany me for one night? Bang, bang. Before he could finish his words, Xuefeng suddenly pulled out a gun and shot him twice in the head. He has a gun. Boss, run. Scarface fell to the ground before he could react. The remaining two were terrified and fled in different directions. Bang! Xuefeng fired again, hitting the tattooed man in the leg. At this time, the bald man had already taken the opportunity to escape back to the guardroom. Bang, bang. Xuefeng fired again and knocked him down at the door. Then, Xuefeng grabbed in Xiaowei's arm and rushed into the guardroom. He threw the bald man's body out and then locked the big iron door of the guardroom. And Xiaowei frowned and asked, "They made the guardroom stink. What are you doing here?" Xuefeng stretched out his finger and made a silencing gesture, signaling her to be quiet. And Xiaowei saw Xuefeng observing the situation outside the window, so she leaned over to look over. Her face turned pale immediately. Zombies are extremely sensitive to gunshots. Xuefeng fired 5 shots in a row just now, attracting almost all the zombies in the neighborhood. At this time, the community was filled with densely packed zombies, but they were all attracted to the injured tattooed man. When Xuefeng shot the tattooed man, he only injured his leg, but did not shoot again. Xuefeng obviously let the tattooed man deliberately attract the attention of the zombies, and the unlucky tattooed man is now being eaten crazily by hordes of zombies. And Xiaowei glanced around and couldn't help asking, "Brother Feng, you're not planning on living here, are you? It's too dirty here." Xuefeng smiled faintly and said, "I think this place is pretty good. Zombies like dark and humid places. And this guardhouse is surrounded by open space. Once the sun shines on it, it's unlikely that zombies will appear here." And Xiaowei was still a little dissatisfied, "But this place is really too shabby. I feel uncomfortable living here." Xuefeng frowned slightly. "You are too delicate. Wait until the zombies disperse before moving back to the apartment building." And Xiaowei still couldn't bear to leave her little house. "Brother Feng, when we go back, close the door of the apartment building so that there won't be any zombies in the corridor." Xuefeng smiled coldly. "There are hundreds of families living in the apartment building, unless we clear out all the survivors in the building." At dusk, the zombies gradually dispersed. Xuefeng took in Xiaowei back to the apartment building and retrieved her personal belongings. Although she couldn't take everything with her, she packed up her clothes, bed sheets, and bedding and brought them back. After returning to the guardroom, and Xiaowei had an idea and took out a hip-hugging one-piece cheongsam from her bag. After putting it on, she also took out 2 pairs of stockings from her bag, one white and one black. "Brother Feng, which style do you like?" Xuefeng replied with a smile. "Black silk stockings today, white silk stockings tomorrow, and a different style every week." And Xiaowei blushed immediately. "Brother Feng, you are so bad." Xuefeng smiled, reached out to hug her, and pulled her directly to the warm and comfortable bed. The next morning, Xuefeng received another system notification. "Ding! Today's intelligence has been updated. 005. Today's intelligence system has updated several important tasks." Xuefeng noticed the mission about Yuelong Building, where a zombie mutant was born. Killing it would give him a chance to obtain mutant crystals. Then, the system prompts another task. A new generation of Goddess of Luck has appeared in the north, but she likes gold. If you use stick education to deal with her, you can easily get her help. Finally, there is a mission that mentions Wangshan Pet Shop, where there is a group of surviving pet dogs who have become powerful assistants. These tasks made Xuefeng suspicious, especially the task about the Goddess of Luck. The system gives very few hints, the only one being that Goddess of Luck likes gold. Forget it. Let's go to Yuelong Building first to see what the mutant is, Xuefeng thought to himself. At this time, and Xiaowei made a simple breakfast for Xuefeng in the simple security room. The two of them sat at the table, and then Xiaowei said, "Brother Feng, actually, the place I lived in before was quite good. The kitchen and bathroom were both functional, and the indoor space was large enough." Xuefeng nodded and replied, "It's okay. We are only here temporarily. You can pack your things and put them in the carriage later. Today we're going to find a villa with its own door and yard to stay in, so we don't have to come back here anymore." And Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. A villa with its own door and yard? Don't worry, it's not difficult to find a house outside now. Soon after Xuefeng left, he returned in a majestic military armored vehicle. And Xiaowei couldn't help but exclaimed, "Brother Feng, where did you get this? It's so cool." Then, the two of them loaded the supplies and luggage into the car. The Yuelong Building is located in the core area of Qinjiang City. Before the disaster, it was an office building with thousands of people living in it. Now, the building is overrun with zombies. Before entering the building, and Xiaowei suddenly whispered, "Brother Feng, can you give me a gun?" Xuefeng shook his head and replied, Not for now. The recoil of the gun is too strong. You can't use it. And Xiaowei nodded. She knew that she was still very timid when facing zombies. Just as the two entered the building, a zombie suddenly jumped out from the darkness. Xuefeng acted quickly and chopped off its head with one knife. And Xiaowei was so frightened by this scene that her heart beat faster and she almost couldn't help vomiting. Before she could recover from her shock, another zombie pounced on her. Xuefeng dodged nimbly to the side and then chopped off one of the zombie's legs with a knife. Whoa! After the zombie's leg was broken, it was still struggling on the ground, grinning. And Xiaowei was so frightened by this horrific scene that she trembled all over and dared not look directly at it. Xuefeng whispered, "Xiaowei, come and kill it." But I... Xuefeng had already handed the machete to her. "Quick, do it." Xuefeng's voice was full of command. And Xiaowei's heart was beating like thunder. She thought fiercely, picked up the knife with trembling hands, and felt panic in her heart. The zombies pounced towards her fiercely. At this moment, Xuefeng suddenly hugged her from behind, holding her wrist tightly and raising the big knife. "Close your eyes and relax your body," Xuefeng whispered comfortingly. And Xiaowei's eyes were filled with tears. She was a delicate and cowardly girl. Faced with the horrific appearance of this zombie, she simply couldn't bring herself to do it. "No, Brother Feng, I beg you." And Xiaowei choked. Xuefeng didn't give her a chance to react, and without reducing the strength in his hand, he slashed down with his knife. The zombie's head was covered in blood, and Xiaowei was so frightened that she collapsed into Xuefeng's arms, trying to hold back her voice. Even though she was trembling all over at this moment, she still understood that she could not make any sound, otherwise they might be discovered by the zombies. At this moment, Xuefeng felt in Xiaowei's fragility and felt a little distressed for her growth. 006. In a dark corner of the lobby on the first floor, Xuefeng found 7 or 8 zombies frantically gnawing on the body of a woman. Although the system's tasks do not clearly describe the characteristics of mutant zombies, since mutant zombies appear here, they must be different from ordinary zombies. Therefore, he did not get entangled with these ordinary zombies, but took in Xiaowei and continued to move towards the second floor of the building. The second floor is divided into small offices, each of which is almost the headquarters of a small company. Xuefeng glanced at Xiaowei and asked, "Xiaowei, are you familiar with this place?" "I'm not familiar with it," and Xiaowei replied softly. "I've only been here once and took the elevator directly to the 26th floor." "Okay, follow me." "Brother Feng, thank you." Xuefeng felt a warm feeling in his heart and was stunned for a moment. "What are you thanking me for?" "Thank you for letting me cross that threshold. Next time you encounter a seriously injured zombie, I will help you deal with it." Xuefeng smiled. "Xiaowei is really capable. I really like you more and more now." Suddenly, Xuefeng's expression changed and he froze in shock. This was because he saw an unusually large figure. In an office hall, a 2-meter-tall zombie appeared. Its face was hideous, its body was covered in festering ulcers, and it looked extremely disgusting. This is definitely a mutant zombie. Ordinary zombies can't possibly be this huge. The mutant zombie discovered Xuefeng, opened its huge mouth, and pounced on him madly. Bang, bang, bang. Xuefeng raised his pistol and fired at the mutant's head. The first shot successfully penetrated the zombie's head, but the subsequent shots were blocked by its strong arms. In the blink of an eye, the mutant zombies rushed to Xuefeng's front. "Let's go." Xuefeng became alert and quickly took in Xiaowei to evacuate to the stairs. They came to the stairs, and Xiaowei wanted to go downstairs, but Xuefeng pulled her towards the stairs upstairs. The mutant zombies faced the steep steps of the stairs and climbed them extremely slowly. Xuefeng fired fiercely at this close range. He fired more than a dozen bullets in one breath, but still couldn't knock it down. At this time, and Xiaowei suggested, "Brother Feng, how about we use the stairs to throw it to death?" Xuefeng nodded, thinking this method was feasible. "Help me load the bullets, and keep an eye on the big guy behind me." As he spoke, Xuefeng handed the empty magazine and bullets to Xiaowei, and he changed his weapon to a machete and continued to clear the way ahead. The mutant zombie was huge and bloated, and Xuefeng did not intend to confront it head-on with a knife. Zombies are full of viruses and have strong survival abilities. If Xuefeng cannot kill them with one strike, he will most likely be scratched by them and infected with the virus. 5 minutes later, Xuefeng and Xiaowei arrived at the 11th floor, and the mutant zombies behind them were still chasing them. He opened the elevator door on the 11th floor and looked into the elevator shaft. The elevator was stuck on the first floor, and looking down from the elevator shaft, it was pitch black. "It would be great if we could lead the zombies to the elevator shaft," Xuefeng muttered to himself. And Xiaowei also agreed. "Such a high drop will definitely smash it into a pulp." The problem is, this big guy seems to have a certain level of intelligence. How could he possibly jump down obediently? Shuefeng replied calmly. It's impossible to let it jump on its own. What if we use human flesh as bait to lure it into the elevator shaft? Huh? Using human flesh as bait? And Xiaowei was stunned. Where is the human flesh bait? At this moment, and Xiaowei realized that the human bait was actually herself. Ah, Brother Feng, can you do it? 007. Shuefeng looked at Xiaowei. Xiaowei, I need your help. That mutant zombie is hiding a big secret. We have to find a way to get rid of it. And Xiaowei nodded after hearing this and said nervously, Okay, Brother Feng, you have to pull the rope tight. Don't worry, it's okay. Shuefeng smiled slightly and assured. After discussing the action plan, Shuefeng quickly took off his shirt, tore it into several strips of cloth, and then made a strong rope more than 4 meters long. Then, Shuefeng and Xiaowei spent more than an hour successfully leading the mutant zombies to the 61st floor of the building. To ensure that everything was safe, Shuefeng climbed to the 62nd floor in advance and dropped the 3-meter-long rope down the elevator shaft. To prevent it from falling off, he tied one end of the rope to his arm. Come on, big guy, chase me. And Xiaowei used herself as bait and deliberately led the mutant zombies towards the elevator shaft. Oh whoa, the zombie has already lost its mind. It only wants to tear the woman in front of it into pieces and completely destroy her. And Xiaowei ran very fast and finally reached the elevator shaft and grabbed the rope dropped by Shuefeng. She rolled over, wrapped the strips of cloth tightly around her arms, and jumped into the elevator shaft. Ouch! She had just jumped into the elevator shaft when the mutant reached the door. It stretched out its sharp claws and grabbed Xiaowei's ankle. At this critical moment, Shuefeng pulled with all his strength and dragged Xiaowei up. Oh whoa! The zombie standing at the edge of the elevator shaft let out a shrill roar, watching Xiaowei disappear in the depths of the elevator shaft. It was still unwilling to give up and forced its way into the elevator shaft. Its huge body finally lost its support and fell straight down from the 61st floor. A giant zombie weighing more than 300 pounds fell from a height of 200 meters and was instantly smashed into pieces, scattering into a pile of meat paste. Wow, I'm so scared. And Xiaowei threw herself into Shuefeng's arms, her body shaking constantly. Shuefeng smiled and comforted him. It's okay. You performed well. You are really brave. Afterwards, he took Xiaowei back to the first floor of the building. After passing through a messy area, he found a small crystal that looked like a quail egg. This should be the mutant crystal the system mentioned, right? Shuefeng speculated in his heart. Just as he was about to study it carefully, the system prompt sounded again. Successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence and received the following rewards. Storage space increased by 1,000 cubic meters and host attributes increased to human limits. Shuefeng checked the attribute panel and found that all his attributes had been increased to the limit. 10 minutes later, Shuefeng drove to the Riverside Villa area. Many villas had closed doors, and it was obvious that someone was hiding inside. Shuefeng walked around the villa area and finally chose Villa 105. The gate was open, and the body of a fat man lay in the yard. How about it, Xiaowei? Do you like this place? Shuefeng asked. He was very satisfied with this place, but still wanted to hear Xiaowei's opinion. And Xiaowei said hesitantly, Brother Feng, someone died in this house. Does it count as a haunted house? There was a hint of fear in her voice. Shuefeng was amused. It's already this late, and you still have the energy to study these things? If you don't like it here, then you can only go back to that small security room. No, I like it here. And Xiaowei shook her head and smiled. As long as I'm with Brother Feng, anywhere is fine. Then, Shuefeng and Xiaowei worked together to dispose of the bodies in the yard, and Xiaowei also sorted out the messy supplies. While Xiaowei was cooking, Shuefeng took out the foldable solar panels from the car and spread them in the yard to start charging the armored vehicle. As the power level continued to increase, he felt very satisfied. He could use the car to power his home tonight. This was truly a treasure of black technology. As for the mission from the Goddess of Luck, Shuefeng decided to continue to try his luck. His luck value had been raised to the limit of human beings. At lunch, Xiaowei prepared 2 dishes and a bowl of soup for Shuefeng. The food was nutritionally balanced. Although simple, it made Shuefeng feel the warmth of home. After dinner, Shuefeng took out the mutant crystal and prepared to study how to use it. 008. Brother Feng, can I take a look? And Xiaowei was full of curiosity about the mutant crystal. Shuefeng looked at the crystal in his hand, wondering what it was really for. He sighed softly and handed the mutant crystal to Xiaowei. And Xiaowei carefully examined the crystal in her hand, but ultimately couldn't see anything special about it. I don't understand it either. I'll give it to you. Feng returned the crystal to her. He always felt that it was constantly calling him, but he didn't know how to use it. Does that mean we should directly fuse the crystals into our bodies like mutant zombies do? Although Feng was bold, he did not dare to try to integrate it into his body easily. So he went to the kitchen, cleaned the crystals thoroughly with dishwashing liquid, and then disinfected them again with disinfectant. To be more assured, Feng finally put the crystals into a pot and boiled them in boiling water for 15 minutes. However, the mutant crystal suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. A surge of energy surged out of the crystal and directly poured into Feng's body. A few minutes later, Feng felt a change in his body. His current state was somewhat similar to that of a mutant zombie that had just awakened. Although he awakened his mutant powers, he still couldn't find a way to use these energies. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Feng took Xiaowei out again to carry out the mission. Soon after they went out, they found 2 people running away frantically, with 7 or 8 zombies chasing after them. One of them was a middle-aged man in his 40s, and the other was a teenage girl. "Help, save us." When they saw Feng's car from a distance, the middle-aged man pulled the girl and ran over desperately. And Xiaowei wanted to open the car door to save people, but Feng locked the door immediately. "Don't rush to open the door," Feng said calmly. "The man was scratched by a zombie and may turn into a zombie at any time." At this moment, Feng suddenly stepped on the accelerator and rushed directly towards the oncoming zombies. The car crashed into the zombies and 3 zombies were crushed into pieces. Several zombies were quickly eliminated, and the 2 people who escaped finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Brother, please save my father. I am willing to do anything." The girl knelt in front of Feng, her eyes full of pleading. At this moment, Feng suddenly asked, "Miss, what color do you like?" The girl was stunned as she had never expected Feng to suddenly ask such a question. Not only was she stunned, but even the middle-aged man was bewildered, and Xiaowei in the car was also confused. Feng said expressionlessly, "Don't get me wrong, I just want to know if we have any common interests or hobbies. If your favorite colors are the same as my favorite colors, then we have common interests, and of course I will save you. On the contrary, we don't know each other. Why should I save you?" The girl was furious when she heard this. "Do you have any humanity? Goodbye." Feng stood up without mercy and prepared to leave. Feng closed the car door coldly and prepared to start the car and leave. "Brother, don't go. I like golden yellow." After hearing this, Feng was overjoyed and smiled. "Okay." Without hesitation, Feng jumped out of the car and decided to save the man. This man was bitten by a zombie. We have to tie him up first to prevent him from mutating. Feng began to tie up the middle-aged man. "My father hasn't turned into a zombie yet. What you are doing is too inhumane." The girl hurriedly stopped him when she saw this. At this time, even Xiaowei couldn't help but say, "Woman, are you crazy? It's precisely because he still has some rationality now that we can control him. Once he turns into a zombie, it will be difficult for you to control him." "Jiao, stop talking." The middle-aged man knew his situation well and took the initiative to stretch out his hands for Feng to tie them up. "I'm afraid I won't survive. Jiao, I leave it to you to take care of. My daughter Yu Haoyun is a kind girl. You must treat her well." Feng was stunned. "You just called her Jiao. What's her full name?" "Jiao is her nickname. Her name is Yu Haoyun." Feng laughed in his heart. "This name is really interesting. It seems like the goddess of fate has descended." To ensure safety, Feng stuffed a towel into the middle-aged man's mouth and secured it with a rope. Although Feng knew that it was very risky to get him into the car, in order to appease Haoyun, he decided to take this man with him. The 3 of them worked together to lift the man into the car and stuffed him into the trunk. 009. Feng watched Yu Haoyun's father Yu Jun being stuffed into the trunk of the car, and a complex emotion filled his heart. He knew clearly that anyone scratched by a zombie would inevitably be infected with the zombie virus, and Yu Jun's current condition was a precursor to zombie mutation. Yu Haoyun cried and desperately asked Feng for help, but she also knew that the situation was irreversible. At this moment, a system notification suddenly rang in Feng's mind. Successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence and received the following rewards. He then saw the detailed information of the mission reward. Host various attributes increased by 2 points, and a new attribute panel appeared. Current host attribute panel strength, 12, agility, 12, spirit, 12, durability, 12, luck, 12, plus 100. Feng felt a sudden surge of power entering his body, making it even stronger and more solid. Is this a power that transcends human limits? He thought to himself, and at the same time couldn't help but wonder. What's going on with luck plus 100? Could this woman be the goddess of luck that the system mentioned? However, a loud knocking sound came from the trunk, breaking his thoughts. And Xiaowei's voice was filled with worry. Brother Feng, it looks like that guy has started to mutate. It's too dangerous. We have to find a way to solve this problem quickly. Xuefeng did not hesitate any longer, knowing that Yujun was beyond saving. He could not let a zombie be brought home, no matter how good his relationship with Yu Haoyun was. He found a safe place to park the car and quickly opened the trunk. He saw Yujun struggling with bloodshot eyes and in great pain. It was obvious that the mutation had begun. Yu Haoyun knelt on the ground, looking at her father reluctantly, crying, "Brother, please save him. You can't just leave him like this." Xuefeng ignored her pleas and decisively pulled the towel out of Yujun's mouth. Yujun immediately let out a shrill howl. "Go away. Leave me alone. I can't hold on any longer." Whoa! With a shrill roar, Yujun struggled frantically, and the zombie instinct drove him to attack. Xuefeng knew that Yujun had completely lost his mind, and it was impossible for him to go back to the way he was before. "This man is beyond saving," Xuefeng said coldly, and then without wasting any more time, he took Yu Haoyun into the car. Yu Haoyun felt heartbroken and was unwilling to give up her father, but in the end, she chose to leave with Xuefeng. After all, Yujun was now a complete zombie. If he broke free from the ropes, the first person he would attack would be her. In the car, Yu Haoyun cried heartbreakingly. Xuefeng has been thinking about the enhanced attributes he has obtained. He feels that he has made significant improvements in strength, agility, and other aspects, but he also understands that he needs stronger mental attributes to exert stronger abilities. He turned to Xiaowei and asked, "Xiaowei, do you know Wangshan Pet Shop?" And Xiaowei immediately replied, "I know Wangshan Pet Shop. It's quite famous in the city. I can lead the way." Xuefeng nodded. "Before we set off, take Yu Haoyun with you." He already knew the situation of Yu Haoyun's family. After the disaster, their family was trapped at home and eventually had to risk going out to find food. Unfortunately, however, in the community supermarket, almost the entire family was killed, and only Yu Haoyun survived. "She's so lucky, she actually survived." Xuefeng secretly complained in his heart. Why does the lucky goddess the system mentioned feel like a star of misfortune? Just as he was wondering, and Xiaowei's voice interrupted him again. "Brother Feng, this is bad. There's another mutant coming up ahead." Xuefeng looked in the direction she pointed and saw an extremely bloated giant zombie about 70 meters away, running towards their armored vehicle. Xuefeng immediately became nervous. "Xiaowei, Haoyun, hold on tight. I'm going to hit that big guy with my car." "Hit me with a car?" Yu Haoyun's face changed drastically, and she shouted anxiously, "Xuefeng, are you crazy? Shut up and hold on." Xuefeng ignored her objection, shouted coldly, and started the car. The armored vehicle was like a giant beast. Xuefeng accelerated and rushed towards the mutant head-on. The mutant also rushed towards the vehicle desperately, and in an instant, the two collided. Boom! With a loud bang, the mutant's huge body was knocked away and rolled a dozen feet away. Although the mutant was huge and frighteningly strong, it was still just a body of flesh and blood. Xuefeng's armored vehicle was a heavy vehicle that completely overwhelmed the zombies. After the collision, although the mutant was knocked down, it was not seriously injured. It quickly struggled to stand up and continued to smash towards the armored vehicle. Bang bang! The mutant swung his huge fist and hit the car body violently. The vibration made Xuefeng almost unable to breathe. "Run! This guy is too strong." And Xiaowei's voice was urgent, and she was obviously panicking. Xuefeng roared, "Go to hell, you ugly guy." He stepped on the accelerator, switched the car to four-wheel drive mode, and began to force the attack. The armored vehicle continued to advance like a heavy bulldozer, successfully crushing the mutant, rushing forward, and continuing to move forward. Although the mutant's body was huge, it was completely crushed by the violent impact. 010, with a loud bang, the car slammed into the huge body of the mutant zombie and hit the solid wall directly. The mutant's huge body was twisted and torn, covered with scars, but it still fought back desperately, appearing extremely tenacious. Bang bang! The huge zombie palm slammed into the armored vehicle, causing a deafening crash. The thick armored vehicle body was also dented and deformed. Xuefeng also gave it his all at this time. Since the first collision failed to kill the mutant, he put the car in reverse gear without hesitation, backed up a distance, and launched another violent collision. After 7 or 8 consecutive collisions, the hideous mutant zombie was finally smashed into pieces, turning into a pool of bloody debris. Xuefeng stopped the car only after confirming that the danger was completely eliminated. However, Yu Haoyun's face turned pale with anger. "Xuefeng, You bloodthirsty butcher, perverted murderer. She pointed ahead angrily. Look what you just did. Shut up. And Xiaowei glared at Yu Haoyun and retorted bluntly. Yu Haoyun, don't stand here and make sarcastic remarks. Mutant zombies are not as easy to deal with as you think. Yesterday, we almost died trying to kill a mutant. It doesn't have to be so bloody, does it? Yu Haoyun replied confidently. Wouldn't it be better to just kill him with a knife? Killing him is just a nod. Give him a quick death. He's simply a perverted butcher. Okay, Xiaowei, stop talking. When Xiaowei wanted to continue to argue, Xuefeng interrupted her. Get Yu Haoyun out of the car. Get out of here, you disgusting talk. And Xiaowei had long been fed up with Yu Haoyun's talkative style. She opened the car door without any hesitation and kicked her out. After Yu Haoyun was kicked out of the car, Xuefeng threw a kitchen knife at her through the car window. Yu Haoyun, don't you want to talk humanity to the zombies? There are 7 or 8 zombies over there. Go and kill them with your kitchen knife. Remember to be gentle and don't be a bloody butcher like me. I'm a girl. How can I fight zombies? Yu Haoyun was full of anger and wanted to get back into the car, but Xuefeng had locked the door in advance. Open the door quickly. I want to get in the car. Seeing that Xuefeng was really leaving, she panicked and her voice became louder and louder. How could you do this to me? Oh, whoa. At this time, because Yu Haoyun shouted too loudly, she attracted a zombie, which pounced on her with its fangs and claws. Yu Haoyun panicked and turned to run away, but there were too many zombies around her, and she had no way to escape. In desperation, she had to run around the car in circles to avoid the zombies. After running around the car several times, Yu Haoyun suddenly burst out with her last bit of strength and climbed onto the front of the car. Before the zombies pounced on her, she climbed up the hood and onto the roof of the car. The roof of the car was more than 2 meters above the ground, and Yu Haoyun finally managed to avoid the zombies' pursuit. After escaping danger, Yu Haoyun was furious. Xuefeng, what do you mean? Are you trying to kill me on purpose? Xuefeng sneered. Congratulations, you got the answer right. You can't even kill a zombie. Why should I waste food to save a loser like you? Yu Haoyun angrily retorted again. Xuefeng, are you still a man? A man should protect a woman. Xuefeng smiled. Xuefeng was sitting in the car. The car was well protected, and the bulletproof armor plates were indestructible. The flesh and blood of the zombies could not destroy the car at all. The car window glass is also bulletproof and has a very high safety factor. Xuefeng was in the car, even listening to music and relaxing, feeling very leisurely. Yu Haoyun was very scared. There were more and more zombies under her feet. She could only stand on the roof of the car to avoid the zombies' attack. What's even more terrifying is that Xuefeng suddenly started the car and planned to drive away. Yu Haoyun was so panicked that she almost fell off the roof, but fortunately she grabbed the luggage rack on the roof. At this point, Yu Haoyun completely gave in. Brother Xuefeng, I was wrong. Please let me go. I will definitely listen to you from now on. Please let me get in the car, okay? How can that be? I am a bloody butcher, a cold-blooded executioner. You are such a pure and kind fairy. Don't let a butcher like me sully your purity. Brother Feng, you're such a jokester. I was just joking with you. Hurry up and open the car door and let me in. Please give me one more chance. I will never disobey you again. Give me another chance, okay? No. Xuefeng gave her a joking look and continued to lie in his seat with his eyes closed to rest. Yu Haoyun was helpless and could only turn to Xiaowei for help. Sister Xiaowei, I know you are the kindest person. Please open the door and let me get in. From now on, I will follow your instructions. Please, give me another chance. And Xiaowei responded with a smile. Yu Haoyun, you big-breasted, brainless idiot. You want to die and no one can stop you. Just don't drag me down. Don't you want to be humane to the zombies? Go and make out with your zombie brother. Your little zombie brother can't wait to make out with you. So go ahead. And Xiaowei's words made Yu Haoyun's face turn green, and her face was full of fear. She also understood that it was useless to continue begging in Xiaowei, so she turned to Xuefeng again. Brother Xuefeng, I beg you. Just let me get in the car, and I promise to serve you well and comfortably tonight. Okay. Xuefeng laughed. Oh, not bad. You finally understand things. 011, Brother Feng, I will never let you down. Facing a life-or-death crisis, Yu Haoyun couldn't care less and said with a thick-skinned smile, let me get in the car quickly. I can serve you right now. How about that? Xuefeng ignored her and opened the car window coldly. Bang, bang, bang. Xuefeng fired quickly through the car window and accurately knocked down 2 zombies circling around the car. The sharp gunshots attracted the attention of several nearby zombies, and they quickly walked towards here. Bang, bang. Xuefeng continued to shoot inside the car, quickly knocking down the zombies. However, due to the limitations of the car windows, he could not control the shooting angle. Of the 5 zombies on the ground, Only 2 were killed by headshots, and the remaining 3 mostly had their legs broken and were lying on the ground struggling frantically. This scene frightened Yu Haoyun so much that she trembled all over, her heart almost jumping out of her chest. However, Xuefeng remained indifferent and said in a calm tone, "Yu Haoyun, I'll give you a chance. The zombies on the ground have lost their ability to move. Go and kill them, and I will open the door and let you get in the car." Xuefeng's voice was calm, but full of commanding tone. Yu Haoyun was almost going crazy. "Xuefeng, stop joking. I'm a weak girl. I really can't kill zombies." She continued eagerly. "You can let me sleep with you and serve you, but don't let me kill zombies." Xuefeng replied coldly, "I will only give you 3 minutes to consider. If you don't respond after 3 minutes, you will be left to fend for yourself." Yu Haoyun wanted to say something else, but Xuefeng simply closed the car window and ignored her. Time passed by. Yu Haoyun pleaded outside the car, but Xuefeng remained unmoved. Finally, Yu Haoyun had no choice but to bite the bullet and walk towards the zombies on the ground with the kitchen knife in hand. Even though the zombies' legs were broken, they remained incredibly ferocious. Yu Haoyun swung her knife a few times, but she couldn't hit the zombies. Her knife was too short, and the zombies attacked with their claws and teeth bared. Yu Haoyun didn't dare get too close. In desperation, she ran back to the car door and shouted through it, "Brother Feng, give me a long weapon. The kitchen knife is too short." Xuefeng glanced at Xiaowei and said, "Xiaowei, give her your steel pipe." And Xiaowei held a 1.2-meter-long steel pipe, weighing about 10 pounds. Using this pipe would allow her to attack zombies from a distance and safely. After Xuefeng spoke, and Xiaowei handed the pipe to Yu Haoyun. After getting the steel pipe, Yu Haoyun strode towards the zombie, swung the steel pipe, and smashed it down with force. Bang, bang, bang. Each blow caused the zombie's head to explode completely. Scarlet blood splattered everywhere, and Yu Haoyun's face was covered in blood. She was so scared that her face turned blue and tears kept flowing. She tried hard not to cry out loud because she knew that such crying might attract more zombies. Despite her extreme nausea and fear, she eventually managed to kill the 2 remaining zombies. After finishing, Xuefeng finally opened the car door and got out. "Wait." Just as Yu Haoyun was about to get in the car, Xuefeng stopped her again. "Go split open the mutant's head and see if there are any mutant crystals inside." Yu Haoyun might have refused before, but now she finally came to her senses. Without saying any more nonsense, she quickly went to split the mutant's head open. Sure enough, there was a mutant crystal hidden in the mutant's head, and this crystal was 3 times larger than the one Xuefeng had obtained before. After getting the crystal, Xuefeng asked Yu Haoyun to get in the car to rest. Next, Xuefeng and the 2 women came to Wangshan Pet Shop. The door was closed, but there were obviously people still active inside the shop. The staff in the store are a brother and sister. The brother, Li Wanglu, looks to be in his early 30s, strong and sturdy, while the sister, Li Wangmiao, is petite and delicate, about 18 or 19 years old. And Xiaowei ran to the door and called out, "Li Wangmiao, we're here to buy a pet. Open the door." Li Wangmiao responded from behind the door, "It's such a mess outside. Why are you still buying pets? Go away, we won't open the door." Xuefeng was neither impatient nor anxious, and directly said to Li Wanglu, "Boss, can we exchange supplies for a few pets? There are zombies everywhere outside now, and money is useless, but..." Li Wanglu was interrupted by Li Wangmiao before he finished speaking. "You big bad guy, don't think I don't know what you want to do. Pet dogs are humans' best friends. If you want to eat dog meat, go somewhere else. We don't sell dogs here." This made Xuefeng laugh and cry. It turned out that the girl thought he was a dog meat hot pot lover. "Huh." Xuefeng laughed. "Mr. Li Wanglu, how about I trade a box of instant noodles for a pet dog?" Li Wangmiao hastily objected. "No, no, no, get out of here." Xuefeng said calmly. "That doesn't matter, we still want those large and fierce dog breeds." Li Wanglu frowned slightly, then said, "Most of the dogs here are small dogs. There are no adult dogs." "It doesn't matter, as long as it's a large dog breed. A puppy is fine too." Xuefeng responded readily. Li Wanglu looked around the store, nodded, and said, "Okay, I'll pick out a few and exchange them with you." He immediately turned around to get the dogs. Li Wangmiao was anxious. "Brother, how could you do this? They definitely don't raise dogs seriously. Selling dogs to them would be ruining our dogs." Li Wanglu glared at her and said, "This is an extraordinary period. Don't worry about this anymore." He took out more than 20 puppies from the store in one breath. Xuefeng exchanged 10 boxes of instant noodles and 8 buckets of water for 18 dogs. After the transaction was completed, Xuefeng asked Xiaowei to drive, while he counted the number of dogs in the car. At this moment, the system's voice sounded again, successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence, and received the following rewards. Host durability +5. Host ability increased by 1 level. Current host attribute panel strength 12. Agility 12. Spirit 12. Durability 17. Luck 12 plus 100. Ability Divine Sky level 2. 012. After the reward was redeemed, Xuefeng felt a powerful force filling his whole body. He couldn't help but mutter in his heart, Shenxiao? It should be the name of the lightning ability. Durability +5? I wonder if I can withstand the zombies' claw attacks now. On the way back, Xuefeng encountered another mutant, and Xiaowei was obviously a little scared of these big zombies. When she saw the mutant chasing her, she subconsciously wanted to escape faster. Don't be impatient, Xuefeng reminded her calmly. Slow down a bit, and let me practice. Okay, brother Feng. Although Xiaowei was a little nervous, she always obeyed Xuefeng's orders unconditionally. In order to test the power of his enhanced supernatural powers, Xuefeng simply opened the door and got out of the car. Bang! A ball of lightning accurately hit the mutant's huge body, and lightning exploded inside its body. However, the mutant only stiffened slightly and then continued to twist its body, seemingly not being affected too much. Bang bang! Xuefeng threw out 17 lightning balls in a row, feeling that his strength was almost exhausted, and finally, he completely ignited the behemoth. The mutant zombie was electrocuted into a fireball and eventually burned to ashes. Although Xuefeng himself was not satisfied with this, and Xiaowei was stunned and obviously shocked. Brother Feng, how did you do that? This is amazing, isn't it? She asked excitedly, preparing to help Xuefeng open the treasure chest, that is, collect mutant crystals. She has always been the one to rush to do these dirty and tiring jobs. However, Xuefeng stopped her and pointed at Yu Haoyun next to her. Let her go. This is not only to let Xiaowei learn how to use her subordinates, but also to verify Yu Haoyun's luck. Sure enough, not long after, Yu Haoyun brought back a mutant crystal as expected and gave it to Xiaowei. It seems that luck is closely related to the quality of the loot. And Xiaowei had long been drooling over the mutant power, but after taking the crystal, she fiddled with it in her hands for a long time, but still could not feel any effect. For her, this crystal seemed to have no practical use other than looking pretty. And Xiaowei had high expectations for herself, but the results made her feel disappointed. Okay, Xiaowei, stop thinking too much. Xuefeng chuckled and said, the mutant crystals we collected yesterday and today may be different. There will always be one that suits you in the future. Although Xiaowei was a little disappointed, she nodded and reluctantly accepted Xuefeng's comfort. Xuefeng already had a guess in his mind. On the way back, Xuefeng asked Xiaowei to use a gun and Yu Haoyun to use cold weapons. He occasionally released electricity and killed a group of zombies. As a result, Xuefeng and Yu Haoyun both gained something, but Xiaowei gained nothing. This was exactly what Xuefeng had expected, and Xiaowei's luck was obviously not on par with Yu Haoyun and himself. As for Yu Haoyun, thanks to the blessing of the goddess of luck, the loot dropped by the zombies she killed almost all suited her. It's not Xiaowei's fault that she doesn't have good luck, it's just that her luck is indeed limited, and the final awakening still depends on herself. Okay, cheer up. Xuefeng patted Xiaowei's shoulder and said in a relaxed tone, you are the first confidant I have accepted. Although sometimes I can't help you, you have done your best. If there is a chance in the future, it is not impossible for me to help you improve your strength. A warm feeling surged in Xiaowei's heart. She understood what Xuefeng said. He saw her loyalty, and she was willing to give everything for him. Da-da-da. Inside the armored vehicle, Xiaowei concentrated on pulling the trigger, aiming the gun at the zombies that kept pouring in, venting her emotions. Her shooting skills became more and more proficient, and soon a large number of zombies fell under her gun. However, Xuefeng did not use a gun, but continued to use his Shenxiao lightning power. Although the current lightning ability is relatively weak, it can still quickly knock down ordinary zombies. When dealing with these brainless zombies, Xuefeng's performance is even worse than Xiaowei's, because Xiaowei's shooting skills are more accurate and efficient. However, if the opponent is a human, Xuefeng's Shenxiao ability will show its true advantages. This is a concealed and quick attack that can paralyze the enemy's body in one blow. It is almost Xuefeng's trump card. In comparison, Yu Haoyun looked a little embarrassed. She only had cold weapons and huddled around the armored vehicle. Occasionally, when she heard orders from Xuefeng, she would tremble and walk towards the fallen zombies to pick up the mutant crystals. In this way, Xuefeng and Xiaowei were responsible for killing zombies, and Yu Haoyun was responsible for collecting the spoils. All this continued into the evening. Okay, that's all for today's action. Xuefeng glanced at the setting sun and decided to stop. At night, the zombies' mobility will be greatly improved. Although they are protected by armored vehicles, they still need to be careful. Who knows if some difficult-to-deal-with monster might suddenly appear at night. Good. And Xiaowei agreed and quickly put away her weapon. Yu Haoyun also felt relieved and climbed into the car. Xuefeng started the car and drove quickly towards the riverside villa area. When she arrived at Villa 105, Yu Haoyun was immediately shocked by the gorgeous shelter in front of her. This is our sanctuary, Xuefeng said calmly. Let's go and release those dogs first. Oh. Yu Haoyun was stunned for a moment before she realized that Xuefeng was ordering her. She hurried to the back of the armored vehicle and opened the trunk. The 18 dogs brought back from Wanshan Pet Shop quickly rushed out and jumped around Xuefeng happily. Xuefeng brought some food out of the villa and fed them. These dogs had obviously been hungry for a long time, and they ate very quickly and voraciously. After eating, the dogs seemed very grateful. They circled around Xuefeng and rubbed his trouser legs frantically. Looking at their reactions, Xuefeng felt happy. The fighting power of these large dogs is no less than that of 2 or 3 adults, and some of them have the potential to mutate, so their fighting power will be even stronger in the future. When you grow up, the task of protecting our homeland will be handed over to you. As night fell, the 3 of them took a brief rest and went into the bedroom to rest. At first, Yu Haoyun was unwilling, but Xuefeng lied that the other rooms were not cleaned and the bodies were still there. Yu Haoyun finally agreed reluctantly, and she made a bed on the floor next to the bed. Xuefeng was too lazy to pay attention to her. The focus of tonight was in Xiaowei. The experience of this day made Xuefeng certain of Xiaowei's loyalty to him. She was smart, capable, and devoted to him. So Xuefeng decided to reward her well tonight. Click. The door opened slightly, and then Xiaowei, who had just finished taking a shower and was wrapped in a bathrobe, walked into the room. Brother. Her eyes were seductive, and her wet hair stuck to her jade-like skin. Get ready, Xiaowei is coming. She gently pulled the bathrobe on her chest, and the originally loose bathrobe immediately slipped off and fell to the ground. Before Xuefeng could react, he heard a click and the bedroom fell into darkness. Then, Xiaowei groped forward at the end of the bed like a fish, approaching step by step. A few minutes later, she and Xuefeng looked at each other, and she said in a charming tone, Brother, please be gentle later. Before she could finish, Xuefeng hugged her tightly in his arms. She exclaimed, then saw Xuefeng's handsome face, and a deep voice sounded in her ears. Have you learned yoga? Yoga. I have to say, Xuefeng is an excellent yoga teacher and taught Xiaowei many difficult moves. And Xiaowei is also a good student and studies very hard. After a while, he was so tired that he was panting, sweating profusely, and couldn't straighten his back. Teacher Xue fiddled with the limp Xiaowei, looking helpless. Why, that's not enough. I can't do it anymore, teacher. Practicing yoga is too tiring. And Xiaowei was completely conquered. The scene that was originally thought to be evenly matched did not appear. In Xuefeng's hands, she was like an emotionless doll, being manipulated at will. In just half an hour, she was squeezed dry. But teacher, I'm very angry now. Xuefeng felt helpless. That's it. There were still 300 rounds of fighting. It's just a little dish. I can still fight. Sensing Xuefeng's dissatisfaction, and Xiaowei suddenly had an idea. She looked up and smiled, revealing 2 delicate little canine teeth, then slowly sink into the quilt. Soon, Xuefeng fell into Xiaowei's unilateral torture. Yu Haoyun's condition is also very bad. Being in the same room, she inevitably heard everything that happened in the room. No, you are all so blatant. The lascivious music kept coming into my ears. Yu Haoyun's mouth was dry, but she didn't dare to say anything. After all, she still vividly remembered the experience of Xuefeng kicking her out of the car because of a disagreement. Now Xiaowei's momentum is declining, but Xuefeng is in high spirits. There is no guarantee that the other party will forcibly drag you into the battlefield. Thinking of this, she tightened the quilt around her. But such a tiny movement successfully attracted Xuefeng's attention. Xuefeng looked at Yu Haoyun, who was wrapped like a silkworm cocoon beside the bed, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. It seems that the person to replace Xiaowei has been found. 013. And Xiaowei sat in the car, her face full of fatigue, her cheeks puffed up, her eyes wide open, and she let out a long breath. She was exhausted. After all, without awakening her superpowers, she was still just an ordinary person, while Xuefeng's durability attribute had reached an astonishing 17 points, which was simply incomparable to that of a human. Brother, I really can't take it anymore, and Xiaowei said weakly. Shuefeng smiled and reached out to gently stroke her soft hair. Then you should take a rest. Feeling the warmth of Shuefeng's palm, and Xiaowei couldn't help but feel a warm emotion in her heart, and a smile spread naturally. Although she did not awaken her special powers today, she felt that she was still useful to Shuefeng. She thought to herself, hee hee, I am the only woman around brother Shuefeng. She couldn't help but smile smugly. At least she is more useful than that saintly bitch Yu Haoyun. Shuefeng looked at Xiaowei, a wry smile forming on his lips. This girl was truly self-absorbed. After a whole night of tossing and turning, what else could she do except make him drool all over? He turned to look at Yu Haoyun, who was shivering in the corner. This woman was truly laughable. Did she think she could get out of her daytime promise by pretending to be asleep? She was completely clueless. With a sneer in his heart, Shuefeng stood up decisively, walked to Yu Haoyun's side, and suddenly pulled up her quilt. Yu Haoyun screamed in fear, was pulled up suddenly, and then fell to the ground again. Rubbing the painful area, Yu Haoyun's anger was also aroused. She glared at Shuefeng angrily. Shuefeng, what on earth do you want to do? I admit that I am alive today thanks to you, but you can't ask for repayment, right? She shouted angrily. Just because I don't agree, are you going to force me? What you're doing is illegal, do you know that? Illegal? Shuefeng couldn't help but sneer when he heard this, and his heart was even more disdainful. Has this woman forgotten that this is the end of the world? In this world where everyone is in danger, what are the rules and laws? Everything is based on strength. The bigger the fist, the more important the rule. A cold glint flashed in Shuefeng's eyes. He walked in front of her, his expression becoming even colder. Yu Haoyun, I need to teach you a lesson. Huh. A loud slap hit Yu Haoyun's left cheek. Yu Haoyun covered her stinging face, her face full of disbelief. You dare to hit me? What's wrong with hitting you? Shuefeng sneered. Yu Haoyun, let me tell you, even if I throw you out on the street, the end result will be that you'll be eaten by zombies, while I'll still have this shelter and endless food. This is the end of the world. Everything depends on strength. Yu Haoyun was so frightened by his ruthlessness that she trembled all over. She said tremblingly, I admit that what I said just now was a bit excessive, but isn't that kind of thing based on mutual consent? If I only gave you my body but not my heart, you wouldn't be satisfied, right? Shuefeng sneered in his heart. The system's prompt was indeed correct. This woman really needed a good beating. He stood up and walked towards her. Since your heart doesn't belong to me until now, I have nothing more to say. Shuefeng dragged her out of the bedroom. What are you doing? Let me go, you bastard. Yu Haoyun's scalp hurt from being dragged like that. She kicked her legs wildly, trying to break free, but Shuefeng was too strong and she had no way to get rid of him. Only after being dragged into the yard did Yu Haoyun feel the pain in her scalp ease slightly. Then, she saw Shuefeng walking towards her step by step, holding an axe. Shuefeng, what on earth do you want to do? She was trembling all over, her eyes filled with fear. She knew in her heart that Shuefeng wanted her to repay his kindness, but she didn't understand how Shuefeng would take revenge on her. Yu Haoyun. At this moment, and Xiaowei spoke. In this apocalypse, anyone who survives is valuable. And Xiaowei's voice was filled with calmness and warning. If you can't demonstrate your own value, then be prepared to die at any time. Do you understand? Value. Yu Haoyun was stunned, a fierce struggle in her heart. She knew she had no fighting ability and could not collect supplies. What was her value? Seeing her stunned, and Xiaowei took the opportunity to lean closer and whisper in her ear, you should know that this is not only the safest shelter, but also has endless food. So many people want to come here for refuge. And you, with just one sentence, can continue to enjoy it all. These words suddenly gave Yu Haoyun a glimmer of hope. She suddenly remembered her previous life, where she lived under the threat of food and zombies every day, and could lose her life if she wasn't careful. No, I don't want to live that kind of life anymore. She finally made up her mind. Have you made up your mind? Shuefeng looked at her with a sneer. Since you have made up your mind, then go and wash it clean. The next morning, when Shuefeng woke up, he saw the system notification that had just been updated. He did not check it immediately, but instead embraced the warmth around him and enjoyed a moment of peace. Yu Haoyun woke up early, her big, watery eyes gleaming with anticipation. She seemed to have made a decision, her eyes filled with a newfound resolve. At this moment, the system prompt sounded again in Shuefeng's mind, successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence, and received the following rewards. Host attributes +2. Host Shunshao ability level +1. Host successfully unlocks the new ability Stone Skin. 014. Shuefeng looked at the system prompt that had just been updated in his mind and couldn't help but be stunned. successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence. He frowned, looking at the information given by the system. But the problem was, those dogs had not mutated, and the only person in front of him was Yu Haoyun. Wait a minute. Xuefeng suddenly realized that the gradually changing expectant expression on Yu Haoyun's face made him suddenly understand. So, isn't this what the system meant by stick education? Moreover, the same information could actually be confirmed twice. This surprised him a little. It seemed that the system's operation was far more complicated than he had imagined. As Xiaowei woke up, Xuefeng was also busy. Although his 19 points of endurance allowed him to withstand the zombies' attacks from both sides, after 2 hours of fierce fighting, he finally defeated the enemies one by one. Little Pa Kai. Xuefeng looked at the two people lying on the bed with empty eyes, slowly put on his clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. He immediately checked his dashboard. Current host properties panel. Strength, 14. Agility, 14. Spirit, 14. Durability, 19. Luck, 14, plus 100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 3, Stone Skin, level 1. It's really good this time. The attribute has increased by 2 points. Xuefeng nodded with satisfaction. The most important thing is the ability he just unlocked, Stone Skin. He concentrated his attention, and a layer of hard stone leather slowly covered his right arm. Xuefeng's mind moved, and he picked up a dagger and stabbed his arm without hesitation. Clang! The sound of metal colliding with stone was heard. The sharp edge of the dagger was easily blocked by the stone skin, and stone chips flew everywhere, causing almost no damage. This level of defense is already enough to withstand most cold weapons. Xuefeng nodded in satisfaction. More importantly, with the hardness of the stone skin, it can completely defend against zombie claw attacks. It's just that the stone skin covers too small an area, and it can only protect my forearms now. Xuefeng felt a little regretful. Although the current coverage area of his supernatural power was not large, he knew that as his supernatural power improved, he would sooner or later become an invulnerable stone man. Let's go check on the dogs first. Xuefeng thought, and walked towards the yard. The 18 dogs in the yard were patrolling vigilantly, their eyes fixed on the movements outside, obviously helping him stand guard. Sure enough, dogs are man's best friends. Xuefeng sighed. Unlike some people who appear to be submissive but harbor ulterior motives. He looked at Yu Haoyun and knew in his heart that although she was submissive on the surface, it was far from easy to truly conquer someone. However, he was not in a hurry and smiled in his heart. I still have a lot of time. I can play with her slowly. He smiled and took out 2 large boxes of food to reward the dogs on guard. Suddenly, Xuefeng noticed that one of the strongest dogs was not eating. What? Not to your liking. Xuefeng was stunned. He thought about it and took out more different foods from the storage space. But the dog still shook his head every time he sniffed. Suddenly, a mutant crystal fell to the ground with a crisp sound. The strong dog's eyes lit up. After seeing the crystal, he first looked at Xuefeng, then at the crystal, as if hesitating. Can I eat this? Eat, eat. Xuefeng smiled and waved his hand, and continued to take out more mutant crystals from the storage space and threw them into the dog bowl. I still have over 100 of these crystals. It's okay to feed a few to the dog. Xuefeng thought to himself. If these crystals can promote their mutation, then the defense of my shelter can be improved by another level. After feeding the dog, Xuefeng felt that his morning work was over. Let's take a look at today's intelligence. He checked the intelligence updated by the system again. 1. There is a group of survivors in the Hao Zai Lai supermarket near the Riverside Villa area. They use poisoning, knocking out, and other means to defraud food and resources. The host needs to be careful. 2. 6,236 meters southwest of the sewer, there is a researcher named Nia Xiaoya. She can help the host build a shelter, but her mind is extremely strong. Her only weakness is her sister, Nia Xiaoxing. 3. There are no other survivors in the villa area where the host is located, but there is a mutant who is good at hiding. Please be vigilant at all times. The third piece of information about hidden mutants was displayed in red and black fonts, which was obviously a dangerous signal. It seems that this hidden mutant is likely to pose a threat to us. Xuefeng stroked his chin and made up his mind that he must first eliminate this potential threat. He called in Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun. Let's go and clean up the villa area first. Brother, although I don't have any special powers, my marksmanship is pretty good. Leave the zombies to me. And Xiaowei followed Xuefeng closely, adjusting the gun skillfully. It was obvious that she had adapted to life in the apocalypse. Yu Haoyun followed obediently. After the morning's stick education, she had obviously become much more obedient. Although Xuefeng knew in his heart that he didn't dare to trust her completely, she didn't cause any trouble for the time being. They quickly cleared the villa area. Although they harvested a lot of food and water, they still had no clues about the hidden mutants. It seems that this mutant is really smart and has left no trace at all. Shui Feng frowned, feeling that this mutant was not easy to deal with. We're not going to waste any more time. He turned to look at the two of them. Let's go gather supplies. They drove the armored vehicle out of the villa area and headed towards a nearby supermarket. As soon as the three of them entered the supermarket, they felt several gazes cast at them. An elegant man in a suit stepped forward and asked, "Are you also survivors?" Just as Shui Feng was about to respond, the system's voice rang out in his mind again. Successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence and obtained a bottle of antidote containing 50 universal antidotes. 015. Shui Feng looked at the newly updated prompt in his mind and frowned slightly. Successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence? He wondered, his eyes sweeping over the seemingly benign survivors. Those people didn't appear to have mutated, and even the current situation seemed to be under their control. But in his eyes, all this was tinged with danger. That's great. I didn't expect to meet any survivors. Our team can finally grow bigger. The man in the suit smiled warmly and invited Shui Feng and the others in. Brother, you guys are hungry too, right? Do you want to come over and eat something? He continued. Do you have a place to stay? If not, come live with us. We have renovated this supermarket very nicely. Seeing their enthusiasm, Yu Haoyun's eyes lit up, and she felt a surge of joy in her heart. She had originally thought she would spend the rest of her life under Shui Feng's control, but she hadn't expected to meet a good person so soon. Great, then let's stay here for a while, Yu Haoyun suggested. She had intended to take this opportunity to break free from Shui Feng's restraints, but for some reason, every time she saw Shui Feng, the scene of last night would unconsciously appear in her mind. You can stay here if you want. Shui Feng glanced at her calmly, his tone cold. But you still have to take good care of yourself. As the two of them spoke in low voices, the people around them began to stare at them, their eyes scrutinizing them. The men stared at Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun, while the women occasionally stole glances at Shui Feng. Okay, eat something first. You've been on the run for a whole day. You must be hungry. Someone quickly stepped forward to ease the atmosphere. Although Yu Haoyun was angry and glared at Shui Feng, she still obediently joined the others and began to eat heartily. She quickly integrated into the group and seemed to have completely relaxed her guard. Shui Feng watched Yu Haoyun wolfing down her food, and a plan slowly formed in his mind. Xiaowei, let's go eat something too. I'm starving. Oh, and Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. Although she also sensed the ill intentions of this group of people, after all, in the end times, who would willingly share supplies? But since Shui Feng had spoken, she nodded silently and followed him. Shui Feng took Xiaowei in his arms and quietly put an antidote into her mouth. Swallow it, he whispered. And Xiaowei was slightly stunned, but still swallowed the pill obediently. Come on, eat more. The man in the suit smiled and seemed very happy that these people could join them. These are scarce supplies out there. You can't even get them if you want them. He continued to greet them warmly. Whether you stay or not, we're all gathered here today because of fate. Let's have a drink. Shui Feng didn't react much, as he had already taken the antidote. And Xiaowei also had no doubts, and after seeing Shui Feng take it, she followed him. Yu Haoyun was completely attracted by the food in front of her. She ate almost absorbedly. The rich people in front of her looked at her and were slightly shocked. Look at her eating so voraciously. Shui Feng sighed inwardly, sneering inwardly. Although she appeared to be obedient, truly controlling someone was far from simple. He had plenty of time to slowly play with her. Soon, the food on the table was almost gone. Yu Haoyun burped, feeling quite satisfied. Just as she was about to look at her room, she suddenly felt dizzy. Then, her body suddenly went limp and she fell down. It seems the medicine is taking effect. Shui Feng sneered. Although he had already taken the antidote, he still pretended to be dizzy. At the same time, he quietly squeezed in Xiaowei's palm, signaling her to pretend to be dizzy too. Soon, all three of them fell to the ground. Damn it! Looking at the three people who fell down, the people in the supermarket finally stopped pretending to be warm and friendly, and the expressions on their faces instantly became gloomy. A hint of malice flashed in the eyes of the man in the suit, and he looked at Yu Haoyun coldly. This woman looks quite slim, but she ate so much of our supplies and wasted them. All right, brotherly, even though we wasted some supplies, we still made a profit. A short man pointed at the unconscious Shui Feng, a lewd glint in his eyes. This guy is quite strong, enough for us to eat for several days. That's right. Maybe before we finish eating it, we can attract another group of idiots to take the bait. Another person agreed. Indeed, the man in the suit nodded, obviously feeling much better. Forget it. Lock these two women up. I'm going to have a good time later. Don't hold grudges. Wait until I'm done enjoying myself. Then all of you come over. I guarantee every brother will enjoy themselves to the fullest. Yes. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that there was a share for them. Boss, this man. Several young women asked, can we go first? What do you mean by first? The man in the suit interrupted angrily. He only gave her a little bit of drugs. There's no telling when he'll wake up. Just kill him. If you want to do anything, come to me. At his command, the young women stopped hesitating and gave up the idea of enjoying Schwefong. A body full of tendon meat. This guy must be a sports student. The short man picked up a machete and looked at Schwefong with a sly smile. It must taste great. Before he finished speaking, he raised the knife, ready to strike. However, suddenly, sizzle. A numbness instantly spread from the short man's feet to his entire body. His strength vanished instantly, and he collapsed to the ground. Schwefong slowly stood up, dusted himself off, and smiled faintly. I was planning to spare your lives and let you work for me, but I didn't expect you to come up and want to kill me. It seems that you guys should die first. He sneered, waved his hands, and the divine power burst out instantly. Witchcraft, witchcraft. The man in the suit turned pale instantly when he saw this scene. He had never expected that Schwefong had such powerful abilities. He was so frightened that he mistook him for a mutant. Idiot. Schwefong rolled his eyes, picked up the machete on the ground, and threw it accurately at the man in the suit, with the blade deeply inserted into his neck. He then picked up a long knife and stabbed them one by one, making sure that these guys had completely lost their ability to resist. Brother, what should we do with you, Haoyun? And Xiaowei reminded in a low voice as she watched Schwefong deal with the scene. Schwefong calmly looked at the unconscious Yu Haoyun, a calculation flashing in his eyes. First you do this, then that, then, he said slowly. And Xiaowei couldn't help laughing after hearing this. When Yu Haoyun wakes up, she will definitely be scared to death, haha. 016 After an unknown amount of time, Yu Haoyun finally slowly opened her eyes. The effect of the drug gradually wore off. She took a deep breath and felt that the air around her was a little different. The first thing she smelled was the strong aroma of spices. Why did I fall asleep? Is anyone having a barbecue? A gust of cold wind blew, and she hugged herself tightly because of the cold. Holy crap! Yu Haoyun was horrified to find that her clothes had disappeared. What scared her the most was her skin was covered with seasonings by an unknown person. Oh! She screamed quickly, trying to cover her naked body, her heart in a mess. What the hell is going on? Why am I like this? Before she had time to think about it, Yu Haoyun suddenly saw corpses scattered around. These bodies were exactly the ones we saw in the supermarket just now, all dead without a single one left. This scene made Yu Haoyun turn pale and tremble all over. A terrible thought suddenly came to my mind. Woke up. At this moment, and Xiaowei, who had been busy moving supplies, stopped what she was doing, walked over to Yu Haoyun, and said with a look of fear on her face, "Do you know that you almost became a barbecued meat? Oh, that's what you just ate. Those people put drugs in it. But now, oops." And Xiaowei looked at Yu Haoyun with a hint of anger and explained, "Are you stupid? We were knocked unconscious, but Brother Schwefong is fine. He's strong and woke up early to deal with those people. Otherwise, we would all be finished today." Yu Haoyun suddenly woke up from her dream. It turned out that it was Schwefong who saved her. Those seemingly enthusiastic good guys are actually the most terrifying demons. Thinking of this, she could no longer bear it and burst into tears. "Schwefong, I was wrong, really wrong. Why are you crying? Do you think it's not that easy to get rid of me?" Schwefong came over and said jokingly, "It's okay, you can continue to live in the supermarket, but you can't leave the supplies here." Before she could finish her words, Yu Haoyun had already rushed to Schwefeng's front in panic and hugged his legs. No, I want to follow you. Schwefong, I was wrong, Wu. Please don't abandon me. I will listen to you in everything from now on, and I will cooperate with you in whatever you want me to do." Schwefong couldn't help but smile when he saw her crying bitterly. It seems that this woman really realized that she was wrong. However, he was not as soft-hearted as those licking dogs. A hint of disgust appeared on his face. "Since you know you are wrong, go and wash it clean." Okay. Yu Haoyun sniffed and decided to wash off the filth on her body. After experiencing a life-and-death crisis, she finally understood that in order to survive in this apocalyptic world, she must fully demonstrate her value. So, after she dressed herself up, she took the initiative to join the team carrying supplies. "Yo, you changed your gender?" Looking at Yu Haoyun's busy figure, Schwefong sneered in his heart. "Don't cry until you see the coffin." Yu Haoyun's transformation also made Schwefong more certain that if she didn't wake up, she would be abandoned sooner or later. After all, To Xue Feng, she was just an insignificant woman. Oh. At this moment, another scream was heard in the supermarket. Yu Haoyun hurried over to see if there were any supplies she could take away in the backroom of the supermarket. As soon as she opened the door, she saw an even more horrifying scene. Those broken limbs and arms were strung together with ropes to make bacon and hung on the wall. Yu Haoyun was stunned for a moment and suddenly felt a chill in her heart. She even thought that if Xue Feng had not intervened, she might have been hung on the wall long ago. Compared to them, Xue Feng is simply a good man. Yu Haoyun thought to herself, and her confidence in following Xue Feng became stronger and stronger. After searching the supermarket, Xue Feng's storage space was filled with dozens of boxes of instant noodles, 8 boxes of canned food, and some snacks. The only regret was that although the supermarket had sufficient supplies, Xue Feng only found half a bag of purified water. This water is enough to drink, but I can't take a shower today. Xue Feng sighed, but was not in a hurry. He knew that large supermarkets usually had a lot of stock. It doesn't matter if there is no water, the most important thing is to find water purification equipment. With water purification equipment, the water source problem is solved. Okay, let's try our luck somewhere else. Xue Feng's words brought excitement to both of their faces. After all, food and water are the guarantee of survival in the apocalypse, and only with them can we have the confidence to live. However, what Xue Feng meant by trying his luck was not referring to supplies, but to finding mutants. He knew that there was a mutant with the ability to hide in the Riverside Villa area, and he must not let it continue to lurk. The armored vehicle drove all the way until it reached the target location in the intelligence. Brother Xue Feng, where are we going? And Xiaowei looked at the desolate environment around her and asked in confusion. There's no supermarket here, right? Yu Haoyun was also a little confused, but she didn't say anything. Xue Feng smiled and pointed to the manhole cover on the ground. This is our target. Sewer. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun were both stunned and a little surprised. What are we doing in the sewers? Is it to get water? Although the two were somewhat reluctant, they did not object. After all, Xue Feng's judgment has always been accurate, and this time his goal is to survive better. Xue Feng noticed their little thoughts, but did not say anything. He reached out and grabbed the edge of the manhole cover, pulled hard, and the cover was lifted up in an instant. With a powerful burst of force at 14 o'clock, Xue Feng opened the entrance to the sewer effortlessly. 017 Doctor, you don't want your sister to be eaten by zombies, right? Jump, I'll catch you. Xue Feng jumped into the sewer on his own initiative, then looked up at the two people who were still watching at the wellhead. They don't have Xue Feng's good body. If you jump down rashly, you will inevitably break bones and tendons. In this apocalyptic world with scarce supplies, being injured basically means death. And heard Xue Feng's guarantee. The two finally plucked up the courage. Ah! And Xiaowei screamed and jumped down first. Xue Feng caught it in his arms. After feeling the other person's soft body for a while, he put it down, and then it was Yu Haoyun's turn. Successfully entered the sewer. The three began to grope along the pipe. The sewers are dark and damp, and rats crawl through them from time to time. But fortunately, these mice did not mutate. Xue Feng was too lazy to care about them. He took out the mining lamp he had prepared long ago and groped forward. After investigation along the way, Xue Feng discovered that this sewer was indeed a good place to take refuge. Although the environment is dirty and messy, there are no zombies. After all, who would have nothing better to do than to go into the sewer? Snap! Just then, a subtle voice was heard. Xue Feng followed the sound and immediately shone the searchlight in his hand over there. The pitch-black corridor suddenly became as bright as day. Immediately afterwards, a dirty figure appeared in his sight. Nie Xiaoye is a scientific researcher. From childhood to adulthood, she has always had good academic performance, and she was successfully admitted to the Harbin North National Defense College as the top scorer in science in the college entrance examination. When she first came into contact with the field of national defense, she immediately showed a strong interest and talent. He ranked among the top students during his 4 years at school, and after graduation, he went straight to the master's and doctoral programs, joining the research institute and becoming the youngest and most promising doctor there. But just when she thought that her life would go smoothly, the crisis suddenly came. Blood rain fell from the sky, and countless creatures began to mutate. Looking at the countless mutated zombies walking towards her with twisted steps. In panic, Nie Xiaoye used a crowbar to open the sewer and crawled in. The facts prove it. Although the environment here is dirty and messy, it is still very safe for her, a woman who is powerless. The only downside is the lack of resources here. She had no preparation at all and had already used up all the food she had. Just when she was hesitating whether to go out and collect some supplies today, 3 humans appeared in the sewer. While she was observing the other person, Feng's gaze also fell on Nie Xiaoya. Nie Xiaoya's outfit is very simple. The upper body is a loose short t-shirt, and the lower body is a pair of tight jeans. Because of the humidity, the pure white short t-shirt was sticking tightly to her body, outlining her proud figure while allowing you to faintly see her snow-white skin underneath through the clothes. Maybe because he was in such a hurry to escape, he lost his shoes. A pair of white and slender feet were exposed to the air. The only drawback was that she stayed in the sewer for a long time, which made her dirty. But Feng's focus is not limited to these. When he discovered the other person, Feng noticed the other person's eyes flashing with vigilance. Sure, in this apocalyptic world, when seeing his own kind, he did not ask for help directly, but continued to think on his own. She does have a good brain, much better than Yu Haoyun. But that's why? How to gain the other party's trust becomes a difficult problem. Who are you? Looking at the two women and one man who suddenly appeared in her sight, Nie Xiaoya looked alert. With a clear mind, she immediately noticed that the relationship between the three was abnormal. Although the man in the lead is good-looking and has a good figure, but having two followers at the same time seemed unrealistic to her, combined with the current Doomsday situation. Soon, a very reasonable guess appeared in Nie Xiaoya's mind. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but clench the sharpened iron sheet in her hand. If the other party tries to force it, the iron piece will appear in her throat first. Her thoughts were clear. Even if I die, I cannot destroy my innocence. It seems that we can't deal with this strong woman the same way we dealt with Yu Haoyun. Looking at the other party's actions, Feng remembered the information about Nie Xiaoya mentioned in the intelligence. Strong character, self-reliant, cannot accept any humiliation. Now it seems that it is true. However, since it was mentioned in the intelligence, Feng had already thought of a countermeasure before setting off. He gestured for Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun to stay where they were, and he approached with a kind face and said, "Are you Nie Xiaoya? How do you know my name?" Nie Xiaoya was stunned for a moment, and her eyes became more alert. "Don't worry, you must have been hungry here for a long time. Eat something first." As he said that, Feng took out the bread he had prepared earlier from his pocket and threw it over. At the same time, a reminder sounded in his mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Hosts all ability levels +1. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 4, Stone Skin, level 2. Nie Xiaoya couldn't see Feng's panel. At this moment, her eyes were fixed on the bread that had just fallen to the ground, and she couldn't help swallowing. My stomach growled loudly. She was really hungry. During this time, she had no food and even turned her attention to the rats in the sewers. If there wasn't still a trace of grudge in my heart, I'm afraid she has become a rat-eating maniac now. But even so, Nie Xiaoya just picked up the bread and put it solemnly into her pocket. She didn't eat it right away because she couldn't fully trust the man in front of her. Seeing Nie Xiaoya's reaction, although Feng had expected it, he still sighed in his heart. Really, sometimes it is not a good thing for a woman to be too smart. Seeing this, he decided to reveal his trump card directly. "Eat if you're hungry. I won't hurt you. It's your sister, Nie Xiaoxing, who asked me to save you." Xiaoxing? Hearing this familiar name, Nie Xiaoya was stunned for a moment and asked anxiously, "Have you met my sister Xiaoxing?" Just as the apocalypse broke out, Nie Xiaoya sent her location to her sister via mobile phone a second before the signal was completely paralyzed. But I didn't receive a reply from the other party. All this time, she thought her sister was dead. But I didn't expect to hear news about my sister, Nie Xiaoxing, from the man in front of me. If you want to know about your sister, just follow me. Feng decisively stated his purpose. And Nie Xiaoya was also in a dilemma. If I follow the other person, won't I become his plaything? But if you don't agree, my sister Nie Xiaoxing. Looking at Nie Xiaoya, who was in a dilemma, Feng couldn't help but smile and said softly, "Dr. Nie, you don't want your sister to be left out there and eaten by zombies, do you?" 018 Haunted in Broad Daylight. Special Mutant. Feng's voice echoed in the sewer. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun were stunned when they heard this. What a professional line from a porn movie. Could it be that Brother Shui wanted to finish this woman off right there? But there is a good saying. If a person has a dirty heart, everything he sees will be dirty. Feng didn't have the same thoughts as the two of them. The only purpose of saying this was to get Nie Xiaoya to join his team and help him build a shelter. And Nie Xiaoya also understood what Feng meant. After thinking for a long time, she nodded hesitantly. "Okay, but you have to promise not to do anything to me." "No problem." Feng agreed readily. After all, he is not a sex-hungry ghost. Although the other person had a good figure, he was so dirty that he had no interest in her. Wouldn't it be better to continue to educate in Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun with sticks? Agreement reached. There was no need for them to stay in this dirty and messy sewer any longer. Shuefeng was the first to leave the sewer, and then pulled in Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun out one by one. When it was Nie Xiaoya's turn, the other party had not eaten for a long time, resulting in malnutrition and weakness in his limbs. One of them lost his balance and fell directly into Shuefeng's arms. A pair of large leather balls tightly wrapped in clothes were instantly deformed by the pressure. Good fellow. Feeling the touch on his chest, Shuefeng widened his eyes. I hadn't realized before that this woman was so attractive. Ahem. Realizing her own misconduct, Nie Xiaoya quickly stood up. There's a small shop nearby. There should be some supplies in there that I can search. I didn't dare go there alone before, but now I can go check it out. Okay. Shuefeng agreed readily. He never has too much supplies. The more the better. In addition, Nie Xiaoya mentioned that the distance was not far, so the three of them did not drive the armored vehicle and advanced on foot. Soon, the few of them encountered the first wave of zombies. Careful, Nie Xiaoya spoke quickly. Although it was just an ordinary zombie, she knew how outrageous this thing was. Not only do they have strong vitality, but if they are scratched, they will be assimilated. In Nie Xiaoya's opinion, without complete preparation, you must never clash with zombies. But the next scene directly shattered her cognition. Shuefeng ignored her warning, pulled out the long knife that Yu Haoyun always carried with her from her arms, and walked straight towards the nearest zombies. Under everyone's gaze, a silver light suddenly flashed by, cold and dazzling. Shuefeng held the long sword at an angle. A streak of blood appeared on the sword and dripped along the tip. Also falling down were several hideous zombie heads. In just a moment, several ferocious zombies were dealt with. Seeing this scene, and Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun naturally applauded. Nie Xiaoya looked at Shuefeng's back, was silent for a moment, and then fell into deep thought. It was so easy to get rid of several zombies. It seems that there is a reason why the other party was able to survive in the apocalypse and take in 2 women. Thinking of this, she felt a little more at ease despite her anxiety. At least from this stage, my choice to join them is the right one. Of course, the premise is that he won't do anything to me. Shuefeng didn't notice Nie Xiaoya's mentality either. All his attention at this moment was focused on the panel in front of him. Current host properties panel. Strength, 19. Agility, 19. Spirit, 19. Durability, 24. Luck, 19, plus 100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 5, Stone Skin, level 3. Just now, after successfully using Nie Xiaoxing to trick Nie Xiaoya out. The second piece of information was also confirmed again. All attributes plus 5, ability level plus 1. Although he was unable to unlock new superpowers, Shuefeng's combat effectiveness was greatly enhanced. That's why the scene just now happened. With my current abilities, dealing with that hidden mutant shouldn't be a problem. The most important thing is how to find each other. Feeling the changes in himself, Shuefeng said in a low voice. However, he really had no way to find the other party. Let's take it one step at a time. After dealing with the zombies in front of them, the few of them continued to move forward. Along the way, many zombies popped out. They were all solved by Shuefeng single-handedly. It is worth mentioning. When facing a group of zombies, Shuefeng also specially used his special ability, Xinxiao. Compared with the level 1 Xinxiao, this skill has undergone a qualitative change after being upgraded to level 5. Not only does the speed at which lightning condenses become faster, and when it hit the zombie, a big explosion occurred. With just one shot, he successfully ignited 3 zombies and turned them into charred corpses. Even if it's a mutant, it can probably only withstand 3 Xinxiao blasts at most. Looking at the effect caused by Xinxiao in front of him, Shuefeng made inferences in his mind. And see this scene. Nie Xiaoya was speechless for a moment. Condensing thunder. Is this still a human being? Although she had thought that since blood rain could turn creatures into zombies, was it possible that it could also cause creatures to change for the better? However, the scene of Shuefeng using Xinxiao just now directly confirmed her guess. Only, is this change a bit too big? Looking at Shuefeng, who continued to display his strength, Nie Xiaoya's heart, which had finally calmed down, felt a sense of crisis again. Such a powerful man. If I really want to do something, I probably won't have a chance to resist, right? I'll make plans after I successfully meet my sister. Nie Xiaoya sighed, feeling a little melancholy. Over time, everyone successfully arrived at the convenience store that Nie Xiaoya mentioned. Compared with the supermarket in the Riverside Villa area, this convenience store is much smaller. Supplies are even more scarce. I randomly picked some uncontaminated food and bought the last few packs of mineral water in the store. The entire store was almost moved out. Looking at the empty convenience store, Shuefeng lost interest in collecting supplies and walked towards the armored vehicle with the 3 women. But at this moment, and Xiaowei suddenly realized something was wrong. Did you see a dark shadow passing by just now? She pointed her finger at a place. Several people looked over, but found nothing. Maybe I saw it wrong. And Xiaowei explained, but she felt more and more uneasy. Is it an illusion? But the next second, a corpse on the roadside, whose head had been torn off by a zombie but had not transformed, suddenly disappeared before her eyes. And Xiaowei screamed, "Really, there really is something." Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a series of heavy footsteps were heard. Everyone looked around hurriedly, but could not find the source of the footsteps. And this movement continued. At the same time, everyone felt as if they were being stared at by a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness. Is it haunted? Yu Haoyan was terrified. I can hear the movement, but I can't see the other party's presence. Isn't this the ghost in movies and TV dramas? It's really scary. Listening to the footsteps around him, Xuefeng curled the corners of his mouth. Finally, I've waited for you. 019 The use of stone skin, easy kill. Watching the strange scenes happening around me, Xuefeng was certain that it must be the work of a hidden mutant. According to the intelligence, almost all the people in the Riverside Villa area have moved away. Therefore, this hidden mutant must have not eaten for a long time. I have been driving an armored vehicle to search for him recently, which is quite ostentatious. And now, no armored vehicle protection. This hidden mutant finally couldn't help but take action. Get in the car first. Xuefeng growled, reminding the three of them. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyan also understood what he meant. This isn't a ghost, it's a mutant causing trouble. So the moment Xuefeng opened his mouth, the two of them rushed towards the armored vehicle that was nearby. Go straight into the back row. Xuefeng was also preparing to get in the car. After all, he didn't have any specific information about this mutant, and the possibility of getting injured if he rushed forward rashly was too high. So, he planned to observe first. Just as I was about to get on the bus, Xuefeng suddenly noticed that Niexiaya was still standing there in a daze, with confusion flickering in her usually calm eyes. Obviously, she had been hiding in the sewer and didn't understand what was happening. Tisk. Xuefeng frowned, grabbed her in his arms like a puppet, and rushed towards the armored vehicle again. Just then, the heavy footsteps sounded again. Xuefeng could even feel it following him closely, and getting closer and closer, just as the claws were about to land on his back. Finally, Xuefeng opened the driver's door of the armored vehicle and jumped in. Bang! It was like something heavy had hit the armored vehicle. The several-ton vehicle swayed slightly. Xuefeng also reacted and looked out through the car window. Can you please let me go first? Xuefeng turned his head to look. Only then did he realize that Niexiaya was sitting on him. She was a little uncomfortable with this strange posture. She clutched the corners of her clothes tightly with both hands and twisted her body uneasily. Xuefeng was aroused by her strange behavior. Hurry over there. After hearing Xuefeng's permission, Niexiaya crawled towards the passenger seat somewhat embarrassedly, with a sense of strangeness in her heart. If it weren't for Xuefeng, I was probably about to die inexplicably at the hands of a mutant. So responsible. Maybe the other person is not as bad as you think. Niexiaya thought. Just then, bang, another collision. The car body began to shake again. Niexiaya lost her balance and sat heavily back on Xuefeng. Hiss! Xuefeng took a breath, picked up the other person, and threw him into the passenger seat. What on earth is hitting the car? The car kept shaking. Bang bang sounds rang out one after another. Yu Haoyan curled up in fear. This scene is really too weird. Even though nothing could be seen, the armored vehicle kept being hit. Is it really a ghost? But if it is a ghost, why does it have a physical body? If it's not a ghost, how can I not see it? Her small brain suddenly stopped working. And Xiaowei was also scared. But unlike Yu Haoyan, even though she was scared, she kept her eyes wide open and looked outside. Niexiaya, who successfully made it to the passenger seat, first rubbed her buttocks which had been hurt by the collision, and then looked outside. Soon, a guess came to mind. Maybe it's not a ghost. Niexiaya touched her chin and looked at Xuefeng. When the blood rain fell, most creatures mutated, such as zombies. But it does not explain that zombies are the end of mutation. Perhaps, above the zombies, some creatures with special genes have awakened special abilities. Just like you. Xuefeng was a little surprised. This woman is quite smart. Not only did he quickly adapt to the current situation and make a guess, but his guess was almost right. There's something. However, judging by the frequency of the collisions, we can infer that there is only one entity with this ability. So if we drive away, the other party will most likely not be able to catch up with us. Niexiaya began to analyze the success rate of escape. Listening to her suggestion, Xuefeng nodded. It was exactly as she said. However, Xuefeng had no intention of escaping. Since the hidden mutants were able to chase them here from the villa area, they can naturally follow them back to the villa area. By then, not only did the danger not get resolved, but it angered the other party. It's really not a wise choice. Bang bang bang. The armored vehicle continued to be hit, and the shaking became more and more severe. It was at this time Xuefeng suddenly reacted. This mutant was clearly at an advantage, but it kept using the least effective and most energy-consuming method of attack, collision. Does this mean the opponent's fighting methods are actually far inferior to those of the large mutants? In that case, now we just need to find its location and then we can solve it. Thinking of this, Xuefeng continued to look outside. But what gave him a headache was no trace at all. The most important thing is that the frequency of the car body being hit is getting slower and slower, and the amplitude of the shaking is getting smaller and smaller. If this continues, it might slip away. No. Xuefeng thought about it and decisively opened the car door. Elder brother, what are you going to do? Seeing him get out of the car, the three women in the car exclaimed. Brother Xuefeng, come up quickly, it's dangerous outside. And Xiaowei leaned on the car window and shouted. Yu Haoyun was also a little anxious and kept urging Xuefeng to get in the car. After all, the scene outside was too weird. If Xuefeng was injured or even sacrificed, then her life in the future will probably be difficult. But Xuefeng seemed not to hear it. I saw him standing outside the car with his eyes closed. The sounds around him were taken in by his ears, and they seemed to be much clearer. Call. A breeze blew from behind Xuefeng's head, followed by a bang. An invisible claw landed heavily on the back of Xuefeng's neck. But the strange thing is, this heavy blow did not break Xuefeng's neck. I found you. Just then, Xuefeng's low voice sounded. Immediately afterwards, he stretched out his left hand and grabbed the mutant's claws before he could withdraw them. His right hand quickly condensed the divine sky. Dazzling lightning lit up in his hand and struck directly at the mutant's invisible body. Just hear a sizzling sound. The thunder spread instantly, gradually outlining a thin figure over 2 meters tall. Xuefeng, who saw the other party's blurry appearance, did not stop. Xinxiao played it as if it was free. Soon, a burnt smell filled the air. Ouch! Along with the mutant's miserable screams, the last divine arrow smashed down. The fire was burning fiercely. The body, which had been transparent until now, was revealed as its vitality dissipated. At the same time, a prompt sounded in Xuefeng's mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host attributes +5. Hosts all ability levels +1. 0-20 after a hard day. You should always reward yourself. Is this the mutant from earlier? Looking at the huge corpses on the ground. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun exclaimed in surprise. It turns out that this is the thing that has been attacking them. Well, a mutant with the ability to hide. Xuefeng said this as he skillfully cut open the mutant's head with a knife. Successfully dug out a mutant crystal. So big, and Xiaowei exclaimed. This mutant crystal was more than a circle larger than the largest mutant crystal they had seen before. Besides, the color of this crystal is also purer. Under the dim light, it emits a mysterious glow. Xuefeng processed it briefly, then threw it into the storage space with a smile on his face. This potential crisis was resolved. Today's mission is completed. Get in the car and go home. The armored vehicle drove into the Riverside Villa area and stopped outside the gate. Nie Xiaoye was stunned when she saw such a luxurious base. In this end times, is there anyone who can enjoy life like this? And there are dogs barking in the yard. It's the end of the world, and you still keep a dog? However, after seeing Xuefeng's strength, she suddenly felt that no matter what happened, it would not be too outrageous to this man. Okay, get out of the car. Xuefeng reminded them and signaled them to move the supplies. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun naturally had no complaints. Nie Xiaoye was carrying supplies while observing the environment of the villa. Xuefeng, I feel like this place could use some renovation. After the field investigation, Nie Xiaoye spoke. When Xuefeng heard her words, his eyes lit up. It starts so soon? He is so dedicated. I really did not choose the wrong person. You say? Nie Xiaoye nodded. From my observation, the environment of this villa is still very good. No matter what happens around it, it will not be affected here in the first place. The only drawback is that ordinary building materials are clearly not strong enough against zombies and mutants with special abilities like those we just saw. I think we can protect the building materials. Then she told them her ideas one by one. For example, high-density and high-hardness steel plates are implanted on the walls around the villa. For example, all windows are made of the highest standard bulletproof glass, especially the gate. After Nie Xiaoye finished speaking, she pointed to the rather simple gate in the yard. In the rule of law society before the end of the world, this type of door was very common. But now is the end of the world and there are no legal constraints. A gate like this might be effective in keeping out zombies, but it's useless if you encounter other survivors. And the walls around here are so low that anyone with a bit of flexibility could have climbed over them. Besides, Nie Xiaoya talked incessantly, but in Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun on the side were stunned. Could it be that the shelter they thought was very safe was worthless in the eyes of the other party? But Xue Feng listened to Nie Xiaoya's words and nodded in agreement. What the other party said were the pain points of this villa. But fortunately, there is still room for improvement. Unfortunately, there were too few materials, and without electricity, construction was difficult. The villa now uses electricity generated by solar panels. This amount of energy storage can only support normal electricity consumption, and is far from enough to be used as energy for construction equipment. It seems that we need to build a generator. Xue Feng said this, silently adding the generator to his small notebook of material collection. Fortunately, some transformations can still be started now. For example, raising the courtyard wall. Take some barbed wire from other villas and weave it together with steel wire. Soon, the villa's wall was strengthened to more than 2 meters high. That's all for now. Tomorrow we'll go find some building materials and finish upgrading the shelter as soon as possible. The three people who had been busy for half a day nodded in agreement. After dinner, Xue Feng took out a few more mutant crystals to feed the dog. Night falls. There is not enough water. Although several people entered the sewer today and got dirty, they couldn't take a good shower. Xue Feng was a great contributor, so needless to say. As for Yu Haoyun and in Xiaowei, they dipped towels in water and wiped each other's bodies. As for Nie Xiaoya, she had not yet let go of all her grudges against Xue Feng, so naturally she did not dare to take a bath. It's a natural thing. Yu Haoyun's bed on the floor yesterday was left to her. Late at night, Xue Feng lay on the bed, thinking about where to find the generator, water purifier, and steel plate building materials. At that moment, the silk quilt beneath him seemed to be gently brushed by a breeze, rippling with barely perceptible ripples. Then, a gentle warmth crept in, like the first ray of sunshine on a spring morning, gently and irresistibly embracing his entire being. Hiss! He couldn't help but let out a soft cry, a sound that carried a hint of unexpected surprise, mixed with the delicate emotion of being touched by this sudden warmth. An indescribable warmth and tranquility filled the air, as if the entire world had become soft and harmonious in that instant. The next day, the sun was high in the sky, and the sunlight shone through the window onto the three people on the bed. Xue Feng, who was 1.8 meters tall, with broad shoulders and a thick back like a dog, was lying in the middle, with white patches on both sides. Feeling the warmth, Xue Feng slowly woke up. First thing, of course, I would check out the information updated today. Wang Xinyu, a doctor at Xinfang Hospital, 1.5372 meters away, is an exceptional doctor. He is taciturn and doesn't know how to express his emotions. Every night, he thinks of his first love and uses his hands to have sex. He never forgets her. 2. In Manhwa Building Materials City, 10,262 meters southeast, many mutants with invisibility abilities have emerged, including 1 with super speed, 2 with stealth, and 3 with super strength. Killing them has a chance of obtaining a mutant crystal. 3. In the villa complex number 362, where the host lives, there once lived a wealthy man who loved invention. He developed a simple diesel generator, but never used it, so he abandoned it in the basement. 021 Miss Doctor, did you not sleep well last night? Generators, building materials. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xue Feng nodded. This information is updated quite timely. In that case, if we can collect enough generators and building materials today, in a few days, the villa's defense system will be upgraded. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on Xue Feng's lips. Then he looked at the last one. The information format was the same as before, even the specific location and the opponent's abilities were marked. But when Xue Feng looked at it, his expression suddenly changed. This Wang Xinyu, isn't it? When Xue Feng saw this name, a figure automatically appeared in his mind. Height 158 centimeters, 36D, long hair. Cough cough. That's not the point. Mainly because Xue Feng discovered. This name is exactly the same as his first love in high school. I remember that after she graduated from high school, she seemed to have been admitted to a very famous medical university. She's a good student, and her name often appears in newspapers. Is it really such a coincidence? But no matter whether it was her or not, Xue Feng planned to go over and take a look. A person with great attainments and medical skills is still very rare in this doomsday. After all, in this world, social order has been paralyzed. Basic facilities such as transportation and medical care are unable to function. In the past, a minor injury would cost at most a few $100s. And now, if he doesn't receive timely treatment, he will lose at least half his life. Just when Shui Feng was thinking, and Xiaowei woke up and felt like she was about to fall apart. The inside of her thighs were bruised red, and her waist was so stiff she couldn't straighten up. But this state is still pretty good. Recalling what happened last night, and Xiaowei chuckled and tucked her right hand into the quilt. Okay. Feeling the movement under the quilt, Shui Feng grabbed in Xiaowei's wrist and said with a smile, I caught you for being restless early in the morning. And Xiaowei, who was caught, was not embarrassed at all. Instead, she pressed forward with all her might. I was so tired last night. Can you move today, brother? Just when the two of them were in love with each other. Yu Haoyun beside her also woke up. Her condition is even worse than in Xiaowei's. The experience after completely letting go last night was even more exciting than the first time. Even after a night's sleep, she still felt weak all over and had difficulty even raising her hands. Listening to the movements of the two people beside me, Yu Haoyun's face turned red and she wanted to join in. But after all, it had only been 2 days, and she felt a little embarrassed. I can only pretend to be asleep. But you have to do your work during the day. Shui Feng naturally wouldn't get too deeply involved. After teasing in Xiaowei, Shui Feng grabbed Yu Haoyun, who was still pretending to sleep, into his arms. After a lot of left and right Alibaba, she was completely exhausted. Just when the two were burning with desire, Shui Feng decisively withdrew. Okay, we have things to do during the day, so we'll continue our fight at night. All right. Although both of them were a little dissatisfied, they still nodded in agreement. Get dressed and get up. As soon as he got out of bed, Shui Feng suddenly noticed Nie Xiaoya. I saw that the other person's face was haggard, and it was obvious that he had not slept well. That's not right. I didn't bring her with me last night. The most important thing is that she looks similar to the other two women in this state. Thinking of this, Shui Feng instantly understood. Didn't you sleep well last night, doctor? You look even more tired than Xiaowei and Xiaoyu. At first, Nie Xiaoya didn't realize anything. But when she heard the second half of Shui Feng's words, her whole face suddenly turned red. Did he discover what I did last night? This shouldn't be the case. But if he hadn't discovered it, why would Shui Feng compare himself with those two women? Nie Xiaoya felt her mind was in a mess, but she still said stubbornly, I was thinking about the villa renovation last night. Yes, I was thinking about the villa renovation, so I didn't sleep well. Oh, so that's how it is. And Xiaowei also came out. As a woman, she naturally noticed that something was wrong with Nie Xiaoya. She asked with a smirk on her face. Doctor sister, why do you look so haggard? Could it be that you were eavesdropping last night? How could that be? Yu Haoyun cooperated with her. Sister, such a serious person, how could she be eavesdropping? The two of them sang in unison, and soon Nie Xiaoya was embarrassed. Shui Feng also saw this scene. Looking at Nie Xiaoya's reaction, he naturally understood what had happened last night. If you want to deal with her, it is naturally not as easy as dealing with Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun. Nie Xiaoya is smart, capable, and very successful in science and technology. She is a typical strong woman. But that's also why people like this have strong self-esteem. If you use force, the other party will most likely choose to die rather than live in disgrace. The only way is to guide her slowly. Once she can't help herself, the whole thing will be much easier. We can't be impatient about this matter. We need to do it step by step, slowly and steadily. Shui Feng smiled slightly. He turned around and left the room and came to the yard. The dog hasn't been fed yet. Take out 2 boxes of food from the storage space and open them. Shui Feng waved to the dog who was still standing guard diligently. Suck, suck, suck. When they heard Shui Feng's voice, the dogs that were still observing the outside environment immediately turned their heads. It came to Shui Feng, wagging its tail and sticking out its tongue. Under his instructions, there were 18 dogs in total, and they started eating quickly. So good. Shui Feng reached out and rubbed the heads of these dogs. Dogs are still better. As long as you give them enough food, they will be loyal to you forever. Not like a human. You have to find a way to deal with it yourself. Thinking of this, Shui Feng looked at the strongest dog in the pack. This dog is the one that Shui Feng had fed the mutant crystal to before. One day gone. Its body has obviously become much stronger. Its fur is black and shiny, its limbs are strong and powerful, and its body is a little bigger than before. Now when the dog stands up, it can reach Shui Feng's waist. If it stood on 2 legs, it would probably be as tall as a human. The mutation effect is very significant. Shui Feng nodded with satisfaction. It seems that it won't be long before he can own a mutant dog. Thinking of this, Shui Feng took out 2 mutant crystals from the storage space. When the dog saw the mutant crystal, his eyes widened. Apparently, it's delicious to him. Shui Feng didn't tease it and directly threw the 2 mutant crystals into the dog bowl. Can this kind of thing really be fed to dogs? Nia Xiaoya, who had been watching, asked. If she remembered correctly, this thing should have been dug out from a zombie's head. Is it really okay to feed the dog like this? Shuefeng didn't want to explain anymore. He stood up and clapped his hands. If it wants to eat, I'll feed it. What's the problem with that? I can feed you, too. Would you like to eat? Nia Xiaoya suddenly looked disgusted. Shuefeng ignored her and waved towards Xiaowei and Yu Haoyan. Let's go collect supplies. 022. There is also an unexpected gain. The three of them naturally accepted Shuefeng's proposal very quickly. Although they didn't know why they were in such a hurry, they still quickly cleaned up. Adjust your state. The previous hidden mutant was eliminated. Therefore, the entire villa is safe for everyone for the time being. Several people walked towards the villa mentioned in the intelligence. Soon, the group encountered a small group of wandering zombies. The combat capabilities of these zombies are very weak. You can use them to practice. Looking at the zombies with slow steps and stiff movements, Shuefeng spoke. Good. And Xiaowei took out her Browning. She twirled the tiny pistol in her hand and aimed it. Soon he locked onto a zombie. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Immediately afterwards, blood splattered from the neck of the nearest zombie. The Browning's power is not very great, but it can easily penetrate the skin and bones. The powerful inertia caused the zombie to fall heavily backward to the ground. It twitched a few times, and then there was no movement. Sure. Shuefeng raised his eyebrows and looked at Xiaowei, who looked proud. It only took 3 days for this girl to adapt to the battle in the end times. One bullet accurately hit the zombie's neck, penetrated the flesh, and damaged the brain stem. The most important thing is, during this process, Xiaowei did not scream and shout like before. Instead, he was calm and composed, and his movements were smooth and seamless. Yu Haoyun on the side was not to be outdone. She rushed forward holding the long sword given to her by Shuefeng. Then they surrounded the zombies and began to circle around. Obviously, cold weapons are at a disadvantage in this kind of battle. It was just a few days of fighting and the experience of hovering between life and death. This has already given the delicate girl Yu Haoyun a certain amount of experience and combat effectiveness. Huh. She just let out a low cry, and her 2 delicate hands that were gripping the knife handle suddenly exerted force. Snap! The long knife pierced into the back of the zombie's neck, successfully destroying the brain stem. Not bad. Shuefeng nodded. Yu Haoyun's movements were clumsy and she wasted a lot of time. But it can be considered a successful solution to a zombie. Next is Nia Xiaoya. She also received a cold weapon from Shuefeng. However, she had just been rescued and was still somewhat weak. But I can't let this man look down on me. Nia Xiaoya glanced at Shuefeng's back, then rushed forward with her weapon in hand. After several thrilling moments, I finally killed a zombie. It's like jealousy. Shuefeng doesn't need to do anything at all. Soon, the zombies on the road were cleared out by the 3 women. And Xiaowei is fine. Yu Haoyun and Nia Xiaoya soon became sweaty because of the close combat. On the contrary, Shuefeng was unusually relaxed. Number 362. Looking at the number plate on the gate, this was the villa they were looking for. Walked in easily. Intelligence suggests the generator is in the basement. When he arrived in the yard, Shuefeng dealt with the zombie that the villa owner had turned into and found the entrance to the basement. Some of the dilapidated wooden doors still have locks hanging on them. There's nothing much to say, just kick it away. Come in and take a look. Shuefeng took out the miner's lamp and walked in first. And Xiaowei and the other 2 followed closely behind. As soon as they came in, they saw the basement, which was almost packed to the brim. Good boy, there's a hidden world. Shuefeng was a little surprised. There was actually food hidden in there, as well as several boxes of mineral water. There was some dust on the box. Obviously it had been there for a long time. And some food. Pick out some that have not yet deteriorated and put them directly into your pocket. Then comes the all-important generator. An old diesel generator covered with a thick layer of dust. Apparently, this thing has been in the works for quite some time. Doctor, come over here and take a look. Good. Hearing Shuefeng calling her, Nia Xiaoya hurried over. When she saw the diesel generator, her eyes suddenly lit up. This is a generator. The design is quite reasonable, but I don't know if it can still be used after being stored for so long. But even if it breaks, I have the ability to fix it. When it comes to her professional field, Nia Xiaoya naturally does not hesitate to share her value. Shuefeng nodded. It seems that his decision to save Nia Xiaoya was quite correct. Thinking of this, he stuffed the diesel generator directly into the storage space. Hey, there's a door here. At this moment, Nia Xiaoya discovered another door hidden in the wall. The door is not locked. Gently push it open, and a rotten smell immediately fills the air. Nia Xiaoya covered her mouth and nose and looked inside. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise. Oh, What's wrong? Shuefeng was a little confused. There couldn't be any zombies in here. But when he walked over, he saw a completely different scene. Different from the simple decoration of the basement. The floor and walls of this room are decorated with dust-free white. It is filled with various instruments. Shuefeng didn't know what these devices were, but judging from Xiaoya's reaction, they seemed to be very useful. I saw Xiaoya moving around in various machines, pressing here and touching there. Soon, she raised her head, her face full of surprise. This is like a ready-made laboratory. With these devices, I can do a lot of research on blood rain, and even find out the function of that mutant crystal. Hear this. Shuefeng's eyes lit up. There is an unexpected gain. He has been killing zombies and mutants continuously during this period, and the number of mutant crystals in his storage space has accumulated to nearly 200. But this thing is too mysterious. There was no prompt in the intelligence system. Therefore, these nearly 200 mutant crystals have been stored in his storage space all along. Apart from occasionally taking out a few to feed the dog, it is almost useless. But if Xiaoya could use these instruments to study the effects of mutant crystals, there is no doubt that their understanding of this in time will become deeper. Most importantly, maybe we can discover the secret behind this Doomsday. Is it my luck that's working, or is it because of Yu Haoyan? Shuefeng thought about it. Both are possible. But this is not the most important thing. After confirming that all these instruments were useful, he simply waved his hand. Take them all away. Once the renovation of the villa is complete, we can create a separate room for you to do research. Shuefeng assured Xiaoya. Really? The latter's eyes lit up. As long as she has a laboratory, she can play her role perfectly. If that's the case, how can Xiaowei and Yu Haoyan compare to me? Xiaoya laughed happily, but she soon came to her senses. No, what am I competing with these two women? But Shuefeng didn't pay attention to her reaction. Just as he was putting the diesel generator and all the instruments in the laboratory into the storage space, a reminder sound also rang in his mind. Successfully confirmed the accuracy of the intelligence. 023 Speedy Mutant. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host attributes +2. Host Shenshao Stone Skin, ability level +1. Host successfully unlocks new ability, times 0. Current host properties panel. Strength, 26. Agility, 26. Spirit, 26. Durability, 31. Luck, 26, +100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 6. Stone Skin, level 4. Times 0, level 1. Looking at the panel in front of him, Shuefeng nodded with satisfaction. All attributes reached 26 points, and durability directly exceeded 31 points. Now, even without Stone Skin, my body can withstand a lot of damage from cold weapons. According to the calculation rules of panel properties, the four-dimensional attributes of ordinary people will not exceed 10 at most. My current durability has reached 31, more than tripled. However, Shuefeng was not so stupid as to stab himself twice. If you encounter danger, can't you just use Stone Skin to resist it? Besides, the increase in other attributes also brought a different experience to Shuefeng. The power increases and the speed increases. As his spirits rose, Shuefeng also felt that his sensitivity had increased a lot. He could hear every movement in the basement. If it were him now, I guess there's no need to entice the hidden mutants to take action. Just by hearing, you can roughly determine the other party's location. If I encounter sudden danger again, my reaction ability will definitely be greatly enhanced. Thinking of this, Shuefeng couldn't help but laugh out loud. But that's secondary. The most important thing is the supernatural power I just acquired. Times 0. Shuefeng murmured softly and closed his eyes. Open your eyes again. Huh, nothing seems to have changed. Shuefeng checked his body and found that there was no difference from before. Is it because the skill level is too low? Thinking of this, he looked up and looked around. Etc. Just then, Shuefeng suddenly discovered that the movements of Xiaowei and the other two seemed to have slowed down a bit. Oh my god. It turns out that this is the correct way to activate times 0. Slowing down the enemy, or rather slowing down the flow of time, but I will not be affected. A hint of excitement flashed in Shuefeng's eyes. According to the theory of relativity, if the enemy slows down, doesn't that mean you should speed up? If I raise the level of this ability, can I stop time? Suddenly, an idea popped into Shuefeng's mind. However, at this stage, he has no channels to actively improve his ability level. We can only slowly verify the information and wait for the system to issue rewards. Thinking of this, Shuefeng became impatient. It just so happened that all the resources and equipment in the basement had been looted. Okay, next let's go find building materials and renovate the villa. Shuefeng clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Looking for building materials? Is the renovation going to be done so soon? By the way, the building materials that Dr. Sister mentioned seem difficult to find. I guess I'll have to find a large building materials market. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun were discussing. Nie Xiaoya also heard Xue Feng's words and kindly reminded him. Those building materials are very difficult to gather. There's no need to rush. Just take your time. She definitely meant well. After all, it is very dangerous to go out and look for it rashly. But Xue Feng didn't care about these. In the information updated today, a large building materials factory was marked out. In addition, even the dangers contained therein are pointed out one by one. Since he dares to go, he must not be afraid. So, he simply ignored the other party's reminder, turned around, and got on the armored vehicle. Seeing this, the three women could no longer insist. After all, Xue Feng is the backbone of their small group. The armored vehicle quickly drove out of the villa area. Along the way, Xue Feng discovered that the number of mutants outside seemed to have increased. We must improve our strength as soon as possible, otherwise there will be more and more mutants, and it will become increasingly difficult to survive. Thinking about, he stepped on the accelerator and increased his speed again. 10 kilometers passed in a flash. Soon, the armored vehicle arrived in front of a dilapidated gate. There are 5 big words, Manhwa Building Materials City, written on the gate. And around the gate, there are many zombies gathered. Xue Feng did not stop the car, but stepped on the accelerator hard. Bang! The heavy armored vehicle suddenly accelerated and directly smashed the zombies into 2. The tattered door was also knocked open. After getting out of the car and clearing out the few zombies that were still lingering, Xue Feng waved towards the car. Okay, let's go find the right materials. Wow! As soon as they got out of the car, they exclaimed. Manhwa Building Materials City is the largest building materials city in the area. It covers an area of thousands of square meters and contains all kinds of precious materials. Although there are some traces of fighting inside at this moment. But with Xue Feng here, the 3 of them relaxed their tense emotions. There's even a dressing table here. Yu Haoyun exclaimed in amazement as she looked at the well-preserved and finely crafted table. And Xiaowei, on the other hand, was lingering on the bed. Compared to them, Nie Xiaoya was much calmer. Instead of shopping like the other 2 did, she walked quickly through the building materials city, looking for materials that could be used to renovate the villa. Xue Feng also saw all their reactions. However, he did not scold in Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun for wasting their time. After being tense for several days, it's nice to occasionally relax. Having these people around is indeed much more interesting than being alone. Xue Feng sighed slightly, but he didn't let up. Because according to previous intelligence, there are several mutants here. Bang! At this moment, a huge sound of smashing and smashing was heard. Immediately afterwards, Yu Haoyun let out a scream. She saw a thick steel plate flying towards her rapidly. Just when it was about to split her in half, a corner of the steel plate hit other building materials. It changed direction with a bang and flew past Yu Haoyun's cheek. That was a close call. Looking at the steel plate that was less than half a meter away from him and deeply embedded in the ground, Yu Haoyun patted his chest. I almost died. At the same time, the 3 of them immediately became alert and looked at the mutant that was slowly approaching them. Xue Feng also saw this scene. This should be the giant mutant mentioned in the intelligence. Xue Feng whispered softly. I now have 26 points of strength, and it will be difficult to compete with the opponent. However, Xue Feng noticed that the 3 mutants had thin, weak legs that were completely out of proportion to their bodies. I see. Thinking of this, Xue Feng raised his hand. Shenxiao? After this ability reaches level 6, its power increases again. Before these mutants could even get close to him, they were burned to charcoal by his continuous lightning strikes. The noise of the battle here also attracted the attention of other mutants. Bang bang. There was the sound of heavy footsteps, and besides that, a dark shadow passed by. Stealth mutants and speedster mutants. Thinking of this, he decisively turned on time 0. The next second, the flow rate of space within the site slowed down. The originally unclear black shadow also showed a vague outline. Shenxiao. 2 more lightning balls were fired, and at the same time, Xue Feng strode forward. The thick right arm was instantly covered by stone skin. In a split second, Xue Feng grabbed the speed mutant's neck and squeezed hard. There was a loud bang. The ground cracked instantly, and the speed mutant's head was stabbed into the ground by him. 024 killing all around. The speed mutant's head was fiercely thrust into the ground by Xue Feng. Only the thin body was left struggling outside. Bang, bang, bang. Fists covered in stone skin rained down like raindrops. Gradually, the mutant, beaten to a pulp, stopped struggling. 2 left. After shaking off the remaining blood and flesh on his fist, Xue Feng slowly stood up. When his spirit reaches 26 points, his perception ability is greatly improved. Although it can't be seen, but he could still sense that there were two hidden mutants around, staring at him hungrily. It's you. Xuefeng quickly focused his attention on the hidden zombie closest to him. After fighting with it once, I realized that its attack power was not strong. Xuefeng is naturally fearless. 26 points of agility to quickly deploy. Time Zero's blessing. Xuefeng disappeared from the spot, as if he had teleported. When he reappeared, his right hand, covered with stone skin, was already grasping an invisible object. He could even feel the thing in his hand struggling. Die! Xuefeng curled the corner of his mouth and quickly gathered Shunxiao with his left hand. Sizzle! A blurry figure outlined by electric current suddenly appeared in the air. What followed was a massive bombardment. And witnessed Xuefeng's powerful fighting ability. The other hidden mutant suddenly became frightened and turned around to leave. Just then, and Xiaowei, who had been paying attention to the movements here, decisively pulled the trigger in the direction indicated by her sixth sense. With a bang, flames spewed from the muzzle. The zombie that wanted to escape suddenly stopped moving. Blood spurted out from the right leg. After dealing with a hidden mutant, Xuefeng also changed direction at this time. Almost instantly, he reached the hidden mutant that was trying to escape. Shenxiao? Stone Skin. Time Zero. Various supernatural powers are activated one after another. The hidden mutant, which had little combat power to begin with, was instantly smashed into a pulp by him. Eliminate all mutants. At this time, the corresponding prompts also sounded in Xuefeng's mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host attributes +5. Hosts all ability levels +1. Current host properties panel. Strength, 31. Agility, 31. Spirit, 31. Durability, 36. Luck, 31, +100. Abilities, Divine Sky, level 7. Stone Skin, level 5. Time Zero, level 2. The attributes rose again, breaking through the 30 mark. In addition, each supernatural power has also been increased by 1 level. Xuefeng tried it casually. Xinxiao's attack range and concentration speed have been improved again. The effect of Time Zero is also more obvious. The most important thing is the Stone Skin. After this life-saving skill reaches level 5, it can be said that it has undergone earth-shaking changes. Not only has the coverage been expanded to as much as half the body, moreover, the coverage location can be determined by his mind and controlled at will. In this way, the possibility of getting injured when fighting zombies has been reduced again. After feeling all this, Xuefeng remembered the shot just now. Xiaowei, how did you hit the target with that shot just now? Xuefeng was a little confused. After all, stealth mutants are invisible throughout. If it weren't for my excessive mental strength, I wouldn't be able to sense the other person's position. But Xiaowei is just an ordinary person. Why can she hit the opponent so accurately? Faced with Xuefeng's questions, and Xiaowei was also a little confused. I don't know either. My sixth sense told me that the mutant was right there, so I shot him. I didn't expect he would hit me. Oh. Xuefeng nodded. Perhaps this was talent. But he didn't think much about it. And Xiaowei's improved strength is a good thing for her. Soon, Yu Haoyun dug out the mutation crystals in the brains of the 6 mutants. Same as before. The crystal core in the brain of a mutant with special abilities is significantly larger. I dealt with it casually and threw it into the storage space. Then all the building materials that Nie Xiaoya had previously selected were taken away. The group got back into the armored vehicle and left quickly. Return to the villa. Connect the generator to the villa's electrical system. Then find the diesel that you had collected earlier and pour it in. With the switch pressed, this old diesel generator soon spewed out thick black smoke. There's electricity. Looking at the light that came back on, and Xiaowei's face was full of surprise. In addition, computers, televisions, and other devices can also be used normally. If we can find more diesel, we won't have to worry about running out of energy. Xuefeng silently put this matter into the schedule, then looked at Nie Xiaoya. Doctor, can we start renovating the shelter now? Nie Xiaoya reluctantly turned her eyes away from the experimental equipment and said, the most basic thing is actually to reinforce the surrounding walls, which can be solved with steel obtained from the building materials factory. Besides that, I can also use those experimental devices to make some surveillance equipment to monitor the surrounding movements. This way, when zombies or mutants approach this area, we can react immediately. Nie Xiaoya talked incessantly. After entering her professional field, she became noticeably more energetic. And from what she said, these are just the initial versions. If there were enough equipment and energy, Nie Xiaoya seemed able to transform this villa into a big fortress. Thinking of this, Xuefeng spoke directly. Since everything has been planned, you guys should stay in the villa and renovate it. Okay, no problem. The three girls agreed readily. And Xiaowei asked curiously, Brother Xuefeng, where are you going? Do you need to collect supplies? Xuefeng nodded. We have no shortage of food and drinking water for now, and we have also solved the energy problem. So the most important thing right now is actually logistical reserves, such as simple cold and fever medicine, as well as bandages and alcohol for treating injuries. We don't have any here, so I need to go collect some. And there's one more thing. Xuefeng looked at the information panel in front of him. Wang Xinyu, a doctor at Xinfang Hospital, 1.5372 meters away, is an exceptional doctor. He is taciturn and doesn't know how to express his emotions. Every night, he thinks of his first love and uses his hands to have sex. He never forgets her. Not to mention whether this is my first love. With the addition of a doctor with outstanding medical skills, their small group will avoid more casualties. Just stay home and transform yourself. Within Xiaowei here, ordinary zombies can't hurt you. Xuefeng's words gave everyone a shot in the arm. In addition to Xiaowei's shooting skills, the dog that she had been feeding with mutant crystals seemed to have grown a lot. As long as you don't encounter a very strong mutant, there will be absolutely no danger. After comforting everyone, Xuefeng did not stay any longer. After leaving the villa, he drove the armored vehicle straight to Xinfang Hospital 5 kilometers away. 025, has she been assimilated by the zombies? He killed several zombies along the way. Xuefeng didn't stop and went straight to Xinfang Hospital. At this time, a large number of zombies had gathered outside the hospital. These are all patients who failed to escape before the outbreak of the apocalypse. They were bitten by alien zombies and transformed. As soon as the armored vehicle appeared, having been hungry for many days, they immediately turned their eyes over. Greed gradually filled his chaotic eyes. Xuefeng walked down from the armored vehicle with a calm look in his eyes. Just raise your hand and shoot a shot from the sky. Sizzle. A sharp explosion sounded. The lightning touched the zombies and exploded in an instant. Waves of burning smell entered my nostrils. Xuefeng remained unmoved and continued walking forward while releasing Shinxiao. A path was soon cleared. Come inside the hospital. Xuefeng opened a room at random. It's full of medicines. Xuefeng took a quick look and found everyone he knew. Forget it, just take them all. Soon, he emptied the entire room. All kinds of unknown medicines were stuffed into the storage space. Then he opened another room, which was also filled with medicine. Soon, Xuefeng cleaned the entire first floor. He came to the route map hanging on the wall. The doctor's office should be on the second floor. Seeing this, Xuefeng went straight up the stairs. After 3 or 2 steps, he reached the second floor. Standing in the corridor, opposite Xuefeng was a whole row of offices. Hiss! I opened one at random, and suddenly a greasy zombie with a bald head and a beer belly pounced on me. Xuefeng suddenly raised his foot. With a bang, he kicked the other person away, followed by another shot of Shinxiao. The zombie twitched a few times on the spot, flames came out of its body, and it was soon burned to charcoal. After closing the door, Xuefeng opened the second room and the third room. They are all zombies. Could it be that she has been assimilated by the zombies? Thinking of this, Xuefeng felt a little regretful. But at this moment, a faint sobbing sound rang in my ears. Xuefeng perked up. Zombies can't cry. The only ones who can make such noises are definitely humans. Thinking of this, he followed the sound directly. When he arrived at the door of an office, Xuefeng saw a beautiful girl lying on the table and sobbing in the dirty and messy office. She was wearing a white coat, and she looked tender, cute, and a little childish. Most importantly, she had a great figure. I'll go. It's really her. When Xuefeng saw the other person's appearance clearly, his heart skipped a beat. I didn't expect that Wang Xinyu mentioned in the intelligence was actually my first love. A few years have passed, and the other person has not changed much, especially in height. And it was obvious that Wang Xinyu had been hiding here for a long time. He looked very haggard, and seemed like he hadn't eaten for several days. And looking at her, Xuefeng's eyes suddenly moved, and he took out a mask from the storage space and put it on his face quietly. Knock, knock, knock. Inside the office, there was a knock on the door. Wang Xinyu, who was already somewhat unconscious, quickly regained consciousness and asked cautiously, "Who?" Before I could get a response, the door that was originally closed was suddenly pushed open from the outside. A man who was 1.8 meters tall, strong, and with extraordinary temperament walked in from outside. See that the other person is a human, not a zombie. Wang Xinyu also breathed a sigh of relief. Are you here to save me? The masked man nodded and produced 2 loaves of bread and a carton of milk from nowhere. You must be hungry for a long time. Eat something first, then I will take you out. Look at the delicious food in front of you. Wang Xinyu's eyes suddenly widened, and she swallowed frantically. After not eating for 2 days, she felt like her stomach was about to burst with hunger. There was no time to answer, and he immediately started to gobble it up. And wait until she finishes eating. Shui Feng, wearing a mask, then slowly spoke. Have you finished eating? Wang Xinyu nodded, with a look of gratitude. Thanks for the food, let's get out of here. No rush. Shui Feng chuckled. Since you ate my food, you have to pay a price. Cost. Wang Xinyu was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized. Money, huh? I have exactly 300 here, which is enough to buy all these things for you. As she said that, she handed over the money. But Shui Feng didn't take it. Instead, he shook his head. Have you starved your brain? It's the end of the world now, and what you have in your hand is just a piece of waste paper, the kind that's too hard to even wipe your butt with. So, what do you want? Wang Xinyu was stunned. You don't want to pay? Are you here to see a doctor? Just as she was thinking, Shui Feng suddenly stepped forward and whispered in her ear. Doctor, I think you must be lonely after staying here for several days. The intelligence had hinted that whenever Wang Xinyu thought of her first love, she would. Judging from the paper towels that almost covered the ground, Wang Xinyu must have missed herself a lot these days. But even so, Shui Feng wanted to tease her even more. And heard what Shui Feng said. Wang Xinyu's face changed drastically, and he quickly shrank back. But at this moment, Shui Feng grabbed her with his big hand. How does it feel, my first love? Listening to the other party's words, Wang Xinyu didn't want to respond. But when she turned her head, she was stunned. The man who kept appearing in my mind now overlapped with the face in front of me. It turned out, it was really Shui Feng. 026 bringing back another one. The little thoughts of the female doctor. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Golden Gun Unbreakable. Hosts all ability levels +1. Shui Feng. Why is it you? Wang Xinyu half paralyzed on the ground. Her eyes suddenly widened as she looked at the familiar face in front of her. She was just about to sit up straight, but the pain coming from her body made her gasp. Why can't it be me? Shui Feng had a smile in his eyes as he looked leisurely at the woman in front of him whose clothes were disheveled and whose beauty was exposed. Or, who do you take me for? Of course not. Wang Xinyu flatly denied it. She thought something bad had happened to her. So in the haze, she always thought of the man in front of her as Shui Feng to ease the guilt in her heart. But I didn't expect it. The man who just did that to me. It was actually Shui Feng. The original feeling of guilt was swept away. After all, this was the man he had been thinking about day and night. Just as he was feeling relieved, Wang Xinyu suddenly reacted. If the other party had already recognized him, then why did he wear a mask and deliberately lower his voice just now? Thinking of this, Wang Xinyu's face suddenly turned red. The sweet little face suddenly puffed up like a bun. Shui Feng, were you teasing me just now? No. Listening to the other party's questioning, Shui Feng shook his head and smiled. I just saw that you were in need, so I helped you. The intelligence reports that Wang Xinyu often comforts herself at night. With such a good opportunity, Shui Feng would of course be happy to help. But when he heard the word need, Wang Xinyu could no longer hold back. Her face turned red like an apple, and she cried out in shame. I didn't, you're forcing me. Looking at her reaction, Shui Feng spread his hands helplessly. Since you don't want to, I'll leave first. But I haven't cleared out all the zombies here yet, so you're on your own. As he said that, he actually stood up and walked out. And I saw that he was already holding the door handle, ready to push the door open and walk out. Wang Xinyu suddenly panicked. She was just being stubborn. Why? Are you really leaving? Don't. Hearing Wang Xinyu's voice trying to persuade him to stay, Shui Feng decisively turned back and moved closer to her face. What else? Don't go. Wang Xinyu's voice was as quiet as a mosquito. Feeling the masculine scent coming towards her, she suddenly cried out that she couldn't bear it anymore. Even the body that had just been drained suddenly reacted. Don't leave. Looking at the shy Wang Xinyu, Shui Feng immediately wanted to tease her. He stretched out a hand, gently pinched her chin, and lifted her head up. If you don't let me go, what do you want to do? Think. Shui Feng. So direct? Before Shui Feng could react, suddenly, a pair of cherry-tender lips came directly onto me. Shui Feng only felt a hot body entering his arms. And then, Shui Feng discovered that this girl's mouth was not that hard after all. Okay, that's even. After a collision, Wang Xinyu stood up with satisfaction and straightened her clothes. Only then did Shui Feng discover it. Damn, I was actually raped? But this taste. Those who understand will understand. No wonder so many people choose automatic transmission. It's really convenient. After a quick tidy up, the two of them headed straight out. There is no need to say much about Wang Xinyu's feelings. From the moment she saw Shui Feng, she belonged to Shui Feng from the inside out. Left the office. Under the guidance of Wang Xinyu, Xuefeng collected another wave of medicines and supplies. They almost ransacked the entire hospital before leaving. Arrived outside the hospital, Xuefeng saw that his armored vehicle had been surrounded by zombies. Xuefeng, what should we do? Looking at the dangerous environment outside, Wang Xinyu suddenly became nervous. In her opinion, if you are scratched by a zombie, it is like being poisoned with no antidote. Why don't we go back to the hospital and hide for a while? Wang Xinyu suggested in a low voice. But as soon as she finished speaking, she saw Xuefeng, who had been standing in front of her, holding a long sword in his right hand that appeared from nowhere. He took the initiative to go towards the zombies. The knife flashed. In an instant, several round heads fell to the ground. With just 2 or 3 slashes, all the zombies around the armored vehicle were cleared out. So strong. Watching Xuefeng almost crushing the zombies, Wang Xinyu opened her mouth wide. I suddenly felt that this man was more handsome and more reliable. Okay, come back with me. Okay. Wang Xinyu quickly sat in the passenger seat. Where are we going? To your place? Do you want to find something to eat first? Need not. Xuefeng started the car and stepped on the accelerator. I've built a shelter with a few survivors like you. As for food, there is no shortage for now. Oh. Wang Xinyu nodded obediently. The 2 men rode in an armored vehicle all the way to the riverside villa area. Do you live here? Wang Xinyu got out of the car and looked at the villa in front of her, her mouth wide open. Xuefeng was also a little surprised. I didn't expect Nie Xiaoya and the others to move so quickly. It hasn't been long since then, and the whole villa has changed drastically. I saw that the outer layer of the villa was covered with a solid metal shell. The main door was also replaced with a heavy security door. It seems that the defensive capability is more than 1 level stronger. And heard the sound of armored vehicles outside. And Xiaowei, who had been waiting inside, hurriedly opened the door from the inside. Brother Xuefeng, who is this? Looking at Wang Xinyu beside her, and Xiaowei was stunned for a moment. Yu Haoyun and Nie Xiaoya also came out. You are the survivors staying at Brother Xuefeng's shelter, right? Before Xuefeng could speak, Wang Xinyu said familiarly. Hello, I'm Brother Xuefeng's girlfriend, Wang Xinyu. And Xiaowei. Yu Haoyun. Good job. He declared his sovereignty right from the start. You are his girlfriend, so can't we be too? And Xiaowei looked Wang Xinyu up and down and found that she was not only sweet-looking but also had a very nice figure. I suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The same is true for Yu Haoyun. Nie Xiaoya, who was standing aside, was biting her lips with a flickering look in her eyes. Why did this bring back another? And looking at the white coat on the other person, he should be a doctor, right? What if Xuefeng brings back a woman who has the same scientific research ability as me and is willing to please him next time? Should I take the initiative? Looking at Xiaowei, Yu Haoyun, and Wang Xinyu, who were jealous of each other and gathered around Xuefeng, Nie Xiaoya suddenly felt a little uncomfortable and had the urge to rush up and push the 3 women away. No, what's wrong with me? Nie Xiaoya realized that something was wrong with her and immediately came to her senses. But the thought just now actually happened. I must be thinking this way because I want to live so badly. I'm not envious of them or wanting to have any relationship with Xuefeng. Absolutely not. 027 Intelligence Update. Mutated Dog. Soon, the night passed. The next day, Xuefeng lay on the bed and slowly opened his eyes. Last night was truly wonderful. He had clearly experienced 2 battles in broad daylight, but what he didn't expect was that Wang Xinyu was so resilient. As soon as she finished washing up, she pestered Xuefeng to show her the yoga she had just learned. And the other person is only 158 centimeters tall, so he can be carried. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun also felt the threat from Wang Xinyu. Be more proactive than before. In other words, he obtained the invincible golden spear. If it were Xuefeng before, he would really doubt whether he could withstand it. A battle lasted for 4 hours. At this time, Wang Xinyu, Yu Haoyun, and Xiaowei were also in a terrible state. The sun is already shining on your butt, but you are still not awake. Taking this opportunity, Xuefeng also checked the newly updated information. At the police station 1.7261 kilometers away, there are still 34 survivors with a small amount of guns and ammunition. 2. This shelter sent out an expedition team yesterday, carrying guns and ammunition. They are heading towards the host location. Please be careful. 3. Please note, host, there is a survivor in this shelter who has awakened a special ability. She can make food that can restore physical strength and combat effectiveness. This woman admires strong people very much. The host may consider showing her strength to subdue her. Looking at the panel in front of him, Xuefeng raised his eyebrows. The 3 pieces of information refreshed this time are actually about the same thing, and we can know this from intelligence. At least in Sioux City, besides the fact that he now has a villa shelter. There were also survivors who formed other forces. This is a crucial piece of information. In the apocalypse, survivors are different from zombies. Survivors have brains and are driven by interests. So in Xuefeng's opinion, perhaps in the near future, we will have our first collision with this shelter. Let's deal with this expedition team first. Looking at the second piece of information, Xuefeng quickly determined his current target. After all, just look at the text above. This pair of opponents, armed with guns and ammunition, could appear before him at any time. Although he awakened his superpowers, but it still hurts if you get hit by a bullet. In this end times, it is better to get hurt as little as possible. Thinking of this, Xuefeng looked at the third piece of information again. A mutant. When he saw that someone else had awakened superpowers, Xuefeng was slightly stunned. Xiaoya actually guessed it right? And judging from the intelligence, this psychic should be more of a support role, admiring the strong. If possible, I can recruit her into my team. Xuefeng thought calmly. Of course, if the other party refuses to obey, just kill him directly. After all, when facing a person with superpowers, you still have to be careful. Check all the information. Xuefeng also made a decision. That is, don't collect supplies today, but continue to upgrade the shelter. Let's deal with that expedition team first. Thinking of this, Xuefeng got up immediately and called in Xiaowei, Yu Haoyun, Wang Xinyu, and Nie Xiaoya, who was next to him. Okay, our mission today is to continue upgrading the shelter and strive to complete it as soon as possible. Good. The four of them agreed ignorantly. Although I don't know why Xuefeng is so anxious. But since he has spoken, I must do it. To what extent has the shelter been upgraded so far? Xuefeng looked at Nie Xiaoya. This is a preliminary upgrade that has increased defense capabilities, but it has not yet been effective in terms of countermeasures. Nie Xiaoya said skillfully. At the same time, a strange look appeared in his eyes when he looked at Xuefeng. Last night, she was still eavesdropping. Listening to the noise coming from the four people, it's impossible not to be moved. Even last night, she dreamed of herself. Thinking of this, she was so shy that she didn't dare to look up at Xuefeng. I briefly talked about the current status of the villa. We also analyzed the upgrade goals that can be completed today. Xuefeng said calmly. Let's improve our counterattack capabilities first. After all, no one knows when danger will strike, and it wouldn't be good if we were left on the defensive. Can. Nie Xiaoya nodded. Afterwards, under Nie Xiaoya's command, the four began to upgrade the villa. There are still a lot of materials in Xuefeng's storage space. All of them were moved out at this moment. Not only the villa, but also the yard, and even the area outside the villa were now considered their territory. They are used for paving the ground, building walls, and even the walls of other buildings. Xuefeng's task was to occasionally deal with the zombies that came from the surrounding area when they heard the noise. It's so comfortable. By the way, I haven't fed the dog yet today. Another zombie was eliminated. Xuefeng suddenly remembered that he had started work so hastily today that he had forgotten to feed the dog. At this time, these dogs were still guarding for him with all their heart and soul. Thinking of this, Xuefeng went straight to the yard and brought out a large pile of food. At this moment, Xuefeng suddenly discovered something was wrong. I saw that the dog that had already started to mutate changed again. The dark fur attached to the body is as hard as a steel needle. Huge size. Xuefeng estimated that if the dog stood on its legs, it might be taller than him. The most important thing is, I feel a lot stronger now. Even through the fur, Xuefeng could see its strong and powerful muscles. Oh my god, a bodybuilding dog. Xuefeng said something, reached out and patted the dog's back, and suddenly there was a banging sound. Obviously, this dog's defense is also strong to a certain extent. Ouch. Just then, a zombie came over after hearing the sound. Xuefeng didn't rush to act, but thought for a moment. Dog, go. Then he opened the security door. After hearing Xuefeng's instructions, the mutant dog instantly understood, turned into a black afterimage, and disappeared from the spot. With a plop, he knocked the zombie to the ground again. The bloody mouth bit down suddenly and pulled. There was a crackling sound. The zombie's head was torn off alive. There's something. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xuefeng was slightly surprised. This dog's fighting ability has completely surpassed the four women in the family. Let's give you a name first. How about Black Panther? Woof woof. Hearing his own name, the Black Panther excitedly spun around under Xuefeng's feet. Be good, good Black Panther. From now on, the duty of standing guard will be handed over to you. As he spoke, Xuefeng took out 2 mutant crystals and fed them to it. Black Panther enjoyed eating each one very happily. At the same time, Xuefeng also looked at the panel that just appeared in his mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host agility +3. After taking a quick look at the panel, Xuefeng looked towards the upgraded courtyard. Okay, thank you all for your hard work. Let's go eat something first, then take a nap, and then continue the upgrade in the afternoon. Yeah. The four women, sweating profusely, naturally agreed. Had a simple lunch. And Xiao Wei and Yu Haoyun were so tired after a day that they had no energy to fight anymore. They just lay down on the bed and fell asleep. Shuefeng also had a rare moment of free time, so he went to play chess with Zhou Gong. And somewhere he didn't know, an expedition team consisting of 10 people is slowly approaching the villa area. 028 Shelter Upgrade, Uninvited Guests. This place looks like there are people here. Outside the villa area, an expedition team of 10 people was hiding in the bushes, looking at the luxurious villa in front of them. They were sent out by the shelter to collect food. I originally wanted to try my luck in this wealthy area, but I didn't expect to find my target so quickly. Look, this villa actually has electricity. Just then, someone noticed something was wrong. Through the window, you can vaguely see the lights on in the villa. All 10 people started to get excited. Everyone knows. As the blood rain falls, the world changes and the end of the world comes. All the power equipment used in peacetime has been damaged. Everyone has almost entered the primitive age. Work when the sun rises and rest when the sun sets. But now, there is electricity in this villa in front of me. How could this not surprise them? It must be powered by a diesel generator, and someone this rich must be very wealthy. A thin man with greed in his eyes. Not only that, they also spotted an armored vehicle parked outside the villa. The armored vehicle is nearly 2 meters high and looks to have extremely strong defense capabilities, especially the false blades equipped on the front and sides of the car. There is no doubt at all whether this car can knock zombies away or even break them in two. If we can get this armored vehicle, won't we be able to walk around freely in this apocalyptic world? At this moment, everyone was excited. If we can get this armored vehicle, then they would almost never have to go back to the previous shelter. Driving a car to burn, kill, and loot is such a beautiful thing. Thinking of this, all 10 people became excited. Get started. The leading man suppressed his excited voice and waved to the 9 people behind him. Next second, everyone took out their guns and held them tightly in their hands. This is their reliance for survival in the end times. It doesn't solve the mutants though, but facing zombies and ordinary humans. If you have better marksmanship, it won't be a problem to kill him with one shot. Several people jumped out of the bushes and began to slowly move towards the villa area. Woof woof woof. Just then, there was a loud barking of dogs. The expedition team was startled. Fuck, this rich man actually feeds a dog at home. Looking at the shiny black and huge black panther, the expedition team was all stunned for a moment. My goodness, such a big dog. How much does it have to eat every day? Let him bark for now. Once we've dealt with the rich guy inside, we'll have a dog meat hot pot to celebrate. The boss in charge didn't care. The barking of a dog might alarm the owner of the room, but it is no match for the deterrent effect of gunshots. It would be bad if the people inside were alerted in advance. Thinking about this, they continued to slowly move towards the gate of the villa. Ding ding ding. In the room, everyone who was still sleeping soundly suddenly heard a rapid alarm sound in their ears. Nie Xiaoya was the first to react and quickly looked at the screen in her hand. On the screen, 10 men wearing bulletproof vests and holding guns were slowly approaching this side. Oh no, there's someone. And Xiao Wei and the other 2 hurried over to take a look. But when they saw that there were indeed people on the screen, not zombies, they were all stunned. The shelter has just been upgraded, and it's put to use so soon? And most importantly, before the zombies surrounded the city, humans arrived first? It's obvious these aren't good people. Looking at the expedition team slowly approaching this side on the screen, and Xiao Wei spoke. After all, which survivor would use a gun to look for his compatriots? This group of people must have set their eyes on their shelter and wanted to take it over. Since they want to attack our family, then just deal with them. And Xiao Wei said very confidently. Although the other party had a gun, she also had one. And the enemy is in the light, while she is in the dark. Want to invade? Take my bullet first. Yu Haoyun was a little flustered. They have guns, they don't look easy to deal with. After all, whether before or now, firearms still represent a symbol of strength. 10 people firing at the same time can form a powerful barrage of bullets. If you get hit accidentally, the outcome is likely to be death. At this moment, Nie Xiaoya was looking at the screen in front of her, thinking about something. After all, she had thought that something like this would happen a long time ago. So under her design, today's shelters can not only defend against zombie attacks, it is also capable of defending against humans. Compared with many people who have a lot of thoughts, Wang Xinyu didn't react at all. At this moment, she was lying in Xue Feng's arms, leaning on his chest, with a happy smile on her face. Fine. I was brought here by Xue Feng. Although I have to compete with Xiao Wei and Yu Haoyun every night. But she believed that there would be no safety issues as long as Xuefeng was there. On the contrary, if I were still in the hospital, faced with such a situation, committing suicide early seems to be the best option. Thinking of this, a hint of relief flashed across her face. She felt even more dependent on the man in front of her. Listening to the conversation between several people, Xuefeng slowly woke up. It's finally here. A hint of excitement flashed in Xuefeng's eyes. The reason why I chose to upgrade the shelter as soon as possible was because of the current situation. But I didn't expect these people to come so quickly. The shelter had just been upgraded, so I hurried over to test its defensive capabilities. How thoughtful. Xuefeng sighed. Don't panic, they're just a few humans. Xuefeng waved his hand and comforted the three panicked people. Then he walked to the bed, holding one in each hand. At this time, the windows have been replaced with bulletproof glass. And after Xiaoya's modification, one can only see outside from inside the glass. From the outside, you can only see a blurry scene. At this moment, he was standing in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with his left arm around Xiaowei and his right arm around Wang Xinyu, with Yu Haoyun and Xiaoya standing beside him. From his perspective, he could clearly see 10 very disheveled men advancing timidly towards this side. We were about to enter the shelter's defense area. The Black Panther in the yard, along with the remaining 17 dogs, were barking uncontrollably. Doctor, open the door. Looking at the scene in front of him, Xuefeng said lightly. Open the door? Xiaoya was stunned for a moment. That anti-theft door was carefully selected by her and has strong protective capabilities. If you open the door, wouldn't that be inviting the other person into the house? These 10 people don't look like good people. But just as she was thinking, Xuefeng's voice sounded in her ears again. Open the door and let the dog out. It just so happened that I hadn't fed the dog much today, and the dog food just arrived at my door. Listening to Xuefeng's voice, Xiaoya didn't dare to refute and had to press the unlock button on the screen. 029 defense is full. This is only the first level. The expedition team was extremely vigilant. After all, this is the end of the world, and who knows what danger will suddenly appear. But what they didn't expect was, the 4 of them entered the community incredibly smoothly. When I came to this community before, I was stopped by the security guard. I didn't expect that I could come in directly now. A thin man sighed. Like this wealthy area, there are usually security guards. Ordinary people like him can only watch from afar in peacetime. But I didn't expect that I would soon own a house here. Moreover, the house has been renovated and upgraded and has an electricity system. Thinking of this, he became a little excited. But the bearded man who was leading the group was not as excited as him. Remind out loud. The community can't stop us now, but the most important thing is how to break open this security door. As he spoke, he pointed to the heavy door in front of him. He was also a little confused. Along the way, I found that most villas use the kind of fence gates that look good but are not practical. And this house actually uses a security door. It's really difficult to break it. It's no big deal. Watch me smash the keyhole with one shot and open the door violently. The thin man said this and raised his pistol to shoot. Nonsense. The bearded man quickly stopped him. How could a wealthy man who could renovate his villa only have such simple defenses? You've alarmed them. Someone might come out with a submachine gun soon. Then we will be the ones in trouble. How can a gun be so easy to obtain? The thin man was a little unconvinced. The reason they were able to obtain firearms. All because before the end of the world, they were prisoners in the police station. And after the blood rain fell and the end of the world broke out. With their ruthlessness, several people quickly occupied a police station and obtained all the guns and a small amount of ammunition inside. No matter how rich the people in the villa are, it is impossible for them to get guns in such a short time. However, even though he thought so, he did not take any more action. All 10 people calmed down. Just then, a shorter man came out. I used to be a thief and I can pick locks. Let me do it. Good. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard this and they all made way for her. Immediately afterwards, the short man took out a steel wire from somewhere. After a few twists, it inserted into the keyhole. Haven't twisted it yet. Then I heard a creaking sound. The door opened. It's opened so soon? The bearded man said in surprise. No. The short man was a little stunned. I haven't even started yet, and the door opened by itself. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. After a moment, the thin man said, as expected of a rich man, I thought there were security guards, but they didn't even lock the door. Their security awareness is too poor. But this is also convenient for us, haha. Wait until we get in, occupy this villa, and then use it as a base to quickly expand our power. As he was speaking, suddenly, with a creaking sound, the door inside the villa also opened. 4 different but extremely beautiful women appeared before him. This time, It made 10 people stare with amazement. Oh my god, there are women here. Give me the short one. Her breasts are too big, haha. What are you talking about? These 4 are ours. Everyone can take turns playing. I'll go with the one wearing glasses first. She looks like an intellectual. I've been a worker for so many years, but I've never had sex with such a charming woman. Then I want the one who looks rich. She's probably from a wealthy family. I never thought that I, Li Lao-san, would get to play with a wealthy family's daughter one day. Just keep them in captivity and let them give birth to our children. Good. Looking at the 4 women in front of them, the 10 men in the expedition team were like lustful ghosts, their eyes full of greed. Don't say the end of the world is coming. Even before the apocalypse, they had never seen such a beautiful woman. Everyone is thinking about how to have a good time once they occupy the villa. Listen to their conversation. The 4 women who planned to come out to see what was going on also had expressions of disgust on their faces. But there was no panic at all, and Xiao Wei even tightened the grip on the pistol against her thigh. I plan to take advantage of the time when these 10 people are relaxed and kill them all with one shot. But at this moment, bang! The security door that was originally open suddenly slammed shut. The 10 members of the expedition team were stunned for a moment. Haven't reacted yet. Suddenly there was a buzzing sound under my feet. I saw several thick steel plates slowly rising from the ground. It was like a cage, locking them inside. What's going on? Someone panicked and banged on the wall. They didn't expect that the villa had defensive measures. Are they going to starve them to death in there? Black Panther, dinner is ready. Just then, a calm male voice sounded. The Black Panther, which was originally lying on the ground with a hunting look in its eyes, suddenly turned into a black shadow and rushed out. At the same time, a whole half a person's height appeared on the iron plate that had just been raised. What the hell? How did this dog get in here? This dog wants to eat people. Kill him quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Several gunshots rang out in succession. But the biting sound in the iron cage did not stop, but became more intense. Don't bite me. I don't want to be eaten by a dog. Let me go. I won't dare to do it again. Wailing sounds came from the iron cage. At this time, Xuefeng also walked out of the villa and looked at the scene in front of him calmly. Gradually, the noise in the cage quieted down. Xuefeng picked up the remote control and gently pressed a button. There was only a dripping sound. The heavy iron plate that was originally indestructible began to slowly descend. The expedition team, which was once full of vigor, has now all turned into corpses. The Black Panther bit them one by one and killed them all. The Black Panther, who had completed the mission, was now covered in blood. But none of this blood belongs to it. The bullets hit it and bounced off with almost no effect. All this blood came from the expedition team lying on the ground. This is the first line of defense I designed, specifically for dealing with humans. As long as they're trapped inside, I can starve them to death without wasting a single soldier. Nie Xiaoya explained calmly. And this is just entering the yard. If you walk into the villa, the methods used against these expedition teams will become even more cruel. Okay, go clean up the scene. Xuefeng gave orders calmly. Us. Nie Xiaoya was a little dazed. Yeah, are you still waiting for me to go? Xuefeng glanced at her indifferently without explaining. These are the experiences they must go through, and in the future they may also fight with their compatriots with knives. Rather than feeling bad later, it is better to adapt now. And listening to Xuefeng's words that could not be denied. Although the 4 girls felt the scene was disgusting, they still started to clean it up. Xuefeng came to the Black Panther and patted the dog's head. He was very satisfied with the Black Panther's fighting ability. Not only does it have super combat power, but it can also defend against bullet damage. In that case, a gleam flashed in Xuefeng's eyes. Then let's go and wipe out the enemy in one fell swoop. 030 fight back and make the enemy pay the price. The armored vehicles sped through the night, blending into the pitch-black darkness. Xuefeng sat in the driver's seat with a cold look in his eyes. Unexpectedly, the other party arrived so quickly. If the shelter hadn't been upgraded, facing an expedition team armed with guns, it will probably be a tough battle. I haven't even started to do anything to you yet, but you're already targeting me. Xuefeng snorted coldly, and a sharp light flashed in his dark eyes. In that case, don't blame me for being rude. Feeling the coldness from Xuefeng, the Black Panther in the back row was also tense. Strong muscles are revealed. There is an unknown amount of power hidden inside. Just look at the battle just now. Although in a small space, the Black Panther played a huge advantage. But you can still see it. Black Panther's strength is definitely beyond that of most ordinary people. I just don't know what the outcome will be if I encounter a mutant. Xuefeng thought. This is what he cares about most. After all, it was mentioned in the intelligence. In the shelter he was about to attack, there was a person with special abilities. This was the first time Xue Feng faced a person with superpowers. Even if the opponent's ability tends to be auxiliary, but Xue Feng was still very alert. Let's see whose superpowers are more powerful. Thinking of this, Xue Feng smiled confidently. Soon, the armored vehicle arrived near the police station. Xue Feng did not crash in directly, but parked the car far away. He himself was walking, holding Black Panther. Soon, he had a complete view of the shelter. This shelter is located in a remote area and is sparsely populated, so it should not be very dangerous. But even so, the survivors here still raised the defense level of the shelter to the highest level. Like Xue Feng's villa, the surrounding walls were nailed with steel plates to strengthen the defense. There is also sharp barbed wire on the top of the wall. Besides, Xue Feng also saw the patrol team. Everyone was holding a Type 95 rifle and was well trained. They even built a watchtower. There are 2 people guarding each watchtower, taking turns. They look well trained, just like regular troops. What? Lost contact. At the same time, in the police station, a mature woman in uniform, glasses, and with a cold expression was sitting in the most honorable seat. The woman's name was Zhao Weisu, and she was originally a professional teacher. After the end of the world, she successfully survived by relying on the fighting skills she had learned before. Not only did he survive, but he also unexpectedly awakened superpowers. Under the intimidation of her powerful eloquence and identity as a superpower, successfully recruited a group of people. He led this group of people through all the obstacles and successfully transformed the police station into a shelter. Now, the entire shelter is under her control. But as she holds a high position, she is not interested in such a life. She looked forward to the day when a man stronger than her would appear. And I will stay by that man's side and assist him wholeheartedly. But before that, exploration is essential. That's why she sent out that expedition team. But unexpectedly, only half a day had passed. The expedition team has lost contact. Thinking of this, she looked aside. Next to her, a man with a fawning look on his face was handing over a communicator with his hands in a flattering manner. Your Majesty, I'd say those bastards are all traitors. Once they're released, they'll never come back. You can look at me. I am absolutely loyal. Listening to the man's flattering words, Zhao Weisu's face was full of disgust. Roll. Okay, if you tell me to leave, I'll leave right away. But I won't go far. I'll be waiting outside the door. If you need anything, just call me and I'll be right there. The man who was scolded was not angry. Instead, he looked fawning and really got out. Watching this scene, Zhao Weisu felt a headache watching this scene. Because it's not just this man. Almost everyone in the shelter was furious after learning that she had special abilities. Forget it, don't go away yet. At this moment, Zhao Weisu said. The expedition team lost contact. There are only 2 possible outcomes. Either they escaped, or they were killed. Until we have definitive evidence, we cannot simply rule out any possibility. Zhao Weisu rubbed his chin. How about this? You go and notify the patrol officers outside to increase alert. Especially in the next 2 days, you must patrol and guard continuously and report any situation to me. Yes. The man walked out quickly, but not long after, a scream suddenly came from outside. Alert! Alert! Someone is breaking in, stop him. The entire shelter was filled with the sound of flutes. This was followed by a barrage of gunfire. Data. Listening to the noise outside, Zhao Weisu stood up directly. Wang Wu, what happened outside? Wang Wu is the name of the flattering man just now. But he is always available at any time. It didn't show up at this moment. It seems like something really went wrong. Zhao Weisu's eyes were cold, but soon a smile appeared on his face. Someone actually dared to overestimate his own abilities and intrude into her territory. You are really looking for death. Don't even mention that she has supernatural powers. Even those dozens of patrolmen with guns outside are not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, she took a step forward and walked out calmly. But when he saw the scene outside, he was stunned. I saw that the originally strong barbed wire fence had now been torn into a big hole. 2 figures, almost blurry, were moving back and forth in the yard. With each blow, several survivors were knocked away. The others opened fire in panic. But the bullets had no effect on the 2 black shadows. What kind of monster is this? Zhao Weisu widened his eyes and felt unwell. The first thing that came to her mind was that she might be facing 2 people with special abilities. But when did people with superpowers become so common? You can easily find 2 of them, and they are both targeting me? Soon, the survivors in the yard were wiped out. The 2 figures that were almost blurred gradually stopped. Zhao Weisu only then discovered it. These are not 2 people with superpowers. It's clearly a man and a dog. So strong. Zhao Weisu widened his eyes as he looked at Xue Feng, who was slowly walking towards him. One person took out the entire shelter. Could this be the destined child she has been thinking about? Queen. At this moment, a trembling voice was heard. Zhao Weisu turned around and saw that it was Wang Wu. This guy is hiding in the corner and is still alive. My queen, this man is clearly coming for you. Use your powers to make me stronger so I can deal with him. Zhao Weisu was silent for a moment and nodded. Even if the other party is his destined son, looking at his posture, it is obvious that he is here to kill. Thinking of this, she used her supernatural power to make a bun. Wang Wu took it, gobbled it up, and then became quiet. The next second, bang, the sound of a heavy heartbeat was heard. An inexplicable wave slowly spread from Wang Wu. 031 Fierce fighting. Actually, it was just a joke. Rumble. Waves of dull noises pierced the dead silence of the night sky. Wang Wu stood there in a daze. A faint, indescribable fluctuation emanated from his entire body. Is this her special ability? Xuefeng stood not far away and saw everything the two men did. That woman just now must have used her supernatural powers to conjure up a piece of food. This man ate it, and then he became what he is now. Xuefeng looked at the man in front of him leisurely. At this time, Wang Wu was still standing there. His hands hung naturally, and his head drooped, making it impossible to see his expression. But as time goes by, Xuefeng seemed to hear the sound of a heavy heartbeat. Besides, there was also the sound of gradually heavier breathing. Sizzle. Just then, there was a sound of a cloth being torn. Wang Wu, who originally had a normal body shape, suddenly had his right arm swell up. The sleeves of the clothes could not bear the pressure and were torn apart. Then the right arm, the left leg, the right leg. A series of tearing sounds were heard. Xuefeng clearly saw that Wang Wu seemed to have swelled up. Zhachio's muscles were exposed, and they seemed to contain extremely strong energy. It was at this time. Wang Wu finally raised his head. His face had become hideous at this moment. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang! Wang Wu suddenly raised his hand and punched the air, creating a sharp wind. Is this power? Wang Wu looked at his hands and felt as if he had been reborn. Then he turned around, knelt on one knee in front of Zhao Weisu, and said respectfully, "Thank you, Your Majesty." He felt his power was exploding. It is completely beyond the scope of ordinary people. Even if there is a cow in front of him, Wang Wu believes that he can kill it with one punch. Not to mention that the person in front of me is just a human. All right. Looking at Wang Wu, who was kneeling in front of him, Zhao Weisu looked indifferent and spoke slowly. Go and finish off the enemy. Let me see your strength. Try to leave someone alive. She was not surprised by Wang Wu's change, because all this was caused by his supernatural powers. Zhao Weisu even knew how long the power he gave to Wang Wu could last. Although she likes strong people, but he is not interested at all in strong men, like Wang Wu, who were forcibly promoted. What she loves is a real superpower. A powerful person whose strength surpasses hers just by his own strength. A mutant. Think of this. Zhao Weisu looked up at the handsome young man not far away. A glimmer of light flashed in his cold eyes. She really wanted to know. If this man could join her and eat the food she created with her supernatural powers, how powerful would he be? Yes, Your Majesty. Hearing Zhao Weisu's instructions, Wang Wu agreed immediately. He turned and stood up, looking at the handsome young man not far away. At this moment, the handsome young man was looking at him with a blank look in his eyes. But when Wang Wu saw this scene, he laughed out loud. Little guy, are you scared? This is the power that Her Majesty the Queen has bestowed upon me, a power far beyond that of ordinary people. Speed, strength, responsiveness. Now, I am far superior to you in every aspect. In my eyes, you are as weak as an ant now. But since the Queen has asked me to spare your life, I will definitely not kill you. However, you still have to suffer a little. Wang Wu pondered for a moment, then a sinister smile appeared on his face. How about this? You cut off your arms, then kneel before me and beg for mercy. Otherwise, if I take action, the pain will be at least multiplied several times. And at the same time. However, Xuefeng did not listen to Wang Wu's shouting, just because in front of him. At this moment, there is a panel that has just been refreshed. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Hosts all abilities +1. Boy, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? Looking at Xuefeng, who had remained silent, Wang Wu frowned and growled in a low voice. I heard it. After verifying the information, Xuefeng looked up and smiled kindly. Thank you for giving me the chance, but I don't need it. Court death. Hearing Xuefeng's words, Wang Wu immediately became furious. The power that had been accumulating in the body suddenly erupted. The fist as big as a casserole was suddenly raised and smashed towards Xuefeng's head. But Xuefeng did not dodge or evade, but stood there with a calm expression. Just as his huge fist was about to fall, Shuefeng took a slight step forward. He dodged it by almost brushing the edge of the fist. Did you manage to escape? Wang Wu was a little surprised, but then he punched him again. Watching the two people fighting, Zhao Weisu's eyes were always on the young man who attacked at night. There was a strange flash in his eyes. The boy did not attack, but just dodged Wang Wu's fists like a storm in a panic. Is it because you don't have enough strength that you dare not confront them head-on? Zhao Weisu guessed in his heart. But in her opinion, this is not a disadvantage. Be able to clearly recognize your own shortcomings and play to your strengths in battle. Such a man is at least very smart. If possible, take him under my wing. I'll use my abilities to help him increase his strength and make up for his shortcomings. Thinking of this, a hint of excitement flashed in Zhao Weisu's eyes. If she were asked to choose between the two now, compared with Wang Wu, Shuefeng is obviously a better choice as a partner. And at the same time, facing Wang Wu's attack, Shuefeng never made a move. He just moved his feet and easily avoided the opponent's attack again and again. And, based on the other party's performance just now, Shuefeng even calculated the other party's strength. Strength should be around 20, agility at most 18, and spirit, probably less than 10. Shuefeng thought about it and felt somewhat surprised. It seems that I still underestimated that woman's ability. Before the battle, Wang Wu was clearly an ordinary person, the one whose four-dimensional attributes do not exceed 10. But with the blessing of her special abilities, he actually turned an ordinary person into a fighting machine comparable to a superpower. If I hadn't verified the information before, I would have obtained many attributes. He may not be Wang Wu's opponent. Go to hell. At this moment, Wang Wu suddenly shouted. The raised right fist smashed down with unparalleled force. Bang! A muffled sound was heard. Feeling the touch from his right fist, a hint of excitement flashed across Wang Wu's face. Hit, huh? There was no time to be happy. Shuefeng felt a huge force coming from his right fist. The accuracy is poor, and the power is even worse. A calm voice sounded in my ears. Immediately afterwards, Wang Wu felt a sharp pain in his lower abdomen. It was as if he was hit by a car, and he flew backwards. 032 fighting and subduing Zhao Weisu. Bang! A sound even louder than Wang Wu's fist before was heard. Before he could react, the whole person flew out sideways. There was a thud, and it embedded itself deeply into the wall. How could you? Wang Wu raised his head with difficulty. Looking at the young man in the distance who was slowly retracting his feet with a playful look on his face, he was filled with disbelief. I was clearly in the upper hand just now. But why suddenly? Could it be that the other party has been conserving his strength just now? Thinking of this, Wang Wu felt his scalp tingling, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Ahem. Wang Wu coughed violently twice, and blood mixed with internal organ fragments were vomited out. He is now extremely depressed. If I don't receive treatment soon, I'm afraid I'll die here soon. Thinking of this, he looked directly at Zhao Weisu, who was not far away. My lady queen, please grant me strength once again. I'm still breathing. As long as I'm here, the invaders will never be able to harm you, Wang Wu said weakly. But after a long time, he didn't hear Zhao Weisu's reply. Because at this moment, Zhao Weisu was in deep shock. She saw the scene where Wang Wu was kicked away just now most clearly. Shuefeng's action just now looked like he was kicking a ball. Relaxed and carefree. Wang Wu was kicked so hard that he flew out sideways. What is the concept? This shows that Shuefeng's strength far surpasses Wang Wu. You know, there is a reason why Wang Wu became her subordinate and assisted her. As a person who only cares about strength, the followers around Zhao Weisu must also be the strongest people in the entire shelter. But it was this Wang Wu who could win one-on-one in the shelter and even hold his own against multiple opponents. And he was also blessed by his own supernatural powers. He couldn't even withstand a kick from the opponent. As for the back-and-forth fighting scene between the two just now, Zhao Weisu also realized that it was Wang Wu who was being fooled. A man like this. Looking at Shuefeng walking towards him, Zhao Weisu felt his face flushed and a heat rising in his heart. This is the man in her mind. If she were asked to choose between Shuefeng and Wang Wu, even if he had to choose 100 times, Zhao Weisu would choose the former without hesitation. You're the only one left. Just then, Shuefeng came to Zhao Weisu, looking down at her. Will you choose to come with me, or be beaten to death by me? He had just finished speaking. Then I felt a soft body snuggling into my arms. Sir, Zhao Weisu is willing to follow you forever. So proactive? Feeling the delicate body in his arms trembling with excitement, Shuefeng patted her back with satisfaction. You seem to be a clever woman. You made the best choice in your life. As he spoke, Shuefeng patted her on the back and motioned her to leave. Now, show me around your sanctuary. I am willing to serve you, my lord. Zhao Weisu nodded quickly, took the initiative to walk ahead, and pushed open the door of the shelter. He took Xue Feng with him and walked in. This scene was also seen clearly by Wang Wu, who was not far away. Your Majesty, how could you? He didn't expect it. Zhao Weisu, a powerful psychic who was revered as a queen by herself, was actually willing to be someone else's slave. And it's proactive? The most important thing is, the scene of Zhao Weisu taking the initiative to throw herself into his arms just now completely shattered his beliefs. In his impression, Zhao Weisu has always been a woman who can hide her emotions very well. No matter what happens, you can remain calm even when facing a disaster. Not only is he strong physically, but he is also strong inside. This is also the reason why he has always followed Zhao Weisu. But now, gently, gently. This is my first time, can you take it slow? Listen to the noise coming from the room. Wang Wu only felt a sharp pain in his chest. He spat out a large mouthful of blood with a pew sound, and the breath he was holding onto was gone. At the same time, in the room, Xue Feng looked at Zhao Weisu, who was struggling to carry a glass water tank, and his face was speechless. Be gentle, don't break it. Water resources are scarce now. If we break it, both you and I will die of thirst. Yes. Zhao Weisu nodded quickly. This is my first time doing manual labor, so I'm not very experienced, so… Go away, go away. Xue Feng waved his hands impatiently. He came to the glass jar and put it directly into the storage space with a wave of his hand. Feeling lightness in your hands. When Zhao Weisu finally reacted, his mouth suddenly opened wide. Sir, was it your special ability that made the things disappear just now? I guess so. Xue Feng said perfunctorily and continued to plunder the supplies in the shelter. There were many people in this shelter before, dozens of them in total. The power of collecting supplies is great, but the consumption is also not small. We looted the entire shelter, but didn't get much. The water that Xue Feng was most concerned about was the glass water tank in front of him. There's less and less water to drink now. Looking at the pitiful amount of water reserves in the space, Xue Feng frowned. Do you know where I can get some water? Xue Feng looked at Zhao Weisu and asked. This is her territory. Naturally, she would be more aware of what was around her. And heard Xue Feng's question. Zhao Weisu also quickly responded. My lord, we are not the only ones sheltering here. There are also the Black Tiger Gang, the White Tiger Gang, and the Azure Dragon Gang. From the very beginning, everyone was collecting water resources. The surrounding supermarkets and convenience stores had already been emptied out. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have asked people to go out and collect supplies, and I wouldn't have met the adults. Speaking of this, Zhao Weisu suddenly felt fortunate that he had sent people out to look for supplies. But when Xue Feng heard her words, his brows furrowed deeply. With the pollution caused by the blood rain, most water resources are no longer drinkable. The survivors, who also realized this, began collecting water resources early on. Supermarkets, convenience stores. It is almost difficult to find pure water anymore. If we don't build a water purification system, I'm afraid I'll die of thirst before I'm bitten by zombies. There is another point. Zhao Weisu just reminded them that in addition to their shelter, there are many survivor gangs around. Xue Feng felt that he had to find a way to test their strength. Only by knowing yourself and your enemy can you win every battle. But even if we want to investigate, it's definitely not now. Come on, follow me back to my sanctuary. Xue Feng waved towards Zhao Weisu. Yes. Zhao Weisu hurriedly followed, wondering what kind of luxurious shelter would be worthy of the man before her. But at this moment, woof woof, the Black Panther that was sent out by Xue Feng before returned. It was covered in blood, but none of the blood was its own. Obviously, while Xue Feng was fighting, Black Panther ran out to deal with the zombies. And this ferocious dog was now acting like a spoiled child at Xue Feng's feet. Even a dog has such strong fighting power. Looking at the Black Panther that was half a man's height, Zhao Weisu opened his mouth wide in surprise. Xue Feng's words just now came to mind unconsciously. It seems that I have indeed made the most accurate decision in my life. 033 Jealous Women, the Black and White Devils. Everything went according to Xue Feng's plan. Wait until you walk out of the shelter and get on the armored vehicle. The panel in my mind has also been refreshed. Successfully verified the accuracy of the intelligence, the host received the following rewards. All host attributes are +2. It's just a mosquito leg that doesn't hurt at all. Now 2 attribute points. It was already difficult for Xue Feng to feel anything much. Maybe I've been living too comfortably lately? Xue Feng thought. Let's see what information will be updated tomorrow. Thinking of this, he started the car. Zhao Weisu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was also a little excited at this moment. She was like a curious baby, touching here and there. Don't touch it. This is the gear lever. Oh. Zhao Weisu quickly let go and lowered his head embarrassedly. Although she is also a psychic, her abilities tend to be auxiliary. Most of the time, I stayed in the shelter. I rarely go out to see the outside world. Through the car window, Zhao Weisu saw zombies wandering on the street. And there are also mutants of enormous size. But she is not afraid now. Sitting in such a luxurious armored vehicle, there is a very powerful man beside me. What is there to be afraid of? Soon, the two arrived at the riverside villa area. Get off the armored vehicle. Looking at the luxurious villa in front of him, Zhao Weisu was stunned. No, this is too luxurious. If I live alone, is it necessary to live in such a big house? But Zhao Weisu was still very happy in his heart. After all, to some extent, from now on, I am the hostess of this villa. Thinking about living with Xue Feng in the future, Zhao Weisu couldn't help feeling hot in his heart. But at this moment, the security door in front of me suddenly opened. Then he saw 3 or 4 women coming out all at once. The styles are different, and they are all beautiful. There are lively and cute girls with delicate looks, as well as mature women wearing work clothes who exude temperament in every move. There is also a girl who looks young, but has an extremely hot body. Zhao Weisu was dumbfounded. What is going on? Where is the world of 2 people that we promised? After seeing Zhao Weisu, the 4 women all stopped in their tracks. What's going on? Why did you bring back another woman? Xue Feng did not notice the unusual expressions of the crowd and briefly introduced Zhao Weisu to everyone. Show me your special abilities. Good. Zhao Weisu was completely confused, but when he heard Xue Feng speak, he quickly took out some food from his small backpack. A hazy light surged in his hands. Soon a bun-shaped food was made. This is food that can increase combat power. I can also make food that increases agility and resistance. Depending on the ingredients used, the effects of the food will be different. When talking about his special ability, Zhao Weisu is somewhat proud. When the people on the opposite side saw this ability, their faces changed. Such a beautiful woman is actually a supernatural being. Suddenly, everyone felt a sense of crisis. And Xiao Wei was the first to react and quickly stepped forward to hug Xue Feng's arm. Brother, you've been out for a long time. I'm so worried about you. Seeing this, Wang Xinyu, who was standing by, did not show any weakness. She hugged Xue Feng's other arm and shook him. Thank you for your hard work, brother. I just learned some massage techniques. I'll give you a good massage tonight. Is this massage serious? Xue Feng looked at her with a smile. There are serious ones and there are non-serious ones. Which one does my brother need? Xue Feng pretended to think, then slowly said, I want both. Oh, how greedy. Wang Xinyu looked angry on the surface, but she was actually very happy in her heart. Nie Xiaoya stood aside, watching the few people being affectionate with each other, and suddenly had an urge to join in. But with so many people around, she couldn't let go of her pride. Hey, I prepared some dinner. Come in and eat first. Unable to bear it any longer, Nie Xiaoya quickly spoke up. Just happened. After a busy day, Xue Feng was a little hungry. Several people walked into the villa. Looking at the brightly lit villa, Zhao Weisu was stunned again. Is it still the end of the world? Why we light candles in sanctuaries? Can you use electric lights? And there is no shortage of food and drink. It's even better than life before the apocalypse. Thinking of this, her eyes looked at Xue Feng even more hazy. Just how powerful must one be to possess all this in the apocalypse? Soon, the food was served. Xue Feng sat in the main seat, with all the food placed in front of him. And Xiao Wei, Yu Haoyun, Nie Xiaoya, Wang Xinyu and Zhao Weisu sat on both sides of the table. Nie Xiaoya's cooking skills are pretty good. It's not terrible, but it's not a waste of food either. The most important thing is, I have been eating canned biscuits and other fast food products for so many days. Even if there were strawberry fried mooncakes on the table, Xue Feng felt that he could eat it. The others also ate in silence. The whole restaurant was silent. And Xiao Wei, Wang Xinyu, and Yu Haoyun were all thinking at this moment how to deal with this new woman. But different from them. At this moment, Nie Xiaoya's mind was filled with fear about her future. Previously, she relied on the knowledge in her head, so she didn't care about Xue Feng's attitude. But Wang Xinyu, who was brought back by Xue Feng last time, is also a medical genius. And this time, Xue Feng even brought back a person with superpowers. All the superpowers are completely obedient to Xue Feng, so what does my little knowledge mean to me? Thinking about it, Nie Xiaoya couldn't help but recall the dream she had last night. A strange emotion brewed in her heart. Actually, after spending many days together, she was no longer as wary of Xue Feng as before. If it weren't for the other person, I might have turned into a zombie or died in the sewer and become food for rats. But Xue Feng seemed to have ignored the previous hints. Is it possible that he really has no interest in me? As she spoke, She looked down at herself. Although not as good as Wang Xinyu, she is still very attractive. How about, give it a try tonight? After dinner, Xuefeng washed his body and lay directly on the bed. Due to the lack of water resources, he didn't dare to take a bath casually. Fortunately, he had not been active today. He simply wiped off the dust and lay down on the bed relaxedly. Squeak. Soon, the door was opened. Xuefeng looked up, and the first thing that caught his eye was a pair of long legs wrapped in black stockings. And Xiaowei, brother, this is my new equipment. Does it look good? As in Xiaowei spoke, she pulled off her bathrobe, revealing delicate lace. But before Xuefeng could respond, a pair of white stockings also slowly climbed onto the bed. Xuefeng was stunned. Okay, so my opponent tonight is the black and white devils? Come on. 034, that's not right. Doctor, you also like this? It's no exaggeration to say so. If in Xiaowei and Wang Xinyu were in college, they would definitely be the kind of campus beauties with countless men bootlicking their boots. Especially Wang Xinyu. She looks young and extremely sweet, and her personality is considered the best among girls. Even if you are wearing a thick cotton jacket. Going to that station, she is also the dream lover in the minds of countless otakus. Apart from appearance. Not only that, the most important thing is her identity as a top student. He was the top scorer in the college entrance examination, and after entering university, he was the first in his age group. With so many buffs stacked together, Wang Xinyu became a celebrity in the medical university at that time. How many rich second generations are crazy about her and want to get close to her? After all, in the circle of rich second generations, they all care a lot about face. How can an ordinary beauty compare to Wang Xinyu, who is both beautiful and has a hot body? But what Xuefeng didn't expect was, this woman was able to remain chaste even after breaking up with me. And at this point in time, such strong emotions erupted. It is said that women are like wolves at 30 and tigers at 40. But Wang Xinyu is only in her early 20s now. Why does it have a bit of a female fairy feel to it? If it were before, if he did this every day, Xuefeng's body might not be able to withstand it. But now he has awakened the panel. Look up. What the hell, Doc? Nie Xiaoya actually appeared in the bedroom? Xuefeng smiled slightly, but still looked surprised. I didn't expect the doctor to be interested in this kind of thing. I thought highly educated people like you were out of touch with the real world. Listen to Xuefeng's words. Nie Xiaoya blushed. How can this man be so shameless? I'm just broadening my knowledge. Biology knowledge is also very important. Yeah. I never thought that a doctor would ask me for advice one day. I must teach him everything I know. 035 intelligence refresh, all clean and waiting. Xuefeng is an honest man. When I say I'm giving away everything I know, it really means there's not a single drop left. But compared to him, the situation of the other people was not much better. Until I woke up the next day. Xuefeng couldn't help laughing when he saw the few little kids who were still in a coma. It has to be said that the new equipment chosen by Xiaowei and Wang Xinyu was exactly what he wanted. Have you ever heard that stockings that are longer than the knee can increase attack speed and critical strike? The battle lasted for most of the night. These people were almost torn apart by Xuefeng, although I'm awake. But when they thought of the fierce battle last night, they became a little scared. Especially Nie Xiaoya. At this moment, she looked like a big shrimp, and there was not a single part of her body that was not red. I didn't eat much tonight because I was worried. Now he had lost at least 2,000 cubic centimeters of water, and his whole body was as soft as a piece of plasticine, and Xuefeng could manipulate it at will. His narrow, upturned eyes looked at the ceiling. In fact, there is no focus at all, and I don't know what I'm looking at. He pulled it and hummed. He pulled it again and groaned again. At this moment, her heart was full of regret. I have nothing to do. Why study biology? Got sanctioned. I'm going back to my room first. Supporting her aching body, Nie Xiaoya climbed out of bed. She's not as open as the others. Now that it was daylight, she couldn't accept being so naked and honest. The most important thing is, she was afraid that Xuefeng hadn't had enough fun last night, and if he dragged her to do some morning exercises, people are going to be broken. He wrapped himself in clothes hastily and watched Nie Xiaoya limping out. Xuefeng suddenly felt a little distressed. Compared with Xiaowei and others, Nie Xiaoya was too unfamiliar with this kind of thing. Basically, the person lies down with his face buried, and all that's left is humming. In addition to biology, Xuefeng also gave her a yoga class last night. It's a pity that this student is not very dedicated and has little talent. Her whole body was as hard as steel, and it took Xuefeng a lot of effort just to move her. Forget it. Let Xiaowei teach her some yoga skills while I'm away. Thinking about. Xuefeng directly opened the information that had just been updated today. 1. At 8927 in the northeast direction, There is a non-functioning water plant with many abandoned water purification systems. The host can go there to obtain them. 2. The water plant is closed. The zombies inside have been soaked in blood for a long time, and some have evolved into level 2 mutants. Please be careful. 3. The beauty of the waterworks is hiding in the office, having not eaten for several days, and is nearing a coma. The host can lure her with food, break her psychological barrier, and win her over. This woman is the manager of the waterworks, skilled in coordinating work, and can be appointed as a housekeeper. Water purification system? Looking at the information that had just been refreshed in front of him, Shui Feng was overjoyed. Finally waited for it. In order to save water, I hardly took a shower these days. Fortunately, there is enough electricity at home and the air conditioner is running all the time. So apart from the big battles every night, no one sweats much. But it's still not very comfortable if I don't take a shower before going to bed. But now there is a water purification system. As long as the water contaminated by the blood rain can be turned into pure water, the problem of water resources has been solved. Let's go today. Thinking of this, Shui Feng directly listed the arrangements for the water purification system in his small notebook for today's schedule. Then came the next day. Shui Feng took a casual glance and was also a little surprised. Level 2 mutant. Do these zombies evolve so quickly? Less than a week has passed since the blood rain began. Not only are there mutants, but now there are even level 2 mutants? But Shui Feng had nothing to be afraid of. Now he is completely capable of crushing ordinary mutants. Even if a level 2 mutant could double its strength, it would still be under his control. Not to mention the powerful helper Black Panther. So at this point, he doesn't have to worry at all. The only thing that made him curious was, after killing a level 2 mutant, the size of the mutation crystal should also change. Should I feed it to the dog or leave it to Nyesiaya for research? I'm thinking too much right now, so I should just finish the things at hand. And then, the last one. The waterworks executives? The intelligence explained that the other party was now starving to the point of unconsciousness. A little food should be enough to subdue it. If we rescue her. Although I don't know the other person's temperament and character, if he is a person with conscience, he will definitely not harm me. And because there are more and more people living in the villa, Shui Feng can no longer take care of most things now. And Shui Feng could feel it. As my strength grows stronger, there will be more and more people coming to this villa. It would be great if I could have someone skilled in personnel management to help me manage the business. That would be much easier. Let's go now without further delay. Thinking of this, Shui Feng got up immediately. After a quick wash, I began to arrange today's affairs. After all, it was the first time facing a level 2 mutant, so there was still some danger. So Shui Feng didn't plan to bring them with him. Wake up Zhao Weisu, who is still sleeping. What kind of food can you make now? The kind that can enhance your body. I can do anything. Zhao Weisu vowed. There are foods that increase strength, speed, and agility. It's not impossible to combine these 3 abilities in one food, but it will consume more materials, and the gains in each aspect will be reduced. Zhao Weisu said this, wanting to see what Shui Feng would choose. But he waved his hand. I want them all. That requires a lot of ingredients. Zhao Weisu reminded in a low voice. But before she could finish her words, she realized that she had everything she needed now. So, she went straight to the kitchen and started kneading food. With the help of supernatural powers and sufficient food, the food was prepared quickly. Zhao Weisu put it in a small package and handed it to Shui Feng. I've marked the effects of each food. You can eat it with confidence, sir. Good. Shui Feng took it and put it into the storage space. Okay, go and rest first. Producing supernatural food in large quantities consumes a lot of energy for her. And then, Shui Feng arranged the work for the other 4 people today. Although the current shelter is already very strong, there is still room for improvement. Especially after Shui Feng knew that the mutants had begun to upgrade. We must hurry up to upgrade the shelter. Don't worry, brother, we will definitely complete the task today. Looking at Xiaowei, who was so confident, Shui Feng smiled lightly. I have another task to teach you. As soon as these words were spoken, the 4 of them pricked up their ears and listened. Shui Feng said slowly, Tonight, all of you must clean up and wait for me. Oh, everyone was stunned. Without waiting for them to react, Shui Feng directly picked up Black Panther and got into the armored vehicle. Step on the accelerator. Let's go waterworks. 036 water plant. Zombie paradise. Squeak. The screeching sound of brakes was heard. A tall, dark armored vehicle with blood stains on its surface came to a sudden stop. The huge wheel hub rubbed against the ground, leaving a black mark due to the high-temperature melting of the tire. The car door opened. A tall and handsome figure jumped out from the driver's seat. Came out with him. There was also a huge dog with shiny black fur that was as hard as a steel needle. Is this the waterworks? standing in front of the armored vehicle. Shuefeng raised his head and looked at the crooked sign in the distance. It was covered with traces of dried scarlet blood rain, and the 5 words, Tian AI Water Purification Plant, could be vaguely seen. After confirming that the destination is correct, Shuefeng opened the intelligence panel and took a look. The main clue of the first intelligence points to the water purification system of the water plant. If we want to verify the information, we have to go in and take the water purification system. Shuefeng was not in a hurry. Since the intelligence system did not give an early warning, it means that no one other than him is currently targeting this water purification system. So the only ones I have to face are the zombies in the water treatment plant. In this case, there's no need to rush. Let's explore the surrounding environment first. Shuefeng said this and took a step forward. Starting from the armored vehicle, we began to explore around the entire water plant. Shuefeng is very fast. It didn't take long. I walked around the water plant. Soon, Shuefeng discovered something that he didn't understand. Why aren't there any zombies around? And we didn't find any signs of fighting. It's impossible that they were wiped out manually. Could it be that all the zombies here have gone somewhere else? Shuefeng couldn't figure it out, but he was too lazy to think about it. It's better to go directly to the waterworks. Thinking of this, he walked straight towards the gate of the water plant. Just as he put his hand on the door lock, suddenly I smelled an extremely strong, fishy smell. It's different from the smell of rotting food. This should be the smell of a zombie. Shuefeng raised his eyebrows. With such a strong smell, how many zombies are there in there? But why is there no movement inside? If they were really zombies, they should have rioted the moment they smelled his scent. Why is it so quiet? Think of this. Shuefeng withdrew his right hand that was about to open the door. Turn around and create some distance, then, Shenxiao. Blue-purple arcs of electricity began to emerge in his hands. Soon it was entangled into a thunderball the size of a head. Amidst the roaring sound like the singing of thousands of birds, Shuefeng raised his hand and threw the thunderball directly out. Sizzle! The huge thunderball hit the gate and exploded. The gate, which was already a little shaky, could not hold on and collapsed, splashing up clouds of dust. Through the smoke and dust, Shuefeng saw a scene he had never seen before. There are usually many reservoirs built in the center of the water plant. But because of the pollution of blood rain, at this moment, these reservoirs are all filled with scarlet and sticky liquid. But what he didn't expect was, at this moment, the reservoir is actually filled with zombies. Take a bath? That's right, take a bath. Due to the height of this reservoir, it is not very high. Therefore, most zombies basically squat and gather in the reservoir. The scarlet, sticky liquid covered their necks. Only the head was left, observing the surrounding environment. And just now, Shuefeng smelled an extremely strong, fishy smell outside. It is also emitted due to the gathering of many zombies and the sticky liquid in the reservoir. No wonder there are no zombies outside. So they're all gathered here. Looking at the dense swarm of zombies in front of him, Shuefeng sucked his teeth. This is not a water plant, it's a zombie paradise. According to the intelligence. Come up and say, there is also a level 2 mutant in the water plant. Calculate based on strength. This level 2 mutant is definitely the king among this group of zombies. And the intelligence mentioned it again. The reason why level 2 mutants are born is because the zombies have been soaked in blood rain for a long time, causing the already mutated zombies to evolve again. So, are you cultivating a corpse king? Looking at the scene in front of him, Shuefeng felt his hair stand on end. Although he has not fought against a level 2 mutant yet, the strength of a level 2 mutant is definitely a level higher than that of an ordinary mutant. And now, so many zombies actually took the initiative to soak in the blood rain and began to evolve into mutants, even level 2 mutants. Fortunately, I arrived early, otherwise I would have faced countless mutants. Thinking of this, Shuefeng couldn't help but feel a little scared. For him now, mutants are no longer as difficult to deal with as they were at the beginning. Relying solely on his physical strength, Shuefeng can completely crush a mutant. If you add superpowers, he was also able to handle 4 or 5 mutants at the same time without being at a disadvantage. But if it's in a water plant with so many mutants, the best outcome Shuefeng could think of was that he drove away before being besieged by hundreds of mutants. But now, this group of zombies has not yet completed their mutation. But don't be too happy too soon. There's definitely more than one water plant in the city I live in. Since the zombies in this water plant have begun to gather consciously, the zombies in other places are probably about the same. So, in the city where I live, besides the survivors' shelters, there are many zombie gathering places like this? Thinking of this, Shuefeng frowned. If that's really the case, it doesn't matter. I have an intelligence system anyway, so I'm sure I can get the latest information before anyone else. Even if these zombies start organizing their forces to launch a general attack on the city, I will be able to get the news in the first place and come up with a response strategy. Think of this. Xuefeng was no longer nervous. Our current goal is to obtain the water purification system and verify the intelligence. Think of this. Xuefeng whistled. A black shadow rushed over like an arrow and stopped steadily at Xuefeng's feet. This is the Black Panther that he had just arranged to patrol outside. Xuefeng touched the Black Panther's big head and said softly, "Black Panther, how about we have a competition to see who kills more zombies?" Woof woof. Black Panther yelled excitedly. Obviously it understood what Xuefeng said and was very interested in this little game. Oh, and by the way, when these zombies die, they'll have a crystal in their heads, just like the ones I fed you before. Don't eat anything secretly. Bring it all back to me. Do you understand? Woof woof. Looking at the Black Panther who responded to every word, Xuefeng nodded with satisfaction. Then I'll count to 3, and we'll start. 3. While Black Panther was still confused, Xuefeng rushed out directly. Woof woof woof. I may not be human, but you are a real dog. 037 The advantage of having so many zombies is that there are crystal cores everywhere. In the water plant, 2 black shadows shuttled back and forth quickly. Xuefeng raised his hand and fired a shot from the sky. A huge ball of thunder exploded among the zombies. As the level of supernatural powers continues to rise, now the power of Shunxiao is enough to create a small explosion and ignite all the affected zombies at the same time. Each shot can take away 3 or 4 zombies. The burnt smell of flesh immediately covered up the stench that permeated the entire water plant. However, although Shunxiao's power is enormous, but the consumption is also not small. After more than a dozen Shunxiao shells fell down, Xuefeng felt a little tired. I'd better save my energy. After all, there are still level 2 mutants waiting for me. Thinking of this, Xuefeng put away his supernatural powers. He then took out a straight and slender long sword from the storage space. The surface of the long sword was covered with a layer of black, and it was not known whether it was the original design or because blood had seeped into the blade. Xuefeng weighed the long sword, and a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. Next second, the figure standing in place suddenly shot out. The black knife in his hand left a trace in the air like splashed ink. Next second, the 3 zombies closest to Xuefeng were hit in the neck by a knife. The rotten and hideous head flew high into the air. As the smelly blood splattered, Xuefeng kicked the ground with his feet and turned the blade in his hand. With a puff, 2 more zombies were beheaded. At the same time, facing these zombies with little fighting power, the Black Panther, which has mutated once, is like a wolf king rushing into a flock of sheep. Every time it leaps, at least 1 zombie will be knocked to the ground. A bloody bite. The zombie's hard skull was gnawed into pieces. Some zombies also took advantage of this time to attack Black Panther. But at this time, the Black Panther's thick black fur was like a bulletproof vest. They can't even break through this layer of armor. This battle, or rather this harvest, lasted for half an hour. Soon, the last zombie fell. Xuefeng gently shook the blade in his hand to clean the sticky blood on it. It feels like these zombies are much stronger than before. Xuefeng looked at the corpse on the ground and said softly. He gently moved it with the black knife in his hand. He realized that it might be because of the blood rain. This group of zombies actually began to undergo slight mutations. Some claws became sharper, while some arms became stronger. The most obvious is, the attack method of this group of zombies has also changed. No longer attacking with the mouth foolishly like before. Claws, arms, and limbs all become tools they can use. If these zombies were released into the town, the chances of survival for ordinary people would be even smaller. Xuefeng thought about it and felt a little anxious. At this rate, it is estimated that it won't be long before there will be a scene where hundreds of mutants appear together. We still have to hurry up and collect them and work hard to become stronger. Xuefeng's eyes were burning. Unlike others, his way of becoming stronger is simply too simple. Refresh intelligence, verify intelligence, and get rewards. Let's collect the mutation crystals here first, and then look for the water purification system. Although up to now, Xuefeng has not yet figured out any other uses for this crystal besides feeding dogs. But he always felt that this kind of thing that could cause biological mutations and reside in the vital parts of zombies would definitely not be so simple. Use the black knife to chop open the zombie's head, and then pick out the mutant crystal inside. These mutant crystals are very small, but the advantage is quantity. It took another half an hour for Xuefeng to clear the battlefield. The number of mutation crystals in the storage space has increased by hundreds. The drop rate is pretty good, but collecting them is too troublesome. Xuefeng sighed. and wondered whether he should take Yu Haoyun with him when he went out next time. As the other party's goddess of luck, she might be able to dig out something good from the zombie's head. Even if not, it would be nice to bring him here to work. Just as Xue Feng was thinking, a hoarse cry suddenly came. Young man. Xue Feng looked in the direction of the voice. He saw heads popping out of windows on a tall building not far away, shouting at him. Young man, come and save us. We've been stuck here for 3 days and haven't had anything to eat. We are all here, come quickly. Time goes back to an hour ago. In the office, this group of water plant leaders have been trapped here for at least 3 or 4 days. During these 3 or 4 days, no one had a drop of water or a grain of rice to eat. The condition has become extremely weak. Just when they thought that they were going to starve to death here, suddenly, there was a sound of fierce fighting outside. At that time, some people thought that it was a rescue organization sent by the country. Everyone opened the windows. What they saw were 2 black shadows constantly moving among the zombies, just like cutting leaks. Every time these 2 black shadows launched an attack, a large number of zombies fell down. Soon, the zombies were wiped out, just when they were about to ask for help. But he found that the young man who was fighting with the zombies had not stopped yet. He used a long knife to cut open the zombie's head and dug out something. Although everyone didn't know what the boy had dug out, but they think it must be a good thing. But this is not the most important thing. Most importantly, they are finally saved. Thinking of this, everyone immediately leaned on the windows and began to call for help. And after hearing their voices, the young man quickly walked towards the building. Everyone's in this office. So, the factory beauty mentioned in the intelligence should also be among them. And I can ask about the location of the water purifier. Walk into the building. Xue Feng held a black knife and climbed up while clearing the zombies in the corridor. I originally thought I wasted at least 1 or even 2 days at the water plant. After all, the entire water plant is very large, and it is divided into many factory areas. Without a guide, it is almost impossible to find a usable and clean water purifier in a short time. But now that we have found the survivors here, things are different. As an employee or senior executive of a water plant, they must know much more clearly which water purifier can be used and which cannot be used. And if you find the most beautiful girl in this office, this will confirm 2 pieces of information at once. Not bad, not bad. It seems that after getting the water purifier, we still have time to plunder nearby supplies. Xue Feng thought happily. Soon, he then came to the door of the office he had just seen. I reached out and knocked, and the door was quickly opened from the inside. Looking at everyone's happy expressions, Xue Feng didn't show any emotional fluctuations. He glanced at everyone calmly, then said, Someone, take me to find a water purifier. 038 miss, this can't be exchanged for food. Water purifier? Hearing Xue Feng's words, everyone was stunned and looked at each other. What do you want this for? Aren't you sent by the country to rescue me? A bald, greasy man looked at Xue Feng and asked with a frown. Of course not. Xue Feng didn't beat around the bush and said directly, I came to your place to find a water purifier. It's the end of the world, and you're still fantasizing that someone will come to rescue you unconditionally? Should I call you naive, or should I call you stupid? Looking at Xue Feng's playful expression, everyone's initial surprise gradually turned into astonishment, and finally into panic. Ahem. The bald man was stunned for a moment, then put on a serious look, and walked up to Xue Feng with his hands behind his back. Whether you save them or not is none of my business, but I have to tell you, I'm the director of this water plant, and you must save me. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. Then a thin man jumped out. And me, I'm the vice president of this water plant. You have to save me too. I'm the manager. If you save me, I can arrange for you to work at the water plant. What are you all fighting for with me? Do you understand the principle of respecting the elderly and loving the young? I'm almost 70 years old. Can't you young people give way to me? Xue Feng looked at the old man with gray hair but a strong body, whose voice was as loud as a bell, and was speechless. Are you all idiots? It's been so many days, haven't you figured out what the world is like now? Xue Feng looked at everyone with a cold expression. If you haven't figured it out, let me tell you, this is the end of the world. Those so-called factory directors, vice presidents, and the like, are nothing in my eyes. In my eyes, there are only 2 kinds of people now, useful and useless. Whoever can provide the location of the water purifier, I can take him away. If you can't provide it, just wait to die here. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's face changed drastically. How could you do this? We are compatriots. How could you just watch us starve to death here? You clearly have the ability to take us away, yet you're still here making demands on us. I think you clearly want us to die. People like you are simply obsessed with profit. If this were before the end of the world, I would have spent money to buy your hands and feet, and make you a disabled person for the rest of your life. Seeing that Xue Feng had no intention of taking them away, this group of people simply revealed their true colors. Each of them had a hideous face. If Xue Feng had not displayed his incredible strength just now, they would have eaten him alive. Just then, the factory director, who was very angry, seemed to suddenly remember something. He stepped back from the crowd, walked up to the woman squatting in the corner, and asked in a low voice, "Gu Xiaoqian, didn't the water plant purchase a new batch of water purifiers? Tell me where you are, and I can consider withdrawing your expulsion report." The woman called Gu Xiaoqian ignored him and buried her head deep in her knees. "Gu Xiaoqian, I'm talking to you, do you hear me? I want you to tell me the location of the new water purifier. Don't be ungrateful." Seeing that the other party remained unmoved, the factory manager was furious and swung his fat right hand to hit him. But when he just raised his right hand, he found that he couldn't swing it out. Immediately afterwards, a huge force hit his wrist, causing him to look horrified with pain. "Who is it?" The factory manager turned and glared. What he was greeted with was a pair of cold eyes filled with murderous intent. He was so frightened that he couldn't speak immediately. Xue Feng ignored him. He waved it away with one hand and looked down at the woman in front of him. The woman looked to be in her 20s, with long, beautiful black hair that fell naturally behind her head. Hearing Xue Feng's movement, Gu Xiaoqian also raised her head, revealing her delicate and small face. Xue Feng lowered his gaze. Perhaps it was because the other party was still working before the end of the world, and he was still wearing professional attire. But it's obvious that this business suit is no longer suitable. The buttons on the chest were tightly tied. If it weren't for the woman's suit blocking it, it would have collapsed in the next second. The lower body is a short skirt with very charming black stockings. Through the black stockings, you can see her white and tender knees. "Do you know where the water purifier is?" Looking at Gu Xiaoqian, Xue Feng spoke calmly. The other party nodded subconsciously. So you want to go out? Think. Very good." Xue Feng nodded with satisfaction. "I'll take you out, and you lead me to the water purifier." After saying that, he turned and left. Gu Xiaoqian hurried to follow. "Wait, you can't leave." Just then, the factory director who had just been dismissed by Xue Feng stood in front of Gu Xiaoqian. "You are still an employee of my water plant. Without my consent, you are not allowed to go anywhere." He hasn't finished speaking yet. Suddenly, I felt a chill on my neck. He quickly stopped talking and looked down. He saw a black knife covered in sticky blood, pressing against the fat on his neck. "I want to take her away. Do you have any objection?" The factory director almost vomited when he smelled the fishy smell on the long knife. But he didn't dare to move, and could only answer tremblingly. No, I don't dare." "That's good." Xue Feng calmly put away his sword and gave Gu Xiaoqian a look. "Come with me." "Good." Gu Xiaoqian glanced at the shocked and angry factory director in front of her, and hurriedly trotted to catch up with the man who had left first. As soon as she left the office, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. The entire corridor was filled with zombie corpses with their heads chopped off. Sticky and smelly blood splattered all over the walls. Even though she hadn't eaten for many days, she still felt the urge to vomit. He trotted down the stairs and out of the building. Only then did she dare to take a deep breath. Although the smell outside is still fishy, it is much cleaner than in the corridor. But at this moment, she suddenly smelled a fragrance. Gu Xiaoqian turned her head and saw the man who had just brought her out, holding a chicken leg and eating it in big mouthfuls. How do you have food?" Gu Xiaoqian swallowed and spoke softly. "Of course I carry it with me. When I'm hungry, I need to replenish it," Xue Feng said, looking at Gu Xiaoqian who was swallowing madly, and handed her the unfinished chicken leg. "You want to eat too?" "Uh-huh." Gu Xiaoqian stared at Xue Feng's half-eaten chicken leg. "I'll take you to find a water purifier. Can you give me something to eat?" "Not good." Looking at Gu Xiaoqian who was almost begging, Xue Feng decisively refused. "Tell me the water purifier is only enough to take you away." He shook the chicken drumstick in his hand. "This is a different price. But I don't have anything valuable on me." "Yes, I have." Xue Feng didn't say anything after he finished speaking, but just looked her up and down leisurely. Gu Xiaoqian shuddered when she was looked at and quickly covered her clothes tightly. Looking at Xue Feng's unscrupulous eyes, a bad idea suddenly popped up in her mind. Thinking of this, she said coldly, "If you're planning on me, I'll die right now, and you won't even be able to get the water purifier." "What are you thinking about?" Xue Feng raised his eyebrows and looked at her in surprise. "I'm just saying that if you don't have money, you can exchange your labor for food. I've been killing zombies all day, and I'm a little tired. If you can massage my shoulders, I'll give you some food. How about that?" 039 The world outside is more dangerous. "What massage?" Gu Xiaoqian stared at Xue Feng with eyes wide open, her big eyes full of vigilance. As a senior executive at a water purification plant, she thought she had seen countless people. Most of the people she had met before had hinted at that thing to her. And now is such a good opportunity. But the other party just wants her to give him a massage? Gu Xiaoqian felt that there must be something fishy going on. Why, you don't want to? Xuefeng glanced at Gu Xiaoqian, who was still hesitating, and chuckled softly. It doesn't matter if you don't want to. Then just continue to go hungry. As Xuefeng said this, he was about to feed the remaining chicken legs to Black Panther. And see this scene. Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help it anymore. No, I promise you. Real. Feeling Xuefeng's wanton gaze, Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but shiver. But when faced with difficult decisions, people will always have some hope in their hearts. Maybe she really just wants me to give her a massage? Gu Xiaoqian was so hungry that she wanted to fill her stomach first. Even if the other party reveals his true intention at that time, he can still die with a full stomach. It's better than starving to death. Thinking about it, Gu Xiaoqian said, I agree to your terms, but you have to let me eat first, otherwise I won't have the strength. Of course. Xuefeng smiled faintly and took out the bread and milk he had prepared in advance from his pocket. Gu Xiaoqian quickly took it and started to eat it voraciously. Before the end of the world, as a senior executive at the water plant, she had eaten all kinds of delicacies. She was tired of eating even those things. And now, a piece of ordinary bread and a box of expired milk. This kind of thing, which she usually wouldn't even bother to look at in the supermarket, now tasted incredibly delicious to her. Gu Xiaoqian swore. She had never eaten anything so delicious in her life. Eat it up in big mouthfuls. Gu Xiaoqian tore open the bread bag again and carefully licked the crumbs inside. You've almost finished eating, it's time to fulfill your promise. Just then, Xuefeng's voice sounded in his ears. Gu Xiaoqian was frightened and trembled, saying, Okay, then turn around. Xuefeng had no objection and turned around. Soon, a pair of white and delicate hands were placed on his shoulders. Is this okay? Gu Xiaoqian's face turned red. She never expected that she, a top student graduating from a prestigious university, would now be doing the job of a masseuse, which she despised the most. If you can be a little stronger, will all your food be wasted? Xuefeng's dissatisfied voice sounded again. Gu Xiaoqian quickly increased the strength of her hands. After a lot of trouble, Xuefeng didn't feel anything, but Gu Xiaoqian was exhausted. All right. Looking at Gu Xiaoqian, who was a little out of breath, Xuefeng waved his hand impatiently. Take me to the water purifier. Good. Gu Xiaoqian felt relieved and quickly said, I remember the location of the water purifier warehouse, but it's a bit far and we need to walk for a while. No problem. Xuefeng nodded and walked with her. Along the way, we occasionally encountered a few scattered zombies. However, they were all solved cleanly and neatly by Xuefeng. Looking at the zombie corpse lying on the ground, Gu Xiaoqian's pupils trembled violently. In her eyes, these were extremely terrifying zombies. At this moment, she was like a leek, being harvested wantonly by the man in front of her. Thinking about it, she felt that she needed to get closer to the other party. What if the other party can reward you with a little more food? Is the outside world like this too? Gu Xiaoqian spoke softly. Xuefeng didn't expect that this taciturn guy would actually take the initiative to talk to him. After thinking for a while, he said calmly, No, the world outside is much more dangerous than here. Is it more dangerous than here? Yes. Xuefeng pointed at the zombies on the ground. These are just the most common zombies. In the outside world, there's also a type of monster called a mutant. You can't even hit them with a car, and it takes at least a dozen bullets to kill them. So powerful. Listening to Xuefeng's story, Gu Xiaoqian widened her eyes, her face full of disbelief. But on second thought, the end of the world has already happened. Is there anything that cannot happen? So, can you defeat that mutant? Of course. Xuefeng glanced at her calmly. Otherwise, how do you think I survived? Also, if you want to survive in this apocalypse, you need a fixed place to live. My shelter can not only defend against zombie attacks, but can also withstand mutants for a long time. On the other hand, your waterworks is only a small matter because these zombies didn't notice your presence. Otherwise, you would have been assimilated by the zombies long ago. You still have a shelter? Gu Xiaoqian's worldview completely collapsed. She couldn't imagine it. I was still in the office, huddled in a corner, about to starve to death. Some people already have enough food and can even throw away chicken legs. Who would have thought that only a few days after the apocalypse began, some people already have shelters that can defend against zombie attacks? Really, comparing yourself to others will make you feel thief. In addition, through the conversation just now, she also learned that the world outside is now more dangerous than the water plant in front of her. But it's already difficult for me to survive in the water plant. If I were taken to the outside world, I probably wouldn't survive even a day. Thinking about this, she set her sights on the shelter that Shuefeng mentioned. If I could live in the shelter he mentioned, it wouldn't be so dangerous. But considering his temper just now, he even wants to exchange his labor for food. If he wants to live in the shelter, then he must. Thinking about, Gu Shaoqian couldn't help but shiver again. Forget it, let's just take it one step at a time. If he can live in a shelter and doesn't make any excessive demands, I can agree. Even if I have to massage him for the rest of his life, it's much better than dying in the mouth of a zombie. Just as she was thinking about it, she heard Shuefeng's voice again. Hasn't it arrived yet? Almost there. Gu Shaoqian raised her head and pointed to the warehouse not far away that was surrounded by zombies. That's the warehouse. The brand new water purifiers we recently purchased are all in there. Here's the key. As she spoke, she reached into her arms and began to dig. Shuefeng, who had followed her all the way, was now getting a little impatient. Forget it, I'll do it myself. As he spoke, Shuefeng stepped forward with a knife in hand. The pitch-black long sword was swung, connected with thick, black-red blood. From a distance, it looks like an ink painting. Soon, more than a dozen zombies around the warehouse were cleared out. The dilapidated warehouse door in front of him was kicked open by him. Inside the warehouse, it is a large water purifier. At the same time, a reminder sounded in Shuefeng's mind. Intelligence confirmed successfully. Host receives the following rewards. 040 secondary mutant appears. Successfully verified the intelligence. The host receives the following rewards. All hosts' abilities +1. Another ability level. Looking at the panel in his mind, Shuefeng muttered. Current host properties panel. Strength, 33. Agility, 36. Spirit, 33. Durability, 38. Luck, 33, +100. Abilities, Divine Sky, Level 2, Level 1, Stone Skin, Level 8, Time 0, Level 5. Looking at his panel, Shuefeng was stunned for a moment. The four-dimensional attributes have reached 3 times that of ordinary people. However, this was due to the rewards he received for verifying intelligence time and time again. Nothing went wrong. However, when he looked at his superpower column, he was indeed slightly stunned. Shenxiao, second stage, Level 1. After a brief moment of confusion, he soon figured it out. For superpowers, Level 10 should be the limit. You will advance after breaking through Level 10. But I wonder what effect this Level 2 Divine Sky will have. Thinking of this, Shuefeng turned his head to look at the zombies approaching this side. Raise your hand. A terrifying electric arc as thick as an arm appeared instantly, flashing purple light, almost piercing through the air. Almost instantly, it hit one of the zombies. There was only a crackling sound. The zombie was instantly electrocuted and began to twitch all over, emitting a burning smell. This is not the end yet. The purple arc moves at an extremely fast speed. When it came into contact with one of the zombies, it instantly exploded in a circular shape. Jump onto several nearby zombies. Sizzle. Another strong smell of barbecue. Purple arcs of electricity continued to jump and soon reached every zombie. All destroyed in one wave. Looking at this effect, Shuefeng was also a little surprised. Shenxiao actually transformed from single target damage to AoE ability? Although the previous Shenxiao could produce explosions, it only caused damage in a small area. Moreover, the farther away from the center of the Shenxiao explosion, the less damage the zombies will suffer. And now, Shenxiao can directly lock onto the surrounding enemies and bounce automatically. And the damage is not low. In other words, if Shuefeng had possessed the second-level Shenxiao when he just entered the water plant, just one shot can kill all the zombies. There is no need to fight for so long. Feeling a little tired after just using Shenxiao. It's just that this level of Shenxiao is taking a toll on me. But I can use it as my final trump card. The damage is still considerable. Shuefeng thought about it and put his hand away. This scene was also seen by Gu Shaoqian, who had been following behind. She rubbed her narrow eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. Was that lightning just now? Yes and no. Shuefeng spoke lightly, not wanting to explain anything to her. Turned around and came to the large water purifier. With a wave of his hand, he put it directly into the storage space. This magic, like scene, frightened Gu Shaoqian so much that she opened her mouth wide. How about a water purifier that big? Put it away. Where did it go? Here. Seeing her naive look, Shuefeng smiled. With a wave of his hand, he took out the large water purifier that had just been stored there. Gu Shaoqian looked at the scene in front of her and felt sick all over. What kind of magic is this? This isn't magic. Shuefeng smiled lightly. Want to know what this is? Think. Gu Shaoqian nodded quickly. Shuefeng stopped explaining and pointed at his face. Kiss me, and I'll tell you. You. Gu Xiaoqian blushed immediately. The fox's tail is finally exposed. My guess turned out to be correct. The man in front of me was definitely greedy for my body. But Gu Xiaoqian did not intend to use herself as temptation to gain Xuefeng's protection. She is a person with a strong sense of chastity. If you have to sacrifice your body in order to survive, what's the difference between that and a prostitute? Don't want to know? Forget it. Xuefeng spread his hands indifferently and put the large water purifier back into his pocket. Let me make it clear first. I will definitely take you out after I finish everything here. But once you leave this waterworks, I won't be concerned about your personal safety anymore. It is true. Gu Xiaoqian was angry, but also helpless. In the past few days, she has figured out one thing. In the end times, strength is respected. Being able to survive is the most important thing. Thinking of this, she finally relaxed her teeth that had been biting her lips tightly. I promise you. Promise me what? Xuefeng looked down at her with a playful smile on his face. I'll kiss you. I'll kiss you, and you'll tell me what that magic trick was just now. Gu Xiaoqian bit her lips tightly and mustered up great courage. At the same time, she still felt a little lucky. A kiss on the cheek wouldn't count as a first kiss, would it? Okay, then come on. Xuefeng put on a shameless face and acted as if he was ready to be picked. Gu Xiaoqian was preparing herself mentally, closing her eyes and moving forward. Just one kiss, Gu Xiaoqian. As long as you figure out how to do that kind of thing, you won't have to be threatened by this man anymore. Thinking about it, she slowly moved forward. But the next second, Gu Xiaoqian felt her lips wrapped in warmth. Quickly opened his eyes. What appeared before his eyes was not Xuefeng's profile, but a pair of malicious eyes. Gu Xiaoqian quickly pushed Xuefeng away and covered her mouth angrily. You promised to kiss me on the cheek. Why don't you keep your word? Yeah, I meant a kiss on the cheek, but you were too slow, so I turned my head to look at you, and I didn't expect you to take advantage of me. You. Looking at Xuefeng with an innocent face. Gu Xiaoqian was so angry that she almost died. How can there be such shameless people in this world? Okay, tell me what that is. That thing is a superpower. Superpower. Then what? What then? Xuefeng looked bewildered. Gu Xiaoqian was almost going crazy. You have to tell me how to get this power. Oh, you mean this? Xuefeng shook his head and said with a smile. Miss, this is not a price. If you want to learn how to activate your superpowers, you must at least. As he spoke, he slowly looked at Gu Xiaoqian's bulging chest. You. Gu Xiaoqian quickly wrapped her clothes tightly, looking embarrassed and angry. You scoundrel, I won't play with you anymore. Even if I die, I will never let someone like you succeed. Having said that, she turned around and was about to leave alone. But at this moment, bang, a huge figure fell from the sky. It hit Gu Xiaoqian hard. Gu Xiaoqian was stunned and looked up. He saw a strange creature that looked like a human, but was on all fours lying in front of him. From the outside, the creature looked like it had been skinned, and its entire body was red. There are no eyes on the face. It extends all the way to the corners of the mouth, with a tongue that is more than half a meter long sticking out. Moreover, this tongue covered in blood and mucus was slowly reaching towards him. 041, a powerful second-order mutant with exponentially improved attributes. Gu Xiaoqian looked at the strange creature in front of her, her face pale, and she screamed. Gu Xiaoqian's mind went blank. The fear in her body made Gu Xiaoqian subconsciously clamp her legs together. I felt liquid flowing out between my legs. In the next second, this tongue that was more than half a meter long. It suddenly stretched out and swept towards Gu Xiaoqian. The speed is incredibly fast. It's over. At this moment, Gu Xiaoqian had only this one thought in her mind. At this critical moment, a hand grabbed Gu Xiaoqian's neck and threw her behind, and the strange creature stuck out its tongue. It hit the place where Gu Xiaoqian had just stood. In an instant, the cement floor crumbled into powder. What a powerful force. Xuefeng couldn't help but let out a sound of surprise. There is a vague guess in my heart. As the monster's tongue retracted, Xuefeng's gaze also turned to the mutant. The reaction that came to my mind was that this mutant is a bit like Venom in the movie. It's just that the head looks even weirder, making people feel physically uncomfortable when they see it. Especially the big tongue, which has a row of barbs that shine with cold light. Gu Xiaoqian, who was thrown behind, didn't even care about the pain of falling to the ground. He quickly got up and hid behind Xuefeng. She didn't dare to question Xuefeng for throwing her away and not being gentle enough. Because she knows very well. Without Xuefeng's words just now, he would have become food in the monster's mouth. It has been bitten into several pieces. Gu Xiaoqian trembled when she thought of her miserable condition. More aware. As a woman, I can't leave here. They will only become food for these zombies or mutants. But Xuefeng was quite interested in a large number of mutants. He found that this mutant was very distinctive, although there are no eyes, but able to sense the surrounding situation. What method is used? Could it be some kind of ultrasonic induction? Before Xuefeng could figure it out, the mutant had already jumped up. He pounced towards Xuefeng fiercely. Stone skin. Xuefeng's right arm was instantly wrapped in a layer of defense. A punch hit the mutant. Boom. The mutant was knocked against a wall more than 10 meters behind him and fell heavily to the ground. But it bounced back up in an instant. Looking at Xuefeng again, he also took a step back, and the bricks under his feet shattered. Such speed, such strength. It's a second-order mutant. Xuefeng narrowed his eyes with a hint of excitement. From the very first time I saw it, when the mutants attacked, Xuefeng realized that the strength of this mutant far exceeded any mutant he had seen before. There is no doubt that this is a second-order mutant. I didn't expect that a second-level mutant would appear in this water plant. But when I think about the many zombies that were soaked in blood rain before, then the emergence of second-order mutants is only a matter of time. I just happened to run into it myself. All we can say is that this second-order mutant has bad luck. At this time, the second-order mutant seemed unconvinced. He let out a low roar and pounced on me again. The movements were faster than before, and even after images appeared. But Xuefeng was faster. Every punch hits the flesh. The second-order mutant was knocked far away several times, and the bones in his shoulders were broken. This was Xuefeng's intentional attempt to test the strength and speed of the second-order mutant. According to his observation, the power of a second-order mutant is at least 10 times that of a first-order mutant. The speed is also 2 or 3 times faster. What surprised Xuefeng even more was that he discovered that this second-order mutant possessed special properties. It can be cured. I have clearly broken the other person's bones several times. But when the second-level mutant stood up, the broken parts actually grew back together. Hiss. It will heal itself. This ability is pretty good. Xuefeng's eyes lit up. Xuefeng felt that this was an opportunity to test his abilities. My attributes have just been strengthened, and I just need a sparring partner. From the end of the world to now, the human survivors Xuefeng encountered were too weak. No one can compete with him head-on. Now using second-order mutants as experimental subjects? If those who are struggling to survive in the Doomsday know, I'm afraid you might think this is a fantasy. However, this mutant can be cured. But Xuefeng discovered that the speed of this strange creature had slowed down visibly. It is no longer possible to pose any threat to myself. Then, the second-level mutant attacked Xuefeng again. This time it was the tongue that rolled over. Xuefeng's fist met his attack. Slurp. The mucus on the tongue actually played a lubricating role at this time. It brushed past Xuefeng's fist and headed straight for his face. In an instant, a faint smile appeared at the corner of the mutant's mouth. Careful. Gu Shaoqian couldn't help but exclaim. She didn't know why she suddenly became so concerned about Xuefeng's safety. Perhaps he understood that if Xuefeng fell, he would not be able to survive. Or maybe deep down, he already considered Xuefeng as his support. The next second, there was a sudden flash of lightning. Looking again, the mutant was already howling in pain and rolling twice on the ground. Black blood spurted from the mutant's mouth. There was suddenly a movable tongue in Xuefeng's hand. Just now he transformed his fist into claws and used Shenxiao. Second-level Shenxiao, with destructive attributes. Let's see how you heal yourself. Evil beast, you want to fight me? Xuefeng sneered. This is the hidden attribute of the second-level Shenxiao. Under the divine power, all things are annihilated. Xuefeng had long been wary of the mutant's tongue. The mutant has been hiding and unused, probably looking for an opportunity. This also confirmed Xuefeng's guess. That is, as the mutant's strength increases, they will also possess more wisdom. I wonder if top mutants will become as smart as humans, even eventually surpass humans. Seeing this scene, Gu Shaoqian finally breathed a sigh of relief. She was really worried about Xuefeng just now. If that tongue hits the face, the consequences will be disastrous. Gu Shaoqian even realized that what Xuefeng had just done was just a flaw that he had deliberately revealed. It is just to seize the opportunity to deal a fatal blow to the mutant. Without this strange tongue, the mutant's strength is greatly weakened. However, at this moment, the mutant pounced again. Xuefeng sneered. This time, the mutant's speed and strength are much worse than before. Without a tongue, what tricks can mutants perform? But then Xuefeng discovered that the mutant was not targeting him. Instead, he jumped high and pounced towards Gu Shaoqian behind him. When Gu Shaoqian saw this scene, she was even more horrified. The mutant who lost his tongue looked even more hideous. Finally, Gu Shaoqian's legs went weak and she fell to her knees on the ground. It was as if he had accepted his fate and was waiting for the judgment of fate. 042 instant kill. The power of the second-level supernatural power. Shenxiao. Purple arcs of electricity as thick as arms looked like lightning. It came from Xue Feng and pierced through the mutant in midair. Swish. The mutant was electrocuted and convulsed, with flames coming out of his body. He fell to the ground and struggled for a few times. He never moved again. Xue Feng stepped forward. With a fierce blow, he cut out the mutant's crystal core. From the outside, obviously brighter than the first-level mutant. He placed the crystal core in his space backpack. I thought I would study it after I get back. Thank you. Gu Xiaoqian survived the disaster. He took a few deep breaths. Including this time, Xue Feng still saved her twice. Although this guy likes to be physical, I also forced myself to give him a massage. But Gu Xiaoqian had to admit it. There was no word from Xue Feng. She must have died a long time ago. I only saved you because I promised you that I would take you out. I'll definitely keep you safe until then. But once you leave the waterworks, you're on your own. Xue Feng said coldly. Hearing these cold words, Gu Xiaoqian didn't think Xue Feng was going too far. Instead, he thought Xue Feng was a principled man. It made her look at Xue Feng differently. What you promised will be done. And in this scenario, if Xue Feng wants to use force on himself, I can only bear it silently. Only then did Gu Xiaoqian realize it. I just became incontinent. The feeling of shame instantly made her face red. At this moment, she knelt on the ground and wanted to get up, feeling the wetness beneath me. So he gave up the idea of getting up. I hadn't had a drop of water or food for several days. I just ate a lot and my body functions have recovered. Plus I haven't been to the toilet for a long time. But I didn't expect that the moment I saw the strange creature just now, I actually became incontinent. Let's go, Xue Feng urged. Of course, he also noticed Gu Xiaoqian's current situation. A big beauty wet her skirt and stockings in front of him. This is a rare scene. Do you have any clothes? Gu Xiaoqian squeezed her legs together and spoke in a shy tone. She was just asking tentatively. After all, there are zombies everywhere now, and everyone is limited in what they can carry. Who brings clothes when going out? If Xue Feng didn't have it, she had no choice but to walk away wearing the soaked skirt and stockings. What Gu Xiaoqian didn't expect was a super short blue skirt was thrown in front of her. Judging from the visual aspect, it only covers the thigh root area. Just this one? No underwear. Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but ask. This is too short. This is the end of the world. You have no choice. Xue Feng said lightly. There were quite a few spare clothes in his space. After all, there are many women following him. Sometimes if they get their clothes dirty, they can just change into a new set of clothes. Xue Feng also didn't like dirty women around him. As for why there is such a thing as miniskirts, that is of course Xue Feng's hobby. Yes. In this situation, what choice do I have? So Gu Xiaoqian picked up the miniskirt and prepared to put it on. Although there is a risk of exposure. But it's better than wearing something wet. Could you please turn your head around? Just as Gu Xiaoqian took off her stockings and underwear and was about to take off her skirt. Only then did she realize that Xue Feng was staring at her. No, I have to ensure your safety. What if zombies appear? Xue Feng smiled. You. Gu Xiaoqian was both embarrassed and anxious, knowing that Xue Feng did it on purpose. She had never changed clothes in front of a man before. But then I thought about it. What if it really happens, and the same mutant as before appears? Without Xue Feng watching her, she would surely die. Maybe the man in front of me is really doing this for my own good. Worried about her safety. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian has made up her mind. She took a deep breath and slowly changed her soaked skirt. Anyway, the world has become like this, and we can't follow the previous rules. Let's go. Xue Feng admired the scene in front of him, and his lips curled up. Because he made an unexpected discovery. This factory beauty looks very pure, but she is actually a white tiger. Gu Xiaoqian followed Xue Feng closely. A pair of hands kept pulling at the skirt. I felt a chill down there, as if a cold wind was blowing in. After all, she had nothing on. I can only wait and see if there is any way to find some pants to wear. When Xue Feng brought Gu Xiaoqian to the door of the warehouse, a lot of zombies gathered here again. It must be the noise from the previous fight that attracted all the zombies around. The Black Panther went back and forth and had already pounced on more than a dozen people. Just now, it was because Black Panther was guarding the warehouse door that no zombies came in to disturb us. Xiaohei, back off. Xue Feng gave an order. The Black Panther immediately turned back to Xue Feng's feet. The zombies around all rushed towards Xue Feng. Shenxiao, Xue Feng growled. A terrifying purple arc of electricity appeared again. It hit the zombie in front and then exploded. Flashing arcs of electricity jumped one after another, burning all 20 or so zombies nearby. After releasing Shenxiao continuously, Xue Feng also felt a little tired. Although this second-level Shenxiao is powerful, it cannot be used too often. Feng planned to try not to use his supernatural powers when encountering weak zombies in the future. Just as Feng was about to take a step and walk towards the armored vehicle, suddenly, more than a dozen people rushed out of the office building. Leading the group was the bald man, the director of the water plant. The situation speaks for itself. They had been besieged for such a long time that they were out of ammunition and food. I saw that the zombies were almost completely wiped out by Feng. Of course, take the opportunity to transfer. This way there is still a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, if the zombies were to surround the building again, they would surely die. But they didn't notice. It's near the office building. There were still a few zombies wandering around, heading towards Feng. The moment they rushed out, these zombies have found a new target. The bald man was the first to be knocked down. The zombies tore open his stomach, and blood mixed with internal organs gushed out. Oh, the bald man screamed. The rest of the people were also besieged by zombies. They hurried back and ended up blocking the door. Soon it became food for the zombies. Won't you save them? Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but speak, her legs shaking with fear. If it weren't for Feng, she would probably have become one of them. It could even get worse. With no ammunition or food left, who knows what crazy things those men will do. Before the apocalypse, the bald factory manager had harassed her several times. Why should I save you? Feng turned around and asked with a strange look on his face. 043 Gu Xiaoqian wants to follow? You have to pay extra. Why save? Hearing Feng's words, Gu Xiaoqian was speechless for a moment. Isn't saving lives a natural thing to do? Isn't that a universal value? What other reason do we need to save people? A lot of words came to mind. But Gu Xiaoqian didn't say a word. Because she knows that the world is different now. The old rules have been turned upside down. Nowadays, strength is the truth, and whoever controls the strength can make the rules. This is an era where the strong survive. The only solution for a weak person like me is to rely on the strong. Feng in front of him is his only hope. Successfully verified the intelligence, the host receives the following rewards. Stone skin level +2. Stone skin level +2? At this moment, a voice appeared in Feng's mind. Doesn't that mean that his stone skin has also reached the second level? Feng was very satisfied with the huge changes brought about after Shunxiao reached the second level. I believe this stone skin will not let me down. I can try this ability slowly after I return. There's no need to rush. Then Feng looked at Gu Xiaoqian. Feng understood very well that this voice was appearing in his mind. This proves that Gu Xiaoqian's psychological defenses have been completely broken. Surrender yourself psychologically. After witnessing the tragic deaths of her colleagues, she truly realized the cruelty of this world. Thinking of this, Feng's mouth corners raised. He decided to completely conquer Gu Xiaoqian and let her know his current identity. Here with Feng, you can only be a servant. Okay, our agreement is complete. Feng said this and walked towards the armored vehicle. Seeing Feng had already come to the car, he was about to walk in the next second. Gu Xiaoqian became anxious. She knew that if she was left here, her fate would be the same as that of the bald man and the others. They were all torn to pieces by zombies. Or they would find a place to hide and eventually starve to death. Wait. Gu Xiaoqian quickly caught up and shouted. What's wrong? Is there anything else? Feng turned around and asked. You're just leaving like that? Gu Xiaoqian looked at Feng with tears in her eyes. It feels unbelievable. No matter how you look at it, she and Feng have a life and death friendship. Moreover, Feng had seen everything clearly while he was changing clothes just now. He was just left behind like this. Heartless scumbag. Of course, Gu Xiaoqian only dared to say it in her heart. She would never dare to say it directly. Otherwise Feng would turn against him. Then Gu Xiaoqian had no place to cry. Now she was wiping away her tears in the hope of gaining Feng's sympathy. Yeah, I need to go back and install the water purifier. I don't know if this thing will work properly. Feng said as a matter of course. He had no doubt that the information provided by the system was definitely correct. This is just an excuse to tease Gu Xiaoqian. Please take me with you. I can help too. I'm very familiar with this. Gu Xiaoqian suddenly thought of something and quickly raised her hand. Just at this moment, a breeze blew by. Look, Gu Xiaoqian's mentality now is completely different from before. At the beginning, Gu Xiaoqian was unwilling to let Feng take advantage of her. But now she could only pray that Feng would look at her a few more times. Just installing a water purifier? Feng certainly didn't mind and took a few more glances at the beautiful scenery. I can also give massages. Gu Xiaoqian said immediately. Gu Xiaoqian was reluctant during the massage before. I felt that as a college student. How could I be a masseuse? But now Gu Xiaoqian realized that she had underestimated the masseuse. As long as I can survive, massage doesn't matter. Not enough. Feng shook his head. Isn't that enough? What else do you want? Gu Xiaoqian's tears began to well up in her eyes again. This time she really felt wronged. I have already paid a lot. She had never done anything like this before. I have food and electricity in my place, so I don't have to worry about dying at any time. Think about it carefully, in this kind of apocalypse. How many women want this kind of environment? How much are they willing to pay? Xue Feng said with narrowed eyes. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoqian almost burst into tears. If such a place really exists, it is definitely not enough to just know about water purifiers and know how to massage. She is willing to give everything. But Gu Xiaoqian was a little skeptical. In this apocalyptic world, everyone is in danger. Does the place Xue Feng described really exist? At this moment, the zombies had already eaten the bald man and others. They all came towards the armored vehicle. The ugly faces of the zombies were all covered in blood. Some zombies still had some debris hanging on their bodies. Gu Xiaoqian even saw a piece of intestine hanging from the head of a zombie. Okay, I should go now. Xue Feng opened the door of the armored vehicle and was about to get in. Are you leaving now? Just leave yourself here alone. In the next second, you will become a delicacy in the mouths of zombies. Gu Xiaoqian was frightened out of her wits. At this moment, she didn't care about her remaining pitiful dignity. I'm willing to do anything. Please take me away. Gu Xiaoqian rushed over. He hugged Xue Feng's arm. This is one of her assets. This is also the only thing Gu Xiaoqian can do now. Okay, get in the passenger seat. Xue Feng also smiled when he saw this scene. He was sure that Gu Xiaoqian now completely understood the rules of this world. After getting Xue Feng's permission, Gu Xiaoqian used her hands and feet to run to the passenger seat. I even fell in the middle. Finally, I got into the passenger seat before the zombies arrived. The Black Panther came in only after Gu Xiaoqian entered. In fact, as long as Black Panther is around, Gu Xiaoqian will not be in any danger. It has now become human, knowing that Gu Xiaoqian is Xue Feng's servant. But for Gu Xiaoqian, this was definitely another life and death moment. Gu Xiaoqian, who barely managed to save her life, began to gasp for breath. Xue Feng started the armored vehicle and drove away. Only at this time did Gu Xiaoqian have the opportunity to look at the scene on the street. The more I looked at her, the more frightened I became. There were destroyed shops and bodies everywhere that no one had cleaned up. A lot of the ground was stained red with blood. One can imagine the tragedy that happened here. At this moment, Gu Xiaoqian felt a hand touching her thigh. And it keeps going down. 044, how can we waste water resources? You are too impatient. Gu Xiaoqian's face flushed. Of course she knew who the owner of this hand was. Before, she would have cursed him as a hooligan. But now Gu Xiaoqian knew that once she showed dissatisfaction, they will be kicked out of the car immediately. There are many zombies on both sides of the road. Besides, with the abilities demonstrated by Xue Feng, you can force yourself to taste it before you force yourself to drink it. When the time comes, eat it all up and throw it away. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian felt that Xue Feng was like a saint. In this apocalyptic world, we can still keep our promises. Don't force yourself. What about those people at the water plant? It was already done a long time ago. Now that you're on the bus, you have to pay the fare. Do you want to ride a pirate car? Xue Feng smiled, not being polite at all. Fare? Is there such a fare? I have heard before that some female passengers took taxis without paying the fare. I didn't expect that I would become this kind of person now. But she is willing. After waiting for more than an hour, Xue Feng finally finished. Gu Xiaoqian felt like her whole body was about to fall apart. Painful and happy. At some point, a lot of zombies gathered around the armored vehicle. Could it be that he was attracted by the sound he made just now? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian's face turned red. I didn't have time to think about pinching things just now, so I didn't pay attention to this place at all. I hope Xue Feng won't be angry. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian looked over cautiously. But he found that Xue Feng didn't care at all. He stepped on the accelerator and ran over all the zombies in front of him. Gu Xiaoqian finally breathed a sigh of relief, and soon the car arrived at the riverside villa area. Get off the armored vehicle. Looking at the villa in front of her that looked like a fortress, Gu Xiaoqian was stunned. Is this where Xue Feng lives? The outside is renovated with 3-meter-high walls to block zombies. If any survivors want to break in, they must climb over. But even Gu Xiaoqian could realize it. Breaking into this fortress easily would have serious consequences. When I think about it, I once doubted the existence of this shelter. She wanted to slap herself a few times. I almost lost this place where I could live safely. What Gu Xiaoqian didn't expect was, as the armored vehicle approached the villa, the gate opened. 5 women emerged from inside to greet them. Each one of them is a top beauty. They have different styles, and some have hot bodies. There are also beauties who exude a mature temperament. Gu Xiaoqian even saw a woman wearing glasses. Although he was wearing a uniform, but judging from the way she walked, she was different from other women. That's right. Gu Xiaoqian suddenly remembered that one of her college classmates had joined a boxing club. Just walk with this pace. Could it be that this woman can fight? Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian's face turned ugly. I'm afraid others also have their own strengths. Each of them is a great beauty. Even if I have no lower limits, it will be difficult for me to gain a foothold here. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian decided to find a way to play to her strengths. At this time, several women were looking at Gu Xiaoqian. They could all see that Gu Xiaoqian was already Xue Feng's woman. Thinking of this, everyone felt different. The one who was most unwilling was Nie Xiaoya. It was obvious that she had made up her mind and hinted many times before she finally won Xue Feng's favor. Make her a woman. Why is this woman in front of me so pampered all of a sudden? Nie Xiaoya bit her lip, feeling very unconvinced. She made up her mind that she would take the initiative if she had the chance in the future. I can't be as shy as before. In this end times, efficiency is very important. Xue Feng asked Yu Haoyun to take Gu Xiaoqian to visit the villa. By the way, introduce everyone to her and let her know them. Then change your clothes and come to see me. Soon Gu Xiaoqian came back after changing her clothes. She was wearing a beige long dress. Grown-ups. Seeing Xue Feng in the living room, Gu Xiaoqian put her hands on her lower abdomen and knelt on the ground. He bowed his head to the ground very reverently. It's like worshipping a god. Xue Feng was amused by this scene. How come Gu Xiaoqian changed her name to someone else after not seeing me for more than 10 minutes? He even knelt down. Get up. You don't have to kneel when you see me next time. You can stay here as long as you're useful. I don't need this garbage that wastes food. Xue Feng waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Gu Xiaoqian quickly stood up. Sir, you want to install a water purifier, right? This is usually used in large factories and requires some professional knowledge. Gu Xiaoqian's tone was sincere. Xue Feng nodded. When he saw the water purifier, he knew it was not for home use. Ordinary household water purifiers are simply not enough. After all, the drinking water used by Xue Feng and others needs to be purified. Can you handle this? Xue Feng asked. Of course. I just need a helper. Gu Xiaoqian said softly. Although Gu Xiaoqian knew how to install it, she had never done it herself. This kind of physical work is not for a supervisor like her. But now, in order to show her own value, Gu Xiaoqian can only do it herself. Just need a helper. You go ahead. Xue Feng casually pointed at Zhao Weisu. Yes, master. Zhao Weisu was not dissatisfied at all, and she had been doing chores these days. After almost 2 hours of hard work, we finally installed the water purification system before dark. When looking at the water pipe, pure water flows out. The women were all very excited. Although there is no shortage of drinking water in the villa, it is not so luxurious that people can use water at will. Only bottled water is not contaminated. But now it's different. There is as much polluted water as you want. However, Xue Feng still asked Nie Xiaoya to test the purified water. I felt relieved only after I was sure that it could be used. It seems that the unknown red color in the water source can be purified. 045 beauties bathing together, Nie Xiaoya's new discovery. Gu Xiaoqian's eyes widened, her heart filled with curiosity and surprise. This scene was indeed beyond her expectations, but she also realized that this would become a part of her new life. She looked around and saw that Yu Haoyun and the others were all beaming with excitement and anticipation, as if this kind of scene was commonplace for them. Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but blush and feel her heart beating fast, feeling both nervous and excited. The bathroom was incredibly spacious, taking up almost half the living room. Xue Feng couldn't help but sigh. The lives of the rich were indeed luxurious. And for Gu Xiaoqian, all of this was so new. Gu Xiaoqian and Zhao Weisu stood aside, watching this scene, their hearts filled with shock and confusion. Zhao Weisu was even more stunned. She had always regarded men as trash and had never imagined that one day she would take the initiative to serve a man, let alone in such a scene. She had originally thought that this was just an ordinary bath, with at most some heart-pounding interactions, but the scene before her clearly exceeded her expectations. When Xue Feng walked into the bathroom, the other women had already simply showered. They all came forward, vying to serve Xue Feng, applying shower gel, scrubbing his back, massaging his legs, washing his hair. Everyone was full of enthusiasm and anticipation. Gu Xiaoqian and Zhao Weisu watched this scene, somewhat bewildered. Zhao Weisu had never served a man before, and she had originally thought it was just an ordinary bath. Gu Xiaoqian, on the other hand, felt even more deeply the competition and pressure within the villa. However, when Xue Feng lay in the bathtub, enjoying their service, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. This feeling of being served really made him feel the dignity of an emperor. At this moment, Gu Xiaoqian mustered up the courage to present her ideas for improving the villa to Xue Feng. She described in detail the optimization suggestions for material placement and resource utilization, demonstrating her management skills. Xue Feng listened with gusto, nodding his head repeatedly at Gu Xiaoqian's suggestion. He realized that while the beauties under his command each had their own unique qualities, only a few could truly manage a household and understand management. Gu Xiaoqian's appearance perfectly filled this void. Xue Feng then announced Gu Xiaoqian as the villa's housekeeper. Gu Xiaoqian was overjoyed, having finally found her true purpose. The other women didn't express any dissatisfaction, as they knew Gu Xiaoqian's role didn't conflict with theirs. This made Gu Xiaoqian's heart ripple. Could this be their normal daily life? Thinking of this, her cheeks couldn't help but flush, and her heartbeat became faster. The atmosphere in the bathroom grew increasingly subtle, as everyone immersed themselves in their roles, enjoying this unique experience. Xue Feng, smiling, accepted their services, feeling a surge of satisfaction and happiness in his heart. He had never imagined that he would have such a day, surrounded by so many beautiful women, enjoying their care and love. As time went by, the atmosphere in the bathroom became increasingly heated. Competition between the women also quietly unfolded. They all wanted to provide the best service for Xue Feng and let him feel their unique charm. Xue Feng became the beneficiary of this competition. He enjoyed the care and love of each woman and felt incomparable happiness and satisfaction in his heart. However, behind this seemingly joyful occasion, hidden secrets and entanglements lie hidden. Each woman has her own story and purpose. Their gathering here is not due to mere coincidence or fate, but rather they have their own goals and intentions. As Gu Xiaoqian combed Xue Feng's hair, her heart was filled with emotion. She remembered her original intention of coming here, to find love and happiness of her own. However, the scene before her made her feel somewhat lost and confused. She didn't know whether she should continue to persevere or give up. As Zhao Weisu wiped Xue Feng's body, a complex mix of emotions welled up in her heart. She had once been a woman filled with disgust and rejection towards men, but the Xue Feng before her made her feel an unprecedented sense of excitement and warmth. She began to question whether her previous thoughts were correct and whether she should reevaluate her views on men. The other women also have their own concerns and plans. They come here due to family pressure, career pursuits, or inner loneliness. They all hope to gain Xue Feng's favor and recognition through their own efforts and dedication. Behind this seemingly simple bath lies the complex emotions and entanglements in everyone's heart. They all hope to find their own happiness and satisfaction through their own efforts and dedication. However, true happiness is not so easy to obtain. It requires everyone's sincere efforts and hard work. At dinner time, everyone changed into new clothes. And Xiaowei wore a sailor uniform, Yu Haoyan a white dress, Nie Xiaoya a blue evening gown. Each person showcased their unique charm. Gu Xiaoqian, on the other hand, opted for a more conservative maid outfit, hoping to impress Xue Feng. When the hot meal was served, Gu Xiaoqian was shocked. She had almost forgotten what it was like to eat hot food. Looking at the table full of delicious food, her mouth couldn't help but flow. Xue Feng smiled and signaled everyone to start eating. Gu Xiaoqian carefully savored each dish, her heart filled with emotion. She realized that in this villa, in addition to competition, there was also love and warmth. When the hot meal was served, Gu Xiaoqian was shocked. She almost forgot what it felt like to last eat a hot meal. I even thought that I would never be able to eat these things. Before she knew it, her saliva was flowing down, and Gu Xiaoqian didn't notice it. Xue Feng didn't move his chopsticks, and Gu Xiaoqian didn't dare to make any move either. It was even more impossible for her to know that Xue Feng and others had just had a hot meal. Let's start eating. Xue Feng was the first to start picking up the dishes. The others started eating, and Gu Xiaoqian was even more cautious. You're always hungry outside, so you can eat without worry here. Seeing Gu Xiaoqian's expression, Yu Haoyan smiled slightly and said, Gu Xiaoqian nodded slightly, very moved. Looking at Wang Xinyu and Nie Xiaoya again, their eyes were also very gentle when they looked at him. Because the first time they came to the villa and had a full meal, it was exactly the same as Gu Xiaoqian's. Gu Xiaoqian thought that everyone here was competing for favor, but she didn't expect that there was actually love involved. By the way, today I discovered that the crystal core has a new function. Nie Xiaoya suddenly said. 046 enough energy. A reward for Nie Xiaoya. A new function for the crystal core? Hearing this, Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Now he has a lot of crystal cores obtained from zombies and mutants. But other than using it for your own absorption and feeding it to dogs, they can only be left to dry in the storage space. It's totally useless. According to Xue Feng's previous experiments with Xiaowei, the crystal core cannot act directly on the human body. Feng was able to absorb it because of the help of the system. Yes, this crystal core is based on my research and analysis. It contains very pure energy, which is the key to the zombie's ability to move without food or water. Many mutated animals that have been discovered have organs similar to those that store energy. Xiaoya began to talk about her professional knowledge, and Xiaowei and others were confused after hearing this. To them, it was simply a fantasy. The only one who could understand it a little was Wang Xinyu. After all, she is a medical professional, but she can't know everything. To make a long story short, the crystal cores inside zombies can be used as energy. For example, providing electricity for the villa. Xiaoya's eyes were full of pride. If it weren't for the end of the world, her invention would have shocked the world. Sadly, the world has been turned upside down. But Xiaoya was also very clear. If the apocalypse hadn't occurred, there would be no zombies. I don't have the opportunity to do these studies. Hearing this, Feng nodded with satisfaction. Sure enough, Xiaoya is a talented person. The information provided by the system is very valuable. Thinking of this, Feng looked at everyone else one by one. The caring and thoughtful in Xiaowei, the lucky goddess Yu Haoyun, and the medical talent Wang Xinyu. There is also the housekeeper Gu Xiaoqian. Each one of them can provide great help to myself. There is also Zhao Weisu, a combat talent with special abilities, which is also what he lacks. When he left the villa, Zhao Weisu was there. Don't worry about the safety of the villa. Moreover, Zhao Weisu's special ability is very special. He can make food to enhance his combat effectiveness. At critical moments, it may play an unexpected role. How do you provide electricity? Feng finally looked at Xiaoya. After all, the transformation of the crystal core definitely requires a process. I've figured out how the crystal cores are converted. It's actually like a bioenergy battery. Xiaoya started talking at length again. Anyway, there is only one core point, which is that she solved the most critical problem. That's why it was brought up at the dinner table. Okay, I'll go to your lab and take a look later. Feng nodded and finished dinner in no time. Then go to the laboratory with Xiaoya. The newcomer, Gu Xiaoqian, began to clean the table consciously. Although Gu Xiaoqian didn't know whose job this was before, but now she has it covered. There is hot water for bathing and enough food. This place is simply paradise. Let her do anything. Xiaoya's laboratory is in the basement. There are many simple instruments here now. Feng soon saw the bioenergy battery that Xiaoya mentioned. It is a modified large battery. Just put the crystal core into it, and it can replace the battery. The wires next to it are connected to the power generation device outside. The crystal core of an ordinary zombie can support the electricity consumption of the villa for 3 days. Xiaoya looked excited. It also means that the energy of the crystal nucleus is very large if fully utilized. The power generation will last longer, and this is just the first version. Xiaoya also plans to develop a second version. Then can the armored vehicle's energy device also be modified? Feng's eyes lit up. Sure. Xiaoya nodded. The principle is the same. Then he began to explain the principle to Feng in a torrent of words. You've done a great job this time. We won't have to worry about electricity anymore. Feng sighed. The villa's current generator is diesel-driven. A water purification device was added today, which increased the power consumption. Feng was worried about how to ensure stable power supply. Unexpectedly, Xiaoya gave him a surprise. Seeing Feng praising her, Xiaoya's face was full of shyness. Recently, she has been very worried about her position in Feng's heart, especially watching Feng bring back a steady stream of new beauties. It made her very anxious. Now that she had received Feng's affirmation, Xiaoya felt that this was her happiest moment. Then I want a reward. Xiaoya's cheeks were flushed, and she spoke in a low voice. At this moment, her eyes were full of anticipation. Is it about your sister? Actually, I don't know where your sister is. I'm sorry. Feng actually always knew that Xiaoya was always thinking about her sister. I won Xiaoya's trust by mentioning Xiaoya's sister. No, actually, I know that my sister might be in danger. When Xiaoya mentioned her sister, her eyes turned red. Tears streamed down my cheeks. Ever since arriving at the villa, Xiaoya knew that Feng's words were just white lies. If it weren't for Feng, she would have died in the sewer long ago. Even the corpses were eaten by rats. Moreover, Feng is a man who keeps his promises. He said he would not use force, and he never used force. If I knew where my sister was, I would have helped find her long ago. Thinking of this, Xiaoya began to sob with her hands covering her mouth. Seeing this, Feng hugged Xiaoya in his arms. Gently stroke her back. I'm already very satisfied to be here. Thank you so much. Xiaoya raised her head and met Feng's gaze. There were tears in her eyes. Feng's eyes gleamed with unconcealable curiosity and anticipation, like the brightest stars in the night sky, eagerly exploring unknown mysteries. He leaned forward slightly, his deep eyes fixed on Nyesya, trying to catch a clue from her slightly shy, yet barely concealed excitement. So, what about the reward you mentioned? Shuefeng's voice was deep and magnetic, each word like a carefully crafted note, gently tapping the air around him, intensifying the anticipation. His heartbeat quickened, as if he was about to reveal a secret that could change his destiny. When Nyesya heard this, the blush on her cheeks became more vivid and charming, like peach blossoms blooming in the morning light. She bit her lower lip lightly, as if hesitating whether to reveal her heart-warming secret to the public. Her clear, spring-like eyes held both shyness and determination. Finally, she mustered the courage and decided not to hide it anymore. Actually, this reward. Nyesya's words were tinged with mystery, her tone deliberately drawn out, causing Shuefeng's heart to hang in his throat. The air around them seemed to freeze, and even time slowed down, just for this moment of revelation. This is a special gift I prepared for you, Nyesya finally spoke. Her voice, though soft, felt like a spring breeze, warm and powerful. As she spoke, she pulled an object from a delicate little box beside her. It glowed faintly, appearing even more mysterious in the dim light. I made this myself. I hope it can be a helper on your adventure. Nyesya's words were filled with pride and expectation. She gently handed the item to Shuebian, with a gentle light in her eyes. 47 women with different thoughts. If someone saw Nyesya's face now, she would definitely mistakenly think that Shuefeng behind her was giving her some kind of strict guidance or training. In fact, this is exactly what Nyesya desires deep in her heart, a kind of whole-body release and pleasure. This feeling lasted for more than an hour until Shuefeng growled. He held Nyesya's arm tightly and gently pulled her up. At that moment, Nyesya, this is unprecedented happiness and satisfaction. Then she leaned over the table, her breathing gradually becoming steady. Shuefeng looked at Nyesya, whose face was covered in sweat but overflowing with happiness. A trace of tenderness welled up in his heart, and he knew that she needed to rest at this moment. So Shuefeng gently picked her up and brought her back to the bedroom. In the bedroom, the other girls had been waiting for a long time. They all changed into the clothes they thought were the most attractive. Looking forward to our gathering in the evening. Zhao Weisu is also very feminine, and Gu Xiaoqian is also ready to spend the night here. She is willing to do anything, but she doesn't want to miss every moment with Shuefeng. Seeing Nyesya's satisfied expression, the other girls couldn't hide their jealousy. Being able to be alone with Shuefeng in the basement for more than an hour was a great pleasure for them. It is undoubtedly the most enviable time. Shuefeng couldn't help but smile bitterly when he saw this. Realizing that as the number of people increased, it seemed no longer appropriate to be in the same room like this. There are enough rooms in the villa. From today on, you can go back to your rooms and rest, he suggested. In fact, everyone has their own room in the villa to store personal belongings, but at some point, everyone habitually gathered around Shuefeng's bed. Hearing Shuefeng's words, the girls looked at each other, and then Xiaowei was the first to respond, twisting her body and leaving. The others also said goodbye, leaving only Nyesya, who was kept by Shuefeng. Looking at the departing competitors, Nyesya's face was filled with the joy of victory. At least today, she is the lucky one. Although her body was exhausted, she felt happy because of her inner satisfaction. However, to Nyesya's surprise, just after the lights went out, the door was gently pushed open. Was it a zombie? Or an intruder? No, the light footsteps told her it was Xiaowei. Brother Shuefeng, I'm scared to sleep alone. Can we sleep together? And Xiaowei's voice was a touch coquettish, which made Nyesya secretly disdainful. Scared? Recalling Xiaowei's courage when she first faced the zombies, Nyesya found the words laughable. Come up. Shuefeng smiled helplessly. He understood why Xiaowei was like this. He had already seen through her thoughts. Thank you, Brother Shuefeng. And Xiaowei was secretly delighted and quickly got into bed, with Nyesya on either side. With Shuefeng sandwiched in the middle, feeling the warmth coming from both sides and in Xiaowei's restless little hands, he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. This is probably one of the few happy moments in the apocalypse. Just then, the door was pushed open again, and this time it was Wang Xinyu. She felt this was a good opportunity to strengthen her relationship with Shuefeng. After all, Nyesya was exhausted. She and Shuefeng had been first loves, and that feeling had always been hidden deep within their hearts. Why are you here? And Xiaowei complained in dissatisfaction. She had thought she was the only one there. Wang Xinyu was taken aback, not expecting Xiaowei to be there, but she didn't show any weakness. Why can't I come? She said, climbing onto the bed. Shuefeng laughed at himself, not expecting his own rules to be broken so quickly. With Wang Xinyu's arrival, the atmosphere became even more lively. Zhao Weisu arrived shortly after. She had no intention of joining in, but she always obeyed Xue Feng's orders unconditionally. However, as a psychic, her perception was exceptionally sharp. She heard footsteps in the hallway and realized someone was gathering towards Xue Feng's room. Unable to sit idly by, she joined the group. Later, Yu Haoyun arrived. She had wanted to chat with Xiaowei, but she was gone. Realizing she might have gone to Xue Feng's place, she followed. The only one missing is Gu Xiaoqian, Yu Haoyun said. She's new here, would she dare to come? Nie Xiaoya expressed her doubts. She believed that as the latest member to join, Gu Xiaoqian should remain humble. Why not? Look at the short skirt she is wearing today, Zhao Weisu said dissatisfiedly. How about we make a bet and see if Gu Xiaoqian will come? Someone suggested. Okay, the loser gets to stay dressed all day tomorrow. Okay, the girls were instantly excited. Except for Nie Xiaoya. Everyone else thought Gu Xiaoqian would definitely come. Why do you all think she will come? Nie Xiaoya was puzzled. She's also someone who never gives up, and she worked really hard today, Yu Haoyun explained. She had witnessed Gu Xiaoqian's dedication as she installed the water purifier and sorted through the supplies. A girl who longed to earn a place by Xue Feng's side wouldn't miss this opportunity. Let's wait and see. Nie Xiaoya pouted, firmly believing that she, a doctor, would never lose. At this moment, the door was slowly pushed open. And everyone's eyes were focused on the door, looking forward to Gu Xiaoqian's arrival. Nie Xiaoya felt both anticipation and trepidation in her heart. She didn't want to admit it, but deep down she was also curious whether Gu Xiaoqian really dared to come. The crack in the door gradually widened, and Gu Xiaoqian's figure came into view. She was wearing a simple nightgown, looking neither too ostentatious nor losing her feminine beauty. There was a hint of determination in her eyes, as if she was ready to face anything. Hi, everyone is here. Gu Xiaoqian greeted with a smile, her voice calm and confident, as if she was already a part of this room. Nie Xiaoya was stunned. She hadn't expected Gu Xiaoqian to actually come. Seeing Gu Xiaoqian's calm demeanor, she couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Perhaps this was Gu Xiaoqian's charm. She always managed to show off her uniqueness without realizing it. Gu Xiaoqian, you're here too. Xue Feng greeted her with a smile, a hint of admiration in his eyes. He knew that Gu Xiaoqian was a girl who never gave up, and her arrival undoubtedly added a new vitality to the room. Yes, I want to join you all. Gu Xiaoqian responded with a smile, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. She knew that this night would be one filled with laughter and warmth. Seeing Gu Xiaoqian arrive, the girls' hearts were touched. They knew that this night would not be just a simple gathering, but a spiritual connection. In this room, filled with love, they would share each other's joys and sorrows and spend this beautiful night together. And Xue Feng would become the warmest support in their hearts. 048 New information, Nie Xiaoxing's whereabouts. Gu Xiaoqian, wearing a set of white cotton underwear, tiptoed in. When she came to Xue Feng's room, she had made up her mind. After all, he came here secretly without knowing the other woman's knowledge. If you are discovered, you will definitely be ostracized. But she was hooked. The first time during the day was far from enough for Gu Xiaoqian. She wanted to be more moisturized. At the same time, she also wanted to develop a further relationship with Xue Feng. So Gu Xiaoqian plucked up her courage and pushed open the door. Haha, we won. And Xiaowei clapped excitedly. Xiaoya, don't even think about wearing clothes tomorrow. A great doctor doesn't wear clothes. Just thinking about this, Yu Haoyun couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. You are all here. Gu Xiaoqian was a little dumbfounded. I didn't expect that she was still hesitating in the room for a long time. The other women had already taken action. No, I can't fall behind, otherwise I will have no chance. That night, the room was still very noisy. When Nie Xiaoya woke up the next morning, she did as agreed. He was eating breakfast without any clothes on, which made Xue Feng unable to help but take a few more glances at him. It's really pleasing to the eyes. Every gesture and movement reveals the spring scene. Xue Feng's gaze made other women jealous. They seemed to have won last night, but actually lost. I knew this would attract Xue Feng's attention. Then they would have done it a long time ago. Just as Xue Feng was admiring it, a voice came from his mind. The information has been updated. 1. There's a gas station 4 kilometers west of the city. There are gasoline barrels, but it's surrounded by zombies. 2. There are 57 survivors on the university campus 5 kilometers west of the city, including Nie Xiaoya's sister, Nie Xiaoxing. It is noted that Nie Xiaoxing is in danger. 3. A third-order mutant corpse king was discovered at a rubber factory 20 kilometers west of the city. This mutant possesses special abilities, so please be careful with it. Upon hearing this information, Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Nie Xiaoya's sister, Nie Xiaoxing. Yesterday, he felt a little regretful because he didn't know the whereabouts of Nie Xiaoya's sister. I didn't expect to find it now. Xue Feng immediately wanted to tell Nie Xiaoya the news. But Xue Feng hesitated for a moment and still didn't speak. The reason is simple. The crisis has been going on for so long. Who knows if Nie Xiaoxing will suffer any torture? What surprised Xue Feng was that there were 57 survivors in the school. How they survived? Xue Feng planned to go and see the situation first. If Nie Xiaoxing really encountered any torture, Nie Xiaoya would not be the first to see it. That was definitely a huge blow to her. Thinking of this, Xue Feng specifically called on Xiaowei, Zhao Weisu, and Gu Xiaoqian to go with him. And Xiaowei was the first woman he rescued and the most mature one. Zhao Weisu's special abilities can help him, especially the third-level mutant mentioned in the third piece of information. The information tells me to be cautious, which proves that the mutant must be extraordinary. Considering that Gu Xiaoqian has just joined, she needs to build up her courage. So the protagonist brought Gu Xiaoqian with him. There are also Xiaowei and Zhao Weisu. If you have never killed a zombie, you can't survive here. After packing up the weapons and equipment, the armored vehicle started. Xue Feng whistled, and the Black Panther jumped up. He first came to the gas station. After all, he planned to go to the rubber factory in the west of the city later. The oil must be filled up in advance. As soon as I got to the roadside, I saw a lot of crashed vehicles. The gas station was surrounded, and there were dozens of zombies wandering around inside. It is estimated that when the apocalypse broke out, many people thought about the problem of gasoline. They all rushed here to grab gasoline. Instead, a car accident happened, trapping them here and turning them all into zombies. Xue Feng and a few others got off the car. Gu Xiaoqian looked nervous. When they were in the car, and Xiaowei had already told her how to deal with the zombies. But this was her first time after all. Seeing these zombies gathering together, Xue Feng subconsciously wanted to use Shenxiao. Then I thought, this is a gas station. A spark could set the place on fire, so in the end he just took out the machete obediently. It seems that although Shenxiao is powerful, it is not suitable for all places. Follow me. Xue Feng said this and rushed in. Following closely behind was Zhao Weisu. She just rubbed her hands together and a loaf of bread appeared. After stuffing it into his mouth, Zhao Weisu's speed suddenly became faster. The zombies in front of her were all moving in slow motion. And Xiaowei and Gu Xiaoqian also followed, waving their weapons. And Xiaowei mainly accompanied Nie Gu Xiaoqian to build up her courage and took her to find lone zombies. Seeing Zhao Weisu kill more than a dozen people in a blink of an eye, he also mustered up the courage. He swung the steel pipe and smashed it hard on the zombie's head. Bang! The zombie's head exploded like a watermelon. The zombies were quickly cleared out. Looking at the oil drums neatly arranged on the ground in the gas station yard, Xue Feng smiled with satisfaction. If this oil is shipped back, it will be enough to be used for a year or two. The key is how to transport it back. Successfully verified the intelligence, the host receives the following rewards. A tanker truck can transport fuel. Hearing the voice, Xue Feng's brows relaxed. But in order to avoid scaring the women, he directly conjured up a tanker truck. Plus, Nie Xiaoxing is in danger now. So Xue Feng planned to go back and drive the oil truck over. Xue Feng refueled the armored vehicle. Everyone else was collecting crystal cores. Now we have Nie Xiaoya's invention. The crystal core is energy and cannot be wasted easily. The armored vehicle filled up with gas and roared towards the university. When I arrived at the university gate, it was dead silent. Xue Feng noticed that the school gate was closed and many tables and chairs blocked the entrance. There are just a lot of zombies gathered at the school gate. Shenxiao. Xue Feng did not hesitate this time and activated the second level of Shenxiao. Lightning bolts as thick as arms jumped on the zombies' bodies one by one. In the blink of an eye, most of the zombies were wiped out. Brother Xue Feng, you've become even more powerful. When Xiaowei saw the second-level Shenxiao for the first time, she cheered heartily. Certainly. Xue Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Now his stone skin ability has reached the second level. I just haven't had the chance to actually fight it yet, so I don't know what kind of mutants I'll encounter next time. Is there a chance to test it? Let's go in and take a look. Xue Feng walked inside. What are you going here for? Gu Xiaoqian couldn't help but look curious. Don't ask. Brother Xue Feng's words are orders, and we are not allowed to question them. And Xiaowei said with a serious face. Although Xiaowei didn't know why Brother Xue Feng wanted to come to this school, but there are reasons for Brother Xue Feng's actions. Yes, yes. Gu Xiaoqian immediately became as obedient as a kitten. Meanwhile, inside the sports warehouse on campus, a group of people gathered together in a circle. Our food and water can only last for 5 days at most. A tall and thin student wearing glasses said with squinted eyes. If we want everyone to survive, we must send people to search for resources. In order to ensure fairness and justice, as the student council president, I suggest that everyone vote for one person. Do you have any opinions? Hearing this, everyone around shook their heads. They don't have any opinions at all. His life was completely in the hands of the student council president. Okay, then I'll take the lead and vote for Nie Xiaoxing. The student council president raised the corners of his mouth with a smug smile. Hearing this, everyone's eyes immediately looked over. All the focus was on a girl with pretty features and a slim figure sitting on the edge. 049 Nie Xiaoxing would rather die than surrender. Everyone's eyes were focused on Nie Xiaoxing, who was curled up in the corner. The scene fell into silence for a moment, because they all knew why Student Union President Sun Teng named Nie Xiaoxing. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, these students have been able to survive and establish the school as a stronghold. It's all thanks to Sun Teng. Because when the apocalyptic crisis occurred, Sun Teng quickly awakened and became a superpower. He used his supernatural powers to clear out the zombies in the school. This saved them from death at the hands of zombies. Relying on the water and food in the cafeteria, these dozens of survivors have managed to survive until now. However, Nie Xiaoxing is just an ordinary girl. No survival experience. Letting Nie Xiaoxing go out alone to look for food is tantamount to committing suicide. It is not so much about looking for water and food, but rather Sun Teng's attempt to reduce the number of disobedient people. Those who do not submit to him will be eliminated. Before the Doomsday broke out, Sun Teng had been pursuing Nie Xiaoxing. After all, Nie Xiaoxing is the school belle and many people like her. However, Nie Xiaoxing was fully focused on his studies and had already stated that he would not have a romantic relationship on campus. He publicly rejected Sun Teng several times. Now this is retaliation. Raise your hands. Sun Teng's tone turned icy. Hearing these words, the students around were frightened. They all raised their hands. Haha, Nie Xiaoxing. We've unanimously voted to let you go find food. But if you beg me, I might consider it and try to find someone else to go with you. How about kneeling down and begging me? You only have one chance. Sun Teng showed a smug smile and walked in front of Nie Xiaoxing. He has wanted to get Nie Xiaoxing for a long time. I am the student union president and the best student in the school. And Nie Xiaoxing is the school belle. She should be his woman. This is called a talented man and a beautiful woman. But Nie Xiaoxing never gave him a chance and even rejected him publicly. This made him extremely angry. Especially after the outbreak of the Doomsday, he became the leader here with his supernatural powers. Half of the girls have already thrown themselves into his arms. He just wants to curry favor with me and survive in the apocalypse. These days, he is surrounded by women left and right. And, for Sun Teng, this is simply heaven. But the person he always wanted to conquer was Nie Xiaoxing. He wanted the school beauty who rejected him in the past to kneel down and lick his shoes. So Sun Teng was doing it on purpose, trying to find ways to make trouble for Nie Xiaoxing. For example, reducing Nie Xiaoxing's food rations so that she eats less than others. Only one steamed bun every day. Let Nie Xiaoxing do physical work and watch her get so tired that she can't bear the humiliation. However, Nie Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and persevered. Even though his body was getting thinner and thinner, he didn't show any sign of begging for mercy. So today Sun Teng finally lost his patience. Now it's equivalent to a showdown with Nie Xiaoxing. If you don't come to beg me now, you will go out and die later. I'm going to find food. Nie Xiaoxing bit her lips, an unwilling look on her face. If Nie Xiaoxing hadn't been concerned about his sister, he would have given up on this humiliating life. Go out and fight the zombies. Although it is extremely dangerous, at least there is still a glimmer of hope. She knew very well what Sun Teng wanted to do. Some girls also advised themselves to give in to Sun Teng so that they could get more food. But Nie Xiaoxing would rather die than surrender. She just doesn't like Sun Teng's sanctimonious look. It was obvious that he was relying on his status as a superpower to occupy the supplies in the cafeteria and the store, forcing other male students to go outside the school and risk their lives to collect supplies. But here I am giving orders. Act as if all this is a gift from him. If you really have the ability, go out and find supplies yourself, instead of driving away the unnecessary people. Nie Xiaoxing knew Sun Teng's temper. The student council president in front of me is a despicable and shameless villain. Before the food was completely exhausted, Sun Teng, a person with superpowers. I will never risk my life. Even though he has superpowers, he is still a despicable coward. You'd rather go out and die than beg me, right? Sun Teng was angry and his face twisted instantly. I won't necessarily die if I go out, but staying here makes me sick. Nie Xiaoxing said coldly. Hearing this, Sun Teng was furious. Okay, Okay, you're going to be bitten to death by zombies anyway, so let me have some fun first. Sun Tung sneered and pounced forward. He grabbed Nie Xiaoxing's clothes. Tear it apart. Sun Ting pulled down the cuffs, revealing the white and smooth shoulders. Seeing this scene, everyone around turned their heads. No one wanted to help. Nie Xiaoxing gritted his teeth and had already thought of the worst-case scenario. She would rather die than be forced by Sun Tung. President. Just at this moment, a boy ran over. Bang. Sun Tung turned around and slapped the boy in the face. Do you have good eyesight? Ruin my good deeds. Sun Ting thought that this boy was standing up for Nie Xiaoxing. Why are you pretending to be a righteous person? Don't you look at your own strength? In an instant, the boy's cheeks swelled up and he covered his face with his hands, feeling very aggrieved. Because he was not there to take charge, he was just reporting the situation, and he didn't expect to be beaten. President, someone broke into the school. What? Is help coming? Sun Ting's face showed surprise and joy. He had no idea what the situation was like in the outside world. Now we are waiting inside the campus to see if there will be any rescue. President, take a look yourself. It doesn't look like a rescue operation. There are only a few people. Hearing this, Sun Tung frowned. He looked at Nie Xiaoxing reluctantly and was about to proceed to the next step. Nie Xiaoxing, I'll come over later. After saying this, Sun Tung walked towards the warehouse door. Sure enough, I saw the seats at the school gate had been moved away. A man came in with 3 women and a big dog. Sun Tung's eyes lit up. Those 3 women are all top beauties with curvy figures. This made Sun Tung almost drool, although he has played with many female students in the past few days. But they all have ordinary figures, and none of them are mature. What attracted Sun Tung's attention even more was the armored vehicle. As long as we can get the armored vehicle, they are not afraid of zombies at all, and it is easy for them to obtain supplies. All the boys, follow me. Let's seize the armored vehicle. Sun Ting pushed his glasses and laughed sinisterly. The lackeys beside Sun Ting also stared with their eyes wide open. Hiss. President, kill that man later, and let the brothers play with this woman too. Yes, President, we are also short of women. I've been feeling pent up these days. The male students shouted. In school, Sun Tung is like a king. Boys are not allowed to touch other girls. Sun Tung can only enjoy her. Watching Sun Tung playing with those girls every day makes these boys' blood boil. You can only solve it yourself. Okay, let's get rid of that man and divide the women up. Sun Ting thought about it and nodded. He still needs these boys to do odd jobs, so he should give them some sweet treats. But of course I must be the first. So Xue Feng, who had just walked a few steps into the campus. Then I saw a group of boys rushing over waving steel pipes. 050 bestiality. Justice killing. Soon, Sun Tung and others surrounded Xue Feng. Hand over the keys to the armored vehicle. A boy pointed a steel pipe at Xue Feng and yelled, but his eyes wandered over in Xiao Wei and the others. Especially Gu Xiaoqian's bulging chest, his eyes were staring at it. Act recklessly. Xue Feng sneered. Shen Xiao? The next second, a flash of lightning struck the boy's eyebrows. Boom. The boy's head instantly caught fire, and he fell straight down. The smell of burning flesh and hair filled the air. Seeing this scene, Sun Tung and others were dumbfounded. I didn't expect that Xue Feng is also a person with superpowers. The other boys' legs were shaking, and they subconsciously looked at Sun Tung. Are you the leader here? Xue Feng also looked over. I'm the student council president, not a leader. Sun Tung swallowed. He never expected that he would be facing a person with superpowers. No wonder. Dare to go around with 3 beauties alone. Do you know Nie Xiaoxing? Xue Feng went straight to the point and asked directly. Sun Ting's expression changed slightly at first. Then things quickly returned to normal. Yes. Sun Ting nodded quickly. Take me. Xue Feng didn't waste time talking to Sun Tung. He didn't have any good feelings towards this group of guys. He wanted to steal his car right away. However, there is no need to fight with these guys before finding Nie Xiaoxing. It's a pity that Nie Xiaoxing died when the apocalypse broke out. Sun Tung pretended to be regretful. Died when the apocalypse happened. This is questioning the intelligence given to you by the system. You're lying to me. Xue Feng said lightly, his eyes full of murderous intent. No, absolutely not. If you don't believe me, you can search. Sun Ting insisted that he had made up his mind. He planned to take advantage of Xue Feng's negligence and attack him from behind. But he didn't expect that a bolt of lightning would strike him in the face. Sun Tung was immediately scared out of his wits. Know the power of lightning. Beast transformation. With a roar, Sun Tung directly activated his supernatural power. In an instant, his body expanded to twice its size and turned into a red-haired gorilla. The lightning struck Sun Tung but did not knock him down directly. Instead, it left a charred mark on the shoulder. Superpowers? Interesting. Feng immediately became interested. I didn't expect that Sun Ting's special ability was to turn into a gorilla. And this gorilla is definitely not just an ordinary gorilla. All aspects of the body have also been strengthened. Roar! Sun Tung screamed in pain. This time he was in great pain too. Ignoring the pain, Sun Tung clasped his hands together. He smashed towards Feng fiercely. The boys around cheered, as they had seen Sun Ting use this trick before. Smashed a very strange zombie. This blow has at least 1,000 pounds of force. But Feng sneered. Time 0. After the launch of the 0 hour, Sun Ting's actions were seen by Feng. It's like slow motion. This gave Feng time to aim easily. Xiao started again. A bolt of lightning hit Sun Ting's head accurately. No matter how strong Sun Ting's defense was, his face was not protected at all. Boom. Sun Tung fell backwards to the ground. His face was charred and his facial features were no longer visible. There was only blood flowing out from the charred area. When he died, Sun Ting still remained in the state of a gorilla. Please let us go. Yes, we were also coerced. Nie Xiaoxing is still alive, in the warehouse. Seeing this scene, the male students around threw away the steel pipes in their hands, kneeled down and begged for mercy. Sun Tung was dead, and they had no intention of resisting. Feng stepped over the gorilla's body and came to the door of the warehouse. When I opened the warehouse door, I found more than 20 girls here. Just when Feng saw Nie Xiaoxing in the corner, successfully verified the intelligence, the host receives the following rewards. 1 assault rifle, 5,000 rounds of ammunition. Feng was quite satisfied when he heard about this reward. Assault rifle, this is also good stuff. It can directly increase the team's combat effectiveness. He planned to upgrade Xiaowei's equipment after returning to the villa, and Xiaowei is now carrying a pistol, which can be used by others. When they saw Feng, the girls all shuddered subconsciously. They all saw Sun Ting's body outside. This is a man who is even more terrifying than Sun Tung. Feng's brows began to frown as he noticed that Nie Xiaoxing's cuffs were torn. Fortunately, there seemed to be no other scars on his body. If I had been a step later, the consequences would have been disastrous. Are you Nie Xiaoya's sister, Nie Xiaoxing? Feng asked directly. I am. Nie Xiaoxing was slightly stunned, then nodded quickly. Your sister asked me to come find you, so I can take you away now. Feng nodded and said. What? It was his sister who asked him to come find her. Nie Xiaoxing had already fallen into despair. In the end of the world, she didn't expect anyone to save her. The only person I'm worried about is my sister. When the riot first started, Nie Xiaoxing's cell phone fell to the ground and was stepped on and broken. There is no way to contact my sister. And later the communication was interrupted. But he didn't expect that his sister's people would find him. You don't believe me? Seeing that Nie Xiaoxing didn't move for a long time, Feng scratched his head. No, I believe it. Nie Xiaoxing finally reacted. He trotted all the way to Feng's side. Since he was the person entrusted by his sister, Nie Xiaoxing had a natural sense of security. What's more, there are several beautiful women around Feng. This scene made the other girls envious. This is a man who is even more powerful than Sun Tung, able to travel around in the Doomsday. Who did this? Feng frowned, looking at Nie Xiaoxing's torn clothes. That's what Sun Ting just said. Nie Xiaoxing said in a low voice. Besides him, has anyone else bullied you? Feng asked again. Hearing this, Nie Xiaoxing looked a little hesitant. Although no one touched her. But that doesn't mean no one bullies her. That boy, he deliberately gave me less food. After hesitating for a long time, Nie Xiaoxing pointed at a boy standing at the door of the warehouse and said, Yes, Sun Ting asked me to do this. The boy immediately showed a look of horror. Bang! And Xiaowei raised her hand, and a bullet shot through the guy's head. Anything else? Feng continued to ask. Nie Xiaoxing was shocked. He didn't expect Feng to kill someone with just a wave of his hand. Although her heart was also filled with the pleasure of revenge. But in the end, I couldn't bear it and didn't want to continue exposing other people. But at this time, other girls jumped out one after another. That person dragged me into the toilet while I was searching for supplies. Woo woo woo. And him, he climbed on top of me in the middle of the night. That guy was even more disgusting. There was white stuff in the bread he gave me. He threatened to beat me if I didn't eat it. Every word he spoke was like a bullet. A massacre has begun. 051 boxing. Are you mentally retarded? Although Sun Tung is the one in charge here. But there are also many boys who are cheating on Sun Tung. After all, in this situation, who can resist taking action? In the blink of an eye, half of the boys were shot in the head. The remaining boys were so scared that they knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. At this time, the Black Panther bared its fangs and growled. Xiaohei, don't worry about them. Just let them fend for themselves. Feng said lightly. The Doomsday order collapsed, and what happened in the school was just the tip of the iceberg. He did this not to punish evil and promote good. It's just about killing those who bullied Nie Xiaoxing. You guys, come with me. My shelter has food and hot water. Shuefeng then called a few girls. His villa needs someone to do odd jobs and handle some chores. With the current manpower, it is impossible to continue expanding the villa. Shuefeng wants to build a fortress. The expansion was not carried out before because of concerns about water and electricity issues. Both of these points have now been resolved. When it's time to expand the area, we'll definitely need manpower. Of course, Shuefeng also has conditions for selecting girls. The first is that she is a perfect virgin and has not been ruined. Shuefeng stared at the gun and asked one of Sun Teng's confidants to divide the girls into two sides. The second is beautiful, smart. These girls looked at Shuefeng as if they had seen their savior. His eyes were full of expectation. When several girls heard that they were selected, they were immediately ecstatic. They witnessed Shuefeng's strength. The ghost money is absolutely safe with Shuefeng. I need to remind you that my refuge does not support idlers. You have to work to get food and hot water. You go to my shelter to be handymen, not to be mistresses. If you do something wrong, you will be punished. I will teach you a lesson with a whip. Shuefeng added in a cold tone. On the contrary, hearing these words was like the sound of nature to these girls. Just work in exchange for food and hot water. Before the apocalypse, this was a matter of course. Now it has become a luxury. It's something that only happens in dreams. Now it has happened to them, and some girls even cry for joy. What's more, Shuefeng is so handsome. So they all rushed to Shuefeng's side. He said he would definitely obey. Because they were not Sun Teng's women, they had been eating moldy and spoiled food. Now, as long as they have normal food, they will do anything. I saw Shuefeng picking out a few girls to go with. Then some boys stood up and spoke. They also wanted to leave with Shuefeng. And I absolutely guarantee that I will be obedient and do whatever you tell me to do. No. Shuefeng simply shook his head and refused. He had done his best by not killing all the boys. Seeing that they were rejected, these boys immediately began to question Shuefeng. You only accept girls. You must have bad intentions. What? Shuefeng smiled when he heard this. It's my sanctuary, and I can let anyone I want join. Also, let me tell you, in the apocalypse, strength is the rule. I rescued you from Sun Teng's clutches, yet you still slandered me like this. I'm very sad. Bang. After saying that, Shuefeng also gave the boy a peanut. Shut him up completely. Just when Shuefeng turned around and was about to leave, a shrill woman's voice came from behind me. The woman stared intently at the girls who were about to be taken away. Don't go with him. Do you want to live by relying on men? Now that the end of the world has come, the order of the entire world has collapsed, and the laws of society have been reshaped. This is the era of our women's awakening. We don't need men to survive. A fat, bloated female student with many pimples on her face shouted. Excited expression, dancing. Shuefeng was happy. I didn't expect that I would meet someone boxing. I heard that boxing is popular among college students, and it seems to be true. Doesn't this fat woman know how to survive in the apocalypse? It's not based on gender, but on strength. And all of you, don't be bewitched by this man. You don't need to be around men to survive. Hurry up and resist. Let's build a home for only women. This time, the fat woman actually shouted at Xiaowei. I guess he saw a gun in Xiaowei's hand. And she is very confident in her ability to incite. Before the end of the world, she had tens of thousands of fans on the internet. He has tried this kind of rhetoric many times, and it always works. You are mentally retarded. And Xiaowei couldn't help but curse. Just shoot a bullet at this fat woman. Then he got angry again and walked over to the fat woman's body. Bang bang bang. Use up all the bullets in the pistol and smash the face. Only then did I calm down a little. If it weren't for Shuefeng, and Xiaowei knew that she would have become a meal for the zombies long ago. There is no chance of standing here. Brother Shuefeng is his own prince and his own god. It is your own belief. It is everything to you. Now he is actually going to betray Shuefeng. What a joke. Let's go and leave them here to ferry themselves across. Shuefeng waved his hand and said. Then he brought Nie Xiaoxing and others to the side of the armored vehicle. He originally had 4 people and a dog. Plus Nie Xiaoxing and 5 other girls. That's 10 people already. Although there were a lot of people, the armored vehicle had enough space, and they could still fit in. No one will stop the car to check. Originally, before leaving, Shuefeng planned to take away the supplies in the school. However, Nie Xiaoxing and others said that there were not many left, and most of them had become moldy. Hearing this, Shuefeng also showed a look of disgust. These moldy foods may be very valuable to Sun Teng and others. To him it's garbage. Shuefeng originally wanted to verify the third piece of information. A third-order mutant in the rubber factory in the west of the city. But this time we brought too many people, and it was getting late. We can only talk about it tomorrow. On the way back to the gas station, Xuefeng also tied several remaining gasoline barrels to the roof of the car. Make sure you don't have to worry about gasoline for the next period of time. On the way back, Nie Xiaoxing was very nervous. She didn't know what her sister's place looked like. But Nie Xiaoxing was at least certain that Xuefeng would never be the same as Sun Tong. What a hypocrite. Because Xuefeng speaks very directly and never beats around the bush. Work brings food, and mistakes bring punishment. These are words that Sun Tong would never say. The real bad guys are all high-sounding, but despicable at heart. Nie Xiaoxing also prefers Xuefeng's straightforward personality. Soon the armored vehicle entered a villa area and stopped in front of a villa. I was squeezed to death. Finally I got down. Zhao Weisu was the first to get out of the car. The others then came down one after another. Then the door of the villa opened. The person walking in front was the one who lost the bet. So Nie Xiaoya was not wearing any clothes. Nie Xiaoya had gotten used to not wearing any clothes for most of the day. Anyway, we have been honest with each other before. However, what Nie Xiaoya didn't expect was, this time, Xuefeng actually brought back several new faces. This made Nie Xiaoya's ears blush, but she still held on, because sooner or later everyone would be the same anyway. But then, Nie Xiaoya noticed a shocked face in the crowd. Younger sister? 052 late at night. Sisters open their hearts. Nie Xiaoya never expected that her sister, Nie Xiaoxing, was also among them. In an instant, Nie Xiaoya's tears flowed down, and she ran to her sister. Hugging each other tightly. Nie Xiaoxing's overall state was one of confusion. What's going on? What's going on, sister? Why aren't you wearing any clothes? It would be fine if you weren't wearing any clothes, but why did you come out to greet them? There is no shame at all. My sister is a doctor and the pride of the family. Even though he thought so in his heart, Nie Xiaoxing's tears flowed unconsciously. I hugged my sister's smooth back tightly and felt the bulge pressing against my clothes. She realized that she was in the end times. It is not easy to be alive. There is no way to ask for too much. And my sister seems to be in normal condition. He shouldn't have been bullied. Please ask again later. From today on, you will be in charge of these people. They are all menial tasks. Xuefeng handed all 5 girls over to Gu Xiaoqian. Gu Xiaoqian was very excited. She had just arrived yesterday. I define myself as a maid. He is a servant who serves Xuefeng and others. Although Xuefeng appointed her as the housekeeper, Gu Xiaoqian did not consider herself as a housekeeper. After all, the housekeepers of those wealthy families have a lot of people under them. But unexpectedly, Xuefeng found a few subordinates for him the next day. If there are any cheating among them, tell me, and I will punish them severely. Xuefeng added, you must not be polite to these girls. Let them know that there is no free lunch in the world. Yes, sir. Gu Xiaoqian nodded immediately. Let them take a bath first, then change them into clean clothes and get them some food. Xuefeng said again, hot water and food. When they heard these 2 words, the girls' eyes lit up. When they saw the big villa, they were convinced. Xuefeng did not deceive them. Can't wait now. Soon the girls took a shower and changed into clean clothes. The meals served were simple. It's millet porridge and pickles, and some heated sausages. On normal days, it's just an ordinary breakfast. But for the girls who are already starving, this is simply a delicacy. They ate so voraciously that they couldn't even wait to use chopsticks. Grab the freshly grilled sausages with your hands. Even if it is too hot to hold, you still try your best to stuff it into your mouth. During their school days, they ate moldy steamed buns and biscuits, and soak rice in cold water. Even so, there is a daily limit. Now I can finally eat hot food. Although it was just millet porridge, they felt it was the best thing they had ever eaten in their lives. Sister, when will you put on your clothes? Nie Xiaoxing was also drinking millet porridge, and Nie Xiaoya was always by his side. The only thing that puzzled Nie Xiaoxing was that Nie Xiaoya had not changed her clothes yet. No, I will be punished if I lose. Besides, it will be hard to get a second chance to steal the show like this. You'll get used to it in the future. Nie Xiaoya said with a red face. In order to get Xuefeng to look at her more, she didn't care if she was not wearing any clothes. I'll get used to it. Have you already? Nie Xiaoxing inevitably looked somewhere. Well, when you're done eating, come to the room and I'll talk to you. Nie Xiaoya nodded slightly. She didn't want to say it in the restaurant, because there were several other classmates of Nie Xiaoxing in the restaurant. The method to win Xuefeng's favor cannot be easily overheard. After dinner, Nie Xiaoxing came to his sister's bedroom. Nie Xiaoya told how she was rescued by Xuefeng and what happened afterwards. Hearing that it was Nie Xiaoya who took the initiative, he climbed onto Xuefeng's bed. Nie Xiaoxing looked surprised. Is this still the sister I know? My sister used to be known as the cold-faced goddess in school. No smile for any man. But she took the initiative to throw herself into Xuefeng's arms. Sister, Are you willing to sacrifice so much just to survive? Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but say. If she had done the same, Sun Tung would have gotten what he wanted long ago. Silly sister, I'm not such an unprincipled person. You don't know Xue Feng. He is a real man. Being the woman of such a man is the greatest happiness for us women. When Nie Xiaoya said this, her eyes were full of admiration. If she was afraid of death, Nie Xiaoya would not have left the sewer. Nor will they offer themselves voluntarily. Nie Xiaoya was completely attracted to Xue Feng. In this new era, Xue Feng is the king standing at the top. Sister, you are so lucky. Nie Xiaoxing also excitedly grabbed her sister's hand. Ever since his parents died of illness, Nie Xiaoxing had never seen such a happy light in his sister's eyes. Then Nie Xiaoxing told everything that happened afterwards, especially mentioning Xue Feng, what he did after breaking into the school. Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but nodded. He's really different. Just his aura is different. Hearing her sister say this, Nie Xiaoya's mouth corners slightly raised. So how do you feel about him? Feel. Very powerful. And he acted decisively, killing many of Sun Tang's accomplices. Nie Xiaoxing thought for a moment and said. She also knew that those people were not good people. If he continues to live, he will definitely bring harm to other girls. It's better to die? Although they were all classmates, Nie Xiaoxing did not feel sorry for them. On the contrary, being trapped together these days, Nie Xiaoxing saw their ugly side. Then you will become his woman tonight. Nie Xiaoya happily grabbed Nie Xiaoxing's hand. Tonight? But we've only known each other for a few hours. Nie Xiaoxing widened her eyes. She had a good impression of Xue Feng, but it hasn't reached this point. Nie Xiaoxing is a very conservative girl, otherwise she would not have been so determined not to have a relationship during her college years. The world has changed now. Who knows where we will be tomorrow? Believe me, sister. You must seize this opportunity. Xue Feng is a man worthy of entrusting your life to. Nie Xiaoya's attitude is very firm. Apart from Xue Feng, she couldn't find anyone else in the world who was trustworthy. But sister, you also? Then don't we all? Nie Xiaoxing's face turned red instantly. The world has changed now, and Nie Xiaoxing certainly understands. But am I with my sister? What are you afraid of? This was a very common thing in ancient times. Besides, if you don't go, there are still a lot of people rushing to go. It's definitely better to go in front than behind. Besides, I have nothing to be shy about. What are you afraid of? I can teach you later. Nie Xiaoya smiled, knowing that her sister had been completely convinced by her. Nie Xiaoxing nodded slightly, answering with a vague yes and no answer. 053 Make the rules, and hang him up and beat him. Gentle? Xue Feng is a ferocious beast. Thinking of this, Nie Xiaoya felt wet again. She just liked Xue Feng's fierce look. But he still agreed to Nie Xiaoxing and pulled her out of the room. As soon as I entered the living room, I heard screams. Oh, it seemed to be a woman's voice. It seems to be my classmate. Nie Xiaoxing subconsciously covered his mouth, not knowing what was happening. Don't worry, let's go over and take a look. Nie Xiaoya patted her shoulder, and the two of them went to the living room together. Then I saw a woman hanging high up by a rope under the crystal chandelier in the living room. She was only wearing underwear. Bang! Bang! Gu Xiaoqian held a whip in her hand and whipped the woman's back hard. The sound is loud. In an instant, 2 whip marks appeared on the woman's back. The other girls who had just arrived were kneeling on the ground and trembling. What's wrong? Nie Xiaoya asked in a low voice to Yu Haoyun, who was standing nearby watching the show. I was caught hiding food. There was no sympathy in Yu Haoyun's eyes. Food is the most important commodity. Hiding food secretly is equivalent to stealing from everyone. Only then did Nie Xiaoya notice that there was a sausage as thick as a thumb on the table in the living room. I was wrong. Forgive me, forgive me. The woman had already been crying with tears streaming down her face. When Nie Xiaoxing saw this scene, he was so scared that his legs went weak. After all, Gu Xiaoqian told them when they were taking a bath. The distribution system is implemented here, and everyone gets food in exchange for their work. You must not keep any money privately, and you will be punished if you don't work hard. She didn't expect that her classmate broke the rules as soon as he arrived. In fact, Nie Xiaoxing was not unable to understand. They have been hungry for too long. I heard that people who are on the verge of starvation will frantically store food after surviving. But after seeing Xue Feng's methods, he still dared to do this, which was a bit courteous of him. Nie Xiaoxing also secretly looked at Xue Feng, who was sitting in the first seat in the living room. There was no expression on Xue Feng's face. My lord, I suggest that she be expelled from the villa sanctuary as a warning to others. There was a glint of excitement in the corners of Gu Xiaoqian's eyes. In fact, this sausage was thrown into a corner by Gu Xiaoqian on purpose. The purpose is to set rules for these new women. Sure enough, someone really took the bait. Little did they know that the entire villa was under surveillance with no blind spots whatsoever. Every move of these 5 new girls is under the control of Xue Feng and Gu Xiaoqian. Gu Xiaoqian is also well versed in managing people. When she was at the water plant, every time a new group of employees came, the leadership's usual tactic is to do it in front of everyone. Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys and catch the typical example. You're being kicked out of the villa just for a piece of sausage? Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but exclaim. This is too cruel. This sentence naturally caused Gu Xiaoqian's dissatisfaction. There is no order without rules. The food for everyone in the villa was obtained by you at your own risk. Also, food and drinking water are rationed in the villa. If you break the rules, you will be punished. Gu Xiaoqian said lightly. If it weren't for Nie Xiaoxing being Nie Xiaoya's sister, then Nie Xiaoxing also has to do these chores. But it's not like now. Xue Feng plans to let Nie Xiaoxing serve as Nie Xiaoya's assistant. Nie Xiaoxing was speechless for a moment. It seems that what Gu Xiaoqian said is not wrong. She just wanted to make the thief go away. No, please, sir. Give me another chance. I will definitely keep my hands clean, or chop one of my hands off. The hanging woman continued to cry and beg for mercy. I would rather have a hand chopped off than go out and face the zombies. When Xue Feng saw the woman kneeling and begging for mercy, he knew that the purpose of beating her had been achieved. It will no longer be difficult. As long as you complete the tasks assigned every day, you will get snacks too. But you insisted on hiding the supplies. I can choose not to kick you out. But if you make a mistake, you will be punished. For the next week, you will be responsible for the night watch. Xue Feng said to Gu Xiaoqian. Put it down. Only then did Gu Xiaoqian let the woman down. I'll give you one last chance. The rest of you have seen it. This is what happens when you break the rules. But as long as you follow the rules here, I can guarantee your safety and your living needs. Hearing Xue Feng's words, the other girls nodded. Because these words reveal a message. As long as you follow the rules, you will have food and hot water. It's getting late. Let's all go to bed. Xue Feng signaled everyone to leave. And tonight, without my own orders, no one is allowed to come into your room. There are simply too many people. Xue Feng now plans to establish a management system. Rules are set for all aspects, including resource allocation. Establish your position as the leader in the base and have everyone obey you. There must be corresponding punishment for breaking the rules. Today is just the beginning. It can't be as casual as before. After all, there are more people now, so scientific management is needed. Xue Feng has handed this matter over to Gu Xiaoqian. After all, Gu Xiaoqian has the talent of a housekeeper. When everyone left, Xue Feng looked at Nie Xiaoya and Nie Xiaoxing. Your sister can just do the experiment with you. You also need someone you can trust. Xue Feng knew that Nie Xiaoya must have something to say. Thank you, my sister, and I want to repay you. This was also the first time that Nie Xiaoya expressed her gratitude to Xue Feng. She really didn't expect to see her sister again. Nothing, just a coincidence. Xue Feng smiled and didn't explain too much. My sister is also very grateful, so tonight we sisters wanna. Nie Xiaoya's face turned red when she said this. It was just yesterday that I was satisfied. But when she thought of that kind of thing, she felt her body starting to get restless again. Really? Your sister? Xue Feng didn't want to force it. I do, Nie Xiaoxing said immediately, with a very determined look. She has made up her mind to devote herself wholeheartedly to Xue Feng. Well, come to my room. Xue Feng raised the corner of his mouth. Such beautiful sisters, I wonder how many people can only dream of them. If under normal circumstances, Nie Xiaoxing's psychological defenses would not be broken so quickly. I'm afraid it was also because of Nie Xiaoxing, who saw that Nie Xiaoya was living a very relaxed life here. Have gratitude for yourself. It's all because of the end of the world. Let everyone change. No matter what the reason is, Xue Feng will not be polite tonight. Soon there were 2 more people in Xue Feng's bed. Xue Feng grabbed one in each hand and laughed. Nie Xiaoya, after what happened in the laboratory yesterday, he became very open, and his face was full of enjoyment at this moment. Although Nie Xiaoxing also felt happy, it was her first time after all. I kept my eyes closed shyly all night. 054 All of them are my servants. That night, Xue Feng carefully savored the differences between the sisters. In the early morning, Xue Feng patted the 2 sisters. Indicate that they can sleep a little longer. When I came to the living room, I saw that it had been cleaned spotlessly. The food was also placed on the table. All of this was done by the 5 new girls under Gu Xiaoqian's arrangement. They were all spoiled girls before, the apple of their family's eye. But now, they are all his servants. A spoiled brat? It doesn't exist here. If you really want to act like a spoiled brat, you can communicate fully with the zombies outside. Hello, sir. When they saw Xue Feng coming, these women immediately bowed their heads and greeted him. Xue Feng nodded slightly. At the dinner table, Gu Xiaoqian reported the plan. She plans to expand the villa. Now having only one protective wall is definitely not enough. Because there are defensive walls built all around and defense towers set up. Arrange personnel to be responsible for lookout. Build this place into a fortress. Be prepared for attacks from mutated zombies and other survivors. Hearing Gu Xiaoqian's suggestion, Xuefeng nodded with satisfaction. This is what he is now preparing to do. But Xuefeng's plan was even more ambitious. He planned to transform the entire wealthy area into a stronghold. The water purification facilities are sufficient for several hundred people. After discovering that crystal cores can be used as energy, there is no need to worry about electricity problems. In addition, wealthy areas have plenty of lawns and gardens where vegetables can be grown, etc. After all, it is the beginning of the end of the world, and the supplies are all products from before the end of the world. So we have to think long-term. Of course, these plans also require a lot of manpower. It won't work with the current limited manpower. So there is no rush for expansion plans. Xue Fengxian agreed to Gu Xiaoqian's transformation plan. We'll talk about it after we expand our staff. Then Xue Feng called Zhao Weisu and asked her to get in the car with him. You have to verify the third piece of information given by the system yourself. The West City Rubber Factory, that extremely dangerous mutant. Xue Feng didn't even take the Black Panther with him, but gave it a few crystal cores as comfort. Xue Feng discovered that the Black Panther seemed to be getting smarter, which should be related to the use of crystal cores for feeding. Zhao Weisu seemed very excited when he heard that he was the only one following Xue Feng this time. This is a chance to be alone with Xue Feng. It is also the best time to show your value. Sir, what are we going to do this time? Zhao Weisu was in the car and couldn't help rubbing his hands excitedly. Today she is wearing a sports short-sleeved shirt on the upper body and shorts on the lower body. Xue Feng also discovered that Zhao Weisu was defenseless. This is quite pleasing to the eye. I don't know if it's Zhao Weisu who is doing this to attract my attention. Zhao Weisu already had this habit when he was still a teacher. The thought of Zhao Weisu, the intellectual beauty wearing a uniform and glasses, facing the students at the podium. Xue Feng actually felt a little excited. Of course, this is just imagination. Zhao Weisu probably started to let himself go after the Doomsday broke out. I want to go to the west end of the city. Xue Feng didn't say anything either. He was just going to find the Corpse King. Otherwise, there is no way to explain the source of the intelligence. The intelligence system is his biggest secret. Thinking of this, Xue Feng checked his panel. Current host properties panel. Strength, 33. Agility, 36. Spirit, 33. Durability, 38. Luck, 33, plus 100. Abilities, Divine Sky, Level 2, Level 1. Stone Skin, Level 2, Level 1. Time 0, Level 7. Now I have mastered 2 second-level skills. But the system also reminded itself that this third-order mutant was extremely dangerous. It seems this is a strong enemy. Is this a date? Zhao Weisu leaned over and began to rub Xue Feng's arm with his chest. This is when the benefits become apparent. Xue Feng clearly felt that the shape was deforming on his arm. And touch. I guess so. Xue Feng frowned, then smiled and nodded. This also made Zhao Weisu more excited and hardworking. Under normal circumstances, it only takes about 10 minutes to travel 20 kilometers in the city. But now, it took Xue Feng almost an hour to get there. Although there are no traffic lights in the city, there are still many places where the roads are blocked by vehicles. There are still many zombies wandering on the streets. Xue Feng could only knock these cars away one by one. All the zombies were crushed. Artificially create a channel. Soon the rubber factory appeared in Xue Feng's sight. A column of black smoke came out of the rubber factory and drifted into the sky. What's going on in that place? Is it still in production? Zhao Weisu also noticed that and looked surprised. Xue Feng snorted coldly. How is that possible? There must have been a fire. He could imagine what would happen when the end of the world came. Everyone started running for their lives. A factory without anyone managing it is prone to fire. When we got closer to the rubber factory, we could indeed smell a pungent burning smell. Sir, do you want to take a look inside? Zhao Weisu was very curious. I don't know why Xue Feng parked his car here. Just as Zhao Weisu finished speaking, suddenly, a strange roar came from inside the factory. Roar. The sound was so harsh that Zhao Weisu subconsciously covered his ears and half knelt on the ground. Xue Feng also frowned. However, his attributes are 3 times that of an ordinary person, so he can still withstand it. But then, a shocking scene appeared. Hundreds of zombies rushed out from the rubber factory like a tide. They were all wearing work clothes and must have been workers in the rubber factory. Now they are showing their fangs and claws, with ferocious faces. It seemed as if he wanted to tear them apart. Xue Feng looked at the end of the tide of corpses. Standing there was a zombie over 3 meters tall, its entire body green. Unlike ordinary zombies, this zombie's skin is tight and even has muscle outlines. Especially the zombie's eyes are golden. Intelligence confirmed successfully, a third-order mutant, a zombie lord, was discovered, extremely dangerous. Zombie lord features, can control ordinary zombies and establish his own territory. Reward, increase the host's attribute points by +5. At this time, Xuefeng's panel attributes in all aspects increased by 5 again. But he had no time to be happy. This is the biggest attribute improvement the system gives you. However, this is not a good sign. How could a zombie be like this? Zhao Weisu opened his eyes wide, his face full of disbelief. She had never seen zombies act like this before. In the past, zombies determined their location based on sound. But now the zombies seemed to be commanded by that strange zombie. Be careful and stand behind me. Xuefeng growled, facing hundreds of zombies rushing forward. Stone skin. Xuefeng's body was covered with a layer of green skin. The second-level stone skin not only increases the defense, but can also cover Xuefeng's entire body. Hundreds of zombies? Xuefeng is fearless. 055 extremely dangerous, the third-order mutant corpse king. Shenxiao, thunder sword slash. There were 2 more lightning bolts in Xuefeng's hands. This is because he has deeply developed his special abilities. Compared to jumping lightning, this reduces physical energy consumption. Wherever the thunder sword went, all the zombies were cut in half and chopped into pieces. Xuefeng was like a meat grinder, invincible among the zombies. These zombies gathered together, making it easier for Xuefeng to take action. Soon, a bloody trail appeared at the factory gate. The smell of burning meat was everywhere. Mixed with the already pungent smell, it becomes even more unpleasant. As expected of you, my lord. Zhao Weisu's eyes were full of admiration. So many zombies. Anyone who sees this would probably be so scared that their legs would go weak. Even she herself was shocked. But Xuefeng downplayed it. But at this moment, Xuefeng frowned. Xuefeng's eyes never left the corpse king, and he kept observing his movements. Finally, after Xuefeng eliminated these zombies, the corpse king took action. The giant zombie, more than 3 meters tall, slowly raised his hands. Its fingertips are more than half a meter long and look extremely sharp. It seems as if the nails and fingertips are fused together. What long claws? Sir, there's something wrong with this zombie. Seeing this claw, Zhao Weisu felt a chill. But she still wanted to use her special abilities to help at this time. Shenxiao, Xuefeng has already taken the lead in attacking. He believes that the early bird catches the worm. A bolt of lightning flew directly towards the corpse king. Roar. The corpse king let out another strange roar. A scene that Zhao Weisu found unbelievable appeared. The corpse king kicked his feet and disappeared in an instant. No, it didn't disappear, but it was too fast and had already circled to the side to attack Xuefeng. Careful, Zhao Weisu exclaimed. Could it be that the corpse king is faster than lightning? This is impossible. The only explanation is that the corpse king had predicted Xuefeng's actions. It was avoided in advance. Xuefeng had already noticed the corpse king's actions. The blue-black sharp claws came towards his head, bringing a bloody smell. Hiss! The corpse king roared with excitement. The third-level mutants already possess some intelligence and do not just fight based on instinct. It clearly felt that all it had to do was eat the man's head. You can go one step further. Have more powerful strength. Oh! Xuefeng punched out and hit the corpse king's forearm. So hard. Xuefeng's eyelids twitched as he felt the terrifying hardness. I'm afraid the corpse king's physical strength is almost close to that of steel. Xuefeng was so shocked that his palms felt numb. The corpse king was not feeling well either, as his skin and flesh exploded, revealing the strange green bones inside. The corpse king became even angrier. It felt pain. This is something I have never felt since I gained wisdom. Hiss! A terrifying roar came from the corpse king's mouth. Sound waves visible to the naked eye were coming towards Xuefeng. Xuefeng felt his vision blurry, and he felt a little unsteady on his feet. There was even a brief dizziness in my head. And Zhao Weisu, who was not far away, was suffering terribly under this powerful attack. It was difficult to stand, and I fell to the ground. Even Xuefeng would be disturbed by his attributes, let alone her. Just when Xuefeng was distracted, the corpse king slapped Xuefeng away with one claw. Xuefeng slid on the ground for nearly 10 meters. There were wounds all over his body. Blood flowed out of the wound. Hateful. Xuefeng came to his senses and was completely enraged. He understood why the system prompted that the corpse king was in extreme danger. The corpse king's special ability must be some kind of ultrasound. Time 0. This was the first time Xuefeng activated 3 superpowers at the same time. I could feel the nerves in my brain throbbing. It was a huge pressure. The corpse king, which was originally moving very fast, seemed to be moving in slow motion in Xuefeng's eyes. Shen Xiao. This gave Xuefeng the opportunity. The whole person jumped high, with a thunderball in each hand. With tremendous force, he smashed hard into the Corpse King's head. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of heads exploding was like firecrackers. The Corpse King's head exploded. A fist-sized green crystal core flew out directly. Then Xuefeng lay on the ground, gasping for breath. Sir, you are injured. Zhao Weisu stumbled over, feeling extremely regretful. I am really useless. At the critical moment, I can't help at all. Facing the terrifying Corpse King, she had no fighting power at all. It's okay, just a flesh wound. Xuefeng shook his head. Fortunately, his stone skin had been promoted to the 2nd level before. Otherwise, it's hard to say what the consequences will be. At least it won't be like now, just a minor injury. This is not a wound caused by a zombie bite, so there is no need to worry about turning into a zombie. Zhao Weisu quickly took out the medical kit from the car and began to bandage Xuefeng's wound. Have you noticed something? After the wound was bandaged, Xuefeng suddenly said. What? Zhao Weisu was confused. She had encountered too much today. There have been enough shocks. I don't know what Xuefeng is talking about anymore. There are hundreds of ordinary zombies here, but there are no first-order mutants or second-order mutants. There is only this one third-order mutant. Xuefeng narrowed his eyes, a premonition coming to his mind. You mean, sir, that all the ordinary mutants were killed? Zhao Weisu came to the conclusion naturally. If my guess is correct, this third-level mutant must have absorbed the crystal cores in the heads of those low-level mutants. Thinking of this, Xuefeng immediately went into the factory to check. Zhao Weisu followed behind. She was very worried. What if another third-order mutant appears? But Zhao Weisu has made up his mind. If such a powerful monster appears again, she will use her strength no matter what, even if it means serving as a meat shield for Xuefeng. Soon Xuefeng's idea was verified. He found mutants in some corners of the factory, but the heads of these mutants have been crushed. No crystal core can be found inside. Of course, there were no survivors. This third-level mutant is keeping ordinary zombies captive. After cultivating them, we will obtain the crystal cores in their heads. But it seems that only the crystal core of a mutant zombie can have any effect on it. Zhao Weisu also figured it out quickly. Thinking of this, she felt fear. Zombies are actually evolving step by step. Xuefeng's gaze was focused on the third-order mutant crystal core in his hand. This thing, which is the size of an apple, contains an unknown amount of energy. How many secrets are there? Thinking of this, Xuefeng returned to the factory gate. Let Zhao Weisu go to the car and wait for him first. Then he put the corpse of the Corpse King into his space backpack. Maybe there is an opportunity and research can be done. It's a pity that the conditions in the laboratory in the villa are too simple. Then Xuefeng came to the armored vehicle and prepared to leave. Suddenly a piece of paper floated down from the sky and landed in front of Xuefeng. He picked it up and saw that it was a flyer. 056 Hierarchy, the new rules of the base. Seeing the content on the flyer, Xuefeng frowned. Because what was written on the flyer was not some supermarket discount promotion. It was a flyer recruiting survivors. The leaflet indicated that there was a stronghold of survivors on Qinyun Mountain west of the city, founded by several powerful psychics. As long as the survivors go there, they can get free medical care and food. If a survivor with special abilities joins, he or she will enjoy very high treatment. Seeing these words, Xuefeng sneered. It sounds good, but what is the actual situation? I'm afraid only the people who distributed the leaflets know. In this doomsday, any resource is extremely precious. He didn't believe anyone would share unconditionally. The description on the flyer seemed to describe that place as a paradise. But in the end times, does heaven really exist? Xuefeng shook his head. What he was more curious about was how the flyer was distributed. It was actually blown here by the wind. Thinking of this, Xuefeng looked up subconsciously. Could it be a helicopter? However, he did not hear the sound of the helicopter, so he folded the flyer and stuffed it into the storage compartment. Xuefeng started the armored vehicle and began to return. This time on the road, he paid special attention to whether there were any flyers or other things. As a result, he actually found several similar flyers. But the contents were all handwritten and marked the location of the base. They are usually on the most conspicuous roads. Some even specifically mentioned that there were people with special abilities in the base. Most of them describe themselves very well. Any survivor who sees this will think it is a life-saving straw. But Xuefeng doesn't think so. He still remembered the guys he met in the supermarket before. They actually lured the survivors over and then poisoned them as food. Xuefeng was also impressed by the bacon hanging in the warehouse. In the apocalypse, humans are not necessarily safer than zombies. On the contrary, humans are often more vicious. Even if they are not used as food, they will probably be used as slaves. The locations of these bases are most likely traps. However, Xuefeng did not rule out the possibility that there were indeed some survivor bases. But he dared to expose his position so blatantly. The leader of the base must be very confident in himself. This also made Xuefeng realize that the competition among the survivors had begun. I also need to speed up the construction of the base. Gu Xiaoqian has a talent for management and is a suitable person to be a housekeeper. Her act of asserting her authority yesterday has already intimidated the newcomers. However, in terms of strategy, Gu Xiaoqian still lags far behind. Xuefeng needs someone who can provide him with strategic planning, someone similar to a military advisor. Otherwise, he would do everything himself. However, Gu Xiaoqian is still capable of dividing food and allocating resources. So the first thing to do when you get back to the shelter. Xuefeng arranged for Gu Xiaoqian to distribute the food and other things. What are the criteria for allocation? Xuefeng decided to arrange a hierarchy among the members. All members are divided into E to S levels. The girls who just joined are all at the lowest level, E. The food treatment standards they enjoy are also the lowest. It can maintain food, clothing, and necessary nutrition. If you want to improve your treatment, you can only be promoted step by step. After that, you can get supplementary food, drinks, etc., increasing step by step. And Xiaowei, Yu Haoyun, Wang Xinyu, etc. are all classified as a level. This level is no longer just about food. You can also enjoy other benefits. For example, the casual use of hot water and the configuration of combat supplies. Higher up inside the base. But it is worth noting that once a mistake is made, then it will be downgraded as well. What Xuefeng did actually has some shadow of the caste system in it. People are divided into different classes. Some countries used this method before the apocalypse broke out. The upper class has controlled the people for thousands of years. The people who have been severely brainwashed can only pray that they will be of a high caste in their next life. Enjoy the life of a superior person. But Xuefeng at least gave those low-level people room to rise. As for Xuefeng, he is not S-level, but it is the supreme super S-level. In the base, he is the leader above everyone else. At the dinner table, Xuefeng announced the hierarchy system he designed. No one objected. On the contrary, and Xiaowei and others all agreed. They all wanted to get closer to Xuefeng and establish their own status. This status was too vague before. No one knows what position one holds in Xuefeng's mind. Now that we have a hierarchy, everything is simple and clear. Everyone's status in the base depends on their level. In the future, those with higher ranks will be superior to others. All women are wondering how they can be promoted to S level. And those women who were classified as E level did not dare to raise any objections. They have been indoctrinated with the concept. Xuefeng is the god of this base and the supreme ruler. They could only listen to and follow Xuefeng's words. Besides, this is also an opportunity for them. As long as you perform well, there is a possibility of promotion. The fact that they came here already meant they were at the lowest level. I have no complaints about being classified as E-class. In addition to establishing a hierarchy, Xuefeng also asked Gu Xiaoqian to divide the usable areas within the entire villa area in detail. Material storage, residential areas, energy areas, etc. Leave space for planting and defensive facilities. There is no rush to start construction now, as this will be a huge project. It will take at least 5 months to complete. From now on, our base will have more and more people, and the management will become more and more professional. Xuefeng gave a summary speech. He noticed that other survivor bases were posting so many slogans. Just want to snatch the remaining survivors. The more people there are, the stronger they are. If you have any questions, please feel free to tell us. We can include them in the base's plans in the future. Xuefeng then added. Hearing this, Zhao Weisu immediately stood up and expressed his opinion. The base is currently short of manpower. There are only a few guns, which is no problem when facing ordinary zombies. But when facing people with special abilities and mutants, it seems that I am unable to do it. Zhao Weisu didn't want to be like today, where he could only watch Xuefeng fight. She also wanted to contribute. Xuefeng nodded and wrote it down. It means that the next search for supplies will focus on weapons. Nie Xiaoya also said that the laboratory has too little equipment. If you want to further expand the research on crystal nuclei, you need higher level equipment. The crystal core must hold a greater secret. 057 new intelligence, massive supplies, and strategic talents. Nie Xiaoya swore solemnly. The more she studied, the more she discovered the magic of the crystal core. However, Nie Xiaoya also went on to say that this was not the most urgent thing at the moment. Xuefeng nodded in agreement. Survival is the priority now, and issues with experimental equipment can be postponed. Others also gave their opinions. Wang Xinyu suggested preparing more medicines, especially antibiotics, to prevent infectious diseases from occurring at the base. There are also contraceptive measures. And Xiao Wei suggested that some warning signs could be placed around the base. Let people in other bases know that this is Xue Feng's territory. It is a restricted area. And Xiao Wei's suggestion made Xue Feng's eyes light up. Xue Feng currently has no plans to recruit survivors on a large scale. But he also didn't want the survivors to come to him casually. And Xiao Wei's method is the best. Anyone who appears near your area will be considered an enemy. Watching everyone around me offer their opinions and demonstrate their value. Yu Haoyun was a little anxious, with beads of sweat dripping down her forehead. Only then did she realize that she seemed to have no advantages in any aspect. I can't give any specific advice. The only thing I can do is some physical work. If this continues, we will be demoted. Same with the women who just joined. No, I must find a way to do something. Xue Feng certainly didn't notice what the goddess of luck was thinking. There were enough plans and suggestions for him at this point. There is little point in continuing the discussion. Otherwise, if any changes occur, all previous plans will be invalid. That night, Xue Feng enjoyed the sisters again. He wanted to thoroughly explore the bodies of these two beauties. The next day, Xue Feng originally planned to search for supplies around. By the way, take a look around to see if there are any slogans or leaflets left by other bases. Xue Feng must eliminate the threat that is so close. If there is a base nearby, Xue Feng will persuade them to move. If you don't want to move, you can use it as a cemetery. At this moment, the information was refreshed. Ding! Today's information has been updated. 1. In the downtown shopping mall building, there are a large number of survivors, including a female survivor named Shenruyan, who possesses strategic planning skills and can help the host develop strategic plans. 2. The underground warehouse in the shopping mall contains a large amount of supplies. 3. There is a survivor group in South City, founded by a group of bad boys. They are frantically plundering other survivors and intend to dominate South City. Strategic planning talent. What Xue Feng lacks now is talent in strategic planning. He could already foresee it. The next enemy is not just the increasingly powerful zombies. At the same time, there are survivors with evil intentions. At this time, talents with strategic planning are particularly important. In addition, there are a large number of supplies inside the shopping mall. This is simply double happiness. What made Xue Feng speechless was the third piece of information. The South City district is close to where the Villa Area Shelter is located. This group of bad boys plundered other survivors and wanted to dominate the South City district? Isn't this dominating right under your nose? There is no reason to refuse the reward that comes to your door. And it is necessary to move these shelters nearby in advance. All groups with growth potential will be eliminated. The Villa Area Shelter must be given a safe space for development. Xue Feng plans to go to the city center alone to rescue Shenruyan. Because the transformation of the base still requires a lot of people. It is not enough to rely solely on the few girls who have just joined. And Xiao Wei and others also need to work. Driving an armored vehicle, Xue Feng headed towards the city center. In his memory, Xue Feng's biggest impression of the city center was the difficulty of parking due to the large number of people. When the apocalypse breaks out, the city center should be the place with the most zombies. In this case, a base can also be established. It must have a lot to do with that woman named Shenruyan. Thinking of this, Xue Feng also began to look forward to Shenruyan. When he arrived at the city center, Xue Feng saw a large number of zombies. Especially at the entrance of the shopping mall building, there are many zombies crowded here. It makes people's scalp tingle after seeing it. Even Xue Feng frowned when he saw so many zombies. He guessed correctly. When the apocalypse broke out, there were too many people in the mall. They couldn't run away at once, so they all gathered here. But his goal was to get inside the mall. Breaking in by force will definitely not work. It will only attract more zombies. Yu Shenxiao? The noise was too loud. It will only attract more zombies. The armored vehicle crashed directly into it? No way. Too many zombies will block the road. Thinking of this, Xue Feng simply used the simplest method. He put the armored vehicle into the storage space. Then he found a place to jump and jumped directly onto the second floor window. With Xue Feng's current agility, jumping 5 or 6 meters on the spot is not a problem. Below him were densely packed zombies. One by one, they stretched out their claws, trying to catch Xue Feng. But this was a height they couldn't reach. Then Xue Feng broke the glass and entered the mall. He only discovered it after he came in. Although there are many zombies wandering around on the first floor, there is not a single zombie to be seen on the second floor. The staircases on each floor were blocked with a lot of debris. Even on the ground on the first floor, there were many zombies that had fallen to death. Xue Feng immediately guessed how this was done. All floors should be closed first. Then find a way to lure these zombies and make them fall from the higher floors. That's quite clever. In this way, you can enjoy the supplies on the 2nd to 5th floors. Shuefeng couldn't help but nodded, just as he was about to search for survivors. Suddenly my eyes were attracted by a shop. This is a high-end lingerie store. After the apocalypse, this kind of store is probably the most useless. After all, the function of clothes has degenerated to just keeping warm. So this store is still kept very clean and tidy. Shuefeng couldn't help but walk in. Seeing the prices of these clothes, he couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It's so expensive. A light blue see-through outfit costs more than 5,000. And judging from the thickness of the fabric, it will probably break if it is torn. It is all disposable. What kind of person buys clothes here? The world of the rich is indeed unimaginable. Shuefeng threw the see-through suit into his backpack without any hesitation. This dress suits in Xiaowei very well. Then he saw it again, a very bold teacher suit. 058 Beautiful CEO, the survivors of the mall. There is a horizontal crack in the middle of this suit, which can be separated into upper and lower parts with a little movement. See the wonderful scene inside. Needless to say, the cracked area is naturally the roundest part in the middle. It's split at the bottom. It goes straight to the groin. You can enjoy the most beautiful spring scenery at any time. Shuefeng had already imagined what Zhao Weisu would look like when she was giving him a lecture wearing this outfit. He really wants to learn. Just seeing these, Shuefeng felt his face flushed. Needless to say, it is placed in the space backpack. Next is a pink nurse uniform. It looks ordinary on the outside. But if you look a little more closely, you can see that the dress is almost transparent. The scenery inside is unobstructed. It fits Wang Yusin perfectly. There are also some clothes and pants that are almost the same as not wearing anything. Shuefeng put all of them into the space backpack. Anyway, it doesn't take up much space if you compress it. After clearing out all the lingerie stores, Shuefeng also cleared out the clothing store next door. In your own base, quality of life cannot be compromised. These clothes, which usually cost tens of thousands of dollars, are now as cheap as they can be. All of them were bought by Shuefeng for free. There are also shoes and so on. Shuefeng even saw a gold shop on the 3rd floor. The counter is filled with glittering gold jewelry. Bang! Shuefeng was like a robber. All the counters were smashed, and all the jewelry inside was taken away. The only difference is that Shuefeng is not wearing a hood. He was now holding a fire axe and carrying a backpack on his back. Looks like an ordinary survivor. Perhaps it was the sound of someone smashing the counter that caused quite a commotion. Several people were holding weapons and wearing some simple protective gear. He ran all the way here quickly. There was even a man with a pistol in his hand. Shuefeng's eyelids jumped when he saw the pistol. Now his 2nd-level supernatural stone skin is not yet capable of defending against pistols. However, it has 0 special abilities when used in conjunction. Even at close range, there is no way you can cause fatal injuries to yourself. But then Shuefeng discovered that this pistol was actually a simulation gun. After all, I have seen the real thing. But Shuefeng still raised his hands, looking nervous. Don't shoot. I'm a good guy. Shuefeng tried hard to suppress his laughter when he said this. Who are you and how did you get in? The only short-haired beauty in the group stared at Shuefeng with a wary look on her face. An oval face, thin red lips, and handsome features. Plus her tall figure and determined eyes. Shuefeng was quite surprised. It was the first time he saw such a heroic woman. It's a bit like Mu Guiying. And at this moment, a voice appeared in Shuefeng's mind. Ding. Intelligence verification successful. Reward the host. The supernatural power of time 0 is upgraded to the 2nd level. Hearing this, Shuefeng was delighted. It seems that this person is Shun Ruyan, the talent you were looking for. I didn't expect it to be so easy. I ran into him just after I arrived at the mall. Moreover, the intelligence reward helped him upgrade his time 0 to the 2nd level. This is definitely a huge help. Previously, Shuefeng defeated the 3rd-level mutant by relying on Shi Ling to increase his speed. I came in through the 2nd-floor window. Shuefeng said directly. Okay, you're being honest. If you want to get in here, you can only go through the window. The short-haired beauty nodded and signaled the others to put down their weapons. The man holding the pistol pretended to put it in his pocket. Shuefeng didn't expose it either. You're lucky. You can come in even though there are so many zombies outside. Why don't you join us? My name is Shun Ruyan. Shun Ruyan smiled slightly, and her smile seemed very friendly. Before Shuefeng could answer, he saw the man with the gun getting anxious. Brother Long won't agree to that. Listen to me here, Shun Ruyan said coldly behind her. Seeing this scene, Shuefeng's mouth corners raised. Interesting. It seems like there is some internal strife here. I'd like to join. Shuefeng nodded. Since he wanted to gain Shun Ruyan's trust, he had to get in touch with her slowly first. Otherwise, it would be a hasty move to invite Shun Ruyan to join. unable to establish a deeper connection. Shenrian would not know how to cherish either. This was the experience Xue Feng had summed up after conquering several women. In the apocalypse, there is strength in numbers. Welcome to join us, brother. Let's go to the gathering place first. Shenrian smiled at Xue Feng. She is just 30 years old this year and is qualified to call Xue Feng her younger brother. Soon Xue Feng followed Shenrian and others to the 5th floor. This is also the highest floor. Xue Feng walked and looked and nodded involuntarily. Judging from the layout of this shopping mall, the higher the floor, the safer it is. The less likely zombies are to come up. When Xue Feng reached the 5th floor, he saw that there were about 50 people there. Among them were men, women, and several elderly people. Aaron, this is a new member. He's quite skilled. Shenrian said to a bald man. A person who can enter a shopping mall through the window must be no ordinary person. The bald man tilted his head and looked Xue Feng up and down. He's just a pretty boy. What's the point of talking about his skills? Has he ever fought? Has he ever killed anyone? The bald man sneered a few times. I can try, Xue Feng said lightly. Although he pretended to be a survivor, he would not nod to others. Okay, you don't know how to write the word death, right? The bald man stood up suddenly, holding a modified machete in his hand. There is a bone-chopping knife on top and a steel pipe welded underneath. It is definitely a powerful weapon against zombies. It is also very convenient to use it to chop people. What do you mean? This is the person I brought here. If you want to touch him, you have to step over my dead body first. Shenrian was unhappy and stood in front of Xue Feng. Shenrian, don't go too far. Don't think that just because you saved my life, you can keep giving orders here. The bald man was angry and roared viciously. It turned out that before the Doomsday broke out, Baldy is the security captain here. He is trapped in the security room by zombies. It was Shenrian who brought people to lure the zombies away and rescued the bald man. Otherwise, the bald guy would have been bitten to death by the zombies. He must have starved to death. If it weren't for this relationship, Baldy would have disobeyed Shenrian's management long ago. Shenrian's identity is even more special. She was originally the president of a large real estate group. This shopping mall is also an asset of the group. When the Doomsday broke out, Shenrian happened to be inspecting the work here. So they quickly organized people to keep the large number of zombies outside the building. A large area in the mall was cleaned up. It can be said that everyone present was rescued by Shenrian. Otherwise, they would not have such a safe shelter. What do you mean? Shenrian frowned. The bald man licked his tongue and looked at Shenrian from top to bottom with greedy eyes. 059 Internal strife. The evil of human nature. Looking at the bald man's disgusting gaze, Shenrian felt nauseous. Brother, let's go and get you something to eat first. Shenrian turned around and pulled Xue Feng, not wanting to continue talking to the bald man. Wait a moment. The bald man roared angrily. In an instant, the dozen or so men present surrounded Xue Feng and Shenrian. These people, like the bald man, all have bad intentions. What do you want to do? Facing these gazes, Shenrian remained calm. Shenrian, I know that you and your men found these supplies, and it was you who built this place to resist the zombies. But we already have a lot of people, and the supplies belong to everyone. You're just randomly distributing them to an outsider. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? The bald man had a sneer on his face. Hearing this, Shenrian looked a little angry. Outsiders? We're all human, survivors. If we run out of supplies, we can always look for them elsewhere. Even if the entire building is used up, you can still search in the commercial street next door. As long as everyone is united, regardless of whether they are inside or outside, we can all survive. Shenrian's words were righteous and righteous. But no one around me is interested. They all showed disdainful looks. Finding supplies? Easier said than done. At the beginning, supplies were easy to find. You can find a lot of things in those shops, and you won't have to worry about food, clothing, or daily necessities. But there are too many of them. There are more than 50 people, and the daily consumption of supplies is huge. On the contrary, the supplies that can be found are becoming less and less. It's been 3 days, and nothing has been found. The upper floors of the shopping mall are filled with expensive luxury goods and useless jewelry. There is nothing else. Search? Then, Mr. President, the search is for us men. Let's just go with these useless things. Or you can go there yourself. The bald man pointed at the men around him. It is obvious that these men are now on the same front as the bald man. Because of searching for supplies and clearing out zombies, men put in more effort. Hearing this, the remaining women and old people lowered their heads. Zombies? These elderly and weak women simply don't dare to face it. So what do you want? Increase your food supply. Shenrian didn't expect that the bald man would unite all the men. It must be when you don't know it. The situation at this point is out of his control. Food? That's not enough. The bald man said viciously. Then what else do you want? Shinrian said unhappily. I want women. From now on, all the women here have to play with us brothers. After the bald man finished speaking, he laughed heartily, his smile full of greed and desire. The men around also showed excitement in their eyes. Before this, in this small survivor base, under the leadership of Shinrian, the moral standards of modern society are still maintained. However, as food becomes less and less, the number of zombies increases. The power shortage has gradually plunged people here into despair. I also realized that there was no possibility of rescue coming. The world has changed. When the food is gone, they may face the end of the world. Although Shinrian has strong planning ability, but even a good cook cannot cook without rice. They are now short of supplies, and there are too many zombies around. This resulted in Shinrian being unable to control Baldy and the others. There were at least 20 women at the scene, including young and beautiful girls and young women with attractive figures. But you can only look but not touch. Baldy and the others must have been frustrated for a long time. The evil thoughts in my heart were infinitely magnified. Now he finally took action against his savior Shinrian. If that's what you want, I have nothing to say. But since I saved your lives, you can leave here on your own. If you want a woman, go find one outside. You can also take half of the supplies with you. Shinrian suppressed her disappointment and anger. She originally thought that these people would know how to repay their gratitude. But unexpectedly, he still turned into a beast in the Doomsday. Shinrian's only hope is that these people will leave on their own initiative. She was willing to pay half of her supplies for this. Of course, Shinrian probably knew that if Baldy and the others were willing to leave. I'm afraid that more than half of the supplies were taken away. Now is the test to see whether Baldy and the others still have any conscience left. President Shun, I have a suggestion. Why don't we vote? Look at these women you protect. Do they listen to my orders or yours? If everyone is willing to listen to my orders, then you will be the one to leave. Raise your hands if you want to follow me. The bald man smiled. What? Hearing these words, an ominous premonition emerged in Shinrian's heart. Could it be that the bald man has not only formed a front with the men? Even these women and old people who are protected by him listened to the bald man's orders? Without waiting for Shinrian to figure it out, the bald man has raised his hand. Brushlala. The women and elderly people present all raised their hands. No one was willing to follow Shinrian. Shinrian was so angry that she almost vomited blood. She couldn't understand why these women would betray her too. Not willing to follow myself. Could it be that they were coerced by the bald man? It must be like this. Shinrian, you should just follow Brother Long obediently and stay here as Brother Long's woman. That's right. We are all women, so we should stop trying to be so strong. Without Brother Long and the others, we wouldn't be able to survive. The women who raised their hands began to persuade Shinrian. They are not as strong as Shinrian. I have already accepted my fate. In this apocalyptic world, what kind of modern life can we still expect? It's good enough to be able to survive. As for serving Baldy and others, it is not a difficult task for them. It's better than being thrown down to feed the zombies. Shinrian, I advise you to stay. If you go out alone, you will die. After all, you are our savior, so all you have to do is marry me, become my woman, and serve me alone. Of course, I definitely have more than one woman. Well, this condition is already very good. The bald man grinned. He has wanted to do this for a long time. Before, I was just a security captain with a monthly salary of a few thousand yuan. The Shinrian in front of him was a CEO with an annual salary of tens of millions. Before, no one would even look at me twice. Now she is about to become his woman. Is there anything more exciting than this? You're dreaming. I built this base, and I was the one who commanded you to clear out the zombies. I was the one who led you to find the supplies. Why should I leave now? Shinrian finally couldn't suppress the anger in her heart anymore, and growled softly with her fists clenched. 060 Faith collapsed. Shinrian was in despair. Why? Of course it's because of the knife in my hand. The bald man waved the machete in his hand, and said as a matter of course. In the apocalypse, whoever has the bigger fist will be the boss. No matter how smart the female CEO in front of me is, she is still a woman after all. Okay, I'm leaving. Shinrian's face turned pale. She just couldn't understand. How could these people whom I rescued with great effort treat me like this? This made Shinrian, who worked hard to start her own business, eventually become a strong woman. I tasted failure for the first time. Xue Feng, who was standing next to him, was watching the scene with great interest. In the end of the world, human nature will indeed gradually collapse. Shinrian was originally the savior of this group of people, but now she is being driven away. It's really ridiculous. I'm afraid that after experiencing this incident, Shinrian's perception of the world will also change. This is no longer an era where strength lies in numbers. If Shinrian were a person with superpowers, she would be able to control the current situation. Boy, what's your choice, stay or get out? If you stay, I'll give you a woman. The bald man looked at Shui Feng and said lightly. He was already thinking about how to use Shui Feng to obtain supplies. Let this stupid boy be the bait to die. I'm not interested here. Shui Feng shook his head. Okay, since you all don't want to stay, leave within 10 minutes. Otherwise I'll throw you down to feed the zombies. The bald man said viciously. Unexpectedly, neither of the two people in front of him surrendered to him. Then the bald man saw Shinrian and Shui Feng leave without looking back. Seeing this scene, the bald man was furious. Damn it, you're so shameless. The bald man spat fiercely on the ground. Brother Long, this guy followed Shinrian. Could he take advantage of the opportunity and kill Shinrian? Someone next to him couldn't help but say. Shinrian's charming look had already made these men salivate. The thought that Shinrian might be captured by Shui Feng. Everyone was anxious. The bald man narrowed his eyes and then slowly shook his head. That kid is different. I just told him to give it to a woman, and his expression didn't change at all. Based on Shui Feng's reaction just now, the bald man concluded that Shui Feng was not a simple person. I'm afraid I've eaten and seen it. At least he wouldn't be so impatient. Then let Shinrian leave like this. The other man felt very sorry. Shinrian is the most beautiful among these women. Let's all follow them and see what they are doing. If they don't leave this mall within 10 minutes, we'll rush over and give President Shun a good beating. If they find a way to leave safely, they are also paving the way for our brothers, right? The bald man gave a sinister smile. When the people around heard these words, they immediately started to flatter him. What? Brother Long is so smart. If you follow Brother Long, you will definitely get some meat to eat. But among the women and old men, someone sighed. Is this all you have? Not even as good as a single hair of Shinrian. However, by now, they have fallen into despair. Now that Baldy and Shinrian have fallen out, they can only choose to stand on Baldy's side. They were powerless, and there was no way they could fight against the bald man. Brother Long, how about we have some fun first? I can't hold it back anymore. There was a man who was hugging a young woman impatiently. He put his hands into the young woman's clothes and began to rub her up and down. The young woman's face turned pale, but she accepted her fate. Seeing this scene, Brother Long slowly walked up to the man. Snap. Oh. The bald man chopped off the man's neck, and blood gushed out immediately. Most of it splashed onto the young woman, who was stained with blood and fainted. Do you understand the rules? Here, my words are the law. I assigned all the women to you. Who dares to touch them? This is what happens. The bald man roared angrily and cursed in his heart. Apart from Shinrian, the most beautiful one is this young woman. I have been coveting it for a long time, but I didn't expect that someone would set their eyes on my prey. If you don't die, who will die? It's just right that the bald man can use this opportunity to establish his authority. The others were so frightened that they dared not say a word. Everyone has witnessed the bald man's ferocity. The impatient desire in my heart was also suppressed. Let's go and get down to business first. The bald man took the lead in chasing after Shinrian, and the others followed. At this time, Shinrian and Shui Feng heard the man scream before he died. Did you come in through the window? Now go alone, without a burden like me. Shinrian sighed, and there was no light in her eyes. No one has died since Shinrian established this base. Unexpectedly, the bald man killed one person as soon as he took over. Shinrian could foresee that this place would be shrouded in terror and darkness. Moreover, Shinrian did not expect Shui Feng to take her away. There are already a lot of zombies outside. If he carries a burden like me with him, the risk factor will increase significantly. Shinrian and Shui Feng had just met. She didn't expect a stranger to risk his life to save her. Shinrian has become completely disappointed with human nature. What are you going to do? Those bald guys have bad intentions. If you don't leave within 10 minutes, you're going to end up in a terrible situation. Shui Feng looked back. Baldy and the others have caught up now, but they are not getting close. Instead, he followed slowly not far behind Shui Feng and the others. Shinrian didn't continue speaking, but stood beside the guardrail. This is the 5th floor. Just take a leap and you will be free. But she was unwilling. Since this is a shopping mall, the basement should be a large supermarket. There should be a lot of supplies there. Shui Feng spoke at this time. This is also the general configuration of shopping malls. It's a large supermarket, but there are too many zombies inside. Shinrian smiled bitterly. She knew very well that there were a lot of supplies in the underground supermarket. The supermarket also has a large warehouse. If you can get the supplies inside, For more than 50 of them, it would not be a problem for them to hold on for at least half a year. In the past few days, Shinrian has been trying to find a way to deal with the zombies in the large supermarket. It's just that Baldy and others are unwilling to fight the zombies head-on. This made Shinrian rack her brains, but she couldn't think of any good solution. You should know the way. Take me there. Shuefeng smiled. This just confirms my second piece of information. There is a way out, but there are at least hundreds of zombies there. Once the fire door between the stairs is opened, the zombies will pour in. This shelter will be doomed. Shinrian quickly shook her head. 061, a large amount of supplies, nanosword. After Shinrian's explanation, Shuefeng understood. The elevator in the building is no longer usable. So if you want to go down, you can only take the fire escape. But the fire escape was full of zombies. Shinrian had tried to go down the fire escape before, and wanted to open the fire door. Use the terrain to your advantage to eliminate zombies. As a result, Baldy and others retreated. It means that no one knows how many zombies are left. If we don't control them, we'll all be doomed. So in the end, Shinrian had no choice but to give up. Don't worry, just lead the way. I will take you away alive. Shuefeng smiled slightly. You? Shinrian looked at Shuefeng in surprise, not knowing the man in front of her. Why do you have this confidence? She was a little hesitant. But when she thought of the bald man and others following behind, Shinrian nodded. She wants to give it a try. Good. Shinrian was not willing to commit suicide like this. She wanted to live. I also don't want to be abused by Baldy and others. When I arrived at the stairs, the fire door was tied with an iron chain. Shuefeng swung his axe, and the iron chain broke. The noise immediately attracted the zombies. More than a dozen zombies in the corridors immediately pounced over. Shuefeng wielded the fire axe as mighty as a god of war. In an instant, more than a dozen zombies had their heads chopped off. But Shui remained calm. Seeing this scene, Shinrian was shocked. The zombies that Baldy and others feared were actually eliminated so easily by Shuefeng. Let's go. Shuefeng turned his head and smiled slightly. Soon the two people disappeared into the corridor. Baldy and others caught up. I saw corpses all over the ground. This kid is very strong. He actually fought his way out. Could he be heading to the underground supermarket? There are so many supplies over there. Someone suddenly showed a look of horror. The zombies they dared not face. It was solved easily by Shuefeng. Some people began to waver. I feel that it would be better to follow Shuefeng. The bald man squinted his eyes and noticed this situation. Even if they go down, the zombies in the underground warehouse are not vegetarians. The bald man sneered. Hearing these words, the people around them instantly looked determined. They have been holding it in for too long. I don't want to be a eunuch like this. I don't know what this kid is capable of, but it's better if they can open up the road. Next, you will do as I say. The bald man began to make a plan. On the other side, Shuefeng and others have arrived at the underground warehouse. Just as Shinrian said, there are a lot of zombies here. There's even a mutant. However, they were all easily solved by Shuefeng. In order to avoid causing a fire, he did not use Shenxiao. With just a fire axe, he chopped off the mutant's head. What's this? Looking at the strange mutant, Shinrian showed a look of horror. It's a mutant. Its strength far exceeds that of ordinary zombies. Ordinary people would surely die if they encountered this. The fact that you have been able to survive in this building until now is just due to your good luck. Shuefeng also sighed. Shinrian's methods. It's no problem to stop ordinary zombies. But it doesn't work when it comes to mutants. Shinrian was shocked. She didn't expect the end of the world to be so terrifying. There are also monsters called mutants. What surprised Shinrian even more was that the man in front of her was so powerful. Even this kind of monster can be destroyed. Follow this man, and you can survive. Thinking of this, Shinrian looked at Shuefeng with a hot gaze. Bite. Intelligence verification successful. Reward host weapon. Nanosword. This sword is made of nanomaterials and is a powerful weapon against powerful mutants. The system was delivered. As Shuefeng opened the supermarket warehouse, I saw more than 100 square meters of supplies. The system's voice also sounded in his mind. Nanosword. Upon hearing this reward, Shuefeng immediately became excited. Now I don't have a suitable weapon in my hand. The fire axe had lost its edge after chopping a bunch of zombies. Now this reward comes just in time. Shuefeng threw the fire axe in his hand to the ground. In a moment, a long black sword appeared in his hand. This scene completely stunned Shinrian. Perform magic? What made Shinrian even more stunned was what happened next. She saw Shuefeng walk into the warehouse. For a while, all the supplies in the warehouse disappeared magically. What's going on? Shinrian exclaimed. Want to know my secret? Shuefeng turned his head and smiled slightly. But you are not qualified to know yet. Shuefeng continued to move forward. Shenrian smiled bitterly. You don't trust me? Shuefeng sneered. I have no reason to believe you. Shenrian was slightly stunned. As a woman, she wants to live long in the end times. Unless she's like the other female survivors in the building, willing to be a plaything for Baldy and others. But if that were the case, she would rather die. If you want to gain my trust, you must obey my orders and do whatever I say. Shuefeng said lightly. This is the principle. I never accept unspoken rules. Shenrian bit her lips lightly. During her entrepreneurial journey, she encountered countless harassments from men. Shenrian has always persisted, and this is also her bottom line. Unspoken rules? Shuefeng laughed when he heard this. He never uses unspoken rules. He only conquers his opponent with strength. It could be mental or it could be directly physical. However, Shenrian was a talent suggested by the system after all, so Shuefeng still did not intend to use radical means. You're overthinking it. What I mean is that you should give me the value you deserve. A worthless person is worse than a zombie in the apocalypse. Shuefeng waved his hand and said, Take me out, and I can help you get everything you want. Shenrian agreed immediately. Shuefeng looked at Shenrian with amusement. Good. But now, the most important thing is to get out of this building. Shuefeng took Shenrian out of the warehouse. I arrived at the entrance of the supermarket and planned to rush out directly from the main door. Although there are more than 100 zombies over there. But it's just a good opportunity for Shenrian to see his own strength. But at this moment, Baldy and others also appeared at the entrance of the supermarket. Did you kill the zombies inside? Watching two people walk out, the bald man looked surprised. Roll. Shuefeng spat out a word coldly. Hearing Shuefeng's indifference, an angry expression appeared on the bald man's face. But it soon disappeared and was replaced by a smiling face. President Shun, I think my attitude just now is too much. It's better to let President Shun lead us. The bald man spoke in a very sincere tone and with a humble attitude. Do you know you're wrong? But it's no use telling me. I listen to him now. Shenrian said this and looked at Shuefeng beside her. What? The president who was originally high and mighty. Now he actually surrendered to such a young man. This immediately made the bald man feel jealous and angry. The people watching him had slowly surrounded Shuefeng. The bald man knew he didn't need to pretend. Go, kill this guy. 062 begging for mercy? You don't deserve it. The bald man's plan was simple. Just attract the attention of Shuefeng and Shenrian. Then the rest of the people rushed forward. No matter how good Shuefeng is at dealing with zombies. After all, there is only one person, and he can't be their opponent. As long as they kill Shuefeng, all the supplies in the supermarket will be theirs. The next moment, a cold light flashed. Blood splattered everywhere. In an instant, 3 heads flew up. The bald man opened his eyes wide, feeling unbelievable. Shuefeng holds a nanosword. In the blink of an eye, 3 people's heads were chopped off. The other men around were too frightened to move. This weapon is good. Shuefeng was focused on the nanosword in his hand. It is extremely sharp and can cut iron like mud, and it is also very light. Don't just stand there, come on. He's alone. There's no way he can be our opponent. The bald man came to his senses and immediately roared. I even rushed over waving a machete. As soon as the bald man finished speaking, Shuefeng had turned into a phantom. The bald man didn't even have the chance to scream before the big head flew into the sky. Blood splattered on Shuefeng's body, making him look hideous and terrifying. Like a god of death. We surrender, we surrender. Brother Long coerced us into doing this. We don't want to go against you. Please let us go. We can go out to find food and be your lackeys. The remaining people no longer dared to resist and knelt on the ground, kowtowed and begged for mercy. I don't know how many times I cursed the bald man in my heart. What about gaining trust and then taking action? This Shuefeng is not someone they can deal with at all. From the moment he went against Shuefeng, it's doomed to fail. Shuefeng looked down at these people with contempt in his eyes. Some people even began to pray to Shenrian, hoping that Shenrian could say a word to help them. But at this moment, Shenrian's heart had already turned cold because of the betrayal of these people before. Shuefeng raised the sword in his hand, and more than a dozen corpses appeared on the ground. This? Shenrian was also shocked. She didn't expect Shuefeng to take action directly. That's more than a dozen lives. Noticed the change in Shenrian's expression. Shuefeng asked, What's wrong? You want to plead for them? If you had been soft-hearted at the end of the world, the bodies lying on the ground now would be you and me. Shuefeng curled his lips. From the moment the bald man begged for mercy, he didn't believe these guys. No, nothing. Shenrian shook her head slowly. She felt that Shuefeng must have experienced a lot as well. It has become what it is today. I was too naive before. If you want to survive in this world, you must adapt to the new rules. although Baldy and others have been killed now. However, Xuefeng had no intention of selecting women from other survivors to join his base. Those people are ungrateful and ungrateful. You don't need a dog that you can't familiarize yourself with in your base. As for their fate, Xuefeng didn't care. How are you going to get out? Shenrian asked. Exit from the front. Xuefeng replied. Hearing this, Shenrian seemed to be thinking about something. There are too many zombies on the front. But there is a solution. There is a fireworks store opposite the main entrance. If we can set the fireworks store across the street on fire, the zombies will definitely be attracted away. Shenrian suggested. Hearing this, Xuefeng nodded. This is the effect Shenrian brings to herself. Although she was a president before. However, the business world is like a battlefield, and strategic capabilities will not change. It's just that this plan is difficult to implement. Shenrian then gave another bitter smile. For me, nothing is difficult in the world. Xuefeng smiled confidently. Then he asked Shenrian to take him to the second floor, where he could see the direction of the fireworks shop. Shenxiao? A lightning ball fell from the second floor of the shopping mall into the fireworks store. Crackle. The sound of rapid firecrackers rang out. The surrounding zombies rushed into the block where the explosion occurred like crazy. So much. Looking at the densely packed zombies, Xuefeng also felt his scalp tingling. There are at least thousands of them. I didn't expect there were so many zombies hiding around me. He was now very glad that he had listened to Shenrian. Otherwise, if you go out rashly, you will definitely be surrounded by zombies. With so many of them, you will have to work hard to deal with them. Watching the zombies almost leave. Only then did Xuefeng take the armored vehicle out of the storage space. Shenrian's miraculous actions towards Xuefeng. Shocked again. After getting on the armored vehicle, Xuefeng stepped on the accelerator and locked it. Rushing all the way, performing a fast and passionate show. Drive towards the base. On the way he saw a gas station. They would also stop and search inside. See if there is any gasoline. Although for Xuefeng, gasoline is not an urgent need now. But it is also an important material. Anyway, I have a tanker truck and can store all the gasoline in it. Soon return to the base. When in Xiaowei and others saw Xuefeng bringing back another woman. I just think it's a good thing. Because there is one more person doing things. When Shenrian learned that there was hot water and plenty of food in the villa, and a dozen other women, Shenrian was stunned. I didn't expect it to be so combat ready. There is only Xuefeng. But it was Xuefeng alone who created all of this. I brought some gifts for you A-level personnel today. When Xuefeng saw in Xiaowei and others, he smiled mysteriously. Brother Xuefeng, what is it? And Xiaowei immediately showed a look of surprise. As long as it is something that Xuefeng brings, he will definitely cherish it. Because no matter what Xuefeng brings back, it proves that they are in his heart. It's not just a tool to release desires. The others also showed excitement in their eyes. Yu Haoyun even shed tears of emotion. She thought she was useless and could not be of any use. I didn't expect that the gift Xuefeng gave me included one for myself. Distribute it among yourselves. Xuefeng placed the large-scale underwear and jewelry in the space backpack in front of everyone. After seeing the reactions of these women, he was still very satisfied. This is also the first time I brought them some gifts. Women, you just can't spoil them. The more you lick, the more you are looked down upon. You should appear cool and domineering at ordinary times, so that they will be in awe of you at all times. They will be grateful to themselves for this occasional kindness. If you treat women too well, they will take it for granted. If the tone is a little harsher, the spoiled woman will feel greatly insulted. Wow, this bracelet used to cost over 20,000 yuan each. And Xiaowei immediately saw a gold bracelet and couldn't let it go. I like this dress. It will look beautiful on me. Wang Xinyu, however, set her sights on the nurse's uniform. I know that this must have been prepared by Xuefeng for me. Only Yu Haoyun was hesitant to go up and choose, as she still felt that she was not worthy. Xuefeng didn't say anything, picked up a very revealing bunny girl suit, and threw it over. Change now. 063 if you want status, show your value. Yes. Yu Haoyun held this set of clothes as if it were her most precious treasure. He couldn't wait any longer and took off all his clothes. She changed into this very revealing bunny girl suit. The fabric could barely cover 3 parts of her body, revealing a large area of snow-white skin. It was also paired with fishnet stockings and high heels. It further highlights Yu Haoyun's handsome figure. Not bad, not bad. Xuefeng nodded with satisfaction. I'll change too. Wang Xinyu was not willing to be outdone and also changed into a nurse's uniform on the spot. Seeing this, the other women no longer cared about their jewelry. They all put on their sexiest clothes first. Seeing this erotic scene, Shenrian was stunned. Only then did he realize that all the women present were Xuefeng's, and none of them were unwilling. Instead, They scrambled to gain Xuefeng's favor. Who is Xuefeng? Being liked by so many women. Shenruyan in the workplace. I have also seen many women throwing themselves into the arms of men. But they are just playing around, all for profit. I have never seen such a scene. What is an A-level personnel? At this moment, Shenruyan couldn't help but ask. She vaguely felt that this was very important. Oh, it's the level division of members in the base. The lowest level, E, can only do odd jobs. Those working at the gate are all E rank. I'll explain the rules here in detail to you later. Gu Xiaoqian was wearing a secretary uniform with a curvy figure. She was hugging Xuefeng's arm and rubbing it hard. Shenruyan immediately understood that this was just like in the workplace. When entering the gate, Shenruyan saw several women building a wall. It should be the lowest E level. How are levels calculated? What level am I? Shenruyan looked at Xuefeng, her eyes full of anticipation. She used to be the president of a big company. It should be at least an A level here. Gu Xiaoqian didn't know how to distribute it, so she looked at Xuefeng. E level. Xuefeng said lightly. Hearing this, Shenruyan's face turned pale instantly. E level. That is the lowest level, doing hard labor. Seeing Shenruyan's shocked look, and Xiaowei and others felt secretly happy. I also admire Xuefeng even more. Of course the new woman is E level. Do you still want to be on equal footing with them? You can only improve your rank if you can demonstrate your worth. Xuefeng added. I can do it. Shenruyan said anxiously. She would not let go of this opportunity no matter what. I have worked hard all these years just to become a superior person. Come to the office. I want to see what you are worth. Xuefeng nodded and pushed away the beauties on his body. Now in the villa, there is a separate office allocated to Xuefeng. Here he would discuss things like villa placement with Gu Xiaoqian. I saw Xuefeng and Shenruyan enter the office. And Xiaowei couldn't help but curl her lips. This woman is so flirtatious. She will definitely use her body to seduce brother Xuefeng. I can't help it. She's very beautiful. Yu Haoyan sighed. Let's see if she has any real skills. Gu Xiaoqian took it from Shenruyan. I felt a strong workplace aura. Walking into the office, Shenruyan looked nervous. Shenruyan understood that this was probably the most important interview in her life. Thinking of this, she quietly lowered her collar, revealing a deep career line. This is also a little trick for women when looking for a job. Some also wear implants to make themselves appear larger. Xuefeng sat at the back of the office. I gave Shenruyan a brief introduction to the current situation of the villa area. It also popularized some knowledge, such as the existence of people with special abilities. In fact, Xuefeng didn't want Shenruyan to become an E-level personnel. This is also the talent recommended by the system to me. But he couldn't just let Shenruyan become A-level. This is not only inconvenient to manage. Others will complain. This in turn affects overall unity. So Shenruyan must also show her own value. As far as I know, around our shelter nowadays, there are quite a few survivor forces. How do you think we should deal with them? This problem has been bothering Xuefeng for the past 2 days. He wanted to know Shenruyan's opinion. Shenruyan frowned. She had to answer this question properly. We have fewer people in the shelter right now. If we expel these forces and blindly expand our territory, we won't have enough personnel to manage it. It will soon be taken by new survivors. Eliminate all threats. As for those survivors who pose no threat, a cooperative attitude should be adopted. But we must take the lead in this kind of cooperation. That is to say, we will treat other survivor forces as our dependent forces. They can be given some supplies appropriately. Let them act as a buffer zone. Once a powerful enemy or mutant appears, they can give us early warning. And those survivors who don't cooperate are dangerous. Not only must it be eliminated, but it must be eliminated as soon as possible. Don't give them the opportunity to become powerful. When Shenruyan said the words, eliminate all, she herself was also very surprised. I didn't expect the word murder to come out of my mouth. I actually made it sound so simple and easy, as if it were a matter of course. Xuefeng nodded approvingly. Shenruyan is indeed a talented person. These are your tactics in business, right? Xuefeng smiled. That's right. The business world is like a battlefield. The core principles are the same. Shenruyan breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Xuefeng smile. Your strategy is good and proves your worth. Xuefeng had never thought of this before. Use other survivor bases as buffer zones. This is a very vicious trick. I only need to provide a small amount of supplies to these small forces around me. You can make them obey your orders and work hard for you. You may even feel extremely grateful to yourself. It seems that I will still need Shenruyan's advice in the future. But at this moment, Xuefeng found Shenruyan slowly coming to him. My lord, I can prove my worth in another way. Shenruyan's face flushed. She had previously called Xuefeng brother. I don't dare to call you that now. Oh, what is it? Shuefeng smiled. Shinrian gently took off her shirt. 2 traces of plumpness were revealed. Then she knelt in front of Shuefeng and unzipped her pants. Although her movements were not skilled, Shinrian was very serious. Since the other A-level women are all Shuefeng's women, she could no longer be reserved. If she wanted to survive in the Doomsday, she had to give her all. What's more, if it's with the man in front of her, she is willing. 064 Shinrian's status is improved, and the survivor's power is discovered. Shinrian had never done such a thing. But just because she hasn't done it doesn't mean she hasn't heard of it. Now she starts to serve a man diligently. It was something she had never dared to think of before, and it was impossible for her to think of it. But when you actually do it, Shinrian felt her heart beating faster and her whole body burning. This unfamiliar movement. Of course, Shuefeng cannot be satisfied. So Shuefeng gestured to Shinrian to lie on the desk with her legs raised high. Holding Shinrian's waist with both hands, he entered all the way. Oh. Shinrian bit her lips, but still made a sound. The first time was so painful, but Shinrian soon adapted to it, and was satisfied with each impact. Shinrian's gentle voice continued to echo in the office. I declare that from now on, Shinrian is also an A-level personnel. She has proven her worth. When Shuefeng brought Shinrian back to the living room, he said to everyone, seeing the mottled marks still remaining at the corners of Shinrian's mouth, and Xiaowei and others certainly knew what had happened. Although they were confused in their hearts, are Shinrian's methods so powerful? It was unexpected that I could be promoted to a level so quickly, be on equal footing with them. But no one raised any objection. After all, everything they have was given by Shuefeng. Shuefeng's order cannot be questioned. That night, Shuefeng chose to let Shinrian accompany him. Shinrian also gave more suggestions. The first suggestion was that Shuefeng block the road leading to the villa area, because now all the zombies around the villa area have been cleared out by Shuefeng. Moreover, the power generation and water purification equipment are ready inside the villa. Sooner or later, he will be noticed by other psychics or survivors. It will be too late to prepare by then. So Shuefeng also understood that he had to block the roads and set up a cordon. Both are very necessary. But this requires a lot of materials, such as barbed wire and cement. Therefore, this matter was put on the agenda by Shuefeng. But the first thing he had to do was to verify the previous intelligence. A survivor group in the southern part of the city. He wanted to see who these bad boys were. Is it an object worth fighting for, or should it be completely eliminated? This time, Shuefeng brought Shinrian and Yu Haoyun with him. Yu Haoyun was very excited. The time had finally come for her to show her worth. Shinrian also became particularly alert. She knew she was new in the area. We must work harder to gain a foothold. Starting the armored vehicle, Shuefeng headed towards the south of the city. After driving a few kilometers, we saw several burned shops and residential buildings on the roadside. These were burned on purpose. Shinrian couldn't help but say, because these shops are not connected together. I'm afraid one of the survivors did it. Shuefeng nodded. Subconsciously, I thought of that group of bad youths. Could it be those guys who did it? There's someone over there. At this moment, Yu Haoyun suddenly pointed to the right side of the road and said, anyone there? Shuefeng immediately looked in the direction Shinrian said. It was a restaurant street with iron fences and miscellaneous items placed on both ends of the road. Someone must have blocked this place on purpose. No zombies were seen in the middle of the food street. Instead, I saw a figure flash by. It seems to be a woman. If Yu Haoyun hadn't noticed it, she really wouldn't have discovered it. There are survivors in the restaurant district. Go check it out, you're doing well. Shuefeng came out this time not only to verify the intelligence, just to search for survivors. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. This made Shuefeng look at Yu Haoyun. She is worthy of being the goddess of luck. I just happened to see it. After being praised, Yu Haoyun's face was full of joy. I am finally useful. After parking the car at the door, Shuefeng and others got out. Is anyone there? We have no hostility. Shuefeng looked at the densely packed commercial buildings on both sides. I know it's simply unrealistic to search one by one. Go away. We won't trust you anymore. At this moment, a woman's voice came from inside. Shuefeng was slightly stunned. Won't trust you anymore? Is this talking about myself? Is there some misunderstanding? This is our first time here. Shuefeng's attitude seemed very sincere. Haha. We all saw your modified car, and you said it was your first time here? Is it interesting? The voice still didn't believe it. Modified car? Shuefeng frowned. What does this have to do with his armored vehicle? There are only 3 of us, and we have no weapons. How about we go in and talk? Any misunderstandings can be resolved. Shinrian also said this. It seems that it is because Shinrian is a girl and looks harmless. So after waiting for 2 minutes, more than a dozen people came out. There were men and women dressed as chefs and waiters, and several of them had blood on their bodies. Everyone was holding a weapon like a kitchen knife in their hands. A few of them were injured, but they probably weren't bitten by zombies, otherwise they would have mutated long ago. Xuefeng noticed that there was a young girl in the crowd. He doesn't look very old, probably just turned 18. She looks petite and cute, and her body probably hasn't developed yet. But that chubby face looks very cute. But his big eyes were always staring at Xuefeng vigilantly, as if he was some weird uncle. Xuefeng noticed that the agile figure he saw just now should be this little girl. Maybe he has been responsible for keeping watch or something like that. Aren't you guys in the same group as the guys driving the modified cars? At this time, a slightly fat young chef began to question. Although I don't know what you have mistaken us for. But this is our first time here, and I think you might have the wrong person. We come with good intentions. Xuefeng smiled slightly. When he said the word kindness, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. He himself didn't believe what he said. Sure enough, the chef in front of him frowned. You mean showing goodwill? How do you express it? I'm telling you in advance, don't even think about trying to do anything fancy. I've awakened my superpowers. The young chef snorted. A person with superpowers? Xuefeng was a little surprised, but he was not surprised to meet a person with superpowers. But this young chef, he actually exposed his identity as a person with superpowers like this. It seems that you are short of medicine. Several people at the scene looked injured to some extent. Without saying a word, he took out some medicines from the storage space and poured them on the ground. Of course, he didn't appear out of thin air, but was put into the backpack first. Then they all fell to the ground. Seeing these medicines, the people behind the young chef became excited instantly. It's an anti-inflammatory drug. My wife's wound has been inflamed for a long time. This is a fever-reducing tablet. I can hardly hold on any longer. And blood pressure medication. I can't live without it. Seeing these medicines, the people behind the young chef became excited instantly. They all want to come and get the medicine they urgently need. But he was stopped by the young chef. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Tell me what you want. The young chef remained vigilant. That is, what is your purpose in showing kindness for no reason? The waitress clenched her fists and looked angry. 065 Greenstorm, bad boy. The girl obviously still doubted Xuefeng. I need intelligence. These drugs are your, and my reward for obtaining it. Xuefeng spread his hands. After hearing this, the expressions on the faces of the young chef and others were obviously much more relaxed. If it's just an exchange of information, then there's no problem. When Shinrian heard this, she was particularly impressed. Because if you say it's free, these people may not believe it. But if you ask them to exchange information, they will accept it. Just like sales on the street, if someone says something is given away for free, many people will suspect it is a scam. Sorry, we were too suspicious. My name is Lu Jun. The young chef held out his hand apologetically. Brother, it's not certain whether they are good people or not. Lu Chichi muttered softly. But when Lu Jun turned around and glared at her, the little girl immediately turned her head away without saying a word. It's nothing, as long as the misunderstanding is resolved. Xuefeng also smiled slightly and shook hands with the other party. At the same time, be prepared in case Lu Jun plays any tricks. Xinxiao will start immediately. In a blink of an eye, Lu Jun could be turned into a mummy. However, Lu Jun did not make any move and quickly let go. He took Xuefeng to a restaurant and sat down. Lu Jun began to explain. Why did they misunderstand Xuefeng? Because there was a group of bad young people, that is, the rich second-generation motorcycle gangs before the end of the world. Now they gather together and call themselves the Green Storm. I like to drive around here in all kinds of modified cars. They will not only rob supplies. Drunk people can also burn down houses, looking for excitement in various ways. All the medicines around were snatched away by this group of guys, because many of them are sick. So Lu Jun could only negotiate with the other party. The other side made a request that Lu Jun and others must use food in exchange for medicine. As a result, when Lu Jun and the others delivered the food, the other party walked away. Those liars. The girl yelled angrily. Xuefeng also knew it at this time. The girl's name is Zhou Qiqi, and she is Lu Jun's sister. Lu Jun is the leader of this survivor base. There were more than 50 survivors in total. But there was no collapse of morals and ethics. Because half of the survivors here are couples, and they all run shops on this street. Plus, this is a food street with plenty of food and drinking water. And because we have a superpower like Lu Jun, we have been able to hold on until now. Then do you know where their base is exactly? Xuefeng asked again. This should be the group of bad youths he was looking for. If you want to contact these people, I advise you to give up. Those guys have no integrity. When Lu Jun said this, his tone was full of anger. If the surrounding medicines had not been snatched away by these bad youths, burn what you can't take away, they wouldn't. Even necessary medicines are in short supply. Faithfulness. Shinrian gave a bitter smile. Talking about faith and loyalty in the end times? Lu Jun in front of him was too naive. In Shinrian's opinion, this stronghold would probably be destroyed soon. Xuefeng also realized it at this time. In the end times, besides food and water, medicine is the only thing that is truly scarce. Just at this moment, a shrill horn sound came from outside. Ta-ta, ta-ta. Those guys are coming. Lu Jun was very angry and ran out first. Others also took to the streets with weapons as if they were facing a great enemy. Xuefeng and several others also came out. When I went out, I saw the other side of the street. 3 modified off-road vehicles roared. A bumper and steel bars were added to the front of the car. It was obviously prepared for hitting zombies, and there was some rotten meat stuck on it. In addition to these 3 off-road vehicles, there is even a cement mixer. Further back, there are quite a few motorcycles. After seeing this scene, Xuefeng understood. Why did Lu Jun and others misunderstand me at the first moment? The armored vehicle he was riding in was quite similar to these people. A large number of zombies around were attracted by the sound of the cement tanker's horn. They rushed madly towards the cement tanker that made the sound. The cement tanker was well prepared and was deliberately designed to attract these zombies. He stepped on the accelerator and headed towards the commercial street. Boom. The iron fence was directly broken open and headed to the other end. No one dared to stop this big guy. A large number of zombies followed and poured in. This method is cruel enough. Xuefeng couldn't help smacking his lips. The people in the food street have already picked up their weapons and started fighting. The most eye-catching one is Lu Jun. Lu Jun roared, and the hair on his body grew a lot longer in an instant. His hands extended with sharp claws. This scared Xuefeng. What's going on, Wolverine? Of course, there is a world of difference between Lu Jun and Wolverine. He doesn't have that great fighting ability, and his claws seem to be waving around randomly out of instinct. But dealing with ordinary zombies is not a problem. Xuefeng also took out the nano-transforming sword, still in the shape of an axe, to join the battle. It's not that Xuefeng likes axes. It's just that the fire axe looks inconspicuous, and no one knows the true power of this weapon. He also did not use Shinshao. At this time, it is not wise to expose your special abilities. Otherwise, he could have dealt with all these zombies in an instant. At the same time, the doors of the 3 modified off-road vehicles opened. A few ruffian-looking young men came out from inside. She has colorful hair, earrings, and tattoos on her face. Holy crap, what kind of car is this? It's so cool. It'll be mine soon. One of the young men had dyed yellow hair and a look of arrogance and contempt in his eyes. He stared at Xuefeng's armored vehicle with shining eyes. Let's kill those guys first. The other woman had green hair and was quite pretty, but she wore heavy gothic makeup, looking a bit like a ghost. Fight. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the information. Reward armored vehicles upgraded to Doomsday combat armored vehicles. Firepower increased. Automatic attack device loaded. Armored vehicles upgraded? Xuefeng showed a look of joy on his face. He didn't expect that the armored vehicle could be upgraded again. Before, when he was driving an armored vehicle on the road, the only way to deal with zombies was to ram them. But now the firepower has been improved and an automatic attack device has been loaded. In the future, Xuefeng will no longer have to worry about encountering hordes of zombies blocking the road. Look, bro, those girls are pretty good. A ruffian immediately set his sights on Shunrian and Yu Haoyun. My saliva is almost dripping. Holy crap, this is perfect. If I'd known there were beauties here, I would have come here a long time ago. The yellow-haired man laughed wildly, his eyes making people feel sick. I'm telling you now, you're going to die a horrible death. The zombies have been almost cleared out. Xuefeng stepped forward and said coldly, these guys are robbing everywhere, and it has nothing to do with me. But dare to insult his woman. There is only one word, death. 066 The woman who insults me will die. Haha, if you don't see what you are just lambs to be slaughtered. One of them laughed out loud. I probably thought Xuefeng was one of the survivors. The last time their food was robbed, they didn't dare to resist. Are you going to say something harsh this time? It's just ridiculous. Yeah. Xuefeng said lightly. Shenxiao. The next second, a bolt of lightning as thick as a bowl shot out from his hand. The man didn't even have time to scream. The whole person turned into charcoal and lay straight on the ground. The lightning had not yet ended, and turned into a ball of flash and jumped onto another person. In the blink of an eye, several people turned into burning corpses. Only the yellow-haired and green-haired women were left. They were originally prepared to watch the show, but only then did they react. Damn it. Drive faster. Drive faster. Huangmao got straight into the car. The green-haired woman had already gotten into the car. I stepped on the accelerator frantically and the off-road vehicle disappeared at the end of the road. Why didn't Brother Xuefeng kill them all? Seeing this scene, Yu Haoyun was quite puzzled. I couldn't help but ask Shen Ruyan beside me in a low voice. With Xuefeng's strength, killing these people is not a problem. The other party is definitely not just these few people. It would be better to let them go back and tip off the situation. However, Shen Ruyan noticed Xuefeng's thoughts. Instead of working hard to catch up, it's better to let them come to your door. Then Xuefeng came to the two off-road vehicles that were parked in place. He searched inside the car for some. Found a lot of small red pills and white powder. There is no doubt that these guys usually take these things for fun. No wonder he went crazy and caused destruction everywhere. They all looked very excited and didn't look like normal people. You are also a mutant. Lu Jun has returned to normal and came to Xuefeng with a look of surprise. The scene of Xuefeng's battle just now shocked him too much. In comparison, his own abilities were more like acrobatics. You should think carefully about how to deal with those guys next. They'll be back soon. Xuefeng said. What about you? You're the one who killed them, so you have to stay and help us. Lu Qiqi also ran over, with her hands on her hips and a pout. The big eyes were still glaring at Xuefeng. Qiqi, how can you say that? If it weren't for Brother Xue, we don't know how many people would have died now. Lu Jun suddenly became anxious. He didn't expect his sister to be so rude. I reached out my hand and wanted to slap him. But then he sighed and gave up. After all, my sister is my only relative and I have never beaten her since I was a child. She has always been regarded as the apple of my eye. I just want him to help us. We have nowhere to run. Lu Qiqi's tears suddenly came out. She just didn't want her brother to die. Lu Jun, why don't you take your sister and run away, leaving us here? Yeah, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't know how many times we would have died, leaving us here to be vented. When we are targeted, we are finished. The people around gathered around, each with a tragic expression on their face. They were actually willing to wait for death for Lu Jun. Seeing this scene, Shen Ruyan felt complicated. After all, Shen Ruyan and Lu Jun had both saved many people. But her people abandoned her. So, do the people led by Lu Jun have a higher sense of morality? Shen Ruyan felt that this might not be the case. Rather, these people have no choice. We can't expect Lu Jun to die here with them. No one here stood up to challenge Lu Jun's authority. On the contrary, the women and old people that Shen Ruyan rescued herself can all seek refuge with Baldi. If I wanted to leave, I would have left long ago. If you hadn't saved my sister, what would be the point of me living? A bitter smile appeared on Lu Jun's lips. Because when the apocalypse broke out, his sister was besieged by zombies. It was the people around him who saved him. So at that moment Lu Jun decided that he must repay them. Live and die together. But Brother Xuefeng, how about I beg you to take my sister away? You should be able to protect her. With a plop, Lu Jun knelt down immediately to Xuefeng. Brother, what are you doing? We won't ask him for help. Lu Qiqi suddenly became anxious and wanted to pull her brother up. Unlike Lu Jun, who is so servile, Xuefeng was happy to see this scene. If you beg me, I can consider saving your brother, and I won't even care about other people. Xuefeng said with a slight smile. This survivor base is relatively normal. It would be nice to use them as your buffer zone. Hearing these words, hope ignited in everyone around them. All eyes were fixed on Lu Qiqi. Although no one spoke, they all relied on Lu Qiqi. After all, Xuefeng has already proved that he has this ability. You bastard. I know you won't agree to my request, even if I kneel down and beg you. Lu Qiqi clenched her fists and did not believe Xuefeng. That's a shame. You lost the chance to save your brother. Xuefeng shook his head and pretended to get into the car and leave. Shen Ruyan and Yu Haoyun also followed. You don't leave. Lu Qiqi suddenly became anxious, wondering what would happen if Xuefeng left. Their stronghold is really finished. Seeing that Xuefeng was really about to get in the car, Lu Qiqi also knelt on the ground. Please, can you help us? Her eyes were full of humiliation. Very good. My base is short of a cook. As long as you are willing to come to my base, I will save everyone here. Xuefeng turned around and said. He did this not just because he wanted a cook. The leader of these survivors is Lu Jun, and it seems that Lu Jun loves his sister very much. Then Lu Qiqi is like a hostage in his hands. A cook who cooks? There are many survivors with hope in their eyes. I wish Xuefeng would choose me. After all, Xuefeng seems to be more powerful, and following Xuefeng will definitely provide better living conditions. At least you don't have to worry about being bullied by other survivors. But no one spoke. After all, they also vaguely felt the reason why Xuefeng chose Lu Qiqi. Because Lu Qiqi is very beautiful. Before the Doomsday broke out, many people wanted to pursue Lu Qiqi. However, Lu Qiqi has a fierce personality and has persuaded many people to leave. Lu Qiqi's face turned pale when she heard this. She didn't expect Xue Feng to make such a request. Okay, no problem. What Lu Qiqi didn't expect was that Lu Jun actually agreed without hesitation. To give myself to the man in front of me. 067, take the initiative to give your sister away? Could it be that my brother has the heart to let me leave? Go and be with this guy Xue Feng. They had only known each other for less than an hour, so who knew what kind of person Xue Feng was? Isn't this just pushing yourself into the fire? What Lu Qiqi didn't know was that Lu Jun also had his own difficulties. If they don't agree to Xue Feng's request now, all of them, including his sister, will surely die. Lu Jun also realized that he might not be able to protect his sister all the time with his own abilities. Then it would be better to find a new supporter for my sister. Lu Jun also noticed that the two beauties beside Xue Feng looked very happy. At least my sister won't suffer if she follows Xue Feng. Very good. Since ancient times, the eldest brother is like a father. Since your brother has made the decision on your behalf, I will help you resolve this crisis. Xue Feng nodded immediately. Lu Qiqi was completely dumbfounded. She had never expected that her fate would be arranged like this. My brother actually gave her to a stranger. Why? The most important thing you should do now is to reinforce the fence here. The previous iron bars could only block zombies, but they couldn't stop other survivors or cement trucks. Also, we need to send someone to the roof to monitor the surrounding situation at all times. Shunruyan immediately stood up and began to give orders. In Shunruyan's opinion, the survivors' base was too simple. The only reason we've been able to hold on until now is because there's enough food here. And the number of zombies is relatively small, and they did not besiege this place. There is a certain element of luck. The survivors around immediately took action. Soon both sides of the street were reinforced. Some scrap cars were pushed over to block both ends. I found some sharp objects like nails and scattered them all in front. Now no vehicle can easily destroy this place. After finishing all this, Lu Jun was very moved. Why hadn't he thought of doing this before? Those guys are here again. Just at this moment, the person who was monitoring on the roof shouted nervously. 2 cement tankers and 3 modified pickup trucks, plus the SUV that escaped earlier. A total of 6 cars stopped 200 meters away from the food street. It was obvious that he was afraid of Xue Feng's special ability, although the distance is far. However, Xue Feng could still see the other party clearly. There were more than 20 people sitting in the beds of the 3 pickup trucks. Everyone has colored hair, and some even wear sunglasses. Xue Feng couldn't help but complain. It's already afternoon. Why are you wearing sunglasses? Chun Chun is just a person who only knows how to pretend to be stupid. However, as a man got out of the pickup truck, Xue Feng's eyelids twitched wildly. It's not this guy who looks like a superhero. Instead, he dyed his hair a turkey, colorful one. There is also a devil tattoo on his face, which makes people feel sick when they see it. What Xue Feng really noticed was that the turkey-headed man was carrying a military rifle on his shoulder. Do these people have guns in their hands? Where did you get it from? Xue Feng actually always wanted to know where the arsenal in the city was. But this information has always been kept confidential. Now that the guy opposite has a gun, he must know where to get it. I didn't expect there would be an unexpected gain. Xue Feng raised the corner of his mouth. He didn't wait here in vain. Listen up, everyone inside. I am the leader of the Green Storm, the chosen one given power by the gods. Within 10 minutes, you hand over the murderer of my family. Then I will consider letting you join me. Otherwise, I will raze this place to the ground without leaving a single piece of armor behind. All women must be my lowest slaves, and all men must have their hands and feet chopped off to feed the zombies. Turkey Head held a loudspeaker in his hand and roared at the top of his voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the people around him suddenly burst into cheers. One by one they began to scream. Seeing this scene, Shunruyan showed a look of contempt. If I have to become like this, I would rather die. Shunruyan has received higher education. It's completely different from these people who are taking drugs and are not in their right mind. They are just a bunch of psychopaths. Yu Haoyan felt even more fortunate. Fortunately, the person I met was Xue Feng. Otherwise, if you meet this kind of psychopath, you will also be driven crazy. Lu Jun was originally very nervous when he saw so many people on the other side. But when he saw Shunruyan and Yu Haoyan, he actually looked relaxed. Lu Jun became even more convinced that he didn't take those people seriously at all. If my sister follows Xue Feng, her chances of survival will definitely be greater. But my lord, you have to be careful. That guy said he was the chosen one. He might be a person with special abilities. Shunruyan did not forget to remind him. Although Turkey Head speaks nonsense, he can still capture some valuable information. Don't worry. Let them see the power of the Doomsday armored vehicle. Xue Feng smiled. He was already a little impatient to test the upgraded armored vehicle. On the other side, Turkey Head and others couldn't wait any longer. Although only 2 minutes had passed, Turkey Head was already getting impatient. Damn it, you don't want to surrender, right? Get everything ready for me. Let's rush in together and show them how powerful we are. Kill all the men, capture the women, and torture them. Remember, there's an armored vehicle, right? That's my personal mount. Before Turkey Head could finish his words, he was stunned, because he saw a tall and mighty armored vehicle with a metallic luster driving towards him. This is what we call an armored vehicle, but it seems a little different. Huang Mao shouted excitedly, but his expression became terrified, because Huang Mao noticed it. On the front of the armored vehicle, there was a gun barrel as thick as a bucket. There was even a machine gun mounted on the roof. What the hell is this? Da-da-da-da? Before they could react, 2 electromagnetic cannons were fired. Boom. 6 vehicles were neatly arranged together, and 3 pickup trucks were blown into the sky in an instant. Many bad young people died in the explosion. Some were lying on the ground, stunned. Cool. Xue Feng, who was inside, couldn't help but roar. After the firepower upgrade, this armored vehicle is extremely powerful. Unfortunately, this electromagnetic gun consumes a lot of energy. The vehicle's energy consumption will be greatly increased in an instant, and it will take a day for the armored vehicle to replenish itself automatically. If the vehicle energy can be transformed, using the crystal core inside the zombie's head as a drive, rapid charging can be achieved. The combat effectiveness will be raised to another level. Then Xue Feng stepped on the accelerator hard, and the armored vehicle accelerated to 100 miles per hour in an instant. He rushed towards the group of people fiercely. 068 horrible, upgraded armored vehicle. The tires crushed the people on the ground. It doesn't matter whether they are dead or alive. Xue Feng turned the steering wheel and slammed into the 2 cement tankers. The cabs of the 2 cement tankers were deformed at the same time, and the drivers were crushed alive. This series of movements was really too huge. The zombies within 1,000 meters around gathered here like crazy. The bad youths who were still alive had no way of escaping. You can only fight with the zombies. Xue Feng first reversed the car, and then crashed into the young men. Crushed them and the zombies into minced meat. This is the power of the upgraded version of the Doomsday chariot. What the hell is this? What are you waiting for? Drive away. Turkey had looked at everything with difficulty, and then found that the yellow-haired man who was driving was still motionless. He immediately slapped him in the face. If you don't run now, you will die. Huang Mao finally woke up from his dream after being beaten. I stepped on the accelerator hard and wanted to escape from here. As long as they can rush to the road, there is a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, it's all over. The green-haired woman sitting in the back seat was already frightened to tears. What the hell is going on? Obviously, before this, they were the hunters. The other survivors were merely prey. Why in the blink of an eye, they became the ones who had to escape? Bang! Suddenly, a huge force came from behind. The Doomsday armored vehicle has crashed into us. The off-road vehicle rolled over several times before it hit a big tree on the side of the road and stopped. Turkey Head was knocked unconscious by the fall and saw a man holding a long sword slowly walking towards him. He exerted all his strength and a flame appeared in his hand. This is the Turkey Head's special ability. Unfortunately, the next second, before Turkey Head could use his special ability, his head tilted and he fainted. Xue Feng used a fire axe to chop open the car door and pulled out the Turkey Head and the green-haired woman. The driver Huang Mao had bad luck. A piece of glass was stuck in his neck, and hot blood sprayed into the cab. The entire cab was painted red. Lu Jun and others who were far away were shocked when they saw this scene. This was simply a one-sided massacre. Xue Feng alone wiped out an entire enemy group. Lu Qiqi's face turned even paler. Only then did she realize that if Xue Feng really had any ill intentions, it's easy to kill them all. This bloody scene made her subconsciously want to vomit. Did you see clearly? This is Brother Xue Feng's strength. You will enjoy a good life if you follow him. Yu Haoyan said proudly. It's a blessing to be able to follow Master Xue Feng. You are lucky, little girl. Shenruyan's eyes were full of admiration. Shenruyan didn't feel the slightest bit uncomfortable about killing these social scum. If left unchecked, there is no telling how many survivors will suffer. Is this really the case? Lu Qiqi was confused for a moment. When Turkey Head woke up again, he found himself in a private room in a restaurant. His wrists were tied tightly to the iron bars of the window behind him. The feet were also fixed. Brother, save me. Another faint voice sounded, just opposite Turkey Head. It's the woman with heavy makeup and green hair. But now she had many scars on her body, obviously from being whipped. Haha, you're awake. If you don't wake up soon, it will be dark. I'm ready to use some tricks. A voice rang out. Turkey Head turned around and saw what happened before he fainted. Saw the devil. Yes, it's you. Turkey Head was immediately frightened. This person was naturally Xue Feng, holding a long whip in his hand. Tell me where your group is, how many people are there, and where did you get your rifles? Xue Feng had a cruel smile on his face, like a demon from hell. Brother, we can't tell him. Once this demon finds out about our shelter, the rest of us will be dead. The green-haired woman screamed. Xue Feng said nothing and whipped him hard. Ah! The woman let out a heart-wrenching scream, and a bloody scar appeared on her shoulder. She has suffered too much. But what Xue Feng didn't expect was. However, this woman was very stubborn, and she gritted her teeth and refused to reveal the location of the shelter. He even gritted his teeth and stared at Xue Feng viciously. Kill me if you can. Don't even think about asking us to tell you anything. Xue Feng grinned. He just like people with tough bones. This way the fight will be more powerful. But at this moment, a foul smell filled the room. Xue Feng couldn't help but frown and looked at Turkey Head. At this time, Turkey Head was so scared that he wet his pants. Leader of the Burial Love family, the chosen one given power by the gods, what do you want to say? Xue Feng showed a look of contempt. This guy is not even as good as a woman. I'll tell you everything. Don't do anything. Turkey Head widened his eyes and roared at the top of his lungs. Brother, are you going to kill others? The woman looked at Turkey Head in disbelief. She never expected that this was the eldest brother whom she usually thought was the most powerful and had the most unique personality. Now he has surrendered even without being tortured. Bang! Xue Feng whipped the woman again, this time hitting her on the mouth. Suddenly, her skin was torn and blood was flowing, and the woman shut up completely. Explain. Xue Feng looked at Turkey Head. Turkey Head sobbed as he told the location of his gathering place. There are still more than a dozen people in the base. They were all very excited before coming here, but now they are all asleep. That's why we didn't go out together. Then where did you get your rifle? Xue Feng is more concerned about this. It is important to eradicate the problem at its roots. But if there is a place where we can get arms, that would be even better. Although Xue Feng's demand for arms is not high, but you can't just give it to others. We discovered it while searching for supplies. We noticed zombies wearing camouflage uniforms in the southwest woods. They must have been former soldiers. We broke in and found a military restricted area. I got this rifle from a zombie, but there's no bullet in it. Turkey Head said with his head hung down. Xue Feng nodded. These should be soldiers on patrol and guard duty. Their guns are not loaded with live ammunition. As a result, Turkey Head took advantage of it. But because it has no bullets, it can only be a decoration. Military restricted area? You didn't go in to check. Xue Feng narrowed his eyes. No. When we got there, we saw that other people had already occupied the restricted military area. There are at least several hundred people. If we go there with just a few of us, won't we be sending ourselves to die? We ran away as quickly as possible before we were discovered. Turkey Head mentioned this with a look of horror. 069 important information. Hundreds of people. Xue Feng was shocked. He had been wondering why the groups of survivors he encountered were always composed of dozens of people. There are even a few people. Isn't there something larger in scale? Now we finally got the news. Could this survivor organization be related to the leaflets I saw before? Regardless, it's definitely a huge danger. Then Xue Feng asked for the key information. When did Turkey Head go to the military restricted area? It was the day before yesterday, replied Turkey Head. The day before yesterday. Xue Feng nodded when he heard this. The time was not too far away. If there is an arsenal in the military restricted area, it would be too late to move the supplies. It is more likely that a new base will be established there. What is your special ability? Xue Feng continued to ask. My body can release flames, up to 2 meters long. Turkey Head's voice grew fainter. He possesses special abilities, yet he was subdued so easily. Almost all his men were wiped out. Xue Feng took out a map and asked Turkey Head to mark the location of the military restricted area and their base. At the same time, loosen the rope tied to the turkey's head. Turkey Head trembled as he took a pen and marked on the map. Brother, use your superpowers quickly. Otherwise he won't let us go. At this time, the woman raised her head, her eyes full of despair. She didn't understand why Turkey Head didn't resist. They killed a lot of people. You're going to kill me. The Turkey Head showed a look of fear. Yes, I never said I would let you go, and you didn't ask yourself. Xue Feng nodded. Xue Feng's plan was the same from beginning to end, to squeeze out everything that could be squeezed out. Then kill them. Asshole. A burst of flames burst out from Turkey Head's body, and his entire body was burning. The clothes on his body turned into ashes. The temperature in the room also rose instantly. Ah! The woman was the first to scream, not expecting that she would be the first to be implicated. The clothes and hair on his body also began to burn. Turkey Head had already made a desperate move and pounced toward Xuefeng. Shenxiao, a huge bolt of lightning instantly pierced through the turkey's head. The superpower is fire? At most, it's only a few hundred degrees. But the temperature of lightning can reach tens of thousands of degrees in an instant. Boom. The turkey head fell to the ground, and the flames on its body gradually went out. You're both in trouble if you're still alive, so I'll just give you a ride. Xuefeng put the map away and left the room without looking back. Go clean up the room so it doesn't start a fire. When they arrived at the hall outside, Xuefeng said casually, You killed them all. Lu Qiqi couldn't help but exclaim. That's right. If we don't kill them, will that give them a chance to take revenge on you? Xuefeng smiled. You. The words were on the tip of Lu Qiqi's tongue, but she didn't say them. She originally wanted to say that Xuefeng was a devil. But without this demon, they would have been doomed long ago. Lu Jun was very straightforward and arranged for someone to clean up the room. I intend to form an alliance with you. You will share the intelligence you obtain with me. Xuefeng found a sofa and sat down casually. Shen Ruyan immediately walked behind Xuefeng and gently pinched his shoulders with her fingers. Seeing this, Yu Haoyun hurriedly knelt at Xuefeng's feet. A pair of pink fists gently hit Xuefeng's legs. Seeing this scene, Lu Qiqi was shocked. These two are top beauties, but now they are serving Xuefeng like servants. Could it be that Xuefeng really has such great charm? No problem. Lu Jun let out a long sigh. He had been thinking about how to get closer to Xuefeng. Unexpectedly, Xuefeng took the initiative to bring it up. Of course, if I get valuable intelligence, I will provide you with corresponding supplies in return. Xuefeng had no intention of letting Lu Jun work for nothing. Just provide some supplies. It's a good deal to let these people act as a shield for you. It is equivalent to setting up a sentry post for yourself here. Thinking of this, Xuefeng gently stroked the little hand on his shoulder. Shen Ruyan is indeed a capable woman. Then if we encounter danger again. Someone next to Lu Jun couldn't help but speak. You can ask for help, but whether they will come to save you is not certain. Xuefeng will not provide any protection for these people. But just this sentence made them very satisfied. Although Lu Jun's combat ability is very weak, he is a person with special abilities after all. Dealing with ordinary zombies is not a problem. In order to increase your combat effectiveness, I give you a gift. Xuefeng finally gave the rifle that Turkey Head was carrying to Lu Jun. Isn't this gun out of bullets? Lu Jun smiled bitterly. A gun without bullets is just a fire stick. It can only be used to scare people. Zombies won't be scared by this thing. I have it here. Xuefeng said this and took out another 200 bullets from his backpack. Lu Jun and others were dumbfounded. Why are there so many things in Xuefeng's backpack? At the beginning there were a bunch of medicines, and now bullets have been taken out. Doraemon's pocket? In fact, there are so many questions they want to ask. For example, why is Xuefeng so strong? Why have such a powerful armored vehicle? But these are things that you absolutely cannot ask. Don't use bullets against ordinary zombies. Only use them when you encounter mutants and those with special abilities. Xuefeng reminded. By the way, he told Lu Jun and others what mutants are. I heard that zombies are evolving and mutating. The expressions of Lu Jun and others became increasingly ugly. I also understand the importance of the weapons in my hands. But now that Turkey Head and the others are gone, they can at least form a team and go out to search for resources. It's getting late. I should go. Xuefeng said this and stood up. Please bring my sister with you. Lu Jun said quickly. This is also agreed upon. Xuefeng nodded and looked at Lu Qiqi. If Lu Qiqi said no at this time, then you will lose the opportunity to go to your own shelter. Lu Qiqi didn't say anything, but just stood up obediently, following Yu Haoyun. She is shorter than Yu Haoyun and looks more like a little sister. Lu Qiqi now understood. I can go to Xuefeng's base and act as a contact person. He was able to save his brother's life at the critical moment. If Xuefeng hadn't been here today, they would all have been killed by the bad youths. This will definitely happen again in the future. Xuefeng told Lu Jun the direction of his base. Then he drove away in an armored vehicle. Lu Jun, why didn't you suggest that we join their base? After Xuefeng left, someone around Lu Jun couldn't help but ask. It is obvious that it is safer to stay with Xuefeng all the time. 070 new information, Big Star? Join Xuefeng's base? He saved our lives, which is already very good. Are we going to waste resources there? Lu Jun smiled bitterly. He also knew that it was the end of the world. It's not the case that the more people the better. Lu Jun also has his own plans for the future. The first thing is to clear out the zombies around and expand the living area. Just a food street is not enough. In addition, we also get a few modified vehicles to patrol and explore new areas. If you encounter a fatal threat, you can escape quickly. Lu Jun, send your sister to Xuefeng. What if? Another person asked hesitantly. Although not everything was said clearly, everyone understood the meaning. Just look at the two women beside Xue Feng and their fawning expressions. Xue Feng is not polite to beautiful women. Sister, you always have to find a man. Lu Jun said lightly. Of course he understood. But the world has changed. It's a good thing to follow a strong man. Xue Feng did not return to the shelter directly, but came to the base that Turkey had mentioned. This is a reinforced 3-story building. There are iron fences all around to keep out the zombies. But just as Turkey had said, when Xue Feng's armored vehicle crashed through the iron fence, the people inside were fast asleep and the loud noise did not wake them up. Xue Feng was not polite either and set fire to the entire building. They are just a bunch of scum. Turkey Head must have used this method before, and I wonder how many survivors he has killed. Now it's just retribution. After doing all this, Xue Feng drove back to the base. It was already dark by then. It is even more dangerous on the night of the Doomsday, when the city is plunged into darkness due to the loss of its power system. Only moonlight illuminated the ground. It is difficult to guard against the sudden appearance of zombies. Not to mention what to do if mutants appear. When they returned to the villa, and Xiaowei and others were very worried. After all, Xue Feng had never come back at night before. Without Xue Feng, they will not be able to survive in the Doomsday. Brother Xue Feng. When Xiaowei saw Xue Feng coming back, tears came out of her eyes. Why worry? I'm just going out for a while. You have weapons and can protect yourselves. Xue Feng gently held Xiaowei in his arms and helped her wipe away her tears. The other women immediately cast envious glances at him. I wish the person being held in his arms is me. Lu Qiqi was stunned when she saw this scene. She didn't expect that there would be so many women in the villa. And each of them is dressed beautifully, even boldly. The clothes on your body look very indecent. For example, the one wearing a teacher's uniform doesn't look like anything special. But as soon as you move, you can see the spring scenery inside. Although in the apocalypse, resources are hard to come by. But there is no need to wear such clothes. What also surprised Lu Qiqi was that there was electricity running in the villa. The people living here are very clean and should have hot water for bathing. Please arrange her as a sea-level person. She will learn how to cook and work in the kitchen. Xue Feng then said to Gu Xiaoqian. Yes. Gu Xiaoqian nodded and looked at the short girl. I don't know where Lu Qiqi came from, but having one more cook is always better. There are more than a dozen people in the base now. Need someone professionally in charge of food. When he woke up the next morning, Xue Feng was thinking about how to deal with the force that occupied the military-restricted area. Over time, it becomes a huge threat to oneself. Hundreds of fully armed soldiers sound scary. Ordinary zombies can no longer pose a threat. Bite. Intelligence Update. 1. At 10 o'clock tonight, the southwest military-restricted area will be attacked by a third-order mutant. 2. The underground warehouse inside the military-restricted area contains a large amount of weapons and ammunition. 3. Inside the military-restricted area, there is a female psychic. The host can use this female psychic to subdue her if she is dissatisfied with the situation inside the base. Special reminder, the female psychic in question is the famous singer Hao Yifei. Famous female singer Hao Yifei. Hearing this name, Xue Feng's eyes widened. As far as he could remember, this was Xue Feng's favorite female star. She is also a super goddess at the national level. He became famous at a very young age and conquered many people with his good voice. And she has a charming appearance and is the dream object of many people. A sweet and sexy voice, a beautiful appearance. Either one of them can conquer all men. This super goddess is actually inside the military base at this moment. Thinking of this, Xue Feng suddenly reacted. I must take down Hao Yifei. Become a member of your own villa. From now on, this big star will sing for himself day and night. Thinking of this, Xue Feng's mouth corners raised. He was even more grateful to the system, as he didn't know what to do. The intelligence system provided help. Tonight, a third-order mutant will appear in the military-restricted area. It is very likely that they are going to attack the military base. Thinking of this, Xue Feng couldn't help but feel surprised. Ordinary zombies are driven by sound and attack humans to satisfy their biological instincts. It is absolutely impossible to attack one place with a purpose. So why would the third-level mutants deliberately attack the military-restricted area? This was the only answer Xue Feng could think of. It's hunting. The third-level mutants are probably intended to attack people with special abilities. People with special abilities must be very attractive to mutants. Xue Feng had previously killed the mutant who could turn into a gorilla at school. I've checked his head and found nothing like a crystal core. This proves that the crystal core must be found in the zombie's head. Even if humans awaken their special powers, crystal cores will not appear in their heads. But the body has definitely changed. Maybe it tastes even better to mutants. It seems that the mutants who are about to attack the military-restricted area are no longer satisfied with hunting their own kind. I want to eat people with special abilities even more. Thinking of this, Xuefeng had already made a plan in his mind. Breakfast time has begun. Xuefeng sat at the top of a long dining table, symbolizing his leadership status. The others in a level sat on the sides. It doesn't look like a meal, but more like a meeting. In addition, there are 5 E-level women. They sat at another small table, with much less food in front of them. But there was a look of happiness on their faces. Even if it's not as good as E-level, at least I can eat well and sleep well. It's so much better than the days of fear before. And they only need to work 8 hours a day and don't need to work overtime. The working hours are even shorter than those of many office workers before the end of the world. This sausage tastes so bad. Xuefeng frowned and looked painful. 071 you've never cooked before. It's a bit unpalatable, as if there's no salt. And it's burnt on this side, but not yet cooked on the other side. Even grilled sausages can be so unpalatable. The other women also frowned. The previous meals were cooked by Nyesiaya for a while, and then by Gu Xiaoqian. Just changed to Lu Qiqi this morning. I didn't expect it to be so unpalatable. But since the sausages are cooked like this, they have to eat it. Grilled sausages are the most precious thing in the apocalypse. An important source of meat. Call Lu Qiqi over to me. Xuefeng slammed the table, suppressing his anger. You, Lu Qiqi, must have done it like this on purpose. Are you dissatisfied with coming here? Then I have to teach this little girl a lesson. Don't think that you won't do it just because you look cute. Soon Lu Qiqi, who was busy in the kitchen, was called over. Just seeing Lu Qiqi's look, and Xiaowei and others covered their mouths and laughed. Why is there so much black and white on his face, and a lot of oil on his body? What's going on with this sausage? Do you have any complaints about this place? Xuefeng asked coldly. What Xuefeng and Xiaowei and others didn't expect was, when Lu Qiqi heard the scolding, her nose twitched and tears instantly came down. I can't cook. My brother used to cook before, but you asked me to do it. I've been busy for over 2 hours preparing breakfast for so many people. Woo woo woo. Seeing Lu Qiqi crying bitterly, Xuefeng was completely dumbfounded. What's going on? Lu Qiqi can't cook? Isn't her brother Lu Jun a chef? When I think of how Lu Jun dotes on Lu Qiqi, I don't even want to slap her. Xuefeng understood instantly. Perhaps it is because of this that Lu Qiqi has never cooked. It was my own negligence. I forgot to ask Lu Qiqi if she could cook, and assigned her to this position. If you don't know how to do it, just learn slowly. Don't worry, you'll be fine once you get used to it. Xuefeng comforted softly. Anyway, there aren't many things to eat in the apocalypse, so there's no need to be so picky. When Lu Qiqi heard this, she wiped away her tears. She was really scared just now. Lu Qiqi knows the importance of food, and wasting food is a serious sin in the Doomsday. Xuefeng didn't even hold him accountable. It made her particularly surprised. The man in front of him didn't seem that scary. He's quite gentle when treating himself. After eating the uncooked sausage in one bite, Xuefeng came to the underground laboratory. Nie Xiaoya and Nie Xiaoxing spend the whole day here. Xuefeng really wanted to know whether it was possible to replace the onboard energy source of the Doomsday armored vehicle with crystal cores. Theoretically, it's fine, but it takes time. Nie Xiaoya explained. Well, follow the steps. Xuefeng nodded without urging him. Then he took out the apple-sized crystal core of the 3rd-level mutant that had been eliminated before. Let Nie Xiaoya continue to do research. Xuefeng pondered over this thing for 2 days, but still couldn't find the secret. I can only leave it to Nie Xiaoya. So big. When Nie Xiaoxing saw the crystal core, he couldn't help but open his mouth wide. It's pretty much the same development as yours. Nie Xiaoya looked over with a teasing look. Sister, you're so annoying. The younger sister blushed. Now the sisters all have the same man. Speak more freely and directly. Xuefeng also quickly found an excuse to leave, otherwise he would have continued. These 2 sisters should forget about working properly today. Xuefeng then arranged for Zhao Weisu to take Yu Haoyun and select 2 more people to set up slogans on the surrounding roads. Show that this is your territory. Zhao Wei said that she is a person with special abilities, and her special abilities can enhance the combat effectiveness of ordinary people. It would be perfect for her to go. Xuefeng also thought of the slogan. The front is occupied, strangers are not welcome, and intruders are in danger of their lives. Simple and clear. It's the end of the world now. Of course, those who are powerful can make rules and divide their own territory. Everything is taken for granted. Taking Yu Haoyun with me is just a matter of trying my luck. See if there is a crystal core inside the head of the zombie you killed. Xuefeng realized that the crystal core would be very valuable in the future. It's never too little at any time. It was not until the afternoon that Xue Feng told in Xiaowei and others that he had something to do in the evening. He might not be back until midnight or tomorrow. Now their base has not been discovered by other survivors, so no one will suddenly attack them. This time, Xue Feng didn't plan to bring anyone with him. He set out alone. With the drawings given by Turkey Head, Xue Feng quickly drove the armored vehicle to the vicinity of the woods. If you are not familiar with this place, you really don't know that there is a military-restricted area here. In particular, military-restricted areas will not be marked on any map. After putting the armored vehicle into the space backpack, Xue Feng walked through the forest. After arriving in the suburbs, we encountered fewer zombies. Nowadays, most zombies are still gathered in cities. However, it is easy to be discovered during the day, so Xue Feng plans to find a place to hide. Prepare to go in at night. When he found the military-restricted area, he couldn't help but be surprised. This place covers at least 10 acres of land and has many buildings. There are iron fences outside, which are 6 meters high. What shocked Xue Feng the most was that high-voltage barbed wire was installed on top of these iron fences. Some wandering zombies accidentally touched the iron fence and were instantly electrocuted and sent flying. It's worthy of being a military-restricted area. The things inside are really good. Xue Feng couldn't help smacking his lips. How to install such a set of barbed wire around your villa area? You won't have to worry about ordinary zombies anymore. Xue Feng was very curious, as the power supply had clearly been cut off. Why is there barbed wire at a military base? He searched carefully inside and soon found a large number of solar panels. It is estimated that the military is using the latest product, so it can supply electricity to the entire base. It will only be taken out and used in emergency situations. After all, in the event of war, the military must ensure that there is still electricity supply even if the power plant is destroyed. These solar panels are also good things. Xue Feng couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth. Although there is no shortage of electricity in his base, who doesn't want to have as much of this stuff as possible? For a modern person, life without electricity is difficult. Apart from these, there are humans patrolling around. Xue Feng didn't know who they were, but he was not in a hurry because the answer would be revealed soon. The sky gradually darkened and night fell. Xue Feng leaped forward and easily jumped over the 6-meter-high iron fence. 072, beautiful scenery. Big Star taking a bath. Xue Feng dodged the patrolling guards and sneaked into a building by walking on the grass. He had been paying attention to this building for a long time, and there were many people coming and going in it. It should be important. As soon as I entered, I heard noises coming from many rooms. There were only women wailing and men roaring excitedly. It seems that this is the current nightlife of the people inside the base. They have nothing else to do. Before the apocalypse, you can still gamble, watch TV, etc. But now when gambling, no one has chips in their hands, so there is no excitement. Watch TV? Civilization has perished, so what is left to watch on TV? There is no internet or anything like that. There is nothing more exciting than playing with a woman. Xue Feng tiptoed through several rooms and heard similar sounds coming from each room. He couldn't help but shake his head. Don't be fooled by the size of this military base. There are a lot of people inside. But the organization is loose and more like a mob. When I reached the 3rd floor, I finally heard some useful sounds. The door of a room was not closed and people inside were talking. So Xue Feng quickly hid at the stairs. Unless you search carefully here, you won't be found. This place is so remote that women have to be sent here from other places. It's really unlucky. A man with a rough voice said. There's no other way. There are too many weapons and equipment here, and they can't be transported away in a short time. We can only use this place as a second base. Can't you be more patient with women? You have several around you. The other voice was a woman's, but it was very cold. The voice was very clear, making Xue Feng feel a little familiar. Could it be Hao Yifei? However, he was not sure and did not dare to confirm the information now. The person in the room at this time was Hao Yifei. She looked at the bearded man in front of her with contempt. Big Star, if you can just give me a good time, I won't ask for other women. The bearded man looked at Hao Yifei up and down with greedy eyes without any scruples. That look almost tore Hao Yifei's clothes off. Zhao Bin, you are looking for death. Hao Yifei said coldly. When Zhao Bin heard what Hao Yifei said, an angry look appeared on his face. But it was gone in a flash. Big Star, what a big deal. After all, you're the head of the second base. I was just joking with you. There are thousands of people in this world who want to have sex with you, and I'm just one of them. Zhao Bin said happily. Hao Yifei became even angrier, and she stared at Zhao Bin intently. As a big star, of course she has many admirers. There are many perverts among them. Before the apocalypse broke out, she didn't know how many perverts sent her things every day. From various revealing clothes to mysterious liquids and more. Some people even photoshopped her photos and videos and spread them everywhere. Hao Yifei has long been accustomed to it. Know that this is the price of being a big star. The purpose behind it is to be imagined and insulted. As the Doomsday broke out, Hao Yifei witnessed many shameless scenes. The women who survived would be immediately forced by men. After the fun is over, it will be treated as food. Hao Yifei is lucky. She is a capable person. You can survive without relying on anyone. But she also witnessed many scenes that made her feel disgusted. Hao Yifei was powerless to do anything about it. In the end of the world, she can only protect herself. Where on earth can women not be treated as consumables and slaves? Hao Yifei sighed slightly in her heart. I'm afraid not. Watch this place carefully. If anything goes wrong, the boss won't let you go. Hao Yifei was too lazy to continue chatting with Xiaobin. Every 3 sentences this guy said were filled with dirty talk. The only thing on his mind was women. As long as they are beautiful women, he will not let any of them go. Hao Yifei saw with her own eyes that Zhao Bin snatched a young woman away from her husband. After getting tired of playing with her, he strangled her to death on the bed. Zhao Bin did not receive any punishment for this because he was one of the team captains. That's the power of the captain. In the Doomsday, you control the life and death of others. Okay, big star, go and have some rest. Zhao Bin chuckled. Hao Yifei left without looking back and went to the top floor. Hao Yifei is the only one in the base who can live on the top floor, and no one is allowed to enter. Fuck you. I'm going to take care of you sooner or later. Don't think that you have the boss's protection. You're just a woman, and I can only ride on you. In the office, Zhao Bin was cursing. Suddenly, he felt a figure move at the door. Something passed by? It shouldn't be. I'm just dazzled. After all, Zhao Bin is a capable person with physical fitness better than ordinary people. There was no way anyone could have walked over there and hidden it from him. Unless they are people with supernatural powers. But there are only 8 people with special abilities in the entire base. No one has similar abilities. Of course, what Zhao Bin didn't know was that Xuefeng was present in the base at that time. Hao Yifei was Xuefeng's intelligence target, so of course he followed her. In order to prevent Zhao Bin from finding out, Xuefeng used Shiling. Therefore, in Zhao Bin's perspective, Xuefeng of course flashed by. After seeing Hao Yifei enter a room, Xuefeng did not rush in. Instead, he looked at the time. It is exactly 9 o'clock in the evening. According to the system prompts, the base will be attacked at 10 o'clock. He didn't expect that he would find out Hao Yifei's location so easily. Based on the conversation between Hao Yifei and Zhao Bin just now, Xuefeng analyzed it. It was determined that Hao Yifei was harassed by many people in the base. It's just because she has superpowers that she was not bullied. But many people are targeting Hao Yifei. If you continue like this, sooner or later you will become someone else's plaything. Perhaps this is Hao Yifei's dissatisfaction with the base. Everyone in this base treats women as nothing more than playthings. Even if Hao Yifei has superpowers, she probably has to endure a lot of stares. You can take advantage of the opportunity. Thinking of this, Xuefeng decided to break into Hao Yifei's room and have a heart-to-heart chat with her. He came to the door and turned it gently. It's locked as expected, but it's not a problem for Xuefeng. He has many ways to break the door lock. In order to conceal his presence and avoid making any sound, a thunderball appeared in Xuefeng's hand, slowly pressed against the door handle. Soon the door handle melted and deformed, emitting a burnt metal smell. Xuefeng opened the door and walked in. This is a room with 3 bedrooms and a living room. Before the apocalypse, it was probably a dormitory only for people of status to live in. There was a sound of dripping water. Hao Yifei is taking a shower. 073 Hao Yifei's perfect body. It's great here. There's hot water for taking a shower. But in the end, only Hao Yifei can enjoy it. Or maybe everyone is qualified. Xuefeng is not sure. But this gave Xuefeng an opportunity. He quietly entered the room and closed the door. I can't miss the opportunity to see a big star taking a bath. According to the intelligence, Hao Yifei is a person with special abilities. So next, Hao Yifei's singing voice could be heard in the shower room. There is a hint of ambiguity, which makes people feel itchy. Isn't this tempting me? Xuefeng suddenly understood what Zhao Bin and others were thinking. Who wouldn't have some thoughts when being with such a big star every day? Besides, these big stars all look high and mighty. Is it really that clean usually? Aren't they just toys of those big guys? I don't know how they play with them. Xuefeng still remembered that he had read the news about the Koreans. The famous female stars there are arranged to accompany guests 365 days a year. Even the anniversary of his parents' death is not spared. This eventually led to the female star suffering a mental breakdown and committing suicide. No one is responsible for this matter. Or those female celebrities in Europe and the United States have been toyed with in various ways before they even wanted to make their debut. They are all necessary paths. I am also a man. How can I miss such a beautiful view? So what if Hao Yifei is a person with special abilities? I am also a person with special abilities. Thinking of this, Xuefeng immediately became alert. The air around me seemed to slow down. Xuefeng walked to the bathroom door and gently pushed it open. Hao Yifei was washing her hair at this time. Her head was covered with foam and her eyes were closed. Her movements looked like they were slowed down tenfold. He didn't notice Xuefeng at all. Xuefeng's eyes quickly scanned all the big stars in front of him. He is indeed a superstar who has been carefully selected. Both her face and figure are the best of the best. The most attractive part is that it is tall and round, and the skin on the body is delicate. The feel is definitely silky and rich. When water drops fall, they slide away quickly, just like white jade. Slender waist and plump buttocks. All of them appeared in front of Xuefeng. As Hao Yifei's body twisted, her lower body became increasingly visible. It was a feast for Xuefeng's eyes. Now this national goddess is standing naked in front of him, completely defenseless and without any disguise. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the information and obtaining the superpower. Copy. Change. Any ability with a lower level than the host can be copied and used by the host. This ability is great. Some of the unique abilities of others can be turned into your own. Xuefeng was very excited when he heard the voice in his head. It is a double enjoyment for the eyes and the spirit. He wished he could fully enjoy everything in front of him right now. But he just hid in the corner and didn't make any sound. Then the time zero ability was cancelled. After all, the consumption of superpowers is still very high, and he needs to maintain his physical strength to deal with the next battle. Even if Xuefeng removed his special ability, Hao Yifei did not notice that there was an extra person in the bathroom. Because the bathroom was quite large, Xuefeng stood behind the curtains. Oh, when will this kind of life end? Hao Yifei suddenly sighed, his tone very depressed. Then he started wiping his body. Although Hao Yifei can take a shower, it is the end of the world after all. Water resources are still very precious and must be conserved. Just clean it briefly after a few days. It was not until Hao Yifei wrapped herself in a bath towel and was about to push the door open to leave that she discovered it in the mirror. There was an extra figure in the bathroom. Oh! Hao Yifei suddenly let out a scream. She was so frightened that she didn't know when the person appeared. How on earth did it appear in my bathroom? I was taking a shower just now. Zhao Bin, you bastard! Hao Yifei roared. Because there was evaporation in the house, the light was dim. Plus, Hao Yifei turned around quickly. So he mistook Xuefeng in the house for Zhao Bin. Because Hao Yifei knew that in the entire base, only Zhao Bin had the courage to do this. Originally, Xuefeng was planning to have a good talk with Hao Yifei. But now Hao Yifei regards herself as Zhao Bin. So Xuefeng came up with a better idea. Then he imitated Zhao Bin's tone and said in a deep voice, "Hey, you have a great figure. I'll go tell my brothers." Xuefeng made an obscene sound, then turned and ran away. Hao Yifei wanted to catch up, but found that she was wearing a bath towel. But she was no longer going to endure it. Today I dared to peek at myself taking a bath. Then I can crawl into my own bed tomorrow. The bottom line is broken step by step. Especially if Zhao Bin told others that he had peeped at her taking a bath. Then her authority in the base will inevitably plummet. Kill him. Hao Yifei immediately changed her clothes and rushed downstairs with murderous intent. Zhao Bin was in his room, hugging two women, one on each side. The two women smiled ingratiatingly, but there was uncontrollable fear in their eyes. Because in front of them, there was a large plate of barbecue. The meat being roasted was a companion they knew, and they were still talking yesterday. There is no shortage of food in the base now, and it is not to the point where cannibalism is necessary. There is only one reason why Zhao Bin did this. That's all I want to do is eat fresh barbecue. Then just grab any woman. Who will come first? Zhao Bin had a shameless smile on his face. In his hand was a red wine glass filled with red wine. Before the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Bin was a gangster who specialized in collecting debts. Don't think that this kind of character is a big brother. Just a little pony. I get paid every month. The reason why Zhao Bin does this job is because he can get something for nothing. When the apocalypse broke out, Zhao Bin's boss bit off the neck of a zombie. But Zhao Bin was surprised to find that he had become a person with superpowers. His body can transform into a steel blade, and he is not afraid of zombies at all. This allowed Zhao Bin to live a carefree life for a while. Whenever you encounter survivors, kill all the males and throw away the females after you have had fun. However, Zhao Bin soon encountered trouble. That is, it was too difficult to search for supplies alone. There is no absolutely safe refuge. Until he found a leaflet and joined this survivor group. With his powerful supernatural powers, he became one of the team leaders. He enjoyed the life of an emperor where others provided him with supplies and women. Now Xiaobin's next target is Hao Yifei. A big star will sooner or later become your plaything. Just use these two women to vent your anger now. Xiaobin's hand groped a woman's body and grabbed her plump breasts fiercely. The woman suddenly showed an expression of pain and did not dare to make a sound. Xiaobin was very satisfied with this. Boom. At this moment, the door was kicked open. 074 internal and external troubles. Are you sick? I just ate a woman. Women these days are. When Xiaobin saw the door kicked open by Hao Yifei, he suddenly became angry, cursing all the time. I thought it was Hao Yifei, and he was going to talk about how he liked to eat meat. What's wrong with that? But Xiaobin heard that in ancient times, some emperors liked to eat their concubines. He also roasted the concubine's thigh and gave it as a reward to his ministers. The emperor did this, so what's wrong with him doing this? Xiaobin didn't know the real reason why Hao Yifei was angry. It has nothing to do with me. Hao Yifei had an expressionless face and raised her hand towards Xiaobin. Originally, with Xiaobin's special abilities, there should be nothing to be afraid of. Even if it is a gun, Xiaobin can block it. But when Xiaobin saw Hao Yifei raise her hand, his expression changed. You stinky woman, are you serious? Xiaobin rolled several meters away, cursing. There was a wound on his body and blood was flowing from his arm. The two women on the sofa didn't know what was happening. Suddenly the sofa split in the middle and two people fell to the ground. The springs and steel frame in the middle of the sofa were also cut like tofu. The floor below also exploded. This is Hao Yifei's special ability. Wind Blade. Very powerful. Die scum. Hao Yifei no longer wanted to waste time talking to Xiaobin. There is no need for such scum to remain in the world. He raised his hand again towards Xiaobin. If you look closely, you can see a wave in the air. Oh. The two women were so frightened by Hao Yifei that they hid in the corner with their heads in their hands. Look, I'm going to kill you. Xiaobin was also angry. He, a grown man, was actually bullied by a woman. What a joke. As Xiaobin roared, his two arms emitted a dark light, turned into two iron arms. But even so, Xiaobin did not dare to confront Hao Yifei head-on. Da-da-da. At this moment, gunshots were suddenly heard outside. Zombies. They're zombies. At least hundreds of them. They're coming in. Hurry up and get your guns. So many mutants. So many mutants. The patrol officers fired their guns and cried out in terror. The gunshots and shouts immediately woke up many guards who were playing or sleeping. Someone ran out with a gun. Some people didn't even have time to pull up their pants. No one can understand why a large group of zombies would attack this place. This place is not close to the city center, it's on the edge. They had never seen a large number of zombies appearing before, which made them let their guard down. When these people rushed out, they saw a scene that terrified them. A large number of zombies rushed into the iron fence, not afraid at all even if they were electrocuted. They kept coming forward as if someone was directing them. There have been breaches in several places. Gunshots rang out one after another. You stinky bitch. Now that the zombies are charging towards us, you still want to fight me? We're both going to be finished. I'll settle the score with you later. Xiaobin said this. He actually smashed the window with one punch and jumped down from the third floor. This is more than 10 meters high. Boom. When Xiaobin landed, his feet also turned into steel, hit the ground firmly. Then he rushed towards the zombies. Hao Yifei chased to the window and looked down. After a slight hesitation, he did not take any action. Xiaobin is one of the important combat forces of the base. Once Xiaobin dies, everyone in the base will be finished. But what's the point of keeping such a base? Hao Yifei knew too well what kind of people these were. Keeping them around would only bring trouble. You'll hide, she said to the two shivering women. No matter what, Hao Yifei decided to deal with the zombies first. Then he turned and went downstairs. But Hao Yifei didn't notice that there was a strange man behind her. It's Xuefeng. Before the zombies came to attack, Xuefeng was careful not to reveal his identity. A sudden appearance of an unfamiliar face would certainly arouse suspicion. But now that zombies are rushing in, who cares whether it is a familiar face or not? As long as it doesn't bite. Xuefeng mixed in with the crowd and fought against the zombies together. He used a rifle. It was taken from the body of an unlucky guy who was bitten to death by a zombie. I have to say that the firepower of this base is strong enough. Almost everyone was equipped with a gun, but the zombies could not be stopped and rushed into the military base. In the cover of night, it is difficult to prepare to eliminate all the zombies. The military base did not turn on the lights because that would consume too much electricity. There is no need. This means that when attacked, one can only passively take the beating. However, Xuefeng never left Hao Yifei far away. He wants to ensure Hao Yifei's safety. This big star is very powerful and can become his own fighting force. It's exciting to think that there is a big star in your villa. And now Xuefeng saw the scene of the zombie attack. It made him feel so familiar. This is how the third-level mutant controlled the zombies at the rubber factory before. It seems that this is the basic ability of a third-order mutant. Absolute leadership over lower-level zombies. This time, in addition to ordinary zombies, there are also some mutants who appear in the zombie team. More difficult to guard against. Xuefeng saw a mutant crawling on the ground on all fours. He has already bitten the necks of more than a dozen guards. As hard to guard against as a hunting dog. In the end, it was discovered by Hao Yifei and solved with her supernatural powers. Soon, however, third-order mutants appeared. It was a weird zombie that looked like a spider. The upper body still looks like a human, but the lower body has 6 legs. There are some strange patterns all over the body. The abdomen is bulging, and I don't know what's inside. Just one look at it makes people feel physically uncomfortable. There were 2 people with special abilities who were obviously unaware of the horror of this mutant. I thought it was just an ordinary mutant. They rushed up together. The special ability of one of them is to transform into a humanoid zebra, and the other person can actually summon clones to fight. I just need to stand still and control it. It seems that these 2 people often cooperate with each other. The clone goes to attract the zombie's attention and actively attracts the zombies to attack itself. The humanoid zebra uses its super-fast speed to look for opportunities to attack. In the past, when the 2 of them worked together, no mutant could withstand it. But this time, they met a tough opponent. Faced with these attacks, the third-level mutant suddenly opened its mouth. 2 silk threads actually spurted out of his mouth. The humanoid zebra and another person with special abilities were instantly wrapped in white silk threads. This thread is not only sticky, but also contains toxins. The 2 men struggled for a while, but were unable to move. Then the third-level mutant showed a greedy look and quickly retracted the silk thread. Then he couldn't wait and bit the 2 men's heads to pieces. 075, the terrifying third-order mutant. Damn it, this is a level 3 mutant. Zhao Bin in the distance showed a look of horror. It seems that Zhao Bin knows what a third-order mutant is. Third-order mutant. When the guards heard the news, their eyes were filled with fear. They had seen second-order mutants before. Therefore, we can imagine how terrifying the power of a third-level mutant is. The third-order mutant bit the heads of 2 people and sucked the contents of them clean with his tongue. Then he threw the 2 heads to the ground. Continue to hunt down other survivors. The first target is those with special abilities. The third-level mutants seem to be particularly interested in the brains of people with special abilities. If it was an ordinary human being, they would just be killed and thrown aside. There weren't many people with special abilities in the base to begin with, and half of them were killed in a blink of an eye. Zhao Bin became the next target. Watching the silk threads sprang towards him. Let's fight, Zhao Bin roared. The iron arms slashed forward. Tear. The silk thread was cut, but Zhao Bin's face looked ugly. Because he suddenly felt his arms go numb, and there were purple marks on them. Poisoned. This thing is poisonous. But the third-level mutant had already set its sights on him, and silk threads were spraying towards him one after another. Zhao Bin could only retreat desperately to avoid the attack of the third-level mutant. I am no match for this monster. Damn it. We can't hold on any longer. Everyone, retreat first. Seeing that the attack was getting stronger and stronger, Zhao Bin turned around and ran away. Retreat? Where to retreat to? Where's there a place to retreat? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. Unexpectedly, Zhao Bin, the team leader, actually took the lead in escaping. What are you waiting for? Run for your life. For a moment, the guards who were still resisting. They turned around and ran. It's just that there are too many zombies around, everywhere. Soon the guards without special powers were swallowed up by these zombies. Only a few survivors were able to escape. Zhao Bin cursed in his heart. What is this? First, he was inexplicably attacked by Hao Yifei, and then he encountered a third-order mutant. The power of that thing is too terrifying. I am no match at all. If you don't run now, what are you waiting for? Although losing this base will definitely result in punishment from the boss. But Zhao Bin had made up his mind never to go back. Why not just leave this place and join another base? Since I am a person with superpowers, no matter where I go, people will bow down to me and lick my ass. Thinking of this, a smug smile appeared on Zhao Bin's lips. As long as you can survive, others are your stepping stones. Suddenly, Zhao Bin's smile froze. Blood flowed down the cracks. A long sword came down from behind Zhao Bin and hit his head. Bang! Zhao Bin's head was split in half, and his body fell straight to the ground. Zhao Bin didn't understand until he died. How did I die? Xuefeng wiped the blood off the nano sword with a sneer on his face. Want to run away from right under my nose? Dream. The reason for your death is that you didn't realize that there was someone in the base who was more terrifying than a third-order mutant. After dealing with Zhao Bin, Xuefeng turned around. At this time, The third-level mutant had already set its sights on Hao Yifei and launched a fierce attack. There were no survivors around Hao Yifei. They are all zombies. Hao Yifei's expression was filled with despair, and she also wanted to evacuate. But I found it was too late. I have no chance at all. Am I going to die here? Had your head bitten off by that monster? Hao Yifei was unwilling to accept this. She had never been in such a desperate situation since she was a child. Of course, there must be a chance. But with her strength, she has a chance of winning against a second-level mutant. Face the third-order mutants. Hao Yifei knew that she was doomed to die. I was the only living person left in the base. Zombies have already rushed into the building and are wantonly slaughtering the female survivors inside. There were continuous screams. Just when Hao Yifei was in despair, suddenly the third-level mutant stopped attacking and looked in another direction. His eyes became hot and full of greed. It seemed like I saw something more delicious. Hao Yifei also looked over subconsciously. It was a man holding a long sword. Who is this? Why haven't you run away like everyone else and are still staying here? Hao Yifei was very surprised. Even stranger is why the third-order mutants were drawn there. Isn't that monster more interested in people with special abilities? Roar. The third-level mutant roared and silk thread spewed out of its mouth again. A trifle. Xuefeng snorted coldly and put the nano sword back into the space backpack. The next second, a lightning bolt as thick as an arm shot out from Xuefeng's hand. The lightning instantly burned the silk thread into ashes and hit the third-level mutant's mouth heavily. Woo! The mutant screamed, half of his face burned. But miraculously, the mutants did not fall down. Instead, he was completely enraged. The 6 legs stomped hard on the ground, and the body jumped up suddenly. It is about 7 or 8 meters high. Very tenacious. Xuefeng was slightly stunned, but he was not too surprised. Mutants cannot be explained by common sense. They even possessed some basic intelligence and knew how to command other low-level zombies to attack this place. However, the strength of the third-level mutant could not shake Xuefeng after all. This is not the first time Xuefeng has encountered a third-level mutant. Face the monsters that fall from the sky. Shinshao Thunderball. Xuefeng clasped his hands together, and a football-sized thunderball gathered in his hands. Just by looking at it, you can tell that it has gathered a huge amount of power. After the system reward slightly increased the Shinshao level, its power became even stronger. The next second, he was ejected violently. Boom. The third-order mutant exploded and disintegrated in the air. Several legs were scattered on the ground, and the head flew far away. When the head fell to the ground, Xuefeng had already arrived and split the head open with a long sword. The crystal core is also the size of an apple. He took it into his arms without any hesitation. At this time, Xuefeng's attributes were much stronger than before. Current host properties panel. Strength, 41. Agility, 42. Spirit, 30. Durability, 45. Luck, 38, plus 100. Abilities, Shinshao, Level 2, Stage 2, Sheepy, Level 1, Stage 2, Shirling, Level 2. In addition to the rewards obtained from normal battles, there is also the third-level mutant that I just witnessed. Received a system reward of +1 to all attributes. However, Xuefeng didn't have time to look at the attributes. His eyes turned to Hao Yifei. Hao Yifei looked at Xuefeng warily. No matter how confused she was, she understood now. Xuefeng is such a powerful person, he must be lurking in the base with ulterior motives. You've been poisoned. This can help you get rid of the poison. Xuefeng threw over a small pill. The system originally gave him 50 universal antidotes. It's of no use yet. Hao Yifei was just touched by the monster's silk thread and felt her body numb. Subconsciously caught the small pill. But how could she dare to eat something thrown to her by a stranger? 076 Desperate situation. The female star's request. If I wanted to do something bad to you, could you stop me? Xuefeng said lightly. Hao Yifei was slightly stunned, then stuffed the small pill into her mouth. I don't care about this thing or whether there is any problem. Because just as Xuefeng said, she had no choice. But if Xuefeng wanted to do something bad, she would never give in. There are still too many zombies here. Where's the warehouse? Take me there. Xuefeng said as he chopped down a zombie. After the third-level mutant was killed, the other zombies were like headless flies. There is no specific target of attack. However, there were still many zombies rushing towards Xuefeng and Hao Yifei. You're going to the warehouse. Who the hell are you? Hao Yifei's eyes were still full of vigilance. I can find the way without you leading the way, but can you still stop these zombies without my protection? Xuefeng had already seen it. Hao Yifei was already out of breath after the fight just now. Even if you encounter a first-order mutant, you may be killed. Good. When Hao Yifei heard this, she bit her lips lightly. She had made up her mind the moment she attacked Zhao Bin. To leave this base and become a free man. Now I don't know what the man in front of me wants to do. But she could only cooperate with the other party. Under the leadership of Hao Yifei, Shuefeng quickly arrived at the underground warehouse. The guards here have long disappeared. I don't know whether he ran away or was killed by zombies. Shuefeng and Hao Yifei cut through the chained iron gate and entered. Then blocked the iron gate, and you don't have to worry about zombies entering for the time being. After doing all this, Hao Yifei collapsed on the ground and gasped. Although Hao Yifei tried to avoid the man, he kept staring at her. He was already wearing camouflage uniforms and loose t-shirts. But it is still difficult to conceal her impressive talent. Shuefeng was extremely excited after seeing the underground warehouse and the large amount of weapons. This trip was not in vain. Bite. Host intelligence verification successful. Congratulations on receiving the ability enhancement reward. Ability copy level +2. Ability copy level +2. Shuefeng was looking forward to it. This ability is really convenient. He was a little impatient. If the level continues to increase, the abilities that one can copy will increase. No matter what was in the armory, Shuefeng was not polite. All of them are put into the space backpack. Hao Yifei, who was half sitting on the ground, was stunned. She couldn't understand why there were so many arms. How could it disappear in the blink of an eye? It is because there are so many arms that it is inconvenient to transfer them all at once. That's why the boss built a new base here. Send hundreds of people to guard it. It takes a few days to ship out a little bit. I can't believe it's gone in the blink of an eye. How many secrets does this man have? Easily destroys third-level mutants, and his superpower seems to be lightning. How can supplies disappear? Hao Yifei was puzzled, but when she saw the soles of her shoes stained with the blood of zombies, she even showed a look of disgust. Then he gently took off the flat-heeled shoe on his left foot and hooked his left foot backwards, forming an elegant arc. Although Hao Yifei was wearing translucent black stockings, the delicate skin under her feet was still clearly visible. The beautiful legs are long, white, and the blood vessels can be vaguely seen beating on them. The stockings, already soaked with sweat, tightly wrapped around the soles of Hao Yifei's feet. Hao Yifei took out a tissue from her pocket and wiped each toe clean. Then wiped the soles of the shoes clean. Only then did I breathe a sigh of relief. She is a little bit of a germaphobe and can't stand this. But now it is the end of the world, and Hao Yifei can't ask for more. If someone had told Hao Yifei before the apocalypse, her shoes would have been covered in minced meat and blood. And she hasn't screamed and gone crazy yet. Hao Yifei wouldn't believe it. The end of the world has changed so many people. When Hao Yifei raised her head, I found that I didn't know when it started. Shuefeng's eyes were fixed on himself. You're peeking. Hao Yifei suddenly became angry and put on her shoes. Shuefeng really wanted to say that he had already seen Hao Yifei. It's just that it's not appropriate to say this now. You weren't hiding from anyone. So how could I be considered a peek? Shuefeng showed a rogue smile. No matter what, the scene just now makes people feel excited. He is indeed a big star. Every move is full of charm. Hao Yifei was speechless for a moment, as if it was really like this. And now is not the time before the apocalypse. See what happened to your feet? It is very rare to find a man who can remain restrained and not rush towards her. Who are you and where are you from? Hao Yifei finally couldn't help asking. I'm just an ordinary survivor. Shuefeng spread his hands. An ordinary survivor? If Shuefeng is considered ordinary, then what is she? If I'm not mistaken, you should be serving some powerful force. Now that this place has become like this, how are you going to report it? Shuefeng smiled slightly and continued. Yes, how can I report this? Hao Yifei didn't know that Zhao Bin had been killed by Shuefeng. She felt that with Zhao Bin's strength, he still had a chance of survival. Once Zhao Bin returns to the boss's side, report everything with exaggeration. Especially since she injured Zhao Bin. Her supernatural wound was very special. Ordinary weapons cannot produce this result. The boss would definitely think that it was his sneak attack that injured Zhao Bin, which led to the destruction of the base. You are so powerful, you must have a strong base behind you. Can I join? Hao Yifei bit her lips lightly. The last time she begged someone so humbly was before the apocalypse broke out. At that time, Hao Yifei was still a newcomer. In order to get a chance to release an album, Hao Yifei begged the company boss. As a result, the boss blatantly asked her to sleep with him. In the end, Hao Yifei angrily changed her agency, and after many setbacks, she finally soared to success. Become a national goddess. From then on, Hao Yifei made up her mind. From now on I will never ask anyone for help. Even if she joined the previous force, it was because the other party was impressed by her abilities and offered her an olive branch. Hao Yifei never asked anyone for help from beginning to end. But now Hao Yifei realized that if she didn't ask anyone for help, I'm afraid I can't survive. Dignity is important, but Hao Yifei doesn't want to die either. Let you join. Shuefeng looked at Hao Yifei with a smile. He was still figuring out how to start. Unexpectedly, the female star in front of me took the initiative to bring it up. It seems to be just as the intelligence suggested. Hao Yifei is in a somewhat mental state now. Hehe. Then of course I have to take advantage of the situation and make more demands. 077, don't choose the big star. Well, what are the requirements for your base over there? Hao Yifei nodded. She was ready to join. After witnessing Shuefeng's strength, she was sure that where Shuefeng was very safe. Judging from the abilities Shuefeng demonstrated, he must have stockpiled a lot of supplies. But now Hao Yifei is only worried about one thing. Are there any special requirements? If it is really too much, she can only refuse. There are only 2 requirements in my base. The first is to not keep idle people. Shuefeng stretched out a finger. This is the most basic rule. No matter who you are, you must demonstrate your value. Only then can you stay in your own base. It's a given. Of course Hao Yifei could accept this. Times have changed. Although she was a big star before, she could live a luxurious life by singing and dancing. The money earned in 1 year is what an average worker can earn in hundreds or even thousands of years. But now, she also has to rely on her hands to get food. At first, Hao Yifei couldn't accept this huge psychological gap. Later I gradually got used to it. And after all, she is a person with special abilities, so she still has a say to a certain extent. As for the second point, in my base, everything must be done according to my will. I am the supreme leader. Shuefeng extended a second finger. According to you? In what specific aspects? Hao Yifei blushed slightly. She knew without hesitation what needed to be done. Of course you have to obey my orders. Of course I won't force you to do anything between men and women. Shuefeng smiled when he saw Hao Yifei's shy look. After all, he is a talent recommended by the system, so he still can't go too far. Just like Xiaoya back then. Alright then, I'd like to join you. Hao Yifei had almost no hesitation, as she had no choice. Okay, we can get out of here. Shuefeng nodded. He gained a lot from this trip. Inside the space backpack, there were large boxes covering dozens of square meters. But Shuefeng didn't have time to check what these things were. Push open the door of the warehouse and clear out the zombies at the door. Shuefeng directly took out the Doomsday armored vehicle. Looking at the high-tech armored vehicle, Hao Yifei felt so shocked that she was numb. I don't know what to say better. It was not until she sat in the passenger seat that she realized this was not a dream. Hao Yifei originally wanted to ask what Shuefeng's special ability was. But when the words came to her lips, she hesitated. This kind of question is taboo and cannot be asked casually. How many people are there in your base? Are there many men? So Hao Yifei changed the question. There are about a dozen people, and I'm the only man. Shuefeng answered while driving the car to avoid obstacles on the road. Driving at night is indeed much more dangerous. He almost fell into a big pit just now. But for Shuefeng, falling in was not a problem. Just put the armored vehicle into the space backpack and then take it out again. It's just you. You're starting a harem. Hao Yifei widened her eyes and her expression changed when she looked at Shuefeng. This can't be some kind of perversion. Just include some women around. It was a complete accident. Shuefeng gave a helpless smile. These were the hints given to him by the system. Some female talents were given to Shuefeng. It wasn't that he deliberately searched only for female survivors. But now it is not convenient for other men to live in his own base. Shuefeng plans to divide the group into several areas if more members join in the future. After a bumpy ride back to the base, it was already past 2 in the morning, and Xiaowei and others did not sleep. If Shuefeng didn't come back, they would have sleepless nights. And Xiaowei and others have long regarded Shuefeng as the only god in their hearts. When I saw Shuefeng coming back with another woman, the girls were not moved at all. They were used to it. The only thing to consider is what level this woman is. Will it threaten your position? But when she saw Hao Yifei's appearance clearly, and Xiaowei suddenly burst into an exclamation. It's Hao Yifei. You are Hao Yifei. Am I seeing things? I'm your fan. And Xiaowei jumped up on the spot excitedly. Yu Haoyun and Lu Qiqi, who were standing next to them, also started screaming. The 3 women hugged each other and met their idol. Hao Yifei is known as the national goddess and is very popular among young people. Every time a new song is released, it immediately ranks first on the best-selling list. Who is she? Xiaoya frowned slightly, not quite understanding. After all, she has never cared about things in the entertainment industry. I hardly listen to music, watch variety shows or movies. Sister, her name is Hao Yifei. She's a big star. Nia Xiaoxing was also very excited. Most of the students in her class were fans of Hao Yifei. Some people even paid tens of thousands of yuan to buy tickets for Hao Yifei's concert from scalpers. Hao Yifei was very surprised. She didn't expect that she had so many fans here. What was even more unexpected was that these people looked full of energy and vitality. He didn't look tortured at all. It wasn't like the base she was in before. Women without special powers are just tools and look haggard all day long. Of course, not everyone in the crowd was excited. Zhao Weisu and Shun Rian curled their lips. Big star? So what? All are equal before the end. All right. Since you all know her, then there's no need to introduce her. What are you waiting for so late at night? Xuefeng also signaled everyone to rest quickly. There are important things tomorrow. Hearing that there was something important, the women present did not dare to neglect it. Everyone went back to the room to rest. Only Gu Xiaoqian brought Hao Yifei with her, introduced the basic situation, and arranged the room. Although I don't know what level Xuefeng is going to give Hao Yifei, but since he is a big star, it probably won't be bad. Sure enough, the next morning Xuefeng announced that Hao Yifei's level was A. Grown-ups. Zhao Weisu couldn't help but mutter softly. What she wanted to say was, Hao Yifei didn't seem to have made any contribution. But when the words came to his lips, Zhao Weisu swallowed them back. After all, this is Xuefeng's decision, and it is supreme in the base. No doubt about it. Hao Yifei has made contributions. She helped me obtain a lot of supplies. Secondly, she is also a person with special abilities and is qualified to be an A-level person. Of course, Hao Yifei knew what Zhao Weisu was thinking. I'm afraid it's not just Zhao Weisu. Everyone else has doubts and dissatisfaction in their hearts. In order to dispel everyone's doubts and consolidate his own prestige, Xuefeng still needs to explain. 078 open the blind box and make a lot of money this time. When Xuefeng heard this, everyone looked at Hao Yifei differently. I didn't expect that this big star is actually a capable person. Could it be that there are really women in this world who are blessed by God? He was a big star before the apocalypse, and he even has superpowers after the apocalypse. Since he is a person with superpowers, he helped Xuefeng obtain a lot of supplies. Naturally, no one said anything more. Instead, everyone welcomes Hao Yifei's joining, which is also a new fighting force. Hao Yifei looked at Xuefeng gratefully. She didn't expect Xuefeng to speak for her like this. Even though he didn't help with the supplies, Xuefeng could still find them by spending some time. She herself was rescued by Xuefeng, without Xuefeng's words. I'm afraid that the third-level mutant will also have his head bitten off. Hao Yifei also already knew the importance of level in the base. It means future treatment and voice. I will definitely do my best to contribute to the base. Hao Yifei stood up and said very seriously. Looking at Xuefeng, his heart was filled with turmoil. Perhaps in the end of the world, this man is worthy of entrusting one's life to. Okay, after dinner, gather in the community square. We have something to do today. Xuefeng waved his hand to signal Hao Yifei to sit down. There is something to do. Everyone was very curious about what Xuefeng was going to do. When we arrived at the square, we found that more than 50 wooden boxes had appeared there at some point. I don't know what they are, but they were no longer surprised, and all knew it was Xuefeng's special ability. Pry open all these boxes and count what supplies they contain, Xuefeng said to Gu Xiaoqian. Then he looked at Shun Rian and asked Shun Rian to make a plan based on these supplies. How to strengthen the security of the base. No problem. Shun Rian has already made a plan to strengthen the villa and is currently in progress. Now that we have obtained so many supplies, it is necessary to make some changes. If there are any munitions or something like that later, you will be responsible for their management. Xuefeng gave Xiaowei another task. Brother Xuefeng, it's no problem, leave it to me. And Xiaowei jumped playfully and shook off her proud figure. A few weeks ago, and Xiaowei was just an ordinary girl. Now she is in charge of arms. And Xiaowei herself did not expect that she could adapt to the change of identity so quickly. What made Xiaowei even more excited was that there was obviously someone more suitable to be in charge than her. For example, Zhao Weisu. Zhao Weisu's personality is more suitable for her to be an arms manager. After all, she is a combatant. I also managed a small base before. Have management experience. The only reason Xuefeng gave this task to himself was, I want to increase my importance in the base. I am the person Brother Xuefeng trusts the most. Thinking of this, and Xiaowei swore in her heart, I must perform well and not let Xuefeng down. And I can't let other women outdo me. Next is unboxing. Although these supplies have numbers on them, their specific contents are not written on them. It all depends on luck. This made Xuefeng feel the excitement of opening a blind box. Snap! When the first box was pried open, Xuefeng was a little dumbfounded. This turned out to be a box of disaster relief tents. This arsenal has everything. Xuefeng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Disaster relief tents may be useful in normal times. But in the apocalypse, this thing is useless. Who dares to live in a tent in the wilderness? You won't even know the zombies are crawling in. The safest place is at least a house with walls. Only then can you sleep peacefully. We've opened over 20 boxes, and weapons still make up at least a third of them. There's also a lot of other useful stuff. Seeing that Xue Feng was a little disappointed, Hao Yifei quickly spoke from the side. Then I'll lend you my blessing. Xue Feng smiled. Another wooden box was opened, and sure enough, this time it was a box of rifles. There were 20 brand new rifles. Seeing the guns, everyone cheered. Although all the people present were women, they shouldn't like guns. But at the end of the world, guns are the most secure thing. Seeing this scene, Xue Feng couldn't help but get excited. He knew too well the importance of guns in the apocalypse. Previously, with the pistol given by the system, Xue Feng was able to gain an absolute advantage when facing other survivors with bad intentions. Now we can use these weapons to build a larger territory. Soon the boxes were opened one by one. Apart from weapons, this is what Xue Feng wants most. Barbed wire and solar generators, although not in large quantities. But it has been ensured that the entire Riverside Villa area can be protected. Completely turn this place into a fortress. If there wasn't barbed wire inside the supplies, Xue Feng would have wanted to go back to the armory. Remove all the barbed wire over there. Although the project is huge, the benefits are visible to the naked eye. In terms of weapons, there are a total of 120 rifles and 8,000 rounds of bullets. There are 5 boxes of all-plastic handleless grenades, commonly known as hand grenades. In addition, there are some shoes, clothes, and other equipment. Although the quality is very good, the improvement in combat effectiveness is very limited. Everyone worked together to move all these supplies into the unused villa. The joy on everyone's faces was visible to the naked eye after receiving so many supplies at once. He was even more impressed by Xue Feng. Where on earth did he get so many good things? He also looked at Hao Yifei differently. After all, Xue Feng said that Hao Yifei contributed to this. After a busy day, it was finally at night that all the supplies were put away. Although tired, there was joy on everyone's face. Xue Feng originally had another idea, which was to return to the armory. There were hundreds of bodies over there, many of them carrying guns. Now those guns are ownerless. But now that he had enough guns in his hands, he gave up the idea. Going back would be risky. On the surface, the base was destroyed by zombies. Once everything is lost, it is possible for later generations to realize that it was probably man-made. In the evening, dinner was steamed buns and luncheon meat. It's a feast in the end times. But the steamed buns were hard and salty. Even Xue Feng had to chew it hard several times before he could barely swallow it. If food were not precious, it would not be wasted. Xue Feng even wanted to feed the steamed bun to Black Panther. Lu Qiqi, don't you know how to steam buns? Then why are you steaming this? Xue Feng held the hard steamed bun and looked at Lu Qiqi speechlessly. I saw my brother steam it this way. I'll make noodles next time. Lu Qiqi started wiping her tears again, crying so hard that it was heartbreaking. 079 Resource Integration. Xue Feng was a little speechless. He didn't bully Lu Qiqi. Why does this little girl always cry? You're not missing your brother, are you? Xue Feng said casually. Lu Qiqi nodded and looked at Xue Feng pitifully. Lu Qiqi has been very worried since leaving Lu Jun. He was afraid that his brother had been eaten by zombies or be killed by other survivors. Tomorrow, drive the Doomsday armored vehicle and take Lu Qiqi to the food court. Submit some intelligence and see what Lu Jun and the others have discovered. Xue Feng turned and looked at Zhao Weisu. Now the arsenal has been taken over by myself. Xue Feng was afraid of a chain reaction. There were also many survivors who escaped from the weapons depot. So it is necessary to collect some intelligence. Zhao Weisu is a person with special abilities and drives a Doomsday armored vehicle. There will be no danger. Yes, sir. Zhao Weisu was very excited that she could actually drive a Doomsday armored vehicle. This means that Xue Feng trusts me. This made her whole body tremble, and her eyes were full of admiration when she looked at Xue Feng. The other women also looked at each other with jealousy. Doomsday armored vehicle. This was Xue Feng's exclusive car before. Hateful. Why can Zhao Weisu open it, but not me? No. I have to find opportunities to show myself too. Sir, now that there are so many generators, I suggest we add a monitoring system in the villa area. Shenruyan said immediately. Increasing the monitoring system, are there conditions for this? Xue Feng's face lit up with joy. If surveillance cameras could be installed, there would be no need to stand guard. No problem. The villa complex already has a very strict surveillance system. It's just out of service. I've checked, and the wiring is not damaged. It will be activated immediately. Shenruyan also took out a map of the villa area. It should have been removed from the property office. It is more than 2 meters long and 1 meter wide. The Riverside Villa area covers a total area of 60,000 square meters, which is medium-sized in the community. What are these areas you're drawing? Xue Feng noticed that there were many newly marked patterns on it. These are the new designs I planned today. Shinrian puffed out her chest proudly and shook her body. The two soft lumps swayed along with it. Under Shinrian's design, the land use of the villa area was replanned. There are special weapons depots, material warehouses, laboratories, etc. Even the generator is arranged in a separate place. Because this thing makes quite a lot of noise, keep it away from where you live. The second is personnel arrangement. A-level personnel are eligible to live in this villa with Schwefong. All other personnel will be arranged their own accommodation. The other thing is to install the wire mesh and connect the circuit. It's all clearly written in the plan. As expected of the CEO of a major company, this business plan is well written. Schwefong admired sincerely. He didn't know much about the situation inside the base. On the contrary, Shinrian quickly grasped it and made plans. Shinrian blushed slightly when she heard Schwefeng's praise. I'm good at this, and I've done a lot of layout before. Shinrian is a business owner. The layout of the shopping mall is very particular and has higher requirements. In comparison, it is much easier to plan a piece of land in a villa area. After dinner, Schwefong and Shinrian went to the property office. Now that the power grid within the community has been started, the monitoring system can be turned on directly. I don't seem to be of much use. Returning to her room, Hao Yifei felt a little lost. Only then did she realize that the atmosphere in the base was very good. Everyone has their own strengths. I originally thought that I was a person with special abilities, and of course I was superior to others in the base, and I played a big role. Only then did I realize that there was so little I could do. Combat effectiveness? My pitiful fighting ability is of no use at all. Schwefong can deal with him with just one hand. And now there are a lot of guns in the base. And Xiaowei, holding a gun, and her own supernatural powers were not very powerful. This made Hao Yifei, who had always enjoyed the halo, feel the gap for the first time. Hao Yifei had heard that people with special abilities also had ways to upgrade. But it's hard to say whether this is true or not. Whether her abilities can be upgraded is also a question. Do you really deserve the treatment of an A-level employee? Boom, boom, boom. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door. Who is it? Hao Yifei asked who would knock on her door so late at night. Sister Fei, it's me, Yu Haoyan. Yu Haoyan's clear voice came from outside. It turned out to be that little girl. Hao Yifei felt a little disappointed in her heart, but why was she disappointed? She herself couldn't explain it. After opening the door, Yu Haoyan walked in. Sister, are you worried about your position in the base? Yu Haoyan had already noticed that Hao Yifei had been very nervous. Hao Yifei also admitted it frankly. Actually, I have a solution. Yu Haoyan raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. He quietly leaned close to Hao Yifei's ear and whispered a few words. What? All of you? Hao Yifei's eyes widened instantly. I didn't expect that the women in the base already had that kind of relationship with Schwefeng. Well, most of us, if we want to gain a foothold here, we must become Brother Schwefeng's woman. Yu Haoyan nodded cautiously. Okay, let me think about it. After Yu Haoyan left, Hao Yifei was still shocked. But on second thought, this seems to be a matter of course. After all, it is the end of the world. In the apocalypse, every man is surrounded by women. Some are even like mad dogs, pouncing on women as soon as they see them. There is no sense of morality at all. Hao Yifei had long realized that sooner or later she would become a vassal of a powerful man. Maybe Schwefeng is a man worthy of trust. On the other side, Yu Haoyan returned to her room with a smile on her face. Big star, if you don't take the initiative, do you want Brother Schwefeng to force you? Let me give you some pointers. Go back and tell Brother Schwefeng and let him know my role in this. Yu Haoyan felt very happy. I am not like others who have talents and abilities. But she is definitely not a waste. I really care about Brother Schwefeng. At this time, Schwefeng and Shinrian had already arrived at the property office. The property office is a two-story building in the southwest corner of the community. When the apocalypse broke out, some survivors gathered here. They are all employees within the property. But soon, due to lack of food, a team went out to look for it. Among them are some young and beautiful sales champions, all of whom have fair skin, beautiful looks, and long legs. 080 in trust for life. By the time Schwefeng cleaned up the place, only a few female zombies were left wandering around. I guess these women were scratched by zombies. If I could hold on for another week, Schwefeng would come. Their chances of survival are greatly increased. The monitoring room is right here. Shinrian turned on the light in the room. Although they are the only living people left in the villa area now. However, the power system was not damaged. Just connect the power supply to the generator. Looking at the several display screens in front of her, Shinrian began to operate. Soon the screen started up and the picture lit up. You can see the scenery at each intersection. There are still some blind spots in surveillance. Schwefeng looked over and frowned. It is not enough to just monitor the intersections. All walls must be within the monitoring range. Xuefeng even felt that there should be some cameras facing the sky. Shenruyan then said that some more cameras would be installed, and sent people to patrol with hunting dogs such as Black Panther. Make sure everything is safe. Looking at Shenruyan's serious expression, Xuefeng's eyes couldn't help but start to wander over her. Tonight, Shenruyan was wearing a gray business suit, flesh-colored stockings wrapped around her smooth calves, and a pair of silver high heels on her feet. She was dressed in a noble and elegant manner, yet still revealed a hint of charm. You look beautiful today. Xuefeng stepped forward and grabbed Shenruyan's smooth little hand. Sir, let's go back to the room. Shenruyan felt Xuefeng's strength and looked shy. It just so happened that Hao Yifei's room was facing the road in the community. Although the environment of the villa is very good, there is hot water and food. But she tossed and turned that night, thinking about her position in the base. Is Xuefeng really a good choice? Is it worth entrusting your life to? Then Hao Yifei saw Xuefeng and Shenruyan coming back. Shenruyan's clothes were disheveled, and she looked like she had been bullied. Really? Hao Yifei clenched her fists. Xuefeng is not a good person either. She knew that Xuefeng must have had ulterior motives when he took Shenruyan out alone at night. In her heart, Hao Yifei felt sorry for Shenruyan. Although they had not known each other for long, Hao Yifei could see that Shenruyan was a talented person and also a very proud woman. As a result, he was bullied by Xuefeng. It's the end of the world. It's so hard for women to survive. But there's nothing I can do. Kill Xuefeng? How is that possible? I am no match for him at all. What's more, if Xuefeng is killed, this safe base will no longer exist. In the end, I can only watch it all happen. There's nothing I can do. Just as Hao Yifei was sighing, she was suddenly stunned. Something seems wrong. Why does Shenruyan have a smile on her face and jumps behind Xuefeng? It's completely invisible. It means I was forced. Instead, she looks more like a woman in love. Hao Yifei knew that this kind of expression could never be faked. That's definitely the look of someone in love. After the outbreak of Doomsday, Hao Yifei never looked at any woman's face. I've seen this expression before. All Hao Yifei saw was the fear of facing men and the anxiety about the future. Could it be just like what Yahaoyan said? They are all truly with Xuefeng and regard Xuefeng as their support. Then yourself. Hao Yifei fell into hesitation. The next morning, Zhao Weisu and Lu Qiqi set off. Xuefeng also asked them to bring 5 more rifles and 500 rounds of ammunition, plus 20 grenades. Anyway, I have a lot of weapons now, so I don't mind giving some more to Lu Jun and the others. Lu Qiqi looked at Xuefeng with even more gratitude. With these weapons, my brother and the others will be safer. And Xuefeng continued to stay in the base. The intelligence system was not updated today, and Xuefeng had no plans to go out and search. Just a few days of rest. In the afternoon, Zhao Weisu and Lu Qiqi came back, brought the latest information about Lu Jun. Lu Jun and others recently expanded the base and cleared out the zombies in a nearby block. If they prevent the food court from being taken over by zombies, they will lose their place to stay. What surprised Xuefeng was that Lu Jun and his team actually killed a second-level mutant. Only one person died. It was Lu Jun who was holding the enemy at the front, while another survivor blew the head of the second-level mutant with a rifle. Hearing this, Xuefeng nodded. As expected, the second-level mutant could not withstand the power of the bullet. But the third-order mutants are different. Not only can he control zombies, but they are also mutating into increasingly strange forms. The 2 third-order mutants Xuefeng encountered. One looked like a human being over 3 meters tall, and the other looked like a spider. The gap between the two is huge. If we encounter a third-level mutant, the food street will be doomed. It is also reasonable to find a second place to stay. Moreover, Zhao Weisu and others also brought gifts from Lu Jun. This gift surprised Xuefeng. 081 Another pet shop. Hundreds of zombie crystal cores, including the second-level mutant. It is no longer a secret that zombies have crystal cores in their heads. After all, it's easy to spot if you kill a zombie. These things are useless to Lu Jun, but they are definitely important to know. So this time all of it was given to Xuefeng. When Xuefeng saw these crystal cores, he nodded secretly. It seems that Lu Jun and others have been collecting crystal cores for some time. I didn't bring it up last time, and I was still keeping it to myself. This time, I finally contributed everything. Thinking of this, Xuefeng also felt emotional. Everyone has to keep something in reserve in the end times. Lu Jun was also reserved when they met last time. But the arms brought to Lu Jun this time completely made Lu Jun let down his guard and hand over the most valuable things. Lu Qiqi even promised Xuefeng that she would cook seriously from now on. Xuefeng didn't have high expectations for Lu Qiqi. As long as you can swallow it, it's fine. In the next few days, Xuefeng did not go out to look for supplies. Instead, planting is done inside the villa. A planting area was also isolated to grow some fresh vegetables and the like. There is also a breeding area. I plan to raise some small animals to increase the supply of fresh meat. Many people think that the best carnivorous animals to raise are rabbits, but in fact they are chickens. Given the same amount of food, raising chickens is the best choice. Because chickens are less likely to get sick, the taste and nutritional value of chicken are much better than rabbit meat. The fat content of rabbit meat is too low to meet the body's most basic requirements. Plus, chickens can lay eggs. Chickens can also be raised in the wild, making management easier. But if you want to raise chickens, you need to find chicks and incubation equipment. These are only found in farms. We can only put it aside for now and talk about it later. Just got up this morning. Bite. Today's intelligence system updated. 1. In Wangshan Pet Shop, there is a female survivor and several pet dogs. You can recruit them as your subordinates and take care of Black Panther and other hunting dogs. 2. Tianqing community is occupied by a group of 3 people with special abilities, called the Red Flower Society. Each member of this group has a red flower tattoo on their body. They seize surrounding resources and hunt down survivors. 3. At 3 p.m., 2 level 3 mutants will wander around the Tianqing neighborhood. Upon hearing these 3 pieces of information, Xue Feng's eyes widened. Wangshan Pet Shop? It seems to sound familiar. Weren't the hunting dogs like Black Panther snatched from Wangshan Pet Shop? Bah. It must have been exchanged for food. Xue Feng remembered that there should be a pair of siblings in the Wangshan Pet Shop. Now the intelligence system reminds me that there is only 1 female survivor left. Could it be that the girl's brother is dead? Xue Feng was not surprised. This was a very normal thing. Dying in the apocalypse is as normal as breathing. The girl treated me very badly before. I always thought that I was going to eat those pet dogs. On the contrary, the girl's brother was calmer. Unexpectedly, the first one to die was my brother. What really made Xue Feng alert were the remaining 2 pieces of information. Red Flower Society. I have never heard of such an organization, according to the intelligence. It seems that he has bad intentions. What made Xue Feng feel alert was that there were actually 2 third-level mutants near Tianqing community. Could it be that the third-level mutants will act together? Or is there some special reason? No matter what, we must investigate thoroughly. Thinking of this, Xue Feng immediately took out the city map. Tianqing community is not far from where he lives, just a few kilometers away. What surprised Xue Feng was that Wangshan Pet Shop was actually right opposite Tianqing community. We've been together for a long time. So is the death of the brother in the pet shop related to the Red Flower Society? Xue Feng couldn't be sure at first. But the fact that these 3 places are close to each other also saved Xue Feng a lot of trouble. Just 1 trip to get everything done. Inside Wangshan Pet Shop, the door is still closed. And there are some more sofas and other things behind the door, used to prevent zombies from entering. Brother. In the basement of the pet shop, Li Wang Miao was crying and wiping her tears. Her brother Li Wang Lu has not returned for 3 days. All the food in the pet store had been eaten, and they even didn't spare the dog food in stock. They eat whatever the dogs eat. Although the dog food can still be eaten for a while. But if this continues, it will run out sooner or later. And the amount of clean water to drink is becoming less and less. So Li Wanglu decided to go out alone to look for food. This is the only solution. They can't hide here forever. The first 2 trips went smoothly, and Li Wanglu brought back a box of mineral water. Greatly alleviated the tension of drinking water. But the 3rd time, Li Wanglu looked solemn and brought back nothing. Li Wangmiao asked several times before he learned that it was Li Wanglu who discovered some survivors appearing around. All the usable supplies were moved away. Li Wanglu saw with his own eyes that those people randomly killed several survivors who were also hiding. And those people all had a red flower tattooed on their bodies. Sometimes those people would drive past the pet store. Li Wanglu would be very nervous. But the mineral water was almost finished, and Li Wanglu had to go out again. This time he didn't come back for 3 days. Li Wangmiao already knew in his heart that his brother was most likely dead. It's just a matter of dying at the hands of other survivors or at the mouths of zombies. Li Wangmiao didn't know. She just felt like she was about to collapse. At this moment, I felt an itchy sensation in my palm. Li Wangmiao looked up and found that it was a teddy bear licking him. In addition to Teddy, there were several other puppies nearby. Don't worry, I won't give up on you. We will die together when the time comes. Li Wangmiao picked up Teddy, gently stroked his back, and murmured to himself. She also knew that it would be unwise to leave the dogs behind during the apocalypse. Even people lack food, let alone dogs. But apart from these dogs, Li Wangmiao has no other companions. Besides, these dogs are very obedient. Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, it no longer screams randomly and has never attracted zombies. At this moment, a figure appeared in Li Wangmiao's mind. The man who previously traded instant noodles for a dog. I wonder how those dogs are doing with that man. I hope it won't be used to make dog meat hot pot. Damn guy. If you eat them, I will bite you even if I turn into a zombie. At this moment, Li Wangyao suddenly heard the sound of a car outside the door. 082, you are a good person. Li Wangyao's heart instantly became nervous. Could it be that group of people coming? She couldn't help but tremble. Woof woof. However, Li Wangyao was stunned. Unexpectedly, the sound coming from outside the door was a dog barking. Just when Li Wangyao was distracted, the puppy in her arms suddenly broke free. All ran towards the door. One by one, they also started shouting. Although the sound is not loud, it sounds very joyful. What's going on? Just when Li Wangyao was hesitating whether he should go out to check. Boom. The other party has already broken in. Are you here, little girl? The person who came was of course Xue Feng. In addition to Xue Feng, there is also Black Panther, who is now communicating with other pet dogs. I haven't seen you for more than 10 days. The Black Panther has grown several sizes and looks completely different from before. But the smell of the body did not change. So the other pet dogs recognized the Black Panther by smell, and they rolled on the ground one by one, exposing their bellies. In the animal world, revealing one's weaknesses is a sign of submission. In the blink of an eye, Black Panther has become the boss of these pet dogs. Is that you? Li Wangyao walked out of the room cautiously. Only then did he realize that the person who came was Xue Feng. The last time Li Wangyao saw Xue Feng's appearance, he looked through the crack in the door. Where's your brother? Although Xue Feng knew that Li Wangyao's brother was no longer alive, but he still pretended to ask. At the same time, a voice came from inside my mind. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Host durability attribute +5. Current host properties panel. Strength 41. Agility 42. Spirit 30. Durability 50. Luck 38 +100. Abilities: Shen Xiao, Level 2, Stage 2, Sure Skin, Level 1, Stage 2, Sureling, Level 1, Stage 2. Durability increased again? Xue Feng was actually very curious if the durability continued to increase. Could he be immune to some toxins or zombie viruses? At least Xue Feng hasn't been sick since the Doomsday broke out. My brother is dead. Li Wangyao's tears immediately started flowing again, and she kept wiping her cheeks. Xue Feng didn't interrupt, and just watched Li Wangyao cry for a while. After all, 3 days had passed. Li Wangyao had long accepted this fact, so she adjusted quickly. Where did this come from? Li Wangyao actually discovered the Black Panther from the very beginning. I exchanged it from you guys. How is it doing now? It's plump and white, right? Xue Feng smiled gently. What? Did you take it from a pet store? How could it become like this now? Stronger than the average adult dog. It's not just Black Panther. The other dogs are also living well. I didn't make them into dog meat hot pot. Xue Feng continued. Of course, the reason Xue Feng didn't do that was simply because there was enough food. I misunderstood you. I didn't expect. Li Wangyao lowered his head instantly and looked at his feet awkwardly. Ever since he exchanged the puppy for instant noodles and mineral water, Li Wangyao has complained to Li Wanglu several times. It was determined that Xue Feng must have eaten all the puppies. Unexpectedly, Xue Feng's dog now lives a much better life than she did. Eat so strong. Of course, Li Wangyao would never have thought that Black Panther's dog food was rather special, consisting of crystal cores from zombies' heads. Xue Feng saw these pet dogs. Each of them was starving to the point of being skin and bones. So he took out some sausages and shared them among the puppies. Looking at the puppy eating the sausage, Li Wangyao actually swallowed his saliva. She didn't eat much during this period. In addition to Li Wanglu's death, it was also because there was too little food. She herself couldn't bear to eat more, and only ate enough for basic survival every day. There is also very little allocated for the dogs. For you. Just at this moment, Xue Feng handed over a piece of chocolate. It turned out to be Li Wangyao's favorite chocolate. She had forgotten what chocolate tasted like. Here, you're welcome. Seeing that Li Wangyao did not reach out, Xue Feng grabbed her hand and put it into her palm. Seeing the chocolate in his hand, Li Wangyao couldn't help it anymore. Started to eat voraciously. Then Xue Feng handed over another bottle of drink. Li Wangyao opened it and drank it without thinking. After replenishing sugar, I instantly felt a lot more energetic. It was only at this time that Li Wangyao remembered that he should not drink water from strangers casually. This is basic common sense for every girl. Just think about it. What if Xue Feng is a bad guy? There was no way she could resist. I'm willing to follow you. Black Panther is so well raised. You're a good person, but I have one request. Li Wangyao nodded slightly. In her opinion, it is a great honor to be able to raise a pet dog so well. he will definitely not be a bad person. Especially in this doomsday environment, every bite of food is extremely precious. You can also separate it out to raise pets. That's definitely a dog lover. Shuefeng was also at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He raised the Black Panther completely because of the system's suggestion. In the future, Black Panther will become a powerful helper for him. If the system prompts him that the alpaca can be his helper, then Shuefeng doesn't mind raising an alpaca. But now that Li Wangmiao thinks so, it saves a lot of trouble. Shuefeng was too lazy to explain. Do you want me to take your dogs with me? Shuefeng could see through Li Wangmiao's thoughts. We have run out of ammunition and food. I also have these pet dogs. Perhaps Li Wangmiao really treats these pet dogs as important lives. Yeah. Li Wangmiao nodded quickly. Okay, no problem. Shuefeng agreed. Anyway, in Shuefeng's plan, he wanted to set up a patrol team composed of dogs. Li Wangmiao is the best dog trainer. In a doomsday environment, dogs are much more alert than humans. At this moment, Black Panther suddenly looked at the door nervously. There was a whimpering sound towards him. Someone is coming. Shuefeng frowned. When the Black Panther makes this sound, it means there are people around. Shuefeng didn't expect to meet other survivors so soon. I have a basement here. Come over and hide in here together. Li Wangmiao thought it was someone from the Red Flower Society and turned pale with fright. He quickly called Shuefeng to go in through a small door. This is the basement of the pet shop, which is quite secluded. It would be difficult to find it if it were not searched carefully. You take the dogs in first, I'll hide upstairs. Shuefeng wanted to see who was coming. No, let's go together. We live and die together. I can't let you be in danger alone. Li Wangmiao misunderstood Shuefeng's meaning. 083 Gunfight, Red Flower Society. Because Li Wanglu once told her to hide in the basement if she encountered any danger. Hiding on the second floor. At the critical moment, Li Wanglu can divert other people and buy Li Wangmiao time to survive. Li Wangmiao subconsciously thought that Shuefeng also wanted to do the same thing. It's too late, you guys hide first. Shuefeng pushed Li Wangmiao into the basement and closed the door. I hid on the second floor. After waiting for more than a minute, footsteps were indeed heard. It wasn't just one person who came, but a group of people. A pet store? I wonder if there's any food left in there. Haha, what can you find in a pet store? It's all dog food, right? Dog food is fine too. It's quite nutritious and won't kill you. Plus, it has a long shelf life. Several people chattered. Then a few more people came in, a total of 5 people in camouflage uniforms. What is surprising is that they all have guns in their hands. They rummaged around in the pet store lobby for a while. Damn it, all the dog food is gone. They must have been snatched up a long time ago. You can't even find dog food these days. Let's go, let's change places. Be careful not to be discovered by the Red Flower Society. We have to be careful. After saying this, these people turned and left. Shuefeng couldn't help but frown. What's the meaning? This is the territory of the Red Flower Society. Could it be? Aren't these people from the Red Flower Society? Are there other survivors? Interesting. Shuefeng didn't expect to meet other survivors here. Just as Shuefeng was thinking about whether he should contact this group of people. See what their attitude is. If possible, see if you can bring them together. Da-da-da. At this moment, there was a burst of gunfire outside the house. Dense bursts of gunfire rang out. In an instant, all the people in the pet shop fell to the ground and lay motionless. A row of bullet holes remained on the wall. Some of the shells were even beaten into sieves. It was obvious that this sudden attack was aimed at these people. The gunfire stopped briefly. A few more people gathered downstairs quickly, all looking for walls as cover. These bastards from the Red Flower Society are determined to fight us to the death today. A man roared. He had a square face and a thick beard. This is too much. Let's fight them. The other thin man became anxious. Without waiting for the square-faced man to answer, he directly pulled the safety of the rifle. He just stuck his head out and tried to fight back. Monkey, wait a minute, it's dangerous. The square-faced man shouted hurriedly. But it's too late. The monkey's head just popped out. Bang. Suddenly a bullet passed through his crown and shot out from behind. The monkey lay on the ground silently, with an unwilling look in his eyes. Fuck. Monkey. The other 4 people roared, their eyes filled with anger. It can be seen that they have a deep affection for this thing called monkey. This kind of behavior is not fake. Calm down, calm down. Think about our wives and children. Don't be impulsive. The square-faced man's eyes were bloodshot, but he still clenched his teeth. But brother, we are blocked here now. Even if the Red Flower Society doesn't dare to rush over, the zombies will be attracted by the gunshots. Someone shouted in despair. The pet shop is not very big, and if you are stuck here, you are basically doomed. There's no way out. Look for an exit. The square-faced man looked back, trying to find a place to go in. Soon his eyes looked towards a passage. That's the basement. Xuefeng knew that he must not let these people enter the basement. Li Wangmiao is still over there. Although Xuefeng was not sure whether these people had good intentions. But it sounds like the other party has a family, so I have some concerns. Give up, there is no back door here, but I can help you. Xuefeng said. Who is it? Square-faced man, and others were stunned. They didn't expect that there was someone in the pet shop. He immediately raised the gun subconsciously and pointed it at the second floor. Don't point the gun at me, otherwise you will die without knowing how. Xuefeng snorted coldly. Hearing this, Squareface and the others quickly pointed their guns at the ground, because they all knew that what Xuefeng said was right. The other party stayed in the store the whole time. If they had been attacked by surprise, they would have been dead long ago. This proves that Xuefeng is definitely not a member of the Red Flower Society. Brother, what are you going to do? Asked the square-faced man in a deep voice. Before Xuefeng could answer, across the street, a sound was heard. Tang Qiqiang, surrender with your people and join our Red Flower Society. Dream on. Even if I am the last one standing, I won't let you off easily. The square-faced man shouted immediately. It can be seen that Tang Qiqiang and others have a grudge against the people from the Red Flower Society. Haha, I just played with a few of you women. You look so stingy. We have a lot of women here too. By the way, there seems to be a cousin of yours in there. She screams quite loudly. Isn't that nonsense? You broke his thigh. The other side began to laugh at Tang Qiqiang unscrupulously. It seemed like he thought this was something interesting. You bunch of beasts, I will never forgive you. Tang Qiqiang's eyes were bloodshot. This hatred is definitely not feigned. They have a blood feud with Manhwa. Da-da-da. There was another burst of intense gunfire, and bullets were fired again. Tang Qiqiang and others could only hide behind the wall in embarrassment. The other side definitely has more people than them and stronger firepower. And they were blocked inside the pet shop. The people above also told them that this pet shop had no back door. What should I do then? Brother, can you deal with them? Tang Qiqiang could only place all his hopes on the mysterious man on the second floor. The words fell. I saw a bolt of lightning coming from the second floor and hitting the opposite block. Oh, it's a mutant. Run up. After a few screams, there was no more movement from the other side. What? A person with superpowers. Tang Qiqiang and others were very shocked. They didn't expect that the person hiding on the second floor was a person with superpowers. If we had attacked them just now, they would all be doomed. It's over? Just like that. Someone couldn't help but say when they heard no movement from the other side. That's right, I killed a total of 8 people. Xuefeng nodded and walked down from the second floor. Just now he was observing the opposite side through the second floor window. After confirming that there were only 8 people, Shun Xiao was activated. Chain lightning instantly killed all 8 people. That's too powerful. Someone looked horrified and subconsciously took a step back. He already treated Xuefeng as a monster. Xuefeng certainly knew that in the eyes of ordinary people, people with superpowers are terrifying monsters. Let's leave here first. No one can guarantee that they don't have helpers. Xuefeng said immediately. 084, just be my bait. Chapter 84, just be my bait. Bite. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Reward host Shun Xiao level +1. Current Shun Xiao level 2 +3. Hearing that Shun Xiao had been upgraded, Xuefeng nodded. As soon as he saw those people from the Red Flower Society, the reward for intelligence verification emerged in his mind. However, when meeting Tang Qiqiang and others, there was no information reward. This proves that Tang Qiqiang and his group have nothing to do with the Red Flower Society. They may even be enemies, otherwise they wouldn't fight. At this time, Xuefeng and others had already left the pet shop. We came to another community, just opposite Tianqing community. According to Tang Qiqiang, this is their base. All the zombies around have been cleared out, and the community is basically safe. It is not ruled out that there are zombies hidden in the rooms of some residential buildings. But it poses no threat. The Red Flower Society didn't dare to come in rashly. They had exchanged brief greetings on the way. Li Wangmiao even knew that the people who killed her brother were from the Red Flower Society. Tang Qiqiang and others saw a body shot to death on the street that day. The appearance is exactly the same as Li Wangmiao's description. After hearing Tang Qiqiang's words, the last bit of hope in Li Wangmiao's heart was completely extinguished. My brother still died. The only thing she wants now is to survive. This is what her brother always told her, live well. Tang Qiqiang couldn't figure out what the relationship between Xuefeng and Li Wangmiao was. So I just stopped asking. Xuefeng did not see anyone else in the room arranged by Tang Qiqiang. Judging from what Tang Qiqiang said before, they brought their wives and children with them. These vulnerable groups are not seen today. This proves that Tang Qiqiang is still wary of them. But this is normal. No one would expose their weaknesses to others at the first moment. But Tang Qiqiang still prepared some food and water and placed them in front of them. This is the best way to treat guests in the apocalypse. What's the conflict between you and the Red Flower Society? Although Xue Feng was not hungry, he still opened a bag of rice crusts. It's an expression of goodwill. On the other side, Li Wang Miao was already growling with hunger and started eating without any hesitation. He even gave some to the puppies around him, giving each dog a share. This scene made everyone around Tang Qiqiang angry. How important food is. Those were earned at the cost of lives, and now they are being fed to dogs. But even though they were angry, no one said anything. If Xue Feng hadn't been here today, they would have died long ago. This was originally food for guests. How they eat is none of their business. Li Wangyao also noticed this, and she felt embarrassed. So I just fed the puppies a little bit, and then played with them in another room and comforted them. Instead, it was Xue Feng's black panther that was squatting beside Xue Feng. Looking at such a ferocious hunting dog, everyone else was very afraid. Only Tang Qiqiang dared to sit opposite Xue Feng. What's the conflict between you and the Red Flower Society? Xue Feng was very curious. It seems that the two sides have had more than one conflict. The two groups live in separate communities, so it is normal for conflicts to break out. It just seems that the two sides have a deep blood feud. When talking about the Red Flower Society, Tang Qiqiang gritted his teeth. He stated the conflict between them and the Red Flower Society word for word. There were originally more than 200 survivors in this community. The reason why there are so many survivors is that Tang Qiqiang led his men to eliminate a lot of zombies in the early stage. Tang Qiqiang also introduced his identity. These people are all mercenaries. Of course, these mercenaries are not mercenaries sent to foreign battlefields. Instead, it is specifically responsible for some protection and delivery work and is affiliated with a security company. The people we usually serve are celebrities, big entrepreneurs, etc. So they jokingly call themselves mercenaries. Actually a senior security officer. When we were preparing for the Doomsday plan, our idea was that the more people the better, so we gathered a lot of survivors, and the Red Flower Society also joined in. Tang Qiqiang slowly recounted the conflict between them and the Red Flower Society. But what Tang Qiqiang didn't expect was, the people from the Red Flower Society took advantage of Tang Qiqiang going out to look for supplies. It actually harmed 2 female survivors in the residential building. Among them is Tang Qiqiang's sister. If a man dares to resist, he will be killed. Some male survivors joined the Red Flower Society and did shameful things with them. When Tang Qiqiang came back and discovered their actions, a fight broke out between the two sides. In the end, Tang Qiqiang drove away the members of the Red Flower Society and barely held his position. Because security companies like theirs can legally own some guns. But now the Red Flower Society has also found guns, and they often ambush us outside. Tang Qiqiang sighed heavily. After going through this series of changes, of the more than 200 survivors, only about 50 are left. Where did they find the guns? Xue Feng's first reaction was that the guns in the armory had been leaked. However, Tang Qiqiang explained that it should have been found from a nearby police station or something like that. Xue Feng then realized it. It turns out that there are more places with guns in the city than just armories. But the number is relatively small, not as large as in the arsenal. This also made Xue Feng alert. The survivors you meet later may all have guns. Xue Feng's stone skin can now resist bullets, just like a bulletproof vest. Just avoid direct hits to the eyes and other areas. In other words, you are still threatened by the Red Flower Society? Xue Feng asked. That's right. Tang Qiqiang nodded. It just so happens that Li Wangyao's brother was also killed by the Red Flower Society. Let's kill the Red Flower Society together. Xue Feng extended an invitation to Tang Qiqiang. Tang Qiqiang nodded without much thought. Because the Red Flower Society has threatened their survival. Unless the Red Flower Society is eliminated, they will never have peace. Now that he has such a powerful helper like Xue Feng, Tang Qiqiang must of course hold on to him tightly. You are willing to fight those guys for me. At this time, the door of another room opened, and Li Wangmiao looked at Xue Feng in surprise. Of course, you are mine now, and your business is my business. Xue Feng nodded. Li Wangmiao is a talent that the system has pointed out. Moreover, the system has already introduced itself to me, and the Red Flower Society will be a trouble. Of course he had to solve it. It's a good opportunity to make use of people like Tang Qiqiang. Act as bait for yourself and attract people from the Red Flower Society. Thank you. This is only the second time we've met. Li Wangmiao's tears began to flow again. Seeing this scene, Tang Qiqiang and others were very surprised. I didn't expect Xue Feng to be such a generous person. For the sake of someone he met twice, Xue Feng would take the risk and fight with the Red Flower Society. 085 Awkward Auxiliary Ability. Just for the second time, He dared to deal with the Red Flower Society. Tang Qiqiang and others couldn't help but look at each other. They didn't expect that there would be someone like Xue Feng in this Doomsday. Brother Xue, to be honest, I am actually a person with special abilities. Tang Qiqiang coughed dryly. Oh, you are also a person with special abilities? Xue Feng was a little surprised. But then I realized it. If Tang Qiqiang was not a person with special abilities, it would be impossible for him to deal with the Red Flower Society for such a long time. But Xue Feng was also a little curious. Just now, Tang Qiqiang and others were forced into a desperate situation in the pet shop. Why doesn't Tang Qiqiang use his abilities? Yes, but my ability is not combat-related, so I can't help you in battle. Tang Qiqiang smiled bitterly. Such a middle-aged man with a square face actually doesn't have combat abilities. Then what are your abilities? Xue Feng suddenly became interested. All the ability users he met were combat type without exception. Only Zhao Weisu's ability is a bit strange and can be considered as an auxiliary ability. However, it still enhances combat effectiveness. It's just a different way of doing things. Let me show you. Tang Qiqiang nodded to the person next to him. The man understood and immediately brought over a pot of aloe vera. After the apocalypse, only potted plants like this, which do not require year-round watering, are still alive. Then I saw Tang Qiqiang covering the pot of aloe vera with his hands. The leaves of aloe vera are growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, it was more than 1 meter long. This is amazing. Xue Feng couldn't help, but his eyes lit up. The most lacking thing in the end times is food. With Tang Qiqiang's special ability, he can quickly catalyze plants. In this way, both vegetables and grains can mature earlier. It also made Xue Feng look at Tang Qiqiang with more respect. Even if it is not a combat-related ability, it can still hold its own against the Red Flower Society. It's a useless ability. It's better to give me a simple and direct one. Tang Qiqiang smiled bitterly, with beads of sweat on his forehead. For Tang Qiqiang, he wanted one that he could fight directly with. Because the biggest threat they face now is zombies and survivors with bad intentions. Instead of this kind of rapid growth of plants. Not only is it very tiring, but I don't see any use for it. After all, what Tang Qiqiang and his team are facing now is not the problem of lack of fresh vegetables. But lives are threatened. Don't worry, I'll be able to deal with the Red Flower Society this time. You don't need to rush to the front. Besides, I want to cooperate with you after we eliminate the Red Flower Society. Xue Feng had a plan in mind. Don't think that what Tang Qiqiang can do now is limited. However, once this ability is developed, it will be of great use. No, how can we let you do it alone? We will definitely fight alongside you. Tang Qiqiang's expression became serious. You just need to make some arrangements for Li Wangyao first. Xue Feng waved his hand. He had only one request, which was to ask Tang Qiqiang to take good care of Li Wangyao. Hearing this, Tang Qiqiang did not hesitate. He immediately signaled with his eyes to the person next to him, and that person nodded and turned away. It can also be seen from here that Tang Qiqiang and others have a good understanding of each other. No words are needed, just a look and a gesture. You will understand what the other person means. Soon the man came back with a woman. She looks gentle and virtuous. She has long hair and no makeup, but you can tell she's beautiful just by looking at her facial features. She is probably in her 30s, but still has charm. This is my wife, Tang Qiqiang introduced. He then asked his wife to take Li Wangyao to a safe house. There are so many residential buildings in the community, but only one of them is where they usually live, and it is heavily guarded. There were still a dozen men guarding there. Unlike before, the survivors were scattered across many buildings. This gave the Red Flower Society an opportunity to take advantage of. This arrangement now prevents the Red Flower Society from launching an active attack, while Tang Qiqiang and his men are out looking for food. Avoid the tragedy of last time from happening again. You go first, Black Panther, you go too. Xue Feng asked Black Panther to go with Li Wangyao. If anything unexpected happens, Black Panther can also help. Be careful. Before leaving, Li Wangyao looked at Xue Feng reluctantly. She already regarded Xue Feng as an important person. I don't want Xue Feng to get hurt. Don't worry. Xue Feng smiled at Li Wangyao. After Tang Qiqiang's wife took Li Wangyao away, Tang Qiqiang took out a hand-drawn map of Tianqing community. According to Tang Qiqiang, some of the survivors on his side had previously lived in Tianqing community. I'm very familiar with the layout inside. There are 3 entrances to the Tianqing complex. 2 of them are completely blocked to prevent zombies from entering. The other one is the door they enter and exit from. If we want to attack the Red Flower Society, I suggest we launch a surprise attack at night, using the other 2 gates. We can split our forces and attack together, making it difficult for the Red Flower Society to know which side is the main battlefield. Tang Qiqiang gestured at the map. It can be seen that Tang Qiqiang is very experienced in combat. I guess they have already analyzed the defense situation of Tianqing community. This plan has already been formulated, always looking for the right opportunity to take action. Otherwise, if this continues, they will be defeated one by the Red Flower Society sooner or later. It's a good plan, but I have a better idea. Xuefeng smiled. What method? Tang Qiqiang also showed an expectant expression. Could it be related to Xuefeng's supernatural powers? Tang Qiqiang had not seen clearly what Xuefeng's special abilities looked like before. He only heard screams, and all the members of the Red Flower Society were dead. Just rush in and kill anyone from the Red Flower Society you see, Xuefeng said calmly. Hearing this, Tang Qiqiang and others were dumbfounded. Is this Xuefeng's plan? It's too simple and crude. Well, there are a lot of people in the Red Flower Society, and some of them have special abilities. We should be more cautious, right? Tang Qiqiang coughed dryly. Tang Qiqiang was not questioning Xuefeng's ability. I just think this is so stupid. If you are scared, don't follow me. I have to go back to have dinner after dealing with this matter. Xuefeng said as he stood up. What? Because we have to go back home for dinner in the evening, we have to attack in the middle of the day. Is this also a reason? Then, before Tang Qiqiang could react, Xuefeng had already opened the door and walked out. Brother, what should I do? The people in the room hurriedly asked Tang Qiqiang. Isn't this just going out to die? He saved our lives. No matter what he wants to do, we will accompany him. Tang Qiqiang gritted his teeth and followed first. The other people looked at each other and followed. When they came downstairs, they were all stunned. 086 The cruelty of the Red Flower Society. In front of Tang Qiqiang and others was an armored vehicle emitting black light, and with a fierce and strange shape. Just one look at it makes people feel scared. Full of murderous intent. What is going on? I was clearly downstairs just now, but there was no armored vehicle. When did it appear? Without exception, everyone looked at Xuefeng. It must be related to Xuefeng. Tang Qiqiang understood even more clearly why Xuefeng was so confident. There are too many secrets about Xuefeng. This person's strength was beyond their imagination. Come in, you should know how to operate weapons. Xuefeng opened the car door. Meeting. Tang Qiqiang and others saw the machine gun on top of the armored vehicle at first glance. Just need to shoot from inside the car using the scope. There is no need to lean your body out. It is very safe. Brother Xuefeng, you don't want to rush in directly through the main gate, do you? After getting in the car, Tang Qiqiang couldn't help but ask. Of course, this is the simplest and most direct way. Xuefeng nodded. Tang Qiqiang wanted to give some advice. For example, whether they are needed to cooperate outside. This armored vehicle looks similar to a tank. Infantry-tank coordination is the most basic tactic in modern warfare. But after thinking about it, Tang Qiqiang shut up. In front of Xuefeng, they have no right to speak. Xuefeng stepped on the accelerator hard, and the armored vehicle roared forward. He crossed a block and crushed several zombies in the process, heading straight towards Tianqing community. At this time, in a room in Tianqing community, a young man wearing glasses and looking very literary sat on the sofa in the middle with an expressionless face. No one would have thought that this man was the president of the Red Flower Society. Jin Changming. There was a group of people standing next to Jin Changming, but no one dared to sit down. Among them, there was a man kneeling on the ground, trembling. You mean, they are all dead, but you don't know how they died? Jin Changming said in a cold tone. Yes, they were all dead when I went over there. The man in the middle stammered, his voice abnormal with fear. You went out to carry out a mission together. Now all your brothers are dead, but you tell me that you don't know what happened, Jin Changming said lightly. It was clearly a calm tone, but the man's legs were shaking. The Red Flower Society has a rule, live and die together. No one must be left alive. But he really didn't know how the others died. This man originally acted with others. However, he heard some noise in a girl's room, so he sent the others to check it out. I hope to meet a female survivor or something like that to have some fun. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be just a zombie trapped in the closet. Although she is a female zombie, no man has such a strong taste. Unlucky. After the man dealt with the zombies, he heard gunshots. When he ran over, he found that everyone was dead. I am the only one left. It should be Tang Qiqiang's group. We found their traces before. They came out to look for food. President, please give me a chance to avenge my brothers and make amends. The man swallowed. Hopefully, I can survive because of this. Eat it. Jin Changming picked up a peanut on the table and threw it over. The man caught the peanut, his face turning pale. No, President, give me a chance. The man howled like a pig being slaughtered. He just threw the peanut away like it was a hot potato. Put it in me, Jin Changming said lightly. Someone nearby immediately picked up the peanuts and pried open the man's mouth. stuffed the peanut into his mouth. Woo woo woo. The man made an unwilling sound. But someone still forced the peanuts into his mouth. Then the people around him immediately dispersed. Clatter. Jin Changming snapped his fingers. Oh. The man screamed, and his body exploded in the middle. The viscera and blood dyed half of the room red. It even sprayed on everyone in the room. Even Jin Changming's lenses were covered with a few pieces of minced meat. He was very calm and took out a handkerchief from his pocket. He wiped the blood and flesh off the lens and put it back. All the brothers died, and you survived alone. We don't need such a selfish guy. Jin Changming's facial expression did not change from beginning to end. Even a living person would explode in front of him. Jin Changming remained unmoved. It seems to be an animal without emotions. Instead, the people next to them looked frightened. A living person was blown to pieces, and he was also a member of the Red Flower Society. Make them feel extremely fear in their hearts. However, they still pretended to be calm and did not even wipe the blood off their faces. It's time to get rid of Tang Qiqiang and his gang. I was originally attracted by Tang Qiqiang's special ability and wanted to win him over, but if you don't accept my invitation, don't blame me for being rude. Jin Changming's eyes turned cold. President, are we finally going to kill them? There are a lot of women in there. Hee, we've almost used up all the women here, so we want something new, especially Tang Qiqiang's wife. Some people even set their sights on Tang Qiqiang's wife. But before he could finish his words, he immediately shut his mouth. After all, that kind of top-notch woman must be left to Jin Changming. Let the boss enjoy it. If you are still alive in the end and not killed by the explosion, it can be left for them to vent. Let's go. Launch the attack now. Tang Qiqiang must be very excited after killing 8 of us. Let me crush his fantasy. You can't win by going against me. Jin Changming showed a cruel smile. The people around immediately cheered. Everyone looked excited and ready to do a great job. Now they have almost conquered all the survivors nearby. Anyone willing to join the Red Flower Society must have a tattoo on their body. In the apocalypse, of course it's impossible for a tattoo artist to do this. Just use a red-hot iron to carve it on your body. Those who are unwilling to join will die miserably. Just as they were cheering, Jin Changming suddenly frowned. Is there a sound of a car? The sound of a car? Everyone was slightly stunned when they heard it, then pricked up their ears and listened carefully. Sure enough, I heard the roar of the engine, accompanied by the sound of the horn, right near the community. Who is so bold? He actually dared to drive around Tianjin community, and honking the horn to deliberately attract the zombies' attention? Don't you know that this is the territory of the Red Flower Society? Looking for death. Just then, fierce gunfire rang out at the door. It's the guards. Someone's breaking in. 087 Weird Twin Mutants. 10 minutes ago, Xuefeng drove around several streets near Tianjin community. Brother Xuefeng, this trick of yours is really powerful. You deliberately attract the zombies behind you, and then rush in with them. Tang Qiqiang, who was sitting in the passenger seat, was very excited. I looked at the rearview mirror from time to time and saw many zombies following behind me. As expected, it's Xuefeng. I actually came up with this idea. Haha, I guess so, but I'm not attracting ordinary zombies. I'm looking for the big ones. Xuefeng's move. I learned it from that group of bad youths. First, use the noise of the armored vehicle to attract the zombies. Then he broke through the gate of Tianjin community in one fell swoop. Attract all the zombies over. But Xuefeng's gaze was not on the ordinary zombies behind him, but it was the 2 third-order mutants nearby that were mentioned in the intelligence. If we can attract those 2 third-level mutants to Tianjin community, that would be a nightmare for the Red Flower Society. Big guy? A mutant? Tang Qiqiang's face also became serious. It is obvious that they are very wary of mutants. He probably suffered at the hands of mutants. In many movies and TV shows, the zombies' bodies degenerate step by step. In the end, they may even become so fragile that they may fall while walking and their heads may fall off. It no longer poses any threat to humans. However, now that zombies have actually appeared, the situation is completely different. The zombies seem to be evolving little by little. The speed and strength of ordinary zombies have increased a lot compared to before. Tang Qiqiang guessed that it might be related to the crystal core inside the zombie's head. This kind of crystal core must make the zombies begin to evolve. Moreover, the probability of crystal cores appearing in the zombies' heads is getting higher and higher. It seems that as time goes by, a crystal core will appear in the head of every zombie. Tang Qiqiang told Xuefeng about his discovery. Crystal cores are very important things. Do you collect them regularly? Xuefeng didn't expect that Tang Qiqiang could also discover this. But on second thought, there's nothing strange about this. Since Lu Jun could discover it, Tang Qiqiang could too. I'm afraid the matter of the crystal core is no longer a secret. I have collected some, but I don't know what they are for. If Brother Xuefeng needs them, I will give them all to you. Tang Qiqiang said this without any hesitation. Instead, it was the people sitting in the back who wanted to say something. After all, they have collected hundreds of crystal cores. If this thing is really important, how can you give it to people casually? But among the people present, they always listened to Tang Qiqiang. Now that Tang Qiqiang has made the decision, they will not object. Okay, you can take some of the weapons in the car. Xuefeng nodded and accepted it with pleasure. When it comes to crystal cores, no one will complain about having too few. It can also be used as energy in your hands. Now there are generators in the base that use crystal cores as raw materials, which is an important source of energy. What is that? At this moment, someone in the back seat pointed in a direction and made a terrified sound. Xuefeng looked over. That was a very strange zombie. It is more than 5 meters tall and looks like an ogre in Western mythology. The whole body is covered with green crust and bulging lumps, which looks disgusting. What is even more shocking is, the upper body of this zombie actually split into 2 heads and 4 arms. One head faces forward, the other faces backward. They all looked extremely ugly, with huge fangs dripping green liquid. When this liquid dripped onto the road, it instantly corroded a large hole. Bite. Successfully verify the accuracy of intelligence and receive the following rewards. Agility +9. Congratulations to the host for having an agility exceeding 50, reaching the human limit. Gain enhanced jumping ability. Now you feel as light as a swallow. Current host properties panel. Strength, 41. Agility, 51. Spirit, 30. Durability, 50. Luck, 38, +100. Abilities, Divine Sky, Level 2, Level 3. Stone Skin, Level 2, Level 1. Season, Level 2, Level 1. Xuefeng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that when the attribute exceeded 50, there will also be special rewards. Is this the limit of the human body? I actually feel more flexible. Before this, it was always increased by 1 or 2 points each time. Xuefeng didn't feel anything obvious about his body. It seems that the attributes will continue to grow. I wonder what benefits the next upgrade will bring. But what really surprised Xuefeng was, my intelligence verification was successful. This proves that the green monster in front of us is not a simple third-order mutant. It's a fusion of 2 mutants. Although I don't know why this happens. But this means that the difficulty of killing this mutant will increase exponentially. However, this is not the problem that Xuefeng has to face. He has to lure this monster to Tianqing community first. Beep beep. Let's go and let the Red Flower Society see this big guy. Xuefeng smiled. Then he honked the horn suddenly, and sure enough, the green monster turned its head and looked over here. We must take this thing over. Even Tang Qiqiang couldn't help but look grim. This is a joke. What if we get caught? Wouldn't that mean he would be trampled to death? Sure enough, the green monster was enraged and ran over. Boom, boom, boom. Even while sitting in the armored vehicle, Tang Qiqiang could feel the ground shaking slightly. Xuefeng stepped on the accelerator to the bottom and turned a corner to the main entrance of Tianqing community. The main entrance was secured with vehicles and sandbags. Just leave a place to go out. Whenever you want to go out, just move the iron fence away. But no matter what it is, don't think it can stop Xuefeng's armored vehicle. The steel monster roared and knocked the vehicle blocking the door away. Someone broke in. Kill him. He's too arrogant. What's that behind? It's a monster. The loud noise attracted the guards at the door. They shot at the armored vehicles. But they soon discovered that there was an even more terrifying monster behind them. This is the real monster. So in a panic, someone shot at the armored vehicle. Some people also shot at the monster. Suddenly, there was a burst of gunfire. When Jin Changming brought his men down, then I saw the huge green monster rushing into the community. Each of his front and back arms and head was holding a member of the Red Flower Society. Just stuff it directly into your mouth. Click, click. Accompanied by screams, the monster's 2 heads bit the 2 living people into pieces and swallowed them. What the hell is this? Even Jin Changming could not remain calm at this time and showed a look of horror. 088, is this all you can do? It's not that Jin Changming hasn't seen mutants before. He has even killed several second-level mutants. But I have never seen such a terrifying monster. President, there's also that armored vehicle. They're the ones who attracted the monsters here. Someone pointed at the armored vehicle parked in the middle of the community. Only then did Jin Changming discover that there was another armored vehicle breaking in. You guys attract the monsters to the garden first. I will deal with the armored vehicles. Jin Changming gave instructions to the people around him. At this time, dozens of people from the Red Flower Society had all rushed out. Heard about dealing with green monsters. These people's faces changed drastically, as if their mother had died. Can they deal with this kind of monster? But the president's orders cannot be disobeyed. Otherwise, they would still die miserably, and being eaten by monsters might not be a better outcome. Be careful, this guy also has special abilities. For some reason, he can create explosions. Seeing Jin Changming coming towards him, Tang Qiqiang in the car immediately reminded him. Explode? Then let him try. Xue Feng became interested. I don't know what Jin Changming's special abilities are like. Boom. Bang. At this moment, there was a real explosion outside. It's on the side of the armored vehicle. Xue Feng and others only felt that the armored vehicle shook slightly. There was an explosion, but no damage was done to the armored vehicle. After all, this is a Doomsday armored vehicle. The entire body is made of a special alloy material, and even the tires are wrapped in armor. That's it. Xue Feng was amused. The power is probably the same as that of an ordinary grenade. The power of the grenade is actually very great. In the apocalypse, if such devastation could be caused, it can already deal with common mutants, even second-order mutants. But in front of the Doomsday armored vehicle, it is still not enough. Just after Xue Feng laughed, something was thrown onto the front windshield. It's a stone. Haha, the people from the Red Flower Society, they don't want to smash the glass, do they? Someone in the car couldn't help but sneer. Although I don't know where Xue Feng's car came from. But you can imagine it with your eyes closed. The car glass is also absolutely bulletproof glass and will not be easily damaged. But what happened next shocked everyone. A flash of fire came from the stone. The stone actually exploded violently. Boom. There was another loud explosion. Dust flew everywhere. It didn't blow the glass apart, but it did leave it covered with debris and dust. How is this possible? How could a piece of stone explode? Tang Qiqiang couldn't help but widen his eyes. It was really hard to understand. They could all see clearly that it was a pebble. Interesting ability. I'll go out and take a look. Xue Feng already understood it roughly. What are the abilities of the president of the Red Flower Society? I'm afraid it can turn any object it touches into a bomb. No wonder he could become the president of the Red Flower Society. He is indeed capable. Watching Xue Feng open the car door and walk out. Tang Qiqiang also wanted to go down. No matter what, they are on the same front. Brother, don't get off. Isn't it better to stay in the car? Yeah, big brother, your special ability is useless. You will be a burden if you go. So that brother Xue Feng won't have to protect us anymore. Several other people said quickly. Tang Qiqiang paused, and the hand that was about to open the door stopped awkwardly. Just like what others have said, I really seem to be of no use. But after hesitating for a second, Tang Qiqiang still pushed open the car door. You have also seen how powerful Xue Feng is. I plan to follow him in the future. So we must never be afraid of death. Tang Qiqiang said in a low voice. If you want to survive in the Doomsday, you must prove your worth. Brother, we are confused. Let's go down and fight together. A few people remembered what Xue Feng had just said and hurriedly took out their weapons from the car. Each man was armed with a rifle and several grenades. Xue Feng was a little surprised to see Tang Qiqiang and others getting out of the car. It is obvious that the car is absolutely safe in the current situation. It seems that these people are quite righteous. It's not just about staying in the car. Who are you? Are you the helper they found? When Jin Changming saw people getting off the armored vehicle, he stared at Xue Feng. The fact that he got out of the driver's seat proved that the person driving was Xue Feng. Such a strange car also belongs to Xue Feng. As for Tang Qiqiang and others, they were ignored. In Jin Changming's eyes, Tang Qiqiang and others are not important at all. When he saw Jin Changming again, Tang Qiqiang's eyes were almost burning with anger. Before, it was Jin Changming who sneaked into their base with some people. As a result, he killed many people while I was away. Now Tang Qiqiang wished he could take his rifle and blow Jin Changming's head off. But he suppressed his anger and decided to obey Xue Feng in everything. It's your father. Xue Feng sneered. Damn it. You don't know whether you live or die. Jin Changming was angry. I didn't expect Xue Feng to be so ungrateful. I'll send you to see the king of hell. A stone was thrown fiercely at Xue Feng. Shen Xiao. Xue Feng directly activated his supernatural power. A bolt of lightning as thick as a finger struck the stone. Boom. The stone exploded in midair. You are also a superpower. Jin Changming's face changed. It seems that it can control lightning. That's right. I advise you to just kneel down and surrender. Tell me all the information you know. I will give you a quick death. Xue Feng stepped forward. He had no intention of killing Jin Changming directly. Instead, they planned to capture the president alive. Since he has so many people under him, he must know a lot of information. Haha, you're dreaming. Let me show you how powerful I am. Jin Changming's face was grim. Then he took out a dozen things from his pocket. Xue Feng glanced at the dozen or so things and was slightly stunned. That turned out to be a crystal core. They look about the same size as the crystal cores in the heads of ordinary zombies. You guys fall back? Hide behind the armored vehicles. Xue Feng roared. Tang Qiqiang and others also knew that Jin Changming was definitely not bluffing. So everyone hid behind the armored vehicles, which was the best cover. But then they saw that Xue Feng didn't move. Still standing there. The next second, more than a dozen crystal cores flew towards Xue Feng. Although the two people were dozens of meters apart. But what Jin Changming threw out was fast and accurate. It shouldn't just be about using arm strength. I used my supernatural powers as a help. With so many bombs, Xue Feng stomped his feet on the ground and instantly moved a long distance away. Just choose to avoid it. 089 Jin Changming's methods. Xue Feng had no intention of confronting Jin Changming's supernatural powers head-on. So many crystal cores flew over. If there is a fish that slips through the net, he will be blown away. Haha, you're hiding too late. Jin Changming had a sneer on his face. This is my ultimate move. It was a method of using crystal cores that he finally found after painstaking research. It is absolutely impossible for ordinary humans to open it. Blast it into powder. Jin Changming gritted his teeth. Boom. The scorching air waves scorched the trees within a dozen meters around. At the center of the explosion, a deep black pit appeared. The soil on the ground was blown away. Jin Changming was eager to find the body. But there was nothing on the ground except a deep pit. This time it's probably reduced to ashes. Let you pretend. But it's enough to keep the armored vehicle for yourself. That's good stuff. Just when Jin Changming was secretly delighted, he was stunned. Because he saw Xue Feng standing in the distance without any scars on his body. Even the clothes were intact. Jin Changming didn't know at this time that Xue Feng's agility had exceeded the limits of human beings. He left just before the explosion. He didn't even use Time Zero's ability. This was also the first time Xue Feng experienced this speed. Seeing the benefits brought by the increase in agility made him happy. However, the power of the crystal core explosion exceeded Xue Feng's imagination, and he was already very far away. They all felt the heat wave hitting their faces. When so many crystal cores gather together, their power is shocking. You can actually detonate the energy inside the crystal core. It seems you know a lot of things. Xue Feng was not shocked by the strength displayed by Jin Changming. On the contrary, there was joy in his eyes. It was right not to kill Jin Changming immediately. At least Jin Changming found a way to use crystal cores. Although this should be Jin Changming's own special ability. However, it means that there are many ways to use the energy inside the crystal core. It's not just used as a battery. Oh no, boss, we can't stop that monster. It's coming this way. Boss, help me. At this moment, members of the Red Flower Society came running over, howling like ghosts and wolves. They were no match for the two-headed mutant. Bullets couldn't penetrate the skin of the two-headed mutant. More than a dozen people have been crushed or had their heads bitten off. Seeing that there was no way to fight the mutants, they had no choice but to come to Jin Changming. Damn it, Jin Changming's eyes were also wandering between Xue Feng and the monster. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, I would be attacked from both sides. Jin Changming was very worried about escaping at this time, or dealing with the third-level mutant. What if Xue Feng chases us from behind? I don't know who you are, but we should deal with the zombies together now. This horrible monster can only be eliminated if we join forces, otherwise we will all die. Jin Changming said to Xue Feng with narrowed eyes. Of course, Jin Changming's plan was to take advantage of Xue Feng to attract the monster's attention. He immediately fled alone. Who wants to fight a monster like that? Isn't that seeking death? This kind of monster is simply not something humans can deal with. As for the people in the Red Flower Society, it all depends on their luck. How much can run out? Deal with this third-level mutant? You just want to find an opportunity to attack me, Xue Feng said lightly. He saw through Jin Changming's thoughts at a glance. At this time, he actually told me that we should join forces to eliminate the zombies? I thought I was a 3-year-old child. Seeing his idea being exposed, Jin Changming was furious. Okay, let's die together. Anyway, this two-headed monster's target is not just me. Die together? You're the only one who dies from beginning to end. Xue Feng snorted coldly, watching the two-headed monster coming towards them step by step. Xue Feng condensed 2 thunderballs in his hands. In the blink of an eye, it had become the size of a millstone. Shenxiao? Thunderball. Time 0. Xue Feng used 2 skills in succession. In an instant, the whole person jumped high up. This one was about 6 or 7 meters high. 2 thunderballs flew out from Xue Feng's hands. They entangled with each other in the air and smashed hard towards the third-level mutant. But in the eyes of others, all this was let go. They saw Xue Feng suddenly float in the air and throw out 2 thunderballs. When the 2 thunderballs touched the green monster, they burst into dazzling light. Boom. The explosion caused was more powerful than the previous one caused by Jin Changming's supernatural power. The electromagnetic waves generated even turned all the wandering zombies around the third-level mutant into fireballs. After the light of the explosion ended, the third-level mutant shook a few times and fell down. The place where the head used to be is now empty. In an instant, Xuefeng killed the two strange mutants. Of course, in the eyes of others, this is just a two-headed monster. This is too powerful. Tang Qiqiang's eyes were full of amazement. Such a powerful monster was actually dealt with by Xuefeng. No wonder Xuefeng remained calm when he saw the monster before. He didn't take this monster seriously at all. Jin Changming was completely frightened. What kind of superpower is this? Control lightning? This is not someone I can deal with. Thinking of this, two black balls appeared in Jin Changming's hands. Everyone, run for your lives and find a chance to gather again later. After Jin Changming shouted this, he didn't wait for anyone else to answer. Smashed the two black balls onto the ground. Bang! This time the explosion was not loud, but a cloud of black smoke erupted, covering the sky and the sun. In a blink of an eye, the area within several hundred meters around turned into darkness. Damn, there is such a method. Xuefeng didn't expect that Jin Changming had this trick. He released two lightning bolts into the black fog, but it did not illuminate the dark fog. This is Jin Changming's special ability. The president of the Red Flower Society is no ordinary person. He has developed his supernatural powers to this extent. It's not just explosions, it has other abilities as well. Then we can't let him leave. Suddenly, Xuefeng saw a figure appear at the entrance of the community. It's Jin Changming. While the black fog was still there, Jin Changming slipped away. The Red Flower Society and others were left behind as bait. What about meeting in the future? It's all lies. If he wanted to capture Jin Changming, then the group of Red Flower Society members in the black fog would run away. It will also be a disaster in the future. What Xuefeng was more worried about was that these people would escape. Your information will be leaked and known to other forces in the future. Xuefeng was in the armory before, trying not to reveal his whereabouts. This is also my intention. Brother Xuefeng, we will deal with the people from the Red Flower Society. You go and deal with the president. Tang Qiqiang stood up and said at this time, the Red Flower Society has more people than you. Aren't you afraid? Xuefeng narrowed his eyes. 090, the final madness. The Red Flower Society is a bunch of rubbish. We will not leave any of them alive. Tang Qiqiang's teeth were chattering. It is obvious that he intends to annihilate all members of the Red Flower Society. Okay, Xuefeng nodded. Since Tang Qiqiang said this, he immediately chased after Jin Changming. Jin Changming also runs very fast. Obviously, the physical fitness of those with special abilities has been enhanced to some extent. It's a pity that the person he met was Xuefeng. Seeing that he was getting closer and closer to Jin Changming, Xuefeng activated his supernatural power. A bolt of lightning as thick as a finger struck Jin Changming. Xuefeng had no intention of taking Jin Changming's life at the first opportunity. The president of the Red Flower Society has some things that Xuefeng is interested in. However, Xuefeng did not expect that Jin Changming turned around and threw a crystal core in his hand over to him. Boom. The lightning collided with the thing, making a loud explosion. Interesting. Xuefeng smiled. He didn't expect that Jin Changming could draw inferences from one example. Since Xuefeng can use lightning, he can intercept Jin Changming's bomb midway. Jin Changming can also use bombs to intercept Xuefeng's lightning. We have no grudges against each other. Why do you have to kill me? Jin Changming roared viciously. There is no longer the same demeanor as before. Haha, do we need a reason to kill someone in the apocalypse? Xuefeng was amused. A cruel person like Jin Changming is now talking to me about fairness and justice. Jin Changming was slightly stunned, and an angry look appeared on his face. Obviously, he had no way to refute Xuefeng's words, but Jin Changming had no intention of sitting still and waiting to die. I admit that you are very powerful, but if you want to kill me, both of us will suffer losses. As long as you let me go, I can tell you the secret of the crystal core. Jin Changming offered attractive conditions. Okay, I promise to let you go. Tell me how you made the crystal core explode. Xuefeng nodded. The power of a crystal core explosion is about the same as that of a grenade. What Xuefeng was really interested in was how Jin Changming induced the power of the crystal core. Haha, do you think I'm a 3-year-old? What if you change your mind? Jin Changming snorted coldly, obviously not believing Xuefeng. Not to mention Jin Changming. Even Xuefeng himself didn't believe what he said. This is just deceiving Jin Changming. Xuefeng never thought that he had any morals. Not to mention dealing with someone like Jin Changming. Then even if we negotiate, we've failed. Xuefeng was too lazy to waste time with Jin Changming. We are all smart people. It is impossible to pry the secret about the crystal core out of Jin Changming's mouth. Thunder and lightning condensed in Xue Feng's hands again. But this time it was as thick as an arm. He used all his strength. Then we'll fight to the death. Jin Changming also let out a roar that was almost desperate. A fiery red light emanated from his entire body. A powerful force burst out from him. Damn it, it's going to self-destruct. Xue Feng immediately understood. What is Jin Changming going to do? It is estimated that there are still many crystal cores in Jin Changming's body, and this time Jin Changming is exerting all his strength. The goal is to detonate all the crystal cores. I want to blow myself up as well. It's a pity that this is just a dream after all. At the moment of the explosion, Xue Feng activated time zero again. Everything in front of him slowed down. Give him time to retreat calmly. There was a look of despair in Jin Changming's eyes. He couldn't understand. Why did Xue Feng disappear hundreds of meters away in the blink of an eye? Boom. Jin Changming was completely engulfed by the flames of the explosion, accompanied by a huge roar. His entire body was blown to pieces, and he didn't even let out a scream. What a pity. Xue Feng shook his head, unable to get what he wanted from Jin Changming's mouth. The guy in front of me is very tricky. He is a mutant. And as long as it comes into contact with the body, it will cause an explosion. This means that it is impossible to use torture or other means to extract a confession from Jin Changming. Once the other party feels that there is no hope of survival, he or she will definitely commit suicide. What just happened is the best proof. Click. At this moment, something fell from the sky and landed in front of Xue Feng. It turned out to be Jin Changming's head. Because the air wave was so strong when it exploded, it caused this thing to fly into the sky. Holding Jin Changming's head, Xue Feng returned to Tianqing community. At this time, the black fog had dissipated and the ground was covered with corpses, about 30 of them. There are also some incomplete ones, all of which were bitten to death by third-level mutants. Tang Qiqiang and others were cleaning up the battlefield. Loot the corpses for supplies and weapons. Tang Qiqiang and others were very excited when they saw Xue Feng coming back with Jin Changming's head. Are there any fish that slipped through the net? Xue Feng threw his head to the ground. Xue Feng brought this thing back so that Tang Qiqiang could see it clearly. The enemy has been killed. No, we blocked the roads in front and behind, and no one escaped. Tang Qiqiang nodded affirmatively. That's good. Xue Feng didn't want to let the people from the Red Flower Society escape. Brother Xue Feng, can we follow you from now on? Tang Qiqiang had wanted to bring it up a long time ago. It's just that there wasn't a suitable opportunity before. Now that the battle is over, it's time to speak. Follow me? What? Xue Feng smiled. Of course it's to survive. It doesn't really matter whether I live or not, but we all want to provide a safe environment for our families. Brother Xue Feng, don't worry. From now on, if there is any danger, we will be the first to rush forward. When Tang Qiqiang said this, no one around him objected. It was obvious that this had been discussed long ago. Willing to serve as a pawn for Xue Feng. There are rules in my base. Xue Feng reminded. No problem, we can all comply. Tang Qiqiang answered without thinking. To be precise, he should have thought about it a long time ago. No matter what the rules of Xue Feng's base are, he will agree to them. Because Tang Qiqiang has discovered that Doomsday is becoming more and more dangerous. Needless to say, there are evil people like the Red Flower Society everywhere. Today, a green two-headed monster appeared, which was 5 meters tall. It's simply not something that guns can deal with. Who knows what will happen next? The only way is to have a strong backer. Xue Feng may be their only chance. To this end, Tang Qiqiang and others spared no effort. We can do anything. Brother Xue Feng, please accept us. We don't need you to provide us with supplies. We can go out and find them ourselves. All you need is a helping hand when danger strikes. Several other people also started talking. Xue Feng was obviously a young man, much younger than them, but they started calling him Big Brother. In the apocalypse, as long as you can survive, don't even think about recognizing someone as your big brother. There is no problem in recognizing him as your father. 091 The terrifying future. You don't need to provide supplies? As long as I provide security. Xue Feng smiled. This Tang Qiqiang was really a good person. Yes, we can deal with ordinary zombies, but when we encounter those strange mutants, we are powerless. Tang Qiqiang's eyes were filled with fear and fear of the future. As long as you follow my orders, you won't have to worry about food. I will provide it for you, but you also have to take corresponding actions to show me your value. Xue Feng had actually seen it. People like Tang Qiqiang have good fighting capabilities. Only 4 or 5 people were able to wipe out all the remnants of the Red Flower Society. They cooperated with each other very well, worthy of being mercenaries. And at their gathering point, there were several people guarding the safety. Once they join, the combat effectiveness will be greatly improved. What Xue Feng didn't expect was that Tang Qiqiang and the others would take the initiative to request to join. This will save you a lot of trouble. Don't worry, we will definitely do it. Tang Chi and others were grateful. I didn't expect Xue Feng to agree so quickly. No excessive additional conditions were put forward. They even provide them with food. Take inventory of the Red Flower Society's supplies and see what good stuff they have. Xue Feng then gave the order. Tang Qiqiang and others quickly took action. The search began in Tianqing community. Xue Feng came to the two-headed mutant. There are indeed 2 crystal cores inside the head. This proves that this is a very special mutant, and something may have gone wrong during the mutation process. It eventually turned out like this. Since this kind of mutant exists, it proves that there will be even more bizarre and terrifying mutants in the future. Thinking of this, Xue Feng felt that the end of the world would become more and more difficult. Soon the results of the battle were counted. What is surprising is that the Red Flower Society has quite a lot of supplies. Large amounts of food and medicine were piled up together. It filled several rooms. There are also some other supplies, such as gasoline and other materials. However, many packaged foods have passed their expiration dates, and some breads are even moldy. However, the Safflower Society did not throw away the food, but kept it instead. Then these foods must be eaten. After all, in the apocalypse, any source of food is precious. As long as it doesn't kill people, it will still stay. After all, when famine occurred in human history, the land was barren for thousands of miles wherever the victims went. Guanine soil, tree bark, grass roots, they will eat anything. We are short of manpower. I will send someone to call some people back from the base to move all these things away. Tang Qiqiang's eyes lit up when he saw these things. He also didn't expect that the Red Flower Society could stockpile so many things. It's at least 1 month's food supply. Thinking of this, Tang Qiqiang felt a chill. If it weren't for Xue Feng's help, the Red Flower Society would have been eliminated. Then the other party can exhaust them to death just by relying on these supplies, blocking the door and not letting them out. No need to go through so much trouble. Xue Feng waved his hand and smiled. Then Tang Qiqiang and others saw that Xue Feng just put his hands on these supplies. The next second, these supplies disappeared out of thin air. What the hell is this? What did I just see? All the supplies in the room disappeared? Is this a magic trick? Impossible, absolutely impossible. I must be hallucinating. So Tang Qiqiang and others wiped their eyes and looked over again. It's really gone. The food and water in the room just now disappeared. Is this your special ability? Someone couldn't help but ask. Bang. As soon as he finished speaking, Tang Qiqiang slapped the man. Don't ask questions you shouldn't ask. Tang Qiqiang growled softly. Because this is nonsense. If it's not supernatural powers, could it be some other reason? It can't really be magic. I was wrong. Please forgive me. The man realized that he had said the wrong thing and looked at Xue Feng with fear. To inquire about this kind of information is tantamount to spying on secrets. Xue Feng nodded slightly without saying anything more. He doesn't mind showing off his special abilities in front of his own people. This will increase your prestige. Let Tang Qiqiang and the others know how unfathomable his strength is. Be more loyal to yourself. Tang Qiqiang finally breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that Xue Feng did not blame him. At the same time, I was very excited. I definitely made the right choice, which was to follow Xue Feng. Brother Xue Feng, are we just going to throw away these moldy foods? Tang Qiqiang felt sad when he saw a lot of moldy food thrown on the ground. During this period of time, they were searching for this rotten food. I don't know how many dangers they encountered, and several people lost their lives as a result. So in the eyes of Tang Qiqiang and others, this kind of food is equated with life. It was hard for Tang Qiqiang to accept that it was thrown away like this. After all, it's still edible, and at most it will just cause diarrhea. When food is scarce, these things can be eaten. But there's plenty of food in my base. If I get sick from eating this, it would be more trouble than good. Medicine is an extremely precious resource in the apocalypse. Xue Feng waved his hand and said, although this statement is not wrong. However, Tang Qiqiang and others still found it difficult to overcome this hurdle. Since the apocalypse, their perspectives have been completely changed. You've never eaten rotten food? Someone couldn't help but ask. Of course. Xue Feng nodded. As soon as these words came out, there were shocked looks all around. This proves that it has been possible since the Doomsday broke out. Xue Feng has never had a hard life. This immediately made Tang Qiqiang and others envious. As long as you follow me faithfully, your life will definitely be better than your current one, Xue Feng said. Hearing Xue Feng say this, Tang Qiqiang and others believed it without a doubt. After all, they have all witnessed Xue Feng's abilities. Soon the supplies in several rooms were cleared out. Everyone returned to Tang Qiqiang's base. Tang Qiqiang also has a lot of supplies, and there is more rotten food than the Red Flower Society. This is the next meal for these people. What surprised Xuefeng was that there was a room specifically for storing salt. They were all large, unopened bags of salt, weighing at least 5 or 6 tons. Tang Qiqiang explained with a wry smile. It turned out that the owner of this room was a peddler. There was once a rumor that table salt was contaminated and there would be no salt to eat in the future. Everyone was scrambling for salt. 092 eyes in the distance. The vendor felt that his chance to make a lot of money had come. The vendors immediately raised the price above the market price and stockpiled several tons of salt. As a result, a large amount of salt was put on the market the next day. The peddler's dream was shattered and all the salt was piled up in his house. Hearing this, Xuefeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. There is so much salt, enough to feed the people in their base for more than 10 years. At least now Xuefeng has a good deal and doesn't have to worry about salt anymore. Then Tang Qiqiang gathered everyone together. This time, Xuefeng finally met everyone in the base. There are more than 50 in total. Among them were 15 adult men, and the rest were women, children, and a few elderly people. Of course, he is not particularly old. He looks only about 60 years old. His legs and feet are very nimble when he walks. Those who were not in good condition would have collapsed when the apocalypse broke out. It has to be said that this was the first time Xuefeng had seen this kind of survivor structure. The number of people without combat capability is more than twice that of those with combat capability. You know, in the end times, it is not an exaggeration to say that these people are a burden. Why did Shen Ruyan lose control over her subordinates in the business world before? It's because there are too many women around him, and he is considered a burden by others. It eventually led to collapse. Yet here, there are still so many burdens. I can only say that Tang Qiqiang manages better. In the early stages, they also found enough supplies to keep everyone going. Otherwise, it would have collapsed long ago. When there is not enough food, Xuefeng doesn't think there are so many men willing to support the elderly, weak, and sick. After all, they can't even fill their own stomachs, so how can they let others enjoy the food? Don't trust human nature in the apocalypse. Without the constraints of law and morality, people may become beasts at any time. We do have a bit too many people, but they are still useful. Tang Qiqiang stuttered, trying to prove that these people were not a burden. It can help. But when the words came to his lips, Tang Qiqiang couldn't continue. After all, if you continue to say this, you are just deceiving yourself. It is of some use. You can participate in the construction of the base and do what you can. Xuefeng nodded. Women and children can pick and plant. Xuefeng has planned a planting area inside the villa area. If you want to survive for a long time in the Doomsday, the most critical issue is food. In fact, things like rice and flour are not a problem now, because what you find in the warehouse can last for a long time. What matters now are fresh vegetables, which are easy to grow. It also does not require a large area of land. If the area planned in the villa can be used to grow fresh vegetables, then it is enough for current consumption. And if there are more people, the area can be expanded. There are also large areas of open space near the villa area that can be used. But Xuefeng doesn't have this plan now. As for the elderly, they are not entirely a burden. When it comes to growing vegetables, young people in cities have no experience and don't know how to manage them. After all, growing vegetables is not just about growing them. On the contrary, some elderly people are more experienced in this area. Thank you very much. Tang Qiqiang thought that Xuefeng was just worried about them. In fact, Tang Qiqiang did not call out everyone to show Xuefeng at the beginning. That's the worry. They were afraid that Xuefeng would see so many burdens in their base. So I rejected my request to join. Now seeing Xuefeng's reaction, he realized that his worries were unnecessary. With so many people, do you have transportation? Xuefeng asked. The armored vehicle cannot carry so many people. Yes. Tang Qiqiang said immediately. There were 2 intact minibuses parked in the yard. They used it as an escape tool. If anything unexpected happens, abandon this place. This measure will not be used unless it is absolutely necessary. After all, no one knows where they can go after leaving here. There are zombies everywhere around, and if you go to an unfamiliar place, you may be blocked by zombies. This is also the reason why most people use their homes as their base after the apocalypse. Because I am familiar with it and know where the supermarkets and pharmacies are. Let's go. Xuefeng nodded. Soon Xuefeng's armored vehicle led the way, followed by 2 buses, heading towards the riverside villa area. But what Xuefeng didn't know was, just a few kilometers away, on a tall building, there were a few people standing. In front of them is a high-power telescope, which is usually used to observe the starry sky. Now it has become a tool for monitoring cities. They seem to be heading towards the villa area. That's a good place. It's built against the Qinjiang River, and the terrain is easy to defend but difficult to attack. The key lies in that user. This time he killed the green third-order mutant. He's really powerful. He also killed another user. Haha, this is the third time we've seen him. That armored vehicle is so conspicuous. Every time he travels, it attracts attention. It's hard not to see him. A few people were chatting and laughing, and it didn't seem like this was the end of the world. Apparently, they are also living comfortably in this environment. It's just that the person with the ability doesn't seem to have any helpers. No matter how strong you are still just one person. The next target of our attack may be this riverside villa. The women inside will all be ours. Several people showed obscene smiles. The vehicle soon arrived at the gate of Jiangpan community. Looking at the wall at the entrance of the community, Tang Qiqiang and others sitting on the bus were stunned. Not only were the walls reinforced, but they were also covered with barbed wire. This barbed wire fence won't be electrified. Someone couldn't help but say. But after saying this, the man shook his head in self-mockery. How is this possible? Nowadays in the apocalypse, electricity is a very scarce resource. There is only a small diesel generator at their base. I've never used it yet. Because there are so many people, we don't use it normally, and we don't dare turn on the lights at night. They were afraid that other survivors with bad intentions would know their location. Just then, they saw a few sparrows flying over. Nowadays, as humans have stopped large-scale activities, animals' activity territories are actually expanding. Two of the sparrows landed on the wire mesh. Bang! Flames appeared on the barbed wire, and the two sparrows were instantly charred by electricity. Everyone on the two buses was dumbfounded. I didn't expect that this barbed wire fence was actually electrified. How much electricity does this require? It's too extravagant. What kind of place is this? Is it a paradise in the apocalypse? There are still many things that will surprise them. 093 shocked Tang Qiqiang. Just as everyone was astonished, the door opened. Zhao Weisu and Xiao Wei and several others stood at the door with guns. Because of Shun Rian's suggestion, a watchtower was built in the villa area, and E-level women were arranged to take turns guarding it. So I discovered very early that Xue Feng had returned. Especially this time, there were two buses following behind, full of people. So when they came out today, they were all wearing camouflage uniforms. Anyway, they are all things in the arsenal. Each of them looks heroic and has a unique flavor. As for those bold clothes, you have to wait until there is no one around to wear them. Sir, who are these people? And Xiao Wei looked at the bus behind her in confusion. I didn't expect Xue Feng to bring so many people at once. They are all useful and can be used to build a base. Xue Feng smiled and patted in Xiao Wei's head. Hearing this, the two women behind in Xiao Wei smiled in surprise. They are Nie Xiaoxing's classmates and E-level members in the base. They were the ones who completed the work of installing the wire mesh. Before, they were all delicate little girls. Now they have to do this kind of work, which is a big challenge for them. Almost everyone had scars on their bodies, all of which were caused by injuries while working. They were very excited to hear that many people had come to the base. Finally, someone helped me share the work. There are 5 of you in total. Starting today, you will move up a level to D-level. Xue Feng also said to the two women. Thank you, sir. The two women were instantly excited. My hard work finally paid off. The improvement of the level means that the quality of food is improved. And they are all predictable. Most of these newcomers must be E-level members. I can finally enjoy the feeling of being superior to others, instead of at the bottom of the base. Gu Xiaoqian, please arrange for these people to live in the 4th and 3rd districts. Xue Feng then looked at Gu Xiaoqian. The Riverside Villa area is roughly a circular area. It was previously divided into 4 areas according to location. Each area has 5 to 6 villas. There are a total of 22 villas in the entire Riverside Villa area. Among them, Xue Feng and his family's current villa is located in the area closest to the interior. Areas 2, 3, and 4 form a semicircular shape surrounding Area 1. There is also a square and green belt separating the two. Having them live in the 3rd and 4th districts is like a defensive barrier. If danger occurs, they will predict it in advance. Whether it is the enemy or the zombies, it is impossible for them to cross these areas and attack Xue Feng's residence. I understand. Leave it to me. Also, Nie Xiaoya made some discoveries and asked you to take a look when you come back. Gu Xiaoqian nodded. Did Nie Xiaoya discover something? This surprised Xue Feng. Recently, Nie Xiaoya and her sister have been hanging out in the laboratory every day. I didn't expect to find it so quickly. In Xue Feng's impression, some major experiments take years. But since Nie Xiaoya is so eager, there must be something to gain. There is a guy named Tang Qiqiang in this group. He is classified as Class B. The others are Class C. After they are settled, let Tang Qiqiang come to me and let him visit the layout of the entire community. Xue Feng directly arranged for Gu Xiaoqian to be in charge of these matters. Then he asked in Xiaowei to take Li Wangmiao to the villa to take a bath and have something to eat. He went to find Nie Xiaoya, wanting to see what surprise Nie Xiaoya had for him. On the other side, Gu Xiaoqian brought Tang Qiqiang and others to districts 3 and 4. There are more than 50 people in total. I'll give you 4 villas. Do you have any objections? Gu Xiaoqian asked. No problem. Tang Qiqiang nodded immediately. It is the apocalypse now. Of course, it is impossible to expect that every family has a separate villa. It's good enough to have a place to live. And it wasn't crowded. There are only 2 or 3 people in a room at most. Some people are even now very afraid of resting alone. I wish there were people around me when I go to bed at night. Otherwise, a person would not even dare to close his eyes. After assigning the rooms, Gu Xiaoqian introduced a hierarchy and the issue of food distribution. Tang Qiqiang and others had never expected Xue Feng to provide them with food. I plan to search for it myself. It's worth it even if it means risking your life for this. It is not easy to eat a bite now. As for becoming a member of the base, you must abide by the base's regulations. All goods belong to the collective. Tang Qiqiang had no objection at all, because they didn't have much anyway. Tang Qiqiang had not expected the hierarchy system. He then discovered that Xue Feng's base was quite formal. Members are divided into several levels so that their responsibilities and powers are clearly defined, and there is a promotion mechanism. This avoids the possibility of internal strife. Because the outbreak of internal conflicts is often related to internal members' dissatisfaction with their own treatment. Okay, follow me next, and I'll introduce you to the internal structure. Gu Xiaoqian then took Tang Qiqiang and started walking along the streets of the Jianghuai Villa area. The second area has been divided into warehouses with some supplies. However, weapons and food are in the first area. There are also some generators installed here, and the water purification facilities are also in the first area. You will have access to clean water today. Gu Xiaoqian introduced as she walked. Hearing these words, Tang Qiqiang nodded secretly. This is definitely a wise move. Things like weapons and food are the most important things in the Doomsday. You must keep it by your side to feel at ease. The generator is different. It can be stored separately. If something happens to one set, the other spare set can be used immediately. What really surprised Tang Qiqiang was that there were water purification facilities in the community, and it can be used by everyone. Can I take a shower? Tang Qiqiang almost forgot when was the last time he took a hot bath. Anyway, it must be before the end of the world. Of course, but we have to conserve water. E-class personnel can only shower once a week, and each shower cannot exceed 20 minutes. I will monitor water usage, and if you exceed the limit, you will be punished. When the word punishment was mentioned, Gu Xiaoqian's mouth corners curled up. She always feels like she has awakened a new hobby recently. Just supervise the work of those little girls. If there is anything that is not satisfactory, punish them with a whip. But I've been a bit tired of playing it lately. She was used to seeing those people's reactions. Maybe I can find the excitement again in these newcomers. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaoqian only felt her body getting hot. 094 zombies in the basement. However, this feeling was soon hidden by Gu Xiaoqian. This side can only be shown to Xue Feng. Of course. Tang Qiqiang nodded heavily. He didn't notice anything strange about Gu Xiaoqian. In Tang Qiqiang's base, even drinking water is distributed according to quantity. What Tang Qiqiang felt shocked was, where on earth did Xue Feng get these supplies? Tang Qiqiang had heard of the Riverside Villa before. This is an area where rich people gather. Its characteristics are good greening, and the properties inside are among the best in the country. The villas are spaced far apart, so there is no need to worry about privacy. Of course, the biggest feature is the high housing prices. Ordinary people definitely can't afford it. After a round of introductions, Tang Qiqiang finally arrived at Area 1. The first thing Tang Qiqiang saw was rows of solar generators on the ground. Is this what the villas in the community rely on for electricity? Tang Qiqiang was surprised. Can these solar generators power the entire community? Especially since there is electrified barbed wire outside. If it rains and blows for several days in a row, we will be doomed. Of course there are more than these. There are some others, you will know later. Gu Xiaoqian originally wanted to say. There is also a special energy source inside the base, which is driven by the crystal core inside the zombies' heads. But then I thought, I shouldn't talk about this kind of thing myself. She just needs to introduce the places that the eyes can see. I understand. Tang Qiqiang also reacted immediately and realized that there might be some secrets here. It's better to ask as little as possible. The master is in the lab and told him to come in. Just at this moment, Nie Xiaoxing came out of a villa. This is the laboratory. It has been moved out of the previous basement. Okay, I'll leave it to you. I'll go introduce the rules to the newcomers. Gu Xiaoqian couldn't wait any longer. Go and train the newcomers first. Let them all know who they should listen to here. If you want to survive here, you have to know the rules of the base. Tang Qiqiang entered the laboratory under the guidance of Nie Xiaoxing. Although this villa has been converted into a laboratory, it only has 2 rooms. Because there are still too few test equipment. Roar. As soon as Tang Qiqiang entered, his face changed. This is the sound of zombies. There are zombies. Tang Qiqiang immediately became nervous, and his hand subconsciously reached for his waist. But only then did he realize that his gun was already inside the villa. Tang Qiqiang didn't dare walk around with a gun. What if it causes unnecessary trouble? After all, Tang Qiqiang was a newcomer and didn't know what the base was like. Now Tang Qiqiang discovered that the base seemed to be full of women. Moreover, the eyes these people looked at Xue Feng were full of admiration. It is obvious that he has a different relationship with Xue Feng. Tang Qiqiang has made up his mind to teach his men a lesson. Don't enter zone 1 lightly. Otherwise, if you see something you shouldn't see, be careful that your eyes may be gouged out. Don't worry, there are zombies, but they are in the basement. Nie Xiaoxing said quickly. In the basement. Tang Qiqiang was shocked. I didn't expect that there were zombies in this seemingly safe villa area. What is going on? Could it be that this zombie is someone's relative? In Tang Qiqiang's base, someone once locked a zombie in the bedroom. That zombie is his wife. The man hopes that there will be a special medicine to treat zombies in the future to heal his wife. What the man didn't expect was, it took the zombies 2 days to completely destroy the bedroom door. She rushed into the living room and bit the man to death. Not everyone can remain sane while watching their loved ones turn into zombies. Many people want to rescue it. As a result, he also died. Well, go in. Nie Xiaoxing said this and walked into the basement first. Tang Qiqiang followed and saw a large iron cage in the middle of the basement. There was a male zombie in the iron cage, and the voice he heard just now came from the zombie's mouth. Xue Feng stood with another very beautiful woman. Huh. This woman looks very similar to the one who led him. Could they be sisters? In addition to that was one of the women who greeted them at the door, the female survivor who looked very powerful. For some reason, Tang Qiqiang felt a sense of oppression from this female survivor. I'm afraid only a man like Xue Feng can suppress her. Tang Qiqiang, look at this zombie. What's the difference between it and ordinary zombies? Xue Feng saw Tang Qiqiang coming in, so he asked. After hearing this, Tang Qiqiang stared carefully at the zombies in the iron cage. They look no different, just ordinary zombies. Not some weird mutant either. The only apparent difference is that this zombie seems to be more violent. The power is greater, and the claws seem to swing faster. This zombie seems to be more powerful than ordinary zombies. After all, Tang Qiqiang has fought zombies many times and can be considered a veteran. He has a deep understanding of the speed and strength of zombies. They even conducted special research on how to deal with zombies. The best thing is to use longer weapons to prevent zombies from getting close to you. Never engage in close combat with zombies, as that would be extremely dangerous. Take advantage of the wide terrain and fight with the zombies. Because zombies move slowly, it is difficult for them to catch up with humans. The most feared thing is that there are too many zombies and they will eventually be surrounded by a large number of zombies. But the zombies in the cage in front of him were completely different. The speed of his feet is almost that of a human jogging, and it seems like it will never stop. If humans encounter such zombies, they will probably be in great danger. Yes, this is a zombie captured by my people. It's just an ordinary zombie, but it's more powerful than the previous one, Xue Feng said in a deep voice. Xue Feng had long discovered that zombies have a tendency to evolve collectively. The speed and power are greater. So when Zhao Weisu and others went out to write slogans, Xue Feng asked them to catch a living person and bring him back. Zhao Weisu fulfilled his mission and captured one alive. After careful analysis, Nie Xiaoye concluded that the zombies were indeed evolving. It's definitely not an illusion. What? Tang Qiqiang's eyes widened suddenly. Are zombies getting more powerful? Ordinary zombies have a huge advantage in numbers and are already difficult to deal with. If it evolves again, what should the remaining survivors do? Will those mutants also become more powerful? That's right. The situation we will face in the future will be even more dangerous. Xue Feng nodded solemnly. 095 the base that shocked Tang Qiqiang. Tang Qiqiang's expression also turned ugly. If it weren't for Xue Feng, he probably wouldn't have been able to notice this. Will the evolution of these zombies continue forever? Tang Qiqiang couldn't help but ask. If this is true, then the end of mankind will come. I don't know about that. We need to continue our research. Nie Xiaoye seemed very calm, and there was even a hint of excitement in her eyes. For a researcher, there is nothing better than a major discovery. It made her feel even happier. Especially the research on zombies and crystal cores, which was a field that Nie Xiaoye had never set foot in before. for the entire human race. This is something that has never been encountered before. This made Xiaoya full of energy. Human research has begun to slow down gradually in recent decades. Even many fields have remained stagnant for decades. Because basic technology cannot go any further. The smallest substance that humans can discover is the quark. Existing technology cannot make further breakthroughs in analyzing quarks. But what is now in front of Xiaoya is a new world that has never been discovered before. It may even be possible to break through previous human understanding of the world. Okay, this is not the place to talk. Let's go upstairs. Shuefeng said. There was a zombie nearby that was screaming, and I couldn't hear the voice clearly. By the way, let's reinforce this iron cage and add some defensive measures. If this zombie evolves into a mutant, the iron cage may not be able to stop it. Shuefeng reminded Xiaoya again. It is impossible for ordinary zombies to break through the iron cage. But the mutants are different. Who knows what weird skills he has? Okay. Xiaoya nodded. In fact, she also had this plan. And we plan to continue researching to see under what conditions zombies will break through and become mutants. Is it possible that all zombies are involved, or just some of them? Shuefeng returned to the office and called Shenrian over. At this time, the three people in front of Shuefeng were Tang Qiqiang, Zhao Weisu, and Shenrian. Shenrian and Zhao Weisu sat on the sofa next to them. Tang Qiqiang, on the other hand, was very humble and didn't dare to sit down until Shuefeng asked him to. Old Tang, does anyone among your people know how to grow vegetables, fruits, and melons? Shuefeng asked directly. Yes, there are quite a few. My wife can do it too. Tang Qiqiang replied quickly. After the apocalypse broke out, they were trapped in the community. Some people try to grow cucumbers and other vegetables at home. It can really bear fruit successfully. It's a pity that the area and number are too small. That's good. Next time I go to search for some seeds, we can start planting on the planned land. Starting from tomorrow, we can clean up the land first. How about leaving this matter to your wife? Shuefeng said. No problem. Thank you very much, sir. Tang Qiqiang was full of gratitude. This is equivalent to putting your wife in a management position. In the future, you will have a say in the base. Then let's upgrade your wife's treatment to that of a C-level employee first. Shuefeng nodded. Then he asked Shenrian how to make better arrangements for these new arrivals. The elderly, the weak, women and children have all gone to farm. So what should be done with the other young and middle-aged people? Our base is not short of weapons now. What we lack are combat personnel, so we should strengthen our forces in this area now. Shenrian had already had a plan. It's just that there were not enough people before, so some plans could not be implemented. Tell me more details. Shuefeng suddenly became interested. Shenrian smiled slightly and began to speak at length. The first thing is to train the people brought by Tang Qiqiang so that they can master the weapons in the arsenal. We need to train them to be qualified fighters, not just ordinary people who can only hold guns. The second thing is to strengthen patrols around the base. Make sure you are aware of any changes happening around you at the first opportunity. You can't just stay in the safe house. Otherwise, other survivors or powerful mutants will appear and attack. It's too late. Once the enemy breaks through the base, it will definitely cause large-scale damage. Destruction is often much easier than construction. Keep the enemy out of the country. Shuefeng suddenly thought of this word. Yes, that's what I mean. Shenrian nodded. Shuefeng was just about to let Tang Qiqiang take charge of this matter. After all, these people were brought by Tang Qiqiang, and Tang Qiqiang also has prestige among the crowd. But then Shuefeng saw Shenrian winking at him. He signaled with his eyes to look at Zhao Weisu. Shuefeng immediately understood what Shenrian meant. It is to let Zhao Weisu train Tang Qiqiang and others. It's like installing an insurance policy. If Tang Qiqiang and others were to have an internal conflict, Zhao Weisu would be able to discover it first. This is not because Shenrian does not trust Tang Qiqiang and others. But in the end times, human nature is very complicated. Shenrian was betrayed by the person she saved. So how could she easily trust a group of strangers now? Then I'll leave the training to you. Take them to training and patrol. Shuefeng looked at Zhao Weisu and said, No problem. Zhao Weisu nodded, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise. In Zhao Weisu's view, weak men are his servants. And she's the best at training these guys. After all, Zhao Weisu was also the head of a base before. Don't look at her previous identity as a teacher. It does not prevent one from showing combat talent after the outbreak of Doomsday. A woman leading herself? Tang Qiqiang raised his eyebrows slightly. He felt it was unreliable. After all, judging from Tang Qiqiang's career as a mercenary in the first half of his life, women are not good at fighting. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are female mercenaries in many movies and TV shows. In fact, you can hardly see any mercenaries on the real battlefield. This is a bloody job, Which woman would be willing to do it? It's nothing more than those film and television dramas wanting to put a beautiful woman in to increase the ratings. Don't worry, sir. I will definitely cooperate and obey your orders. However, Tang Qiqiang immediately said that he would definitely cooperate. He also specifically said that he would obey orders. Tang Qiqiang is not a fool. He certainly knows that Zhao Weisu intends to monitor them. In Tang Qiqiang's opinion, this is totally unnecessary. Because of the presence of Xue Feng, a powerful psychic, he and his brothers dared not have any disloyalty. Not to mention that Xue Feng saved their lives. Tang Qiqiang thought to himself that he was not that kind of ungrateful beast. However, Tang Qiqiang also understood Xue Feng's actions. If it were anyone else. In the end times, no one will trust others easily. Is it really possible for just this one woman to train them? 096 Thanksgiving Dinner. Tang Qiqiang has already seen that Zhao Weisu and Xue Feng are probably related. All the beauties in the base have surrendered to Xue Feng. Let me remind you, Zhao Weisu is the person whose combat power in our base is second only to mine. She is a person with special abilities and was the leader of a base before. Xue Feng reminded. At this time, there was another person with special abilities in the base, Hao Yifei. However, in Xue Feng's opinion, Zhao Weisu's combat effectiveness is stronger. Although Hao Yifei's ability is more suitable for combat, she does not have the intention to kill. In the end of the world, I just want to protect myself. Zhao Weisu is different. She has gathered a group of people and wants to gain a foothold in the Doomsday. A person with special abilities. I understand. Tang Qiqiang was shocked and nodded quickly. The look in his eyes when he looked at Zhao Weisu also became much more respectful. It turns out he is a person with special abilities. He also took charge of a base. That means I underestimated the other party just now. Thinking of this, Tang Qiqiang wanted to slap himself. What era is this? It's the end of the world. How can you still look at people with old eyes and look down on women? If you really offend a powerful person, you may not even know how you died. Then Xue Feng told Tang Qiqiang some details and told him that if he had any questions, he could come to him directly. Tang Qiqiang left with gratitude. After returning to District 3, my own residence, Tang Qi couldn't wait to tell his wife Song Yin the news. When Song Yin learned that she would be responsible for growing fruits and vegetables, her face was full of uneasiness. I've never organized so many people before. What if something goes wrong? Song Yin was just an ordinary housewife before. I have never been a manager at all. Not to mention organizing more than 30 people to grow vegetables. This is definitely not an easy thing. How can we make use of these more than 30 people, and how can we improve efficiency without keeping idle people? What if someone disobeys orders? These are all things to consider. Don't worry, I will make a plan for you. Besides, in the Doomsday, everyone knows the consequences of disobedience, and my ability can also play a role. Tang Qiqiang smiled. Tang Qiqiang had also been worried before, because before his men were persecuted by the Red Flower Society, they numbered at most 200 people. How to manage these more than 200 people? But later Tang Qiqiang found that his worries were unnecessary. Now the only hope for the survivors is to survive. As long as they can survive, they will do anything. Yeah. Song Yin nodded. Song Yin also understood that she could be promoted to sea level. It also has something to do with the husband's ability. Okay, it's getting dark, and it's time for dinner at 6 o'clock. Let's go. Tang Qiqiang was still looking forward to this first meal. Now that there are more people in the base, we can no longer eat in the villas where we live as before. Gu Shaoqian converted a vacant villa in District 3 into a canteen. In fact, it's just some tables, chairs, and benches. The actual cooking area is in Area 1. Now that there are more people, it's not just Lu Qiqi who cooks. Gu Shaoqian assigned all 5 original girls to Lu Qiqi. These 5 girls have now been upgraded to D-level personnel. When they learned that they would be working in the cafeteria from now on, they were all very excited. In the past, being a cafeteria Annie was a job they disliked. But now it seems like heaven. Gu Shaoqian arranged for them to go because these people had been trained. Even in the cafeteria, I would never dare to eat secretly. Tang Qiqiang and others soon received their dinner. It's fried rice with some ham, green beans, and other things added in. Everyone gets a plateful. When they saw that there was hot fried rice to eat, some people even shed tears of excitement. They all forgot when was the last time they had something hot. What's more, this is the staple food, rice. It is really difficult to eat staple food in the Doomsday, especially in cities. If you don't have electricity and want to cook something, you have to make a fire. But making a fire is a very troublesome thing, and you have to collect and cut branches, etc. It is not worth it to waste your energy for no reason. When people want to eat rice, most of them just soak it in water and eat it directly. Fried rice? That's something that only exists in dreams. The portion of fried rice is also quite big and can fill your stomach. They had previously thought that the amount of food they were allocated would be very little. Now it seems that I was worrying too much. At least I won't let them go hungry. Tang Qiqiang even noticed that there was an extra grilled sausage and an instant chicken leg on his plate. This is probably the treatment of B-level members. There was only one more grilled sausage on Song Yan's plate. You eat it. Tang Qiqiang habitually passed the chicken leg to Song Yan. This has been my life habit for many years. I let my wife eat first. No, you eat it. You will be the main force in the future. I am already very happy to have these. Song Yan shook her head firmly and returned the chicken leg. This is no longer an age of material abundance. As the pillar of the family, Tang Qiqiang must consume more food. Tang Qiqiang nodded and lowered his head to take a bite of fried rice. Normally it is just ordinary fried rice, but now it is incomparably delicious. Tang Qiqiang was so grateful now that he had made the right decision to request to join Xuefeng's base. The fried rice is pretty good. Lu Qiqi's cooking skills have improved a bit. Xuefeng also finished his dinner and gave his evaluation. Certainly, Xuefeng's food is not just fried rice. There are also some barbecues and the like. She has calmed down now. Lu Jun is safe, so she can feel at ease here. And Xiaowei understood Lu Qiqi's thoughts. I'm just worried about my brother. Hearing this, Xuefeng nodded. Then he looked at a new figure at the dining table. Li Wangyao. Are you used to being here? Xuefeng asked. Perhaps it was because his brother was mentioned that Li Wangyao was a little distracted. Xuefeng asked again before Li Wangyao reacted. Get used to it. It seems those dogs haven't forgotten me yet. They all remember the smell of me. When Li Wangyao saw the dogs that were taken away again, she felt much better. Especially when I see those dogs, they all look very good. Unlike the dogs he left behind, they were all skinny and pale from hunger. This made Li Wangyao start to doubt himself. Wouldn't it have been better to hand over all the dogs to Xuefeng? Keeping them with him would have been abusive to them. Thinking of this, Li Wangyao felt very guilty. He and his brother actually asked Xuefeng for instant noodles and mineral water. They should compensate Xuefeng. Suddenly, Li Wangyao's face turned red. 097, a girl with courage. Li Wangyao had been informed when she was within Xiaowei just now. In this base, Xuefeng is everything. He is their god. No matter what Xuefeng wants to do, they must obey absolutely. So Li Wangyao couldn't help but ask whether Xuefeng would force women. Li Wangyao still remembers how Xiaowei answered. That's not forced. It's a favor, understand? It's an honor. Visit. Will Xuefeng also visit me? If Xuefeng wanted to do this, Li Wangyao would definitely not refuse. Just consider it as a way of repaying a favor. Of course, Li Wangyao knew that this was just her wishful thinking. Would a big shot like Xuefeng even look at me a few more times? Train these dogs well, especially the Black Panther. Xuefeng did not forget the reminder he provided to himself. Black Panther will become an important helper in the future. Yes. Li Wangyao nodded. Xuefeng didn't say anything else. He just stood up and prepared to leave. At this moment, a sweet and crisp voice sounded. The others looked over and saw that the person who spoke was Hao Yifei. What's wrong? Xuefeng asked. Do I have any tasks? Hao Yifei has been doing some simple work these 2 days. She felt that this was not in line with her status as an A-level personnel. Now everyone in the base has their own things to do. Wang Xinyu is specifically responsible for drug management and has also opened a special medical room, responsible for dealing with general illnesses and first aid. As a housekeeper, Gu Xiaoqian is very busy every day. And Xiaowei is Xuefeng's personal secretary and is equivalent to Xuefeng's incarnation within the base. I am very busy every day, conveying Xuefeng's orders. The two sisters, Nie Xiaoya and Nie Xiaoxing, were hanging out in the laboratory. But it has the most important task, researching zombies and mutants, as well as energy devices. Xuefeng often goes to the laboratory to take a look. Only occasionally could some embarrassing sounds be heard. Among the A-level members in the base, he is the only one who has no actual function. There are only Hao Yifei and Yu Haoyun. But Yu Haoyun is a veteran after all, and is said to be the second woman Xuefeng brought back. This made Hao Yifei feel uneasy, and today she took the initiative to ask for the job. Then you can stay with Yu Haoyun for the next 2 days and find something to do according to Gu Xiaoqian's arrangements. Xuefeng said after thinking for a while. Since you can't sit still, find something to do. Okay. Hao Yifei nodded, feeling a little disappointed. Because in the past few days, she had been following Gu Xiaoqian's arrangements. It's just some simple chores. It's not that the big star Hao Yifei is unwilling to do it, but she wants to prove her worth more. Yu Haoyun's eyes revealed a cunning look, and no one knew what she was thinking. But his eyes kept wandering between Hao Yifei and Li Wangyao. After dinner, Xuefeng went to the kitchen. This was originally a villa and has now been specially renovated. Just move some kitchen utensils over here. However, the second floor is still where people live. Lu Qiqi and 5 other kitchen helpers now all live here. Starting tomorrow, they will have to get up at 4 o'clock in the morning to be responsible for breakfast. After all, there are more people in the base now, more than 60 in total. Meals must be prepared in advance. But fortunately, the quality requirements for food are not so high now. There is no such thing as delicious taste. Just cook it until it's cooked. Grown-ups, when the people in the kitchen saw Shui Feng, they all lowered their heads. Their mealtime is later. I will also be responsible for cleaning the kitchen utensils, etc. Shui Feng nodded as a greeting to them. Come with me and let them do the work. Shui Feng came directly in front of Lu Qiqi, then turned and left. Yes, sir. Lu Qiqi nodded gently. Seeing Lu Qiqi follow Shui Feng away, the other women in the kitchen all looked at her with envy. Could it be that the adults have taken a fancy to this? I'm so lucky. I also want to be noticed by the adults. We're lucky to be brought here. I guess everyone else in the school is dead. Several women chattered, feeling lucky to be alive. Although they have been working during this period. But I also heard some things happening outside. Supplies are becoming less and less, and zombies are becoming more and more dangerous. I feel extremely happy when I think that I have a safe environment. In fact, they wanted Shui Feng to notice them too. But they are also very clear about their current status. It would be better not to have such unreasonable thoughts at all. Shui Feng took Lu Qiqi to the second floor, where there was also a living room. You met your brother. What did he say to you? What do you think? Shui Feng asked. Last time, Zhao Weisu and Lu Qiqi went to the food street and exchanged information and weapons. Shui Feng did not ask Lu Qiqi carefully whether Lu Jun said anything. He happened to be free today, so he came over to ask about the situation. In fact, what Shui Feng wanted to know was what Lu Jun's real thoughts were. He had a plan for not letting Lu Jun come to the Riverside Villa area. It is equivalent to Lu Jun and others, and it is their own stronghold in the city. Provide them with weapons and equipment and let them protect themselves. But it's still safer to be on your own side. Today I brought Tang Qiqiang and others here because Tang Qiqiang's residence is very dangerous. The surrounding supplies have been almost searched out. He just happened to come here to be used as a tool for the production and maintenance of the base. After Lu Qiqi knew about this, she couldn't help but have some thoughts in her mind. Hearing Shui Feng's words, Lu Qiqi's face suddenly turned red, and she lowered her head slightly. My brother asked me to cook well, and Lu Qiqi's voice was very low and her breath was weak. Shui Feng could hardly hear anything in the end. Speak louder, I can't hear you. He had no choice but to ask Lu Qiqi to speak louder. Let me serve you, sir. Lu Qiqi finally plucked up the courage and looked up at Shui Feng. Lu Qiqi is young, beautiful, and full of youthfulness. Especially the red face, which makes people imagine a lot and a surge of love. Your brother actually said that. Shui Feng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. This is too direct. However, Lu Jun was a smart man and knew that the best way out for his sister was to follow him. Being your own woman means security. Well, please give me a chance to serve you. Lu Qiqi seemed to have made up her mind and looked at Shui Feng with a firm gaze. Serve? Do you know how to serve? Shui Feng's mouth curled up slightly. With such a newly ripe apple delivered to his doorstep, he had no reason to refuse it. 098 sir, I am here. I don't know, but sister you taught me a lot, said Lu Qiqi. Sister you, it must be Yu Haoyun. Why is there Yu Haoyun, who would teach Lu Qiqi these things? Could it be that she intended to make Lu Qiqi her woman? Thinking of this, Shui Feng felt that he seemed to understand a little bit. Why is Yu Haoyun called the goddess of luck by the system? Does it mean that if she is by my side, I will have good luck and love? Of course, this is just a guess. Without waiting for Shui Feng to speak. Suddenly, Lu Qiqi took off her sneakers, revealing the cute small cartoon socks inside. This made Shui Feng unable to help but take a few more glances, thinking it was playful and cute. Lu Qiqi had just turned 18 and still had some youthfulness in her. Of course, if it were in ancient times, she would have been married for 5 or 6 years. Sir, I'm here. Lu Qiqi's voice trembled slightly. Then she came to a position just one step in front of Shui Feng and took off her sweatshirt. Shui Feng brought over a pack of toilet paper and asked her to wipe herself first. Then he silently opened his property panel. Current host properties panel. Strength, 41. Agility, 51. Spirit, 30. Durability, 50. Luck, 38, plus 100. Abilities, Shen Xiao, level 2, level 3. Sure Skin, level 2, level 1. Sherling, level 2, level 1. The durability is 50. Shui Feng previously thought that durability might be related to resistance to poisons. But as my abilities in certain areas improved, I began to become stronger and stronger. Xuefeng was a little skeptical that this durability should not be resistance. It's just the endurance of the body. Lu Qiqi was lying on the table like a paralyzed person, with a dazed look in her eyes. I have to say, it's great that the durability has been improved. Seeing that Lu Qiqi was still panting, Xuefeng slowly picked up Lu Qiqi. I returned to the villa next door and went into my bedroom. After Xuefeng's unremitting efforts, no one finally launched a sneak attack at night. I can sleep soundly. But he brought Lu Qiqi here tonight, because he had something he wanted to ask Lu Qiqi. Did your brother ask to go to the villa area? In the bedroom, Xuefeng gently stroked Lu Qiqi's waist. The smooth and delicate feel will make you linger. He didn't say that. Instead, he said that he would be useful in the food court and asked me to stay here with peace of mind. Lu Qiqi said softly, her tone a little weak. But it is full of happiness. Lu Qiqi had a misunderstanding about Xuefeng before. She thought Xuefeng was a villain. It also caused me to be separated from my brother. But now she understood that Xuefeng was simply a very kind person. He was actually willing to share medicine and weapons with his brothers. If it weren't for Xuefeng, they would have died at the hands of that group of bad youths long ago. With Yu Haoyun's persuasion, she also knew how to survive here. Well, if there is any danger, they will come over. Xuefeng nodded. Xuefeng no longer just regarded Lu Jun as a partner. Treat them as your subordinates. Especially since Lu Jun took the initiative to let his sister follow him. Well, thank you very much, sir. Lu Qiqi lay on Xuefeng's chest, unable to hold back her tears of excitement. Lu Qiqi also thought that it would be better if her brothers came over. But Lu Jun specifically stated that his food street is doing well now. He has expanded his territory and has guns and grenades. There you can better demonstrate your role. But now with Xuefeng's guarantee, she felt more at ease. When he woke up the next morning, Xuefeng found that Lu Qiqi was gone. In fact, he felt it at around 4 o'clock. Lu Qiqi had quietly gotten up, probably going to work in the kitchen. Even though she is his woman, the base does not keep idle people. Lu Qiqi didn't feel that she should receive special treatment because of this. She must work hard to complete her own work. Lu Qiqi is especially clear about her cooking skills, which is a bit hard to describe. I must seize the time to practice well, otherwise I will lose my position as kitchen manager. You might even be demoted by then. Of course, the most important reason is that Lu Qiqi knows that the competition within the base is very fierce. They all wanted to get closer to Xuefeng, and she didn't have the confidence to compete with other women. After all, there is a big star in the base. Just as Xuefeng stretched, a voice appeared in his mind. The intelligence system has been updated. 099 dangerous, eye-catching information. Bite. Today's intelligence system has been updated. 1. At 10:10 a.m., a conflict will break out at a gas station 8 kilometers southeast. 2. Today, a zombie tidal wave will erupt in the city center, with thousands of zombies gathering together. Special reminder to the host. A 4th-order mutant will appear. 3. On the TV station tower, someone is monitoring the city's movements and has discovered the host's traces. Among these 3 pieces of information, the second one is in eye-catching red font. Xuefeng was startled by this. Tide of zombies, 4th-order mutants. Xuefeng had seen this before. A 3rd-level mutant could control a certain number of ordinary zombies. Judging from the several 3rd-level mutants he encountered, the number was probably around 3 to 500. Now a 4th-order mutant has appeared. The appearance of the zombie tide must have been caused by the 4th-level mutant. This group of zombies will be a huge threat. Xuefeng felt a chill at the thought of thousands of zombies rushing towards his base. This is absolutely an unimaginable horror scene. Only with super strong firepower can these zombies be stopped. Wait. Xuefeng suddenly thought of something. The key to the zombie tide should be the 4th-level mutant. It is precisely because of the appearance of the 4th-level mutant that the zombie tide appears. As long as the 4th-level mutants are eliminated, the zombie tide should be dismantled. Thinking of this, Xuefeng breathed a sigh of relief. If thousands of zombies attacked their base recklessly, Xuefeng would have no choice but to escape with his men. As for the other 2 pieces of information, Xuefeng was also quite concerned about them. The first one is 8 kilometers south of the city, which is out of the city and on the outskirts. Will conflict break out there? Gasoline. It must be gas. Gasoline is very important in the apocalypse. Without gasoline, cars cannot be driven and large-scale activities cannot be carried out. It is impossible to search for supplies. Now all the supplies in the city have been looted. Especially gasoline and the like, they should have run out. Xuefeng also passed by several gas stations, but there was no gasoline in them. What Xuefeng didn't expect was that the battle spread to the suburbs. It should be that when the Doomsday broke out, Many survivors left the city and came to the suburbs to establish bases. They avoided being surrounded by zombies from the very beginning. I don't know what forces are fighting together this time. The information provided was rather vague, but Xuefeng definitely had to take a look. What Xuefeng didn't expect was, the TV tower is the tallest building in the city. I didn't expect that there was someone monitoring us from the top of the TV tower. I'm afraid he has also discovered my whereabouts. It's impossible to guard against. However, Xuefeng also knew that it was only a matter of time before his base was exposed. With so many people moving around in the city, how could they not attract attention? The question is what to do next. Xuefeng wanted to find out what kind of force this group of people belonged to and what their purpose was. Watching most of the city from here. If the other party has good intentions, then there is no problem. But if the other party is malicious, then don't blame yourself for being impolite. The TV station building. How Yifei should be familiar with that place. After all, he is a big star and must record programs frequently. So after breakfast, Xuefeng asked How Yifei to go out with him. When she heard that they were going out, How Yifei instantly became excited. She couldn't wait to show her abilities. Whether it's searching for supplies or doing other things, she can do it. I am not eating for free. No matter what, I am a person with special abilities, and it is time to display my abilities. The armored vehicle roared and headed towards the southern suburbs. On the way, Xuefeng also asked whether How Yifei had ever been to the TV station. Of course I have been there, and have been on several shows. How Yifei nodded immediately. Have you ever been to the tower on the top floor? Xuefeng asked again. The tower on the top floor? I haven't been there. That place is usually closed, and you can only go up by stairs. How Yifei said after thinking for a while. She was very curious why Xuefeng asked about the TV station's tower. Do you want to go up and take a look? There must be other reasons. Thinking of this, How Yifei's face suddenly turned red. Because she had heard before that there was once a big boss. I especially like to be in a high-rise building with my lover. The feeling of overlooking the entire city is very special. Could it be that Xuefeng also wants this? What should I do then? How Yifei's heart was beating like a deer. Xuefeng certainly didn't notice How Yifei's thoughts. He was thinking about how to use these 3 pieces of information. Only in this way can you maximize your own interests. Soon a plan emerged in his mind. But before that, he still needs enough intelligence. Xuefeng Kai didn't drive fast along the way. He was keeping track of time. According to the intelligence, the conflict will break out at 10:10. On the way to the southern suburbs, Xuefeng noticed that the road was relatively clear. There were hardly any cars blocking the road. This seems very strange. After all, when the apocalypse breaks out, the city is in chaos and congested everywhere. The only explanation is that someone passed through here. Where are we going? Isn't it the TV station? Looking at the car driving towards the suburbs, How Yifei couldn't help asking. There are no tall buildings nearby, only low-rise bungalows, and occasionally large tracts of farmland can be seen. There were only a few zombies on the road. Let's not go to the TV station first. Let's go and watch the fun. Xuefeng smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of gunfire was suddenly heard not far away. Da-da-da. Someone is fighting. Xuefeng looked towards the place where the gunshot came from and could already see the outline of a gas station in the distance. Okay, let's get out of the car. You should be wearing a bulletproof vest. Xuefeng turned his head and stared at How Yifei. Among the supplies in the armory, there are also some bulletproof vests. Although Xuefeng doesn't need it, he has the special ability, Stone Skin. The defense is much better than a bulletproof vest. Wearing a bulletproof vest can only affect his speed. But the people around me need this. I put it on. How Yifei nodded immediately, and the expression on her face became much more serious. That's good. Xuefeng nodded. This time Xuefeng had no intention of taking advantage of the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. He just came to verify the intelligence. There is no need for head-on confrontation, and the bulletproof vest is just an insurance. After the 2 people got off the car, Xuefeng immediately put the armored vehicle back into the space backpack. Taking advantage of the cover of the woods on both sides of the road, Xuefeng and How Yifei quietly approached the gas station. Soon Xuefeng saw that there were more than a dozen cars parked on the road not far from the gas station. These dozen or so cars should belong to 2 different forces, and both sides were firing tentatively. 100 The omen of the zombie tide. Xuefeng then looked towards the gas station. I immediately understood why the 2 sides had a conflict here. There is actually a whole row of tanker trucks parked inside this gas station. There are about a dozen or so. Regardless of whether there is oil in these tanker trucks, they are all very important and valuable things. I only have 1 tanker truck, which was given to me by the system. Of course, Xuefeng's demand for tanker trucks is not high. But it's different for others. These are very important strategic resources. So many tankers are parked here, probably for safety reasons. Otherwise, if an accident occurs, the explosion of so many tanker trucks will be earth-shattering. Gas station explosions have occurred abroad. Houses within a few hundred meters around collapsed, and glass for several kilometers was shattered. Xuefeng saw it clearly. Hao Yifei was a little confused. She couldn't see the specific situation clearly at this distance. There was only a blurry silhouette. But she could also notice that there were two groups fighting. Do we want to be the last one to take action? Hao Yifei couldn't help asking. Just take a look at the situation. Xuefeng waved his hand and said. What both sides were fighting for was just the tanker truck, which was not an important resource for Xuefeng. He didn't have to take action. Moreover, there were a lot of people and vehicles on both sides. If a few people were let go, Xuefeng would have leaked his information. The gain does not outweigh the loss. Xuefeng, who owns an intelligence system, knows too well the role of intelligence. I have to say that being in the suburbs has its advantages. The two sides fought for a long time, but did not attract many zombies. Only a dozen or so zombies appeared beside the road and headed towards the source of the gunshots. Just as the two sides were exchanging fire, something unexpected happened. A huge black shadow over 6 meters tall suddenly appeared behind one group of people. The black shadow opened his arms silently and hugged 7 or 8 people in an instant. These 7 or 8 people disappeared in an instant without even a scream. It was swallowed directly into the abyss. By the time the other people discovered the situation, it was too late and their side had lost more than half of its combat effectiveness. The person on the opposite side rushed over directly. After a burst of gunfire, the battle ended. This ability is very strange. Hao Yifei widened her eyes. What exactly is that black shadow? It can let other people be sucked into the darkness silently. How is it controlled? It's very strange, so we can't reveal our identities. Xuefeng narrowed his eyes. This was the first time Xuefeng saw a supernatural power that he could not understand. Although I have a system, I must never take it lightly. Originally, Xuefeng planned to secretly destroy those tanker trucks. Let these people go home empty-handed. But now he gave up this idea and just wanted to verify the information. Anyway, I may not encounter these survivors. What Xuefeng is most worried about now is the tide of zombies. And the 4th level mutant in the intelligence. That is marked in red font, which means extreme danger. He doesn't have the energy to take on another opponent right now. What's more, the other party is more numerous and powerful, so exposing yourself is not a wise choice. While the group was checking the spoils, Xuefeng took Hao Yifei and quietly left. And this time Xuefeng did not summon the Doomsday chariot again. Instead, a tanker truck was summoned. This time he had to verify the third piece of information first, the guy who was monitoring the entire city from the TV tower. Especially since the other party has already discovered his whereabouts. If we drive the Doomsday chariot again, it will easily alert the enemy. Hao Yifei was a little confused as to why Xuefeng didn't drive the Doomsday chariot. Opt for a tanker truck instead. But she didn't ask any more questions, because Xuefeng must have a reason for doing this. All I have to do is follow Xuefeng. On the way, Hao Yifei's expression became much more serious, and she did not dare to take it lightly. There are too many powerful people with special abilities in the apocalypse. I must also be vigilant and become Xuefeng's helper. Soon Hao Yifei discovered something unusual. The tanker truck had already passed several blocks away. Hao Yifei was surprised to find that the zombies he encountered along the way were no longer wandering around aimlessly. Instead, they walked slowly and orderly in one direction, which was the direction of the city center. Even when a tanker truck passed by, the zombies remained unmoved. It seems as if its original characteristics have changed. The zombies around the street seemed to be gathering towards one place. After observing for a long time, Hao Yifei exclaimed. Hao Yifei had never seen such a phenomenon before. What is going on? This is a zombie tide. I'm afraid all the zombies within a few kilometers will gather together. Xuefeng said slowly. Tide of zombies? It was the first time that Hao Yifei heard this word. So these zombies gather together. What are they going to do? Hao Yifei couldn't help asking after all. I don't know either, but we don't have much time left. Let's go to the TV tower first. As Xuefeng spoke, he stepped on the accelerator even harder. The tanker truck sped up, and he deliberately took a detour to avoid being seen from the direction of the TV station. Why go to the TV station at this time? Hao Yifei didn't quite understand. But since Xuefeng said so, there must be a reason. Soon the TV tower came into view. When he saw the TV station again, Hao Yifei looked a little dazed. The last time she came here was before the apocalypse broke out. At that time, Hao Yifei was the center of attention, with countless people surrounding her. Now there are only zombies around. When the tanker truck arrived downstairs of the TV station, zombies surrounded it. The zombies here seem to be unaffected and are just wandering around. There was no need for Xuefeng to take action, How Ife took action to deal with these zombies. Look at these cars. Is there anyone here? Then how Ife was surprised to find several off-road vehicles parked at the entrance of the TV station. It was covered in blood and flesh, probably the remains of zombies that were killed by the collision. How Ife was very surprised. There weren't many supplies in the TV station, and even food wasn't allowed in, because food will attract rats. There are many important devices in the TV station, and the circuits are also complicated. There must be absolutely no room for error. Otherwise, if the cable is chewed by rats, it may cause a live broadcast accident. There is someone inside. You guard this exit and kill anyone who comes out, Shuefeng said with narrowed eyes. The other party's car is at the door. If someone runs out, they will definitely come out from the main door. Okay, how Ife nodded heavily. I feel more and more that Shuefeng is very mysterious. How did they know there was someone in this building? What Shuefeng did next surprised how Ife even more. Shuefeng's hand touched the cars, and then the cars disappeared out of thin air, as if it never existed. How on earth is this done? 101 bonus, genetically modified potatoes. In the apocalypse, available resources are becoming increasingly scarce. There aren't many intact cars in the Xiefeng base. Anyway, my space capacity is still very large, so when I come across a suitable car, I can just put it into the space backpack. Be careful. It's best to hide and avoid a head-on confrontation. Shuefeng did not forget to remind Hao Yifei. After all, he didn't know how many people were on the top floor of the building. However, Shuefeng had a hunch that there must be someone capable among them. Yeah, Hao Yifei nodded. She had also prepared this way. Hao Yifei had long discovered that his special abilities did not give him an advantage in frontal combat. In many cases, guns are even more powerful than her superpowers. But if you attack from the dark, your attack will be silent. There was only a slight sound of breaking through the air. It's impossible to guard against. Shuefeng turned and went upstairs. On the way, he had already learned about the basic structure of the TV station, which was similar to that of a hotel. There are a total of 16 floors, and the bottom 6 floors are studios. Above are various office floors. Now that the electricity is out, the only way to get up is by stairs. On the way, Shuefeng saw many zombies that had been killed. Even on the road, Shuefeng saw a particularly beautiful female zombie, wearing a miniskirt and black stockings. She is actually a little star who goes for the sexy route. It's a pity that he also turned into a zombie and was killed. Shuefeng judged that the entire TV station had been cleaned up almost completely. This saved Shuefeng a lot of trouble. Shuefeng walked up, listening to the noise. Apart from the occasional sounds of zombies coming from some rooms, there was no other movement. The closer he got to the top level, the more cautious Shuefeng became. Finally, when he was about to reach the top floor, Shuefeng noticed that the top floor was locked. But it's locked from the outside. He put his ear close to the security door and heard a sound coming from outside. The guy driving the armored car has disappeared. I saw it heading out of the city earlier, which happens to be the direction we are heading. That guy is probably just searching everywhere. His movements are erratic. Hearing these voices, Shuefeng's heart sank. There were 3 voices talking on the top floor, which proved that there were at least 3 people. And it seems that the intelligence was correct. These guys have already set their sights on me. I'm afraid he already knows the location of his base. That guy's base is pretty good. I wonder when the leader will lead us to conquer it. Don't worry, it's already in our plan. We'll take it down soon. Then the women and supplies inside will all be ours. The key is that the mutant is very powerful. He can even kill a 3rd-level mutant. So what? The leader can do it too. The leader's ability is definitely the strongest. These people started talking again. But after listening for a long time, Shuefeng still couldn't find any useful information. What Shuefeng was most interested in was the ability of the boss they were talking about. What kind of ability makes them so confident? At least Shuefeng was certain that the leader they were talking about was very powerful. Can also deal with 3rd-order mutants. In Shuefeng's mind, the scene he had seen before suddenly flashed through his mind. Is the person with special abilities who can create huge black shadows the leader these guys are talking about? Did that leader master the method of upgrading his supernatural powers? I am now improving my abilities through system upgrades. But there must be other ways to enhance the abilities of those with special abilities. It must be related to the crystal core. Thinking of this, Shuefeng's mouth corners raised. I have decided to interrogate these people thoroughly and dig out all the information I want to know. Snap! Shuefeng simply pulled the iron door open with his bare hands. The noise naturally attracted several people on the roof. In an instant, 3 guns were pointed at the door at the same time. Time 0. However, Shuefeng had already activated his special ability and slowed down the speed of the surrounding space. So what these 3 people saw was a scene that made them feel terrified. A black shadow flashed out from the door at such a speed that even its appearance could not be seen clearly. What the hell? The three men roared and pulled the trigger in an instant. I never thought that something that was so fast could be a human. Subconsciously, I thought it was some kind of mutant. Da-da-da. The bullets hit the walls and the ground madly, but couldn't even touch Xue Feng's shadow. Xue Feng's speed was really too fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already behind the three people. Sizzle. Electricity appeared from behind them and struck their bodies. The three of them instantly fell to the ground and began to twitch, their bodies shaking constantly. Xue Feng controlled his strength and did not kill them directly. It just numbed them with electricity. At this moment, a voice sounded in Xue Feng's mind. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying their intelligence. Reward. 1,000 bags of genetically modified potato seeds. This variety has been systematically improved. Genetically modified potato seeds. It only takes 1 month to mature, and the mature fruit is twice as large as ordinary potatoes. Hearing about this reward, Xue Feng's eyes lit up. Potatoes are a good thing and a food with high nutritional value. It contains a lot of starch, vitamins, dietary fiber, etc. In many places, potatoes are a staple food. The general potato maturity period is about 2 months. It only takes 1 month for the system to send you the seeds. The fruit will also be twice as large. It is twice as good as ordinary potatoes in all aspects. Xue Feng was very excited. What he lacks most now is seeds. Xue Feng didn't see any seed shops along the way, as these shops are usually not located in the city. Now the system has completely solved this problem. And the 1,000 bags of seeds given by the system can at least plant tens of thousands of acres of land. Later on, you can use the rhizomes of potatoes to grow potatoes, so you don't need seeds. Because potato seeds are relatively small, only the size of soybeans, the germination rate is relatively low. The matter of the seeds can be discussed later. Xue Feng looked at the three people who had collapsed on the ground. He took out a rope from his space backpack and tied the three people together. Then he looked carefully at the top floor of the TV station. I discovered that there were actually 3 high-power telescopes, each facing a different direction. It turns out that these guys are using this method to monitor the entire city. That's a good idea. Xue Feng couldn't help but nod in admiration, as he had similar thoughts. There just isn't the energy left to do it. It seems that the forces behind these 3 guys in front of me are quite powerful. Is there anyone capable among you 3? Xue Feng stared at the 3 people with a cruel smile on his face. 102. Anyone who insults my woman must die. Xue Feng took care of these 3 people too quickly. Even if these 3 people have special abilities, they have no chance to use them. If there are people with special abilities among them, this rope won't be able to tie them up. Xue Feng must first figure out this matter before he can slowly begin the interrogation. Stared at by Xue Feng, the 3 people subconsciously looked away. They all knew how powerful Xue Feng was. I have witnessed the scene of Xue Feng dealing with the 3rd-level mutant. Bang! Xue Feng took out the axe without saying a word. He just chopped off the head of the guy in the middle. There were only 2 people left, a thin man and another man in a black leather jacket. Oh! Both of them couldn't help but exclaim. Blood and white stuff splattered on their faces. Although they knew that Xue Feng was very strong, they did not expect that Xue Feng could be so cruel. Without saying a word, he killed one of their companions. Is there anyone capable among you 2? Xue Feng continued to ask. But this time, there were only 2 people instead of 3. No, I'm not a person with special abilities. The thin man began to shake his head frantically, his face distorted. He was afraid that if he answered slowly, he would also become a soul under the axe. I'm not a person with special abilities either. The man in the leather jacket also shook his head. The man in the leather jacket performed better than the thin man. Haha, neither of you has special abilities? How dare you monitor the entire city here? Xue Feng sneered and didn't believe it at all. If he had sent people here, in addition to providing weapons, it would be safer to send someone with special abilities here. The guy you killed was a person with special abilities. We haven't seen his abilities many times. It seems that he can turn into a crocodile. The thin man couldn't wait to tell everything. Xue Feng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that he would just kill a guy casually. He is the only one with special abilities among these 3 people. But on second thought, this may have something to do with my own lucky attributes. Apart from this surveillance point, do you have companions responsible for surveillance in other places? Xue Feng asked again. No, no more. The thin man shook his head. Just from this one place, you can monitor most of the city. There was no need for them to go anywhere else. Then where is your base? How many people are there in it? How many people with special abilities are there? How strong is your leader? Xue Feng continued to ask. A series of questions were raised. The thin man's face suddenly became extremely ugly. Don't tell him. He will kill us anyway. the man in the leather jacket said in a deep voice at this time. After hearing what the man in the leather jacket said, the thin man's face became even uglier. I was almost crying. Haha, who said I must kill you? I still need a hostage to lead the way. There are many benefits to leaving a person alive. I don't lack food. Xuefeng smiled and squatted in front of the two people. Judging from his appearance, he seemed to be choosing who to let survive. Killing these two men was too easy. But the best way, of course, is to leave one alive. This way you can ask any questions at any time. I'm willing to say anything. Please choose me. I don't want to die, the thin man begged. Because of fear, a foul smell even came from under the thin man's body. This made Xuefeng frown. You just said that after you kill me, the women in the base will belong to you. Xuefeng said coldly. Xuefeng remembered that obscene voice clearly. It's this thin guy. What? The thin man's expression froze instantly. Then the thin man saw the last scene, which was Xuefeng raising the axe. Then his head floated up and fell from the top floor. If you dare to have ideas about my woman, you will die, Xuefeng said expressionlessly. Then he looked at the man in the leather jacket. You killed him too. Aren't you afraid that I won't tell you the information? The man in the leather jacket widened his eyes. It feels unbelievable. I didn't expect Xuefeng to kill two people at once. You can choose not to say anything, or you can choose to live, Xuefeng said. In fact, even if the man in the leather jacket didn't say it, he knew some basic information. For example, where is their base? Because right next to a few people's belongings, there was a city map. There were actually 7 or 8 gathering places of survivors marked on it. Among them is its own riverside villa community. Not only their own, but also Lu Jun and their food street are included in the standards. When Xuefeng saw the map for the first time, he was a little surprised. He didn't expect that there were so few large groups of survivors in the city, only 7. Perhaps there are still some survivors of a few individual operations. But the number is definitely very small. In the apocalypse, it is easier to survive if we unite together. There will be more supplies to search for. In addition, these 3 people even set up their own base camp. Not far from the southern outskirts of the city, there should be a cannery. Now it has been occupied and become their base. Kill the thin man simply because he made him angry. If the man in the leather jacket was unwilling to tell him the information, then Xuefeng would just kill him directly. He can find out the information himself in the future. It will just take some time. Leaving the skinny guy alive would only make him feel disgusted. I say. Taking a deep breath, the man in the leather jacket made a decision. This is the only option to survive. Then the man in the leather jacket told everything he knew. His name is Qin Fengshan. He was originally an ordinary employee in a cannery. When the apocalypse broke out, the organization in their factory resisted the first wave of zombie attacks. The surrounding walls were reinforced to turn the cannery into a solid base. Even though there is no electricity. However, the thing that was most abundant inside the cannery was food. A conservative estimate is that their canned food is enough to feed more than 100 employees for at least 2 years. The shelf life of canned food is very long, often 2 or 3 years. Even in some European and American countries, there are canned foods with a shelf life of 10 years. The cannery employees prepared to stay where they were and wait for rescue. They all thought at the time that the apocalypse would not last long. As long as you hold on, rescue will come sooner or later. The result was what Qin Fengshan and the others didn't expect. Just 10 days later, a group of people broke into the food factory. They seized control of the food and killed many cannery employees. That chief didn't just kill the rebels. He also killed everyone over 50, saying they were a waste of food. Old Lu is set to retire in a month. When Qin Fengshan said this, his eyes turned red. There must be Qin Fengshan's friends among those who died. 103 evolved superpowers. Kill him because he's old? At least Xuefeng would not do such a thing. He can watch people die without helping them and refuse to rescue people who have nothing to do with him. But it would not come to the point of killing older people in order to save food. Wouldn't it be better to let them go out and fend for themselves? Suddenly Xuefeng understood why the other party did this. Let out the older ones, as they might leak information inside the cannery. So kill them all. Cruel and ruthless. This is the evaluation made by Xuefeng. What are your leader's special abilities? How many people does he lead? How many of them have special abilities? Please be more specific. Xuefeng reminded. Xuefeng didn't have time to listen to Qin Fengshan's story. I can tell you, but you have to promise me one thing. Qin Fengshan gritted his teeth. Dare to bargain with yourself? Xuefeng was happy. You should know that there are 2 corpses on the ground, both of which are the result of being disobedient. Don't worry, I will spare your life. Xuefeng said. No, you can kill me or chop me up as you like. I just have a small request. If you can meet the leader, it would be best to kill him. Qin Fengshan said slowly. Why? Do you have a grudge against it? Shuefeng asked. Yes, he killed my brother. Qin Fengshan nodded, his eyes full of hatred. Qin Fengshan and his younger brother Qin Hualin both lost their parents early. They have been dependent on each other since childhood. In order to survive, they all went to work in the factory together. As a result, his younger brother Qin Hualin was killed by the leader. The leader killed your brother, and you still work for him? How could the leader let you live? Shuefeng sneered. I think Qin Fengshan is lying. My brother just joined the factory, and no one knows about his relationship with me yet. That bastard leader killed a lot of people to establish his authority, and my brother was among them. Qin Fengshan wanted to survive, and also to give himself a chance for revenge. That's why I have endured until now. Okay, do you want to avenge him? If you want revenge, then join me. Shuefeng noticed Qin Fengshan's hatred, which was definitely not a disguise. Of course I want revenge. The leader is the most terrifying guy I have ever seen. It can be said that he is not a human being at all. He is a devil. Qin Fengshan continued. According to Qin Fengshan's description, the leader's appearance was very ordinary. He looked like an old man in his 50s and didn't seem to pose any threat. But the leader's special ability is extremely terrifying. Qin Fengshan had seen with his own eyes that the leader could summon a black monster, devouring both the living and the zombies silently. At the beginning, the black shadow could only swallow 2 people at a time, but now it can swallow more than 10 people. I don't know what kind of monster it is. Qin Fengshan's eyes were full of fear, because many people say that it is the gate to hell. Those who are devoured will never be reborn. You mean, your leader's abilities are upgrading? Shuefeng knew that he had seen the leader display his abilities. It's at the gas station in the southeast suburbs. The cannery is also in the southern suburbs, proving that the chief is expanding his territory eastward. But there were many enemies at that time, and the battle was very stalemate. Shuefeng didn't see everyone's appearance clearly, so he didn't know what the leader looked like. But in the Doomsday, there are definitely not many men in their 50s, so they are easy to identify. Yes, his abilities are upgrading. It's not just him. There are 8 people with special abilities at the base, and their abilities are much stronger than they were at the beginning. Qin Fengshan's eyes revealed helplessness and jealousy. After all, Qin Fengshan himself is not a person with special abilities. How he wished he could be one of them, so that he could protect the cannery and his brother. Then do you know how they upgrade their superpowers? Shuefeng immediately asked again. I don't know about that. Those who possess superpowers are all high-ranking personnel. The person you killed at the beginning should know. Qin Fengshan looked at the unlucky guy whose head was split open. Shuefeng was speechless for a moment. At first, he thought that he had killed a person with special abilities in one fell swoop. I'm just lucky. I only now realize that this is a reflection of extremely bad luck. If Yu Haoyun is not by his side, his luck will not reach the highest level. If that person with the ability is still alive, no matter what means Shuefeng uses, he will pry open the other person's mouth. What a pity. Shuefeng ignored Qin Fengshan first and came to the telescopes. He first used one of them to look in the direction of the south suburbs cannery. Unfortunately, the view was blocked by many trees and I couldn't see what was happening over there. Then Shuefeng wanted to put away these high-power telescopes. In an era without electricity, these things were precious. Shuefeng can bring it back to the base and use it for the sentries on guard duty, so that he can detect abnormalities in more distant places. After all, he was still busy and had to go to the city center to verify the information. Go check out that extremely dangerous 4th-order mutant. Wait, Shuefeng suddenly thought of something. Why doesn't he use a high-powered telescope to observe the city center? Maybe he can see the mutant. This also saves a lot of trouble. There are simply too many zombies gathered in the city center. It's almost impossible to rush in. So Shuefeng couldn't wait to adjust the telescope towards the city center. Qin Fengshan looked at Shuefeng concentrating on adjusting the telescope, and his heart began to beat faster. This is an opportunity for me. It's a chance to escape. Qin Fengshan could feel his limbs, which had been numbed by the electric shock, regaining their movement. Should we take advantage of the fact that Shuefeng's attention is all on the telescope? Take a gamble yourself. See if there is any chance of escape. There are many rooms downstairs, and you may survive by hiding in any place. Shuefeng definitely doesn't have the interest to search one by one. But this thought was quickly suppressed by Qin Fengshan. He still remembered Shuefeng's ghostly speed. This is not someone I can fight against at all. Maybe the moment he stood up, his head would fall off. Besides, if Shuefeng wanted to kill him, he would have done it long ago. Don't leave yourself here. At first, Qin Fengshan was unwilling to cooperate because he thought Shuefeng was a demon like the leader who killed people without blinking an eye. But now Qin Fengshan has figured it out. So what if it is a demon? As long as I can deal with another demon. However, what Qin Fengshan saw next. Feng's face, which had always been stern, changed. There was a hint of fear on his face. What is that? Feng looked at the thing in the telescope with his eyes wide open. 104 Verify the information, the fourth order mutant. In Qin Fengshan's eyes, Feng is a cold-blooded monster. I didn't expect that he would show such a fearful expression. What on earth did he see? Didn't you notice the guy in the city center? Feng had regained his composure. Although what he saw through the telescope made him feel terrified. But after all, Feng knew that this was the end of the world. He can accept whatever happens. City center? There are some zombies heading towards the city center, and we don't know what happened. Qin Fengshan shook his head slowly. They are paying attention to the situation over there. Feng appeared unexpectedly. Come and see for yourself. Feng came over and cut the rope that tied Qin Fengshan. Qin Fengshan rubbed his wrist, and then came to the high-power telescope. He wanted to see what was happening in the city center. Through the telescope, Qin Fengshan saw a scene that he would never forget. There were countless zombies in the square in the city center, all standing there in a daze. The number is at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands. These densely packed zombies made Qin Fengshan feel his scalp tingling. A word popped up in his mind. Zombie army. Who would have thought that zombies could form an army? What is going on? What exactly happened? Look at the red thing in the middle. Feng reminded from the side. Something red? Where's the red thing? Qin Fengshan moved the telescope lens in confusion to look for it. Then he saw a creature that made him feel physically uncomfortable appear in the camera. It was a creature that looked to be over 2 meters tall. The whole body was blood red. Because it was too far away, the face could not be seen clearly, and only the rough shape of a person could be seen. At this time, the monster was still standing in the same place, and the zombie army was surrounding it. Qin Fengshan has also seen many mutants. Especially when they are monitoring on TV, they can often see very large mutants walking around. But I have never seen anything as disgusting as this. The body seems to be made of flesh and blood. This is a fourth-order mutant. Jiangsheng and all the survivor groups around it will be in trouble. Feng shook his head and said. Because he observed a fourth-level mutant, the sound of reward rang in Feng's mind a minute ago. Bite. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a medical vehicle, which has tools for performing simple surgical operations. Reminder to the host. There are also a large amount of medicines on board the medical vehicle. Feng had no time to be happy now that he had acquired medical abilities. What he is most concerned about now is how to deal with the fourth-level mutant. That thing is weird. It seems that he has a high IQ and does not act blindly on instinct. In fact, the third-order mutants already have a certain level of intelligence. But in Feng's opinion, this fourth-level mutant is even more powerful. What does the fourth-level mutant want to do by gathering so many zombies? The target must be the survivor's base. The mutants are very interested in the brains of people with special abilities and seem to be able to absorb the energy contained therein. This is no longer just about satisfying your appetite. Feng still doesn't know what the specific abilities of this fourth-level mutant are. If he fought this monster, he didn't know what his chances of winning were. After all, this is an enemy we have never understood before. Wait, maybe I can find someone to replace me. Try to test the strength of this fourth-level mutant. What should I do next? Qin Fengshan's mind was filled with despair as he faced this terrifying monster. The survivors simply couldn't survive. Follow me. Feng knew that he had to seize the time now. He said this and walked downstairs. Qin Fengshan was slightly stunned, then immediately followed. When they reached the stairs, Hao Yifei saw Feng coming out and no longer hid herself. He also stood up from the bushes next to him. Did anyone come down just now? Feng asked. Although Qin Fengshan only said that there were 3 of them, Feng had to be on guard. What if someone else sneaks down and plans to slip away to tip off the enemy? That means that Qin Fengshan's words were all false, and he was deceiving himself. Then Feng wouldn't mind breaking Qin Fengshan's neck. No. Hao Yifei shook her head. You are Hao Yifei. When Qin Fengshan saw Hao Yifei, his eyes widened. He kept pointing at Hao Yifei, feeling unbelievable. I didn't expect to see such a big star at the door of the TV station. This sounds funny. After all, big stars often come to the TV station to record programs. But on second thought, it's the end of the world now. Qin Fengshan didn't expect to see a big star like Hao Yifei. Who are you? Hao Yifei stared at Qin Fengshan with some suspicion. I don't know where this guy came from. He is a prisoner and knows a lot of information. Feng said. Oh, you're a prisoner. Then behave yourself. Hao Yifei scolded with a cold attitude. Qin Fengshan suddenly smiled bitterly and hung his head. It turns out that everything on TV is a lie. The real big star is so fierce. There is no time to lose. We must hurry back to the base and strengthen our defense. Feng directly summoned the Doomsday chariot. There's no need to hide now. When Qin Fengshan saw the chariot appearing out of nowhere, his jaw almost dropped. What is going on? How did this chariot suddenly appear? What method was used? While feeling shocked, one of Qin Fengshan's questions was also answered. Because before, they couldn't figure out why they kept losing track of the Doomsday chariot, even though they were already targeting the Doomsday chariot. But this chariot often disappears somewhere. When it appears next time, it will be in another place. Only now did Qin Fengshan understand that it was Xue Feng who had this ability. On the way back to the base, Xue Feng stepped on the accelerator without any hesitation. Seeing Xue Feng's nervous look, Hao Yifei didn't dare to ask. She could see the tension in Xue Feng's expression. They soon returned to the riverside villa, and the people guarding the door were now Tang Qiqiang's men. Qin Fengshan opened his mouth in surprise when he saw that the entire community had been transformed into a base. I didn't expect that there would be such a complete base in the city, because the leader had told them before that there were too many zombies in the city. It is impossible to establish a base in the urban area. So the leader and his men ran to the suburbs. I didn't expect Xue Feng to build the riverside villa area so well. There is an electric fence on the outer wall, and there are so many people patrolling inside. Qin Fengshan even saw that the open space inside the community had been turned into farmland. This is a long-term construction plan. The first thing Xue Feng did when he came back was to call a meeting of all A-level members. 105 important meeting. All the A-level members are in the living room of the villa. And Xiao Wei, Yu Haoyun, Wang Xinyu, Tang Qiqiang, Zhao Weisu, etc. Everyone was present except the two sisters Nie Xiaoqian and Nie Xiaoxing. There are currently 10 A-level members. There were 8 people who arrived at the scene. In addition, Qin Fengshan was also brought over, but of course he was not qualified to sit on the chair. I can only sit on the ground. Qin Fengshan was already very satisfied. He was very polite not to tie him up. I called you here because there is something important, Xue Feng said in a deep voice. Of course, Xiao Wei and the others knew that something big must have happened. After all, this was the first time that Xue Feng summoned A-level members in such a solemn manner. Boss, just tell me. If anything happens, I, Tang Qiqiang, will be the first to rush forward. The people I bring with me are now your subordinates. You can order them around at will. Tang Qiqiang said immediately. This is also a time to express loyalty. At the same time, Tang Qiqiang's words were to tell Xue Feng that all his people now belonged to Xue Feng. Now is the time when people are needed. A large number of zombies suddenly gathered in the city center, at least several thousand. I estimate that a zombie tide will break out soon. We must not become the target of the zombie tide, Xue Feng said slowly. Tide of zombies. Tang Qiqiang took a breath of cold air. He didn't expect that there would be a tide of zombies. The thought of thousands of zombies rushing towards them. Tang Qiqiang felt his scalp tingling. This is something they can't stop at all. Those zombies could tear through their defenses with just their teeth. Should we run away? Tang Qiqiang couldn't help but say. The best option now seems to be to escape. This base can only be abandoned. Otherwise, once the zombie tide arrives, they won't even have a chance to prepare. Run away. This is the base we worked so hard to build. You have no feelings for this base, so of course you'll just leave. And Xiao Wei suddenly became anxious, with her hands on her hips and glaring at Tang Qiqiang. They left many happy memories in this base. I don't want to throw it away like this. What's more, they spent a lot of energy in building this base. That's not what I meant. I just wanted to make a reasonable suggestion. Tang Qiqiang smiled bitterly. If we want to escape, it means that supplies will be greatly reduced, and then people will starve to death. Gu Xiaoqian said coldly. If we lose this base, we will lose our safe haven. Then who will starve to death first? The answer is self-evident. It must be the people Tang Qiqiang brought with him. When Tang Qiqiang realized this, his face turned pale. I even felt a little regretful about why I made such a suggestion. Isn't this harming your own people? But is there any better choice besides running away? If we don't escape, we'll all be waiting here to die. We should all listen to the adults. Yu Haoyun said at this time, looking at Xue Feng with admiration. Because in Yu Haoyun's opinion, Xue Feng must have a way. After hearing these words, Tang Qiqiang suddenly realized. Yes, I seem to have made a mistake. The owner here is Xue Feng. No matter what decision Xue Feng makes, they should obey it. Boss, if you need someone to cover your back or do something, you can leave it to me, Tang Qiqiang said immediately, trying to restore his image in Xue Feng's heart. Tang Qiqiang is not the type to run away, but the zombie tide sounds so terrifying that he has no confidence in winning. We will not leave this base, but we must divert the tide of zombies. The first thing is to strengthen the defense line and push it at least 3 kilometers outside and block all roads leading to the Zhanghuai Villa area. Xue Feng said in a deep voice. Xue Feng will not give up this base easily. He also spent a lot of effort to build this place. Only then did the base now have clean water, sufficient food, and electricity. If it really comes to the last resort, we must abandon this place. Xuefeng also has to make an effort. And if Xuefeng wants to leave, he will definitely clear out everything here. I suggest using the vehicles on both sides of the road to block the road. These are ready-made materials. Shinruyan put forward her own suggestion. That's right, using vehicles is best, but if we want to block all the roads, we need all our people to be dispatched. Gu Shaoqian also frowned. Then mobilize everyone. This is the biggest crisis since the construction of the base. Shinruyan, you will command this operation. Xuefeng handed the command to Shinruyan. Among the people present, besides himself, only Shinruyan and Tang Qiqiang had command capabilities. Yes. Shinruyan nodded immediately. Then everyone was divided into 5 teams and asked to deal with their own areas. And these assigned personnel must ensure that there are combatants among them. Otherwise, what if we encounter a mutant and the entire army is wiped out? This was not just the death of the base members, but also the failure of the plan to encircle the entire villa area. It will tear open a hole, giving the zombies a chance to pour in. When Shinruyan started to assign tasks to Zhao Weisu, Zhao Weisu looked hesitant. She wanted to say something. Don't let Zhao Weisu lead the team. I will assign her other tasks. Zhao Weisu, you go to the food street and bring Lu Jun and his men here. Let them hide the supplies that cannot be taken away. Xuefeng did not forget Lu Jun and his men in the food street. Now that the zombie tide has broken out, any place may be attacked. The food court can't withstand the massive tide of zombies. Yes. Zhao Weisu breathed a sigh of relief. This was what she wanted to say first. Because Zhao Weisu had taken Lu Qiqi to the food street before, she still remembered those people. The people in the food street were very grateful to Xuefeng. Without Xuefeng, they would not have those weapons. Lu Jun and his men can become part of the base's combat effectiveness. It's not that Zhao Weisu has any sympathy for those people in the food street. Her eyes were always fixed on Xuefeng alone. Xuefeng is the king in her heart. She would do anything that would benefit Xuefeng. Qin Fengshan was also shocked when he saw Xuefeng and others acted so decisively. I didn't expect the people in this base to be so disciplined. It's not your average survivor organization at all. Qin Fengshan had seen other organizations, and the structures there were very loose. Without an absolute backbone, conflicts often break out. There are not a few cases where internal conflicts have occurred as a result of this. But it's different in this base. There are people who are willing to be at the front. Okay, now it's our turn to act. After everyone in the hall left, Xuefeng looked at Qin Fengshan. 106 Divert the trouble to others. A plan had already been made in Xuefeng's mind. A plan to divert trouble away. Are we going to the cannery? Qin Fengshan asked. That's right. Since your leader has targeted me, it's reasonable for me to cause trouble for him. But before that, we have to go and meet the 4th level mutant. Xuefeng raised the corner of his mouth. What? Hearing this, Qin Fengshan was almost frightened to death. I want to meet that 4th level mutant. What a joke. Such a powerful and terrifying monster. And there are thousands of zombies around. Are we going to provoke that guy? Don't you want revenge? Are you afraid of this? Xuefeng sneered. I'm not afraid. Hearing the word revenge, Qin Fengshan gritted his teeth and roared. Even if I die, as long as we can drag the leader into the water, it will be fine. Let's go. Xuefeng nodded. This time Xuefeng did not summon the Doomsday chariot, but took out an off-road vehicle. When Qin Fengshan saw this off-road vehicle, he felt very familiar. Isn't this the one they parked in front of the TV station? How come he suddenly appeared here out of nowhere? You drive to the city center. Xuefeng said. Okay. Qin Fengshan nodded. These cars do not have keys and are all ignited by ignition wire. Reaching his hand down, Qin Fengshan connected the firing wires together. The vehicle started after a few beeps. Slowly drove out of the riverside villa area. Moreover, Qin Fengshan was surprised to find that men, women, young and old in the base had already started to take action. He jogged all the way outside. It's not the kind of slow, step-by-step movement. This proves more than just that these survivors knew they were doing it for themselves. It also proves that their meals must be very good, so they have the energy to run. Otherwise, if you are so hungry that your chest is sticking to your back, you will have no strength at all. Qin Fengshan has confirmed that it will be at most 2 hours later. The road here will be blocked, at least the zombies can't get in. However, the closer he got to the city center, the slower Qin Fengshan subconsciously slowed down. All I could think about was that terrifying 4th order mutant. The blood-red appearance looked very much like the bloody corpses in many horror movies. Okay, just stop here and wait for me, Xuefeng said. Good. Qin Fengshan immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid to get closer to the center of the zombie tide. The feeling of being surrounded by zombies is so terrifying. Qin Fengshan had also witnessed many people being bitten to death by zombies, even his former colleagues and friends. Aren't you worried that I'll run away? But then Qin Fengshan realized this problem. Don't worry, you can't get away. Xuefeng smiled. Then he reached out and touched the control room. Sizzle. There was a flash of lightning and a burning smell. Qin Fengshan suddenly smiled bitterly. He understood why Xuefeng said that he couldn't escape. This time the entire car circuit was burned out. If he wanted to run, he could only rely on his 2 legs. The zombie tide is about to break out, and relying on 2 legs will only make them be torn to pieces. Although Xuefeng believed what Qin Fengshan said, especially the information about the leader, but it was impossible for him to have absolute trust in Qin Fengshan. This is also the reason why Xuefeng destroyed the vehicle. Xuefeng did not approach the tide of zombies immediately. He wanted to give in Xiaowei and others time to block the road. There is also time for Lu Jun and his group to rush back to the base. This will take at least 2 hours. Otherwise, once the zombies react, many of them may rush to the vicinity of his base. Although the base is surrounded by electric fences, high walls, and heavy firepower. But Xuefeng couldn't take the risk. Time passed quickly. During this period, Xuefeng closed his eyes to rest, and Qin Fengshan did not dare to disturb him. What made Qin Fengshan happy was that there were no zombies around. I guess they were all attracted by the blood corpse. This means he doesn't have to worry about being attacked by zombies. 2 hours are up. Xuefeng opened his eyes and found that it was already evening. The sky gradually darkened, which meant that I had to speed up. Xuefeng opened the car door and headed straight towards the city center. This place is only less than 2 kilometers away from where the tide of zombies gathers. For Xuefeng, whose agility reached 51, it would only take a minute or 2. But before taking action, he still checked his attributes. Current host properties panel. Strength, 42. Agility, 51. Spirit, 31. Durability, 50. Luck, 38, plus 100. Xuefeng found that his attributes were improving slower and slower as he killed ordinary zombies. I've only increased my strength and spirit by 1 point in the past 2 days. It seems that the experience that ordinary zombies bring to Xuefeng is pitifully little. Next, we still need to kill more mutants. Xuefeng soon reached the edge of the tide of corpses. These zombies were still dull and numb, ignoring Xuefeng. He didn't pounce on me like before. But Xuefeng was not polite either, and a nano-axe appeared in his hand. He easily killed many zombies along the way with 1 axe at a time. These zombies were just like wooden stakes, allowing themselves to be chopped down to the ground. Xuefeng even discovered 2 first-level mutants, who were also standing there in a daze. After Xuefeng chopped off their heads, he also split their heads open. 2 grape-sized crystal cores were found inside. Just as Xuefeng was preparing to search for more mutants to see if he could take the opportunity to plunder them. Suddenly, he felt that the atmosphere was a little wrong. When I looked up, I found that the zombies around me had appeared at some point. They all turned around and stared at him fiercely. And at the end of the road is the 4th-level mutant covered in plasma. Have you been discovered? Xuefeng smiled. Roar! A creepy howling sound came from the blood corpse's throat. It was enraged by Xuefeng. The next second, the surrounding zombies made the same roar. They were no longer as dazed as before and rushed towards Xuefeng one after another. They can run at the speed of a hound, with bursts of incredible speed. In the blink of an eye, at least hundreds of zombies surrounded them. Some even ran over from the nearby streets. Oh my god, Xuefeng was also startled. Although he knew it before, the zombies began to plan step by step. Both speed and strength are stronger than before. However, no one expected that the speed of these zombies was comparable to that of hunting dogs. What on earth is going on? Why did these zombies suddenly speed up? Shen Xiao. Xuefeng clasped his hands together, and a wave of lightning burst out from his body. It formed a circle and spread out from his body. The first zombies that rushed up were knocked to the ground by the radio waves. However, what Xuefeng did not expect was that these zombies immediately crawled up as if they were not hurt. That's bullshit. Xuefeng couldn't help but exclaim. 107 superpowers are useless? Just now, Xuefeng used his special ability Shen Xiao, but he did not use his full strength. It's just the power of the first level. But before that, ordinary zombies could not be stopped at all. The body structure will be destroyed in an instant. But now it's different. The bodies of these zombies have become harder and cannot be easily destroyed as before. Stronger, more ferocious, more agile, and more dangerous than before. Xuefeng even has doubts now. Is it possible for an ordinary woman like Yu Haoyun to kill a zombie like this alone? Then I'll show you something even more powerful. Xuefeng roared angrily. Shen Xiao strikes again. An arc of lightning shot out from Xuefeng's hand. Lightning instantly jumped on the heads of more than 20 zombies. This is already the power of the second level. Now the heads of all the zombies that were hit turned into charcoal, and none of them could withstand it. However, Xuefeng had no intention of wasting his supernatural powers like this. Holding a nano axe, he engaged in close combat with the zombies. Xuefeng's physical fitness is far superior to that of ordinary people, and he is even stronger than these zombies. Don't be fooled by the speed of these zombies. But they are still much slower than Xuefeng. The axe flashed with a cold light, and a zombie's head fell to the ground. But the efficiency of this kind of killing is really too low. There were so many zombies that they quickly surrounded Xuefeng. Every time he encountered this situation, Xuefeng had to use his supernatural powers. Clean up the zombies around. But this is not a solution. Xuefeng will run out of energy sooner or later. Then you will be eaten alive by zombies. That's right. I have some good stuff too. Xuefeng's mouth corners suddenly curled up. How could he have forgotten that thing? The next second, a grenade appeared in Xuefeng's hand. Boom. A huge explosion sounded. The zombies were too dense. Dozens of them were knocked down in an instant. This type of grenade is very powerful and usually contains more than 300 shrapnel. If only 1/10 of the shrapnel flies up, it can destroy the zombie's brain. That would cause huge casualties. Not to mention the zombies whose limbs were blown off by shrapnel. Xuefeng threw the grenade again. Anyway, he has hundreds of these things, so he doesn't feel sorry for them at all. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded, as if the city center was under artillery fire. Hundreds of zombies have been killed by Xuefeng and can never get up again. Some of them were missing limbs and could only crawl forward, still roaring. While Xuefeng was having a lot of fun, his eyes were always fixed on the bloody corpse. He found that no matter how he killed ordinary zombies, the blood zombies remained unmoved. This monster, waiting for your own energy to run out. Xuefeng instantly understood what the blood corpse was thinking. That blood corpse has intelligence. Are fourth-order mutants almost the same as humans? Thinking of this, Xuefeng felt a chill. What would it be like if a more powerful mutant appeared in the future? But at this moment, Xuefeng had no time to think about these things. The key is to get rid of the powerful enemy in front of us. Since you like watching the show so much, I'll give you a few to try. Xuefeng pulled the fuses of 3 grenades at the same time and threw them in front of the blood corpse. Roar! The blood corpse was enraged. It didn't expect Xuefeng to attack it. Then Xuefeng felt a flash before his eyes. The bloody corpse disappeared from sight. But Xuefeng soon discovered that the bloody corpse appeared more than 100 meters away. The blood corpse is too fast. This thing is really smart. Xuefeng became more and more certain that the blood corpse must have the same intelligence as humans. Knowing that grenades are very dangerous, they will actively avoid the damage caused by them. Unlike other ordinary zombies, they did not take the grenade seriously. Boom. An explosion sounded and a cloud of dust rose. The blood corpse did not wait any longer and rushed towards Xuefeng with a roar. Now Xuefeng could see clearly what the blood corpse looked like. Unexpectedly, this bloody corpse seemed to be a female before. It still retains most of the female body shape, but there is no skin on the outside of the body. Instead, there are throbbing blood vessels and red muscles. The structure has violated the common sense of organisms. What kind of creature would expose its blood vessels and muscles? But this is the end. It cannot be explained by common sense. Shenxiao, Xuefeng activated his supernatural power again. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm struck the blood corpse. Xuefeng had imagined many ways for the blood corpse to deal with this move. Dodge with extreme speed, or take the attack head-on. But he didn't expect it. The bloody corpse suddenly opened its mouth and spurted out red liquid. Xuefeng's supernatural power was neutralized in midair. Some of the red liquid burned into steam, and some fell to the ground. It kept wriggling on the ground, as if the blood was also alive. What the hell? Xuefeng turned around and ran without hesitation. Such a weird mutant. He could only say that it was worthy of being a 4th-level mutant, and was more difficult to deal with than any mutant he had seen before. What did not disappoint Xuefeng was that the blood corpse caught up with him. Not only did the blood corpse catch up, the surrounding zombies followed like a tide. So Qin Fengshan, who was waiting, saw an even more terrifying scene. Xuefeng ran in the front, and behind him followed a dense army of zombies. As terrifying as army ants and incredibly fast, Qin Fengshan had no doubt that these zombie armies would tear apart anything they saw. At the very front, you can see the strange red blood corpse. Qin Fengshan was almost paralyzed with fear. He didn't understand how Xuefeng had attracted so many zombies, and why he hadn't been eaten yet. Go! Xuefeng shouted. It's too late to summon the Doomsday chariot now. If you start the chariot in time, you will definitely be caught up by the blood corpse. Moreover, if you drive the Doomsday chariot yourself, the blood zombies may not continue to chase you. He wanted to use himself as bait. Walk. With these 2 legs? Qin Fengshan's legs are now weak, even if he can run. Not to mention the blood zombies. Qin Fengshan found that he couldn't even outrun ordinary zombies. Just when Qin Fengshan was in despair, he was about to die. Xuefeng passed by him and picked him up in one go. This saved Qin Fengshan from being surrounded by zombies. You saved me? Qin Fengshan felt unbelievable. Xuefeng actually saved himself. You can't die yet. I want you to tell me where the supplies in the cannery are. Xuefeng said coldly. Qin Fengshan still has value now. For ordinary people, carrying a person while running is very tiring. But it was different for Xuefeng. He has a very strong physique, so carrying an adult is not a burden to him. Moreover, Xuefeng not only wanted to lead the tide of zombies to the cannery, he also wants to take the opportunity to plunder all the supplies. 108 The blood corpse is watching you. Qin Fengshan was so nervous at this moment that he had no time to think about Xuefeng's words, because his head is facing backwards. So you can clearly see the hideous face of the bloody corpse and the surging army of zombies behind him. There is nothing more terrifying than this. Fortunately, Xuefeng was very fast, almost as fast as a cheetah, quickly moving through the city streets, heading towards the eastern suburbs. Slowly distanced himself from the blood corpse. But behind Xuefeng, there was a cloud of dust flying, which was caused by the noise of thousands of zombies running. Xuefeng successfully attracted the tide of zombies. Okay, time to get in the car. The cannery was less than 3 kilometers away. Xuefeng finally stopped, threw Qin Fengshan to the ground, and then took out the Doomsday chariot. The blood corpse had followed him for such a long time. Xuefeng was sure that he had angered the blood corpse. Or perhaps the blood corpse is very interested in his own head. Once the zombie tide is started, it is difficult to stop it. However, in order to ensure that the blood corpse could still follow him, Xuefeng used a nano axe to cut open the palm of his hand. He let the blood flow on the ground, knowing that the blood corpse would definitely be attracted by the smell. Good. During this journey, Qin Fengshan was shaken so much that he almost vomited blood. But he still climbed onto the Doomsday armored vehicle. After all, Qin Fengshan knew very well that staying where he was would mean death. The Doomsday armored vehicle roared and headed towards the cannery. Along the way, Qin Fengshan was pointing and indicating where there were secret sentries. They are usually hidden in trees. Except for mutants, no ordinary zombie can climb trees. No need to say these things. Tell me how many people are there in the cannery now? Where are the supplies stored? Xuefeng waved his hand and said, there should be more than 300 people now. The supplies are all stored in the warehouse of the cannery. Qin Fengshan replied immediately. Among these more than 300 people, there are only more than 50 original cannery employees. Nearly half of the people were killed by the leader. The rest surrendered to their leader in order to survive, including Qin Fengshan himself. As for the others, they were all survivors who were gathered together one after another. The leader has only 2 criteria for selecting survivors: loyal and strong. At the entrance of the cannery, 2 trucks were blocking the way. Qin Fengshan added, haha, nothing can stop my armored vehicle. Xuefeng said lightly. As he finished speaking, the cannery appeared in his sight. This cannery is very large, almost half the size of the Riverside Villa community. No wonder some people choose to use this place as their base. At this time, the sky was gradually getting dark and it was almost impossible to see the road ahead. However, you can vaguely see that there are lights inside the cannery. It seems there is a small amount of electricity supply here as well. I've heard it uses a diesel engine or something like that. Suddenly, a shrill alarm sounded. It must be the guard at the door who has discovered Xuefeng's armored vehicle heading towards the cannery. Xuefeng stepped on the accelerator and the armored vehicle roared towards the gate. Boom. The armored vehicle easily knocked over the truck blocking the road. Then it drove directly into the yard and rushed towards the warehouse under the command of Qin Fengshan. The entire warehouse door was knocked open and the armored vehicle rushed in. Sure enough, there were a large amount of supplies stored in the warehouse. At a glance, you can see a lot of packed food, clothes, and other daily necessities. There are enemies that have rushed into the warehouse. Immediately, a large number of guards appeared from the surroundings and attacked the armored vehicle at the first opportunity. I don't know where these people got the guns, but they all shot at the armored vehicles. Sparks flew outside the armored vehicle as bullets bounced off the vehicle. Ordinary bullets have no chance of penetrating the armor of the Doomsday armored vehicle. But soon the guards discovered with horror. A large number of zombies rushed in from the door like mad dogs. Because the road was narrow, some zombies were squeezed to the side. But this could not stop the zombies. and they climbed over the 2-meter-high wall one after another. They all rushed into the yard. The guards had never seen such terrifying zombies. It is fast and very powerful. He can actually climb over the wall. In a moment, many guards were unable to dodge and were knocked to the ground by the zombies. In an instant, the surrounding zombies surrounded us and gnawed away everything, leaving no bones behind. Qin Fengshan's face turned pale when he saw this scene. If he hadn't met Xue Feng, he would probably have been eaten as well. Even if they hid in the TV tower, they might not be able to escape this tide of zombies. It's so scary. Qin Fengshan was also somewhat thankful that Xue Feng had led the tide of zombies to the suburbs. If it breaks out in the city, I'm afraid all the survivors in the city will be wiped out. The tide of zombies poured into the cannery, immediately alarming everyone. People with special abilities appeared one after another and began to fight the zombies. According to what Qin Fengshan said before, there are a total of 7 people with special abilities in this base. I killed one of them, and there were still 6 left, including the leader. I have to admit that these people with special abilities are still very strong. One of them had the ability to create a huge pit at least 20 to 30 meters deep in an instant. Cooperate with others to attract a large number of zombies over. Although it was impossible to completely resist the tide of zombies, it still relieved the pressure. Then a huge black shadow appeared out of nowhere on the ground. Wherever the black shadow passed, the zombies disappeared completely, and no one knew where they went. The situation was actually maintained with the help of these people with special abilities. Xue Feng looked at this black shadow very familiarly. It was the one he had seen near the gas station before. It's this guy? But even though I saw the shadow, where was the leader? It is to hide in the dark and control. Xue Feng couldn't help but admire that this ability was really powerful and strange. Even the leader himself does not need to show up to fight with supernatural powers. But then Xue Feng realized a problem. It's gone. Xue Feng narrowed his eyes. What's missing? Qin Fengshan was very curious. The bloody corpse is gone, Xue Feng said slowly. It was obvious that the blood corpse was following behind him. How come the tide of zombies has now rushed into the cannery? But there is no trace of the blood corpse. Where on earth did this thing go? Just as Xue Feng finished speaking, red liquid dripped from the glass of the armored vehicle. The liquid rolled on the glass like a living thing. Qin Fengshan looked up in horror. The disgusting face of the blood corpse was staring at them through the glass. At this time, the bloody corpse was lying on the armored vehicle. He showed a strange smile, which was a feeling of joy of finally catching the prey. 109 The Terrifying Bloody Corpse. Chapter 109 Horrifying Blood Corpse. So they chased me here. Xue Feng narrowed his eyes. No wonder I couldn't see any trace of the blood corpse. This 4th-level mutant didn't come in through the main gate. Let the tide of zombies rush in first, and then sneak in from somewhere unknown. Following the smell of blood, I found myself. Very smart indeed. At this moment, the blood corpse took action. He raised a claw and smashed it hard against the glass. The bulletproof glass was not broken, but a clear scratch was left. Qin Fengshan's face turned pale, fearing that the blood corpse would rush in at the next second. But Xue Feng knew that the glass of the Doomsday armored vehicle could not be destroyed so easily. Because the glass has several layers, the blood corpse only destroyed the outermost layer. Sure enough, after hitting it a few times, the blood corpse also realized this problem. Then it suddenly opened its mouth and spewed out a cloud of red blood mist. Cover the entire windshield of the armored vehicle. You're not letting me drive away. Then I'll meet you. How could Xue Feng allow the blood corpse to continue destroying his armored vehicle? Open the door directly and turn over the moment you get out of the car. Just as Xue Feng expected. The blood corpse's claws hit the place where he had just stood. Then he raised his head and stared at Xue Feng with his equally blood-red eyes. The person whose heartbeat was the fastest at this moment was Qin Fengshan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Because Qin Fengshan saw the back of the blood corpse, as long as the blood corpse turned around at this time, you can get into the armored vehicle and tear him apart. So Qin Fengshan decided to fight. He rushed over and lay down on the driver's seat and closed the door. Only after doing all this did Qin Fengshan breathe a sigh of relief. At least I am safe now. Qin Fengshan was glad that he was able to save his life, and he also understood why the blood corpse ignored him. It's because the blood corpse didn't dare to turn its back on Xue Feng. At this time, Xue Feng was confronting the 4th-level mutant and thinking quickly. Not thinking about how to get rid of the blood corpse, but how to think about how to transfer the blood corpse's target from himself to others. Xue Feng intended to divert the trouble away instead of fighting with this 4th-level mutant. Thinking of this, Xue Feng ran away again. This time the blood corpse was angered again. Roar! The blood corpse roared. It turned into a sharp arrow and chased toward Xue Feng. Xuefeng immediately joined the crowd of survivors in the base. Stone skin. At the same time, Xuefeng activated his supernatural power, and his skin immediately turned gray. The hardness of the second-level stone skin is like bulletproof vest. The reason why Xuefeng activated the stone skin was to hide the wound on the palm of his hand. Otherwise, the smell will make the blood corpse continue to track him. The blood corpse was able to chase me for such a long time. It must be because of the smell. Sure enough, after Xuefeng got into the crowd, the blood corpse immediately lost its target. The angry blood corpse began an indiscriminate attack. The blood corpse is extremely fast, and its claws are extremely sharp. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen survivors were killed. This strange zombie naturally attracted the attention of the survivors, especially those with special abilities. A big brown bear, more than 3 meters tall, rushed towards the bloody corpse on all fours, roaring. This is a capable person, and it looks very powerful, and can easily tear apart the enhanced ordinary zombies head-on. The claws of ordinary zombies cannot penetrate the thick fur of this person with special abilities. It can be said that this person with this ability is invincible when facing ordinary zombies. The big brown bear jumped high and raised its 2 front paws, smashing the bloody corpse hard. There was even an excited smile on Big Bear's face. I'm afraid this person with this ability thinks that the blood corpse is just a mutant. Judging from the blood corpse's appearance, it is at most a second-level mutant. He could easily beat the bloody corpse into a ball of meat paste. I often do this kind of thing myself. However, what the ability user did not expect was, when the blood corpse saw the big bear rushing towards him, he also jumped high. The 2 claws came together and cut off the big bear's neck directly. Boom. The heavy body of the big bear fell to the ground, making a noise like a small mountain. The blood corpse held the bare head and actually laughed excitedly. Then he grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the bear's head and forcibly pried it apart, sucking the contents. This scene stunned all the survivors around. Although they had seen people being eaten by zombies countless times before, but there has never been a time when I felt more shocked and terrified than this time. That big bear is the second most important person in the base. In front of the blood corpse, he had no power to resist, being hunted like prey. There are monsters like blood corpses inside the base, and zombies like a tide are rushing in from outside. The collapse of this base at this moment only took a moment. At this moment, the huge black shadow over 6 meters tall also noticed the situation here. He walked towards this side. When they saw the black shadow coming, the members of the base started roaring. The leader is here. Don't be afraid. The leader can deal with this monster. With the leader here, there's no way we can lose. At this time, Xuefeng had already secretly returned to the warehouse, right behind the blood corpse. All the supplies in the warehouse were put into Xuefeng's space backpack. Hearing what these base members said, Xuefeng's heart moved. The leader is coming? Could it be that the leader is the shadow itself? No wonder I couldn't find him after searching for a long time. It turned out that the leader had turned into that strange black shadow. It seems that Qin Fengshan's information is not necessarily correct. Qin Fengshan knew very little about people with special abilities. Or perhaps the leader hid it very well, and no one knew the full extent of his abilities. Xuefeng also wanted to see who was more powerful, the blood corpse or the leader. If even the blood corpse could be instantly absorbed by the black shadow, Xuefeng would choose to escape first. When the black shadow approached the blood corpse also noticed something strange. He did not rush forward to attack, but started to deal with the black shadow. This was the same reaction the blood corpse had when he first saw Xuefeng. The blood corpse is not just a brainless monster, it has intelligence. When facing an enemy that they are not sure of winning, the blood corpse will choose to observe the opponent's strength. The black shadow couldn't wait to attack the blood corpse, because the black shadow also realized that this strange blood corpse was the root of everything. It is impossible to stop the tide of zombies without getting rid of the blood zombies. But the blood corpse was too fast, and the black shadow could not keep up with its pace. Just when Xuefeng thought that this was a one-sided dog walking, something strange happened. The black shadow suddenly changed its shape, and it was previously a huge monster that was 6 meters tall. Now it instantly changed into another form. 110 flames, explosions, and bloody corpses. The black shadow turned into an even larger black curtain, blocking all the paths of the blood corpse. Directly wrapped the blood corpse in it. It turned out that the black shadow was not chasing aimlessly. It deliberately trapped the blood corpse in a corner. If it were still the huge monster from before, it would be impossible to block all the roads. The blood corpse could easily slip away from both sides. But now it's different. The black shadow almost forms a semi-sphere. Cover the entire blood corpse. Great, the leader is awesome. Kill this bloody thing. Could it be a fourth-order mutant? Damn, I almost got killed by this thing just now. The guards at the base breathed a sigh of relief. Because before this, no zombie shrouded in darkness could survive. They are confident that the result will be the same this time. However, the next second, something unexpected happened to them. The black shadow shook violently and flew out. When he fell to the ground, he turned into an old man in his 50s. It was the leader. The leader was gasping for breath and spitting blood. No, its energy is higher than mine, but it is also injured. You guys find a way to deal with it. The leader said intermittently. More energy? Xuefeng seemed to understand what it meant. It seems that the leader's special ability is to control a black energy body, can absorb targets with less energy than his. But when he encounters someone with more power than him, he is helpless. This superpower. Xuefeng couldn't help but shook his head. It seems powerful and weird, but its limitations are too low. When faced with a target stronger than oneself, one has no power to fight back. But even so, it is still many times stronger than ordinary people. The leader was injured, and the blood corpse was not much better off. Xuefeng saw one of its left arms disappear. It must have been absorbed just now. When the other guards saw this scene, their faces turned grim. Even if the blood corpse was missing an arm, they would still not be able to deal with it. In the next second, everyone saw it clearly. The blood corpse's left shoulder trembled. A brand new bloody arm grew out directly. Regeneration. So fast. Xuefeng couldn't help but exclaim. He had encountered a second-order mutant with regenerative abilities before. That also needs to recover slowly. It's not as exaggerated as a blood corpse. An arm can grow in the blink of an eye. This scene also completely shattered the confidence of other people in the base. This base was originally held together by the leader's high-pressure tactics. Now the leader is injured, and a powerful enemy that cannot be defeated has appeared. Everyone made the same choice, escape. The resistance that had been going on collapsed, and some people chose to get on the bus. Some people entered the building, hoping to escape the crisis. Those people with special abilities tried their best to use their abilities to escape. But after the resistance collapsed, more zombies rushed in. No one was spared, and they were all surrounded by zombies. Only the leader was left, turning into a dark shadow again to barely fight against the zombies. Seeing this scene, Xuefeng knew that it was time for him to take action. Ugly freak, look this way. Xuefeng shouted at the bloody corpse. At this time he was standing on top of a row of cars. A row of tanker trucks to be exact. These are the spoils that the leader and others seized from the gas station during the day, neatly parked in the corner of the yard. The blood corpse was originally heading towards the leader, but when it heard the voice, it turned around and stared at Xuefeng. Then, without hesitation, he rushed towards Xuefeng. Obviously, the blood corpse was more interested in Xuefeng's head. Not only were the blood corpses coming towards Xuefeng, but all the zombies in the yard were also coming towards this side. They were all attracted by Xuefeng's voice. Just in time. Look at the big gift package I prepared for you. Xuefeng roared angrily and jumped high into the air. Seeing this scene, a smile appeared on the blood corpse's lips. It did the same thing, trying to kill the big brown bear. Xuefeng's neck was cut off in an instant. But when the blood corpse jumped high, it was faced with an electric arc with a diameter of at least 30 centimeters. Shenxiao, Xuefeng roared. The power of thunder. Reduced to ashes. The blood corpse's entire body was pierced, and its blood vessels and muscles turned black in an instant. Roar! The blood corpse screamed in pain. The sound further stimulated the other zombies, and they all gave up the food in their mouths. They all rushed toward Xuefeng. However, what greeted them was a huge explosion. Xuefeng's supernatural power directly detonated more than a dozen oil tankers. Boom, boom, boom. Serial explosions. Countless zombies were blown away, and their bodies were covered with gasoline and continued to burn. The flames produced by the explosion rose from the ground and formed a small mushroom cloud in the air. Xuefeng, who was at the center of the explosion, was also blown away by the air wave. The intense heat generated instantly burned his skin. Fortunately, the stone skin not only provides Xuefeng with defensive power, but also has the ability to withstand high temperatures. But even so, the clothes were burned to ashes at the moment of the explosion. The whole person was blown hundreds of meters away. Luckily, I'm not dead. When Xuefeng got up and checked, he was surprised to find that he had no wounds. It's just that my body is unusually hot. If it weren't for the stone skin, he would probably have turned into charcoal by now. However, Xuefeng knew that he could not maintain this state for long. Otherwise, the high temperature will burn the internal organs. So he immediately took out several large buckets of mineral water from his space backpack and poured them all over his head. Puffs of white smoke came out of him, like cold water poured on stone. Shuefeng breathed a sigh of relief only after his body cooled down. Looking towards the center of the explosion, flames were still burning. He was very sure that the blood corpse must be dead now. After all, the second-level Shenxiao has an additional special effect, annihilation. Any regenerative power will become ineffective under the power of Shenxiao. But now Shuefeng had no time to deal with the blood corpse's body. He stepped on the ground and headed in one direction. In a few minutes, Shuefeng came back carrying someone. It was the leader. When Shuefeng was fighting with the blood corpse, the leader took the opportunity to escape. The leader was more seriously injured now than before, obviously beaten by Shuefeng. Coming to the side of the armored vehicle, Shuefeng opened the door. Qin Fengshan, who had been in the car, breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Shuefeng. The sound coming from outside just now made Qin Fengshan nervous. Sometimes there were the roars of zombies, sometimes the screams of humans, and sometimes there were violent explosions. When Qin Fengshan got off the car, the first thing he saw was the corpses of zombies all over the ground. The zombie tide is over. 111 The secret of enhancing superpowers. Most of the zombies that rushed in were caught up in the explosion. Most of the zombies have not yet entered. Because of the blood corpse's death, he turned into an ordinary zombie as stupid as before, no longer heading towards the cannery. Then Qin Fengshan saw the leader lying on the ground. You caught him. Qin Fengshan looked at Shuefeng in disbelief. In Qin Fengshan's mind, the leader is powerful and invincible. That strange power is like that of a demon. But unexpectedly Shuefeng actually defeated the leader. It seems that the zombies were also dealt with in the process. That's right, I will interrogate him next. If there is anything wrong in what he says, just tell me. Shuefeng nodded and said. Now Shuefeng has changed into a new set of clothes. After all, he had no preference for appearing in front of men without clothes. Okay, Qin Fengshan showed excitement. Because Qin Fengshan knew Shuefeng's interrogation methods, which were extremely terrifying. If I had been less lucky, I would have been the one who died at the TV station. By the way, there seems to be no women in your base. Shuefeng suddenly realized this before he was about to take action. He had just observed and could not see any signs of survivors. All of them died in the mouths of zombies. What's strange is that there is not a single woman among these survivors. Hearing this, Qin Fengshan's face turned ugly. Just as he was about to open his mouth to explain, the leader on the ground spoke. Haha, what's the use of women? They are just a burden. There is no need for women in the Doomsday. Women can only wear down men's fighting will. The leader snorted coldly. What? Don't need a woman? Shuefeng felt strange when he heard this answer. Subconsciously looked at Qin Fengshan. That's right, there are no women in our base. They were all killed. Qin Fengshan nodded. The reason is just as the leader said, women are a burden to him. Shuefeng felt incredible when he heard this. In the several survivor bases he had encountered before, women were also very important resources. In addition to meeting the physiological needs of male members, they can also do some odd jobs. Even in Gu Xiaoqian's base, civil strife broke out because of women. I didn't expect that there wouldn't be any women here. No normal man would endure this kind of loneliness. Especially in a high-pressure environment like Doomsday. If you cannot release the pressure in your heart, you will be crushed. Could it be? You are not impotent, are you? Shuefeng stared at the leader and said. Shuefeng made a judgment, the only explanation. The leader has no psychological needs. What? You're talking nonsense. The leader suddenly became anxious, if he had not been tied up and exhausted. Judging from the leader's angry expression, he will probably summon the Black Shadow again to fight Shuefeng to the death. Come to think of it, I've never seen him touch a woman. It turns out he has lost his ability as a man. Qin Fengshan also showed a sarcastic smile. Although there are no women left in the base. However, when the members of the base captured the female survivors, they would inevitably enjoy themselves before killing them. Only the chief never did this. You. The leader glared at Qin Fengshan fiercely, his eyes almost bursting with fire. The fact that Qin Fengshan and Shuefeng were talking here at this time proved that Qin Fengshan was a traitor. However, the leader's anger quickly disappeared. Instead, there were wailing. Shuefeng had too many things he wanted to know from the leader. Shuefeng was not polite during the interrogation. He had no intention of sparing the chief's life, so he just wanted to make him suffer as much as possible. It is impossible to control such a powerful psychic, and he may backfire on you at any time. The leader initially planned to grit his teeth and hold on, but soon he just wanted to die quickly. Tell all the secrets you know. In fact, it is nothing more than the experiences of some leaders. The leader was originally just a security guard in a residential complex. After the apocalypse broke out, he discovered that he had awakened special powers. So many survivors gathered around him. In order to survive, These survivors all tried to curry favor with the leader. The leader felt like an emperor. His mentality changed and he liked the feeling of being in control of everything. Later, all the food around the community was looted, and the leader realized that he had to move to another place. He led dozens of people out of the community and searched for shelter. Just then, someone knew that there was a cannery in the suburbs, so the leader brought his men there. What Xuefeng was most concerned about was how the leader's abilities were improved. After smashing the leader's 6 toes, he finally revealed the secret. After discovering the crystal core, the leader has been conducting various experiments. Finally, I found that eating the crystal core was the easiest way. After the crystal core enters the human body, it will not be directly excreted from the body, but the power in it will be gradually absorbed. But you can't eat too many crystal cores at one time. It takes 3 days to digest the crystal cores of ordinary zombies. The crystal core of a first-order mutant takes 10 days. The second-order variant takes about a month. As for the third-order variant, I haven't tried it yet because the crystal is too big. It's the size of an apple and can't be put in at all. Maybe you have to cut the crystal core before you can eat it directly. In addition, the higher the level of the crystal core, the greater the energy it provides. Ordinary crystal cores will no longer be effective for the leader. What he eats now are the crystal cores of second-level mutants. In fact, when Xuefeng heard this information, he was not surprised at all. He had already guessed this. Maybe the crystal core can be taken directly. Because Xuefeng's beloved dog Black Panther ate a lot of crystal cores. No abnormal reactions were seen. Instead, it became stronger and smarter. But Xuefeng is not yet so crazy as to conduct human experiments. Besides, it was impossible for Xuefeng to let his woman be a test subject. To verify this information, after the leader died, Xuefeng dug open his stomach. This is because the bodies of other psychics can no longer be found, as they have all been eaten beyond recognition by zombies. Sure enough, in the leader's stomach, a crystal core that had been mostly absorbed was seen. After entering the stomach, the crystal core seemed to stick to the human tissue. It was not excluded from the body. It won't cause any danger. I never thought the secret of evolution was so simple, just devouring. Finally, Xuefeng couldn't help but sigh. Zombies evolve by consuming humans and other living things. Mutants are no longer satisfied with ordinary humans and are more interested in those with special abilities. The evolutionary path of the mutants is also to devour the crystal cores in the mutants' heads. 112 returned with a full load. Both sides have returned to the most primitive instinct of living things, which is to eat each other. This is the truth of the end of the world. As for whether it would be effective if ordinary people ate the crystal core, the leader also conducted experiments. The answer is no. Perhaps the physical structure of ordinary people and that of people with special abilities are completely different. Xuefeng couldn't help but start to imagine. If they devour each other like this until the end, what kind of monster will appear? Who is it or why? Caused the end of the world. Sir, there are some supplies somewhere else. Seeing Xuefeng in deep thought, Qin Fengshan spoke in a flattering voice. What supplies? Xuefeng came back to his senses and asked. They are just some weapons, ammunition, and the like, placed in another place. Qin Fengshan explained. Those supplies were guarded more closely. Okay, take me there. Xuefeng nodded. Since I'm here, I can't waste any supplies. Wastefulness is the greatest sin in these last days. However, when passing by the burning fire, Xuefeng suddenly remembered something. A burning body was pulled out of the fire. It's a bloody corpse. The blood corpse has no breath, but no one knows what its body is made of. The flame is still burning. Xuefeng took out the nano axe and chopped it hard at the blood corpse's head. It took more than 10 hits to cut open the skull bones. This also shocked Xuefeng. If it weren't for his own special abilities, coupled with the power of the explosion, I don't know how much effort it will take to deal with the zombies head-on. Even his own nano axe needs to be chopped so many times. Xuefeng found a crystal core inside the blood corpse's head, still the size of an apple. However, Xuefeng noticed that the color of this crystal core was darker than the color inside the head of the third-level mutant. The previous crystal cores were all light yellow, but this crystal core is dark yellow, and you can even see a hint of bright red in the middle. Maybe a fifth-order mutant, or something more powerful. The crystal cores in their heads will also be more red. After throwing the crystal core into the space backpack, Xuefeng followed Qin Fengshan to collect all the remaining supplies. Then cleaned the blood corpse sprayed on the windshield of the armored vehicle. Xuefeng drove Qin Fengshan back to the base. On the way back, Qin Fengshan's face turned blue and red. Finally, Qin Fengshan spoke with a tearful voice. Well, why don't you put me here? Why? Xuefeng asked. You won't keep someone like me who has betrayed you once. Considering that I helped you, please please give me a way out. I want to live. Qin Fengshan knew very well what he had done. No one would trust a traitor. Even if Qin Fengshan betrayed his enemy. No matter what, a traitor is a traitor. I won't trust you. Xuefeng nodded. Hearing these words, the last glimmer of hope in Qin Fengshan's heart was shattered. As expected, Xuefeng did not trust himself. But you are still valuable to me. As long as you are willing to do things for me in the future, I can spare your life. Xuefeng said lightly. As long as you don't kill me, I'll do anything. Qin Fengshan said immediately. Xuefeng didn't say anything else. On the way back, I could see with the help of the car lights that there were a lot of zombies wandering around in the suburbs. On the contrary, after entering the city, there are not so many zombies. Because of the zombie tide, a large number of zombies rushed out of the city. It is estimated that the number of zombies left in the urban area is much smaller than before. What still makes Xuefeng feel confused is, why do ordinary zombies' speed and strength increase so much after being affected by blood zombies? Zombies still have too many secrets waiting to be discovered. On the way back to the base, Xuefeng encountered several cars blocking the road. These were all blocked by Xiaowei and her men. It was naturally impossible for Xuefeng to destroy the roadblock directly. He used the simplest method. First put the Doomsday armored vehicle into the space backpack. Then he and Qin Fengshan climbed over these obstacles together, and then released the Doomsday chariot. After arriving at the base, Xuefeng found that the base was dark and not a single light was on. But no one slept. Everyone knows how terrifying this zombie tide is, so everyone remains on guard. After Xuefeng returned, he immediately ordered everyone to rest. Just keep the necessary positions. It's safe now, the zombie tide is over. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Xue, Lu Jun and the others are here too and are assigned to guard the other side. Do you want to see them now? And Xiaowei said, let's talk about it tomorrow morning. Tell them to prepare some delicious food tomorrow, and we can have a banquet to relax. Xuefeng said. Xuefeng was not the only one who was tired today, and Xiaowei and her colleagues were responsible for blocking the roads, and it was also very hard work. Banquet? What supplies will be used? How will they be distributed? Gu Xiaoqian next to her couldn't help but ask. After all, the word banquet is too far away for them. If there's meat, serve it. Also, there's no need to distribute it according to levels this time. Let everyone have fun. We'll hold this event every month from now on. Xuefeng said. Doing this also gives everyone hope in life. Yes. Gu Xiaoqian's eyes were also full of anticipation. Banquet. This is almost a dream scene. I didn't expect it to happen again. Also, hand this person over to Tang Qiqiang and ask Tang Qiqiang to send someone to keep an eye on him and don't do anything that may damage the base. Xuefeng said to Xiaowei again. Hearing this, Qin Fengshan also smiled bitterly. I didn't expect that Xuefeng was really not shy at all and just let people look at him. This means you don't take yourself seriously. But this is actually better for Qin Fengshan. At least he doesn't need to worry. Xuefeng was very busy today and experienced a very dangerous battle. I returned to the villa and lay in the bathtub, intending to relax. And Xiaowei walked in wrapped in a bath towel. Are you done with everything? Xuefeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. I didn't expect that the little girl would run in at this time. It's done. Brother Xue, you must be very tired. Let me give you a massage to relax you. And Xiaowei showed a mischievous smile. Okay then. Xuefeng nodded and did not refuse. After getting permission, and Xiaowei immediately took off the bath towel that was in the way. Although I have seen in Xiaowei's body countless times. But Xuefeng couldn't help but look at Xiaowei. The tall and straight jade peaks seemed fuller than before. The skin also looks whiter and softer. What has not changed is that Xiaowei is honest with herself every time. There is always a blush on the fair cheeks, which makes her look particularly cute. Xuefeng couldn't wait and pulled Xiaowei into the bathtub. 113 shocked, Xiaoya. When Xuefeng came out, he felt refreshed. On the contrary, Xiaowei, who was in his arms, looked like she had just experienced a brutal battle and was exhausted and out of breath. When I woke up early in the morning, Xiaowei was still sleeping. She was really tired yesterday, and she also felt that Xuefeng seemed more courageous. Xuefeng didn't wake up Xiaowei, but went to have a simple breakfast. Xuefeng's breakfast today was actually fried dough sticks and vegetable buns. These are not Lu Qiqi's craftsmanship. Is this made by Lu Jun and the others? Xuefeng asked Gu Xiaoqian while stuffing fried dough sticks into his mouth. Of course, the fried dough sticks were specially provided by Xuefeng, and this was the only breakfast he had. The other A-level members only have vegetable buns. Oil is also a very valuable resource in the apocalypse. After frying the dough sticks in the morning, I used them to cook at noon. That's right, Lu Jun and his team have several chefs, and I asked them all to work in the kitchen. Gu Xiaoqian nodded. Okay, call Lu Jun over later. Xuefeng nodded. He enjoyed the meal to his heart's content. Soon Lu Jun came to Xuefeng's office. When he met Xuefeng again, Lu Jun was very humble. Lu Jun had completely regarded himself as Xuefeng's subordinate. Their food street yesterday was where the tide of zombies passed by. Lu Jun had already seen the horror of the zombie tide through the telescope. If Xuefeng hadn't asked someone to pick them up, I'm afraid I would have become a meal for the zombies by now. From now on, you will live in the base, and you will receive ill-level treatment in the future, Xuefeng said. No matter what, Lu Jun is a capable person and deserves this qualification. Thank you, sir. Lu Jun was very excited. Of course I know what A-level membership means. This is the management within the base. How is your supernatural power? Has it improved? Xuefeng asked again. Hearing this, Lu Jun scratched his head awkwardly. The superpowers are still the same, but I feel my combat skills have improved a bit, but they are still not as fast as using a gun. Lu Jun said. After all, there is a famous saying. The gun is fastest 7 steps away, and within 7 steps, the gun is both accurate and fast. Eat this. Xuefeng placed a crystal core of a second-level mutant on the table. Crystal core. Xuefeng actually asked him to eat the crystal core. Lu Jun's eyelids couldn't help but twitch. Can this thing be eaten? Isn't this what's inside a zombie's head? Won't I turn into a zombie if I eat it? What exactly does Xuefeng mean? But it was just a fleeting thought in his mind. Then he immediately took the crystal core and swallowed it whole. The crystal nucleus of the second-order mutant is about the size of a walnut. It's quite difficult to swallow. But Lu Jun did not hesitate the moment he swallowed it. He has absolute trust in Xuefeng. Swallowing the mutant's crystal core can make your superpowers even stronger, but you can't tell this secret to anyone. Xuefeng finally spoke. If Lu Jun had shown any hesitation or unwillingness just now, then Lu Jun will lose Xuefeng's trust. What? The crystal nucleus also has this function. Lu Jun never expected this. After all, who would have the leisure to eat crystal cores? This is inside the zombie's head. What if I eat myself to death? Thank you, sir. At this moment, Lu Jun was filled with only regret. I was actually doubting Xuefeng just now. So confused. If Xuefeng wanted to kill himself, he naturally had 10,000 ways to do it. There is absolutely no need to do this. Tell me how you feel after eating it. Xuefeng said again. Although Xuefeng had already dug out the crystal core from the leader's stomach, but he also had to find someone to experiment with. Xuefeng would not do anything that was not foolproof. Lu Jun is the most suitable candidate. Okay, Lu Jun nodded immediately. In fact, when he ate it, Lu Jun could already feel a warmth in his body. It must be because of the crystal core. Also, prepare the banquet for lunch today better, Xuefeng added. No problem, I will definitely not let you down. Lu Jun promised. After meeting Lu Jun, Xuefeng came to the laboratory again. Nie Xiaoya and Nie Xiaoxing are both in the laboratory. Xuefeng told Nie Xiaoya that people with special abilities could enhance their special abilities by eating crystal cores. Perhaps this can help Nie Xiaoya better understand the nature of the crystal core. What? Is this true? Nie Xiaoya widened her eyes, feeling unbelievable. After all, this goes against biological common sense. It should be true, I'm 90% sure. Xuefeng nodded. As long as there is no problem with Lu Jun, we are 100% sure. It can improve superpowers. It can improve superpowers. Nie Xiaoya suddenly grabbed her hair, frowned, and squatted on the ground. It seemed as if a flash of inspiration was about to emerge from my head. When Xuefeng and Nie Xiaoxing saw this, they didn't dare to disturb Nie Xiaoya. Many times, genius ideas come from coincidences. The atmosphere in the laboratory froze for a moment. After waiting for a few minutes, just when Xuefeng couldn't help but want to ask, Nie Xiaoya stood up suddenly. I know. We are going in the wrong direction, in the wrong direction. Nie Xiaoya's eyes were full of excitement. What's wrong? Xuefeng finally spoke. The crystal core is not, it's bioenergy. It's bioenergy. Nie Xiaoya just repeated this sentence. Then he took out a crystal core and started fiddling with it on the lab bench. What did your sister mean? Xuefeng asked Nie Xiaoxing, who was beside him. My sister always thought that the crystal core was a kind of mineral, and her research was also in this direction, but now it seems that the crystal core should belong to bioenergy. Nie Xiaoxing explained. There was also excitement in Nie Xiaoxing's eyes, but it was not as enthusiastic as Nie Xiaoya's. Seeing that Xuefeng still didn't understand, Nie Xiaoxing simply explained what minerals and biological energy are. 114 Agricultural Plan. Ore is a mineral aggregate formed in nature through various geological processes and has a certain structural structure and chemical composition. It is an inorganic substance and has nothing to do with biological processes. Bioenergy is the energy obtained by living organisms or biological processes. This energy usually comes from the growth and metabolism of organisms. To put it in the simplest terms, iron ore is an ore, and coal is a bioenergy, Nie Xiaoxing explained. Coal is formed when plants are buried underground and gradually transformed into coal through high temperature and high pressure. Its energy source can be traced back to solar energy. That is to say, Nie Xiaoya had always thought that the crystal core was some kind of elemental mineral, but now the mystery has been solved. It is a kind of bioenergy. Xuefeng finally understood. This also explains why crystal cores can generate electricity and why they can enhance superpowers. The crystal nucleus itself is an energy carrier. It's just because there has never been such a thing before, and the crystal core cannot be burned by flames, etc. It does not have the usual biological ignition method. So Nie Xiaoya didn't think in that direction. But now we know that mutants can absorb crystal cores. Nie Xiaoya suddenly realized and discovered a new way to use the crystal core. I've never seen my sister so serious before. Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but say. She had a feeling that her sister would make a major discovery. You say she won't notice anything we do now? Xuefeng smiled. That's right. When my sister is serious, she won't be disturbed by the outside world. She was like this when she was studying before. She could read for a whole night. Nie Xiaoxing recalled that Nie Xiaoya was particularly serious when she was studying. It is precisely because of this concentration that Nie Xiaoya was able to become a doctor in her 20s. If it weren't for the Doomsday, Nie Xiaoya's future would be very bright. What if we are in front of her? Xuefeng chuckled. He hugged Nie Xiaoya from behind and leaned over. This, Nie Xiaoxing's face suddenly turned as red as an apple. Fortunately, Xuefeng just touched it for a moment and did not take any further action. After all, Nie Xiaoya's research is at a critical moment now, and I shouldn't disturb her. He just kissed Nie Xiaoxing's fair neck a few times. Then he left. Nie Xiaoxing was left with a shy face and a slightly wet body. After Xuefeng left the laboratory, he came to a piece of farmland. This was originally a grassland inside the community, but now all the grass has been pulled out. There are rows of wooden sticks stuck in the ground, and it has been turned into a vegetable garden. A woman is directing some old, weak, and sick people to work here. It was Tang Qiqian's wife Song Yin. Grown-ups. When he saw Xuefeng coming, Song Yin immediately lowered his head and was very humble. Song Yin is very clear that she is able to have where she is today and live in a safe environment. It was entirely because Xuefeng took them in. Why are the vegetables growing well here, but just sprouting over there? As soon as Xuefeng arrived, he saw that there was a clear difference in the growth of vegetables on the east and west sides of the farmland. The vegetables on the east side have grown out of the ground more than 10 centimeters and are all green. The vegetables in the west are just showing their tip. Fertilizers were used over there, but there are none here. We only found a little bit of fertilizer in the property's warehouse. Song Yin still lowered his head and explained in a low voice. It turned out to be due to the fertilizer. Xuefeng nodded secretly. Agricultural crops without fertilizers are a completely different matter. Xuefeng has always ignored the importance of fertilizers. There is no fertilizer among the supplies I collected, so it seems I need to search for some. Since there is a shortage of fertilizer, why not apply for it? Xuefeng asked. Everyone in the base can put forward reasonable suggestions. However, you can only raise this issue with your superiors. Now that Song Yin knows that there is a shortage of fertilizer, she should tell Gu Shaoqian. This way Gu Shaoqian can tell herself. List fertilizer as one of the materials the base will need next. I haven't had time to say it yet. I see everyone is very busy these days. Song Yan's voice became even smaller. Especially yesterday's zombie tide made everyone panic. Song Yan didn't dare to speak because of this matter. Haha, just say whatever you want to say. In my base, as long as you work hard, no one will blame you. If anyone causes trouble for you, just tell me directly, Xuefeng said with a smile. After all, Song Yin is now in charge of planting. Although the scale is relatively small now, we can only grow some simple vegetables. But in the future, the base will definitely grow more crops. Song Yan's position will be even more important. Understood, sir. Song Yin didn't expect that Xuefeng was such a gentle person. So he couldn't help but look up and look at Xuefeng. This is a very handsome young man. Even though Song Yin had been at the base for several days, this was the first time she spoke to Xuefeng. These are potato seeds. Find a place to plant them. Xuefeng then conjured up a bag out of thin air and placed it on the ground. Potato seeds. Song Yin was surprised, as she had some agricultural knowledge. You know, potato seeds are very rare, and I didn't expect Xuefeng to be able to get them. These potato seeds are different. They will mature in a month. Remember to pick them then. Xuefeng added. Yes. Song Yin nodded immediately. You are a C-level staff now, right? Shuefeng asked again. He still remembers clearly the rank of every member in the base. That's right. Thank you very much, sir. Song Yin was very grateful to Shuefeng. If Shuefeng hadn't spoken, she would have been just an ordinary person of E level. Work hard. The position of agricultural supervisor will definitely be very important in the future and will definitely be A level. Shuefeng smiled. A level. Song Yan's eyes lit up when she heard this. She was very envious of the treatment of those A-level members. People like in Xiaowei not only eat well every day, but also live in better conditions in their villas. It is said that what flows out of the tap is hot water. On the bathroom sink are the highest quality cosmetics and skincare products. The cheapest one costs tens of thousands. These are luxuries that ordinary people cannot afford before the apocalypse. These were all obtained by Shuefeng from searching for supplies outside, and he gave them to In Xiaowei and the others. Of course, Song Yuan didn't know this. These cosmetics are not the treatment for A-level members, but merely rewards given by Shuefeng to his woman. If you want to obtain these rewards, you must become your own woman. But this still did not prevent Song Yin from feeling envious. 115 Black Panther is smarter. After leaving Song Yuan, Shuefeng came to the doghouse again. Although it is a doghouse, hunting dogs like Black Panther live in villas. Shuefeng played with the Black Panther for a while, then took out a few crystal cores to feed the Black Panther. The Black Panther seemed very excited when it saw the crystal core. It seemed that it also knew that this thing would be good for it. Shuefeng also felt a little emotional. I had noticed it a long time ago, and nothing happened to the Black Panther after it ate the crystal core. But I have never tried to feed it to others. Or it's because his ability is strong enough. In addition, since we have our own system, we put more energy into searching for supplies. Not too much attention was paid to the importance of the crystal core itself. All of them were thrown to Nyesyaoya. From now on, feed some crystal cores to Black Panther and the other puppies with every meal. Shuefeng instructed Li Wangyao. Anyway, the number of crystal cores inside the base now exceeds 1,000. Every time he killed a zombie wandering outside, he never forgot to pry open its head and take a look. Crystal cores are now also an important source of electricity. I was wondering why the Black Panther was so strong and smart. It turns out it's because it eats this thing. Li Wangyao also looked surprised. Li Wangyao had been wondering why Black Panther looked so good. It turns out there are special supplements. Black Panther is very smart. Shuefeng nodded. He could feel that Black Panther's IQ was almost the same as that of a 10-year-old child. According to statistics, the smartest pet dog before the end of the world only had the IQ of an 8-year-old child. Of course, Shuefeng scoffed at this statement. 8-year-olds are already very smart. Some can even master several foreign languages, and there are even 8-year-old children who can program. No dog can learn even the simplest programming. It's nothing more than the rhetoric used by some pet dealers to sell dogs. But Black Panther is different. Shuefeng really felt that Black Panther's IQ was improving. That Black Panther always wants to go out hunting zombies. What should I do? Li Wangyao asked cautiously. Recently, Black Panther seems to be uncomfortable staying in the villa and has been wanting to go out. Li Wangyao could sense what Black Panther meant. Black Panther, you want to go hunting zombies? Shuefeng laughed when he heard this and touched the Black Panther lying at his feet. Then I saw the big head of the Black Panther, nodding continuously. Then do you know what to do when you encounter a powerful mutant? Shuefeng asked again. Black Panther stood up and ran around the villa several times. Then he ran to Shuefeng's feet and continued to lie there. What does this mean? Li Wangyao was completely confused. Although she had been in contact with Black Panther for a few days, she still had no idea what Black Panther was going to do. It's very simple. Black Panther means that it will shake off the mutants and then come back secretly. Shuefeng smiled. Sure enough, the Black Panther nodded quickly. This was what it meant. Li Wangyao was stunned. I didn't expect Black Panther to think so far ahead. When encountering a mutant that you cannot defeat, your first reaction is not to run away. He actually got rid of the powerful mutant first. In this way, mutants will not be brought into the base and pose a security threat. This is so smart. To be honest, Li Wangyao felt a little ashamed of herself because she couldn't think of such a good idea. Black Panther, then you go, but you have to help me search these places. If there are any survivors here, let me know. Shuefeng said as he took out a map. This map is the one drawn by Qin Fengshan and others. Several gathering points of survivors are also marked on this map. It can read maps. Li Wangyao still found it unbelievable. In fact, Li Wangyao was already shocked by the fact that Black Panther could understand human language. Now Shuefeng actually showed it a map. What shocked Li Wangyao even more was that Black Panther actually nodded repeatedly. It seems that he understood the above content. Haha, then go and have fun. Don't expose yourself easily in front of humans. Many of them have guns. Xuefeng did not forget to remind Black Panther. Black Panther is his right-hand man. But in the eyes of other hungry survivors, it was probably just a pot of dog meat soup. But Xuefeng was not too worried. The Black Panther's sensitivity is not something that ordinary humans can grasp. What's more, the Black Panther has a very sensitive sense of smell and can smell the scent of humans from a long distance. Roar! The Black Panther roared in surprise and ran outside happily. Seeing this scene, the other dogs were also very excited and wanted to go out for a walk with them. But without Xuefeng's order, they dared not. When you grow as strong as Black Panthers, you can go out. Eat more crystal cores first. Li Wangmiao immediately began to comfort the dogs. Under Li Wangmiao's comfort, the dogs actually shut their mouths and became quiet. At this moment, a small bell rang throughout the villa area. It was sent out via broadcast. It's lunchtime. Today's lunch is also very special. It is a banquet prepared by Xuefeng's order. In the past, people ate according to their rank and position, in different areas. But this time it was different. All were concentrated in the square in the center of the villa. Lu Jun and others brought in a lot of tables, chairs and benches of all kinds. There were 15 tables in total, because there are a total of 138 people in the entire base. Lu Jun and his group joined with more than 40 people. Originally, there were only about 20 people in the food court. However, as Lu Jun and his men obtained guns, they became bolder. Start searching for supplies outside. By the way, we found many survivors. These survivors were in groups of 3 or 4, staying in a safe place with plenty of food and water. After all, there are 3 boxes of instant noodles and 2 large buckets of water. It can keep an adult going for more than a month. That's how they survived until now. But when they were basically out of ammunition and food, they saw Lu Jun and others searching for supplies. So he took the initiative to join Lu Jun's team. It has to be said that these people were lucky because they met Lu Jun. If you meet other cruel survivors, you will most likely be made into bacon and hung on the wall. Qin Fengshan also sat in front of a table. Last night, when Qin Fengshan was sleeping, there were 2 people squeezed next to him. Just stare at him intently in this way. However, it was still the night Qin Fengshan slept most soundly. What Qin Fengshan didn't expect was that he could actually take a bath last night. At the cannery, although the leader was very powerful, but the management within the base is a mess. 116 You are so awesome. Qin Fengshan couldn't even find a clean water source, let alone hot water. In the end, the last resort was the mutant who could create the pit. A huge deep pit was dug, and groundwater seeped out of it. A well was dug directly on the site, which solved the problem of drinking water. As for food, they were all looted fast food. The only electricity source is a small diesel generator that provides power to a few houses. People like Qin Fengshan are not qualified to enjoy electricity. But what surprised Qin Fengshan was, all rooms in this base have electricity, and even the outside walls are hung with electrified barbed wire. This is a huge amount of electricity consumption. It was hard for Qin Fengshan to imagine. At the same time, Qin Fengshan was also looking forward to the banquet at noon today. Soon the first dish arrived. It's braised pork. The second dish was braised duck, and the third dish was sweet and sour spare ribs, stir-fried vegetables, and big plate chicken. There are 10 dishes in total. Qin Fengshan was completely stunned. All of them are freshly cooked home-cooked dishes. No canned food or packaged prepared food. Is this still the end of the world? In addition to these, there is also the staple food, fragrant white rice. And some drinks and beer were placed on the table. This must be heaven. Qin Fengshan almost knelt down to express his gratitude. He had forgotten how long it had been since he had eaten these things. Now that all the dishes are served, let's start eating, said Xuefeng. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Fengshan couldn't wait to pick up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth. Melts in your mouth. The taste of the rich oil melting in your mouth is simply a pleasure. Qin Fengshan closed his eyes and felt it slowly. When he opened his eyes again, he found that the braised pork was gone. They've all been eaten. Even the grease on the plates was licked clean. Damn it. Qin Fengshan was dumbfounded and looked around. Everyone was eating voraciously. They were all like Qin Fengshan. They hadn't eaten such delicious food for a long time. Not to mention that this was made by chefs like Lu Jun, so it is delicious and fragrant. Who has time to savor it slowly? Eat it quickly. Qin Fengshan then hurriedly tore off a chicken wing and bit it into pieces in his mouth. He swallowed even the bones. After all, when I was starving before, I had eaten all kinds of things. If there are chicken bones, it would be delicious. At the table of E-level members, everyone seemed to be wolfing down the food. When it comes to C-level members like Song Yuan, the situation is much better. Although the eating speed is also very fast, it maintains the most basic elegance. Only the table occupied by Xuefeng and Xiaowei and others was occupied with people eating leisurely, because they usually have a supply of meat. My lord, this is my fault. I will strengthen my training in table manners in the future. Listening to the sounds of people wolfing down their food around her, Gu Xiaoqian looked apologetic. After all, Gu Xiaoqian is the housekeeper, and she is responsible for these chores. Everyone hasn't eaten well for a long time, so it's not surprising that they have this reaction. Just ask them to be more careful next time. Xuefeng waved his hand, seeming not to care. If he hadn't seen so many delicious foods for a long time, I'm afraid his eating manners wouldn't be very good. It's all thanks to Lu Jun. If he hadn't brought so much meat, there wouldn't be so many delicious dishes at this banquet. Gu Xiaoqian said sincerely. When I went there yesterday, I didn't expect that they had accumulated so much meat, enough for 3 trucks, and they could still preserve it even without electricity. Zhao Weisu said as he gnawed on a chicken leg. It should be placed in a cold storage. There must be quite a few cold storages in their food court. As long as there are enough ice cubes in it, it can be kept for at least a few months. Wang Xinyu also said. In ancient imperial palaces, there were specialized cellars. In summer, ice could still be taken out and placed in the emperor's room to cool it down. It is a treatment that only princes and nobles can enjoy. We should hire a professional chef. Let Lu Jun be in charge of the kitchen now, and Lu Qiqi will learn from his brother slowly. Xuefeng nodded. Although Lu Qiqi's cooking skills are also improving. But there are better options now. Everyone was very satisfied with the meal and had a full belly. So we simply canceled the dinner and gave each person 2 bottles of drinks. Eating too much can easily lead to gastrointestinal diseases. Xuefeng came to the infirmary in the afternoon. Brother Xue. Wang Xinyu felt very happy when she saw her first love coming over. I have a good thing here and put it next to the infirmary. Come out and take a look. Xuefeng said. Nice one. Wang Xinyu walked out of the infirmary in confusion. It's a medical vehicle. Wang Xinyu exclaimed. I saw a mobile medical vehicle parked outside the infirmary. It looks about the same size as a bus. Let's go up and take a look. There are quite a few medical equipment in here that can be used to perform some simple surgical operations. Xuefeng said. Unfortunately, only surgical operations can be performed, and there are no conditions for internal medicine operations, because there is no sterile operating room on the medical vehicle. Plus, Wang Xinyu doesn't know how to do internal surgery. Just the fact that he can perform surgery has already surpassed countless people. Good. Wang Xinyu couldn't wait to get in the car, and found that this was actually a small operating room. The places where the seats used to be have now been demolished. It was replaced with some cabinets for storing medicines. At the rear of the car is an operating table with many surgical tools next to it. What surprised Wang Xinyu the most was that basically all the tools were available. Even disinfection equipment was not missing. Brother Xue, you are so awesome. Wang Xinyu was so excited that she couldn't help but turn around and hug Xuefeng. For a doctor, nothing could make her happier than this. Do you like it? Xuefeng also hugged Wang Xinyu tightly. 117 A voice from heaven. Xuefeng directly pushed Wang Xinyu against the medicine cabinet. Wang Xinyu needed to have a good rest before getting up. She no longer cared about her disheveled appearance, and her hair fell in front of her eyes. If someone who didn't know what was happening saw this, they would probably think that Wang Xinyu had encountered something horrible. Xuefeng didn't just pull up his pants and leave. Instead, he waited until Wang Xinyu had rested enough, and then pulled her up. There are more people in the base now. You may need help here. Xuefeng said. Yes, I'm a little busy. Wang Xinyu felt sweet in her heart. It's not just the physical satisfaction that has just been felt. She never expected that Xuefeng still cared about her and whether she was working hard enough. I'll ask Gu Xiaoqian to check and see if there are any new members who have medical knowledge. If there are, I'll send them to you. Xuefeng said. Thank you, Brother Xue. Wang Xinyu was very grateful. Xuefeng returned to the office and asked in Xiaowei to call Qin Fengshan over. Qin Fengshan was very nervous when he came, and his attitude was more respectful than before. After seeing the superior life at Xiefeng Base, he wanted more and more to become a part of it. I don't like talking nonsense, nor do I like playing the emotional card. You help me do one thing, and if you succeed, you can become a part of the base. Xuefeng said in a deep voice, leaning back in his chair. Sir, please speak. Qin Fengshan was very excited. Nothing else to say. Just the meal he had at noon today was enough to make him work hard. It would be nice to be a well-fed ghost before dying. I will give you a car, a rifle and bullets, and a few grenades, and you go to this place. Xuefeng took out a piece of paper and put it on the table. This piece of paper was the flyer that fell from the sky when Xuefeng eliminated the first third-level mutant. The leaflet indicated that there was a stronghold of survivors on a mountain outside the north of the city, founded by several powerful psychics. As long as the survivors go there, They can get free medical care and food. If a survivor with special abilities joins, he or she will enjoy very high treatment. Xuefeng has always been wary of the content on the flyer. The northern area was deliberately not searched, so as to avoid a direct confrontation with that force. Xuefeng had a hunch that that force might have gathered quite a few people. It must be more powerful than the cannery. After witnessing the leader's strange superpowers, Xuefeng became wary of other people with superpowers. Who knows what weird abilities those guys have? Qin Fengshan took it and looked at it, and couldn't help but frowned. It's this place. What's wrong? Do you know this place? Xuefeng asked. I don't know, but we have seen many survivors heading north, but rarely have we seen people from the north coming to search for supplies. Qin Fengshan said. There are only two explanations for this. The first is that there is enough food there, so even if there are many survivors, they don't need to go back to the city to get food. But this seems very strange. Even if food is not needed, there will be supplies such as medicine. After all, it is impossible to manufacture medicines under Doomsday conditions. Another explanation is that there are probably not many living people there, so there is no need for supplies. But I am willing to search for intelligence. Qin Fengshan then nodded firmly. Because Qin Fengshan knew very well that if he didn't go, it would mean that he was worthless. Those who have no value will be discarded. I want to survive and be a part of this place. Okay, go and find out the intelligence about that place, and act as an insider when necessary. I will reward you if you make a contribution. Xuefeng nodded. Qin Fengshan's cooperation made him very satisfied. A few hours later, Qin Fengshan drove to the north of the city. Xuefeng had no intention of searching the northern region until there was news from Qin Fengshan. At least he wouldn't go without the intelligence system's prompt. Of course, Xuefeng couldn't wait like this forever, so he decided to wait for 5 days at most. 5 days have passed, and there is still no news from Qin Fengshan. It means that the clue is broken. Qin Fengshan is either dead, defected, or unable to leave. The most important thing for Xuefeng right now is to get some fertilizer. Fertilizer is really hard to find in the city. However, Xuefeng soon found a place with a lot of fertilizers. Flower, bird, fish, and insect market. Many flower and plant sellers carry fertilizers. Although the quantity was not large, Xuefeng also found about 40 bags of fertilizer here, weighing about 2 tons. This is enough for their consumption of fruits and vegetables for a year. This time Xuefeng brought Yu Haoyun and Xiaowei with him. He also wanted to bring himself some good luck. Both beauties are wearing leggings and sweatshirts today, which makes it easier to collect supplies. They are the ones who do all the dirty and tiring work like rummaging. Xuefeng just needs to watch. This made Xuefeng realize that the structure between them was a bit like a lion group in the animal kingdom. Male lions do not usually hunt. It is the female lions who catch the prey. The male lion is responsible for dealing with the invasion of other carnivores. I can't believe so many pets here starve to death. It's such a waste of those little birds. They would definitely be delicious if they were used to make soup. Yu Haoyun sighed after coming out. Many pet birds are kept in cages. Those who were not eaten by zombies, but they all starved to death. Don't we still have a turtle? Take it home and raise it slowly. Maybe we can eat its meat in the future. And Xiaowei smiled. Forget it. If I raise it, I might even have to send it away. Yu Haoyun showed a look of disgust. She used to like keeping pets. But now that the Doomsday has broken out, Yu Haoyun's concept has completely changed. Pet. It's a waste of time and energy, and it doesn't make any sense. Squeak. At this moment, Xuefeng and others heard a sharp sound of airflow. It came from heaven. They couldn't help but look in one direction. Then I saw a helicopter appear in the sky, flying less than 100 meters above the ground. Survivors, listen up. Survivors, listen up. A gathering place for survivors has been established at Beishan Hospital. There are more than a dozen powerful psychics in charge. Everyone, take refuge at Beishan Hospital. Everyone, take refuge at Beishan Hospital. A broadcast voice came from the helicopter. 118 helicopter. The helicopter flew past Xuefeng not far away. A large group of zombies were attracted by the sound of the helicopter and were chasing it closely below. The helicopter's broadcast continued. At the same time, a large number of leaflets were thrown down. It was a long time before it disappeared into the northern sky. There is a shelter in Beishan Hospital, and Xiaowei couldn't help but exclaim. Beishan, could it be the one who distributed the leaflets before? Xuefeng narrowed his eyes. I couldn't help but connect the two together. But the content on the previous flyer said that there were several powerful people with special abilities. There are more than a dozen things being broadcast now. The information is obviously wrong. However, the method of spreading the news is the same, that is, using helicopters to drop leaflets. It should be the same one. It says there are not many people with special abilities. Maybe someone with special abilities joined them during this period. Yu Haoyun had a brand new flyer in her hand. Her tone was good. A flyer floated directly into her hand. It saves you the trouble of searching. This also made Xue Feng sigh that Yu Haoyun's luck was really good. It's a pity that this seems to be used in the wrong place. Xue Feng took the flyer and compared it, and was sure that it was the same group of people. Both the format and content of the flyers are basically the same. Who are those people? Are they from the military? And Xiaowei couldn't help but feel curious, questioning where to go. And Xiaowei had no such thoughts at all. She firmly believed that staying with Xue Feng was the safest. It shouldn't be. The word rescue is printed on it. It might be a rescue plane from some civilian organization. Xue Feng shook his head and said, "Nowadays, many civilian rescue organizations are equipped with very advanced equipment. Not only are there helicopters, but there are also various drones and the like." But Xue Feng always felt that there was something strange about it. Why would a non-governmental organization take the initiative to recruit survivors? Could it be that they have plenty of supplies? In this case, you can also share it with strangers. There aren't many people you can trust in the apocalypse. It's probably some kind of trap to barbecue the person. Yu Haoyun was still very angry when she mentioned this matter. Yu Haoyun will always remember the incident where someone smeared sauce on her and almost made her into a barbecue. Of course, Yu Haoyun still didn't know that the group of people were planning to eat her. However, the sauces and other things were applied by Xue Feng and in Xiaowei. No matter what, it's better not to provoke them now. Xue Feng shook his head and said, "Right now, we are still waiting for the information Qin Fengshan will bring. If no intelligence comes in, we will make plans for the next step." "Okay, I'll listen to Brother Xue and everything." And Xiaowei nodded obediently, just when Xue Feng was about to get in the car and leave. Suddenly, Yu Haoyun pointed in a direction. "Brother Xue, look over there." Yu Haoyun shouted, "Look over there." Xue Feng turned his head and looked over there. At first I thought the helicopter had returned, but it soon became clear that it wasn't. On the top floor of an office building, there were actually several brightly colored flags. It seems like he did it on purpose to get the attention of others, because it is too far, at least 2 or 3 kilometers away. So Xue Feng took out a telescope from his backpack. This telescope is ordinary, not the high-power telescope used by Qin Fengshan and others before. But you can also see things 2 kilometers away. When he saw the colorful flags clearly, he was stunned. Those colorful flags turned out to be women's clothes. All of them were brightly colored skirts. You can actually see so far. Xue Feng couldn't help but admire. "I just happened to notice something strange over there." Yu Haoyun stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. She didn't expect to find out. Xue Feng understood that this was the goddess of luck's characteristics at work again. "What should we do, Brother Xue? Should we go and take a look?" And Xiaowei asked. "Go and take a look." Xue Feng nodded. Xue Feng is not interested in the scattered survivors now. Those people could not pose any threat to him. But this time it's different. After all, it was discovered by the goddess of luck Yu Haoyun, so maybe she would go there herself. It can also bring more good luck. I drove to the office building and found that it had 6 floors. It is one of the tallest buildings around. This was a luxurious area before, but now it has become a tower of hell. Because there are densely packed zombies below. There are at least hundreds of them. When the apocalypse broke out, there were too many people fleeing. As a result, cars blocked the roads, and sidewalks and back roads were also blocked. It's difficult for zombies to wander out. Xue Feng and his men also drove their car directly into the car. Faced with so many zombies, and Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun remained calm. He got out of the car and started shooting at them one by one with his rifle. As gunshots rang out, a zombie's head exploded. The zombies are now much faster and stronger than before. It is no longer safe for the 2 of them to use iron bars to fight zombies. It's still easier and more convenient to use a gun. Soon the zombies around were almost cleared out. The gunshots did not attract too many zombies. After the last zombie died, there are much fewer zombies in the city. "Are you saving us?" At this moment, a clear female voice came from the window on the 6th floor. Xue Feng and others looked over. A window on the 6th floor was found open. A woman with long hair popped out and was shouting. It must have been the gunshot that attracted the woman. "There is indeed someone here. How long have you been trapped?" Xue Feng shouted. "We have been trapped here since the Doomsday broke out. Please save us," the woman pleaded. She looks very weak. It seemed that just shouting a few words took a lot of energy. "If you are willing to work for me, obey my orders, and prove that you are valuable, then I can save you." Xue Feng nodded. Originally, he had no interest in encountering this kind of survivor. Xue Feng wanted to have more capable people under his command. Otherwise, more population means more consumption. But this time it was Yu Haoyun who discovered the survivor. Maybe it will bring some good luck to Xue Feng. "Yes, we do," the woman cried. In the current situation, let alone obeying Shui Feng's instructions. As long as we can rescue them and bring them food, let her do anything. The woman's name is Feng Feier, and she is a very famous anchor on a certain platform. Feng Feier has a nice voice and her singing is very distinctive, making her very popular. Even though she hadn't eaten for many days, Feng Feier still had a delicate face and was dressed beautifully. Don't tell them we eat people. Just as Feng Feier was crying, a cold voice came from behind him. 119, a desperate situation where humanity is lost. Feng Feier turned around and saw a thin man. Although food is now in short supply, the man in front of him still retained some muscles. When the apocalypse broke out, there was no food at all in their building. The only reason he was able to survive now was because of the man in front of him named Lu Hua. As an online anchor, Feng Feier has felt that the live broadcast industry is becoming increasingly sluggish. So I signed with an internet celebrity company. I usually post some borderline videos, which attracts a lot of traffic. Successfully transformed from an internet anchor to an internet celebrity. Lu Hua is the boss of the agency and designed a career plan for Feng Feier. The two people made a lot of money by working together. They usually endorse and sell counterfeit and shoddy products and charge high commissions. In just over a year, he earned tens of millions. He even lived in a luxurious villa and drove a Ferrari sports car. There was even enough money to rent the top 2 floors of the building. There are all contracted anchors of Lu Hua Company, and there are more than 30 staff members in total. Among them were 2 blonde-haired and blue-eyed foreigners. Unexpectedly, the Doomsday happened. The zombies quickly surrounded the building, making it impossible for them to leave. Because among the goods for sale, there are many snacks and drinks. So they persisted for a while at first. At the same time, the stairs were blocked to ensure that zombies could not get in. But there were just too many people. The cost of more than 30 people is huge. So Lu Hua made a decision quickly, using the reason of exploring the way and searching for supplies, forcing some staff members to go down and die. Of course those people didn't want to. However, Lu Hua had already won over most of the people in advance by relying on the prestige accumulated by the company boss over the years. In addition, Lu Hua is a rich and powerful boss. Although the Doomsday has broken out, who can guarantee that the Doomsday will not end? Anyone who offends Lu Hua at that time will definitely die a miserable death. So under most of the coercion, a few poor staff members went down to explore the way. As expected, he was bitten to death by the zombies downstairs. Seeing this scene, everyone understood that going down would mean death. At least if you stay on the top 2 floors, you won't die so miserably. However, at this moment, something no one expected happened. When they woke up one morning, they heard the sound of chopping meat. It was later discovered that Lu Hua had killed a female anchor who was almost starving to death and chopped her into meat paste with a kitchen knife. Many people ate it that day. Among them, Lu Hua ate the most. Feng Feier didn't want to eat, and she couldn't accept it no matter what. But Lu Hua stuffed the meat into her mouth and forced Feng Feier to eat it, even if Feng Feier vomited all the meat. Lu Hua would also make some new food for her to eat, determined to keep her alive. Feng Feier understood very well why Lu Hua did this. Because I can make money. So that day was a watershed moment. Those who are willing to eat meat can survive, while those who are unwilling to eat meat will become weaker and weaker, and it will become the new ration. Some people couldn't stand it, so they jumped off the building when Lu Hua wasn't paying attention. Later, Lu Hua took advantage of the night and tied up the remaining 7 people. Except Feng Feier. These people became their captive livestock. No, it is not appropriate to describe it as livestock. After all, livestock still need to be provided with food and water. These 7 people are just food. But soon these people also died, and their bodies gradually rotted. They have been hungry for 3 days now. Feng Feier knew very well what would happen if he couldn't find food. It's her turn next. Because now there is a U-shaped lock on her foot, tied to the table on the other side. To prevent her from jumping off the building and committing suicide, Feng Feier stayed by the window. You know I never intended to eat you. I tied you up to prevent you from getting upset. Can you understand my painstaking efforts? Lu Hua said with a smile on his face. But in Feng Feier's eyes, this smile was extremely cruel. Because she had seen it many times before, Lu Hua just ate other people with a smile. I understand. Now that someone has come to save us, let's just pretend that the cannibalism incident never happened. Feng Feier swallowed subconsciously. Only then did she realize that her throat had already dried up. That's right. As long as we can survive, we shouldn't let others know about this. Lu Hua nodded with satisfaction. Then bend down and unlock the U-shaped lock. Boss, thanks to the flags you put up on the top floor, it must be those flags that attracted other people here. Feng Feier was still flattering Lu Hua at this time. because Feng Feier knew that he must not show any dissatisfaction. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how Lu Hua killed him. I originally wanted to attract the helicopter over and let them know that we have women here, but the helicopter didn't seem to see it. Lu Hua's face was gloomy. Seems very unhappy about this. Feng Feier also hoped that the helicopter would come to pick him up. But now that someone is willing to come, Feng Feier is already very satisfied. Feng Feier had also seen some survivors passing by outside. Some people have talked to her and were attracted by Feng Feier's beauty. But when he heard that Feng Feier was surrounded by zombies, he had to clear out the zombies on the first 4 floors. After he was able to rescue Feng Feier, he immediately lost interest. They don't care about their life or death at all. The reason is very simple. There is no need to deal with so many zombies just for a beautiful woman. This is not cost-effective. It's not difficult to find a beautiful survivor in the apocalypse. As long as there is food and water, you can let the other person do anything. Many times these things are not available, and violence is the only option. It can also make women submit to themselves. There is absolutely no need to risk being eaten by zombies. Besides, who knows if there are mutants in this building? Da-da-da. Gunshots were heard downstairs, and getting closer and closer to their floor. This proves that those people are getting closer. They really came to save themselves. When Feng Feier thought of this, he almost burst into tears. Those 1 man and 2 women must be good people. Otherwise, there would be no need for them to rescue themselves. No matter how bad the situation is, it can't be worse than being with Lu Hua. If those people don't come, I will be eaten. However, at this moment, a broadcast voice and the sound of propellers turning came from overhead. Are there any survivors here? Please answer if you hear me. Please answer if you hear me. The roar of the helicopter was deafening. The helicopter arrived and landed right above them. 120 board the helicopter. It's a rescue helicopter. Lu Hua was so excited that he almost jumped up. He immediately grabbed Feng Feier's arm and ran towards the top floor. But there are people down there trying to rescue us. Feng Feier couldn't control himself and was pulled by Lu Hua. But Feng Feier knew that someone else was coming. Are you crazy? There are only 3 people down there. But that's a rescue helicopter up there. As long as we get on the rescue helicopter, we won't have to worry about food and safety anymore. Lu Hua was very excited. He preferred to trust the rescue helicopter overhead. What if the people downstairs come up? They came up to save us. Why don't we wait for them together? Feng Feier couldn't help asking. Haha, the helicopter can't accommodate many people. If you don't want to get on, I won't force you. Lu Hua simply let go of Feng Feier's hand. He ran towards the top floor. Feng Feier suddenly became anxious and immediately chased after him. Because Feng Feier knew that what Lu Hua said was right. If you can take a helicopter, you will definitely be taken to a safe place. There is clean water and food there. I don't have to eat human flesh anymore. As for the few people downstairs who came to rescue him, Feng Feier completely forgot about them. Maybe that man was also attracted by her beauty. That's why he came to rescue me. Snort. Stinky man. There were 2 women following him, and they didn't look like good people at first glance. Feng Feier is actually not a kind person. Otherwise, it would be impossible to sell so many counterfeit and shoddy products against one's conscience. Soon the 2 of them went up to the top floor. At this time, Xue Feng and others had just reached the 5th floor. The entrance to the stairs was blocked by some sofas, and Xue Feng broken easily. Brother Xue, something is wrong here. And Xiao Wei pointed to a large bloodstain on the ground and said, this appears to be the remains of a dragged corpse. There's blood over there too. Hopefully, the survivors here won't eat humans. Yu Haoyan also frowned. Now, both of them are experienced, and they immediately noticed that something was wrong. There's still a smell of blood in the air. Xue Feng also narrowed his eyes. Although I don't know how many survivors there are here. But now, with this evidence, we can make a judgment. The survivors here started to eat each other. When I thought about the beautiful young lady who was lying on the window just now, I realized that she was also a cannibal. Yu Haoyan felt it was unbelievable. But she soon felt relieved. It's the end of the world, anything can happen. If someone had told her before, she would have smashed open the zombies' heads and looked for the crystal cores inside. Then Yu Haoyan herself wouldn't believe it either. Brother Xue Feng, the survivors here are not worth rescuing. And Xiao Wei shook her head and said, no matter what, and Xiao Wei still couldn't accept cannibalism. Wait, there's the sound of a propeller right on the roof. At this time, Xue Feng also heard the noise of the helicopter. Could it be that the helicopter saw the flag on the roof and stopped here? This is a great opportunity to get up close and personal with the helicopter. Xue Feng wanted to see who was driving the helicopter. Moreover, Xue Feng knew that this coincidence was probably caused by Yu Haoyan. It seems that it is beneficial to take Haoyan with you when you go out. Maybe good things will happen. Otherwise, if Xue Feng had to find the helicopter by himself, it would take him an unknown amount of time. Let's go up and take a look, Shuefeng said. However, when Shuefeng and others came up, they were a step too late. The helicopter just took off from the roof. Sorry, you've made this trip for nothing. Haha, just stay here. Maybe the next rescue helicopter will come and rescue you. Lu Hua stuck his head out and shouted towards the crowd, looking as if he was gloating. Feng Feier, who was also on the plane, felt a little embarrassed. But Feng Feier was more grateful. I was lucky enough to get on this helicopter. And it's the same as what Lu Hua said. This helicopter is not big and can only seat 5 people at most. In addition to a pilot, there was another man in a white coat, who should be a doctor. If the 3 people below catch up, there will definitely be no room left. By then, she and Lu Hua would probably be abandoned. After all, those 3 men were armed. As the helicopter flew higher and higher, away from the office building, Feng Feier breathed a sigh of relief and decided to get close to the doctor in front of him. Take advantage of your female advantages to leave a good impression in front of the other person. Hello, my name is Feng Feier. I used to be a female anchor and also a pretty big internet celebrity. If you often watch live broadcasts, you should know me. Feng Feier touched her hair, trying to make herself look prettier. But Feng Feier knew very well that her skin had lost its luster due to long-term hunger. You are an internet celebrity. That's great. I love internet celebrities the most. When the male doctor heard this, he stretched out his hand and grinned. Feng Feier felt a little scared by the look in the male doctor's eyes. She felt that there was something wrong with the male doctor in front of her. But since the other party said that he likes internet celebrities, that's perfect. Nice to meet you. May I know your name? Feng Feier stretched out his hand and shook hands with the other person. Just call me Dr. Yang. I like people calling me that. Dr. Yang held Feng Feier's hand, while his other hand kept stroking her hand. Feng Feier was startled and tried to pull his hand back in panic. But Dr. Yang was so strong that she couldn't break free at all. Dr. Yang, she is also a bitch. She has been played by many big brothers on the list. Don't be polite, Lu Hua said with a flattering look on his face. What? Hearing Lu Hua say this about him, Feng Feier was so angry that he almost fainted. Feng Feier has had relationships with many of the top guys on the list. After all, they have given him hundreds of thousands of dollars in rewards. Don't you just want to sleep with yourself? Not only those top brothers on the list, but Lu Hua also went into Feng Feier's room many times. The more times 2 people have sex, the more likely they are to have sex. But now that Lu Hua said this, he was completely using himself as a tool to please Dr. Yang. So how will Dr. Yang view himself next? Are you also a host? Are you a big internet celebrity? Dr. Yang turned his head and looked at Lu Hua. I guess so. Lu Hua thought for a moment and nodded. Lu Hua doesn't want to say that he is a big boss. He knows that many people hate the rich. I heard that you anchors like to do some challenges. How about you challenge me one too? There was a crazy glint in Dr. Yang's eyes. What challenge? A bad feeling arose in Lu Hua's heart. 121 I want to see you jump. Let me think about it. Dr. Yang frowned, as if he was really thinking about something. The next second, he hit his head several times with his hands. Make a dong 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 sound, as if stimulated by something. This action scared both Feng Feier and Lu Hua. Feng Feier took the opportunity to pull his hand back. I've made up my mind. Just challenge yourself to jump down from here and see if you can still survive. Dr. Yang grinned. Jump out of the plane. I will definitely die. Lu Hua was scared and his face was pale. I wonder if I heard it wrong. This Dr. Yang asked him to jump down. Is there something wrong with your brain? How do you know he will die if he doesn't jump? Jump quickly, Dr. Yang scolded. No, really, stop joking. Lu Hua's voice was trembling. Stop dilly-dallying. Get off now, Dr. Yang roared. He kicked Lu Hua down with one kick. Oh! Lu Hua screamed and fell from the plane. After falling heavily to the ground from several hundred meters, he no longer looked like a human being. Even so, the surrounding zombies did not let go of this delicacy that fell from the sky. Meat pie fell from the sky. Feng Feier was so scared that she didn't expect Dr. Yang to be so crazy. What's going on? This rescue helicopter is searching for survivors everywhere. Isn't it for the purpose of saving people? It was clearly stated on the broadcast that a safe environment would be provided. Is this all a lie? Or maybe Lu Hua said something wrong and angered Dr. Yang. Wait. Feng Feier was suddenly horrified to discover that Dr. Yang was actually wearing a white coat. But what he was wearing underneath was a hospital gown. And there was a name written on the outside of the white coat, which was a person's surname was Wang. The guy in front of me is not a doctor at all. He looks more like a lunatic. You are also a host. What challenge are you going to take on? Dr. Yang looked at Feng Feier again. Seeing Dr. Yang staring at him, Feng Feier was so scared that he almost collapsed. You doctors are all very noble and great people. You didn't forget to save people even in the Doomsday. You will definitely not make things difficult for me, right? I beg you. Feng Feier kept begging. I used almost every word I could think of. His knees softened, and he knelt down in front of Dr. Yang. You're right. I'm a good doctor. Dr. Yang was actually very pleased to hear Feng Feier's flattery. He nodded seriously. Seeing Dr. Yang like this, Feng Feier breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that my guess was correct. This guy in front of me likes to be a doctor. But you haven't made the challenge yet. How about you dig out your intestines and let me see? Dr. Yang still maintained a serious look with a smile on his face. But what he said made Feng Feier feel terrified. I can't do it. Dr. Yang, please let me go. Feng Feier was trembling. When Dr. Yang heard Feng Feier reject him, the smile on his face froze. Dr. Yang's expression suddenly turned ferocious, and he stared at Feng Feier viciously. You dare to refuse me? No one dares to refuse me. How dare you disobey the doctor's orders? You will be punished. Dr. Yang seemed to have received some great stimulation. He was yelling at Feng Feier like a madman. Then he grabbed Feng Feier's hair and slammed her against the side of the plane. Boom. Feng Feier's nose and mouth were covered in blood. Feng Feier was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. She didn't understand what she had done wrong to deserve this torture. At this moment, there was only one thought in Feng Feier's mind. Maybe I shouldn't have left the office building. If she didn't listen to Lu Hua and chose to join those 3 people, I should be able to live a carefree life with my beauty. However, the thinking came to an abrupt end because Feng Feier's head was grabbed again. 1, 2, 3. Soon Feng Feier was completely dead. Dead? That's not fun or interesting. Find a new toy to go with. Ha ha ha. Dr. Yang threw Feng Feier's body down with wild laughter. Another piece of meat pie fell from the sky. Xuefeng saw all of this. Of course, the helicopter was too far away, so we could only see 2 people being dropped off. But Xuefeng used a telescope. I clearly saw Dr. Yang kicking Lu Hua out of the helicopter. Then he smashed Feng Feier's head and fell from the helicopter. What on earth is going on? Wasn't the helicopter here to rescue people? Why did it kill those 2 people? Did they find out that they had eaten human flesh? And Xiaowei widened her eyes. It's hard to understand what's happening. And then I also felt that cannibalism was not a reason. The people on the helicopter did not find any bloodstains when they entered the building. How could I possibly know that those guys eat people? It's impossible for the other party to say it himself. The doctor on the plane looks mentally ill, Xuefeng said in a deep voice. Although Xuefeng couldn't figure out why the doctor killed people. But at least this proves one thing. That helicopter was definitely not here to rescue survivors. Maybe he just came to kill people for fun. Oh. Yu Haoyun suddenly covered her mouth with a look of horror on her face. What's wrong? And Xiaowei looked at Yu Haoyun strangely. Could it be that Yu Haoyun was frightened by this scene? It's just someone being dropped from a helicopter. What's so scary about that? They have seen many more horrific scenes than this. Yu Haoyun should be used to it by now. I remember now. They came from Beishan Hospital. I remember that Beishan Hospital is a mental hospital. I had a classmate who was mentally ill and was sent to Beishan Hospital. Yu Haoyun finally remembered. What kind of place is Beishan Hospital? Why didn't you tell me about this earlier? And Xiaowei looked at Yu Haoyun with a bit of resentment. If I had known earlier that Beishan Hospital was a mental hospital, then the search wouldn't take so long. I was wrong, brother Xuefeng. I was wrong. Yu Haoyun looked at Xuefeng pitifully. She also felt regretful in her heart, wondering why she hadn't thought of it earlier. In fact, Yu Haoyun had only heard of that place once, so it was normal that she couldn't remember it. But she knew better that she couldn't make excuses in front of Xuefeng. If it's wrong, it's wrong. What do you think would happen if a mentally ill person became a person with special abilities? Xuefeng said with curiosity. A mentally ill person becomes a person with special abilities? Could such a thing happen? If a mentally ill person could really become a person with special abilities, wouldn't it become even more dangerous and even more crazy? And Xiaowei said. 122, he is a psychopath. When Xiaowei finished speaking, she was also a little stunned. Isn't that what that crazy figure on the helicopter looks like? The worldview of mentally ill people is different from that of normal people. If they gain abilities, who knows what they will do? Xuefeng nodded and said. The scene he saw through the telescope made Xuefeng very certain. That Dr. Yang is a psychopath. Otherwise, how could there be a sudden change in mood? And after going through so much trouble, they managed to rescue the 2 survivors and get them on the plane. As a result, the 2 men were quickly killed. It's incomprehensible. There seems to be no reasonable explanation other than psychosis and perversion. Brother Xuefeng, then why do you ask whether a mentally ill person can become a superpower? And Xiaowei was a little puzzled. The people on the plane just now did not show any characteristics of people with superpowers. It's very simple. If there are still normal people in Beishan Hospital now, they should not be able to do these things. Xuefeng said. Before the apocalypse, The mentally ill were kept under strict control. Some patients with manic disorder also wear straitjackets. However, once these mentally ill people become supernatural beings, these straitjackets can't stop them at all, even a more dangerous threat than zombies. And Xiaowei looked at Xue Feng with admiration. She had never thought of such a thing. A mentally ill person becomes a supernatural being? This apocalypse is crazy. Since that helicopter likes to look for survivors, let me meet them. Xue Feng smiled. Brother Xue Feng, what are you going to do? And Xiaowei asked. It's very simple. Just attract them here, and you hide first. Xue Feng said. Facing those guys, Xue Feng alone is enough. Good. And Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun didn't hesitate, and went downstairs. All the zombies downstairs have been cleared out, and it is absolutely safe. Xue Feng took out some clothes from his space backpack and piled them on the ground. Then they set the clothes on fire. Then a thick black smoke rose. Xue Feng believed that the people on the helicopter would definitely return after seeing this scene. On the helicopter now. Dr. Yang, the dean asked you to bring back at least a few living people this time. The dean wants to conduct research, and you can't kill them all. The dean's orders cannot be disobeyed. The driver was speaking. I didn't disobey the director's orders, and I didn't kill them. They were the two anchors, and they wanted to challenge it themselves. Dr. Yang seemed anxious when he heard the director's name. He defended himself anxiously, and it was obvious that he was very afraid of the dean. Yes, but next time you meet a living person, I hope you won't play games with them. The driver sighed slightly. Okay, I will definitely bring back a few living people. It's such a hassle. Dr. Yang smacked his lips, looking a little impatient. Then Dr. Yang widened his eyes and smiled with joy. Look, there's smoke coming out of that building. Is it the building where we just picked up someone? There are still survivors up there. Dr. Yang said with a grin, pointing behind him. Is there anyone else? The driver was a little skeptical. The two guys who came up just now clearly said that there was no one in that building. Why is there movement now? There must be someone there, just go. Otherwise, if you can't catch him, I will say you are disobedient. Dr. Yang sneered. The driver was also very depressed, thinking that the two people might not be telling the truth. He abandoned his companions and thought he had a chance to survive. Only now did the companions discover the helicopter. Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. Anyway, as long as we catch the person, it's too difficult to be with this group of lunatics. If I didn't know how to fly a helicopter, I probably would have died countless times. Watching the helicopter return again, Xue Feng's mouth curled up. He's back as expected. Soon the helicopter was hovering over Xue Feng's head. A rescue ladder was dropped from the plane in front of Xue Feng. It looks like he has to climb up by himself. Interesting. Xue Feng grabbed the ladder and climbed up quickly. The first thing I saw was the smiling Dr. Yang and the bright red bloodstains in the cabin. There were also quite a few human body fragments, including flesh, hair, and the like. Are you also a host like the two people just now? Dr. Yang asked as soon as he opened his mouth. Yes, I'm the anchor. Xue Feng nodded and sat opposite Dr. Yang. Our dean is short of anatomical materials, so he won't let you complete the plane jumping challenge. Come back with us. Dr. Yang said carelessly. Hearing what Dr. Yang said, the driver in front sighed, feeling quite helpless. It was to be expected that this guy would tell all the information as soon as he opened his mouth. But the pilot didn't say much, as long as you got on the helicopter. It's already fish on the chopping board. Don't even think about leaving unless you jump down. After all, even though that guy has a problem with his brain, he is a person with superpowers. Why did you throw those two people down just now? Xue Feng asked. An angry look appeared on Dr. Yang's face again. I told you, they were the ones who wanted to challenge themselves and jump down. Dr. Yang yelled directly at Xue Feng. It was obviously you who threw it down, you psychopath. Xue Feng said coldly. Xue Feng also immediately noticed the hospital gown worn under Dr. Yang's clothes. I'm a doctor. I'm a doctor now, not a mental patient. Dr. Yang was enraged and actually put his hands towards Xue Feng's neck. It looked like he was planning to strangle Xue Feng to death. Stone skin. Xue Feng's skin hardened instantly. He even took the initiative and grabbed Dr. Yang's hands. The two sides were at a stalemate. What a great strength. Xue Feng looked at Dr. Yang in surprise. He didn't expect that Dr. Yang's strength was comparable to his. Among Xue Feng's many attributes, strength is not particularly strong, but it is also several times more than that of ordinary people. Now Dr. Yang can actually compete with me in strength. Sure enough, this guy has superpowers. And superpowers are related to strength. What was even more shocked at this time was the driver, who was as strong as Dr. Yang. The driver was well aware of Dr. Yang's special abilities. Extraordinary body. It is the name given by the dean to Dr. Yang's special ability. This mentally ill person is not only strong, but also has strong physical qualities in all aspects. Dr. Yang's face twisted, and he increased his strength. It seemed as if he was going to twist Xue Feng's hands off directly. But soon Dr. Yang discovered that his fingers began to twist. Click, click. There was a crisp sound from the fingers, indicating that the bones had been broken. The two men are equally powerful. The same is true of the forces that bear each other. But Xue Feng's body was covered with stone skin, making his body even harder. So he did not suffer the backlash of this power. Ah! Dr. Yang screamed. 123 Plane Crash. Chapter 123 Plane Crash. Dr. Yang is different. All his fingers have been broken. Twisted like a twist. Haha. It turns out that mentally ill people can also cry out in pain. Xue Feng sneered. The next second, Xue Feng twisted Dr. Yang's two palms apart. The two palms were in a strange posture, pressed together with the arms. This is because the bones inside have turned into powder. Just seeing this scene makes one's scalp tingle. I'll fight you. Dr. Yang actually opened his mouth and bit Xue Feng. It seemed as if he wanted to bite Xue Feng to death. Xue Feng kicked Dr. Yang on the head. In an instant, a row of front teeth flew out. But Dr. Yang was also kicked to the front driving seat. His entire body pressed down on the joystick of the console. The helicopter suddenly changed direction and dived towards the ground. Get him away! The driver screamed in despair. The driver didn't expect that Dr. Yang would lose the fight. Not only did he lose the fight, he was also pinned to the console. The originally small space was squeezed with two people, making it impossible for him to move. Xue Feng was slightly stunned and did not expect this to happen. But he also saw that Dr. Yang was almost completely embedded in the cab. It is impossible to drag it out. Xue Feng immediately looked around, and a smile appeared on his lips. Goodbye. As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Feng jumped out. This scene made the driver dumbfounded. What? This guy actually jumped out of a helicopter. The plane is now more than 100 meters from the ground. But then the driver noticed it out of the corner of his eye. Xue Feng did not die from the fall, but jumped to the top floor of a nearby building. When the helicopter was flying past the building, Xue Feng seized the opportunity. Ah! As the helicopter got closer and closer to the ground, the pilot's screams became louder and louder. Finally, when the helicopter landed, it exploded violently. It is the aviation fuel in the helicopter. The explosion of this gasoline is extremely powerful. The driver was engulfed in flames. Xue Feng also breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this scene. In fact, Xue Feng's original idea was to hijack the helicopter. Become your own thing. However, an accident occurred unexpectedly and the helicopter crashed. Fortunately, I jumped onto this building. But even if the helicopter did not pass by the building, Xue Feng would definitely jump down before the explosion. But at that time he would probably be injured and would not be able to escape unscathed like he is now. The building where Xue Feng is located is also an office building. But when he went downstairs, he found that there was no survivor left. There are zombies wandering everywhere. Xue Feng was not interested in searching for survivors. He also had to look for In Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun. When Xue Feng went downstairs, he found that In Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun were already jogging towards him. Both of them had worried expressions on their faces, and their eyes were red. Didn't I tell you to wait here? Xue Feng smiled. Brother Xue Feng, the helicopter exploded. We were all worried about you. Yu Haoyun and In Xiaowei hugged Xue Feng at the same time. The two women expressed their true feelings. They were really afraid that Xue Feng would die. It's not just because Xue Feng died that they lost their powerful backer. But now they regard Xue Feng as the most important person in their lives. It has been completely domesticated. Don't worry, I won't die. Xue Feng also patted the two men's shoulders. It's a pity that this warm moment is destined not to last long. Because the helicopter exploded, it attracted a lot of zombies. Xue Feng summoned the Doomsday chariot and returned to the base. We didn't gain much from this trip, just some fertilizer. But I got some information. That is, Northern Hospital is definitely not a safe place. There is another terrifying demon cave. After returning to the base, Xue Feng immediately asked Gu Xiaoqian to question them one by one. Is there anyone among the survivors of the base who knows information about the Northern Hospital? Xue Feng overlooked this point. Now that I have so many people under me, I should know a lot of things. There will be news soon. Sure enough, someone knew the situation at Beishan Hospital, and someone had worked there before. Xue Feng called the person over, who was a middle-aged woman in her 50s. He was one of the survivors brought by Lu Jun and worked as a handyman in the kitchen of Beishan Hospital. As soon as the aunt saw Xue Feng, she stuttered. It is obvious that Xue Feng is a very scary person in the aunt's mind. However, the old lady still spoke in a disjointed manner and told the whole story of what happened in Beishan Hospital. The full name of Beishan Hospital is Beishan Mental Rehabilitation Treatment Center. But everyone is used to calling that place Beishan Mental Hospital or Beishan Hospital. Beishan Hospital is very large, twice as large as an average hospital. There are also a lot of mentally ill patients, doctors, and nurses inside. At the same time, the place is closed and looks like a small prison. Then the aunt started to complain. For example, meals are difficult to prepare and must be made into liquid food. Mental patients often refuse to eat, and many have to be force-fed. There were also cases of mentally ill patients sneaking into the kitchen and using the refrigerator as a toilet. In the end, she still had to clean up. Anyway, the aunt was very depressed and finally resigned. After listening to this, Xuefeng asked Gu Xiaoqian to give the aunt some snacks as a reward. Although most of the words were meaningless, at least I got some basic information. Xuefeng judged that the place must be occupied by a mentally ill person. He once saw a movie in which mentally ill patients took over a hospital. All the real doctors are locked up. Of course, that's just a plot in the movie. However, if the mentally ill really have superpowers, it is not impossible for them to occupy the hospital. At least the Dr. Yang he met was a complete mental patient. At night, Xuefeng called in Xiaowei and Yu Haoyun to accompany him. These two little girls have worked hard today, especially when they saw the two of them rushing towards the exploding helicopter with tears in their eyes. It was definitely not an act. Wake up in the morning. Xuefeng just opened his eyes. Baita. Intelligence system updated. 1. The real director of Beishan Hospital is imprisoned in the basement. The current director is a mentally ill patient who is conducting some kind of human research. 2. In the basement of Beishan Hospital, Qin Fengshan, the intelligence officer sent by the host, is imprisoned. 3. A third-order mutant entered the Jianghuai residential complex last night and is hiding in Dormitory 1, Area C. It has yet to cause any damage. What? Xuefeng's eyes suddenly widened. 124 caught Song, Yin taking a shower. The information from Beishan Hospital was already explosive enough. First of all, the director of Beishan Hospital was indeed replaced by a mentally ill person. The real old dean was locked in the basement. Next was Qin Fengshan, who was sent by Xuefeng to gather intelligence. Xuefeng thought he was dead. After all, the Northern Hospital is full of mental patients. If Qin Fengshan goes there, there is a high probability that he will have no hope of survival. However, according to intelligence, Qin Fengshan is still alive. This reminded Xuefeng of what the driver and Dr. Yang had said before. The dean seemed to be going to perform some kind of autopsy. Could it be humans? So they captured Qin Fengshan but didn't kill him, but prepared him as consumables? But the importance of the first two pieces of information is not as great as the third one. There is actually a third-level mutant in Dormitory Number 1 in Area C. Fortunately, no damage was caused. The dormitory in Area C is where Tang Qiqiang and his colleagues live. Now Lu Jun and his men are stationed in Area B. In order to facilitate distinction, each villa has been renumbered. Xuefeng suddenly felt his scalp tingling. Once he leaves the base, that third-level mutant will definitely appear and kill everyone, even if there are many guns and psychics inside the base. I'm afraid it will cost a huge price to kill the third-level mutant. But what really made Xuefeng feel confused was, how did that third-level mutant get in? There is a wall outside the base and an electric fence. There are also hounds and guards patrolling the interior. Any disturbance will be discovered at the first moment. The only explanation is that the ability of the third-level mutant is very strange, so it can be hidden. Xuefeng remembered that he had once encountered a mutant that could become invisible. Perhaps the abilities of this third-order mutant are similar. But now that I have accurate system intelligence, the third-level mutant is in Dormitory Number 1 in Area C. Xuefeng decided to take the third-level mutant by surprise and eliminate it. The third-order mutant already has a certain level of intelligence. Although not as cunning as the fourth-level mutant, it knows how to hide when encountering danger. You can't alert the enemy. Thinking of this, Xuefeng immediately put on his clothes without waking up the two beauties beside him. Stealthily headed towards Dormitory Number 1, Area C. It was a little after 6 in the morning, and the sky was just beginning to brighten. Xuefeng's physical fitness has been enhanced. Not only his masculine abilities have been improved. He found that he was full of energy after sleeping 3 or 4 hours a day. This seems to be Tang Qiqiang's house. When Xuefeng arrived at the door of the villa, he remembered that Tang Qiqiang and his wife Song Yin lived here. This is also the privilege of Tang Qiqiang being a Class B member. He doesn't have to squeeze together with others. Could it be that the third-level mutant has set his sights on Tang Qiqiang? Although Tang Qiqiang's special ability is a bit weak and he cannot fight directly, but he is also a mutant and is very attracted to third-level mutants. Xuefeng held his breath and slowly opened the door. Originally, the villas were equipped with alarm systems, but now they have all been removed. Because there is no so-called private property now, everything here is a gift from Xuefeng. That's strange. There was only one person there, and he was taking a shower. Xue Feng heard the sound of water. Only then did he remember that Tang Qiqiang seemed to be on patrol duty tonight. Then the person taking a bath should be Song Yan. Wait. At this moment, Xue Feng heard other voices. It was a very subtle breathing sound and heartbeat. It's a third-order variant. Xue Feng didn't know what abilities the third-level mutant had or how to hide his tracks. But a third-level mutant is still a living being after all, and any living being will make breathing sounds. There is the sound of a heartbeat. Also in the bathroom. After determining the location of the third-order mutant, Xue Feng did not hesitate at all. Go straight to the bathroom. Snap. Xue Feng reached out and opened the bathroom door. What comes into view is a sexy and charming figure, as well as intelligence rewards. Bite. Intelligence verified successfully, rewarding the host with 100 barrels of cooking oil. Song Yin got up very early today, as she is an agricultural manager. Also have to get up early to prepare some work. Taking a hot bath every day is what Song Yin looks forward to most. When Song Yin was first trapped in the community, she hadn't taken a shower for more than 20 days and felt very uncomfortable. Now in this base, we can not only eat our fill but also take hot showers. This made Song Yin very grateful. Taking a shower every morning allows her to face a new day's work with full energy. Song Yin and Tang Qiqiang had already made up their minds. The two of them must repay Xue Feng well. Song Yin also heard footsteps, but she didn't care. Maybe it's my husband who's back. But what she didn't expect was that the bathroom door was opened. It's not Tang Qiqiang, but Xue Feng. In an instant, Song Yan's plump and round figure was completely seen by Xue Feng. Why did Xue Feng come here while I was taking a shower? What was he going to do? Could it be? Song Yan widened her eyes and almost screamed. But she still held back. If I scream, other people will see this. So what next? Don't you agree to Xue Feng? The outcome would be either being killed or being driven out. That's a dead end. For Tang Qiqiang's life, Song Yin knew she could not resist. In fact, Song Yin had already had a premonition about this scene happening. Aren't in Xiaowei, and those people all Xue Feng's women? Beautiful women are very attractive to Xue Feng. Song Yin is also very confident, although she is only 30 years old. But she is still not inferior to a girl in her 20s. So Song Yin slowly closed her eyes and even loosened her hands that were covering her body. Be prepared for whatever comes next. It's just that the expected things didn't happen. Instead, a mass of something fell from above his head. It's a weird-looking zombie. At first it was the same white as the ceiling above, and then it gradually turned into a black zombie. Like a chameleon, this zombie has the ability to imitate the environment, but it can even change its own body shape. Xue Feng, holding a nano axe, has made an analysis. It is estimated that it entered by lurking on the car chassis. Other people in the base also drove out yesterday to look for supplies. If Song Yin wasn't here, he would have used Shen Xiao directly. But this is a bathroom, and if Song Yin uses her supernatural powers, she will probably be turned into charcoal. Let's clean up this place and take out the crystal core and give it to Gu Xiaoqian. Xue Feng looked Song Yin up and down and said, Yes, sir. Song Yin was already frightened silly. I didn't expect that when I was taking a shower, there would be a zombie above my head. I almost became food for zombies. I almost forgot that I wasn't wearing anything yet. 125 You have a nice figure. Nice figure. Xue Feng then added another sentence and turned to leave. Now that zombies are sneaking into the base, everyone must be more vigilant. Song Yin then realized that everything about herself was in front of Xue Feng. But so what? The other person is a savior, so it's not excessive to look at him a few times. Xue Feng held a meeting in the morning, and this time all those above level became. That is to say, Tang Qiqiang and Lu Jun also came to attend the meeting. I talked about the third-order mutant. Of course Xue Feng didn't tell anyone that he saw Song Yin taking a bath, otherwise it would make everyone feel embarrassed. Everyone was frightened when they heard it. Especially Tang Qiqiang, his whole face changed. He never expected that the third-level mutant would actually run into the house where he lived. If Xue Feng hadn't discovered it, he and his wife would have been in danger. After all, a third-level mutant cannot stay so safe and sound forever, and it will definitely eat people in the end. This kind of mutant is hard to guard against. Shenruyan, you have to develop an emergency mechanism. If I'm not here, how are we going to deal with the zombies that appear inside? Xue Feng said to Shenruyan. The base now has a number of emergency plans. The attacks are mainly against zombies or survivors outside. There is even the question of what to do if there is internal rebellion. However, there was no contingency plan for zombies to appear in the base. Especially powerful zombies like the third-level mutants. Apart from Xue Feng, who can solve it in one go, no one else has this ability. This is my dereliction of duty. I immediately made a plan and assembled the troops for the battle as soon as possible to minimize the losses. Shinryan looked guilty. After all, Shinryan is now doing strategic planning. You don't have to do any other work in your daily life. But such an obvious loophole appeared, and she felt very ashamed. He betrayed Xuefeng's trust. Just plug the loopholes. This kind of thing is hard to guard against, so we have to be extra careful. Xuefeng nodded. Nor did he blame Shinryan too much. If the system had not told him the exact location of the third-order mutant, he might have taken a long time to find it. After the meeting, Xuefeng took out 10 barrels of cooking oil. Gu Shaoqian asked someone to move it into the kitchen. Now that there are more people in the base, the consumption is also greater. If the system gave him 100 barrels of cooking oil and asked him to eat them all by himself, I'm afraid it will take more than 10 years. But with more than 100 people at the base, it might only take more than a month. This is still in the case of savings. The things the system gives you now are a bit pathetic. Xuefeng couldn't help but complain in his heart. Of course, he also understood that the system's rewards were secondary. What really matters is intelligence. Driving the Doomsday chariot, Xuefeng headed directly towards the northern hospital this time. He wanted to see what other monsters were there. There were fewer zombies encountered along the way than before. There was not a single survivor. I don't know whether he hid himself or ran away to that den of evil in the northern hospital. It took Xuefeng almost 2 hours to finally arrive at the destination. I saw a hospital standing in the distance. Just like before, Xuefeng put away the Doomsday armored vehicle. Weave through the woods to avoid the main road. Who knows if these mentally ill people will leave some sentries on the road. Xuefeng had no plans to attack head-on, as the Beishan hospital seemed very strange. He was planning to sneak in secretly, so he had to be extra careful. Soon Xuefeng arrived at the wall of the hospital. Sure enough, the walls here are very high, at least 3 meters. The entire hospital was surrounded and barbed wire was hung on the walls. But this barbed wire fence is not electrified. He did not rush in, but took a look around first. Then Xuefeng was surprised to find that there were no zombies around. Didn't see any. And the hospital entrance was open, as if welcoming everyone in. Xuefeng found many cars parked in the yard, one of which was the one he had given to Qin Fengshan before. It seems that Qin Fengshan really came here and entered the hospital. But he soon became a prisoner. What Xuefeng didn't expect was that there seemed to be no secret sentries around the hospital, and no one was standing guard here. It seems that no protection is needed here. But he was sure that there must be someone inside, and it was impossible to go in through the main door without being discovered. At this moment, Xuefeng actually heard the sound of a car. The engine is loud and sounds harsh. Then Xuefeng saw a Ferrari sports car coming along the road. Stopped at the hospital gate. 3 people got out of the car, 1 man and 2 women. Both women are very beautiful. But that kind of beauty is a bit stiff because they both have internet celebrity faces. It must have been specially reconstructed. Moreover, the 2 people look very similar, so it is very likely that they were operated on by the same doctor. The man was a bit fat, with a face full of flesh. There are brand name watches on his wrists, 1 on each side. There was actually a big gold chain hanging around his neck, which weighed at least 4 or 5 pounds. He was still wearing slippers. He hugged 2 women, 1 on each side. Xuefeng found it unimaginable. This is totally the look of a nouveau riche. If it was before the end of the world, this kind of dress would probably still be popular among many people. Have personality and don't care about other people's opinions. Who can blame him for being rich? No matter what he does, people will flatter him. But now this is the end of the world. Isn't it a burden to carry such a big gold chain? Still wearing slippers? What if you are chased and bitten by zombies? Can you run fast? I got 2 watches. If you want to check the time, 1 is enough, and any extra ones are just a burden. The same was true for the other 2 women. Miniskirt and high heels. And Xiaowei and others only wear it when they flirt with Xuefeng. I usually wear sneakers in the base to avoid emergencies. Have these 3 people experienced the end of the world? It's like they came from a normal society. Xuefeng couldn't help but shake his head. His guess was correct, and it was actually true. The man in slippers' name is Chunilei. When the Doomsday broke out, Chunilei took his 2 girlfriends on vacation in a villa in the suburbs. There is plenty of food and drinking water there. The 3 of them drank and had fun every day, getting drunk and living a life of debauchery. Because the villa has its own electricity supply, they had no idea what was happening outside. There was no cell phone signal, and I thought it was because the place was too remote. On the contrary, Chunilei was very happy as he could finally get away from worldly troubles. Indulge yourself to your heart's content. As a result, they finished their food yesterday and slowly prepared to return to the city. I was shocked to find that the world outside had changed. There are zombies wandering everywhere. He waved his claws ferociously, trying to tear them to pieces. 126. The arrogant rich second generation wants to eat fried chicken. A large number of zombies blocked the road, making Chunyao and his companions dare not enter the city at all. I understand more clearly that there must be more zombies in the city. The whole city is ruined. They are lucky, that's why they are still alive today. Just at this moment, they found a life-saving straw. Those are the leaflets dropped from helicopters. The Beishan hospital listed on the flyer was regarded as a life-saving place by Chunyao and others. This is Beishan Hospital, the place mentioned on the flyer. One of the women spoke. She had short hair. I don't know if there's any food here. I'm starving and want to eat fried chicken nuggets. Another woman had green hair, and her saliva was almost flowing as she spoke. After all, they had been hungry for a whole day. Fried chicken nuggets. How dare you eat fried food? Aren't you afraid of getting fat? The short-haired girl exclaimed. It seemed like this was something that shocked her. It's okay to eat it occasionally. The green-haired girl was a little embarrassed. Being here is just like being home. Don't worry, you can have whatever you want to eat. My father is the chairman of a pharmaceutical company, and all the hospitals in the city have taken money from him. Chunyao patted his chest generously. This naturally attracted the admiration of the other two women. Chunyao was flattered by everyone who called him Master Chun. After hearing the conversation between these three people, Shuefeng was a little dumbfounded. Fried chicken? Weight loss. He had seen some survivors who had starved to death. I've never heard of a survivor wanting to lose weight. And that rich second generation actually thought that money was omnipotent. Even newspapers are worth more than money these days. After all, newspapers burn longer. These three guys really don't understand the rules of the apocalypse at all. He also drives around in a Ferrari. I wonder if sports cars are fuel-consuming and noisy. Shuefeng shook his head. He was too lazy to pay attention to these three people. However, the appearance of these three people gave Shuefeng an opportunity. People in the hospital will definitely be attracted by these three people. Beep beep. Chunyao honked the horn of his sports car frantically, making a shrill sound. I'm Chunyao. My father is Chundafu. Someone come out to greet me quickly. Chunyao announced his name loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, several women in nurse uniforms really came out of the hospital. These female nurses have very beautiful figures. They all have slender thighs and proud figures, with an average height of about 1.7 meters. She was wearing white garter stockings and a pair of flat cloth shoes. However, her walking posture looks very graceful, not inferior to those models at Fashion Week. Are you the survivors who came here? The head nurse who was in charge smiled slightly. Yes, I am Chunyao. Your dean should have heard of my name. Even if he hasn't heard of my name, he must have heard of Qinjia Pharmaceutical. Chunyao was full of confidence. I haven't heard of it. Is there anyone capable among you three? The head nurse's smile did not change, but his eyes became a little colder. A person with special abilities? I don't know what that is. Hurry up and have someone prepare food. Bring out your best things to treat us, otherwise don't blame me for being angry. Chun Ilay scolded. He treated these female nurses completely as servants. If he's not a person with special abilities, then he's a consumable. Let's get started. The head nurse showed a disappointed expression. After she finished saying this, several women behind him rushed forward. Soon Chun Ilay and the other two women were pinned to the ground and tied up. What are you doing? You hurt me. Aren't you afraid of my dad? If my dad finds out, he will kill you. Chunyao was still roaring. Chun Ilay always believed that his father Chindafu was still alive. The reason is simple. His father has dozens of bodyguards following him. Then the leading female nurse walked up to Chun Ilay. He kicked Chunyao hard on the mouth. Suddenly, several teeth flew out. Blood was stained on the nurse's flat shoes. Shut up. You worthless trash. The head nurse said coldly. When had Chunyao been treated like this before? Now he never dared to shout again. He just sobbed quietly, and no one dared to hit him in his life. The other two women were also terrified and didn't know what was going on. Even Chun Ilay was beaten, and they were trembling and dared not say a word. Leave two people to guard them, and the others come with me to take these guys to the basement to see where they come from and what information they know. But I guess they are just a bunch of fools who don't even understand what Doomsday means. The head nurse showed a look of contempt, then turned around and left first. Yes. The other female nurses nodded, and then took Chunyao and others into the hospital. Shuefeng nodded secretly when he saw this scene. It seems that there are still normal people in this hospital. These female nurses are. In addition to these female nurses, the helicopter pilot we met before was also the same. Strangeness. Why do these normal people stay with the mentally ill? There must be some special reason. Shuefeng felt that there were too many secrets in this hospital. You must find out clearly yourself. Now is the best time to go to the hospital. Watching the female nurses take Chun Ilay and others in. There shouldn't be anyone at the hospital gate for the time being. These female nurses are usually on duty here. But to be on the safe side, Xuefeng still activated his supernatural powers. Time 0. Everything around him seemed to slow down, and Xuefeng quickly entered the hospital entrance, sticking to the wall. The two nurses felt a figure passing by them, and their heads went dark the next second. Just lay down on the ground. It was Xuefeng who knocked them unconscious. Xuefeng carried 2 female nurses and entered the adjacent ward. He found a cabinet and stuffed the 2 female nurses in it. Then he cautiously walked into the corridor. The corridor inside the hospital was dark, and the incandescent lights above were not on. The hospital was without electricity. At least most places have no electricity, and not everyone is as luxurious as Xuefeng's base. There can be an energy supply covering the entire base. In the Doomsday, most people live in an environment with a lack of electricity. Although he didn't know where the basement was. But just follow the sound of footsteps in front of you. The female nurses, Chun Ile and others didn't notice that someone was following them. They soon stopped at the entrance of a corridor, which should be the entrance to the basement. Xuefeng was wondering whether he should follow up and resolve all the threats in the basement. Then I saw a man dressed as a doctor walking towards me from the opposite side. 127 Qin Fengshan is still alive. When Xuefeng saw this male doctor, his expression changed slightly. Because the male doctor's white coat was covered in blood. It was as if I had undergone a massive hemorrhage operation. The male doctor had a calm expression on his face, as if it was no big deal. However, Xuefeng knew very well. How is it possible to perform major surgery in this environment? What the hell is going on in this hospital? Human research, consumables. These words kept appearing in Xuefeng's mind. Maybe some kind of inhumane experiment is being carried out here. And the material used is people. Are these fresh supplies? Asked the male doctor. Yes, it was just delivered to your door. It's very fresh. The head nurse nodded. Then send it directly to the dean's office. The dean has run out of the ones he has, and we need fresh ones, said the male doctor. But these haven't been interrogated yet, said the head nurse. It would be bad if it gets damaged. Just send it over. This is the director's order. The male doctor repeated. Hearing that it was the dean's order, the head nurse no longer hesitated. He took Chunile and others and followed the male doctor. Xuefeng became more certain. Here the dean's orders are absolute. But he was very confused. According to the system's prompt, isn't the dean a mental patient? Why are there so many normal people who obey the dean's orders? What on earth is going on? But now that he has found the location of the basement, of course he has to go in and take a look first. After all, there is information in it that I need to verify. That was the imprisoned Qin Fengshan. When Xuefeng arrived at the place where the head nurse and others were standing, he found that there was an iron gate. But the iron gate was not locked and could be opened directly. Xuefeng quietly opened the door and walked in, and found a staircase leading downwards. After walking 7 or 8 meters, I found that this was a huge underground space. It's at least 400 or 500 square meters, and there is electric lighting. A cold and foul smell came. Xuefeng immediately understood that this basement should have been a morgue. The basements of hospitals are usually morgues or warehouses. But now it has been transformed into a prison. Rows of bars separate this place into many small cells. There are about dozens of survivors imprisoned here, each of them dying. It was obvious that these people had not eaten for a long time. I just barely managed to avoid starving to death. But there were also a few survivors that made Xuefeng feel strange. These survivors were in a trance and kept walking around in the ward, hitting the railing from time to time. Is it a mental illness? Xuefeng muttered to himself. He wondered why these people were still staying here if they were mentally ill. It shouldn't be of any value. Moreover, these mentally ill people seemed to be very strong, and some of the railings were even knocked crooked. In addition to humans, Xuefeng actually saw zombies in some cells. These zombies were all wearing straitjackets and had no way of causing any harm to living people. He could only keep moving by leaning against the railing, making meaningless roars. And in the middle of the basement, a man was tied to a hospital bed. There were several people in white coats surrounding them. You're quite stubborn, kid. We've locked you up with the zombies for 2 days, and your spirit hasn't collapsed. You'll definitely be a good material for experiments. A doctor gave a creepy smile. Yeah, most people can't bear it for half a day. It seems that we have to take action this time, otherwise this guy won't tell the truth. The people nearby also made creepy noises. They stared at the man on the hospital bed with anticipation on their faces. I've already said that I'm just an individual, and there's no organization behind me. The man on the hospital bed wailed. It's Qin Fengshan. Do you think we are fools? You drove here alone, carrying guns and grenades. These are the supplies you can get by yourself, the doctor scolded. It was really luck. I picked it up from the ground. Qin Fengshan almost cried. If seen by someone who didn't know the situation, they would probably think that what Qin Fengshan said was true. This surprised Xuefeng, who was watching from a distance. He didn't expect Qin Fengshan to be so tight-lipped. He didn't leak any information about his base. And now looking at Qin Fengshan's situation, it is already precarious. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying their intelligence. The host's ability will be rewarded with a +1 to their 0 level. At this moment, the sound of system rewards rang in Xue Feng's mind. Current host properties panel. Strength, 43. Agility, 52. Spirit, 31. Durability, 52. Luck, 38, +100. Abilities, Shenxiao, Level 2, Level 3, Sureskin, Level 2, Level 1, Sherling, Level 2, Level 2. Time 0 is one of Xue Feng's important skills, so it's not a loss to have it upgraded this time. Most psychics only have one skill, but Xue Feng has 3. It is destined that he must receive rewards from the system in order to improve his abilities faster. Otherwise, whether you eat the crystal core or use other means, the speed of improving superpowers is very slow. However, Xue Feng didn't pay any attention to his own attributes at all. All his attention was on Qin Fengshan. How come I haven't picked it up? You are so lucky. The male doctor here didn't believe Qin Fengshan's words at all. After all, no matter how real Qin Fengshan behaves, there was no explanation for why he was carrying guns and grenades. It's true, it's all true. Qin Fengshan panted. We were too polite to you the past 2 days. Let's use some tricks today. Do you know what this is? The male doctor said as he took out a small knife. It looks like it's only the length of a thumb. It's a scalpel imported from abroad, costing 4,000 yuan. It's incredibly sharp. When it cuts off your little brother, you won't feel any pain, just a chill down there. If the conditions for this surgery had existed in ancient times, the mortality rate during castration would not have reached 40%. The male doctor chuckled. It seems that they are planning to turn Qin Fengshan into a eunuch. No, no. Qin Fengshan screamed in horror. Hold him down and let me do it. The male doctor raised the scalpel high. In the darkness, a flash of light appeared. Shenxiao. A bolt of lightning as thick as an arm hit the male doctor accurately. Next came the other people surrounding Qin Fengshan. In an instant, these people fell to the ground, without even having time to scream. White smoke was coming out of his body, and a burning smell filled the air. The survivors who were imprisoned around them all swallowed subconsciously. But there was more fear in their eyes. I don't know what exactly happened. Only Qin Fengshan showed a look of surprise, as he had seen this special ability before. 128 Crazy Dean. Sure enough, the next second, Xue Feng walked out from the darkness. You are quite patient. Why don't you tell the truth? Xue Feng asked as he untied Qin Fengshan. These people are all crazy. They will torture you no matter what you say. I have thought of several excuses. Anyway, they will not reveal the information about your base. Qin Fengshan smiled bitterly. Qin Fengshan had seen these guys kill and maim other survivors. Even those who survived memorized their family tree. Still can't escape the fate of being tortured. Qin Fengshan simply stopped talking. Besides, the other party cannot tell whether what you say is true or false. You are quite honest. Now you are also a part of the base. Xue Feng smiled. I also think this reason is very reasonable. No matter what, Qin Fengshan did not betray himself under torture. This is already trustworthy. Qin Fengshan suddenly showed a look of surprise. Okay, tell me what you have encountered these days. Xue Feng asked. Qin Fengshan immediately told his experience. Ever since Xue Feng asked him to come to the northern hospital to gather intelligence, Qin Fengshan did not dare to delay and set off immediately. When he arrived at the hospital door, he was stopped by a female nurse who asked him if he was a person with special abilities. Qin Fengshan said he was not and was locked up. What followed was interrogation and torture. However, because some unlucky people came here every day, it was not yet Qin Fengshan's turn to be tortured. Just locked him up with the zombies. Although the zombies were wearing straitjackets, they still tortured Qin Fengshan so much that he couldn't sleep well for several days. Of course, Qin Fengshan knew that these were not the key points. What Xue Feng wants is information about this place. All the people locked up here are used by the dean for experiments. I don't know what his experiments are, but I have never seen anyone who was taken away come back alive. Qin Fengshan said. This is why even the mentally ill are kept. Because Qin Fengshan heard from those people that the dean believed that mental patients were also worth studying. Are these people employees of the mental hospital? Xue Feng pointed at the corpses on the ground. Some of them are employees, some are patients, and some are survivors who were recruited by this organization. It seems that there was someone who could fly a helicopter and landed at the hospital by himself, and was then released. Qin Fengshan explained. Qin Fengshan didn't know anything more. These are what Qin Fengshan heard from other survivors. Why would a normal person be willing to stay in this place? Xue Feng muttered to himself. The male doctor outside, covered in blood, and the female nurses. They all look like normal people. Why are they all willing to become minions here? Are they arresting people here every day for experiments? Any normal survivor knows that the most important thing in the apocalypse is to collect supplies. We should build a safe and strong base. The reason is simple. They're willing to stay here because it's related to Old Feng's research. They all dream of becoming superpowers. Suddenly, an old man in the cell spoke. Xuefeng looked over and saw an old man who looked very haggard. It looked like he was about to die. You must be the original director of this mental hospital, Xuefeng said. According to the intelligence system, the old dean was also locked in the basement. Among so many survivors, he is the only one who fits the description. The old dean was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Xuefeng to recognize his identity. He narrowed his eyes, seemingly absorbed in the meeting. I'm the former dean, but who could have imagined things would turn out like this? Old Feng became the dean and did something so utterly insane. Is the old Feng you are talking about the new dean? Who is he? Xuefeng asked again. Yes, Lao Feng used to be a well-known biologist. His research project reached a bottleneck, which made him develop obvious paranoid characteristics. He could no longer continue working, so he was sent to Beishan Hospital by his family. The old dean smiled bitterly and continued to tell the story. Because of Lao Feng's previous special status, he has always enjoyed very high treatment in the hospital. Not only did it not restrict his personal freedom, instead, a laboratory was prepared for him in the hospital. Of course, the conditions in that laboratory were very simple, and it was just pretending to meet Lao Feng's needs. Make him look busy so that the treatment can be carried out better. Who could have imagined that the apocalypse would happen? Everything is messed up. Old Feng actually became a person with special abilities and took control of the entire hospital in an instant. He also claimed to have discovered a new genetic code for humans. As long as you follow him, you can become a superpower. This is the opportunity God has arranged for everyone to allow mankind to complete its evolution. Anyone who disobeys God's instructions will become a stepping stone on the road of human plan. Most people submitted to Lao Feng. No one wants to be killed. A few people, like the old dean, were locked up. Old Feng really uses people like us as experiments. The old dean sighed heavily. Madman. Xuefeng shook his head. On the one hand, they talk about scientific experiments, and on the other hand, they shout about God's instructions. If this isn't madness, then what is? Xuefeng knew that many scientists would eventually become obsessed with their research, gradually moving from science to theology, because current scientific and technological means cannot explain this complex world. But theological theories can explain it. After all, in theology, everything is created by God. No, not all of it. Old Feng's experiment was partially successful. The old dean suddenly said with his eyes narrowed. What? Xuefeng widened his eyes. You have to know that Lao Feng's research is to make ordinary people evolve, that is, to have superpowers. Now the old dean suddenly said that Lao Feng's experiment was partially successful. What does this mean? I was taken to his laboratory a few days ago, and I saw his research results. He succeeded. He changed human genes. The old dean suddenly gasped. Looks very excited. How did it succeed? Xuefeng continued to ask. But the old dean suddenly tilted his head, and there was no movement. Xuefeng frowned and bent the railing. When he went in to check on the old dean, he found that the old dean was dead. I guess he was just gasping for breath. Now he died of emotional excitement. This old man. He didn't even finish his words. Qin Fengshan couldn't help but complain. It doesn't matter. He hasn't finished speaking. I just need to find out the truth of the matter. But before that, you need to eat something. You all need to eat something. Xuefeng said as he took out some food directly from the space backpack. 129. You are worthless. Xuefeng threw some into each cage to help them replenish their strength. Seeing the food, the survivors in the room were so excited that they burst into tears. This is food, the most precious thing in the end times. For a piece of bread, the survivors can kill each other. They would do anything for a bottle of mineral water. During their imprisonment, they could only get something similar to slop every now and then. Sometimes some unknown meats are mixed in. Can we still eat meat in the apocalypse? This is obviously not normal meat. But even so, they all drank it. Because they don't want to die. As long as you are alive, there is hope. Now, the food given by Xuefeng finally gave them hope. Tear open the package and stuff the food into your mouth frantically. Now you are free, run for your lives. Xuefeng held the nano axe and chopped all the railings in half. Now he wants to let these people out. Create chaos in the hospital. This way you will have an opportunity to take advantage of. Sir, please let me follow you. I'll do anything you ask me to do. I can be your slave. The survivors heard this, but had no intention of leaving. Instead, they knelt on the ground and begged Xuefeng. They all treated Xuefeng as a god. The mere ability to create food out of thin air made them admire Xuefeng. And seeing that Xuefeng could easily take out so much food, these people are not fools. They know that they can definitely have enough food to eat if they follow Xuefeng. Leave within 10 seconds, or you will die. Xuefeng roared viciously. The scene was silent for about a second, as no one had expected this. Xuefeng, who had just distributed food to them, became so ruthless in the blink of an eye. Everyone reacted in an instant. He began to flee the basement like crazy. Even those mentally ill patients ran out with him. Only the zombies wearing straitjackets and Qin Fengshan were left. You should leave first. It's not safe here, Xuefeng said to Qin Fengshan. At the same time, he handed a pistol and some bullets to Qin Fengshan. Next, Xuefeng had to go find the dean, Old Feng. It is very dangerous for Qin Fengshan to follow him. Okay, Qin Fengshan nodded heavily. He hadn't been hungry for long. Plus there are weapons to protect you. Qin Fengshan was confident that he could escape successfully. When Xuefeng and Qin Fengshan left the basement, sure enough, I saw chaos. The survivors desperately tried to escape from the hospital. For them, this is a devil's den. The supplies have all run away. The head nurse and others who had returned at this time happened to see this chaotic scene and immediately roared in anger. But she didn't notice that a figure had come to her side. Puff! Blood gushed out. The head nurse's head flew into the air and fell heavily to the ground. Her expression was full of horror, and she couldn't understand how her head flew up into the sky. Just before the light in her eyes completely disappeared, she saw a figure flash by. The remaining nurses were also killed. Xuefeng shook off the blood on the nanoaxe and walked into the hospital. Beihai Hospital is divided into two parts. The front is the outpatient building with 3 floors, and the back is the inpatient department with 6 floors. There is an open space in the middle where patients usually gather. Basically, there are some flowers, plants, and other things. But now these flowers and plants have dried up, probably because no one cares about them. The head nurse's cry before her death still attracted people in the hospital. A large group of guys in white coats rushed out. Xuefeng now understood that everyone in this hospital was dressed as a doctor. The men wore white coats, and the women wore nurse uniforms. This saved Xuefeng a lot of trouble. Among these people, there were many people with special abilities who directly attacked Xuefeng. These people's superpowers are all strange and bizarre. Some can release fire, and some can transform into beasts. But in front of Xuefeng, they are all not worth mentioning. With the 2 skills of Shunxiao and Sheepy, no one can get close to him. At the same time, on the 3rd floor of the inpatient department, there was a shrill scream from the operating room. The green-haired girl's hands and feet were tied up and fixed to the operating table. Next to the green-haired woman stood 4 men in white coats, each holding a scalpel in his hand. In the toolbox next to it, there are other commonly used tools, such as hammers and pliers. The men's clothes and their tools were all covered in blood. Soon the woman's screams turned into gasps, and finally there was no movement. There was no breath at all. Dean, the second operation also failed. It couldn't withstand the power of the crystal core. One of the men raised his head and said. The man was looking at an old man sitting next to him with a smile on his face. The old man looked to be in his 70s, and his smile was kind and benevolent. But he seemed to be full of energy, and his back was very straight. This is the biologist Lao Feng mentioned by the old director, and now the new director of Beishan Psychiatric Hospital. Next, the dean's tone was very calm. It seems like he is talking about something very simple. Several men lifted the green-haired girl up and threw her to the ground nearby. And there was another corpse on the ground, a short-haired woman. The short-haired girl had long since died, her eyes wide open with anger. It's obvious that he was full of resentment before his death. There was only one living person left in the room, Qinyao, who was tied up in the corner. No. Qinyao was so scared that his face turned pale. He witnessed the entire process of the death of his 2 female companions. It has already reached the brink of collapse. Don't be afraid. You are contributing to the evolution of mankind. Maybe you will become the lucky one. Anyway, you may be eaten by zombies if you leave here. This place is more valuable. The dean smiled. Devil, you are a devil. Chen Yilei couldn't help but burst into cursing. Only a demon would do such a thing. Devil? No. This is science. The dean stood up and raised his arms high, his expression becoming excited. He walked back and forth in the room, muttering to himself. Since the invention of the steam engine in the 18th century, science and technology have made great progress. Natural generation, phlogiston, physical decomposition, anatomy, transplant surgery, electrotherapy, all appeared one after another. At that time, there were great scientists who combined ancient alchemy with science and witchcraft. Now I am just copying the process, which is the path that my predecessors have taken. The dean's tone became faster and faster, almost to the point of madness. Then he suddenly approached Chunyao and stared into Chunyao's eyes. 130 Cruel experiment. Chunilei was so scared that he curled up. Madman. Madman. Now this is the only word in Chunilei's mind. This seemingly kind-looking dean is actually a madman. Alchemy? Science? Witchcraft? Chunilei didn't understand these things, and he didn't want to understand what they meant. Do you know Frankenstein? The dean stared into Chunyao's eyes. No, I don't know, Chunyao replied tremblingly. A hint of disappointment flashed in the dean's eyes. Obviously, no one expected that Chunyao would be so problem-free. Frankenstein is the famous artificial man, a resurrected creature created by scientist Cramp. A man next to him explained. There was also a crazy glint in the man's eyes. After this reminder, Chun-Ilay finally remembered. He remembered that the image of Frankenstein appeared in many movies and TV series. A giant monster covered in sutures. Could it be that the dean in front of him wants to turn himself into that monster? Don't worry. Although you are ridiculously stupid, you are very suitable to be Frankenstein. With the new technology used this time, you have at least a 1/5 chance of survival. The dean seemed very confident. Crazy, you are crazy, this is impossible. Let me go quickly, Chunyao wailed. The dean was not angry when he heard this. He looked at Chun-Ilay with eyes full of pity. It's like looking at a lower-level creature. Instead, several other doctors were unhappy. The dean's idea is feasible. 100 years ago, humans didn't believe that organs could be transplanted. Yes, many organs are now even artificial or cultured. We've had successful cases before, but unfortunately, they only lasted 3 days. There was fanaticism in the eyes of these doctors. They are not mental patients, but doctors who originally worked in the hospital. Because I was convinced by the dean's theory, I voluntarily followed the dean. Embark on this great path of human evolution. Chun-Ilay was completely desperate. These are a bunch of lunatics, a bunch of unreasonable lunatics. All those words about science and humanity are killing you. Get started, don't waste time, otherwise the other half of the materials will no longer be fresh. The dean waved his hand and said, yes. The doctor stopped talking and forcibly fixed Chunyao on the operating table. He started to attack regardless of Chunyao's struggle. I have to say that Chunyao was very lucky. He fainted the moment the operation was performed. I didn't feel the pain that came later. Soon a crystal core was embedded in his head. Dean, there's no rejection. It's just that the consumables are dead. A male doctor looked very excited. It's okay. Take out the other half of the material and sew it up now. The dean's eyes became even more fervent. Yes. Several doctors hurriedly took out the so-called other half of the materials. It turned out to be a second-level mutant. But this mutant looks very miserable, with all its limbs disabled. His whole body was wrapped in restraints, and even his teeth were knocked out. Only a moving head can prove that it is alive. However, the second-level mutants have completely lost the ferocity and brutality that zombies should have. His eyes became empty, as if he had given up any hope. Soon a stitched monster appeared on the operating table. The head is still Chun-Yao himself, but many of his body tissues have been replaced by zombies. For example, important organs such as the heart. The heart of a normal human is red, but the heart of a zombie is black and beats very violently. Just at this moment, someone knocked on the door hurriedly. Boom, boom, boom. It's surgery time. Hearing someone disturbing him, the dean yelled in annoyance. Dean, all the supplies in the basement have disappeared. There's also an intruder breaking in, a person with special abilities, someone outside shouted. Don't worry about the supplies. We can catch more if we run out. Kill the invader. The dean snorted coldly. But that guy is very powerful. We can't stop him, and he is already coming this way. The person outside the door said anxiously. Hearing this, the dean frowned. You go out and stop that guy, and I'll take care of the rest. You can use medication when necessary, and I will solve the problem of side effects sooner or later. The dean picked up the scalpel. Yes. The 4 men ran out the door without hesitation. The dean's order is an order that cannot be disobeyed for them. It's a pity that I couldn't witness this great experiment. But they were sure that they just had to continue to follow the dean. More greatness to come. Then everyone had a syringe in their hands, and they stabbed it into their arms. Their expressions became ferocious, and their speed became faster than before. Just after they left, there was a flash of lightning in the operating room. Oh, then there was a strange roar. There are so many people with special abilities, at least a dozen of them. There are so many people gathered here. Xuefeng muttered to himself. There were already dozens of charred corpses around him. There are many capable people inside. This made Xuefeng even more curious. Why Beishan Hospital can gather so many people? It's just like what the old dean said, Research on people with special abilities is being conducted here. Or is there some other secret? If people with special abilities could be created here, the number should be much greater than this. Just when he was confused. Suddenly, four people rushed towards them. All of them were wearing white coats, and each of them had a scalpel in his hand. Xuefeng naturally rushed forward with an axe. But Xuefeng soon discovered something was wrong. These people are extremely fast and strong. You can't gain an advantage in close combat. He even accidentally cut his arm with the scalpel, leaving a 10-centimeter long wound. How is this possible? You have to know that Xuefeng has been using his supernatural powers all the time. You guys. Xuefeng took a few steps back and looked at the group of guys with narrowed eyes. He noticed something was wrong. It is obvious that these people are not ordinary people, and their physical fitness is far beyond that of ordinary people. He must be a mutant. However, the only thing these people have improved is their physical fitness. How else could it be such a coincidence? These people have exactly the same abilities? Suddenly Xuefeng's eyes widened. The psychopath I met on the plane before seemed to have the same superpowers as these people. They are all very fast and powerful. But he showed no other special abilities. Haha, this is an extraordinary body. It's the Dean's great research result. Tremble, mortals, this is not a world you can understand. Submit obediently to the Dean, and you still have hope of survival. Several men had fanatical expressions of admiration on their faces. 131 special potion. I see. Xuefeng nodded, seeming to understand the reason. It seems that what the old Dean said is right. Laofeng really came up with some research results. It can make ordinary people become superpowers. Even this result can be mass-produced. The previous Dr. Yang might have just been a test subject. But this drug must have side effects, and they must be very strong. Or maybe the production is just not high. Your Dean is no better than that. But Xuefeng sneered in the blink of an eye. The reason is simple. If this kind of drug can really be used at will, why did I only see 4 people with special abilities? An army of hundreds of people with special abilities had already appeared. Insult the Dean, kill him. Several people were enraged and rushed towards Xuefeng with roars. Because what Xuefeng said was not wrong. Their drug has side effects, which is that the nervous system will be damaged when used, and cause irreversible twisting. Dr. Yang, who was on the helicopter before, was also a mental patient. But he wasn't so crazy at first. After using the drug many times, things become more and more abnormal. But they won't admit there's a problem with the Dean. It's just part of a great process. Side effects are unavoidable, and the Dean can eventually solve this problem. After knowing that these people were not simple, Xuefeng no longer fought with them in close combat. Shenxiao. Xuefeng activated his special ability, and a circle of lightning immediately surrounded him, wrapped around like a coil. How is this possible? It's exactly the same as the Dean's ability, someone exclaimed. This guy can also release lightning. Don't be afraid. Let's do this together. This is for the evolution of mankind. The others roared and rushed towards Xuefeng again, waving their scalpels. Lightning? Did you get something wrong? This is not lightning, but thunder. Xuefeng roared. The lightning wrapped around him immediately seemed to come alive. Go towards the 4 people opposite. In the blink of an eye, it passed through the bodies of 4 people. The 4 men froze in place. When Xuefeng walked past them, the charred body slowly fell down. Xuefeng didn't even look back. Interesting, the Dean's special ability is lightning. Xuefeng found it interesting. I didn't expect that the Dean's ability was so similar to mine. But his special ability is not just ordinary lightning. It's Shenxiao. It is a supernatural power far more advanced than lightning. And just now Xuefeng also noticed that there was a flash of lightning in a room on the 3rd floor. The Dean should be over there. At this time, there was no one in the hospital trying to stop Xuefeng. When he went up to the 3rd floor, he saw a horrifying scene. To be precise, it was a scene that made Xuefeng feel physically uncomfortable. A monster appeared at the end of the corridor. It was actually a combination of humans and zombies sewn together. Xuefeng still remembers the appearance of that head clearly. It was the rich 2nd generation who drove a Ferrari. More than half of the organs in the lower body are zombies. Roar, roar. The monster roared and pounced towards Xuefeng. But there is always a feeling of being out of breath. His body movements were also awkward, and he seemed not to be adapting to his new body. Destroy it. Filthy thing. Xuefeng said slowly. A bolt of lightning struck fiercely. In an instant, the monster exploded and turned into a ball of flesh and blood. Even an ordinary zombie would not look so miserable. All I can say is that this stitched monster can only move. There is no actual combat capability at all. At this moment, there was a sound of applause. Amazing. He took care of my Frankenstein in one go. Of course, I didn't expect him to have much fighting power. It's a pity that this is my first successful experimental subject. It's a shame for him to die like this. A gentle-looking old man was standing on the other side of the corridor. He was clapping his hands continuously, as if he really appreciated Xuefeng's actions. Because of the monster blocking his way, Xuefeng didn't see him. It seems that you are the new dean. Did you make this thing? Xuefeng frowned. That's right. Use electric shocks on the dead bodies to restore their heartbeats. And fuse them together. What a magical work. The dean looked at the minced meat below with fanatical eyes. Even though it has become like this, the dean still looks like he is looking at something he loves. Electric shock can revive. Xuefeng thought this was nonsense. How could this happen? Even if this is the end of the world, we must abide by the most basic biological logic. Of course it is possible. The prerequisite is that it requires huge energy. The crystal core in the zombie's head can provide this energy, plus the zombie's heart and body. In fact, it is equivalent to replacing the zombie's head. The dean became more and more excited as he spoke. Then many more nouns popped up, as if he wanted to introduce his own theories to Xuefeng. Anyway, Xuefeng listened for a long time, but still didn't understand. But this seems to be related to the crystal core. You are very strong to have come this far. You must have killed all my assistants. Are you interested in cooperating with me? The dean then extended an olive branch to Xuefeng. Cooperate with a pervert like you? Xuefeng shook his head. Not interested at all. It seems that you don't know my current research results. The suture you just saw can only be regarded as an amateur hobby. My real research direction is to enable ordinary people to evolve into superpowers. The dean did not show any disappointment, but continued. Your research has side effects. Xuefeng said lightly. Xuefeng was very confident in his guess. Yes, there are side effects, but it's just a matter of time. I will solve it sooner or later. The dean's face finally became a little ugly. It seemed that Xuefeng's words hit his soft spot. What does that have to do with me? Xuefeng snorted coldly. Of course it does. You're so powerful, you must have a lot of followers. Don't you want them to become powerful people too? Then you can stand firm in this apocalypse and even rule the world. The dean looked at Xuefeng with confidence. I hope my speech can impress Xuefeng. It seems interesting, but why don't you come yourself? Xuefeng nodded and walked towards the dean. Just keeping this place running takes up a lot of time and energy. I don't want to waste all my time on these things. I still want to complete the great cause of human evolution and leave a significant mark in human history. The dean is still giving a crazy speech. Suddenly I felt a chill on my neck and blood gushed out. 132 reward, Doomsday yacht. The dean's neck was cut. The blood flowed back into his trachea, suffocating him instantly. Why? The dean turned around in disbelief and looked at Xuefeng, who had cut his own trachea. Idiot. What do I need so many people with special abilities for? They will become a threat to me sooner or later. Xuefeng said coldly. With a bang, the dean fell to the ground. No more sound. Besides, I'm not interested in being with a madman. Who knows what kind of monster you can create? Xuefeng spat on the ground, expressing contempt for the dean. Although Xuefeng often watches people in need without helping, he is not anti-human. Just respect the fate of others. Since you don't have the ability to survive the apocalypse, don't expect others to rescue you. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. The host is rewarded with the Doomsday yacht. Doomsday yacht. Electric drive with built-in solar panels, capable of automatic charging. Doomsday yacht. Xuefeng was slightly stunned. He didn't expect that the system would reward him with a yacht. This is good stuff. His base itself was next to a river. If you have a yacht, you can go to the next city. There was originally a bridge across the river. However, when the apocalypse broke out, a cargo ship crashed into the bridge. The bridge deck was damaged, forcing people to take a detour. But the detour will take at least several hundred kilometers and 7 or 8 hours. Now with boats, it only takes more than 20 minutes to get there. In fact, when the dean was talking nonsense just now, Xuefeng had already heard the sound of reward. But after all, he was in a battle, and his mind was all on the dean. Looking for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Xuefeng had already consumed a lot of physical strength along the way. I don't want to confront the dean head-on. Besides, the dean's special ability is also very troublesome. It should be the release of lightning. His own stone skin could not stop the thunder and lightning. If they really fight, Xuefeng might get injured. So he chose a sneak attack. As expected, the dean is not young anymore, and his body can't keep up with the performance. Xuefeng's sneak attack was successful. There should be a place where the information is stored. Let's see if we can find the results of his research. Xuefeng muttered to himself. He had no intention of cooperating with the dean. But if I can find those research materials, I can bring them back and let Nyesya take a look. In fact, Xuefeng is also very interested in people with manufacturing abilities. But the premise is that it is only made for your own people. And the number cannot be too large, Otherwise there will definitely be trouble. Thinking of this, Xuefeng began to search everywhere. He soon discovered that the hospital was hiding a deeper evil. I actually saw human bones in many places. There wasn't much food available inside the hospital. It seems that many times they resort to extreme measures to maintain their food supply. Fortunately, Xuefeng quickly found a data room. There is actually a laptop and a lot of drawings here. Xuefeng found that the laptop still had power, which seemed to indicate that it was being used frequently. There were also some things drawn on those drawings that Xuefeng couldn't understand. But he was very sure that it was the structural diagram of the human body and zombies. It must work. So Xuefeng immediately put all these things into his space backpack. When Xuefeng left the hospital gate, he thought for a while. He took out a barrel of gasoline and poured it all over the corridor. Then ignited it with supernatural power. Gradually, the flames engulfed the entire hospital and destroyed the evil here. Whoever picked up the flyer came here. All I saw was a ruin. Grown-ups. At this moment, Qin Fengshan jumped out from the woods next to him. You didn't leave? Xuefeng was a little surprised. Xuefeng asked Qin Fengshan to escape first, but he didn't expect Qin Fengshan to stay here. Sir, I think I can still help by staying here. Several guys in the hospital escaped and were beaten to death by me, Qin Fengshan said immediately. Hearing this, Xuefeng nodded. Originally, Xuefeng didn't expect Qin Fengshan to be of any help. I didn't expect Qin Fengshan to be so proactive. In addition, Qin Fengshan did not sell out his information this time. This is already better than most people in the base. There are now more than 100 people in Xuefeng's base. They were really tortured, except for the core dozen or so people. Xuefeng guessed that everyone else would hand over all the information. Come back to the base with me. You will be a B-level personnel from now on, Xuefeng said. Really? Really? Qin Fengshan showed an ecstatic look. Because Qin Fengshan knew the treatment of B-level personnel. That's very high inside the base. There are not many B-level members now, and I can actually become one of them. After all, you have carried out a dangerous mission. Although your rank has been promoted, you don't have any proper position yet. Just listen to Tang Qiqian's arrangements first, Xuefeng said. Thank you, sir. Qin Fengshan could hardly hide his inner excitement. I wish this kind of thing would happen more often. On the way back, some survivors saw the Doomsday armored vehicle. He was standing on the road waving, hoping to get a ride. These are the people who escaped from the hospital. However, Xuefeng ignored them. In his opinion, these people were of no value. These people have been cheated by the mental hospital once, but they still want to get into a stranger's car. Qin Fengshan was surprised. If it were Qin Fengshan himself, he would no longer trust anyone. I just want to take a gamble. After all, it's difficult to find food now, Xuefeng said lightly. There are very few supplies left in the city. Qin Fengshan suddenly understood after hearing this. So that's how it is. For many survivors, they were already dead anyway. Xuefeng returned to the base before dusk. After dinner, he held a high-level meeting attended by A-level members. He first told everyone about the Northern Mental Hospital and then dropped a bombshell piece of news. I have a plan now. I plan to eliminate all the zombies in the city. What do you think? Eliminate all the zombies in the city. This is a good idea. And Xiao Wei said immediately. That's right. This way we can collect supplies on a larger scale, and there are still many supplies that can be used, such as some machinery and equipment. Gu Xiaoqian also expressed her agreement. Then our base will be safer, and the probability of zombies sneaking in will be smaller. Yu Haoyan also said. After hearing what the women said, Xuefeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. These women would agree with whatever opinions I put forward. What do you think? Xuefeng turned and asked Shen Ruyan. After all, Shen Ruyan is his advisor, and her opinion is more important. This will consume a lot of manpower and material resources, and I don't know how long it will take to clear out all the zombies, Shen Ruyan said in a deep voice. Xuefeng nodded. He also had this concern. But there is a way. Shen Ruyan's eyes lit up. 133 new plan. Is there a way? Xuefeng was surprised. In fact, Xuefeng put forward this idea for everyone to discuss together. I just want to hear everyone's ideas. Let's analyze the pros and cons. We need to connect with other survivors. It's not enough to rely on our own strength. Shen Ruyan said. Other survivors. Xuefeng narrowed his eyes. Based on the intelligence collected previously, Qin Fengshan and his companions discovered the base of 7 or 8 survivors. There should be quite a few people inside. It is not easy for anyone to survive to this day. Xuefeng estimated that most of the people inside were capable, or their living places were very safe. That's right. If we can contact these survivors, we can let them act together. Shen Ruyan nodded. What if they don't want to? Hao Yifei asked curiously. It's hard to trust strangers in the apocalypse. How could they possibly agree to join us in destroying the zombies if we suddenly asked them to? unless it is exchanged for a lot of benefits. Even so, the other party may accept the benefits but not do the job. It's very simple. This can be seen as a sweep and inspection of the forces within the city. If they are willing to cooperate, they can stay safely in their own territory. If they don't want to. Shinrian's expression was very calm, but a chill could already be heard. Obedient people can stay in this city and have designated activity areas for them, but disobedient people must leave. Xuefeng already understood what Shinrian meant. I just came up with an idea. Shinrian improved this idea and gave more reasonable suggestions. This is still under the banner of eliminating zombies. It occupies the moral high ground. How Yifei also reacted. I immediately admired Shinrian very much. And there was also a hint of doubt in how Yifei's heart. A woman as capable and scheming as Shinrian actually completely surrendered to Xuefeng. It is the kind of complete submission of body and mind. This is a bit like what I saw in history class, the kind of imperial mentality. The kingly way. Wang Xinyu also quickly expressed his opinion. You said it was Cao Cao, who held the emperor hostage to command the princes and occupied the moral position. Now we propose to eliminate the zombies, and they have no way to object. Although Zhao Weisu is a fighter. In fact, Zhao Weisu is the most knowledgeable among everyone. After all, she was a teacher before. Why did Cao Cao shout out that he could use the emperor to command the princes and gain a huge advantage? This is because many of the subordinates of other princes are willing to obey the emperor's orders. Now Xuefeng shouted the slogan of eliminating zombies. It will definitely cause the other survivors to waver. There are people who are willing to follow Xuefeng to eliminate the zombies. The internal divisions alone could disintegrate these survivor groups. It can even be concluded that he is unwilling to follow Xuefeng to eliminate the zombie survivors. Most likely there will be some problem. After all, there are really few normal survivor groups we met along the way. There aren't many normal people who can survive the apocalypse. This plan is not intended to be completed quickly. Jiangxing is still a large area. It will take 3 to 6 months to complete it, and then find a place for spring plowing to ensure the normal production of grain. Xuefeng said. No one expected that Xuefeng did this not just to eliminate the zombies. We are also planning for subsequent spring plowing. Thinking of this, everyone felt that the matter of clearing out the zombies should be put on the agenda. This is definitely more than just a waste of effort. If we don't clear out the zombies, there will be no large tracts of land, and it will be impossible to grow crops. If we can't grow food, the supplies will eventually run out. But what if zombies come from other places? We can't defend such a big city. How Yifei still had some doubts. Especially those mutants with special abilities. It is even more difficult to defend against for the survivors. Ordinary roadblocks and the like are simply unable to stop those mutants. We don't need to build a base that is completely isolated from zombies. We just need to set up defenses in some key locations, and then form a patrol team to clean up the zombies regularly. Shinrian explained. This is equivalent to establishing areas with different security levels, Gu Xiaoqian added. First of all, the base where they live now is definitely the safest. The second is the area within a few kilometers of the base. Make sure there aren't any zombies here. Then conduct irregular patrols in other places and eliminate any zombies found. This method is most in line with the actual situation. Very good, Shinrian, you can plan which areas can become planting areas in the future. Make sure that the above conditions are met. If necessary, you can discuss it with Song Yin. Xuefeng looked at Shinrian and said, although Song Yin was not present, she is the director of agriculture after all. No problem. Shinrian nodded. After discussing some details, Xuefeng announced the end of the meeting. There was one A-level member who didn't come. That is Nie Xiaoya. Because Nie Xiaoya has been staying in the laboratory these days. Even eating and sleeping are done there. Xuefeng did not force Nie Xiaoya to come over. After all, Nie Xiaoya's work focus is still on the research of crystals. Xuefeng came to the laboratory, and he also wanted to see the progress of the crystal research. I still have some of the dean's research materials in my hands. I don't know if Nie Xiaoya has time to sort these out. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Xuefeng saw Nie Xiaoya and Nie Xiaoxing busy at work. Two people were fiddling with a pile of equipment. He didn't even notice Xuefeng entering. Xuefeng did not disturb the two of them, but sat on the chair behind them, looking at the busy backs of the two sisters. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Nie Xiaoya finally took a breath and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Just one step, just one step. Nie Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief. Sister, can the crystal core really replace all the current power systems? Nie Xiaoxing looked curious. Currently, crystal core drive accounts for 40% of the power system within the base. The rest are large areas of solar panels. This ensures that there is now sufficient energy supply inside the base. Absolutely no problem. The previous method of using crystal cores was not perfect. Now after improvements, the crystal cores of 5 ordinary zombies can keep the base running for a day. I have also improved the generator. Nia Xiaoya nodded heavily. Sister, you are so awesome. If this weren't the end of the world, you could win the Nobel Prize. Nia Xiaoxing also became excited. If it weren't for the apocalypse, I wouldn't have this kind of research opportunity, and I'm afraid I'm not the only one who has discovered how to use crystal cores. Nia Xiaoya was actually very clear-headed. I know that this special material can only be found in the Doomsday. Sister, you have made an important discovery this time. Can you get a reward? Nia Xiaoxing said with a red face. 134 Open the door and bring warmth to the community. A reward. Nia Xiaoya's cheeks suddenly turned red. Yes, this is a major discovery. Should we ask Brother Shuefeng for it? Nia Xiaoxing said with anticipation. He even licked his lips subconsciously, excited about the upcoming rewards. It is also a compensation for hard work. Request? We have no right to make any requests. Our lives were saved by Shuefeng, and we should serve him wholeheartedly. Nia Xiaoya shook her head. After hearing this, Nia Xiaoxing realized that he had said the wrong thing. Well, I still remember when Brother Shuefeng came to save me. I was about to be bullied at that time. Nia Xiaoxing said with tears in his eyes again. Nia Xiaoxing didn't feel uncomfortable when he recalled those years. But when she thought back to Shuefeng's kindness, she was deeply moved. After all, the sisters had no relationship with Shuefeng before. But Shuefeng is still willing to rescue them. Especially when I think of the classmates who came with her and now have to work hard every day. Contribute your own strength to the base. Every time those classmates saw me, their eyes were filled with envy. It made Nia Xiaoxing feel superior. She didn't need to do any heavy physical labor. She just had to help her sister with the experiments. The female classmates who followed Nia Xiaoxing back all had relatively good endings. At least we can still survive and have enough food supply. The truly miserable ones are those students who stayed behind. They are probably starving to death now. Just become food for zombies. Thinking of this, Nia Xiaoxing burst into tears. She didn't feel sad for those people, but was grateful for her living environment. It's the end of the world now. People who are too naive cannot survive. So we work hard to repay Shuefeng. We can't ask for anything more. Nia Xiaoya stepped forward to help Nia Xiaoxing wipe away her tears. Yeah. Nia Xiaoxing nodded. It's great to not be hungry and have a good sleep. After hearing all this, Shuefeng nodded secretly. I am very satisfied with the attitude of the two sisters. This is not an ungrateful person. Even in their private conversations, they did not express any dissatisfaction. If you have any requests, you can raise them now. Shuefeng smiled slightly and spoke. Oh. The two sisters screamed at the same time, obviously not expecting anyone to be here. After seeing clearly that it was Shuefeng, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Brother Shuefeng, did you hear what I said just now? Nia Xiaoxing blushed and felt very shy. After all, it was a private conversation between two sisters. I heard everything. What do you want? Shuefeng nodded without denying it. Really? Nia Xiaoya seemed a little expectant. Of course. Shuefeng said. Then you are ready. I want this position. Nia Xiaoya twisted her body and slowly undressed. Lift the skirt directly to the waist. She slowly sat on Shuefeng's legs and began to twist her body. Seeing this scene, Nia Xiaoxing subconsciously reached out and began to caress. However, Shuefeng did not let Nia Xiaoxing idle and waved at her. The next morning, Shuefeng began his plan to eliminate the zombies. Of course, before that, we need to find other survivors in Jiangcheng. Everyone must obey their own command. Let them know that the entire Jiangcheng is now their territory. So Shuefeng also gave his plan a name. It's called the Homeland Project. Build a home of your own. Of course, Shuefeng did not fight alone this time, but selected 9 people to act with him. They are Hao Yifei and Xiao Wei, Yu Haoyun, Wang Xinyu, Tang Qiqiang, Qin Fengshan, Lu Jun, and 2 other male survivors. There are more men than women, but Shuefeng's beloved dog Black Panther is also indispensable. Shuefeng did this so that other survivors could see the distribution of members in his base. Not only men, but women also enjoy high-level treatment here. And Xiao Wei and the others will of course ride in the Doomsday chariot, while Tang Qiqiang and Lu Jun will drive 2 other armored vehicles respectively. Except for Shuefeng, everyone wore bulletproof vests and bulletproof helmets. With these equipment, the survivors under Shuefeng, when in conflict with survivors, they have an absolute advantage. When a fight breaks out, having protective gear or not is 2 different things. The first target that Shuefeng went to persuade to surrender was a force entrenched in the vegetable market. Because this is the closest one. According to Qin Fengshan's intelligence, there are signs of human activities here. When Shuefeng and others arrived near the vegetable market, they found that the street was blocked by a pile of iron trash cans. There were scattered zombies wandering around the trash cans. These zombies have great speed and strength, and can even simply run. But it was not as terrifying as last time when zombies appeared in the corpse tide. It seems that those zombies are affected by the 4th-level mutants. Tang Chi-chiang and others, armed with special weapons, smashed the zombies' heads to pieces. What they held in their hands was a wooden stick more than 1 meter long, with a fist-sized iron block tied to the front. In many Doomsday movies, the survivors used baseball bats, steel pipes, and other objects. In fact, those things are very heavy and require a lot of physical effort to use. It just looks good when swung. If you really want to deal with zombies, it is most appropriate to use weapons like those used by Tang Chi-chiang and others. It's like the copper hammer used as a weapon by generals in many martial arts novels. They are all described as being the same size as watermelons. It's impossible to swing it that way, and my stamina bar will be empty after just a few turns. The real copper hammer on the battlefield is only the size of an egg. Combined with cavalry charges, this is enough to smash the enemy's head or sternum. After clearing out the zombies, Xuefeng took the others out of the car. A large loudspeaker appeared in his hand. This was found by his men while searching for supplies around. I don't know what use it can be, but since it's intact, I brought it back. Now it comes in handy. Listen up, everyone inside. We are here to bring warmth to the community. Come out quickly, Xuefeng shouted into the loudspeaker. Hearing this, Tang Chi-chiang and others all had black lines on their foreheads. Community? Is there still such a thing as community now? Wasn't it already finished? Come out quickly. There will be rice, flour, and oil for you if you come out now. Xuefeng continued to shout. Rice, flour, and oil are available for free. Tang Chi-chiang and others were even more dumbfounded after hearing this. I'm afraid no one will believe this. As expected, there was no movement for a long time, which even made people doubt whether there were any survivors here. Since these people don't like to be given warmth, then just start demolishing it, Xuefeng said lightly. 135 brothers Xiaolong and Xiaohu. The Doomsday armored vehicle started up, making a sharp roar. The one driving the armored vehicle was Zhao Weisu, and she was responsible for driving all the way today. I have long wanted to enjoy the feeling of destroying everything. Wait. At this moment, 2 people rushed out from the entrance of the vegetable market. They are 2 young men. The 2 people look very similar. They must be brothers. Are you the person in charge here? Xuefeng asked. Yes. My name is Xiaolong and his name is Xiaohu. We are both peace-loving people. If there is anything we can talk about it in a good way. Xiaolong nodded and bowed, looking very polite. You're welcome. Xuefeng and his men are fully armed and look like they are not easy to deal with. Well, how many people with special abilities do you have here? How many ordinary survivors are there? And how long will the stored food last? Xuefeng asked directly without any hesitation. When they heard these questions, Xiaolong and Xiaohu's faces changed. This is all core information. To be honest, even though this is a vegetable market, it's not a warehouse. We don't have many supplies here, Xiaolong said with a grim expression. Bah, who would be interested in your supplies? Just answer honestly when asked anything. And Xiaowei scolded. Being scolded by a woman like this, Xiaolong's face became even uglier, and a gloomy look flashed in his eyes. But he quickly hid it. Brother, they don't want our supplies. We can tell they are all big shots. Just tell the truth. Xiaohu shouted from the side. This is not about persuading Xiaolong. It is clearly about setting up Xuefeng and others. Yes. They are all big shots, so let me tell you. We have about dozens of bags of rice, and some dry goods like bean curd sheets and black fungus, and nothing else. Xiaohu nodded quickly. Where are the survivors? How many survivors are there? And Xiaowei was very unhappy. These 2 people are singing the same tune here, which is too dishonest. They are all old, weak, sick and disabled uncles and aunts selling vegetables here. Brothers, if you like young women, we really don't have any here, but we do have quite a few older ones. I wonder which brother has this hobby. Xiaohu spread his hands. Call all of you out. I want to talk to you about something. Xuefeng frowned. I can already feel the smooth talk of these 2 brothers. He must be hiding something. Sure enough, after hearing this, the 2 brothers did not agree directly. Dear important persons, the survivors here are afraid of strangers. We were robbed once before. If you have anything to say, just tell us. Xiaohu said. Stop talking nonsense and call everyone out, or I will be rude to you too. And Xiaowei couldn't stand the mercenary behavior of these 2 people anymore. It's too much effort to talk to them. And Xiaowei didn't expect that she would finish her words. Xiaolong and Xiaohu actually turned around and ran away. And Xiaowei got anxious and raised her rifle, ready to kill the 2 guys. However, at the moment of shooting, and Xiaowei still did not take action. Because there is no order from Xuefeng. No matter how unhappy she was, She knew she couldn't make the decision on her own. I watched the little brother run into the vegetable market. Shuefeng didn't do anything, but just patted the Black Panther's head. Black Panther understood what he meant and rushed forward first. You two come with me, and the rest of you stay here. Shuefeng pointed at two people casually, then jumped into the street. Tang Qiqiang and Lu Jun. Yes. None of the other two were as cool as Shuefeng. You can only climb over the garbage. When I arrived at the entrance of the vegetable market, I found a different scene. In the past, when you walked into a vegetable market, you would see stalls filled with vegetables, fruits, and melons. Now the apocalypse has broken out. Of course, these vegetables, fruits, and melons have disappeared. There was no food to be seen on the stalls. They had all been cleared out long ago. There are hundreds of stalls in the vegetable market. All of them are clean. Damn dog, let me go. Just ahead came the miserable cry of the tiger cub. Don't be afraid. Xiaohu, watch me kill it. Xiaolong also shouted. Shuefeng and others looked over. I found that the Black Panther was biting the hind leg of a black giant wolf and pulling it continuously. Don't be fooled by the huge size of the black wolf. It is more than 3 meters tall. But he is no match for Black Panther. And next to the Black Panther, there was another giant white wolf, anxiously trying to tear the Black Panther with its claws. But Black Panther is very smart and knows how to take advantage of his thin body. Keep dodging. Not only did the giant white wolf fail to hurt the Black Panther, it also scratched the black wolf several times. These two brothers are both capable people, Tang Qiqiang exclaimed. Because it was these two giant wolves that spoke human language just now. He is obviously a person with special abilities, yet he acted so humble just now. There must be a problem. What Tang Qiqiang didn't expect was that the Black Panther's combat effectiveness was so strong. Tang Qiqiang had always thought that Black Panther was just Shuefeng's pet dog. It is used for patrolling. I never thought that a dog could face two people with special abilities and not be at a disadvantage. Of course, Tang Qiqiang also understood that this was related to the special abilities of the two brothers Xiaolong and Xiaohu. Although these two brothers can transform into giant wolves. But in the end, humans are still no match for dogs who are born to walk on 4 legs. Brother, leave quickly. The giant white wolf howled, having completely given up hope. When Xiaohu heard this, he turned around and left without hesitation. After a few jumps, he climbed onto the wooden house next to him and disappeared from everyone's sight. I really abandoned my brother. I'll go after him. Lu Jun volunteered. With a roar, he stretched out long steel claws from his hands. The speed of the kick is also extremely fast. Seeing this scene, Shuefeng nodded secretly. He could clearly feel that Lu Jun's ability was much stronger than before. It seems that swallowing the crystal core still has an effect. But whether he wanted to swallow it or not, he still had to wait for Lu Jun to eat it for a while. By then, everyone in the base will be able to devour the crystal core. People like Zhao Weisu and Tang Qiqiang are not direct combatants. Maybe it can play a greater role. Especially Tang Qiqiang. Tang Qiqiang's current position is very awkward. His special ability can stimulate the growth of plants. But with just 2 ordinary plants at most, he was already exhausted and had used up all his energy. It is impossible to ask Tang Qiqiang to promote the growth of crops on a large scale. Even if his supernatural powers are strengthened, it may not improve much. We can only wait and see if it can be used elsewhere in the future. Boss, this guy has been tied up. Tang Qiqiang has taken the initiative to step forward and tie up Xiaohu. At this time, Xiaohu had turned into a human form, and his body was tied tightly with thin steel wire. There was nothing Xiaohu could do if he didn't want to turn back into a human. Tang Qiqiang put a gun to his head. Tell me, what is it that you are afraid of? Why are you running away? Shuefeng snorted coldly. 136 Two beasts. Shuefeng had already realized that there was a reason why these two people turned around and ran away. If the Black Panther hadn't bit the tiger cub, I'm afraid the two guys would have already climbed over the wall and escaped. There is definitely something wrong here. Since so many of you are here to steal our things, of course we have to run. Xiaohu gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. There were several large bloody holes on his calves. It was bitten by a Black Panther. Roar! The Black Panther bared its teeth and roared at the little tiger. Xiaohu's face immediately turned pale, and his expression was no longer as arrogant as before. He was filled with fear of the Black Panther. If you don't answer my question, you will be Black Panther's food today. Shuefeng touched the Black Panther's head, then took out a crystal core from his pocket and fed it to it. After swallowing it, the Black Panther showed a satisfied expression. We kept all the survivors in captivity as a backup food supply. Xiaohu lowered his head. What? Tang Qiqiang widened his eyes. I didn't expect these two brothers to do such a thing. He's simply a beast. But on second thought, The special ability of these two guys is to transform into giant wolves. If this isn't a beast, then what is? How many people did you eat? How many are left? Shuefeng asked. We haven't eaten yet. It's just that there is not enough food. They are all in the warehouse. Xiao said quickly. When Shuefeng and others arrived at the warehouse, they saw that there were more than 20 people imprisoned there. They were all tied up with ropes. When they saw Shuefeng and Tang Qiqiang, they all showed expressions of horror. However, after seeing Xiaohu tied up, he became particularly excited. He's a bad guy. He ate my brother. I don't know who you are, but please save us. These two guys are just beasts. Hearing these insults, Xiaohu glared at the group of people with an angry expression. It really made those imprisoned people look terrified. Have you ever eaten a human? Shuefeng's voice turned cold. No, I didn't eat many. Xiaohu tried to argue. Bang! Tang Qiqiang didn't say anything and shot Xiaohu in the head. With a clang, Xiaohu's body fell to the ground. Dare to deceive the boss, this is the end. Tang Qiqiang snorted coldly. Xiaohu's cause of death was not because he had eaten humans. But I just deceived myself. Tell me about the situation here and send a representative. Shuefeng looked at the people who were tied up. An uncle immediately stood up and recounted the story in indignation. Xiaohu and Xiaolong were originally managers in the market. They usually extort money under the pretext of collecting sanitation fees. These vendors are angry but dare not speak out. Until the end of the world, the two brothers unexpectedly awakened special powers, making others feel that fate was unfair. All the supplies naturally fell into the hands of the two brothers. They are responsible for making the distribution. At the beginning, the two brothers would command them to search for supplies together. However, as all the surrounding supplies were searched out, the zombies began to move faster and faster. The two brothers felt that ordinary people like them were a burden. So they tied them up by force and used them as spare food. Several people have been eaten. When some people said this, their eyes turned red and they felt depressed about their fate. He was bullied by the two brothers before the end of the world. As a result, after the Doomsday broke out, he was still bullied and was even about to be eaten by the two brothers. Now I give you two choices. The first is that I will release you and let you fend for yourself. As for the second point, it is to work with me to implement the home plan, jointly eliminate all zombies in Jiangcheng, and create a safe environment. There are two paths before you. Choose for yourself. Shuefeng gave these people two choices. Without hesitation, everyone chose the second one. Homeland Project. Eliminate all zombies in Jiangcheng. That sounds exciting. Who doesn't want a safe environment? We are all willing to implement the home plan, but we don't have any people with special abilities here. When dealing with those strange zombies. Someone smiled bitterly. The so-called strange zombies they mentioned were naturally mutants. Before this, it was a problem that only the two brothers could solve. I will provide you with a rifle and 100 bullets. If you encounter a huge zombie that cannot be eliminated, you can send a signal and we will send support. Shuefeng said. As long as it is not a third-level mutant, it can be eliminated directly with a rifle. However, the probability of encountering a third-order mutant is not that high. Shuefeng has only met 4 or 5 of them so far. He only discovered it after receiving a prompt from the intelligence system. It is very difficult for ordinary zombies to evolve into third-level mutants. We will do it. Hearing this good news, the rest of the people became excited. With guns they have the power to fight. Then Shuefeng asked this group of people to elect a new leader. It would be best to solve this problem now. Otherwise, there will definitely be problems in the future due to the snatching of guns. Soon these people discussed it, and the uncle who used to sell fish was nominated. He is also often bullied by Xiaolong and Xiaohu. Because of his good popularity, he became the new leader here. Shuefeng took out a rifle and a flare gun and handed them to the fishmonger. At the same time, some food was taken out to help these people replenish their strength. After eating these things, they will have to rely on themselves. Some other zombies have this thing in their heads. Take them out and hand them over to me. You can't keep them privately, otherwise I will destroy this place. Shuefeng took out a crystal core and showed it to the fishmongering uncle and others. The crystal core will definitely be of great use in the future, so Shuefeng wants them all. He gave these people food and weapons, and it was a good deal for them to give him crystal cores. Shuefeng even had a premonition that it would happen in the near future. Crystal cores are likely to become the currency of Doomsday. We have a lot of this stuff. We left them behind after killing a lot of zombies before. I don't know what they are for, so I'll give them all to you. The fishmonger went to the next room. A snakeskin bag was brought out. Crash. At least 200 crystal cores were poured out from it. There are even more than a dozen crystal cores of first-order mutants. Shuefeng didn't expect that they collected so much. It seems that he made a profit this time. At this time, Lu Jun also came back. In Lu Jun's hand was a huge wolf head. Needless to say, it naturally belongs to Xiaolong. Seeing the head, the fishmonger and others breathed a sigh of relief. What they feared most was that Xiaolong would come back to kill them again. Tang Qiqiang taught the fishmonger and others how to use rifles and signal guns. Then Xue Feng and others left. The fishmonger and his companions walked them all the way to the door before they saw the Doomsday armored vehicle and the others. Everyone gasped. If these people wanted to destroy themselves, it would be too easy. That crystal core must be a good thing. Why are you so honest and give it to them? After Xue Feng and the others left, someone couldn't help but say something to the fishmonger. 137 Material Exchange Plan. An innocent man is guilty of possessing a treasure. The crystal core is of no use to us. What's the point of keeping it? Can it be more powerful than the gun in our hands? The fishmongering uncle shook his head. Hearing this, everyone felt sorry. But everyone agreed with what the fishmonger said. Getting shot in the apocalypse is better than anything else. Okay, we have to start clearing out the zombies and search for supplies to survive. This large area is the territory they have divided for us, and we must clear out the zombies in this area within a few months. The fishmongering uncle also had a map in his hand. The area on the map was the area Xue Feng had drawn for him. Xue Feng's requirements are not high. It only needs to be resolved within 3 months. If there are zombies that you cannot deal with, then fire flares. If you run out of bullets, you can take the crystal cores to Xue Feng's base to exchange for them. Next, Xue Feng and others found 3 more forces. 2 of them are relatively stable groups and agreed to the home plan. We agreed to clean up the zombies together. Because they didn't have much supplies left, and they saw the zombies growing stronger day by day. If you don't get rid of it quickly, you may never be able to go out again. In addition, Xue Feng also put forward some conditions. 100 crystal cores in exchange for a rifle and 100 bullets. By bartering, Xue Feng got 7 or 800 crystal cores. This is also a pleasant surprise. At the same time, Xue Feng also exchanged some information with them. Both groups of survivors have capable people within them, which is why they have managed to hold on until now. But there are not many people in their base, and they are quite conservative. I seldom search around here, so I don't know much. As for the third group, they are a group of violent thugs. When they saw Xue Feng and others passing through their territory, they actually launched an attack directly, trying to seize Xue Feng's armored vehicle. Of course, Xue Feng would just destroy all these blind guys. It took another 2 days. Xue Feng has completely identified all the forces, big and small, in Jiangqing. There are many survivors entrenched in the east of the city, including 7 forces. There were fewer people in the south and north of the city, only 2 groups. After all, there was a tide of zombies here, and the northern hospital lured many survivors there. As for the west side of the city, it is Xue Feng's own territory. The several forces around him either joined him or were eliminated. Overall, there were only 600 or 700 survivors in the entire Jiangqing. Among them, there are more than 40 people with special abilities. This was originally a city with a population of hundreds of thousands. Of course, there may still be some scattered survivors in some unknown places. Perhaps many of the living people fled the city to the suburbs. Xue Feng could only say that he was not surprised by this result. It's been several months since the apocalypse. It's not easy to be alive. We've contacted all the survivors in Jiangqing now, so the Homeland Project should be able to proceed. However, we don't know how many of them are truly willing to eliminate the zombies, and how many are just compromising. At night, Shen Ruyan was in Xue Feng's office, analyzing the current situation. Xue Feng drove the Doomsday chariot, and each member was wearing a bulletproof vest and a rifle. Just the sight and posture alone made the survivors terrified. He didn't dare to confront Xue Feng head-on, except for those with mental problems. That's what I'm worried about. If someone tries to cheat, the home plan will definitely be delayed, hindering next year's crop planting, and may even fail. Xue Feng nodded. The initial home plan design is beautiful, but there is a prerequisite. That is, everyone is serious about wanting to eliminate the zombies. But who would be willing to risk their life to do such a thing? Sir, do you know Indians? Shen Ruyan's eyes suddenly lit up, as if she had thought of something. Of course I know, the Native Americans of America. Xue Feng nodded. Don't be fooled by the fact that America is now full of white people and black people. But 200 years ago, the people there were all Indians. As a result, tens of millions were massacred, and only a small number remain today. Even so, it is still strictly controlled. The Indians were given barren land, leaving them with no choice but to live there. The reason is to protect the traditional customs of the Indians. In fact, it means making the Indians live a primitive life and preventing them from entering the modern era. In order to eliminate the Indians, the white people used many methods, deliberately spreading diseases such as smallpox, But the real reason for the large-scale hunting was the bounty. Shenrian mentioned this history and felt angry for the Indians. I understand. You want them to hunt zombies in exchange for supplies. Xuefeng nodded and understood instantly. In the past, when a white man hunted an Indian, he could get a bounty by cutting off the Indian's scalp. That's right, the crystal cores are also useful to us. Now we can let them use the crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Shenrian said. Exchange crystal cores for supplies. Xuefeng was frowning and thinking. The importance of crystal nucleus is self-evident. But supplies are equally important. These supplies can save lives in the Doomsday. We have some surplus supplies. I heard that potatoes have been growing very well recently. We can expand the potato planting area and let them exchange potatoes for crystal cores first. Shenrian was able to come up with this idea. Of course, comprehensive research and investigation have been done. Besides potatoes, it's also worth taking inventory of your stock. See if there are any items that you don't need but are important to other survivors. That's right, there are also solar panels. Many of them here are no longer used and have been eliminated. They can be used as exchanges. Xuefeng raised the corner of his mouth. Now the energy system inside the base has been completely replaced by crystal cores. After being modified by Nye Xiaoyu, the crystal core generator has higher energy efficiency than before. It can support the power supply of the entire base. No solar panels or diesel generators are required. But these two things were eliminated by Xuefeng. But for other survivors, it is simply a top luxury. We are all modern people. Who doesn't want to live a life with electricity? Your Excellency is wise. I didn't even think of that. Shenrian said sincerely. Haha, did you really not expect this? Or are you deliberately leading me to say these words? Xuefeng said. A qualified subordinate will definitely know how to flatter. I really didn't expect it. I'm so stupid. Shenrian didn't lie. She had forgotten about the solar panels. The first thing that comes to mind is food and medicine, ignoring that there are some things that are equally important to other survivors. Fools must be punished. How do you want me to punish you? Xuefeng raised the corners of his mouth and showed a wicked smile. 138 the value of potatoes. Shenrian understood what Xuefeng meant. Sir, I apologize. You can punish me however you want. Shenrian slowly sat on Xuefeng's legs and hugged his arm. Then I'll make sure you remember it clearly. Xuefeng rolled over and pressed Shenrian under his body. The next day, Xuefeng asked Qin Fengshan to be responsible for this matter. Contact other survivors and tell them the latest news. Crystal cores can be exchanged for potatoes and solar panels. Solar panels can be replaced now, 100 crystal cores per panel. 3 pieces can basically meet the power generation needs of their base. After all, not all survivors live in the same place as Xuefeng's base. The lights are kept on for long periods of time, and most electrical appliances can be used. In other places, boiling water might be enough. From other survivors, Xuefeng learned a method to purify drinking water. Just use the simplest distillation method. By boiling the contaminated water resources and then collecting the water droplets that condense from the water vapor, you get the purest distilled water. Other toxic impurities will not rise with the steam. The effect is better than a water purifier. The disadvantage is also obvious, that is, in the absence of a steam engine. You can only make simple equipment by yourself. As a result, the amount of distilled water collected every day is very small, just enough for drinking. Now that we have electricity, we can use it for distillation. It has greatly solved the problem of drinking water. So that day Xuefeng brought the solar panels from the armory. They were all taken away by other survivors. Those survivors were not allowed into the base, but only at the door. But seeing such a large villa area, the high walls have been reinforced. There was an electrified wire fence stretched above it, and everyone was shocked. I didn't expect that the place where Xuefeng lives is so spectacular. There are even extra charging pads for sale. 20 days later, there will be a large supply of potatoes to exchange. This is a potato. Even before the apocalypse, potatoes were one of the most beloved foods. Every breakfast stall has shredded potatoes. Even in many European countries, potatoes are a staple food. In the 19th century, the English deliberately introduced viruses into Irish potatoes. This resulted in a significant drop in potato production and the deliberate starvation of millions of people. So this time there was no need for Xuefeng to urge them. They are willing to eliminate zombies spontaneously, which is equivalent to hunting zombies. In exchange for food. When supplies are already scarce in the city, this is undoubtedly the most stable source of food. Xuefeng can also gradually expand the potato planting area, especially things like potatoes, which are very easy to cultivate. Even if the system does not give Xuefeng potato seeds in the later stage, he can still continue large-scale planting, forming a very virtuous cycle. After all, the selling price of potatoes is entirely determined by Xuefeng. He sold surplus grain, and Xuefeng also formulated a very overbearing additional clause. The potatoes you buy from him cannot be grown by yourself. Failure to do so will be considered a hostile act. Xuefeng's potatoes were given by the system. It is twice as big and matures as the best potatoes on the market. This kind of thing is definitely in your own hands. After seeing the Xuefeng base, some forces expressed their desire to join, even if you have to work like a slave in the base. It's also safer than them being outside. Xuefeng rejected all of these requests. If it were before, Xuefeng wouldn't mind absorbing some survivors to increase the strength of your base. But things are different now. After the previous analysis by Gu Xiaoqian and Shen Rian, the base can accommodate about 200 people. If the number of people continues to increase, the use of electricity and the supply of drinking water inside the base will have to be restricted. Xuefeng didn't want to go through so much trouble. Just keep the current number of people. These groups of survivors are staying in other places in Jiangcheng, and they also serve as his spies. You can monitor these places on your own behalf. They also can't live without themselves. In the future, when there is no supplies, we can only get potatoes from ourselves. Xuefeng also asked Shen Rian to set up a reward mechanism. As long as there is a group of psychics who have discovered something, such as useful information, or some supplies, etc., you can get corresponding rewards from your side. Only after setting up all these did Xuefeng finally breathe a sigh of relief. There is a feeling that the entire Jiangcheng is gradually under control. But in the end of the world, who knows what will happen next? After dealing with these things, Xuefeng took the time to call Lu Jun over. Ask Lu Jun if he had any reaction after eating the crystal core. Sir, I feel that my body has an endless supply of strength every day. In addition, my strength in all aspects seems to have increased. I don't feel any discomfort now. Lu Jun seemed very excited. After all, Lu Jun felt that his strength was stronger than before. This change is increasing day by day. Xuefeng nodded. It seemed that eating crystal cores to increase strength was a feasible method. There shouldn't be any side effects. Whether it was Lu Jun or those people with special abilities that he met in the cannery, everything seems normal on the surface. Unlike those people who took drugs in the Northern Mental Hospital. Obviously, he's a little mentally unstable. Last time, Xuefeng had given Nie Xiaoye the dean's information, including the laptop. It depends on whether Nie Xiaoye can achieve any results next. But Xuefeng didn't hold much hope. After all, everyone has their own expertise, and this is not what Nie Xiaoye is good at. Now Nie Xiaoye can transform the crystal core generator twice within a few months. For Xuefeng, this was already a pleasant surprise. Very good. Report to me if you have any questions next. Xuefeng signaled Lu Jun that he could leave. He also called over the other people with special abilities in the base. I told them that eating the crystal core can enhance their abilities. What? Eating this thing can enhance superpowers. Hao Yifei was very surprised. Hao Yifei has been feeling very uneasy in the base recently. As an A-level member, she doesn't have any outstanding abilities. The only special thing about him is that he is a person with special abilities. But her abilities are awkward, and her attack power isn't as strong as her guns. Now that he knew that his superpowers could be enhanced, Hao Yifei couldn't wait to find a crystal core and eat it. There was no rejection of this thing dug out from the zombie's head. Yes, it can be improved. Xuefeng nodded and told them how to eat the crystal core. At their current stage, they must eat low-level crystals and wait until the low-level crystals can no longer increase their strength and then gradually improve. Everyone said they understood that they would not eat this thing casually. After explaining these things, Xuefeng asked them to go about their own business. And he had somewhere to go. 139 to the White City. Byte. Intelligence system updated. 1. In the White City Zoo, there is a survivor with extraordinary abilities. You can establish a cooperative relationship with him and become the host's ally in White City. 2. There is a survivor base in Baiqing, located inside the park, with a population of 500. 3. There is a large amount of fertilizer in the warehouse at Baiqing Wharf. This is the intelligence system that was refreshed this morning. All the information points to one place, Baiqing. Baiqing is the city next door. There are 3 ways to get to Baiqing. The first is to take the Cross River Bridge. But now a section of the Cross River Bridge has been knocked off, making it impossible to pass through. The second way is to take a boat across the river. But there are no boats on the river now. When the apocalypse broke out, the ships all left. Because everyone wants to stay away from the city and those scary zombies. The third way is to take a detour. But it requires a long detour, at least several hours. And it also has to pass through the highway, and no one knows whether the highway is open to traffic now. Fortunately, Xuefeng's backpack now contains the Doomsday yacht given by the system. Xuefeng originally planned to go to Baiqing for a visit. After all, the system gave Xuefeng the Doomsday yacht. so of course he had to make good use of it. However, he was gathering Jiangqing's strength. Unexpectedly, the system information has been updated. This time Xue Feng didn't plan to bring anyone else with him. He would go alone. After all, it's a strange place. And according to intelligence, there is actually a large base of 500 people in Baiqing. 500 people. It's hard to imagine how much supplies are needed to feed so many people. However, according to Xue Feng's estimation, the living conditions in this base, I'm afraid it can't be compared with the ones in my own base. At least in terms of electricity and food supply, it cannot compare with our own base. The intelligence system did not tell Xue Feng whether the base had malicious intentions. But since there are more than 500 people in the base, it proves that there are suitable living conditions there. Otherwise, so many survivors would have become food long ago. Xue Feng has seen a lot of this kind of thing. Like Xiaolong and Xiaohu before, they were quite polite at the beginning. Drive people in the vegetable market to become his subordinates. But when food became scarce, they immediately swung their claws at them. As soon as you exit the gate of the Jiangpan community, you will arrive directly at the riverside. There is a small pier here. There were originally many boats, all owned by the owners of the riverside community. They can cross the river and have fun anytime and anywhere. But now the ships are gone. Instead, there were scattered zombies floating along the river bank. These zombies fell into the water by mistake and could not get out on their own. He could only roar meaninglessly at Xue Feng. When Xue Feng saw this scene, he frowned secretly. I didn't expect that zombies could survive in the water. After so many days of soaking, the body tissues have not completely rotted. What if a zombie evolves into a mutant that can survive in water? Then the water is not absolutely safe. What worries Xue Feng even more is whether the zombies and the blood rain will have an impact on the aquatic life in the riverbank. Facts have proved that Xue Feng's worries were not unnecessary. He saw a large number of dead fish floating on the shore, and the foul fish smell was very strong. It seems safer on land. Thinking of this, Xue Feng took out the Doomsday yacht from his space backpack. This is a yacht about 10 meters long with 2 floors, and is completely powered by electricity. There is no problem using it for sailing along the river, but it is difficult to enter the sea. After all, the yacht is too small and may be overturned by wind and waves at any time. This was also Xue Feng's first time driving a yacht. Fortunately, the yacht came with an instruction manual, and Xue Feng quickly mastered the method. After starting the yacht, Xue Feng headed towards the opposite side. In just over 10 minutes, Xue Feng reached the other side. According to the map, this is the warehouse terminal. The situation here is similar. No ships or living people are seen. There were sporadic zombies wandering around on the shore. After getting ashore, Xue Feng first put away the Doomsday yacht. Then we came to the dock warehouse. From time to time, a zombie would jump out and grin at Xue Feng. Xue Feng had long been numb to the appearance of zombies. It's easy to deal with the zombies. All the warehouse doors at the dock warehouse are open, and some of them are on the ground at the warehouse doors. There will also be some food packaging and the like. You can even see signs of fighting, with bullet holes on some walls. It looked as though the place had been looted and a fight had taken place. After all, everyone knows that there must be food in the warehouse. Being able to get food from the warehouse means being able to survive for a long time. But there are some things that cannot be taken away. For example, some industrial raw materials, and so on. Xue Feng first searched 2 warehouses, where large amounts of polyethylene were piled. This stuff is made of plastic and looks similar to rice. When he arrived at the 3rd warehouse, Xue Feng saw a large amount of organic fertilizer stacked on pallets. These organic fertilizers are packed in 50 kilograms bags, and 20 bags fill a pallet, which is exactly 1 ton. It weighs more than 200 tons. Although more than 200 tons sounds like a lot, it only occupies less than 60 square meters. My own space backpack is a 10M, 10M, 10M cube. Now the shelves are half full of supplies, and these 20 bags of fertilizer stacked together are only about 1 meter high. Putting them all in only takes up a small amount of space. That's too much. But even so, Xue Feng couldn't help but exclaim. It's enough for me to use for more than 10 years. Should I take all of these things with me, or just half of them? However, Xue Feng plans to expand the potato planting area in the future, and the demand for chemical fertilizers will definitely be greater. The more of this kind, the better. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the information. Reward host to increase storage space area. Now upgraded to 20M, 20M, 20M. It's really a pillow for those who feel sleepy. Xue Feng didn't expect that the system would increase his storage space. This is a direct 4-fold increase. Without any hesitation, Xue Feng directly put all the fertilizers into his space backpack. Anyway, my space backpack is very large, so there is no need to hesitate. The reason why no one took so much fertilizer is very simple. Too heavy. and it is not needed for the time being. I am afraid there are not many people who are reclaiming wasteland and farming now. Just when Feng was about to continue searching to see if there were any other good things in the warehouse, there was the sound of a car engine outside. 140 rescue. Is someone coming? Feng didn't expect such a coincidence. I hadn't even started searching yet, and someone came over. Could it be that there are still some valuable materials in these warehouses, so some people come here to loot? So he hid in the warehouse next door. It's in the gap between a pile of polyethylene. Anyway, no one is interested in these things. What Feng didn't expect was that the car was parked in front of the warehouse door next to him. The sound of the car was quite loud. It must be a truck. Oh my god, there's no fertilizer left. This is impossible. There were so many just 2 days ago. How could over 200 tons disappear in an instant? What the hell is going on? Several people shouted at once, their tones sounding quite anxious. Then they were seen doing a simple search, but found nothing. He also did not discover Feng, who was hiding. What should we do? Who took it? How are we going to explain this? There's a warehouse in the west of the city with more than 10 tons of fertilizer. Even though it's a small amount, we can only take that away first. Go back and tell the boss that our fertilizer was stolen. He won't say anything about us. A few people drove away helplessly. Feng came out only after the vehicle had gone far away. He saw that it was a blue van. I don't know whose supplies I stole. Is it that big base with 500 people? But this is the end of the world, and everyone relies on their own abilities. He doesn't feel any guilt. After these people left, Feng continued searching. In the next warehouse, Feng discovered that there were many pianos placed there. Things that are completely useless in the apocalypse can only be used to attract zombies. Feng didn't know which woman in the base could play the piano. He casually put the 2 pianos into his space backpack. There is nothing valuable left after that, just some industrial raw materials. But it's already great to be able to harvest so much fertilizer this time. Just when Feng was about to leave, he accidentally discovered a motorcycle in the corner of the warehouse. You can vaguely see the key inserted in the motorcycle. Feng immediately walked towards the motorcycle as he was worried about not having a means of transportation. Driving the Doomsday chariot is a bit too conspicuous. I don't know the situation in Baiqing yet, and don't want to attract too many people. Roar! Suddenly, a mutant fell from the sky and pounced towards Feng fiercely. This mutant has very long limbs and had been lying on top of the warehouse. This motorcycle seems to be a bait. It is to lure the survivors here. Shen Xiao. Feng said nothing as a bolt of lightning shot out from between his fingers. The mutant immediately burst into flames and fell to the ground without any movement. You know how to use a motorcycle as bait. It seems that you are not far from becoming a second-level mutant. Feng walked forward and smashed the zombie's head. Sure enough, a crystal core was found inside. The first third-level mutant Feng had seen before could also devour the crystal cores in the heads of other mutants. It seems that cannibalism among zombies is also a means of evolution. But not all zombies do this. Just like Feng saw several third-level mutants, they could control ordinary zombies. But there are also third-level mutants that don't do this. This should be a talent of zombies. Not all zombies have this ability. Just like the zombie tide caused by the 4th-level mutant. Not all 4th-order mutants should have this ability. After starting the motorcycle, Feng was surprised to find that there was quite a bit of oil left. It seems to be enough for me to take a walk around Baiqing. At this time, Feng was wearing sportswear and carrying a rifle on his back, and the only thing missing was a pair of sunglasses. Taking out his cell phone, Feng opened the map. After arriving in Baiqing, Feng could only use his mobile phone for navigation. Although there is no signal now, the phone can still be used as a map if it is fully charged. Feng had downloaded the map on his phone in advance and could use it in offline mode. It can also tell time and act as a flashlight. There are 3 parks and only 1 zoo in Baiqing. Feng thought about it and decided to go to the zoo first. Since the system reminds me that there is a person with extraordinary abilities in the zoo, you can form an alliance with the other party. Then he can first contact the person with the ability. Then verify the second piece of information provided by the system, the group of survivors entrenched in the park. Feng can also exchange information with the people in the zoo. Feng rode his motorcycle along the road and felt very comfortable. There is a feeling of free ride. This may be the feeling that many people like motorcycles. Of course, this feeling would be even better if there weren't those zombies around. Baiqing and Jiangsheng are of similar size. So of course, the shops in Baiqing had been looted long ago. There are no supplies around. Just at this moment, Feng spotted a familiar vehicle in front. It's the blue truck. At this time, the truck had stopped by the roadside. To be precise, it hit a house on the roadside. How do you drive this car? Feng couldn't help but shook his head. The driving skills are too poor. But he soon discovered that this was not a simple car accident. The roars of zombies and human voices came from the front. Second-order mutant. We're screwed. I didn't expect there were still second-order mutants here. They must have been targeting us for a long time. We can only delay now. If the boss finds out we haven't returned, he'll send someone to look for us. The voices of several people were very loud, and one could tell they were very desperate. They were all hiding in a house next door. At this time, a zombie covered in black was constantly attacking the security door, trying to break into the house. If the security door was not made of iron, it would have turned into a pile of debris by now. When the second-level mutant heard the sound of the motorcycle, it turned its head and looked in the direction of Xuefeng. His eyes were full of greed. Apparently feeling the humans on the motorcycle, it seemed even more delicious. So they gave up attacking the people inside the house. He turned around and ran toward Xuefeng, looking for death. Xuefeng snorted coldly. He immediately pulled out the rifle from behind. Da-da-da. Continuous bursts of shooting. The first bullet blew up the left eye of the second-order mutant, and the second bullet blew up its mouth. The truly fatal bullet was the third bullet, which directly broke the neck of the second-level mutant. Finally, the second-level mutant lost its balance and fell heavily to the ground. The enormous impact force actually tore the head of the second-level mutant completely off. Thank you, brother, for saving us. At this time, those people also came out of the room. Everyone was excited to see the second-level mutant being eliminated. 141 coincidence. A total of 4 people hurriedly thanked Xuefeng. There is no malice at all. After all, Xuefeng was holding a rifle in his hand. Even without the rifle, Xuefeng still saved their lives. It's just a small favor. What happened to you? Was there a car accident? Xuefeng waved his hand and said. He didn't think of saving these people on his own initiative. I just happened to catch up. But now that he has met these people, Xuefeng also plans to pretend to be a good guy. Exchange information. Car accident. This second-level mutant is targeting us. One of them was indignant and introduced himself as Hubo. Start telling the whole process. Hubo told Xuefeng that they were originally going to look for fertilizer. Unexpectedly, this second-level mutant suddenly climbed onto the roof of the car halfway through the journey. He smashed the car window with one claw, trying to grab him out. Hubo subconsciously turned the steering wheel and crashed into the house next to him. The entire second-level mutant was pushed against the wall. Then they got out of the car and ran into the house next to them. This is the only way to avoid being torn apart directly by the second-level mutant. We do have weapons, but this pistol can't deal with the second-level mutant. Hubo smiled bitterly and pointed to his waist, which was a pistol. At best, a pistol can only deal with first-level mutants. If a first-level mutant has an incredible ability, then even a pistol would be in trouble. If you encounter a second-order mutant, you will lack firepower. Even Xuefeng would need to fire 3 shots in a row. Then you are unlucky. Xuefeng said. He didn't expect Hubo to be so honest. They actually told me their purpose, which was to find fertilizer. No. We are lucky enough to meet you, little brother. Otherwise we would have died miserably. Hubo sighed. Why are you looking for fertilizer? Are you going to farm? Xuefeng took the opportunity to ask. We do have this plan. We have a lot of people at our base, so we need to plant crops on a large scale. This requires fertilizers and seeds, but the people in Baicheng are too disunited. I don't know who took away all the fertilizers in the warehouse, leaving nothing for us. When Hubo mentioned this matter, he gritted his teeth and was very angry. Xuefeng could only cough dryly. I can't tell the local authorities that I have stolen all the fertilizers. Are there a lot of people in your base? Where are they? Xuefeng asked. Hubo was about to answer when the person next to him tugged at his clothes. It is obvious that this core information is not willing to be leaked so easily. Everyone has experienced betrayal in the apocalypse. How many people in Baicheng still don't know us? The little brother saved our lives, and he is not a bad person. It's okay to tell him. Hubo waved his hand and continued. I gave a brief introduction to the situation of their base. After listening to Hubo's words, Xuefeng couldn't help but sigh. Just now I heard Hubo say that there were many people in their base. I had a hunch in my heart that this might not be the base I was looking for. It turns out to be true. The base where Hubo and his team are located is inside the city garden. It is a very large park in the city center. It's not just a park, there are also many villas inside. According to regulations, villas cannot be built in parks. But any regulations have loopholes. The developer of the villa area was very clever and embedded the villa area in the park. In other words, the villa area is almost surrounded by the park. This means that people living in the villa area can enjoy the birdsong and flowers around them. At the same time, it will not violate relevant regulations. Of course, the price of the villa is also extremely high. But now it has become a base for survivors. The entire park was fenced off. Little brother, are you alone? Then Hubo asked again. That's right, I've been moving around alone. I was lucky enough to pick up a rifle, but I've finished my food, so I came out to look for something. Shuefeng said. Shuefeng was carrying a small backpack on his back. It looked empty inside, and there was nothing inside. Then little brother, why don't you go to our base? At least there is food and water there. You can take a look first and then decide whether to stay. Hubo said. Hearing Hubo say this, Shuefeng was delighted. He deliberately emphasized that he was a human being. I just want to go to their base. Originally, it was not convenient for Shuefeng to go there alone. But now with the introduction of Hubo and others, it is much simpler. Is it convenient? Shuefeng asked. It's convenient. Although our boss is a woman, she is very welcoming to others to join her. Besides, she is also a person with special abilities, a very powerful one. Hubo said. What? The boss of this base is a woman. Shuefeng was surprised. He had never seen a female leader before. If there are any, Shen Ruyan and Zhao Weisu can barely be counted as such. But Zhao Weisu only had a dozen men under him, which was too few. Shen Ruyan was even worse off, as her security guards rebelled against her. If Shuefeng had not arrived, Shen Ruyan would have had a miserable end. Shuefeng wanted to see a leader who could command more than 500 people. Let's go. Shuefeng nodded. Hubo was delighted, and several people began to check the truck. It soon became clear that there was no hope. The front water tank and engine were almost scrapped. It can still be salvaged if sent to a repair shop. But in the apocalypse, the truck has lost its value. Fortunately, there are many vehicles in the Doomsday, and there is no shortage of substitutes. But it is still difficult to find a truck that can transport goods at the moment. We can only talk about the fertilizer issue tomorrow. Let's go back first. Hubo said to the others. Well, the boss probably won't say anything. There's no rush about the fertilizer issue anyway. The others nodded. Soon Hubo started another car on the roadside through the connecting wire. Only old cars can start the engine so conveniently. Nowadays, the latest models of cars all have anti-theft devices. After getting on the car, we soon arrived at the city garden that Hubo mentioned. There were also people guarding the entrance to the community, and the entrance was blocked. Hubo also gave a brief introduction on the way. Now all the park entrances are closed. Only this one remains. It's me, open the door. Hubo rolled down the car window and greeted the guard at the door. Hey, Laohu, why did you change cars? A guard smiled. She almost lost her life. I'll tell you later. Where's the boss? I'll introduce someone to her. Hubo asked. They're having a meeting over there in the square. The guard sighed. It seems that holding a meeting is a worrying thing. They're in a meeting right now, so I'll take you over. I'll introduce you to the boss after the meeting. I hope there won't be too much noise later. Hubo said to Shuefeng. 142 Lack of leadership. Too noisy? Do you guys quarrel during meetings here? Shuefeng was a little confused. Didn't Hubo clearly say that their boss was very capable? He can also command and manage a base of 500 people. Shouldn't he be very capable of leadership? How can we allow quarrels in meetings? At least to Shuefeng, this sounded incredible. The situation here is quite complicated. You'll understand when you see it. Hubo was a little embarrassed. Okay. Shuefeng nodded without asking any further questions. Anyway, no matter what the situation is, I just need to witness it with my own eyes. Following Hubo to the square, Shuefeng saw a group of people. There were at least 30 or 40 of them together, both men and women. They all brought stools and sat together. Surrounded by them was a girl with long hair who looked to be in her 20s. Wearing a sports suit, he looked sunny and cheerful, exuding a youthful aura. Listening carefully to what others are saying, Hubo introduced that this was the leader, named by Luer. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward. The host's ability level has been increased, Shinshao +1. Current host properties panel. Strength, 43. Agility, 52. Spirit, 31. Durability, 52. Luck, 38, +100. Abilities, Shinshao, level 4, stage 2. Sureskin, level 1, stage 2. Sherling, level 2, stage 2. Shuefeng was very satisfied when he heard about the system rewards. It seems that I have found the right place. This is the survivor base I am looking for. The person speaking in the crowd now was an old man with a serious expression. We are all old and have problems with the 3 highs. Recently, the food we are given is some high-sugar biscuits. How can our bodies bear this? We must eat healthily. The old man kept poking the ground with his crutch to vent his dissatisfaction. Shuefeng was dumbfounded when he heard this. What? Not satisfied with high-sugar cookies? This is the end of the world. What is most lacking in the apocalypse is food and calories. Sugar is a very important source of calories. Even in ancient times when supplies were scarce, sugar was a very rare commodity. Not to mention ordinary people. Even princes and nobles love to eat candy. For example, Yuan Shu in the Three Kingdoms period wanted to drink a bowl of honey water before his death. And there is Chow Pai. It was because he ate too much rock honey that he developed severe diabetes and eventually died suddenly. Rock sugar is rock sugar. Now this old man actually dislikes that the food given to them is high-sugar biscuits. To be honest, in the apocalypse, it's good to have someone who stutters. Still so picky, complaining that high-sugar cookies are unhealthy. Especially an old guy. Well, I understand your opinion, Mr. Wong. I will pay attention to the distribution of supplies in the future. Bai Luer nodded without any impatience. Instead, he listened to the old man very seriously. This made Xue Feng wonder whether this old man was a relative of Bai Luer. That's why I take such good care of you. These are representatives of the elderly in the base. They always make a lot of demands and never make any contributions. The boss even went to the hospital to find medicine for them. Hu Bo reminded Xue Feng. Your boss. Xue Feng didn't know how to describe it. Good guy? This is too much indulgence for this old guy. In Xue Feng's base, the elderly also need to work. Even if you don't have much physical strength, you can't sit idle. You must do things within your ability. There is no one who cannot move in Xue Feng's base now. If they really can't move, there's nothing we can do. We can't catch them and feed them to the zombies, so we can only lower our living standards. Just maintain the minimum daily energy. It is impossible to worship them like ancestors. Otherwise, what will others do? Even if it was not the end of the world, Xue Feng had heard that some ethnic groups had the custom of carrying the elderly to the mountains to fend for themselves. For example, the Japanese devils from the island country. I am a little too kind-hearted. Hu Bo smiled bitterly. Obviously, there are some opinions about this. And at the meeting, the quarrel continued. It's no problem for us women to grow vegetables. Who says we are inferior? But you also want us to do physical work like digging the ground? We can't do it. And carrying farm tools and fertilizers are not jobs that we women can do at all. Another middle-aged woman stood up and said. Hearing the middle-aged woman say this, Xue Feng also shook his head. These are just excuses. In Xue Feng's base, these jobs are done by women. What is there that cannot be done? Even if you really can't lift it, two people can do it. In ancient times, men went out to fight in the wars, and women stayed at home to farm. This middle-aged woman is not only ugly, but also has many other reasons. Even beauties like Song, Yen have to farm honestly in their own bases. I am very happy every day because my life is stable after all. So you mean to let us help you? Then you go search for supplies and eliminate zombies. At this time, a strong man stood up and growled. Obviously, he understood what the middle-aged woman said. It's nothing more than dissatisfaction with the current division of labor. I don't want to take on too much physical labor. How dare you say that? The supplies we found are getting less and less. Who knows where you've been slacking off? Now we women are the ones growing vegetables to feed you, and you're eating for free. The middle-aged woman started cursing. The strong man was so angry that his face turned red and white. Judging from the sturdy man's appearance, he was about to beat up the middle-aged woman. Xue Feng had no doubts when he saw this scene. A strong man can kill a middle-aged woman with one punch. Supplies are becoming less and less because there are none left around. There are many zombies in the remaining places, and it's very dangerous. You women have been eating the food we found. Now we have just harvested the crops in the fields, and you actually say you feed us. The strong man pointed at the middle-aged woman and trembled constantly. He was obviously trying his best to suppress his anger. If you don't want us to support you, then don't eat the food we grow if you have the guts. Show some backbone, the middle-aged woman insisted, still mocking the strong man. I'll kill you. The burly man roared and rushed towards the middle-aged woman. There was no fear in the middle-aged woman's eyes, only ridicule. Because middle-aged women know very well that strong men cannot hurt them. Sure enough, the next second, the strong man suddenly stopped. It seemed as if some force was controlling him. The whole person fell to the ground. Everyone calm down. We, the survivors, must protect our current home together. This is not the time to quarrel, Bai Luer said with a frown. Only after saying this could the strong man get up. But the strong man's eyes were full of anger. It was obvious that he was not satisfied with Bai Luer's way of handling the problem. When Xue Feng saw this scene, he shook his head secretly. He has already seen that Bai Luer has no leadership ability. 143. A fierce quarrel. This is clearly a problem for middle-aged women. But how did Bai Luer do it? He didn't blame the middle-aged woman, but just said some nonsense that seemed correct. The hidden dangers within the team have not been resolved. There's a big problem inside this base. But Xue Feng was still focused on Bai Luer's special ability just now. I don't know how Bai Luer did it, but she could make the strong man lie on the ground. This requires a lot of energy. Anyway, Xue Feng doesn't understand it now. Yes, what we want is unity, so we should divide the work. Anyway, we can't do it here without men. The middle-aged woman continued with Bai Luer's words. But between the words, we still need manpower. Okay, I also want a woman to come with us to search for supplies. The strong man gritted his teeth, unwilling to be outdone. Women? What do you want women to do? You don't want to use women as bait, do you? Or do you want to do something beastly once you leave the base? Don't even think about harming us women. The middle-aged woman retorted. Faced with the middle-aged woman's continuous ridicule and dirty water, the strong man did not say a word this time. But those eyes were fixed on the middle-aged woman. There is no hiding the hatred inside. The middle-aged woman was startled by the cold look and subconsciously curled her neck. But he still muttered a few words, like trash. This time the strong man did not say anything, but hid his hatred in his heart. Then many people raised their opinions. The core issue is the same: distribution. Some believe that they work harder and should receive more supplies. Others believe they need to be taken care of. Others have made requests, saying they don't want to live with others or that their homes don't have sunlight. Want to reallocate housing. Anyway, Xuefeng was stunned by what he heard. What kind of requirements are these? If anyone dares to bring up these trivial matters in his own base, Xuefeng would tell him to get out. But Xuefeng soon discovered the reason, which was that there were too many people in the meeting. When there are more people, there will be more disagreements and disputes. Everyone wants to fight for their own interests. Why are there so many people in a meeting? Xuefeng couldn't help but ask Hubo. There are too many people meeting here, about 40 or 50. The boss thinks that having more people makes things fairer and more just. Hubo spread his hands, feeling helpless. It seems that any normal person can see that this kind of meeting is of no benefit to the team. Fair. Talking about fairness in the apocalypse is simply a joke. Everyone has different abilities, so there is no fairness. And fairness does not exist in any era. There is no fairness between a rich second generation and ordinary people. The only thing that exists is justice. Rich second generation and ordinary people commit crimes and receive the same punishment is called justice. It's a pity that justice is often compromised. If you want to be the leader of a base, fairness is not an option. It must be fair. Take the strong man and the middle-aged woman, for example. Strong men can do more, yet they receive the same treatment as middle-aged women. Can this be called fair? It was clearly the middle-aged woman who repeatedly provoked, but there was no punishment. This is justice. The meeting finally ended after more than an hour of arguing. Xuefeng also heard some information from the meeting. That is, the base is now facing a dilemma. Because there were so many people, the supplies found were very few. If this continues in less than a month, there will definitely be problems. Although we started planting vegetables early, the yield was not high. Coupled with the non-cooperation of middle-aged women and others, production has further decreased. A food crisis is gradually emerging. All conflicts arise from food. Bai Luer's solution was to continue searching for more supplies. Towards places you have never been before. Especially places where there are many zombies. Hearing this, Xuefeng couldn't help but shake his head. This is like drinking poison to quench thirst and cannot solve the problem in the long run. In fact, when there is not enough food, there are usually only 3 solutions. The first is to plunder more resources and go to bigger cities and places with more supplies. Another is to develop towards suburbs and villages. They started farming and hunting and gradually built a base based on villages. The third option is the same as what Xuefeng is doing now. Clear the zombies out of the city and use the city's vacant land to create new farmland. However, the cost-effectiveness of doing so is not high. Xuefeng was able to do this because he had a large amount of supplies. It can support this ecological cycle, especially the yield of super potatoes, even if they are grown in cities. The subsequent food supply can still be guaranteed. Bai Luer is having trouble with this. The crops grown are some common crops such as eggplants, cucumbers, and tomatoes. According to Xuefeng's observation, there were not many supplies to search in Baiqing. If you continue to go to places where there are many zombies, the danger and rewards will be disproportionate. There aren't many guns here either. When you encounter a mutant, you can only die. The best way is to migrate as a whole. I don't know if anyone has raised this opinion. Okay, the meeting is over. I'll take you to see the boss, Hubo said as he took Xuefeng to the door of a villa. Hubo went in first and came out after a while. Let's go, the boss wants to see you, Hubo said. Okay. Xuefeng nodded. As soon as I entered the villa, I saw Bai Luer sitting in the middle of the living room. Bai Luer no longer had the energetic look she had just now. Instead, she looked very tired. After all, managing so many people and bases is very tiring. In addition, Bai Luer's management ability is limited. There are simply too many accumulated contradictions. Hello, I heard that you saved Hubo and the others. Thank you. Bai Luer stood up and smiled slightly when she saw Xuefeng coming in. Then she invited Shui Feng to sit opposite her. He seemed very friendly and didn't put on airs. It's nothing, just a small favor, you're welcome. Shui Feng sat opposite Bai Luer. I forgot to mention that the boss also saved us before. She saved many of us, so we have been following her. At this time, Hubo next to him smiled and added. So that's how it is. Shui Feng nodded secretly. No wonder this base with a loose organizational structure can still survive until now. It even reached an exaggerated number of more than 500 people. It turned out that Bai Luer was the savior of many of them. But what if he is just a lifesaver? Didn't Shinrian save many people back then, but she still rebelled in the end? There is another reason why Bai Luer has been able to maintain the base until now. 144, full of contradictions. Bai Luer is a person with special abilities. And he is a person with very powerful abilities. This is the real reason why others are willing to gather around Bai Luer. I just did what I could. When I see someone in danger, I will definitely help them. You should be such a person too. Bai Luer smiled slightly and looked at Shui Feng. Well, I guess so. Shui Feng coughed dryly. Since Bai Luer had such a misunderstanding, there was no need for him to expose it now. My name is Bai Luer, what's your name? Bai Luer asked again. Shui Feng. You saved Hubo? I don't know how to thank you. Are you short of any supplies now? Or would you like to join our base? Our base has more people and greater strength, and the probability of survival is higher. Bai Luer said. Shui Feng secretly complained in his heart. There are too many people, it's a fact. It may not be the case just because of great power. In Shui Feng's opinion, this base is too fragile. And there are too many encumbrances in the base. There are also big problems with Bai Luer's management. Actually, I came from the suburbs and don't know the current situation in Baiqing. I want to know about the current situation in Baiqing. Shui Feng asked. In fact, this is just to know the information. The situation in Baiqing. Many people have died, very few have survived, and they are not very united. Bai Luer sighed heavily. It seems that he misunderstood Shui Feng's meaning. I thought Shui Feng was concerned about the current situation of the survivors in Baiqing. Looking at Bai Luer's sad look, Shui Feng was a little speechless. He found Bai Luer a little saintly. Not that kind of saintly bitch. There is a difference between a saint and a saint bitch. Simply put, a Virgin Mary is someone who will take the initiative to rescue someone when they see them in danger, even devoting everything to oneself. But it's different for the Virgin bitch. It just asks others to make contributions, and many things are just talked about. This reminded Shui Feng. He once saw a street interview. The question the reporter asked was whether they were willing to contribute 5 years of their life to their pet cats and dogs at home. Most people would refuse. However, some people said seriously that there is absolutely no problem. Pet cats and dogs are also part of your home, family members, etc. Others say that pets are also lives and should be treated equally. She sounds very saintly, as if she values life very much. When facing these people, reporters will ask the second question. Would you be willing to donate 500 yuan to the Stray Animal Protection Association? Those who just said that they were willing to give 5 years of their life to cats and dogs. I rejected it immediately. Make all kinds of excuses, such as saying you don't have money, or just turn around and leave. What a joke. Asking them to donate 5 years of their lifespan is impossible for them to do. But you have to donate 500 yuan. This is real 500 yuan, and I really have to take it out of my pocket. This is a saintly bitch. I still like to be alone, but I don't want to meet other dangerous survivors, so I want to know about the situation in Baiqing. Shui Feng said directly. Bai Luer was a little disappointed when she heard that Shui Feng refused to come to the base. Shui Feng is someone who is willing to rescue others in the Doomsday. In Bai Luer's opinion, it is extremely rare. It would be even better if it could become my companion. It will definitely help to build a better base. But now Shui Feng refused, and Bai Luer couldn't force him. There are quite a lot of survivors in Baiqing now, probably a few hundred people, but they are all small forces. Bai Luer began to introduce. At the same time, he took out a map. Help Shui Feng mark some forces on it. According to Bai Luer's introduction, more than half of the people here do not welcome strangers. And there are also people with special abilities among them. They had quite a few conflicts with these people. After all, Bai Luer and her group have a lot of people, so it is inevitable that they will go to other places to search for supplies. This is considered aggression. Later, Bai Luer gradually stopped going there. Some of the survivors were quite friendly. Bai Luer exchanged supplies with them. I have also invited them, but they are unwilling to come here. It will be of great help to the base if capable people join us. Bai Luer shook her head. I don't seem to understand why. Maybe it's because they don't think this place is good. There are too many people here, and more people means more problems. Shui Feng said bluntly. Hearing Shui Feng say this, Bai Luer also smiled bitterly. So that's how it is. I thought it was due to other reasons. I know it's difficult to run the base right now, but I will stick with it. Bai Luer's eyes were determined. Why do you have to defend this place? And help so many people? Xuefeng found it difficult to understand. So I couldn't help but ask. Because I can't just stand by and watch people die. Since God has given me this ability, it is for me to save the world. Bai Luer said. He actually took out a cross from his pocket, touched the cross, closed his eyes, and began to pray. This is a religious person. Xuefeng understood it at a glance. In fact, Xuefeng had no good feelings towards the believers. In his opinion, there are few good people among those believers or pastors. There are countless scandals that have come out of the church over the years. Countless children have been tortured to death by the church. There are also some pastors who rob everywhere under the guise of preaching. The Crusades even appeared in European history. In fact, they went to the Arab world to rob under the banner of God. Kill the other person openly, and say it is to purify the other person's soul. But there are some truly devout people who truly believe that God loves the world. Do a few acts of kindness here and there. There are many priests and nuns who saved many people during the war. It seems that Bai Luer is this kind of person. This place is a zoo. Are there any survivors in it? Xuefeng asked, pointing to the zoo on the map. There are no more over there. When the apocalypse broke out, a group of people rushed into the zoo and ate all the animals. We were there too, and there was not even a hair left. Hubo smiled bitterly helplessly. Hubo was upset about why they arrived late. There are many lions, elephants, and other animals over there. It takes quite some time to eat. Xuefeng was very surprised. There were no survivors? This is impossible. This is the information provided by the intelligence system. There are definitely survivors out there. Hubo and Bai Luer have already told me so much information. It should be impossible to conceal it. The only explanation is that they didn't know that there were still people with special abilities in the zoo. And he is a very powerful person. So who is it that is now lurking in the zoo? Chapter 145 The Zombie Tide is coming. Xuefeng wanted to ask what Bai Luer's ability was. But on second thought, this question is a bit inappropriate. Now that Bai Luer has told me so much information, it is already very kind of her. I can't ask too much. Otherwise it would seem a bit abnormal. Just at this moment, a man stumbled in. Boss, something bad has happened. There are so many zombies outside. They are stronger than before and are hitting the railings. The man's face was pale, running out of breath. What? Is it a tide of zombies? Bai Luer's face changed. Hubo almost fell down and had to hold on to the sofa to keep standing. A tide of corpses? There is also a tide of corpses in Baiqing. Xuefeng couldn't help but ask. They appeared in the west of the city before. There were thousands of zombies. They attacked the survivors' base over there like crazy, and it took 2 days for them to disappear. I didn't expect them to appear again just a week later. Hubo's voice trembled. Hurry, quickly organize people to defend. This should be just the front wave of the zombie tide. We must reinforce the fence before the main force of the zombie tide arrives. Bai Luer immediately stood up and gave orders. Yes. The man went out immediately. I'm sorry, you can't get out for the time being, but I hope you can help us defend against the tide of zombies. Otherwise, we will all die. Bai Luer looked at Xuefeng with pleading eyes. Okay. Xuefeng nodded. Xuefeng also wanted to see what this zombie tide was like. Is it another fourth-order mutant? Xuefeng was very coveting the crystal core inside the head of the 4th-level mutant. This is a rare item. Now Xuefeng also started to eat the crystal core. What he ate was the 2nd-level mutant crystal core. To come in, you will definitely need the crystal core of a 4th-order mutant. Besides, Xuefeng also wanted to see how such a large base dealt with the zombie tide. I can also learn from his experience. It will definitely be useful when I come here. Bai Luer had already run outside. This time the tide of zombies came from the west, not from the main entrance. Ever since they detected the zombie tide, Bai Luer and the others have been on guard against this kind of situation. So we made plans early on. Once there are signs of a zombie tide, everyone must move out together to strengthen the defense of the fence. So when Xuefeng came out with Bai Luer, I saw many people carrying tables, chairs, benches, or other things, trying to reinforce the fence. The park's fences are all iron railings, more than 3 meters high. There is no problem in defending against ordinary zombies. However, the zombies in the tide of corpses became extremely ferocious, banging against the railing desperately. At this critical moment, Xuefeng saw dozens of old men who were previously called Old Qin. He actually leisurely moved a small stool and sat at the door of the villa. One by one, they picked up their cigarettes, watching others desperately strengthening their defenses. Mr. Qin, hurry up and organize other people to reinforce the wall. Hubo became anxious when he saw this situation. I didn't expect that at this time, Old Qin and others were still idle. Not just sitting around, but watching the show. You young people just come, We old guys won't cause any trouble. Old Sheen said lightly. There is no intention of helping at all. No one mind you causing trouble. If you really can't run, you can just move slowly. Hubo's tone was almost pleading. Without us old guys, there wouldn't be you young people. Without our hard work, there wouldn't be your good life later. Now you complain about being tired after doing a little work. Old Sheen curled his lips and made a mocking sound. Not only Old Sheen, but other old people around him also spoke up. We are already past the age of making contributions. It's time for you young people to take action. Defend against the zombies well and don't let them get in. Are we not going to work? Are you not going to defend against the zombies? These old men were chattering, and all of them had the same attitude as Old Sheen. Or maybe it's because Old Sheen is backing him up. That's why they dare to be so bold. Hubo wanted to go up and slap Old Sheen. When the plan was made before, everyone agreed unanimously. Old people like Mr. Sheen also need to work together. But now you are sitting here and making sarcastic remarks. Hubo now felt the anger of the strong man, but he knew that time was running out. I can't waste my time here. I could only grit my teeth and follow Xue Feng and Bai Luer's footsteps. At this time, Xue Feng and Bai Luer had already arrived at the west wall. Xue Feng took just one look and concluded that the guardrail could not withstand the zombies. Even if there was something supporting it from behind, it began to become shaky. These zombies were as ferocious as the ones Xue Feng had encountered before, like wild beasts. Bai Luer, look, Zhang Tao and his men didn't come here at all. Do they expect us women to help them at this time? The middle-aged woman immediately ran to Bai Luer to complain. The middle-aged woman's brows were almost pressed together, and she looked very angry. Why didn't they come? Bai Luer also noticed this. There were probably more than 60 people among Zhang Tao, all adult males. They were all construction workers on the construction site, and they were all fellow villagers. He is a person who comes from another place to work. After the apocalypse broke out, they were trapped at a construction site. A large group of zombies were trapped in an unfinished building. Although Zhang Tao is a capable person, he has no way to take others with him. So only one person could come out to ask for help. I happened to meet Bai Luer. Bai Luer brought people to rescue everyone else. Because these people are strong and healthy, they become the main force in the base. Now Bai Luer saw that she really didn't see Zhang Tao and his group. They're just a bunch of lazy people. They eat more than anyone else. They are all waste. The middle-aged woman still roared indignantly. Obviously, he has a lot of opinions about Zhang Tao and others. Would you be happy if they all left? Xue Feng said lightly at this time. He had long been somewhat displeased with middle-aged women. One word to describe her is gossip. Leave? If they had the ability to survive, why would they come to us for help? We are their saviors. The middle-aged woman said confidently. It seems like Zhang Tao and the others can't leave here. He even regarded himself as Zhang Tao's savior. Boss, something bad has happened. Zhang Tao and his men stole the car in the garage and drove away with a lot of supplies. At this moment, a man came running over with a bruised face and nose. It was the warehouse guard, and judging by his appearance, he was clearly not in a fight. What? Bai Luer was stunned. 146 collapse. Those beasts actually ran away. The middle-aged woman was completely dumbfounded. Unexpectedly, Zhang Tao and his men ran away when the base was in the most critical moment. They also stole vehicles and supplies. Isn't this a scam? Why are they leaving? Bai Luer also found it incomprehensible. Xue Feng shook his head secretly when he saw this scene. What's so difficult to understand about this? When disaster strikes, everyone just runs away. In addition, Zhang Tao and others were obviously the ones being bullied in the base before, even though Bai Luer saved their lives. But life here is so frustrating, there is no need to continue to persevere. It is estimated that the plan to escape from the base with supplies has been going on for more than a day or two. The idea has been there for a long time. It's just because of the appearance of the zombie tide that they are implementing the plan in advance. Even if there is no zombie tide, I will go out one day and never come back. Moreover, in the event of a zombie outbreak, abandoning the base is actually the best option. There are many vehicles in Xue Feng's base. Once they encounter a zombie tide that they cannot resist, they will all move away immediately. He also arranged an escape route in advance to ensure that he would not be stopped along the way. Boss, the wall is almost broken. There are zombies trying to climb up. Hubo shouted anxiously. Good. Bai Luer nodded heavily, already understanding what Hubo meant. I saw her frowning and staring at the group of zombies. Suddenly, the row of zombies in front of the wall seemed to be under great pressure. All fell to the ground. The zombies that subsequently entered a certain range also fell to the ground all at once. It's exactly the same as when Zhang Tao was controlled before. But these zombies suffered an even worse fate. Snap, snap, snap. Suddenly, there was a sound of explosion. It was the sound of the zombies' heads exploding in front of me. Just like bursting watermelons, they exploded one by one. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of zombies' heads exploded. Xue Feng's eyes suddenly widened. I immediately understood what Bai Luer's special ability was. It's gravity. I'm afraid Bai Luer can control gravity to a certain extent. Gravity squeezed the zombies' heads, causing them to explode one by one. This ability is so powerful. The boss is awesome. As expected of a saint, you are our savior. As long as the boss is here, the zombies won't be able to get in. The people around also cheered, as if they had already won. Don't be too happy too soon. This alone won't work. Besides, superpowers can't be used unlimitedly, Xue Feng said slowly. However, some people called Bai Luer the saint, but Xue Feng felt that it was not appropriate enough. Just call her Our Lady. Sure enough, the next thing I saw was Bai Luer letting out a muffled howl. Bai Luer covered her forehead with her hands. She had released too much supernatural power. Now my whole head is splitting with pain. Without the control of superpowers, the zombies whose heads did not explode. They all got up from the ground and attacked again with roars. The zombies behind were pouring in like a tide. This is the horror of the zombie tide. The endless stream of zombies have no fear of death at all. Even if the head of a zombie explodes nearby, it will not have any effect on them. Let's fight. Let the boss take a rest, then we'll go. Hubo had already pulled out his pistol. Start shooting at the zombies on the ground by the railing. Not only Hubo, but everyone else also took out various weapons, trying desperately to stop the zombies. Even though many people were fighting desperately, there were still some people quietly retreating. As soon as they turned around, they disappeared beside the guardrail, including the middle-aged woman. Hubo and others didn't pay attention and thought these people were going to continue transporting supplies. But they never came back. It was not until the zombies had climbed over the guardrail that someone noticed something was wrong. There are fewer and fewer people behind me. Those bastards are gone. No one is guarding this place. We can't stop the zombies at all. For a moment, everyone present was shaken. There are less than 200 people in the base of 500 people. The rest of the people disappeared. One after another, people dropped their weapons and began to flee. There was no support from behind, and more zombies were coming from the front. Why is this happening? Bai Luer covered her head, feeling unbelievable. She really wanted to activate her ability. But I already have a splitting headache. Killing hundreds of zombies at once just now has exhausted all her strength. Bai Luer did not hold back at all. When a disaster occurs, the rats on the ship will be the first to escape, Xue Feng said lightly. At this moment, some zombies broke through the wall and rushed into the park. He pinned the survivor to the ground and began to bite him desperately. Oh! The survivors screamed. When others saw this tragic scene, they knew that the base was doomed. No one resisted anymore, and everyone turned around and ran away. The most important thing at this time is to find a vehicle. Only 4 wheels can outrun zombies. Where you can find a place like a basement to avoid being chased by zombies. Of course, there is one last way to survive. Just run faster than everyone else. Boss, let's go quickly. Hubo saw the zombies rushing in, and he had no other choice. The pistol was out of bullets. At this time, the only people surrounding Bai Luer were Hubo and Xue Feng. Hubo and his companions were also saved by Bai Luer. At this critical moment of life and death, I can't just watch Bai Luer get bitten to death by zombies. Bai Luer looked at the survivors being pinned to the ground and bitten, with a painful expression on her face. It was as if I felt the same way. Stop talking nonsense and go to the villa area. Xue Feng carried Bai Luer on his shoulders and ran towards the villa area. Brother Xue Feng, going to the villa area? We should find a car now. Hubo caught up and couldn't help but say, how many vehicles do you have in your base? Is it your turn yet? Find a place to guard and wait for the zombie tide to end, Xue Feng said. Hubo was slightly stunned before realizing that Xue Feng was right. If you escape at the beginning, it is possible to find a car to escape. But now the cars must have been taken away by other survivors. In this situation, where can they find a car? I can only find a house to guard first. Go to the property center. There's a lot of food there, enough to last for a long time. Hubo immediately had a goal. The property center is a 3-story building with a property lobby on the bottom and a gym on the top. It has been converted into a warehouse, where all the supplies are stored. Strengthening was done around the house, especially the main gate was replaced with an iron gate. You can also use sofas and other things to provide support inside, so you don't have to worry about the threat of zombies at all. It is the last refuge of the entire base. 147, we won't open the door. Even if the supplies in the property center were robbed by Zhang Tao and others, it would be impossible for them to take all the supplies away. But when Hubo and others arrived at the property center, they were completely dumbfounded. There are more than 100 people gathered here, but none of them can get in. What's going on? Hu Bo shouted. Seeing Hu Bo and Bai Luer coming, the others began to complain. It's old Qin and the others. They've taken over this place and won't open the door to let us in no matter what. These guys weren't working just now, and now they've locked the door. These old bastards. The crowd began to curse. Seeing these insults, Hu Bo fell silent. These people gave up defending the wall early on and came to the property center. It's just that I think it's safer here. A bunch of selfish guys. How are they better than Qin Lao and his people? Mr. Qin, the boss has overexerted himself and needs to rest. Can you open the door and let us in? Hu Bo came to the gate and tried to communicate with Mr. Qin. Hu Bo's tone seemed to be begging. Xiao Hu, everyone has their own destiny. You have to find ways to survive on your own and can't always rely on others. The cold voice of old Qin came. Hearing what Mr. Qin said, Hu Bo almost exploded with anger. Rely on others? Since the outbreak of the apocalypse, old people like Qin Lao and others. Isn't it just relying on others to find food? Not only did people like Qin Lao not help, they often interfered. He takes advantage of his age to say some sarcastic remarks. I don't know how many people have opinions about people like old Qin. How can I support these old guys whom I don't know in the apocalypse? There are so many more requirements. It was Bai Luer who suppressed this feeling of dissatisfaction. I can't believe that Mr. Qin would treat them like this now. Master Qin, I kneel down to you. With a bang, Hu Bo actually knelt on the ground. Hu Bo is actually not young anymore. He is already in his 30s. Now he has actually gone this far to save Bai Luer. He just wanted to repay the favor. It's not that I don't give you face. If there were only a few of you, I wouldn't mind letting you in. But now there are so many people at the door. Won't everyone come in as soon as I open the door? You don't even understand this, do you? Old Qin said lightly. If there weren't so many people outside the door, old Qin would be willing to open it. After all, there is a person with such powerful abilities as Bai Luer. As long as you keep following Bai Luer, you can survive. This is Mr. Qin's experience. It's a pity that the current situation no longer allows this, so I can only report it myself first. Hu Bo finally understood after hearing this. It is impossible to get Mr. Qin to open the door. They are finished. At this time, the zombies had already reached behind him. I was bitten. Don't push me, don't push me. The crowd erupted in howling. They all scattered in all directions, trying to find a way to survive. Put me down. I want to protect everyone. Bai Luer patted Xuefeng's shoulder and wanted to get down. Because she is still being carried by Xuefeng. Protection? You should save your own life first. Hu Bo and the others should follow me. Xuefeng ran towards a villa. Seeing this scene, Hu Bo and others became anxious. How can we stop the tide of zombies by going to that villa? It's just a matter of dying earlier or later. But there is no better way right now. They could only follow Xuefeng and run over. Only after arriving at the villa did Xuefeng put Bai Luer on the sofa. The zombies behind him have caught up. Shen Xiao, a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm shot out from between Xuefeng's fingers. In an instant, more than 30 zombies outside the door were knocked down by chain lightning. You are a person with special abilities. Brother, why didn't you tell me before? Hu Bo was so excited that he almost jumped up. I didn't expect Xuefeng to be a person with superpowers. There are very few people with special abilities in their base, only 7 or 8. Many people with special abilities are unwilling to join their base. Even those few people with superpowers have run away now. Now that Xuefeng is a person with superpowers, their chances of survival are greatly increased. You didn't ask either. Xuefeng smiled. No questions asked. Hu Bo and others were a little depressed, but they didn't have time to think about it now. I quickly blocked the door with some tables, chairs, benches and the like. Go to the top floor, it's safer there. Hu Bo and others are more experienced. You know, for zombies, the most difficult thing is actually climbing stairs. I'm going to rescue people. Let's see who else I can bring over. Bai Luer wanted to go out at this time, trying to rescue others. Seeing this scene, Xuefeng was quite speechless. She really is the Virgin Mary. He doesn't even want his own life. But at least Bai Luer did not blame Xuefeng for not using his special powers to save people earlier. It's no use, boss. It's too late. Hu Bo quickly blocked the door. Xuefeng was even more straightforward and directly pulled Bai Luer upstairs. It is very difficult to talk to a saint like Bai Luer, and it is difficult to change her idea that God loves the world. It's better to just take action. I believe many people have tried to persuade Bai Luer before, but it certainly didn't work. Otherwise, the city garden base would not have fallen to this point today. Hu Bo and others breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is Xuefeng. Otherwise, they really don't know how to deal with the current situation. It was estimated that it had been torn to pieces by zombies long ago. After Xuefeng and Bai Luer went upstairs, Hu Bo and others once again completely blocked the passage to the second floor. The sofas and some electrical appliances were all piled here. Even if the zombies discovered them, it would be difficult for them to rush over. Only after all this was done did Hu Bo and others feel relieved. I found that Shui Feng had already taken Bai Luer to the top floor. When Hu Bo and others reached the top floor, they couldn't help but gasp. Everywhere you look, there are zombies swarming everywhere. There were at least 1,000 or 2,000 zombies, completely filling the entire city garden. There are some places where zombies can be seen gathering together. Each zombie's claws were covered in blood, and they were frantically stuffing things into their mouths. It is the flesh and blood of the survivors. How could this happen? Why on earth is this happening? Bai Luer immediately burst into tears and lay on the ground watching all this. The base she had worked so hard to build has now become a paradise for zombies. Although I don't know how many people escaped. But what is certain is that at least half of the people died at the hands of zombies. It's all because of you. Shui Feng sighed. Because of me? Haven't I done enough? Bai Luer looked puzzled. It's because you don't have enough strength, yet you brought so many people here. If these people could be dispersed to other places, I'm afraid not so many people would die at once. Although what Shui Feng said was unpleasant, it was the truth. 148 The Fourth Order Mutant reappears. It was because Bai Luer gathered so many people that she attracted the tide of zombies. What? It's my fault. Bai Luer was stunned. Bai Luer never thought that saving so many people was a mistake. This base is like a broken ship on the sea. If so many people are forced to board, the final outcome will of course be a shipwreck. Shui Feng said lightly. When Hu Bo and others heard this adjective, they couldn't help but admire it secretly. This description is really clever. If you don't have a pond that big enough, don't raise so many fish. Even if there hadn't been this zombie wave, the base would have collapsed sooner or later due to food problems. After all, everyone can see that food consumption is huge nowadays. But the food they search for each day became less and less. It is precisely because of this that Bai Luer thought of growing vegetables to relieve stress. Let Hu Bo and others bring some fertilizers from the warehouse. Bai Luer stared blankly at the zombies downstairs. Am I really wrong? She thought she saved these people, but actually she harmed them? God, please tell me what I should do. How can we fight against this doomsday? Could it be that with all these deaths, so many innocent people were eaten by zombies? Is this all what God wants? Bai Luer felt her brain go dizzy and her spiritual beliefs began to collapse. The property center is under siege. Why are all the zombies gathering there? At this time, someone discovered that the property center was surrounded by zombies. He banged desperately against the iron door and the surrounding windows. You'll suffer the consequences if you don't do anything bad. Old Chin and his gang have angered many survivors. They would rather lie on the wall and be bitten to death by zombies than drag Old Chin and the others to hell with them. Shui Feng had already noticed what was happening in the property in the center. There are many survivors who just stand there and attract the zombies. They were bitten to death by zombies, but many people still held on to the window railings with their hands. This caused the zombies to constantly bang on windows and doors. Qin Lao and others in the property center had never seen such a scene before. Don't be fooled by their age. Some of them have even experienced war. But now is the end of the world. Past experience is of no use at this time. Some elderly people screamed and fainted due to high blood pressure. This actually stimulated the zombies even more. After discovering that there were humans inside, the zombies became even more crazy. Don't worry. These monsters can't get in. Old Qin was still shouting loudly, trying to boost morale. Even Shui Feng and others could hear Old Qin's call. However, simply shouting loudly will not have any effect. A green second-level mutant appeared at the door, opened its bloody mouth, and sprayed a stream of mucus on the iron door. A thick white smoke suddenly appeared on the iron gate. This slime is corrosive. A few seconds later, the second-level mutant saw the terrified face of Old Qin inside. A smile appeared at the corner of its mouth. Tear it apart. The second-level mutant tore open the iron door and rushed in first. Next came the other zombies. For a moment, the sounds of wailing and screaming filled the entire business center. We're done. Seeing this scene, Hu Bo was in despair. I originally thought that the property and the center were the safest places. But in front of the mutants, the iron gate can't stop them at all. Sooner or later, their place will be breached. Even if Bai Luer recovers some strength, coupled with Shui Feng, the person with special abilities, it is impossible to stop so many zombies. After all, the number of zombies below is too terrifying. Bai Luer's eyes were dull, and she didn't know what to do next. I can't protect anything. Here I come. Shui Feng's eyes never turned towards the property in the center. The life and death of those people has nothing to do with him. He knew that there must be a powerful mutant behind the zombie tide. The mutants seem to be able to sense powerful people with special abilities and specialize in hunting them. Following Xue Feng's gaze, Hu Bo and others looked over. Then they all showed horror in their eyes. What is that? A huge monster, at least 5 meters tall, looks like a beetle. There is a black hard shell on the back, and countless tentacles extend from the side. But his head was still the size of a normal human, and he had a strange smile on his face. Slowly moving towards this side. The speed is not fast. Just like the most common zombies, it can only move slowly. After all, it is very huge. It has actually become like a reptile and evolved into this. Xue Feng couldn't help but shake his head. He had seen too many mutants before, but none of them are as weird as this beetle. Is this really the right path of evolution? Anyone with a bit of mobility should be able to dodge it. If it wasn't the breath coming from the zombie, it was the breath of a 4th-level mutant. Xue Feng even doubted whether this thing was a zombie. But Xue Feng's doubts soon disappeared, because he saw the countless feet of the 4th-level mutant stomping hard on the ground at the same time. In an instant, it flew up more than 10 meters, and its entire body curled up in the thick shell in the air. It was like a black cannonball, flying hundreds of meters away. A big pit appeared under my feet. It was like being hit by a cannonball. Dozens of zombies that were unfortunately hit were instantly turned into a ball of meat paste. Completely crushed. How could humans possibly fly faster than this? No house could withstand such an attack. Oh my god, this zombie can fly. Hu Bo was completely desperate. Just now, Hu Bo saw that the zombie was staring at them. The little eyes were looking at them. So that's how it is. I underestimated you. Xue Feng nodded silently. As expected, any 4th-level mutant has its own strengths. There is a reason why it has evolved to this point. What should we do? What should we do? Why don't you just run away first? You all have special abilities. Hu Bo said to Xue Feng and Bai Luer. No, you guys run away. I'll deal with this thing. While I suppress these zombies, you guys leave here. Bai Luer shook her head firmly. Get up from the ground. Although she was confused in her heart. But it is still possible to save Hu Bo and a few others at the moment. No, we're with you. Hu Bo gave a bitter smile and said that they would not abandon Bai Luer, because Bai Luer saved them. Moreover, Hu Bo also knew Bai Luer's character, and they could not persuade Bai Luer. But there was another person present who saved their lives, Xue Feng. Hu Bo looked at Xue Feng, wanting him to leave. They can hold here. But what happened next was something neither Hu Bo nor Bai Luer had expected. Xue Feng actually jumped up and jumped directly towards the group of zombies below, ignoring the height of more than 10 meters. Shenxiao? Thunderbolt. Xue Feng's voice rang out, and a huge thunderball appeared in his hand, bursting out light as bright as the sun. He smashed hard at the zombies below. 149. Someone intercepted it. The thunderball emitted a dazzling light and exploded among the zombies. Boom. The explosion was as powerful as a small missile, and hundreds of zombies in the center were blown away in an instant. Some burned directly to ashes. Stronger than the boss. Hu Bo was completely shocked. I didn't expect that Xue Feng's body could burst out with such great power. Bai Luer was also stunned. Just now, when Xue Feng jumped down, a brilliant light burst out. Seems like a god. This reminded her of the words in the Old Testament, chapter 1, verse 3. God said, "Let there be light." And there was light. Xue Feng stood on the ashes of the zombies with a smile on his face. He also didn't expect the thunderball to be so powerful. Since Shenxiao was upgraded to level 2, it not only possessed the characteristics of annihilation, it can also be combined into more forms. For example, chain lightning, thunder sword, thunderball, etc. This time, Xue Feng's thunderball was used to compress the power of Shenxiao. Released at the last moment, it is extremely powerful. Now, the only one left in front of Xue Feng is the 4th-level mutant. A greedy look also appeared in the eyes of the 4th-level mutant, staring at Xue Feng intently. To it, the prey in front of it is extremely delicious. The next second, from inside the shell of the 4th-level mutant, it actually stretched out several tentacles and rolled towards Xue Feng. The tentacles even had barbs and teeth on them, which looked extremely disgusting. Shenxiao. Xue Feng activated his supernatural power again. Lightning struck the tentacles of the 4th-level mutant, and the tentacles began to smoke instantly. Oh! The 4th-level mutant howled in pain, as if the tentacle was very sensitive to it. Then an unexpected scene happened. The 4th-level mutant stomped hard on the ground again. Take a leap. The target is not Xue Feng, but to stay away from the city garden. Boom. After landing heavily on the ground, he jumped up again. The 4th-level mutant escaped. What? Xue Feng was also surprised. It was the first time he saw a zombie running away. No matter what kind of zombies or mutants, they had never tried to escape before. At most, you can just disguise yourself and wait for the opportunity. But now the 4th-level mutant has escaped. This thing is very intelligent. It seems that after experiencing the power of Shenxiao, he has realized that he is no match for him. Xuefeng didn't hesitate and immediately chased after him. We must not let this thing escape. A chase is underway. Now that there were no fourth-level mutants present, the zombies gradually began to move slowly. It is also impossible to pose a threat to Bai Luer and others in the villa. Now is a good opportunity. Let's clear out these zombies step by step and see if there are any survivors. Bai Luer said immediately. Yes. Hu Bo and others nodded quickly. Hu Bo and his team have been working with Bai Luer for a long time. There is a unique way of fighting. It was Bai Luer who released gravity, making the zombies' speed extremely slow. Hu Bo and others took the opportunity to blow up the zombies' heads. Bai Luer just needs to not crush the zombies' head directly. You won't waste too much energy. It is only a matter of time to get rid of the zombies inside the base. Soon several people went downstairs and began to clean up the zombies inside the base. At the same time, Xuefeng has been tracking the fourth-level mutant. He had discovered that the fourth-level mutant had no strength left after jumping more than a dozen times. Both the height and distance are far worse than before. This also made Xuefeng less anxious, and he decided to wait until the fourth-level mutant had exhausted its strength before taking action himself. You can save a lot of effort then. Soon the fourth-level mutant also discovered this problem, and Xuefeng followed him all the time. So it simply stopped running away and stopped. He curled up in his hard shell and fought with Xuefeng to the end. Your power is very strong, but there is a problem with the direction of evolution. After all, you are still too clumsy. Xuefeng stopped a few dozen meters away from the fourth-level mutant. The zombies around heard the noise and gathered over. But they did not become the same as the zombies in the zombie tide. It seems that the fourth-level mutant does not control these zombies. It intends to deal with Xuefeng with all its strength. The fourth-level mutant seemed to understand Xuefeng's words and growled at him. Is expressing one's anger. I told you that you can't do it, and you're still angry? Then let's see how hard your shell is, and whether you can withstand the power of Shenxiao. Xuefeng smiled. He condensed a thunderball in his hand again, wanting to eliminate the fourth-level mutant with one blow. However, at this moment, something strange happened. A dinosaur more than 10 meters tall emerged from the woods next to it. That's right, it's a dinosaur. Look at this huge head and ferocious teeth. And the short front claws, it should be a Tyrannosaurus rex. However, there is a scar on the face of this Tyrannosaurus rex. From the forehead to the corners of the mouth, it looks particularly ferocious. Xuefeng even suspected that he had seen it wrong at the first moment. This is the apocalypse, not the Jurassic era. How could there be a Tyrannosaurus rex? But the scene before my eyes was real. The Tyrannosaurus rex stepped on the fourth-level mutant with one foot, and then opened its ferocious mouth. He bit down hard on the hard shell. Snap! The hard shell couldn't withstand the pressure and actually made a cracking sound. It probably won't take many bites before the hard shell is completely broken. Bite! Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward host. A reconnaissance drone. Reconnaissance drone. Maximum operating radius 50 kilometers. With its own signal, no need for internet connection. Xuefeng didn't have time to check the reward before he realized it. It turns out that I followed a fourth-level mutant to the zoo. The Tyrannosaurus rex in front of him is the powerful person he is looking for. It's indeed powerful enough. Just by looking at the ferocious appearance of this Tyrannosaurus rex, you can tell that it is definitely not to be trifled with. Looking at that tough skin, I'm afraid even ordinary zombies can't bite through it. Xuefeng had seen many people with special abilities before, including some who could transform into animals. I never thought there was someone who could turn into a Tyrannosaurus rex. It was beyond Xuefeng's imagination. Brother, this is my prey. No matter what, Xuefeng couldn't just watch the fourth-level mutant being intercepted like that. So he stepped forward and shouted. The Tyrannosaurus rex that was gnawing on the fourth-level mutant was slightly stunned, and then bit the hard shell into pieces with force. He threw the head of the fourth-level mutant out and threw it in front of Xuefeng. Since it's yours, I'll give it to you. After saying this, the Tyrannosaurus rex turned around and was about to leave. It seems that he is unwilling to compete with Xuefeng for the crystal core of the fourth-level mutant, nor is he willing to communicate with Xuefeng. In the past, such a powerful opponent would not be willing to conflict with me. Xuefeng certainly breathed a sigh of relief. But now that the system has prompted me, the other party is willing to cooperate. Of course, Xuefeng would not let the other party leave so easily. 150, a powerful and lonely person with special abilities. So Xuefeng crushed the head of the fourth-level mutant and took a quick look at it. It was the same crystal core as the one inside the blood corpse's head before, and it was orange in color all over. There is a touch of bright red in the middle of the crystal core, but the red of this crystal core is a little brighter. It seems that if it continues to evolve, it will turn red as a whole. After taking out the crystal core and putting it in his pocket, Xuefeng chased after him. Wait a minute, brother. Without your help, it would not be so easy for me to hunt down the 4th level mutant. Xuefeng shouted. You are very strong, stop pretending. The Tyrannosaurus Rex stopped, turned around, and snorted coldly. Xuefeng was a little embarrassed. He didn't expect to be exposed so easily. Without the help of the Tyrannosaurus Rex, he could indeed deal with the 4th level mutant. But you have made some efforts after all. How about giving you 2 crystal cores of 3rd order mutants? 2 crystal cores of 3rd order mutants appeared in Xuefeng's hands. In fact, 3rd order variant crystal nuclei are also relatively rare. But its value is far less than that of the 4th order mutant crystal core. Really? Are you kidding? The Tyrannosaurus Rex looked at the crystal core in Xuefeng's hand with a longing look. My mouth is almost watering. Of course, maybe it's because the Tyrannosaurus Rex has a big mouth, so drooling is normal. Of course I'm not kidding. Do you know how to use this thing? You can eat it directly, and you can get energy. Xuefeng added. In order to gain the other party's trust, Xuefeng told all the secrets. Then he threw the 2 crystal cores directly over. I also discovered this secret. Thank you very much. The Tyrannosaurus Rex nodded and took the crystal core with its front paws. After saying this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around and was about to leave. Wait, brother, don't go yet. Xuefeng shouted. Is there anything else? The Tyrannosaurus Rex turned around in confusion. Are you alone near this zoo? Why don't you join a faction? Xuefeng asked. Hearing this, the Tyrannosaurus Rex looked a little depressed. This is my home. I don't want to leave here, said Tyrannosaurus Rex. Is this your home? Are you an employee here? Xuefeng was a little surprised. Wasn't this a zoo before? Why does this person with special abilities say this is his home? After all, he wasn't an animal before the apocalypse. The only explanation is that Tyrannosaurus Rex is an employee here. That's right, I have been working here all the time. Other humans are not good people. They stole my animals, and some even roasted them in the zoo. The Tyrannosaurus Rex said this, gritting his teeth. Appeared very angry. Xuefeng figured out why the Tyrannosaurus Rex was angry. It's not because those humans stole his food, but because Tyrannosaurus Rex valued animals very much. Brother, why don't you restore your human state first? It will be very energy-consuming, Xuefeng said. The Tyrannosaurus Rex was slightly stunned and lowered its head as if thinking. Finally, he made up his mind and canceled his transformed form. What surprised Xuefeng was that the real body of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was a little fat man who looked only about 1.6 meters tall. And there is a scar on the face of this little fat boy. From the forehead to the corners of the mouth, it is exactly the same as when he turned into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Of course, it is worth mentioning that after the transformation is lifted, the original clothes are still on. This beast transformation ability is more like a transformation than a metamorphosis. There is still a certain gap between the two. Xuefeng looked at the little fat man and roughly understood what was going on with him. Probably because of his appearance, he works in the zoo all year round and rarely comes into contact with outsiders. Working at a zoo is very tiring. Every day, you have to feed the animals and move a lot of things. Also have to clean up animal feces and so on. Sometimes there is also the risk of injury and being bitten by animals. The most important thing is that the salary is not high. After all, many zoos are on the verge of bankruptcy and have no money to continue. Where are the salaries for the employees? But this kind of work is usually not done by the elderly. So most of the time, people with personality problems or even disabled people are recruited to work. Judging from Xiaopeng's appearance, he is probably this kind of person. Brother, where do you usually live? There are too many zombies here, and it's not convenient to talk. Xuefeng said. Because of the noise just now, many zombies were attracted here. Although it poses no threat to either of them. But it's still very annoying. Moreover, Xuefeng said this because he wanted to get closer to Xiaopeng. It's in the zoo, but there's nothing there now. Xiaopeng sounded a little lonely when he said this. But he still took Xuefeng with him. Sure enough, the zoo was in a mess, and the places where the animals were originally kept were gone. In some places, you can still see some animal fur and bones. Xiaopeng lives in the staff dormitory at the innermost part of the zoo. Xuefeng has already realized it. I'm afraid Xiaopeng has maintained this lifestyle for a long time, and he probably doesn't have much contact with the outside world. What do you usually eat? Xuefeng asked curiously after arriving at the staff dormitory. Rice and animal feed. Anyway, if animals can eat it, humans can eat it too, Xiaopeng explained. He also thoughtfully brought Xuefeng a bottle of mineral water. A ruthless character who can transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex in the Doomsday. Now we can only eat rice and animal feed. If I tell others about this, I'm afraid people will laugh at me. Feng became even more certain that Xiaopeng probably rarely interacted with people. Is there anyone else in your family? Feng took the opportunity to ask. There are not many people here. I am an orphan and was injured in my early years. If the director hadn't given me a job, I would probably have become a wanderer. Xiaopeng smiled bitterly. This also explains it. Why is Xiaopeng so attached to this place that he doesn't leave even at the end of the world? How did you discover that eating crystal cores can increase your strength? Feng asked again. I tried it out of curiosity, but I didn't expect it to really increase my strength. The first time I transformed, I was only 8 or 9 meters tall. Xiaopeng said after thinking for a while. So brave. Or maybe it's ignorance that's fearless. Anyway, if it were Feng, he would never take the risk. How about we go to my base? There are a lot of people there. Life is more convenient, and there is electricity. Feng made the invitation. However, after hearing Feng's words, Xiaopeng shook his head firmly. You are a good person and don't look down on me, but it's different for other people. Before, when those people at the zoo saw me, they would cover their noses and leave, as if they saw a monster. Xiaopeng sighed heavily. Actually, this is also incomprehensible. When working at the zoo, Xiaopeng was always dressed very dirty and smelled bad. In addition, he has a scar on his face, so most people certainly don't want to get close to him. This has caused Xiaopeng to be very withdrawn. 151 The Transformation of Our Lady of Bel. Feng tried to persuade him a few more times, saying that no one in his base would dare to discriminate against him. And with Xiaopeng's strength, he will not be discriminated against. Xiaopeng still shook his head very firmly. Seeing that the sky was gradually getting dark, Feng did not force it. He left behind a bunch of food, some canned food and instant noodles and stuff like that. In the Doomsday world, these are considered high-end goods. When Xiaopeng saw these things, his eyes lit up, constantly expressing gratitude to Feng. It seems that he is even happier than getting 2 third-level crystal cores. This made Feng feel a little regretful. If I had known this earlier, I would have just asked for some canned meat. I guess Xiaopeng will be very happy too. But this also made Feng realize that Xiaopeng still likes a high-quality life. But Xiaopeng is a loner now, and he hasn't communicated with anyone for a long time, so he's inevitably a little afraid. Prefer to be alone. But it doesn't matter, Feng already has an idea in his mind. When leaving, Feng also found out that the fat boy's name was Wang Jun. Feng did not return to Jiangqing directly. Instead, he came to the city garden and found that the zombies here had been almost cleared out. The fence that was previously knocked down by zombies is being rebuilt. There are actually quite a few survivors in hiding. There were more than 50 people. They all hid in villas or basements and escaped the disaster. At this time, they all came out to start rebuilding their homes. When they saw Feng coming back, Hu Bo and others were very excited. Bai Luer heard that Feng had returned and rushed over. Where is that monster? Hu Bo asked. I have eliminated them. What are your plans next? Feng said. As for us, we should rebuild this place first. After all, it is relatively safe when there is no zombie tide. We just have to deal with a lot of zombie corpses. But the good thing is that there is more food. Hu Bo smiled bitterly. His face looked much more relaxed. The food originally stored was enough to feed 500 people for more than 2 months. Some of them have been snatched away by Zhang Tao and others, but there are still a lot left. The zombies rushed into the property center and only bit Qin Lao and others to death. They will not spoil the food. The reason why Hu Bo looked relaxed was that the population pressure had dropped sharply. In addition, people like Qin Lao died, and conflict points such as the middle-aged woman and Zhang Tao also left the base. Those who survived at least had no problem getting through the winter. It is September now, and after October, no vegetables can be planted in the fields. That's when the hard times will come. Well, just stick with it. Feng nodded. In fact, Feng had also thought about whether to recruit Bai Luer and others. Bai Luer is very powerful and can deal with hundreds of ordinary zombies at a time. Anyone who sees it will salivate. But later Feng gave up. Bai Luer is such a saintly guy. Recruiting them into your own base might bring some bad influence to the base. Feng also understood a little. Why does the system only provide information about Bai Luer's base? But he did not remind himself that Bai Luer could be won over and won over. Because Bai Luer joining his base may have a negative effect. On the contrary, Wang Jun was suggested to be someone who could be won over and cooperated with. Are you leaving? When Bai Luer heard Feng's words, she realized that Feng might be leaving. That's right, this place is not suitable for me. Feng nodded. Hu Bo and others all looked regretful. However, they could also understand why Feng did this. To Feng, they may all be a burden. Bai Luer also suddenly showed a lost expression after she witnessed Feng's powerful strength. There is an idea in my mind. How about you be the leader of this base? I will follow your command from now on, Bai Luer said. After the zombie tide incident, the entire base was almost wiped out. Bai Luer has realized that she is not suitable to be the leader. The reason is not just the tide of zombies. What's more important is what happened inside the base after encountering the zombie tide. So many people fled. He abandoned the base just to save his own life. Others occupy more secure houses and prevent others from entering. They are all outbreaks of the ugliest side of human nature. Before this, Bai Luer thought that her actions had impressed others. Actually, I have companions waiting for me, so I won't stay here. Xuefeng looked in the direction of Jiangqing. I see, but could you give me some advice? Bai Luer is now completely confused. Bai Luer's previous actions have been proven to be wrong. Well, have you heard of Noah and the flood? Xuefeng asked. Of course, God saw that the earth was full of sin, so he sent floods to flood the ground. All living things with flesh and blood and breath died. The apostle Noah, under the guidance of God, built Noah's ark to continue the survival of species. Bai Luer nodded. Bai Luer can recite the contents of the Bible by heart. Because Bai Luer lives in a religious family, I have been reciting and explaining chapters of the Bible since I was a child. I also go to church every week and listen to the pastor explain the contents. Then do you know about Moses' exodus from Egypt? Xuefeng asked again. Of course I know. Bai Luer became more and more confused. Why did Xuefeng bring up this matter again? So I can tell you now that the so-called God loves the world is nonsense. If God really loves the world, how could he cause so much killing? And how could so many people die? Xuefeng shook his head. That's all for a reason. It's because of sin and faith. Bai Luer had already memorized all of this content. They also have their own theories. For example, God used a flood to destroy mankind in order to cleanse mankind of their sins. Moses used magic to kill countless Egyptians because they were pagans. So what about this doomsday? Is it also a punishment from God? Your parents should be devout believers. How are they? Xuefeng asked again. Bai Luer was completely stunned. There is no way to explain this. Since the outbreak of the doomsday, Bai Luer has also thought a lot. She could never understand why her devout parents were bitten to death by a priest who turned into a zombie. Is this also God's will? So your God is wrong. Now it's the end of the world, and everyone can only save themselves. It's that simple. Xuefeng shook his head. Bai Luer fell into deep thought. Even after Xuefeng left, she still stood there thinking. Seeing this, Hu Bo and others had no choice but to leave and do their own things. After a long time, Bai Luer suddenly opened her eyes. There was a hint of determination and indifference in those eyes. 152 Pick a girl. When Xuefeng returned to the base, it was already past 9 o'clock. Lights were on in many places in the base, and life remained stable. In the rooms of A-level members, you can now even watch TV and use computers. Of course there is no internet, so I can only watch some discs and the like. This seems very boring, and most people go to bed early. I'm afraid they can hardly imagine that a zombie tide occurred in the neighboring city during the day. A large number of survivors died at the hands of zombies. And Xiaowei didn't sleep, but was waiting for Xuefeng to come back. When Xiaowei saw blood spots on Xuefeng's body, she understood. Xuefeng must have gone out to participate in another bloody battle. As long as Xuefeng didn't say it, she wouldn't ask Xuefeng what to do. Just protect the base. What are Nie Xiaoxing's classmates doing now? Xuefeng asked. When Nie Xiaoxing first entered the base, his classmates were all laborers. Later, I went to help in the kitchen. But now that Lu Jun brought a bunch of cooks here, they were transferred to other places. I'm growing vegetables with Song Yin. And Xiaowei said. Now, all the people responsible for searching for supplies in the base are men. Women and the elderly are responsible for growing vegetables or transporting supplies. This is the most reasonable arrangement. Let them come over. Xuefeng said. Brother Xuefeng, you want? Not a big star like Hao Yifei. You haven't accepted her yet, but also Li Wangyao. And Xiaowei showed a mysterious smile. You misunderstood. I have a task here and need to pick someone to carry it out. Xuefeng said with a dry cough. So that's how it is. I'll call you over right away. And Xiaowei realized that she had misunderstood and quickly turned around and left. Soon several women were brought over. They all looked very nervous, and some even had blushes on their faces. In their dreams, they all thought about the day when they would be loved by Xuefeng. That is equivalent to directly crossing the class and becoming the superior person in the base. You are all quite good looking. Have many people pursued you in the past? Do you have any love history? Xuefeng asked. Hearing Xuefeng's words, several women showed puzzled expressions. What's going on? How to find out about their private lives? Shouldn't we just come directly according to the procedure? Or do you have any special hobbies? Tell the truth. Xuefeng said. The women did not dare to resist and told everything. One of them actually had 8 boyfriends. Not only did she have 8 boyfriends, she also had 2 godfathers and had 2 abortions. Shuefeng was stunned when he heard this. After all, this woman looks quite pure. I didn't expect there were so many tricks behind the scenes. Apart from this woman, the other 2 are similar. They all had boyfriends. But it's limited to holding hands and the like. I've never been in love. Only one girl said with her head down. Are you the one who stole the sausage and was punished before? Shuefeng recognized the other person. Before that, Gu Shaoqian had hung her up and whipped her. My lord, I was wrong. I was really scared of being hungry. The girl knelt on the ground with fear in her eyes. The body couldn't stop shaking. The girl did not recall the experience of being hung and beaten, but felt fear. But she was afraid that Shuefeng would use this as an excuse to kick her out of the base. Once you leave the base, that's when the nightmare begins. If I ask you to do something, such as trying to please someone who is rather ugly and a bit of a loner, can you do it? Shuefeng asked. Yes, I can do it. I'll do anything you ask me to do. The girl nodded immediately. Shuefeng was still very satisfied with her attitude. So he waved his hand and asked others to leave first. I have to explain this matter to the girl clearly and not let anyone else hear it. The other girls left the room disappointed. Especially the one who revealed his youthful history. He even slapped himself a few times. I wouldn't have said it if I had known this. Anyway, being able to do things for Shuefeng is definitely a good thing. After Shuefeng asked, he learned that the girl's name was Dong Feifei. Shuefeng briefly explained Wang Jun's situation, and then he planned to send Dong Feifei over to accompany Wang Jun. In order to build up Wang Jun's confidence, changes must gradually take place. Finally agreed to join his forces. Now Shuefeng has already seen that Wang Jun has some serious psychological problems. They are afraid of living with other people and are even more worried about being discriminated against. Are you willing? Shuefeng asked again. Is it enough to just build his confidence? Then can I still go back to the base? Dong Feifei couldn't help but ask. Dong Feifei firmly believes that in the end of the world, apart from the Jiangpan community, there will be no one left. There's no safer place than here. Of course, but you have to persuade Wang Jun to come along. Shuefeng nodded. He had already formulated a plan in his mind. Let Wang Jun and Dong Feifei get to know each other first and develop feelings for a while. Then Dong Feifei said that she missed the base and wanted to come back to visit. What happened next was a natural progression. This is how beauty traps have been used since ancient times. Only after explaining some details did Shuefeng let Dong Feifei leave. After watching Dong Feifei leave, and Xiao Wei, who had been outside, actually breathed a sigh of relief. And Xiao Wei doesn't want these messy women to surround Shuefeng casually. Shuefeng's women must be carefully selected. Sister Xiao Wei, what are you doing? Yu Haoyun appeared behind in Xiao Wei. Nothing, just seeing if there's anything I can help with. And Xiao Wei explained. There's something I've always wanted to tell you. I think some people are too unconscious. Yu Haoyun looked very angry. Too unconscious? Why did Yu Haoyun say that? Is there something going on inside the base? Who is unconscious? And Xiao Wei frowned, with an aura of power. It makes people look scary. And Xiao Wei was just an ordinary girl before. But now she has become the second in command of the base. In fact, a few months ago, and Xiao Wei was just an ordinary girl. The fact that she can have this now is entirely because Shuefeng is standing behind her. Hao Yifei. She is also an A-level member now, but she has nothing to do in the base and doesn't know how to serve brother Shuefeng. Yu Haoyun said in a low voice. Well, she is a little unconscious. Don't think that you can get special treatment just because you are a big star. And Xiao Wei nodded after hearing this. And Xiao Wei and others were a little dissatisfied that Hao Yifei was also an A-level member. Why does Hao Yifei get this treatment? It was just Shuefeng who brought it up, so they never talked about it again. Why don't we remind her? Yu Haoyun said with a wicked smile on her face. 153 beauty trap? Remind? How to remind? And Xiao Wei suddenly became interested. It's very simple. Let's scare her. Just say we want to demote her. Yu Haoyun smiled. There is a de-escalation system within the base. But no one has ever been demoted. After all, everyone inside the base is very hardworking. Now it can be used to scare Hao Yifei. Not afraid that Hao Yifei will not give in. Yes, just use this trick. Sister, you have become smarter recently. And Xiao Wei patted Yu Haoyun on the shoulder and felt that Yu Haoyun was more different than before. She is not that delicate little girl, nor is she that pretentious. What made Xiao Wei feel relieved was that Yu Haoyun had always been thinking about Shuefeng. Let's find an opportunity in the next 2 days to give Hao Yifei a good lesson. Yu Haoyun and Xiao Wei discussed it. The next morning, Shuefeng took out the drone from his space backpack. Shuefeng had played with this thing before and knew how to control it. However, when there is still a signal, this thing, together with the satellite, can fly up to hundreds of miles. It is also a commonly used weapon in modern warfare. Now we can only rely on the transmitter inside the remote control to communicate with the drone. 50 kilometers is the limit. But Xuefeng was already very satisfied with this. In the future, if there is any place you want to check, you can use a drone to conduct reconnaissance. After starting the drone, Xuefeng patrolled the entire Jiangqing from the air. It seems that there are indeed fewer zombies wandering on the streets of Jiangqing. You can vaguely see someone cleaning up the zombies. It seems that the home project is going smoothly. If we continue like this, we can build a suitable base. After taking a look around, Xuefeng took the drone back and gave this thing to Yu Haoyun. From now on, let Yu Haoyun control the drone for patrol every day. This matter is quite important. Maybe the drone will make an unexpected discovery. Moreover, Yu Haoyun is the goddess of luck, and she has brought good luck to Xuefeng more than once. Yu Haoyun was particularly surprised when she learned about this mission, because among the A-level members, she is also the kind who has nothing serious to do. Now Xuefeng asked her to control the drone. It's simply an honor. People in the Doomsday are struggling to survive, doing jobs that they were unwilling to do before. But he controls the drone himself and does such an easy job. Yu Haoyun really didn't expect that this day would come. Moreover, drones are more powerful than human patrols, as human patrols have a limited range of activities. You can only move around nearby and be careful of zombies that may appear at any time. Drones are different. There is no scruples at all. Even Xiaowei looked at him with envy, as she also wanted to control the drone. But he had a more important job. He was Xuefeng's secretary. Remember to fly higher, don't get shot down by others. Xuefeng did not forget to remind Yu Haoyun. The survivors of the apocalypse are all very nervous. When you see a UFO appearing overhead, you can't help but think it's out to harm you. Okay, Yu Haoyun nodded heavily. To her, this is something as precious as life. After explaining these things, Xuefeng came to the river again and headed for Baiqing. This time Xuefeng brought Dong Feifei with him. Dong Feifei couldn't help but widen her eyes when she saw Xuefeng conjure up a yacht out of thin air. Although Dong Feifei had already heard of Xuefeng's various magical abilities, not only does he possess powerful supernatural powers, he can also create supplies out of thin air, and some things that have never been seen before. For example, super potato. Now the base has planted a lot of potatoes for nearly half a month. During this period, Song Yin checked the growth of potatoes and dug some out for inspection. I found that they were already as big as normal mature potatoes. However, Song Yin said that this is not the mature stage yet. When potatoes are ripe, they get bigger, just like cantaloupes. This is not an ordinary potato. It is a super potato given by Xuefeng. Everyone in the base was excited, waiting for the moment when the potatoes would ripen. The legend about Xuefeng also began to spread. At this time, Dong Feifei saw Xuefeng conjure up a yacht out of thin air, and then she realized that the rumors were true. The Xuefeng in front of him really has so many magical abilities. We quickly arrived at the shore of Jiangqing by yacht. Xuefeng put away the yacht, and then took out the motorcycle. He found that motorcycles were quite convenient in many cases. The target is small and easy to move. It won't encounter obstacles frequently like a car. Of course, Xuefeng didn't have this kind of trouble before. He is driving the chariot of doom, and nothing can stop him. This time, Xuefeng drove directly to the entrance of the zoo. The zoo's gates were still closed, just like the last time Xuefeng left. Brother Wang Jun, are you there? Xuefeng shouted inside. After a while, Wang Jun came out. When Wang Jun saw that there was another girl besides Xuefeng, he subconsciously hid behind a tree. Why are you here again? Is there something wrong? Wang Jun asked. Seeing this scene, Dong Feifei also felt that the little fat boy in front of her was quite interesting. He clearly possesses powerful supernatural powers and can transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Afraid of meeting strangers. I came by and saw you. Didn't you go out today? Xuefeng smiled. No, I won't go out as long as I have food. The food you gave me yesterday can last for many days. Wang Jun said. In the Doomsday, I'm afraid there is no one except Wang Jun. No one is like him, living one day at a time. It's all because of Wang Jun's powerful strength. As long as he wants to get food, I'm afraid no one can stop him. Besides, there is only one Wang Jun. He has no food anxiety at all. I have a friend who likes the zoo. Can you help introduce him to one? Xuefeng said. Dong Feifei also showed a friendly smile at this time and extended her hand to greet Wang Jun. Like the zoo? There are no animals now. Wang Jun has never spoken to a woman in his life. He didn't understand Xuefeng's meaning at all. It's okay. I've never been to a zoo before. You just need to introduce it to me. Dong Feifei smiled sweetly. Then what should I introduce? I don't quite understand. Wang Jun blushed with shyness. Xuefeng understood after seeing this scene. Dong Feifei can definitely control Wang Jun. It's okay, let's just take a walk, okay? Dong Feifei seemed very proactive. But I have scars on my face. Aren't you afraid of me? Wang Jun still had concerns. After all, Wang Jun has scars on his face and is short in stature. But it is disliked by many people. 154 Wang Jun was captured. Of course I'm not afraid. In fact, I have scars on my body too. They were all caused by being beaten when I was a child. How about I show them to you later? Dong Feifei said. Xuefeng certainly knew what the scars Dong Feifei was talking about were. It was Gu Xiaoqian who beat him last time. There are many whip marks on his body. Unexpectedly, Dong Feifei cleverly used this point to connect with Wang Jun. No, that's not necessary. If you want to visit, I'll take you to have a look. Wang Jun nodded. Only then did he open the door of the zoo without any worries. Dong Feifei immediately came to Wang Jun's side and almost stuck to him. Start asking some details about the zoo. As soon as Xuefeng heard it, he knew that Dong Feifei had lied. Since he knows so much about the interior of the zoo, he must have been there before. But now he is playing dumb. People who really don't understand anything don't even know the problem. Wang Jun started to explain with a red face. Although Wang Jun had never been a guide before, he was an old employee of the zoo after all. I am already familiar with the internal processes. Dong Feifei would occasionally exclaim in surprise or make exaggerated expressions. He praised Wang Jun with admiration in his eyes. This also made Wang Jun more and more confident, and even his back seemed to straighten up. Xuefeng was also relieved. I'm afraid it won't be long before Wang Jun is completely defeated by Dong Feifei. No way. It's because Wang Jun has never talked to a woman before. Now seeing a beautiful woman throwing herself at me, how could I resist? So Xuefeng took the opportunity to say that he had something to do and needed to leave. I asked Wang Jun to take care of Dong Feifei for a few days, and I will come back later. How can this be possible? I don't know how to take care of a woman. Wang Jun was dumbfounded. Just talking to a woman today had already made him excited. How many days will I stay with Dong Feifei now? This made Wang Jun very busy. Brother Wang, your superpowers are so powerful. It must be very safe to be with you. I want to see you turn into a dinosaur sometime. Dong Feifei's eyes were full of anticipation. Well, there's time. Wang Jun nodded. In Wang Jun's heart, he had begun to subconsciously obey Dong Feifei's words, because he knew that Dong Feifei would be happy by doing this. Before leaving the zoo, Xuefeng looked back. I found that Dong Feifei and Wang Jun were holding hands. Who knows how far it will develop in the next few days. He could see that Wang Jun had a people-pleasing personality and would definitely be manipulated by Dong Feifei. The only concern is whether Dong Feifei will persuade Wang Jun to develop elsewhere. Don't return to your base. But this possibility is very small, as Dong Feifei also knows very well. After all, there are only a few bases with food and electricity in the Doomsday. It would be difficult to find a second safe place if we leave here. Plus, my own strength is here. Dare to defect? The outcome will be dire. Of course, Xuefeng did not tell Dong Feifei directly about these warnings. Dong Feifei is a smart woman and she knows the interests involved. After leaving the zoo, Xuefeng wanted to do a quick search nearby. See if there are any supplies you can find. After all, it's not easy to come here, and we can't go back empty-handed. But after visiting several shopping malls and supermarkets, he gained nothing. It seems that all the supplies here have been looted. It must have been looted by Bai Luer and her men before. If I want to get supplies, I can only continue to move westwards towards Baiqing. That place is not Bai Luer's sphere of influence. I remember Bai Luer once said that there were other survivors over there. In order to avoid conflict with them, Bai Luer did not expand her influence there. Xuefeng planned to try his luck there. Anyway, Xuefeng doesn't care about the forces in Baiqing. He had no agreement with these people, so he would not be polite as long as it was supplies. Not long after walking along the main road, Xuefeng suddenly heard gunshots ahead. The gunfire came from two directions. Is there a conflict? Xuefeng made a judgment immediately. Because if someone uses a gun to kill zombies, the gunshots should all be from the same direction. It's impossible that it's coming from both sides like it is now. Interesting. Xuefeng wanted to see which two sides were fighting. Xuefeng immediately put away the motorcycle and quietly approached the block where the fighting took place. Soon he saw that there were two groups of people fighting. Xuefeng didn't know many people in Baiqing, but he happened to know both sides in this battle. One wave was Hu Bo and others, and the other wave was actually Zhang Tao and his group. This time, they were really like enemies meeting each other, and they were extremely jealous of each other. Yesterday, under the tide of zombies, Zhang Tao and others defected. It had a huge impact on morale. If Zhang Tao and the others hadn't run so fast and so efficiently, it is estimated that it will not cause the majority of base members to flee. It can be said that this is because of Zhang Tao and others. Who would have thought that Hu Bo and his friends would meet Zhang Tao again here? In fact, if you think about it carefully, This is also very common sense. Now is the end of the world, and it is impossible for Zhang Tao and his group to wander around. It is even more impossible to leave Baiqing. Who knows how dangerous it is outside? They must have thought of a way out for themselves before defecting. After all, Zhang Tao and the others have been suffering in the base for a long time. An 80% chance that a backup base has been prepared. Hubo, don't push it too far. This will not benefit anyone. Zhang Tao shouted at Hubo. Obviously, he did not want to have a head-on conflict with Hubo and others. Haha, Zhang Tao, if I don't kill you today, I'll take your surname. Hubo didn't tolerate Zhang Tao at all and sneered repeatedly, facing a guy who almost got himself killed. It was obvious that Hubo was not in a good mood. After all, if Xuefeng hadn't been there yesterday, they would have really died there. The cars and supplies can be returned to you, but don't go too far. Zhang Tao's tone became impatient. It was obvious that Hubo and others were now in high spirits, which was beyond Zhang Tao's expectations. Will you be so honest? I will kill them and take the rest myself. Hubo didn't believe Zhang Tao's words at all. Okay, then let's see who is better. How many people did you bring with you? Zhang Tao was also anxious, with the intention of fighting to the death. Xuefeng looked at the number of people on both sides. Zhang Tao had 30 or 40 people, while Hubo had only about 20 people. Zhang Tao has the advantage in terms of numbers, and Zhang Tao himself is also a capable person. But Zhang Tao was still the more anxious one. Obviously, there is only one reason. That is, Zhang Tao is afraid of someone. Bai Luer. Sure enough, the next second, Bai Luer walked out of a jeep. 155 The blackened Bai Luer. Boss, we didn't do well before. Can you give us a chance to leave? When Zhang Tao saw Bai Luer, his momentum suddenly weakened a lot. He didn't have the same momentum as when he was arguing with Hubo just now. Obviously, Zhang Tao is still quite afraid of Bai Luer. Or perhaps it could be said that he felt guilty towards Bai Luer. No matter how poorly Bai Luer managed the base, she had saved the lives of Zhang Tao and others after all. It would be unfair to Bai Luer if Zhang Tao and others betrayed her at the critical moment. Even if he left peacefully, I'm afraid Zhang Tao would not feel so guilty. None of you can leave. Bai Luer said coldly, without a trace of warmth in her eyes. Don't go too far. Zhang Tao gritted his teeth. It seems like he wants to make a threat. The next second, Zhang Tao's face suddenly twisted, and the muscles on his face seemed to be squeezed by a huge force. It's no longer in human shape. Bang! A burst of snow mist sprayed in the air, and Zhang Tao's head exploded directly. This scene scared the group of people behind Zhang Tao. I didn't expect Bai Luer to kill Zhang Tao. All this happened so suddenly. Even Hubo and others were stunned for a moment. They didn't expect Bai Luer to kill. Because before this, Bai Luer had never killed anyone. He was even more polite to those people like Old Qin. What is going on? How come the boss is like this now? But Hubo and others did not feel afraid, but relieved. Bai Luer's sudden attack completely changed the situation of the battle. Seeing that Zhang Tao was dead, his men dropped their weapons and knelt on the ground begging for mercy. I hope Bai Luer can spare their lives. But then, explosions rang out one after another. Just like a balloon. It was just these people's heads that exploded. More than 30 people's heads exploded. One by one, they turned into headless corpses and fell to the ground. Now Hubo and the others turned pale. They originally thought that Bai Luer would give these people a chance. After all, these people are just following Zhang Tao. But I didn't expect Bai Luer to be so cruel and leave no one alive. The boss has really changed. Even Hubo and others were a little afraid. Who's over there? Bai Luer suddenly looked in the direction of Xuefeng. Xuefeng didn't expect Bai Luer to be so perceptive and noticed him. He was very surprised at how Bai Luer's ability was so strong that she could kill so many people so easily. How should I defend myself against attacks of this kind? Stone skin? It should be able to withstand the attack of gravity. But no matter what, he doesn't want to be the target of attack now. Don't be nervous, it's me. Xuefeng walked out. When she saw that it was Xuefeng, Bai Luer's eyes softened immediately. As expected, he had no intention of attacking Xuefeng. Hubo and others also breathed a sigh of relief, and they saw that Xuefeng was also very excited. Brother Xuefeng, what are you doing around here? Hubo said with a dry cough. The situation now is a bit awkward. After all, Hubo also understood that Xuefeng had already seen the bloody scene just now. Of course we are looking for supplies. I also need to eat. You were just cleaning up the traitors. Xuefeng gave Hubo and others a way out. Clean up the traitors. Since he is a traitor, any treatment he receives is appropriate. We are cleaning out the traitors. They are all people abandoned by God and have no right to live. Bai Luer nodded. Abandoned by God. Xuefeng was a little confused. I don't know what Bai Luer means by being abandoned by God. Thank you for your guidance yesterday. I now understand. This Doomsday is a new punishment from God. Some people are destined to be abandoned, including my parents. Bai Luer smiled at Xue Feng, but the words that came out were extremely terrifying. Hu Bo and others also looked at Xue Feng in confusion. They didn't remember that Xue Feng instilled this idea into Bai Luer. That's not what I said before. Xue Feng scratched his head. Do you know about the witch hunt? Bai Luer asked. Of course I know. Xue Feng said. This was one of the most notorious events in medieval Europe. It lasted for more than 300 years and persecuted countless women. There are even books dedicated to identifying witches. Living alone, keeping cats, and wearing black clothes are all characteristics of witches. But if a woman is targeted and believes that she is a witch, she will basically be killed. At that time, there were many punishments for witches, such as skinning and pulling out tendons. Even if she gritted her teeth and persevered, she would never admit that she was a witch. There are ways to deal with these people. For example, there is a kind of punishment. The witch is tied to a stone and thrown into the river, and a cross is carved on the stone. If the witch floats up, it proves that she knows witchcraft and is a witch. What if the witch drowned? Does that mean they arrested the wrong person? Of course not. If the witch died, it proved that the sacred cross rune worked. Completely eliminate the witch. There are explanations for both sides. All of a sudden, many people reported that they had discovered witches. Most of them are one's enemies or relatives. Reporting a relative as a witch, of course, means targeting that person's property. It can be considered the European version of eating out the whole family. According to statistics, at least hundreds of thousands of women have been persecuted. Based on the population of Europe at the time, 1 in 10 women were labeled witches. There are records of a town of 6,000 people in which 600 were identified as witches and burned alive within 5 years. Now this is a new witch hunt. It is a punishment from God. Since the whole world needs to be purified, of course some lives must be sacrificed. They are just returning to the arms of God. Bai Luer's eyes were firm. Xue Feng immediately understood when he saw Bai Luer's expression. Now Bai Luer has become an extremist. Although the church has apologized for the witch hunts hundreds of years ago, but there has always been a saying among the extremists within the party that those innocent people were sacrificed to God. In the Middle Ages, sacrifices to God included human blood. Blood is something that only God can enjoy. For others, drinking blood is blasphemy and will lead to demonic possession. This tradition still exists today, except that red wine is used instead of blood. Originally, Bai Luer should have been a moderate Christian. But now with the outbreak of the Doomsday, we have experienced so many things. Plus what Xue Feng said before. This caused Bai Luer's mentality to change, and for a moment, she could not believe that God did not exist. After all, Bai Luer has been instilled with this belief since she was born. Then another theory emerged in my mind. That is, she believed that some people should be sacrificed at the end of the world as a sacrifice to God, including her own parents. 156 Base Strengthening Plan. As for who Bai Luer thinks should be sacrificed, I'm afraid only she herself knows. Ahem, as long as you have your own ideas, that's all. Xue Feng could only cough dryly again. I can't do without your guidance. You are my mentor on the road. Bai Luer looked at Xue Feng with eyes full of passion. Guidance. Xue Feng never felt that he was guiding Bai Luer anywhere. All of this is the result of Bai Luer's own imagination. Where are you going next? Xue Feng could only change the subject. After all, he couldn't let this misunderstanding deepen further. No matter what Bai Luer becomes, it has nothing to do with him. Of course we will continue to get rid of the traitors and also look for supplies. If anyone dares to stop us this time, they will be the targets that God will eliminate. Bai Luer said this indifferently, as if this was a matter of course for her. And the next person they have to deal with is the middle-aged woman who escaped. Someone has already discovered the whereabouts of the middle-aged lady. She and a few others were hiding in a supermarket. Then I wish you all the best. Xue Feng nodded, then turned and left. He had a premonition that Baiqing would not be peaceful in the future. Bai Luer will never be as gentle as before. Baiqing will be plunged into a bloody storm. Wait a minute. Bai Luer shouted. What's the matter? Xue Feng turned around. You have saved so many of us, and we haven't thanked you yet. We can provide whatever you need. Bai Luer said. Not only Bai Luer, but Hu Bo and others also agreed. Want a chance to repay Xue Feng? I don't think much of your supplies. Xue Feng said with a frown. Don't you care about supplies? Bai Luer, Hu Bo and others all smiled bitterly. Although this is true, it is a bit hurtful for Xue Feng to say it this way. I have 2 friends here, they both live in the zoo. Xue Feng said as he described the appearance of Wang Jun and Dong Feifei. I hope Bai Luer won't have any conflict with them. Xue Feng was not sure who was stronger between Bai Luer and Wang Jun, but he estimated that this would definitely be a big battle. No problem. Bai Luer agreed. Then he watched Shui Feng leave. What a pity. It would be great if Shui Feng could join us. Hubo said with great regret. Once you have a person with such powerful abilities as Shui Feng, they will no longer be afraid of zombies. It can also expand the search area. Don't worry, we will eventually gather together and bathe in God's arms. Bai Luer raised the corners of her mouth and smiled. Hubo felt that Bai Luer had become particularly strange and different from before. But this difference may not be a bad thing. It can give them a greater hope of survival. Take people like Zhang Tao, for example. If it were before, Bai Luer would definitely have forgiven them. Or let Zhang Tao and others leave. No matter which one it is, there will be endless troubles. Now we have completely eliminated these traitors. Although the means are a bit cruel, the problem has been solved once and for all. Next, let's completely occupy the entire Baiqing. Bai Luer showed a weird smile again. Shui Feng did not return to Jiangqing directly, but went to the dock for a walk. I want to see if I can pick up any supplies or something. Now Shui Feng is searching for supplies, not just focusing on food and medicine, which are urgently needed items. Anything that can be used is his goal. I have to say that this trip is worthwhile. Although Shui Feng did not find anything like food, he found something else valuable. In a yard next to the dock, there are several brand new construction vehicles parked. There are excavators, forklifts, loaders and things like that. And the key is right there. It would be safe if you could drive something like a loader in the apocalypse. Even if the road is blocked, you can still force your way through. But no one moved these cars, and the reason was very simple. No diesel. These brand new vehicles are usually not refueled until they are sold. This was a good thing for Shui Feng, and he was very excited to see these things. Because after Shui Feng witnessed the horror of this zombie tide, he had an idea. What if the zombie tide attacks your camp in the future? Build a high wall. It's hard to be effective. The walls of the base are now more than 3 meters high, and Shui Feng can reinforce them to 5 meters high. Zombies shouldn't be able to climb up there. But the only way to reinforce it to a height of more than 500 meters is to use wooden boards or iron railings. There are no other tools. Once there are too many zombies, they can easily knock down the wall. It's just like Bai Luer and the others' base. Because there were too many zombies, they broke through the wall. So now Shui Feng plans to think in reverse. Since we can't use a wall to block the zombies, can we dig a trench? If there is a trench 5 meters deep, zombies can be completely prevented from entering. No matter how fast or how good a climbing ability ordinary zombies have. If you fall into a ravine, you won't be able to climb out. You can also add some traps in the ravine. The only problem now is whether there is someone in his base who can operate an excavator. But this shouldn't be a problem. Just practice more. In the afternoon, Shui Feng returned to the base. The first thing he did was to ask Gu Xiaoqian to find someone who could operate an excavator to see if there were any talented people in this area within the base. Soon Gu Xiaoqian found several people who had driven excavators before. Shui Feng selected 2 of them who were experienced and who could not only drive, but also repair the machine. This saves a lot of trouble. Let these 2 people work in shifts for 16 hours a day and try to dig a trench as soon as possible. Can withstand the attacks of zombies. After finishing all this, Shui Feng returned to the living room and checked his space backpack. Although his space backpack has been upgraded once and can store a lot of things, but it still needs to be cleaned when necessary. There are still quite a few things in his space backpack. There is plenty of fertilizer and food, as well as mineral water. These 3 take up a lot of space. Shui Feng did not take out all the fertilizers immediately. Large-scale planting has not yet begun, only small-scale planting within the base. We will take out these fertilizers when we find suitable land later. Otherwise, you will have to move it later. In addition, there are some miscellaneous things that may be used at any time, such as ropes. Then he saw something. It was a piano. I saw it by chance at the dock last time and picked it up. Oh right, Hao Yifei is a singer, so she should be able to play the piano. Give it to her. 157 Hao Yifei's bond. Thinking of this, Shui Feng headed towards Hao Yifei's residence. At this time, Hao Yifei was standing on the bedroom floor with a confused look on her face. Just last night, Yu Haoyun and In Xiaowei issued a warning to her. It means that if Hao Yifei can no longer contribute to the base, they will recommend downgrading Hao Yifei's level. Downgraded from A to C. Remind Hao Yifei not to rest on her laurels and be lazy every day. These words completely shocked Hao Yifei. She never thought of being lazy and eating too much, but there was not much she could do. In addition, Hao Yifei is an A-level member, so Gu Xiaoqian cannot assign any tasks to her. Shui Feng also had no requirements for Hao Yifei. This resulted in Hao Yifei not knowing what to do every day and could only go wherever people were needed. And most importantly, Hao Yifei knew exactly what happened in the armory. It was entirely Shui Feng's credit that got those resources. She just pointed the way, and his life was saved by Shui Feng. I really don't deserve to be an A-level member. But this demotion made her feel very uncomfortable. Hao Yifei has been a child prodigy since childhood, and after becoming an adult, she became a top star with her singing voice. She is the top female singer among all. But now she is outshined by other women. Hao Yifei was a little unconvinced. So Hao Yifei also asked in Xiao Wei what she should do. And Xiao Wei hinted to Hao Yifei that everything they did was to serve Xue Feng. As long as you serve Xue Feng well, then of course you will be making a contribution. Hao Yifei is not a fool and can understand the meaning of the words. But let her do this. A bit sudden. Hao Yifei has a good impression of Xue Feng, who is strong and charming. There are also many women around. However, what Hao Yifei didn't understand was why Xue Feng didn't attack her. Since she entered the base, Xue Feng has treated her very politely. There was no excessive behavior. It was obvious that as long as she came closer, Hao Yifei would sacrifice herself. Is it because I'm not charming enough? There are only beauties around Xue Feng. Isn't she attractive enough? Thinking of this, Hao Yifei began to take off her clothes one by one. White coat, gray skirt, and black stockings. Then all that was left on her was her pink lace brow. There was a mirror in her bedroom, and Hao Yifei couldn't help but look at herself in the mirror. What a beautiful body this is. Hao Yifei sighed. She is not a narcissistic person, but she really knows that she has an exceptionally good figure and appearance. I don't know how many people want to pursue this place. The pursuit mentioned here does not mean crazy fans, but those business tycoons and well-known figures. They all want to win my favor and marry me. That would be a great way for them to show off. But for Hao Yifei, she felt that this body did not bring her any benefits. Repeatedly rejecting others has caused her to be suppressed many times. If her own strength was not strong enough, she might never be able to make a name for herself. Just a little singer. Thinking of this, Hao Yifei couldn't help but touch her chest. Full and round. Subconsciously, Hao Yifei began to rub it. A blush appeared on her fair cheeks, and her breathing became rapid. Xue Feng, Xue Feng. Hao Yifei began to call Xue Feng's name. That pink face turned red visibly. At this moment, Hao Yifei suddenly made a surprised sound. It turned out that she discovered through the mirror that Xue Feng had been standing behind her without her knowing when. However, Hao Yifei was so immersed in the feeling just now that she didn't notice this. How did you get in? Hao Yifei subconsciously covered her private parts. But she knew that Xue Feng had probably been watching for a long time. Well, I planned to send you a piano. Xue Feng coughed dryly. I didn't expect that after I came in, I would hear this noise in the bedroom. None of the rooms in the villa were locked because they were all pried open. But the base members' residences are fixed. For example, in Area 1, only Xue Feng and these women live there. Unless there is a zombie attack at night, no one is allowed to go to other areas without permission. This is also Shenrian's advice to Xue Feng. Ensure that if any foreign enemy invades at night, it can be discovered immediately. Otherwise, everyone would be able to walk around at night, and it would be a mess. Xue Feng didn't expect that Hao Yifei would do that in front of the mirror. This made Xue Feng so horny. How could he not take the initiative to come in? Besides, Hao Yifei was calling her name. Can you please go out first? Hao Yifei was embarrassed and anxious. However, Xue Feng did not leave, but walked straight forward. He held the delicate body in his arms and slowly moved his mouth closer to those sexy red lips. He knew Hao Yifei was just shy. Hao Yifei just pushed Xue Feng symbolically and then slowly closed her eyes. The two lips touched each other, very soft. Hao Yifei kept making sounds. I can't tell whether he is refusing or enjoying it. Xue Feng's hands were not idle either, and he hugged her shoulders from the beginning. Xue Feng and Hao Yifei walked side by side. Their fingers touched each other inadvertently, arousing a subtle emotion. A blush appeared on Hao Yifei's face. She widened her eyes and lowered her head shyly. Xue Feng looked at her, and an inexplicable impulse surged in his heart, but he knew that he needed to respect her and not do anything offensive. Hao Yifei, would you like to go to the bedroom with me and talk? Xue Feng asked softly, his voice revealing sincerity and expectation. Hao Yifei nodded, followed Xue Feng silently, crossed the corridor, and came to the bedroom. In the bedroom, they sat on the bed and began a deep conversation. Xue Feng talked about his dreams and pursuits, while Hao Yifei also shared her acting experience and mental journey. As the conversation deepened, they gradually discovered their common ground, and a special feeling quietly grew between them. Xue Feng looked into Hao Yifei's bright eyes, and a warm feeling welled up in his heart. Hao Yifei, I'm very happy to meet you, Xue Feng said sincerely. In this Doomsday era, connections between people have become more precious. I hope we can become an important part of each other's lives. After hearing this, Hao Yifei smiled with emotion. She looked at Xue Feng deeply, then nodded in agreement. From that moment on, The relationship between Xuefeng and Hao Yifei grew even closer. They faced the challenges of the apocalypse together, supporting each other and moving forward together. This experience has become an unforgettable and beautiful memory in their lives. 158. There are too many crystal cores. Hao Yifei began to tremble all over, which was caused by her body being too excited. It was as if every pore was ready to welcome Xuefeng. She found herself actually looking forward to this moment. It's like a matter of course. You are so beautiful. Xuefeng couldn't help but admire. Hao Yifei was very happy when she heard this. Who doesn't like to be praised? Compared to the self-admiring moment in the bathroom before, she was now being closely watched by Xuefeng. It gave her a special sense of satisfaction. Here it comes, Xuefeng said slowly. Hao Yifei desperately grabbed Xuefeng's back, her expression painful and satisfied. More than an hour later, Xuefeng and Hao Yifei lay down to rest. It's your first time, Xuefeng couldn't help but say. He has heard a lot of gossip in the entertainment industry. On the surface, these stars look glamorous, but in fact, they play many tricks behind the scenes. Various dates with fans have become commonplace. They are also the lowest level. Some people will buy a luxury house abroad to support a few people. It's not just men who do this, female stars do it too. For example, there was a female celebrity who had a great time in Thailand after her divorce. She was surrounded by several men who served her and took photos of her. Why? Even though the entertainment industry is so chaotic, it still depends on the people. Hao Yifei said with a pout, and began to explain for Xuefeng. The entertainment industry is basically divided into those who can make it to the stage and those who cannot. The average person can only see a few familiar faces of celebrities in a year, less than 100 or so. But the number of actors is also in the millions. Most of the actors are mixed up here. There are many people but few resources. It is common to sleep with someone in order to get a role. There are also some famous actors who sleep with big bosses in order to get close to them. In addition, many actors who are filming often stay in the same place with the opposite sex for several months. It is inevitable that love will develop over time. Anyway, things in China are still okay, but things abroad are chaotic. Hao Yifei sighed. For example, in Korea, almost every actor is just a toy. A female actress once committed suicide because she complained that she had to sleep with clients every day. Even if you have your period, you still need to take medicine to control it. I can't even rest on my parents' death anniversary. Europe and the United States are the hardest hit areas, and direct force is used. There are countless female celebrities who have accused themselves of being forced. Have you ever been threatened? Xuefeng asked. Of course. The boss of my agency said that if I didn't go on a trip abroad with him, he wouldn't release an album for me. Hao Yifei was still very angry when she mentioned this. Traveling abroad, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. Just going out to sleep with someone. It's because I know a lot of people in China, and it would be bad if someone took a picture of me. When you go abroad, the place is vast and sparsely populated, so who knows who you are? So this is also the reason why many celebrities and bosses like to travel abroad. Hao Yifei was so angry that she left on the spot and later changed another agency. Only then was he able to release an album and become an instant hit. From then on, Hao Yifei no longer had to be threatened by others. But now you are threatened by me. Xuefeng stroked Hao Yifei's smooth back. What threat? I did it voluntarily. Hao Yifei gently leaned her head on Xuefeng's chest. Xuefeng also laughed when he heard this. Of course he could feel that Hao Yifei's satisfied face was not fake. Why are you? At this warm moment, Hao Yifei suddenly widened her eyes. There's nothing I can do. I just have a lot of energy. Xuefeng smiled. Then I will completely eliminate this enemy. Let me try. Hao Yifei said as she bent down. The next morning, Xuefeng woke up. Then I heard the sound of piano coming from the living room. Hao Yifei was wearing pajamas and playing the piano seriously. The piano sounds beautiful and it is a gentle song. You play really well. After Hao Yifei finished speaking, Xuefeng clapped his hands. If you like, I will play it for you every day. I will sing while I play. Hao Yifei smiled. Then can you dance while playing basketball? Xuefeng asked. Little Blackie. Haha. Xuefeng laughed. While having breakfast that day, everyone could see that Xuefeng and Hao Yifei had taken their relationship further. Hao Yifei no longer looked worried as before, but instead had a smile on her face. It was obvious that the body was satisfied and the tense nerves relaxed. The only people present for dinner were Xuefeng and some other A-level women. The breakfast is quite rich, with mashed potatoes and sausages. Mashed potatoes are harvested from the base. Although it is not yet fully ripe, some of it has already been picked for consumption by A-level members. After all, they are all fresh crops and the taste is completely different from before. After dinner, Shen Rian reported on the progress of the home project. The overall effect is good, and other regions are very positive about eliminating zombies. Every day, Shinryan would send people to communicate information with other survivors. The first thing is to ensure that these people's attitudes do not change. The second is to ask if they need help encountering powerful mutants that cannot be defeated. The last step is to communicate what supplies these people are lacking. Then the base can provide them with crystal cores in exchange. Sir, aren't the number of crystal cores we have now a bit too many? Shinryan couldn't help but say at last. Although the crystal core can now generate electricity and provide energy for the entire base. This is very important, because not only people need water, but crops also need purified water for irrigation to grow. But they already have thousands of crystal cores in their hands. I guess it won't be a problem for several years. It seems that there are a lot of crystal cores now, but in my opinion, the number is still not enough. Xuefeng shook his head. Not enough quantity. Not only Shinryan, but everyone else also looked puzzled. What is the most important thing in the Doomsday? Xuefeng asked. Of course it's food. Yu Haoyan blurted out. This is already a default fact. This may be true for others, but for our base, we can now grow our own food, and the only waste is time. On the contrary, crystal cores are rare resources. In the future, the value of these crystal cores will increase 100-fold, and it will be difficult for them to exchange them back. Xuefeng explained. I understand. Your Excellency is wise. Shinryan immediately showed an expression of admiration. Among the people present, only Shinryan understood Xuefeng's meaning at the first moment. After all, she was a president before and was very sensitive to commercial value. Well, can you explain it to us? Howie Fei said. 159 New information. It's actually not difficult to understand what you mean, sir. Shinryan began to explain. Now the crystal core can be used as energy. In today's apocalypse, perhaps food is the most important thing. But the surviving humans will definitely find a stable source of food. For example, farming or breeding by yourself, etc. Otherwise, the day will come when supplies run out and everyone will starve to death. Once food is stabilized, the next thing to consider is energy. To use electricity, you need energy. Production also requires energy. In the future world, crystal cores will be the most stable and efficient energy. They will have to pay hundreds or thousands of times the price to buy back the crystal cores. Shinryan said with pride. When she thought of this scene in the future, she was filled with admiration. Xuefeng was thinking too far ahead. Many times, he thinks even more deeply than her, a military advisor. But those people don't know how to use crystal cores to generate electricity. Wang Xinyu looked confused. The current crystal core generator is a unique technology modified by Xiaoya. Others don't use it. It's very simple. Just sell them the generators, of course at a high price. Xuefeng said lightly. Sell. That means the technology will be leaked. Wang Xinyu couldn't help but stand up and shout. If other people also know about this technology, it would be a great loss. Only then did Wang Xinyu realize that she had lost her composure. She quickly apologized to Xuefeng. She just felt it was a pity to do so. In fact, there is a very simple way to prevent them from stealing technology, which is to design the generator so that it will be damaged once it is turned on. Shinryan said. This is how high-tech products were sold in many Western countries in the past. It is designed not to be opened. Once opened, there is no after-sales service and we are not responsible for repairs. After-sales service is usually also extremely expensive. Often the price of a repair is almost as much as the cost of the equipment. The calculation of remuneration began from the moment the other engineer boarded the plane, not counting the various other parts and so on. Can it be designed like this? Yu Haoyan also exclaimed. Of course you can. Just add some useless wires, and they will burn out immediately after you turn them on. And a generator can be set to last for 3 months. Xiaoya, as the direct person in charge, nodded. With Xiaoya's words, it is basically confirmed that this method is feasible. Many companies set service life. For example, there is a famous camera in the island country that costs more than 20,000 yuan. One of the key parts is made of plastic. It is designed to break down after being pressed about 20,000 times, which is usually enough for 2 or 3 years of use. If it breaks, it cannot be repaired and can only be replaced. It's not the time to sell now. Wait until the right opportunity. Of course, Xuefeng had no plans to sell it now. It's not the right time yet. At least we have to wait until the home technology is completed and all the zombies in Jiangsheng are cleared out. Then other survivors can provide supplies, intelligence, and physical labor. Byte. Intelligence system updated. 1. At 2 p.m., a group of 6 survivors will enter Jiangsheng from the south. All of them possess special abilities. 2. A level 3 mutant appeared in the Xingfu community, located in the south 15th, in the direction of Jianghuai Villa. 3. In the underground parking garage of Xingfu community, 15 survivors are on the verge of death. Xuefeng's eyes lit up. He was worried about having nothing to do. Bai Luer is already in Baiqing, killing everyone. And there were no supplies left for themselves. The only one who interested him was Wang Jun. I hope Dong Feifei can quickly convince Wang Jun to join her team. Even if they don't join your army, they must become your ally. Among the 3 pieces of information, the one that interested him was the first one. 6 people with special abilities enter Jiangxing? There are not 6 people with special abilities in Xuefeng's base now. I don't know how these people with special abilities got together. Moreover, there are no ordinary people in this team. All of them are people with special abilities. What is going on? It's a pity that the system didn't give any further prompts. It seems that if Xuefeng wants to know what the situation is with these 6 people, he can only search by himself. And conveniently, there are 2 intelligence tips left. They are all facing south and are all in Xingfu community. This saves Xuefeng a lot of trouble. After briefly explaining the matters at the base, Xuefeng drove out again in his Doomsday chariot. This time Xuefeng only brought Black Panther and a dog. The Black Panther looked even bigger than last time, almost 1 meter tall. The fur color is also more beautiful than before. As expected of the system, I can become a pet with powerful combat capabilities. Xuefeng Black Panther's talent is probably his ability to digest a large number of crystal cores. If the Black Panther hadn't eaten so many crystal cores, it wouldn't have become so strong. Black Panther has also taken advantage of this recently, and it has recently found several groups of survivors in the city. These groups of survivors are all hiding very deeply. However, no matter how deep you hide, you can't escape the Black Panther's nose. After getting in the car, Xuefeng stuffed a crystal core into the Black Panther's mouth. Then he headed towards the south of the city. When we encountered the blood corpses before, the tide of corpses was moving all the way towards the south of the city. There shouldn't be any survivor groups in this area. They were all killed in the tide of corpses. Xingfu community is also among them. But now the system reminds me that there are still 15 survivors in the underground garage of Xingfu community. On the verge of starvation. Xuefeng probably was a survivor of the last zombie wave. After discovering the tide of zombies for the first time, they all chose to hide. Prepare to reappear after the zombie tide. However, they did not expect that a 3rd-level mutant would appear in the community and completely trap them in the underground garage. The food they brought with them was no longer enough, so they were on the verge of starvation. Of course, this is just Xuefeng's guess. He just felt that the possibility was very high. Otherwise, these people would be in a state of hunger for a long time and would not be able to find food. It can't even last this day. It has been since the last time a tide of zombies appeared in Jiangxing until now. It has been about 10 days. Now that many zombies have been cleared out of Jiangxing, there shouldn't be another zombie outbreak. Of course, this is just Xuefeng's estimate. In the end of the world, no one knows what will happen. Soon Xuefeng drove to Xingfu community. Xingfu community is an upscale community covering a large area. And the biggest feature here is that the distance between buildings is very large, and the lighting effect of the houses is very good. As soon as he stopped at the gate of the community, Xuefeng heard a sound coming from inside. Roar. It's the roar of a 3rd-level mutant. 160 desperate situation. Xuefeng didn't expect to find a 3rd-level mutant just after arriving at the entrance of the community. This saves me a lot of trouble. The Black Panther opened its mouth and kept baring its teeth. It seemed like it was eager to try and fight with the 3rd-level mutant. Your strength is not enough. Let's wait until you grow up a little. Xuefeng patted Black Panther's head. The current Black Panther is only slightly more powerful than the average 1st-order mutant. Still can't beat the 2nd-level mutant. Not to mention dealing with the 3rd-level mutants. Woo. The Black Panther seemed a little unhappy that he couldn't protect his owner. But it can only lower its head and accept the fact that it is not strong. Let's go in and take a look. Xuefeng entered the community. It can be seen that there were originally some defensive measures such as fences at the entrance of the community. Block the zombies from entering. But now they have been completely destroyed by the tide of zombies. Although in the last zombie tide, most of the zombies were chasing Xuefeng. But zombies are driven by instinct after all. Even if it is controlled by a 4th-level mutant, it will still pounce on living people when it encounters them. This is inevitable. Sure enough, after Xuefeng entered the community, he could smell a faint smell of blood. It should have been not long since the person died. Otherwise, it would be impossible for there to be a lingering smell of blood in the air. With Black Panther around, Xuefeng doesn't need to deliberately look for 3rd-level mutants. The Black Panther always stared in one direction with hostile eyes. That's where the 3rd-order mutant is located. Xuefeng soon saw a very strange zombie in the direction of the east area of the community. It was a short zombie, only about 1.5 meters tall. but there was a metallic luster on the zombies' bodies. Even though he stood there motionless in the end, people still felt a sense of discomfort. There was no doubt that this was the third-order mutant he was looking for. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward. The host's ability level has been increased to Xunxiao +2. Current host properties panel. Strength, 43. Agility, 52. Spirit, 31. Durability, 52. Luck, 38, +100. Abilities, Xunxiao, level 7, stage 2, Sureskin, level 3, stage 2, Sureling, level 3, stage 2. Xunxiao is already level 7. This made Xuefeng very excited. He wondered when his Xunxiao would be able to be upgraded to level 3. What kind of power would a third-level Xunxiao have? There are too few zombies now, and Xuefeng's ability improvement is still too slow. Even though he has been eating crystal cores like crazy recently. The levels of Stone Skin and Time Zero are also upgraded. Perhaps it's because Xunxiao's level is too high, so he grows more slowly. The moment Xuefeng and Black Panther appeared, the third-level mutant discovered them. Suddenly, excitement gleamed in those dark eyes. He suddenly pounced toward Xuefeng. Because of its small size, it moves incredibly fast, like a dark shadow. Xunxiao. But in front of Xuefeng, the third-level mutant could no longer pose any threat. Lightning as thick as a bucket struck the third-level mutant hard. In an instant, sparks flew all over the zombie's body and thick smoke billowed out. Then he fell to the ground and lay motionless. There was no time to show what was so special about it. Xuefeng didn't care anyway. Coming in front of the third-level mutant, Xuefeng stomped on its head and crushed it. Take out the crystal core inside. Woo-woo. The Black Panther jumped back and forth beside it, as if it was eager to try the crystal core. After all, this is the crystal core of a third-order mutant. You just ate it, don't overeat. Xuefeng smiled bitterly and patted Black Panther's head. He knew that dogs had a habit of eating like crazy. I must control myself well. Otherwise, the Black Panther might be eaten to death by itself. The Black Panther lowered its head, looking a little lost, but that was all. I didn't get upset. Okay, next let's check for survivors in the underground garage. Xuefeng began looking for the entrance to the underground garage. At the same time, it was right under Xuefeng's feet. A dozen people gathered together, with a portable light in their midst. It reflects everyone's face clearly, but you can still see it. These people's faces were uglier than each other. What should we do? Are we going to stay here and starve to death? Someone couldn't help but say. Hearing this, everyone's eyes turned to the man in the middle. The man looked to be in his 30s and was wearing sportswear. Boss, I can only rely on you now. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Another woman followed up in a hoarse voice. This group of people has been trapped here for more than 10 days. We have already run out of ammunition and food. Most of the food was finished. The reason why I say most of them is because now everyone knows that there is still one person with food in his pocket. That's the guy they call the boss. Lin Heng is now the backbone of their group. It's not just because Lin Heng was the boss before, but also because Lin Heng is a capable person. The reason they are able to survive until now is because of Lin Heng. But now this has reached a dead end. What can we do? The third-order mutant above is very sensitive. Several of us have already died, unless one of you is willing to explore the way again. Lin Heng roared viciously with a ferocious look on his face. After hearing this, everyone fell silent. If it weren't for that third-level mutant, the entrance to the basement would be impossible to find now. They would have rushed in long ago and killed them all. Anyway, there's some food here. Any one of you who wants to eat can eat it. The food Lin Heng was talking about was the contents of a sack next to him. The sack looked very bulgy, and there seemed to be a lot of things inside. But no one was interested in what was in the sack. Because that's not food at all. Instead, it was a pile of straw found in the underground garage. No one knew what its original purpose was, but now it has become the last food Lin Heng provides them. Can straw be eaten? Livestock should be able to eat. People can eat a little bit, but if they eat too much, they will suffocate to death. There was a guy who was so hungry that he swallowed a lot of straw. As a result, the stomach acid was unable to dissolve the straw, and he suffocated to death. If you don't eat straw, you will starve to death. But if you eat it, you will still suffocate to death. Then there is only one way. Let's draw lots. Let's see who can contribute to everyone's survival. Lin Heng said with indifference. Draw lots. Hearing these words, everyone shuddered. Because they all know what drawing lots means. They had discussed it just a short while ago. Whoever draws the lot will be eaten. 161 draw lots. This is a helpless move so that others can survive. Now if they don't kill their companions first, they can only eat their corpses that have starved to death. But by that point, the others were probably starving. the body's functions will be seriously damaged. It would be better to draw lots and kill people earlier. The result is the same anyway. Just kill the companions drawn by lot with your own hands. This can feel very guilty. Before the apocalypse, they were all decent people. Not to mention murder. I won't even eat bad food. No one wants to die, nor does anyone want to kill their companions with their own hands. Not everyone will do evil without scruples in the end times. There are still many people who retain the most basic human morality. Okay, you don't want to make a decision, right? Then just wait to starve to death. If you starve to death, you won't have any psychological burden. Lin Heng said viciously. Of course, it is worth mentioning that Lin Heng does not need to participate in this draw. The reason is simple. Lin Heng's fist is big enough. As a person with special abilities, he controls the life and death of others. Boss, you still have a lot of food. Give me some. I don't want to starve to death. A woman swallowed. His eyes were fixed on Lin Heng's pocket. Lin Heng's pockets were all bulging, obviously filled with food. Give it to you? What if other people need it too? Then I'll starve to death. I'm different from you. I'm a high-level human being. Lin Heng snorted coldly. There was a cold look in his eyes. He didn't take what the woman said seriously at all. I just want a candy. Please give me a candy. The woman's eyes were already glowing green. It seems that when people are extremely hungry, they become like animals. Then, without waiting for Lin Heng to answer, the woman pounced on him. It seemed like he wanted to snatch what was in Lin Heng's pocket. Seeing this scene, everyone else's eyes lit up. They seemed to be waiting for the woman to get her, and then they would get a piece of the pie. Anyway, things have come to this point, and they have nothing to worry about. However, the next second, there was a loud noise. Boom. The woman was bounced into the air and then hit the ceiling heavily. By the time he fell, he was completely dead. Blood flowed from the back of his head, quickly staining a large area of the ground red. Everyone fell silent. And in retrospect, Lin Heng is a capable person. They've seen each other many times. Lin Heng's ability seems to be the ability to bounce back anything that touches his body. It is impossible for ordinary zombies to touch Lin Heng's body. All of them will be bounced back by him. With this trick, Lin Heng cleared all the zombies in the Xingfu community. I brought the survivors in the community and found a lot of food. But this ability has a major flaw. That is, if something touches Lin Heng's body, it will be very fast and powerful. Then Lin Heng will inevitably be hurt. Therefore, when facing mutants, Lin Heng's ability seems to be insufficient. Moreover, when the zombie tide broke out, Lin Heng and his team's base was severely damaged. Another third-level mutant has set its sights on this place. This forced them to hide. Okay, there's no need to vote now. You can eat the food now. Lin Heng threw a knife next to the woman's body. Vomit. Someone vomited on the spot. But my stomach is empty and I can't vomit anything out. There wasn't even any bile, just the sound of retching. No one took action. It's not that they don't want to live, but they are completely desperate. What if I eat it? It's just a matter of lingering for a few more days. The final outcome was starvation. Then there is no need to cross the bottom line of humanity before dying. You don't want to eat it, right? Then this is my food. Lin Heng showed a ferocious face. He picked up the knife and pointed it at the woman's calf. This is a slender and elastic calf, covered with gray stockings. If it weren't for the Doomsday, I don't know how attractive this leg would be to men. Now Lin Heng's eyes were also fixed on this calf. But what he likes is the calf meat. The meat here is the firmest and should not be uncomfortable to eat. Although Lin Heng has a lot of food now, he plans to eat the fresh ones first, because his food can last for a long time. If you don't eat the meat in front of you, it will go bad soon. No matter what, Lin Heng must survive. He is the chosen human being and cannot die in this place. The sharp knife pierced his calf and blood immediately flowed out. The others shook their heads when they saw this scene. Just as Lin Heng was about to cut off the piece of meat and taste it first, suddenly there was a sound ahead. Shuefeng has come down with Black Panther. As soon as he walked in, he heard a loud noise. The Black Panther quickly found the location of Lin Heng and others by relying on the smell of blood. Is it a zombie? On Lin Heng's side, some people were already frightened and were making mosquito-like noises, as if worried about disturbing the thing that was walking down. It's not a zombie. Zombies don't make this kind of noise, but it could be someone else coming. Remember to listen to me in everything. Lin Heng threatened viciously. Hearing this, the others didn't dare to say a word. They could only nod their heads. We are survivors trapped here. May I ask who you are? Are you human? Lin Heng shouted at the top of his voice and turned off the portable light at the same time. Keep them in the dark. No one answered, but the sound of footsteps was getting closer. Clatter. The flashlight illuminated everything in sight. Shuefeng looked at the people gathered here expressionlessly. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Rewards host attribute improvement, comprehensive +1. Another attribute improvement reward. Xuefeng nodded silently. It has been difficult for him to increase his attributes by killing zombies recently, and the system's prompt is just right. Although it was only +1, at least Xuefeng felt in his heart that his strength seemed to have become a little stronger. Following the direction of the flashlight, Xuefeng also saw the pale faces of Lin Heng and others, and the body they surrounded, on the verge of starvation. Xuefeng shook his head and turned away. He has seen this kind of scene many times, so he is no longer surprised by it. Wait, brother, how did you get in? Aren't there any zombies up there? Lin Heng shouted hurriedly. A third-level mutant has been killed. You can come out now, Xuefeng said lightly. Hearing this, Lin Heng looked suspicious. Lin Heng had seen the strength of the third-level mutant. How could it be possible to be destroyed by such a person? But the others didn't care about these things. They stood up and dragged their tired bodies to follow Xuefeng out of the basement. 162. This road is blocked. These people were so hungry that they had no ability to think. Lin Heng hesitated for a moment and immediately followed. He thought a lot. If it was not safe up there, Xuefeng would not be here. Besides, third-order mutants really exist. Now is also the best time for him to escape. With so many people going out together, the zombies may not know who they will target. When he came to the ground, Lin Heng was surprised to find that there was really no third-level mutant. The man was not lying and had been killed by him. Are we safe? Someone cried with joy. She knelt on the ground and couldn't help crying. Brother, can we follow you from now on? Yeah, we'll do whatever you tell us to do. We don't want food, we'll find it ourselves. The remaining dozen or so people all begged Xuefeng. All they want now is a safe environment. The original Xingfu community was considered safe enough. Just collecting food from these residents' homes would allow us to survive for a while. But now with the emergence of zombies and mutants, they completely lost confidence. My base doesn't need you. Just stay here, and I will send someone to contact the inside later. Xuefeng left after saying this. These people were left looking at each other, each with a look of loss on their face. Who wouldn't want to join the ranks of someone more powerful? There is a problem that Lin Heng cannot solve, but this mysterious person can solve it. I dare to wander around the city with a dog. Definitely not an ordinary person. No matter how bad the situation gets, it can't be worse than when I was following Lin Heng. They were all starving to death. You want to join that person? Unfortunately, he looks down on you. Lin Heng's cold voice came. Lin Heng didn't expect that this group of guys would betray him at the first opportunity. Boss, we were wrong. It's not what you think. We are just pretending to be pitiful. Yeah, who knows what this guy's temper is like. It won't do us any good to offend him. Others began to make excuses. Trying to defend myself does not mean I want to rebel. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go out and find food. Lin Heng said coldly. More than a dozen people showed embarrassed expressions. It's not that they don't want to find it, but they are too hungry. I feel exhausted even if I move a little. Lin Heng showed a look of contempt, then searched his pockets again. A large pile of food was thrown on the ground. Eat it, you losers. As Lin Heng spoke, he spat fiercely into the middle of the food. It seemed that doing this made him feel very comfortable. Others didn't care whether they felt sick or not. They began to grab the food on the ground and stuffed it into their mouths desperately. They have been hungry for too long. After we collect some food, we'll leave this shabby place. Lin Heng also had many bad memories of Xingfu community. Besides, all the food in this community has been almost looted by them. It's time to change places. Where are we going then? Someone couldn't help but ask. We can only join other forces and see if there are other survivors willing to take us in. Lin Heng muttered to himself. Now Lin Heng has figured it out. It would be difficult for just a few of them to survive the apocalypse. You need a strong helper. Otherwise, a mutant would block the community and prevent them from leaving. Who knows what will happen next? But remember, even if you join other forces, you are still my people, and I saved your lives. Lin Heng added. We won't forget you, boss. You are our savior. Without the boss, there would be no people like us. Others said, but in the moment they lowered their heads, a look of resentment flashed in everyone's eyes. That's right. Their lives were saved by Lin Heng. It can be said that without Lin Heng, they would not be where they are today. It had already been eaten by zombies. However, they knew very well that Lin Heng saved their lives. It's definitely not out of kindness or anything like that. The reason is very simple, and there is only one. That is to treat them as slaves. They were not residents of this community before, but lived in the office building next door. He is Lin Heng's subordinate. Before the Doomsday, I was a worker, working 996 every day. Unexpectedly, things would get even worse after the apocalypse broke out, and she completely became Lin Heng's slave. Anyone who disobeys will be punished. Previously, several female employees who did not want to be sexually exploited were fed to zombies by Lin Hong. But given the current situation, they all have to give in temporarily. Okay, then don't dawdle. Collect food quickly and find a good place before dark, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Those with the worst performance will be punished. Lin Hong said coldly. Hearing these words, everyone's expression changed immediately. This kind of assessment method has become their nightmare. But I can't care about that now. One by one, they began to run around desperately, trying to find some food in the corners. I even prayed in my heart that I would never encounter zombies or anything like that. At this time, Xuefeng had already driven the Doomsday chariot to a crossroads in the south of the city. If you want to enter the city from the south, this is the only way to go. There are 6 survivors, all of whom have special abilities. Xuefeng didn't know how strong they were, or whether they had good intentions or bad intentions. But now Jiangsheng is his territory. If you want to come in directly, you must also consider your own strength. At this intersection, Xuefeng put up a sign with a few big words written on it. No outsiders are allowed to enter. Then Xuefeng hid in a distant street, waiting for the group to arrive. He wanted to see how these people would react when they saw the sign. 2 o'clock came quickly. A shabby van came swaying from the south. Xuefeng was also slightly stunned when he saw the car. It's so broken. Not only does it run very slowly, but you can also hear a squeaking sound. Even the car windows were broken, and from inside one could see 3 men and 3 women sitting in the car. Are these people with special abilities very weak? I just got such a broken car here. When the van reached the intersection, it slowly stopped. There are actually slogans here. Sure enough, Jiangsheng is occupied by survivors. Isn't this nonsense? How could there be no survivors? The question now is, what should we do? We must find an antidote. A fierce quarrel broke out in the car, and several people argued until their faces were red. They looked anxious. 163 bring out something in exchange. Xuefeng heard all of this and wanted to know what exactly happened. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward the host with 2 industrial robots. Industrial robots, highly intelligent products of the future, master the industrial skills of this era. No need to charge. It has its own internal power supply, and its efficiency is equivalent to 5 to 8 humans. What? What a reward. Industrial robot? Master the industrial skills of this human age. Doesn't this mean that industrial robots can be used as laborers? This reward made Xuefeng very excited. Because what he is worried about now is that although his base is very popular now, in fact, it is at a very low level of human society, that is, agricultural society. There are no results of industrialization. The only thing we can do is to farm. But how can we just farm? If the base wants to develop in the future, it must carry out industrialization. Before the apocalypse, there were actually more than 200 countries. In fact, more than half of them have no modern industrial capabilities. Either they make a living by selling resources, or they live in poverty. Industrialization is not easy. But the situation is different now. Xuefeng is not starting from scratch. There is electricity in his base. This is the most difficult problem in industrialization. Many countries do not have electricity. The second thing is things like large equipment. There is no shortage of these things in the industrial park, and electricity can be laid there directly. The most difficult issue is actually the workers' problem. Without skilled workers, don't even think about operating the machines. These all need to be done step by step. The former skilled workers are probably now turned into zombies. But now Xuefeng has industrial robots, which is equivalent to free labor. That's equivalent to having more than a dozen workers. In this way, any industrial product can be manufactured. But Xuefeng hasn't figured out yet what to make. This needs further discussion. Just leave it to Shen Ruyan. Anyway, he is the military advisor by my side, so it would be a waste not to use him. Inside the van, the quarrel between those people continued. But an agreement was quickly reached. We must find the medicine now. Once we find it, we must leave immediately and not provoke anyone else again. Among the 6 people, a bearded man spoke in a deep voice. Hearing this, everyone else nodded. The van started again and headed towards a block. Xuefeng also heard their conversation. Although I don't know what the situation is with these people, but it can be seen that they are still very vigilant. Did you escape from somewhere else? And they were looking for medicine. Xuefeng nodded silently, thinking that this was a possibility. Coincidentally, the group of people were heading towards their neighborhood. Soon the bearded man brought 2 people into one of the pharmacies. The remaining 3 people stood guard at the door. They were not carrying guns, but were just looking around vigilantly. It seems there aren't any zombies. The number of zombies is relatively small, so there must be a force occupying this place. This is not a good place either. We should leave quickly. Leave? I don't know how long I can live. I don't know if ordinary medicine will be effective. After all, this is not an ordinary toxin. The three of them chatted idly. Toxin? Were these people poisoned? Xuefeng couldn't tell from their appearance. Maybe there's something hidden. After hearing this, Xuefeng decided to contact these people. At least it seems that these people are not dangerous and just want to survive. So Xuefeng walked out directly. When they saw a stranger and a dog, the three people immediately became alert. Who are you? What do you do? The movements of these three people also attracted the bearded man and others in the pharmacy. Big Beard and others also came out. Two of them were holding a bunch of medicines. They're all antidotes and stuff. The most sought-after items in the apocalypse are antibiotics and cold medicines. There are also some painkillers. Not many people are rushing to buy antivirals and antidotes. Everyone's backpack space is limited, and no one wants to stuff so many useless things. Even if there is extra space, some vitamins and other things will be put in it. I'm just a survivor. Where did you come from? Xuefeng raised his hands to indicate that he posed no threat. I saw Xuefeng was alone with the dog, and he didn't seem to have any weapons or anything. Big Beard and the others breathed a sigh of relief. However, they did not completely relax their vigilance against Xuefeng. How long have you been in Jiangqing? Do you know this place? The bearded man asked directly. Want to get information? You have to give something in exchange. Xuefeng smiled. He did not directly answer the bearded man's question. Now is the end of the world. There is a price to pay for exchanging intelligence because intelligence is valuable. You won't tell me? You're alone, and there are 6 of us. A woman next to the bearded man stared at Xuefeng viciously. This was obviously a threat to Xuefeng. If the information is not revealed, the consequences will be serious. So what? Xuefeng shrugged his shoulders, seeming not to care. You're looking for death. The woman looked like she was about to rush over. It seems like he wants to teach Xuefeng a lesson. But he was stopped by the bearded man next to him. It was obvious that the bearded man had already realized that Xuefeng in front of him was not a simple character. Otherwise, why would there be 6 of them? Xuefeng still dares to appear in front of them? If you think about it a little, you will know that Xuefeng is not afraid of them. Brother, let's talk this out. We don't have any food right now. What do you want? Asked the bearded man. You 6 people don't even have food? Xuefeng was a little surprised. He saw that these people were not carrying backpacks or anything like that. I thought food and other things were kept in the car. But now Big Beard and others actually say that they don't have it. It doesn't matter. I don't need food or anything like that. We can just exchange information. Where are you from? Xuefeng asked. The bearded man hesitated for a moment, not expecting Xuefeng to ask first. We're from River Town. But the bearded man thought about it and finally spoke. And then, the bearded man asked Xuefeng to answer the previous question. I'm from Jiangqing, and I'm quite familiar with this place. Xuefeng nodded. Big Beard and the others were still waiting for Xuefeng to continue. However, they did not expect Xuefeng to arrive and turn around to ask them why they came here from Hejin and what happened in Hejin. Only then did they realize that Xuefeng had already answered their questions. 164 testing each other. If this continues, I don't know how long this will end. Brothers, let's be honest. We ran away from Hejin and want to know if it is dangerous here in Jiangqing. Who put up the sign at the intersection just now? The bearded man said with a wry smile. In fact, Xuefeng didn't know much about Hejin. After all, he was reborn into this world, and there was no memory of Hejin in his previous memories. I just know that Hejin is near Jiangqing. Jiangqing is a relatively safe place. The home plan is being carried out here to eliminate all the zombies in the city. As for that sign, it was put up by the leader of the largest base in Jiangqing. Xuefeng did not lie. It's just that some key information was concealed. For example, the leader of that base is himself. Why did you run away from Hejin? Is Hejin very dangerous? Xuefeng was very curious. Could it be that the entire He town has been occupied by zombies now? Could it be a more powerful variant? Jiangqing solved the zombie tide by itself. Xuefeng also intervened and dealt with the crisis in Baiqing across the street. But what would happen if a zombie tide broke out in other places? Xuefeng couldn't guess the specific situation. The bearded man was about to speak. Suddenly, a mouthful of blood spurted out, with purple spots in it. Cough, cough, cough. After coughing wildly for a while, the person next to him handed the bearded man some antidote. The bearded man swallowed it all, but his expression remained ugly. Are you poisoned? Xuefeng asked. Yes, it is related to the place called Hejin. We are just here to find the antidote and see if it can work. Someone said nearby. I guess it won't have any effect. This is not an ordinary toxin. The bearded man covered his chest and smiled bitterly. Apparently, eating these things did not make the bearded man feel any better. Then the bearded man looked at Xuefeng. Brother, do you know the situation of the leader of the base here? Does he have any means to help us detoxify? We can negotiate with him. The bearded man seemed to have made up his mind. Who knows what the leader here is like? That's right. We just got out of the wolf's den. We can't go back into the tiger's den. I can't be controlled again. The people nearby became anxious. Seems to disagree with the bearded man's approach. Are we just going to die like this? No matter how terrible other places are, they won't be like Hushin. The bearded man smiled bitterly. After hearing what the bearded man said, the others fell silent. They were also poisoned. The medicines they have found so far are not effective. What else can they do? At this moment, Xuefeng took out a few pills and threw them at the bearded man and the others. Take the universal antidote. It can detoxify. Xuefeng said. This was the reward that the system had given to Xuefeng before. There are 50 in total. He used 2 of them, and the rest were left in his space backpack and were of no use. Take it out now and give it to Big Beard and others. The bearded man took the pills with a suspicious look. Because there is no label on this medicine. It's just an ordinary capsule. Any normal person would doubt what it is used for. A universal antidote? Is there such a thing? Someone said bluntly. It's up to you whether to eat it or not. Xuefeng spread his hands. The bearded man took a deep breath and swallowed one directly. Brother, don't do that. Yeah, I don't know anything about this kid's origins. What if this is poison? You can't trust this guy so easily. When the others saw this, they became anxious and shouted. I'm also skeptical, but we don't have any choice now. Since you're willing to follow me out, I'll take a gamble no matter what. The bearded man's eyes were full of determination. Have the courage to die. The other people were very moved and wanted to snatch the medicine from the bearded man's hand. Each person eats one. It looks like the scene in a TV drama where people rush to eat poison. Just like in the demigods and semi-devils that Xuefeng watched before, Yanghua and Xialongnu were competing to be poisoned. But the bearded man was very calm. He held the medicine tightly and didn't give it to them. Otherwise, if it really is poison, we will all be doomed. Wait, I feel better. Suddenly, the bearded man shouted with a look of surprise. Then he tore off his clothes. On the chest, there is a rich purple color. The skin also turned purple, but now it is visible to the naked eye that the purple color is gradually dissipating. Brother, what kind of medicine is this? The bearded man looked at Xuefeng excitedly. Universal antidote. Didn't you hear me just now? Xuefeng complained. I didn't expect that it could even cure that bastard's poison. This medicine shouldn't have any side effects, right? The bearded man couldn't help but ask again. Xuefeng did not answer this time, but just shook his head. He didn't feel angry either. Because if the bearded man didn't believe in himself, he wouldn't take the medicine at all. Now I just want to ensure safety. As expected, Xuefeng answered, and the bearded man gave all the medicine to others. After these people ate it, their complexion improved visibly. The other 2 men also looked at their skin, and it also returned to normal. Those 3 women were not as bold, but it was definitely getting better. Thank you, brother. You may not know that this is not an ordinary poison. It is the poison of a person with special abilities. He has harmed us badly. The bearded man gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. It seems that he wants to cut that person with special abilities into pieces. It has something to do with Hushin, right? What's the situation there? Why did you run away from Hushin? Xuefeng asked questions one after another. Now Big Beard and the others no longer concealed it. Xuefeng removed their poison and became their savior. The bearded man signaled the other 2 men to go find food, and he sat down to have a good talk with Xuefeng. It all started with the outbreak of Doomsday. At the beginning, Big Beard also survived alone. To be honest, brother, I am a person with special abilities, so I didn't encounter much danger at the end of the world. At least I was able to survive. The bearded man finally said that he was a person with special abilities. After all, Xuefeng saved his life, so there was nothing to hide. Although Hushin is a small town, there are many people in it. There are at least tens of thousands of people here, and the danger level is no less than in the city. Even more dangerous. There will also be a huge number of zombies when the Doomsday breaks out. There are few high-rise buildings in that part of the town, and most of them are bungalows. There's no way to stop the zombies' attack. 165 captive zombies. So the losses caused at the beginning were very huge. But things soon changed. Or because of the environment of the small town, zombies soon began to roam around. The number of zombies in the town actually decreased, and the pressure of survival dropped sharply. Thanks to my special abilities, I'm doing okay. I have no shortage of food, and the survivors in the town are united. One of them is very strong. The bearded man gritted his teeth as he said this. It seems that the extremely powerful person that the bearded man mentioned is the one who persecuted them. The bearded man didn't know the man's name, and names were not important in Doomsday. Everyone calls him the factory director. It is said that before the Doomsday broke out, that man was the director of a small factory. The factory director's ability is poison, and his poison is so powerful that even zombies can't stop it. Gradually, the zombies in the town were cleared out. The bearded man continued. The factory director led this group of people and not only cleared out the zombies. The surrounding streets were also reinforced, creating a large area for activities. There is a large amount of food and supplies stored there, enough to last for a long time. There were probably more than 900 survivors. More than 900 people? Shuefeng was quite surprised when he heard this number. I didn't expect that in a place like Huzhen, there could be more than 500 survivors. But if you think about it, you can understand it. After all, the situation in river towns is different from that in cities. The survivors in the city had their living territories cut into pieces. It's different in Huzhen. When the Doomsday breaks out, there will be many survivors around. The place where they lived was remote, so they were not attacked by zombies in the first place. When they learned that there was a base of survivors in Huzhen, they all rushed over to join. So it's not surprising that we were able to gather 900 people. Everything was fine at the beginning. Everyone was thinking about how to expand the living area and grow crops, but soon the factory director discovered a secret. When the bearded man said this, his eyes were much deeper. Secret? Shuefeng immediately became excited and wanted to know what the secret was that the bearded man was talking about. There are so many mysteries in the apocalypse right now. There are also many secrets waiting to be discovered. It's okay to tell you this, but I hope you don't spread it. It's not good if too many people know about it. The bearded man said in a deep voice. Okay. Shuefeng nodded. Anyway, there is nothing to lose by agreeing to it. The crystal core in the zombie's head can do many things, and it can enhance the ability of people with special abilities after eating it. The bearded man said slowly. Then the bearded man saw that Shuefeng took out a zombie crystal core from somewhere. It actually looked like a second-order mutant, so he swallowed it directly. So you knew? The bearded man was embarrassed. Originally, Big Beard thought that only the people in their town knew about this matter. After all, who would have the leisure to eat crystal cores? It was also difficult to chew, and I could only swallow it with difficulty. Well, I guess I know a little bit. Shuefeng nodded. After discovering that the crystal cores in the zombies' heads were useful, the factory director started a plan. He was breeding zombies, said the bearded man. What? Cultivate zombies. Shuefeng really didn't expect that someone could be so cruel. Why zombies evolve? According to Shuefeng and Xiaoya's speculation, it must be related to energy. As long as enough energy is absorbed, evolution can be completed. This is the most basic logic of biology. He is breeding zombies. What is he using to breed them? Shuefeng asked. Of course they are alive. They were animals at first. The bearded man hesitated to speak. Zombies will pounce on anything that is alive. Animals are no exception and will all be eaten by zombies. Feeding zombies with animals works. But when he saw the bearded creature's appearance, Shuefeng knew that the next creature was definitely not an animal. After all, animals are a very important source of food. In the apocalypse, many people cannot even eat a bite of bread, let alone meat. On the contrary, the survivors have become a burden in this situation. We'll need people later. Shuefeng said. That's right. First it was people who died of illness, and later it was the elderly. We didn't agree, but he poisoned us. The bearded man was still indignant when he mentioned this matter. It is obvious that the bearded man does not want to do this. It's not just a big beard. The others were unwilling to do so, so they ran with him. Of course, if that's all, then I haven't told you the truth, brother. In fact, we are worried that we will also become the target of being fed. The bearded man explained. Why? Are you going to be fed too? Shuefeng was even more puzzled now. No matter where you are, people with special abilities should be in high demand. It is one of the important combat forces. How could someone deliberately feed someone with special abilities to zombies? Because eating people with special abilities can increase the upgrade speed of zombies. The factory director has already found a reason to kill 2 people with special abilities. The 6 of us are all animal people with special abilities, which is a relatively low level among people with special abilities, so we all have a sense of crisis. The bearded man sighed. A person with animal abilities? Shuefeng was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that the bearded man and others in front of me had the superpower to transform into animals. That's right. Superpowers can be roughly divided into 3 types, namely animal type, psychic type, and natural type. Among them, the animal type has the lowest potential, said the bearded man. Shuefeng felt that this sounded very familiar. Isn't this a setting from an anime? If you think about it carefully, there are probably 3 types of superpowers. However, Shuefeng has never seen anyone with natural abilities. His own supernatural power, Xinxiao, should belong to the natural system. But he can't turn into lightning. The director of the mental hospital before could also release lightning. It also cannot transform into lightning, and is immune to damage. Wait. Xuefeng's eyes suddenly lit up. Could it be that it's not that they can't become natural types, but that their levels are not high enough? As long as you continue to improve your abilities, you will eventually become a natural type. Thinking of this, Xuefeng vaguely felt that he seemed to know the evolution path of superpowers. Brother, I've told you all this. We are not people with high moral standards. We just want to survive and don't want to become food for zombies. The bearded man sighed heavily. It can be said that he spoke from the heart to Xuefeng. Xuefeng nodded to show his understanding, and then asked Big Beard what they were going to do now. We just want to survive. We don't know what the boss here in Jiangxing looks like, but the one who can command the entire Jiangxing must not be a simple person. To be honest, we are still a little scared, so we want to leave here. The bearded man spoke the truth. 166 meat buns are so delicious. Hearing what the bearded man said, Xuefeng nodded. If he were facing the situation of the bearded man, he would also think of finding a safe place first. Otherwise, if you are unfamiliar with the place, everyone knows what situation you will face. No matter what, Big Beard and others are all people with special abilities, and they have certain self-protection capabilities when facing zombies. Unlike other ordinary survivors, he dares not go to unfamiliar places. Brother, are you alone? If so, how about coming with us? The bearded man asked Xuefeng. The bearded man has a good impression of Xuefeng. The man in front of them saved their lives. Moreover, Xuefeng did not put forward any conditions, but took the initiative to give them the antidote. Although I don't know where Xuefeng's medicine came from, but judging from the efficacy of the medicine, it must be something very precious. Before Xuefeng could answer, the other two companions of the bearded man came over. They shook their heads, disappointment on their faces. No food found. The bearded man was surprised. It's such a big commercial street, but I can't find anything to eat. The food has been almost completely looted. We didn't expect that. The two men were in tears. They searched very hard and seriously. It turned out that there was nothing to eat. Even in the restaurants on the street, there is nothing to eat. Just some rotten and moldy stuff. The rest didn't even have rice. It seems that this place is not suitable for staying for a long time. The forces here are too strong. Brother, you. The bearded man wanted to ask Xuefeng's opinion again. Then I saw Xuefeng took out a pile of food from somewhere. All fell to the ground. The bearded man's eyes widened, and what he saw was not just the well-packaged food. There are actually some buns and other things. This is a bun. Even in Huzhen, Big Beard couldn't eat buns. It is a real luxury. Resources are scarce in the apocalypse, and there are many foods that save more food than steamed buns. Not many people would go to eat buns. That's a waste. Eat now, don't be polite. We can talk after we finish eating, Xuefeng said. Now when Xuefeng goes out, of course he brings food made in the cafeteria. For example, steamed buns or other convenient foods. The bearded man could tell that Xuefeng had something else in mind. But now they can no longer care about these things. They picked up the buns one by one and stuffed them into their mouths desperately. Then I was pleasantly surprised to find that the buns were filled with meat. One bite, and your mouth is full of oil. Minced meat. I can actually eat meat-filled buns with so much oil in them. At this time, Big Beard and others wished they could eat their own fingers. It smells so good. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 buns were sold out. Big Beard and the others all looked as if they were still not satisfied. People with special abilities tend to eat more than ordinary people. Moreover, they hadn't eaten since they left Huzhen. Only when you swallow the food do you realize you are hungry. There's some more food here. Please help yourself. Then Xuefeng took out a pile of food from his backpack, as if by magic. They are all steamed buns, pickles and the like. For people like Big Beard, it is also a delicacy. Soon everyone had eaten a lot and stopped embarrassedly. After all, these foods belonged to Xuefeng. Their lives had already been saved by Xuefeng, and now they had to eat so much food. Everyone felt embarrassed. Brother, just say whatever you want to say. The bearded man wiped his mouth and said, It's nothing actually. Since you have nowhere to go, how about joining my base? Xuefeng smiled slightly. Your base? Brothers, we have no problem following you. But will this cause a conflict with the most powerful boss in Jiangxing? The bearded man was still a little worried. He had made up his mind since he took his first bite of the bun. He would agree to whatever Xuefeng asked for. Big Beard has no objection to joining Xuefeng now. After all, you can eat buns by following Xuefeng. Now the bearded man has realized that Xuefeng is not an ordinary person. Otherwise, how could we share these foods with them so easily? This is the end of the world. No amount of money can buy these big buns. The only thing Big Beard was worried about was whether doing so would disrupt the balance. Instead, it brought trouble to Xuefeng. Oh, didn't I tell you? I am the strongest person in Jiangxing. I am the boss here. Xuefeng looked calm. Big Beard and the others were completely dumbfounded. What? The strongest people in Jiangsheng now are actually these young people in front of them. A ruthless character who unified Jiangsheng. Before this, they hadn't noticed anything at all. Yu, the bearded man, didn't know what to say for a moment. You will have food to eat if you follow me. Although my base is also conducting research on zombies, we will not use living people to feed zombies. All survivors in the Doomsday are valuable, Xuefeng said. Now in Xuefeng's base, Xiaoya has started a new research project. That is to analyze the information left by the previous dean. See if we can copy the super potion to create someone with special abilities. And it's not just about replicating the super potion. The most important thing is to see if the problem of side effects can be solved. Xuefeng felt there was still some hope. After all, the dean had said before that he would solve the problem of side effects sooner or later. Brother, boss, I follow you. The bearded man nodded heavily. Then asked other people for their opinions. The others also nodded. What was there to hesitate about now? Xuefeng not only saved their lives, but also treated them to a meal. The most important thing is to express goodwill. Let them realize that the boss of Jiangsheng is not the same kind of person as the factory director. Okay, come back to the base with me first. Someone will explain the rules of the base to you then. Xuefeng nodded. Big Beard and others were also preparing to take their van. Xuefeng simply waved his hand, indicating that there was no need. Then, in their astonished eyes, the Doomsday chariot appeared out of thin air. Looking at this snarling steel monster, Big Beard and the others were so shocked that they couldn't even describe it. It has already shown a state of dementia. How on earth is this done? No wonder he can become the boss of Jiangsheng. He has so many secrets. Black Panther jumped onto the co-pilot seat first, as if announcing to Big Beard and the others. My status is higher than theirs, and the bearded man and others are newcomers. Xuefeng was at a loss for words and could only pat Black Panther's head. On the contrary, Big Beard and others had no objection. It was an honor for them to be able to get on the bus. 167, you must be lacking people with special abilities here. On the way back, Xuefeng continued to communicate with Big Beard and others. I learned that the bearded man's name was Dong Pinghua. Don't be fooled by his beard. He is not yet 40 years old. Was a truck driver before the apocalypse. Although these 6 people consist of 3 men and 3 women, they are not lovers. It just happens to be this number. Boss, how many people are there in the base? Dong Pinghua couldn't help but ask on the way. There are nearly 200 people. Too many people will cause trouble, but all other forces, big and small, in Jiangsheng listen to me. Xuefeng said. Now in Jiangsheng, Xuefeng's orders are absolute. There is a reason why not all of these people were recruited. If they were all recruited, it would inevitably increase the base's expenses. The more people there are, the more difficult it is to manage. Instead, maintaining the status quo is best. It allows everyone in the base to see how lucky they are to stay in the base. This will increase productivity, and no one will be lazy at work. Other forces in Jiangsheng can also help Xuefeng complete some dangerous tasks. Anyway, they are not Xuefeng's men, so Xuefeng doesn't need to worry about their safety. Of course, there is no such job now. It's just about eliminating zombies. Boss, what is your special ability? At this moment, a woman next to Dong Pinghua couldn't help but ask. The woman's eyes looking at Xuefeng had already changed from the initial vigilance. It has turned into a face full of admiration now. She asked this with no intention of gathering information, but simply wanted to know more about Xuefeng. Is that something you can ask? Dong Pinghua got angry instead and scolded him directly. The woman realized she was wrong and apologized quickly. His eyes were filled with fear, as if he was suspected of being there to gather intelligence. It doesn't matter. My ability is quite complicated. You just need to know that I am very strong. Xuefeng waved his hand and said lightly. Seeing that Xuefeng was not angry, Dong Pinghua and others finally breathed a sigh of relief. And a word kept coming to their minds. Very strong. Xuefeng is very strong. Soon, Zhanghuai Villa appeared in everyone's sight. When Xuefeng arrived at the gate of the base, he found more than a dozen unfamiliar faces standing not far from the gate. Their faces were yellow and muscular, and they looked like they had been hungry for a long time. Wait, these don't seem to be unfamiliar faces. Xuefeng had seen them at noon. They were the group of people in Xingfu community. Since Lin Heng and others came out, they found some food. So they started looking for other gathering places. Coincidentally, they ran into another group of survivors who were clearing out zombies. Lin Heng immediately stepped forward to negotiate, hoping to join the local area. But he was rejected by the other party. The reason is very simple. There are only a dozen people on the other side. With more than a dozen people joining the group suddenly, the pressure of survival increased greatly. And who knows what people like Lin Heng are planning? What if we seize their territory? Lin Heng was unwilling to give in, So he took the opportunity to obtain information from the other party. I want to know where there are large survivor groups, and I want to join them. As a result, the other party directly said the name of Jiangpan community. They are now the strongest group of survivors in the entire Jiangxing. All survivors inside Jiangxing must obey their orders. Lin Heng was ecstatic after hearing this and immediately brought others here. I saw the high walls of the riverside community and the electrified barbed wire. Lin Heng immediately realized that the living conditions here must be very good. I can't wait to join here. However, Lin Heng was blocked at the door. The gatekeeper said that survivors were not welcome here. It's just that you can do business with the survivors. You need to provide crystal cores in exchange for items. Crystal core? Is that the thing inside a zombie's head? Lin Heng killed quite a few zombies and also discovered some strange things inside the zombies' heads. But Lin Heng didn't take the crystal core seriously at all. Didn't pick it up either. Who would have thought that crystal cores could be used to exchange for supplies? At this moment, I feel 1,000 regrets in my heart. It was no use regretting it, as Lin Heng pointed out that he was a person with special abilities. I want to meet the leader of the base. When the gatekeeper heard that Lin Heng was a person with special abilities, he did not refuse. Instead, he reported it to Xiaowei. And Xiaowei couldn't make up her mind for a moment, and she didn't know what was going on with Lin Heng. And since he is a person with special abilities, he is somewhat valuable. So let Lin Heng wait here, waiting for Xue Feng to come back. When he saw the roaring Doomsday chariot, Lin Heng realized that this must be the boss of the Jiangpan base. Apart from the boss of the Jiangpan base, who else can have such a posture? It's you. I didn't expect it to be you. You saved our lives. Please accept our greetings. When Lin Heng saw that the person who got off the car was Xue Feng and the majestic big dog, he was suddenly very excited. He didn't expect that it was the person who helped them eliminate the third-level mutant before. So he knelt down and kowtowed to Xue Feng. Seeing Lin Heng kneeling down, the dozen or so people around him also knelt down at once and began to kowtow desperately. Some even had their foreheads swollen from the bumps. Dong Pinghua and others were a little confused when they saw this scene. What's going on? Get up and stop embarrassing yourself here. What are you doing here? Xue Feng frowned. I didn't expect that Lin Heng and others would actually run here. He has no good feelings towards people like Lin Heng. After all, when Xue Feng saw them, these people were surrounding a corpse. In Xue Feng's opinion, the third-level mutant is powerful. But Lin Heng is a capable person, so he is not without any chance of winning. Even if you can't win, you have to find a way to escape. More than a dozen people were in the basement and didn't dare to come out. This is a manifestation of cowardice. Once the food and companions are finished, what next? You'll still starve to death. Or just trying to fight before dying. That benefactor, we want to join here. We can do anything, even work like a horse or an ox. Lin Heng said with a licking face. I don't need you. Xue Feng said lightly. There was no unnecessary dialogue, just a single sentence. Lin Heng's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Xue Feng to refuse so decisively. So Lin Heng quickly said, I am a person with special abilities. Your base must be short of people with special abilities. Lack of capable people? Give him a demonstration. Xue Feng said to Dong Pinghua and others. This is also to allow Dong Pinghua to show him their abilities. Dong Pinghua and others knew that this was an opportunity to show off. So the 6 of them activated their abilities together. In an instant, 6 huge animals appeared in front of Lin Heng. 168. This is simply paradise. They are tiger, leopard, cow, sheep, deer and horse. After Dong Pinghua transformed, he turned into a tiger and was more than 5 meters tall. It is much taller than the 2 of them combined, and has the demeanor of a king of beasts. Even herbivores like cattle and sheep are more than 3 meters tall, and the sharp horns on its head make it clear that it is not a vegetarian. Even the horse's hooves were exceptionally thick and terrifying. Lin Heng was completely stunned. I didn't expect that the people with Xue Feng were all people with special abilities. And judging from their abilities, they are many times stronger than mine. Just slap the big tiger down. Even if Lin Heng himself could use his supernatural powers to rebound, he would probably be seriously injured. You seem to have said just now that there is a shortage of people with special abilities in my base. Xue Feng said coldly. I was wrong. Lin Heng was so sad that he could not even cry, and he knelt on the ground again. The kowtows were like pounding garlic, and then they were slapped madly. Apologize for saying the wrong thing. Pick out 6 people at random, and they are all people with special abilities. Most places in Jiangxing are safe now. Find a place to stay and exchange the crystal cores for supplies later. Xue Feng said as he put away the Doomsday chariot. Then he took Dong Pinghua and others into the base. Go away, we don't need you in our base. What kind of random person wants to join our base? Don't you see what you are capable of? Our leader is incredibly powerful. How dare you bring out your mediocre abilities? The guards at the base began to taunt. Because before this, Lin Hung tried to find a way to talk to them. And there is a sense of pride in every word. It's as if just because you have special abilities, you are definitely superior to others. Look down on these guards. What's the result? Now he was turned away and was stopped outside the door by Xue Feng. Let you look down on us. Even our leader has never looked down on us. Okay, just wait for me. Lin Hung growled, his eyes filled with resentment. Then he turned and left. The remaining dozen or so people had no choice but to follow Lin Hung. After all, Lin Hung is a person with special abilities, so they have a higher chance of surviving if they follow him. Boss, what should we do next? Someone couldn't help but ask. Find food. And go back to the garden community and see if there are any crystal cores in the heads of those dead zombies. Find them one by one. Lin Hung said, gritting his teeth. What? Go search for the corpses of those zombies. These people's faces suddenly became very ugly. After so many days, the bodies were rotten beyond recognition. I actually want to search for it. Wouldn't that mean I'd have to vomit out all the food I had left over from the previous night? But when they saw Lin Hang's expression, they knew they had no choice at all. Who made me follow such a person? These people looked at the riverside villa reluctantly and really wished they could live there. It's simply heaven there. It wasn't just Lin Hung and his group who expressed their feelings at this time. There are also Dong Pinghua and others. Only when they arrived at the base did they feel that they had truly returned to modern society. What kind of life did I live in Hujin before? It's simply a primitive society. Although there is electricity, it is only from a diesel generator, which only generates electricity for 2 hours a day. Hot water? Burn it yourself with firewood. Food. Just eat whatever is available and never mention the taste. But when they arrived at the Riverside Villa base, the first thing they did was to take a bath. After taking a shower, hot meals were placed in front of them. It wasn't anything particularly sumptuous, just a few bowls of noodles. But just these few bowls of noodles were enough to make them cry. The noodles were filled with diced meat and fresh vegetables, with a layer of fat floating on top. Before the apocalypse, this might just be a normal bowl of noodles. Now it is a delicacy. Even though they had just eaten big buns not long ago, Dong Pinghua and his friends still ate their fill. Finished the bowl of noodles cleanly, even licking off the grease. It was only after they finished their meal that they met Gu Shaoqian. According to the leader's instructions, your current level is B. Gu Shaoqian said. There are quite a few B-level members in the base now. For example, Lu Jun, Qin Fengshan, and Tang Qiqiang, etc. These are all considered senior employees and have made great contributions. There are relatively few people at level C, only Li Wangniao, Lu Qiqi, and Song Yan. Of course, there was a reason why Xue Feng classified Dong Pinghua and others as B-level, although they did not accomplish any merit. But their abilities are there, and they are all combatants. The value of people with special abilities in the Doomsday is higher than that of ordinary people. This is a fact that cannot be changed. We will definitely repay the boss. Dong Pinghua nodded heavily. Now Dong Pinghua no longer dares to call Xue Feng his brother, but call him boss. In fact, no matter whether it is the boss or the leader, Xue Feng didn't care much either. But Xue Feng didn't care, everyone else did. This should express respect for Xue Feng. Dong Pinghua and the others also knew that the treatment for B-level personnel in the base was already very high. It was many times higher than what they had experienced in Hujin before. In Hujin, they could eat a lot of meat and real food. That's good to know. Next, I will assign you a house. How about the 6 of you living together? Gu Shaoqian said again. Although the space in the villas inside the base is not tight. After all, there are still many vacant houses. But it would definitely be best if we could arrange to live together. No problem. Dong Pinghua agreed immediately. The 6 of them lived and died together, and their friendship was worth life. Of course, there is no problem living together. And in the Doomsday, many people suffer from phobias. If they live alone, they will not be able to sleep. Next, Gu Shaoqian explained some of the rules in the base, and Dong Pinghua and others listened very carefully. Finally, seeing Gu Shaoqian was about to leave, Dong Pinghua couldn't help but ask. Wait, what is our job? Dong Pinghua knew that everyone had something to do in the base. They also want to know what their job is. The leader hasn't said anything yet, so just stay here and do your job well when you are needed. Gu Shaoqian said finally. Dong Pinghua and others could only stay put for the time being. On the other side, Xue Feng was not idle either. He came to Nie Xiaoya's laboratory. As soon as I walked in, I smelled a pungent smell. It smells like fish and sewer mixed together, making you sick. Later, it was discovered that not only Nie Xiaoya was there, but also Nie Xiaoxing and Wang Xinyu. 169 Anatomy Experiment. Everyone wore a mask on their face, and they gathered around a test table. And there is a zombie on top of the test bench. This zombie is the one that was detained for testing before. At this time, its limbs were firmly fixed with wire. It can be seen that the zombie's limbs have become limp. All have been interrupted. No matter how strong a zombie is, it is still a living being after all. The zombie was originally wearing casual pants, but now they have been worn out to the point where their original shape is unrecognizable. The white shirt on the upper body also turned black and gray. Of course, the biggest change is its face. All the zombies had hideous faces, as if they had been splashed with sulfuric acid. The reason for this situation is probably the loss of facial muscles and fat. Although he was controlled, his limbs were broken. But the zombie was still very excited, constantly twisting its head and making biting gestures. But such an action is futile. It had already been muzzled and could not cause any harm. Instead, the zombie's stomach was cut open, and the stench came from inside. Are you dissecting zombies? Shuefeng asked casually. I also understood why Wang Xinyu appeared here. He must be here to help. That's right. This zombie has no value anymore. It's a good opportunity to dissect it. I also want to see the internal structure of the zombie with my own eyes. Niesjaya turned around and said to Shuefeng. Then he lowered his head and looked at the zombie's wound. Shuefeng also came over. It's just that the smell is really bad. Fortunately, Nie Xiaoxing was very sensible and sent a mask to Shuefeng. After putting on the mask, Shuefeng also felt much better. He looked carefully at the zombie in front of him. It must be related to not having eaten for a long time. The zombies look very thin. The wrinkled skin clung to the ribs and sternum, like that of someone who had been starving for years. The middle of the stomach had been cut open and many of the internal organs had been removed. But even so, the zombies are still alive. It made the same sound as before, and it didn't become like this. So the vitality of life is lost. Still howling nonstop. Wang Xinyu wore thick rubber gloves and carefully removed the zombie's organs. In order to prevent herself from being infected by the zombie virus, she moved very slowly. However, there is no need to worry too much. The zombie's heart has stopped working long ago. The blood in the body is not circulating, and there is no pressure. Even though it had become like this, not much blood flowed out. Well, it seems that all the secrets are in the brain. I even suspect that it has no digestive system. Then how does it absorb energy after eating humans? Wang Xinyu shook his head and sighed. Maybe the zombie's digestive system has changed, no? It should be said that it has evolved and can absorb energy more simply and directly. Are these organs a burden to zombies? Nie Xiaoya said after thinking for a while. According to human common sense, complex organisms must have evolved to be more advanced. From the single-celled paramecium to today's humans, we don't know how many times it has evolved. But is this necessarily the best direction of evolution? There are also many creatures that have evolved some flashy things. For example, peacock. Everyone knows that the peacock's spread tail is very beautiful, and it can be regarded as one of the most beautiful scenery in nature. However, when a peacock spreads its feathers, few people know that this action will reveal its flaws to the enemy. It can be said that the peacock's gorgeous feathers have no purpose other than being beautiful and showing off. In an emergency, it may even become an obstacle to escape. There are also some useless things in humans. For example, the appendix, cecum, and wisdom teeth. These are things that have been eliminated in the process of human evolution. It has no function in the human body and is just a burden. Evolution. Shuefeng was also slightly stunned and shocked by Niesyaya's words. That's right. Judging from their body structure alone, zombies are more advanced life forms than humans, and they utilize energy more efficiently. Niesyaya nodded. Able to go without food for a long time and still be able to move. This alone is not something humans can do. The only thing that humans are better than zombies now is intelligence. But as the mutants are also evolving, gradually began to possess intelligence. When mutants are as smart as humans, so who are the lower creatures? Shuefeng was surprised to hear this. Because before this, he had never thought that zombies were more advanced life forms than humans. That's an interesting point. Let's clean up first and disinfect this place thoroughly. Be careful of poisoning. Wang Xinyu reminded. The three women began to get busy. The first thing is to completely destroy the zombie's head. Then comes the cleaning and disinfection. The disinfectant was sprayed all over the test bench as if it were free. It's just that the smell inside the zombie's body cannot dissipate in a short period of time. So a few people had to come out of the laboratory and go to the room outside. It was even more disgusting than my first anatomy class. Wang Xinyu took a few breaths before she felt better. Many people think that female doctors are gentle. In fact, this is a misunderstanding. Those who can become doctors are all ruthless people, and they have seen countless corpses. Nie Xiaoxing couldn't help but lie down and retch for a long time. On the contrary, Nie Xiaoya seemed much calmer. After all, the dissection was her opinion. Have you gained anything now? Shuefeng asked. He knew that Xiaoya was going to do an autopsy experiment. It's definitely more than just interest. It must be related to the information left by the dean. There are some gains, but not much. Through my research on the super potion, I found that its main source is extracted from zombie blood. But now after my observation, this potion is probably not something that improves human physical fitness, but a toxin. Xiaoya explained. Toxin. Shuefeng didn't expect that the truth about the super potion would be like this. It's extracted from zombies' blood. This toxin is similar to the zombie virus. It can enhance human abilities, but it can also cause crazy side effects. What the dean has been doing since then is to try to eliminate the effects of the toxin. Xiaoya continued. Based on Xiaoya's analysis of the data, she decided to separate the effects of the toxin. It's almost impossible. Once the components of the toxin are separated, it will no longer have the current effect. Just like water, it is made up of hydrogen and oxygen elements. Once they are separated, it is no longer water. Xiaoya finally came to a conclusion. 170. Your craftsmanship is the best. Shuefeng nodded, feeling that he understood. He once heard a funny story. If a person could be reduced to molecular size, then that person would die of thirst. Because you can't see water at all, you can only see hydrogen and oxygen elements. It seems that the idea of super potion is impossible to achieve. Shuefeng said. This also made Shuefeng understand. Why did the dean start other research, synthesizing zombies and humans? This is the road to super medicine, and there is no hope. But the dean is a mentally ill person after all, and he will not admit this easily. Certainly, there are other ways. Not necessarily, but there's nothing we can do now. Xiaoya did not blindly deny it. Okay, go wash up quickly. You smell so bad. Shuefeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Now several people are smelly. Those 3 people together, Xiaoya said with a smile. Wang Xinyu and Nie Xiaoxing also had shy expressions on their faces. Shuefeng certainly had no objection to this proposal. Soon we were in the bathroom. Shuefeng was lying in the bathtub, receiving a massage from Wang Xinyu. The gentle little hands kept moving on the shoulders. When he took a bath, there was always someone to serve him. Your massage is the most comfortable. Shuefeng couldn't help but admire him. This is definitely not just a polite remark. Wang Xinyu had obviously learned massage and knew which position was the most comfortable. Of course, I have practiced it specifically. Wang Xinyu's face was full of joy when he heard the compliment. I started massaging more vigorously. Brother Shuefeng, aren't we serving you well? We can work hard too. Looking at the 2 sisters below who expressed their objections, Shuefeng raised the corners of his mouth. All good, all good. Shuefeng said this while holding down the 2 sisters' heads. When he woke up in the morning, Shuefeng opened his eyes. Several beautiful legs pressing on his body made him feel both amused and helpless. We played a little too hard last night. It made several beauties unable to get up. He didn't disturb these people, but just gently pushed their legs away. Then I got out of bed, washed up quickly, and went to have breakfast. Sir, Dong Pinghua and the others asked what kind of work they should do. Do you want to assign some to them? After finishing breakfast, Gu Xiaoqian asked. No need. Let them stay for a few days to get familiar with the environment. There will definitely be other things to do in the future, Shuefeng said. Now Shuefeng is still quite interested in a place. That's Hejin. He really wanted to know how many secrets Hejin had. That factory manager is so cruel that he keeps so many zombies in captivity. They actually use people with special abilities to train zombies. I don't know what kind of horrible monster will be created. But Shuefeng has a lot of things to do now, and he hasn't decided when to go. Dong Pinghua and others will definitely be called at that time. They are very familiar with Hejin. I understand. Gu Xiaoqian nodded. Byte. Intelligence system updated. 1. 3 people with special abilities have arrived in Jiangxing from Hejin. They were ordered to search for Dong Pinghua and others. They harbor great malice and are currently in Xingfu community. 2. A helicopter will pass over Jiangxing at 10 o'clock in the morning. 3. Tonight at 8 o'clock, there will be heavy rain that will last for 6 hours. Huh. Shuefeng didn't expect that he was thinking about Hejin's affairs. Unexpectedly, there is information from Hejin. 3 people with special abilities came to Jiangxing, and with great malice. It is obvious that they are here to hunt down Dong Pinghua and others. But what surprised him even more was not just this first piece of information. There is a second piece of information. A helicopter will pass over Jiangxing. This made Shuefeng think of the helicopter that passed by last time. This time, there was even a helicopter passing by. Where are they from, and which faction do they belong to? What are your plans for coming to the sky above Jiangxing? There are so many questions and mysteries. But before that, he had to deal with the guys from Hejin. There will be heavy rain tonight. Let Song Yin take people to harvest the vegetables and fruits quickly so that they won't be destroyed by the heavy rain. Shuefeng said to Gu Xiaoqian. The vegetables in my field will definitely not be able to withstand the heavy rain that lasts for 6 hours. Potatoes can handle it. It seems that potatoes are still reliable at critical moments. Heavy rain? I see. Gu Xiaoqian looked confused. She couldn't see where the rainstorm would come from. The weather has been sunny these days, even a little hot. But since Shuefeng said there would be heavy rain, there must be heavy rain. Even if Shuefeng said there would be a heavy snowstorm tonight, Gu Xiaoqian believed it without a doubt. Then asked Dong Guoping and the others to wait for me at the base gate at 10 o'clock. I have something to do today. Shuefeng continued. Gu Xiaoqian hurried to do as she was told. After explaining these things, Shuefeng looked at the time. It's just past 9 o'clock, not even 10 yet. So he went inside the base to inspect the base to see what it looked like inside, and if there were any problems that needed to be rectified. When people saw Shuefeng appear, they all looked at him with respect and admiration. After all, without Shuefeng, they would not have the place they live now. Gu Xiaoqian was very quick, and the order had been conveyed. Song Yin and others have already started to harvest fruits and vegetables that are not yet ripe. Take them all off. Only some that were too small to eat were left. We also found some wooden boards and placed them on top of the vegetable seedlings, trying to use this to block the heavy rain. These vegetable seedlings are very fragile and cannot withstand wind and rain. Ordinary weeds are not afraid of storms because they have adapted to this environment. But the vegetable seedlings nowadays are different. I don't know how many times they have undergone genetic modification, and all their skills are focused on production, so they cannot withstand the storm. So when Shuefeng heard that the flowers in the greenhouse could not withstand the wind and waves, he thought it was very funny. This is how the flowers in the greenhouse are cultivated. It's enough as long as they look beautiful. You can't expect them to look good and be able to withstand the wind and waves. Grown-ups, when he saw Shuefeng, Song Yin was full of admiration and gratitude. I have been working in the fields for many days. Song Yan's skin was still fair and delicate, with no signs of tanning. This is probably also a kind of talent. On the contrary, long hours of work have made her figure stronger. It looks quite charming. Shuefeng couldn't help but think of the last time in the bathroom. He could see Song Yin clearly. But that's not my fault. It's because there are zombies in the bathroom. 171 cabbage plants. There will be heavy rain tonight, so we should keep as many vegetables as we can. Winter is coming soon, so it's better to plant more potatoes. Shuefeng said, looking around. Now the people in the fields are working hard. Sir, this is my plan. In order to maintain the necessary vitamin intake, I plan to plant some cabbage. Cabbage has a relatively short maturation period and should be mature before winter. Song Yin looked serious and his face was a little red. Ever since Shuefeng saw her naked in the bathroom last time, she felt embarrassed every time she saw Shuefeng. That's a good suggestion. Why didn't Gu Xiaoqian tell me? Shuefeng really didn't know that Song Yin planned to grow cabbage. In fact, in the Doomsday, being able to fill your stomach is already good enough. I don't know how many people are on the verge of starvation. And even if it only eats potatoes, it can survive. For example, in Europe, people only eat potatoes in winter and no other vegetables. But now we have the conditions, and of course cabbage is the best. Sir, I haven't had the chance to tell you about this idea yet, and there's a problem. We don't have enough land now. I'm planning to apply to plant in the park next door, but I'm not sure if it's appropriate. Song Yin looked at Shuefeng with a somewhat uneasy expression. After all, the Riverside Villa is a luxury villa, and there is a park next to it. Of course it's not a large park, it's just a small entertainment venue. Except for a square, the park is surrounded by trees. If you want to grow cabbage there are several difficulties. The first thing is to dig up the trees, dig up all the trees. Because the trees over there are not tall. They are all small trees, so this is not a problem. The key lies in the subsequent management work. That area is already outside the Riverside Villa. If you grow cabbages there, you have to worry about zombie invasions and other survivors coming to steal. So you have to build fences and put people on guard, and so on. This is a big project. Advanced planning and preparation are necessary. Song Yin hasn't thought of a plan yet, so she's still thinking about it. I don't know why I got so excited when I saw Shuefeng today. Just express this idea. Of course it's appropriate. I'll ask Gu Xiaoqian and Shun Rian to come and discuss this plan with you. If we want to do it, we must complete it as soon as possible. Shuefeng stepped forward and patted Song Yin on the shoulder to show encouragement. He likes people with ideas like this. Those who are just wasting their time or have nothing in their heads. You don't deserve to sit in this position. Song Yan's face flushed, and she nodded gently. After leaving here, Shuefeng came to the outside of the wall again. An excavator is working, digging a trench around the base. After 2 days of work, more than 100 meters of excavation had been completed. The depth is about 6 or 7 meters, and the width is more than 3 meters. At this work efficiency, it will take less than 10 days at most. You can build a moat. Make sure the zombies are close to the base, and they will fall straight down. Just to fill up the moat, it would take at least several thousand zombies. Of course, this is just the best assumption. When a zombie tide breaks out, all zombies will be affected. Both speed and strength have been greatly improved. At that time, there will still be some zombies that can step on the bodies of other zombies and climb up from the moat. But even so, this is the best defense we can provide right now. After a round of inspection, it was almost 10 o'clock. Xuefeng climbed up a sentry tower. In fact, it is just a higher platform built on top of some villas. You can see things within several kilometers. It doesn't play a big role. At the beginning, people were arranged to stand guard there, but later it was cancelled. Because the effect here is very poor. It would be better to find a higher building to climb up. In addition, all the zombies around have been cleared out, so there is no point in sending people to stay there. Xuefeng looked up at the sky. He actually discovered a helicopter flying high in the sky. The last rescue helicopter that appeared was from the mental hospital. It was flying at low altitude, just over 100 meters above the ground. But this time the helicopter was flying very high, at least 500 or 600 meters away. Xuefeng took out a telescope and examined it carefully, but still couldn't see clearly. I just vaguely saw that the helicopter was green and seemed to be military. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the information. Reward the host with super cabbage seeds. Super cabbage has a strong ability to absorb nutrients from the soil and matures in 15 days. Xuefeng stared at the helicopter as it left before putting down the telescope. He didn't know where the helicopter came from this time. But judging from the appearance of the helicopter, it should just be conducting reconnaissance. Ability to use helicopters to conduct reconnaissance everywhere. They even ran over Jiangxing. Xuefeng was certain that the force behind this helicopter must be very powerful. I don't know where it came from, but it's probably from a big city. Xuefeng couldn't help but sigh. After all, it's because Jiangxing is too small. If it is a big city with a population of over 1 million, or even tens of millions, there will definitely be stronger groups of survivors, and there will also be survivors with greater abilities. Of course, it is inevitable that even more terrifying variants may appear. This made Xuefeng feel a sense of crisis. Jiangxing is perfect as a base, there are no major threats here. But if you want to continue to develop, you have to expand outward. In the future, it is inevitable that we will come into contact with powerful groups in other major cities. What will it be like then? If there is no way to continue to improve your strength, I'm afraid that by then I will just be at the mercy of the other party. Of course, Xuefeng doesn't have any similar plans now. Let's stabilize Jiangxing first. Especially now that other forces have invaded Jiangxing. Those are the people from Huzhen. Xuefeng came down from the sentry tower and arrived at the gate of the base. Dong Pinghua and a few others were already waiting here. Boss, what are your instructions? Dong Pinghua and his men have already made up their minds to work for Xuefeng, because they also saw many other survivors last night. In particular, among those at the same level as them, there was a man named Qin Fengshan. He even described in vivid detail how he gained Xuefeng's trust, and the experience of being able to stay inside the base. Dong Pinghua was very excited after hearing this, and believed even more that he could survive well in this base. Nothing, let's go out for a walk. Xuefeng smiled. He couldn't tell Dong Pinghua and others that the people from Huzhen were chasing them, and tried to kill them. 172 Sudden Attack. The intelligence system is our core secret and cannot be easily revealed. Good. Dong Pinghua and others had no objections. No matter where Xuefeng asked them to go, they did it. Driving the Doomsday chariot, Xuefeng headed directly towards the Xingfu community. At the same time in Xingfu community, Lin Heng was describing the situation of the Riverside Villa in vivid detail. That's all I know. The guys you are looking for are all in the Riverside Villa. We saw them with our own eyes. Lin Heng finally made an assertion. In front of Lin Heng were 2 men and 1 woman. The boss of the Riverside Villa is the leader of the entire Jiangxing. He controls other groups of survivors. Ling Mir asked, staring into Lin Heng's eyes. Absolutely true. They are carrying out the home plan, and everyone obeys Xuefeng's instructions and uses crystal cores to exchange for supplies. Lin Heng nodded heavily. I didn't expect these guys also knew the secret of the crystal core. It seems we can't keep them here. Ling Muir's eyes were cold. It's not just Ling Muir. The 2 men beside her were also murderous. Can I join you? Lin Heng rubbed his hands with a flattering expression on his face. At the same time, I felt that I was so lucky. After they returned to Xingfu community last night, they began collecting crystal cores from zombies' heads. Busy all night. I continue to do this work during the day. I got more than 100 crystal cores. Lin Hung originally planned to use these crystal cores to exchange for some food, such as potatoes. He hasn't had any proper food in a long time. However, they did not expect that 3 people suddenly appeared and took them hostage. He also inquired about Jiangqing's information. Of course, Lin Hung was not polite at all and told everything he knew. Do you want to join us? Ling Muir looked at Lin Hung with a smile. The look was like staring at prey. Yes, we are all very obedient, and I am also a capable person. Lin Hung was full of confidence. Lin Hung always felt that people with special abilities should be more valuable. It's just that guy Xue Feng looks down on me. You are a capable person, so of course you are welcome to join our Hushin. You can bring your people with you now. You are all very valuable, Ling Muir said, and subconsciously licked her lips with her tongue. His eyes were particularly excited. Lin Hung didn't notice anything strange. He just thought that this was the personality of the woman in front of him. Then when are we leaving? Lin Hung stood up, extremely excited. Not only Lin Hung, but everyone else in the room also looked happy. Finally found a backer. They firmly believed that going somewhere else would definitely be much better than following Lin Hung. Finally, I don't have to be exploited by Lin Hung anymore. Stable food and safe shelter. All this seemed to be waving at them. They don't expect to be treated as well as they would in a riverside villa. Only half is needed. We have something to do and can't leave. You can take your people over first, and I will write you a pass. Do you have paper and pen? Ling Muir asked. Someone immediately brought paper and pen. Ling Muir simply wrote a few lines on it. Lin Hung took it and looked at it. It said that a group of survivors were found and were willing to join Hushin. Among them is a person with special abilities and a dozen ordinary people. The final signature was Ling Muir. With this pass, the guards in Hushin will not stop you. Ling Muir smiled slightly. Okay, let's go now. Lin Hung held the note and felt grateful. He immediately asked others to start packing up and soon drove towards Hushin. These idiots don't even know what will happen to them. Ling Muir couldn't help laughing as she watched Lin Hung and the others leaving. He could no longer suppress the laughter, which gradually turned into wild laughter. It looks like something crazy. They will be the nutrient for our evolution. Yes, it is the only contribution this group of people can make. The remaining 2 men also had sinister smiles on their faces. Meanwhile, on the Doomsday chariot. In Hushin, there are people like you who are rebelling. Are there any who are willing to follow the factory director wholeheartedly? Xue Feng asked curiously on the way. Because according to the intelligence system's prompts, those who hunted down Dong Pinghua had great malice. It cannot be conquered. Then he must be loyal to the factory director. Of course, after all, the factory director can artificially create mutants, and the crystal cores of mutants are of great attraction to other people. Dong Pinghua nodded slowly. In this case, of course there are people willing to follow the factory director. Xue Feng nodded silently. When I was in the mental hospital before, there were also doctors willing to follow the director. So it is natural that some people are willing to follow the factory director now. And to put it bluntly, if Dong Pinghua and others hadn't been worried about becoming targets. So will you risk your life and escape from Hushin? Are they poisoned? Xue Feng asked again. Of course there are, but he doesn't care. Instead, he thinks it is an honor. Dong Pinghua smiled bitterly. Among those people with special abilities in Hushin, none of them are free of toxins. But not everyone is like them and dares to risk their lives to escape. There are many powerful people with special abilities in He-Town, some of whom have increased their strength by eating crystal cores. That's right. We'll write down a list of all those people later. Maybe we'll meet them in the future. If the factory manager knew we were here, he probably wouldn't let us off easily. The other people in the car also said the same thing. Xue Feng nodded. He actually overlooked this point. I didn't get the specific information about Hushin yesterday. I just have a general understanding of it. Of course, Xue Feng did not expect that the killers sent by Hushin would arrive in Jiangqing so quickly. As we were talking, we had already arrived at the Xingfu community. Xue Feng knew that the people from Hushin were inside the community, but he still didn't know how to get to those people. Suddenly something strange happened. A giant hand made of mud stretched out from the ground and grabbed the Doomsday chariot entirely. Then it fell heavily to the ground. It rolled twice before coming to a stop. The entire car body had tilted, and Dong Pinghua and others were thrown all over the place. But at the first moment, they all shouted together. It's Ling Muir. There was even a hint of fear in the voices of Dong Pinghua and the others. Xue Feng had no time to ask who Ling Muir was. He opened the car door and climbed out immediately. Although the Doomsday chariot rolled several times, it was not damaged. Even the body of the car is intact. Where are the 173 people? He saw a woman in a leather jacket standing on the rooftop of a supermarket in Xingfu community. He looked in this direction with cold eyes. The two were at least 200 meters apart. Dong Pinghua and others also climbed out and saw Ling Muir standing on the roof. It's you. I didn't expect you to come to my door and drive such a conspicuous car. You can only blame yourself for seeking death, Ling Muir said coldly. The next second, 7 or 8 huge hands suddenly emerged from the ground. Each one is 3 or 4 meters high. It was like it was alive, and it slapped Xue Feng and the others heavily. Some hands even grew directly under their feet, as if to hold them tightly. Dong Pinghua and others immediately scattered. They even activated their abilities at the same time and instantly transformed into various animals. Fortunately, Ling Muir's ability seems to be very powerful. But the palm was slow and everyone escaped. Ling Muir, don't go too far. You've chased me here. Dong Pinghua roared at Ling Muir. Haha, you were the ones who betrayed the factory director first? If you didn't run away, who would chase you? Ling Muir sneered. We've all been poisoned, and you still want to force us? You can't just let us fend for ourselves. Dong Pinghua found it difficult to understand, as they had also made great contributions to Hujin. Although they have all been detoxified now. But I can't understand why the factory director sent people to hunt them down. I can't let you reveal the secrets of Hujin. Even if you are poisoned to death, your bodies can still be useful. Ling Muir raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a cruel smile. Obviously Ling Muir and the others came here this time. We must recover the bodies of Dong Pinghua and others. As to whether they were poisoned or killed, it doesn't matter to Ling Muir and the others. I'll fight you. Dong Pinghua roared and pounced on Ling Muir. Dong Pinghua in tiger form looks particularly ferocious. It feels like being the king of the mountain. Not only Dong Pinghua, but several other people also charged towards Ling Muir. They all knew that this was the time to show themselves in front of Xue Feng. It's also about fighting for yourself. Seeing so many people rushing towards her, Ling Muir was not at all panicked. A wall suddenly appeared in front of Ling Muir, surrounded her forcefully, blocked everyone's attacks. Dong Pinghua and others crashed into the wall, making a loud noise. But it couldn't break the wall. After seeing this scene, Xue Feng also understood why those with animal-type abilities did not suffer any consequences. Being able to transform into an animal can certainly directly improve combat effectiveness. It is much stronger than the average person with special abilities. For example, Zhao Weisu and Tang Qiqiang in his base are both people with special abilities. But their abilities are more auxiliary. If they were to face Dong Pinghua, they would really have no chance of winning. But that's all the ability people with animal-type abilities can do. There are many types of animals they can transform into, and each has its own specialties. However, the overall combat style hasn't changed much, and there's not much potential for improvement. When they encounter someone with special abilities like Ling Muir, they are helpless. There is no way to break through Ling Muir's wall. Of course, this does not include strong people like Wang Jun who can transform into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Ling Muir's wall can be flattened with just one kick. But that is still a minority of cases. Just as Xue Feng was analyzing, 2 men suddenly appeared from his left and right sides. Both of these men are capable people. A body as hard as steel, the nose and hair became angular, and the body emitted bursts of cold light. The whole person turned into a sharp blade. Just stepping on the ground caused it to break. The other one looks even weirder. Most of the body was like a puddle of mud, and no one knew where it came from. He quietly came near Xue Feng. The Iron Man launched the first attack from the left, and the Mud Man hid behind him. The two of them, one fast and one slow, cooperated seamlessly. It was obvious that this was not the first time they had done this. It's not just these two people. Even Ling Muir appeared first and took the lead. Using a grand spectacle to attract Dong Pinghua and his men was also a strategy. You guys cooperated very well, but it's a pity. Xue Feng sneered. Looking at the two people attacking him from the front and back, his expression was cold. Because in an instant, he activated his supernatural powers. Time 0. The Iron Man's entire body fell where Xue Feng was originally. His expression showed astonishment. Because he remembered it clearly. Xue Feng was still here the last second. How come he suddenly disappeared? The Mud Man even lost his target. According to their original plan, Iron Man should have attracted the enemy first. Then the Mud Man found the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. But now this fighting method has failed. It's not just that there's no chance of destroying the enemy. They couldn't even find out where the people had gone. Is it some special ability? Just when the two were confused, they suddenly heard a voice coming from above their heads. Don't look for it. It's here. Xue Feng said lightly. Both of them looked up at the same time. Only then did he realize with astonishment that Xue Feng was actually falling in the air. Xue Feng didn't disappear just now. Instead, he avoided the attack in a way they least expected. That is to jump directly into the air. But a question appeared in their minds at the same time. Why did Xue Feng jump into the air? Don't you know that if you fall down you will die? But they knew the answer without having to think. because what fell before Xue Feng were two lightning bolts as thick as arms. Two bolts of lightning struck the two men hard. Whether it is a body of steel or a strange body of mud, a thick black smoke came out instantly. Soon, under the burning of lightning, it turned into a ball of black charcoal on the ground. No matter whether he is a man of steel or a man of mud, he cannot withstand the high temperature of thousands of degrees. When Xue Feng landed, there were only two charred corpses beside him. This scene completely stunned Ling Muir, Dong Pinghua, and others. Dong Pinghua and his men did not know Xue Feng's abilities, nor had they seen Xue Feng take action. Although he believed in his heart that Xue Feng must be very powerful. The strength is so strong that it is terrifying. But that is just imagination after all. They were not sure about Xue Feng's strength. It was even discussed privately that Xue Feng's ability might be auxiliary. Otherwise, their poison will not be easily eliminated. However, now that I have seen it with my own eyes, I know how powerful Xue Feng is. It was so easy to eliminate those two people. 174 attack in the dark. Dong Pinghua and the others are all very clear about the strength of those two people. It's not a small shrimp. He is a well-known figure in Hushin. Iron Man relies on his tough exterior, so ordinary zombies and mutants can't hurt him at all. It can be said that in the Doomsday, there is never a shortage of food and women. At first, only part of the body could turn into steel. Now his entire body can be transformed into steel. The other Mudman is also not simple. His abilities allow him to go almost anywhere without being blocked. Both of them are tricky guys. But he was easily defeated by Xue Feng. Too strong. Ling Muir on the other side showed a look of horror. Of course, Ling Muir knew better than anyone the strength of her companions. Originally, they were confident that the three of them could turn Jiangqing upside down. However, he didn't expect that he was easily eliminated by Xue Feng alone as soon as he appeared. Is this man from Jiangqing really that strong? Ling Muir was so frightened that she turned around and ran away. Catch her alive, Xue Feng said lightly. Clear. Dong Pinghua roared and immediately chased after him. Not only him, but others also followed suit. Xue Feng took care of the two guys by himself. If they can't catch Ling Muir, they will be too embarrassed to face anyone. Moreover, although Ling Muir is very strong, she cannot show much in combat. Ling Muir's ability is to control the soil. It can instantly create walls or be used to attack enemies. The disadvantage is that after losing control, the soil will become loose. Cannot be used to build walls. But even so, it is still a very strong ability. It's a pity that Ling Muir's ability and speed are too slow in combat. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Dong Pinghua came running over from a distance. He held Ling Muir in his mouth and threw her directly to the ground. Ling Muir had already fainted, with many scars on her body. It can be seen that he had experienced a bloody battle before falling into a coma. Tie her up. Xue Feng threw over a few steel cables. Soon Ling Muir was tied up. Find me the survivors in Xingfu community. Xue Feng continued to give orders. These three people appeared in Xingfu community, so they must have had contact with the survivors in Xingfu community. We must find out those people in the Xingfu community. Dong Pinghua and others immediately began to look for him, but soon came back with worried looks on their faces. Boss, everyone is gone. Judging from the smell, they must have run away. Dong Pinghua said. Because he didn't smell any fresh blood. All ran away. Forget it, let's go back to the base now. Xue Feng waved his hand. He didn't care. I thought Lin Heng and his group were no longer in Xingfu community. It's not an important role anyway. Then Xue Feng summoned the Doomsday chariot again. During the waiting period, he had already put away the Doomsday chariot. After all, the Doomsday chariot had just overturned. This is also done to avoid secondary harm. On the way back, Dong Pinghua and others couldn't help but admire it. And Dong Pinghua couldn't help but feel confused. Why did Xue Feng go straight to Xingfu community as soon as he went out? He can even find Ling Muir and others at the first opportunity. This is all too much of a coincidence. And after capturing Ling Muir, he returned to the base again. It seemed as if this trip was specifically for Ling Muir. Boss, you are too strong. I really didn't expect that you could eliminate those two guys so easily. That move just now was lightning, right? It was so cool. The other three women had admiration in their eyes. They didn't think too much about it. They just admired Xue Feng's strength. Xue Feng just smiled and said nothing. Some things don't need to be explained. After returning to the base, Xue Feng saw that the entire base was busy in full swing. It turned out that everyone was preparing for the heavy rain in the evening. Xue Feng's previous order was just to clean up the vegetables. However, Gu Xiaoqian felt that if the rainstorm was heavy, there might be water accumulation inside the base. So let's organize everything that can be organized. Fortunately, the terrain of the riverside base is relatively high. Because it is close to the river, The problem of heavy rain was taken into consideration during its construction. There is no need to worry about the entire villa area being flooded. Xuefeng directly asked Dong Pinghua and others to take Ling Muir to a villa in Area A. This villa is uninhabited, but it is rarely equipped with a door lock. Not only the door was locked, but all the windows in the villa were blocked from the outside. Not a single ray of light can get in. This is the prison inside the base. Although it is a prison, no one has ever been imprisoned there, because no prisoners had been taken before. This was the first time that Ling Muir was locked up inside. Xuefeng called Zhao Weisu over to look after him. No matter what, Zhao Weisu is also a person with special abilities, so dealing with a tied-up Ling Muir is not a problem. And Zhao Weisu was carrying a gun. As long as there is a dangerous situation, Zhao Weisu can shoot and kill Ling Muir. By evening, the originally clear weather suddenly became covered with dark clouds. Soon sporadic raindrops began to fall. In less than 10 minutes, it began to turn into a rainstorm. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward the host with 10 magnetic storm collars. This magnetic collar can absorb the energy of people with special abilities, preventing them from using their special abilities, and can also be punished with electric shocks. And once the remote control is activated, the magnetic storm collar will explode. What? And this good stuff. Xuefeng's eyes lit up. I didn't expect that the system would give me this thing. It's just right to imprison Ling Muir. Before this, he had always been worried that ordinary means would not be able to control people with special abilities. Because the abilities of people with special abilities are so strange and bizarre, it is very easy to untie the chains that bind them. Even if you can't break the chains, you can still use your powers. Without further ado, Xuefeng immediately went to the prison. He couldn't help but frown as soon as he entered the door. Is it pitch black in the room too? Although it rained heavily today, the power supply in the base was not cut off and was still operating normally. Even if this villa is a prison, the lights should be turned on. Suddenly a strong wind came from behind. Stone skin. Xuefeng instantly activated his supernatural powers. I felt a huge force hitting my shoulder. While being beaten, Xuefeng turned his body and saw Ling Muir's face in the dark. Although the face belongs to Ling Muir, her body looks much fatter. It was also wrapped in a thick layer of armor. This armor is also made of mud. At this time, all of them were covering Ling Muir's body. 175 complete control. Ling Muir's face was filled with shock, and she obviously hadn't expected her full-strength attack. It didn't hurt Xuefeng. You have to know that this was a sneak attack that she had been hiding from. In preparation for this strike, she covered herself completely in mud. Completely conceal your breath. But I didn't expect that Xuefeng's skin also looked like steel. What followed was Xuefeng's counterattack. As fast as lightning, Xuefeng's fist hit Ling Muir's chest hard. Puff! Ling Muir never expected that Xuefeng's power was so strong. Just one punch almost made her faint. Then he punched her hard in the face. This time Ling Muir could no longer hold on and fell to the ground. Xuefeng stepped out with one foot and stepped on Ling Muir's chest. Snap! There was the sound of bones breaking. Puff! Ling Muir spat out another mouthful of blood. Where are the people guarding you? Xuefeng asked coldly. She's not dead. She just fainted. Ling Muir also sneered. Even though he was stepped on by Xuefeng, he did not give in. How did you escape? Xuefeng was very curious about this. Ling Muir was tied up and restrained, while Zhao Weisu was guarding her with a gun. Xuefeng couldn't understand how Ling Muir escaped. It's not just because Ling Muir has this method and can cover her entire body with armor. You bunch of idiots, I woke up a long time ago. Ling Muir glared at Xuefeng fiercely. So that's how it is. Xuefeng nodded and understood. No wonder Zhao Weisu fell into the trap. It turned out that Ling Muir had planned it all along. Taking advantage of the moment when Zhao Weisu was careless, he used his supernatural power to knock Zhao Weisu down. You have quite a bad temper. Xuefeng smiled. He has met many people. People like Ling Muir, who still has such a bad temper even when she is about to die. It's the first one I've seen. Kill me if you dare. I don't plan to live. Ling Muir shouted loudly. That's because it rained heavily tonight. So the sound didn't get out, otherwise half of the base would probably have heard it. Okay, you want to die? But it's not that easy. Xuefeng took out the magnetic storm coil. This thing looks like a collar, nothing special. So when it was put around Ling Muir's neck, she didn't react at all. I don't know what this thing is used for. I thought it was just shackles or something like that. Ling Muir was puzzled as to why he didn't tie it around his feet, but around his neck. What does this do? Then Ling Muir saw that Xuefeng had a sinister smile on his face. Pressed the remote control in his hand. Swish! A burst of electricity flashed through the magnetic storm collar. Ling Muir's whole body suddenly began to tremble, and her face turned distorted and pale. The mud armor on his body had long since turned into dust. A minute later, Shuefeng let go of the remote control. The current of the magnetic storm collar is not large, just the limit that the human body can withstand. For an ordinary person, 1 minute might be enough for the body to collapse. But Ling Muir is a person with special abilities after all, and her physical qualities in all aspects are better than those of ordinary people. Of course Shuefeng would have to improve his treatment. There was already a puddle of water on the ground. Kill me, Ling Muir said weakly. Her eyes no longer had the sharpness they had before. After all, he was electrocuted like this in front of a stranger. But there was still some stubbornness in Ling Muir's expression. Still not convinced. Without saying a word, Shuefeng took out a pill and stuffed it into Ling Muir's mouth. What? I don't want to eat. Ling Muir didn't know what Shuefeng was holding, so she clenched her teeth tightly. I don't want to swallow that thing. Shuefeng rode on Ling Muir without any hesitation. Bang! After 2 slaps, Ling Muir's cheeks swelled up. His mouth opened, and Shuefeng stuffed the pill into it. It's an antidote. Don't think you can die easily, Shuefeng said lightly. He noticed it too. There was a purple spot on Ling Muir's chest. He must have been poisoned by the factory director. Although Ling Muir is a confidant and is absolutely loyal to the factory director. But she was still poisoned. Then Shuefeng ignored Ling Muir and turned on the light to look for Zhao Weisu. Soon, Zhao Weisu was found lying on the ground in a room. A towel was stuffed in Zhao Weisu's mouth. It should be to prevent her from making any noise after waking up. There was a big pit on the ground, and a pile of scattered soil next to the pit. It should be that Ling Muir suddenly activated her supernatural power and knocked Zhao Weisu unconscious. Shuefeng helped Zhao Weisu up and patted her cheek. Want to wake Zhao Weisu up. However, he didn't expect Ling Muir to suddenly get up and glare at Shuefeng. Judging from her appearance, it seemed that she wanted to use her supernatural powers to fight Shuefeng to the death. But then Ling Muir's face turned into shock. She found that her special ability could not be activated. What is going on? There was no time to think. Ling Muir turned around and ran outside. Want to escape from here? Still got the energy? Then try again. Shuefeng pressed the remote control without hesitation. Ling Muir, who had just run out of the door a dozen meters, fell to the ground again. This time she made a more painful sound. His already weak body was hit hard again. After a while, Shuefeng finally came out in the ring. He grabbed Ling Muir's hair without mercy and dragged her into the room. Kill me. Ling Muir was so humiliated that tears were almost streaming down her face. I've told you, if you fall into my hands, don't even think you'll die so easily. Shuefeng snorted coldly. At this time, Zhao Weisu finally woke up. She was still a little confused at first. It's a bit confusing what's going on. Now when he saw the scene before him, Zhao Weisu understood. I was ambushed by Ling Muir. If Shuefeng hadn't come, it is unknown whether Ling Muir would have run away. Zhao Weisu had a good idea. Ling Muir was planning to escape late at night and was waiting for an opportunity. It's raining heavily again today. It would certainly be difficult for the guards at the base to discover me. Ling Muir can use her supernatural powers to create a huge arm and throw herself out of the wall. The plan was good, but I didn't expect Shuefeng to come suddenly. Sir, I was wrong. Zhao Weisu knelt directly on the ground with his forehead pressed tightly against the ground. The body was also shaking with fear. During the days since he came to the base, Zhao Weisu always felt that he was a very powerful psychic. In Doomsday, strength means everything. You should be treated specially among all people. But I never thought that I would make such a big mistake. The prisoner almost escaped. 176 You've been demoted. Your mistake is not small. Shuefeng nodded. Although Zhao Weisu failed this time because Ling Muir was too cunning. But in the final analysis, Zhao Weisu was not vigilant enough. Shuefeng has already told Ling Muir about her special abilities. Zhao Weisu should have been on guard, and she was carrying a gun. Shuefeng said that if there is danger, just shoot. Shuefeng would rather see Ling Muir's body than see Zhao Weisu get hurt. However, Zhao Weisu was still ambushed by Ling Muir. If Ling Muir hadn't killed him, Zhao Weisu would have been a corpse now. I was wrong. Please don't drive me away. Please punish me and let me do whatever I want. Zhao Weisu cried. She felt despair at the thought of being expelled from the base. Leaving such a powerful man like Shuefeng made her feel very painful. Since you are willing to accept the punishment, then just demote yourself first. From today on, you are at level E. Shuefeng said lightly. E level. Hearing this level, Zhao Weisu almost fainted. This is the worst level in the base. Together with the old, weak, and sick. Nowadays, most of the adult men in the base have been promoted to D level, and their treatment has been greatly improved. Those women who have been with her for a longer time, such as several of Nie Xiaoxing's classmates. They are all already D level. But I am at E level. The lowest person in the base. What's wrong? You don't want to, Shuefeng said. In fact, Xuefeng had already noticed that Zhao Weisu was proud in his bones. It was precisely because of this pride that Zhao Weisu looked down on Ling Muir, who had been subdued. This ultimately led to this mistake. So he planned to demote Zhao Weisu so that she could reflect on herself. As long as I'm not kicked out, you can punish me in any way you want. Zhao Weisu didn't have any complaints at all. In fact, she knew that the mistake she made was very serious. Ling Muir is a capable person, and he's a person with great destructive power. Once Ling Muir leaves the room, she can kill many people. Even if Xuefeng killed him, Zhao Weisu would not think it was excessive. So what if it's E-class? Zhao Weisu made up his mind that sooner or later he would return to a level. Make Xuefeng trust him again. As for your treatment, you can live in the original room for now. You don't have to live in other areas. The food allowance will be reduced. Xuefeng said. There are no single rooms in E-level. You have to live with other people. Thank you, sir. Zhao Weisu was very moved, knowing that this was the last face left for her. From now on, you will be responsible for taking care of her. She can no longer use her superpowers. This thing is a controller. If she disobeys, you can punish her, but don't kill her. Xuefeng handed the remote control to Zhao Weisu. Yes. Zhao Weisu nodded heavily. Then he looked at Ling Muir with a look full of resentment. If it weren't for the woman in front of her, how could she have fallen to this point? Ling Muir looked at Zhao Weisu, but only sneered. Even though he was covered in mud and looked miserable, Ling Muir still seemed to look down on Zhao Weisu. You are just a defeated general. I should kill you. Ling Muir sneered. You. Zhao Weisu was so angry that she almost fainted. Zhao Weisu could not accept being mocked by such a woman. She almost immediately wanted to press the remote control and punish Ling Muir. Let Ling Muir know how powerful you are. But then I changed my mind and realized that it hasn't come to that yet. So Zhao Weisu just walked up to Ling Muir and slapped her in the face. Bang! In an instant, a bright red palm print appeared on Ling Muir's face. Ling Muir shut up this time, but there was still a look of dissatisfaction in her eyes. Train her well, and let her know what it means to be obedient. Xuefeng said lightly. He could see that Ling Muir was not someone who would give in easily. Xuefeng wanted to give it a try to see how long Ling Muir could hold on. Sir, I will make her obedient from now on. Zhao Weisu's eyes were particularly firm. He had already thought of countless ways to torture Ling Muir in his mind. Even though Ling Muir was extremely arrogant before, there was a hint of fear in her eyes at this moment. She couldn't imagine what kind of punishment she would receive. When she was in Hejin, Ling Muir tortured many people. Does that mean I will be treated the same way? Xuefeng ignored the fight between the two women, but he was sure that Ling Muir would be tortured terribly next. Sooner or later, he will have a mental breakdown and become his own servant. Xuefeng left the prison holding an umbrella and returned to his residence. And Xiaowei had been waiting for a long time. She helped Xuefeng take off his shoes and put them aside, then changed into slippers. I asked Tang Qiqiang to double the number of guards today. We must not be careless on a rainy night. And Xiaowei said as she changed her shoes. Well, that's as it should be. Xuefeng nodded. A crisis almost occurred inside the base today. Then Xuefeng told Xiaowei that Zhao Weisu had been demoted, became an E-level personnel. Hearing this, Xiaowei immediately showed a look of surprise. What mistake did she make? And Xiaowei asked quickly. You should know that although there is a lifting mechanism inside the base, it is only for upgrading. No one has ever been demoted. What mistakes could Zhao Weisu make? He received such a severe punishment. Xuefeng told the story again. Hearing that Zhao Weisu didn't keep an eye on Ling Muir, and Xiaowei was so angry that she put her hands on her hips. This Zhao Weisu. He usually looks so high and mighty, and often speaks in a teaching tone. I never thought that he would do such a shameful thing. And Xiaowei said angrily. A shameful thing. People who don't know might wonder what Zhao Weisu did. However, Xuefeng also knew that Zhao Weisu was usually like this. Because her previous profession was a teacher, Zhao Weisu also has the common problems of teachers. I just like educating people. I hope she can be more restrained after this lesson. Xuefeng nodded and said. It can be seen that Zhao Weisu usually hangs out among a few women and his popularity is not very good. No way. Everyone didn't know each other before, but they gathered together because of the end of the world. There is a competitive relationship between them, so how can they develop feelings so quickly? The next day, the sky was clear. If there hadn't been so much water on the ground, it would have seemed like yesterday's rainstorm was just a dream. Xuefeng also felt a little emotional. This was probably his easiest intelligence verification task. At the breakfast table in Area A, everyone noticed that Zhao Weisu had received very little food today. 177 slander behind the scenes. He looked at the buns and millet porridge on his plate, then at the steamed buns and pickles in front of Zhao Weisu. Is this a mistake? Yu Haoyan couldn't help but look at Gu Shaoqian and asked. You're right, Zhao Weisu is now treated as an E-level rank. Gu Xiaoqian said with a dry cough. There was no expression of gloating or sadness. In this case, it's best not to express anything. I made a mistake, and this is the punishment I deserve. Zhao Weisu looked humiliated. Everyone else was eating meat buns, but she was the only one eating steamed buns and pickles. Zhao Weisu could accept that everyone ate steamed buns, but she could not accept that she was the only one eating steamed buns, while everyone else was treated as a high-level person. This feeling of disparity is the most painful. Before this, Zhao Weisu enjoyed the treatment of an A-level member. She took it all for granted. You are entitled to all of this. However, it was not until now that Zhao Weisu realized it. Her previous treatment was all condescension, and in fact, she had made no contribution to the base. It's just that we arrived earlier. The only thing worth bragging about is that you are a capable person. But what about people with special abilities? Many people with special abilities are no better than a dog in front of Xuefeng. Xuefeng destroyed countless of them in the blink of an eye. Where is Lingmir? Xuefeng asked. I locked her up. I tied her up like a dumpling with ropes and stuffed a cloth in her mouth. I won't let her commit suicide. Zhao Weisu quickly stood up and said. His attitude seemed more respectful than when he was facing Xuefeng before. Okay, let's destroy her psychological defenses bit by bit. Xuefeng nodded. Sir, do you want to subdue Lingmir? Zhao Weisu couldn't help but ask. She had seen Lingmir's abilities. It can be said to be the power of unexpected attacks and the ability to change terrain. This can come in handy in many situations. It would be a pity to kill it. Let's see if it has any use. So let's keep it for now. Xuefeng waved his hand and said. He hadn't figured out how to deal with Lingmir yet. After breakfast, Xuefeng came to the vegetable garden. Song Yin is leading people to clean up. Although we used some wooden boards to cover the seedlings yesterday, it didn't have much effect. The roots of the seedlings were soaked in water and looked dying. I shouldn't have done this job yesterday. You just want to make things difficult for me. A slightly fat ant was cursing. He simply threw the wooden board away casually, obviously dissatisfied with the useless work he had done yesterday. Ant Fatty, even if there's only a 50% chance that it will work, we should still do it. The more we can protect, the better, Song Yin said softly. He looked like he was comforting someone. Haha, it's obvious that you just don't have that ability. I don't know what means you used to become the director of agriculture. You are obviously a married woman. Ant Fat sneered. There was a subtle sarcasm in the words, saying that Song Yin became a manager because of her health. Song Yin lowered her head, tears welling up in her eyes. It's almost about to flow out. But she remained silent. Since becoming the supervisor, Song Yin has been working hard. It can be said that every possible means is used to increase the yield of agricultural products. She even brought people to pry up some floor tiles to increase the planting area. This practice naturally caused dissatisfaction among many people. Among them, Ant Fat is the most representative. She often speaks coldly. Especially yesterday when we were covering it with wooden boards, he was chattering even more. And Song Yin knew very well that it was under the leadership of Ant Fat. This has led to many people slacking off and not working properly. However, Song Yin is essentially a soft-hearted person and does not want to punish Ant Fat. Otherwise, she was a manager and could have Ant Fat expelled from the base with just one word. Everyone, tell me, is Song Yin unfaithful to her husband? I think it must be the case. She dresses so beautifully every day. I wonder who she is seducing. Aunt Pang continued to mutter, and looked at the crowd around him proudly. Because before this, there were a few people who would follow her and gossip about her. Say a few sarcastic words to provoke Song Yin. This is also their usual fun. However, today Aunt Pang discovered that everyone was working with their heads down. No one spoke. What's wrong? Are you all scared? She did something shameful herself, so what if I say a few words? Are you afraid that Tang Qiqiang will know? Aunt Pang not only did not take Song Yin seriously. Judging from what she said, even Tang Qiqiang looked down on her. It's simply because this couple are both good people. From the beginning, he never abandoned the people around him, but brought them to the riverside villa. But many times, good people are more likely to be bullied. Because people like Aunt Fat know that no matter how they bully Song Yin won't do anything to him. Just when Aunt Fat showed a smug expression, a cold voice came from behind her. Where's your evidence? The expression on Aunt Fat's face froze and instantly turned into fear. She slowly turned around and found that the person behind her was Xuefeng. No wonder no one joined me in mocking Song Yin just now. It turned out that it was because Xuefeng came, just standing behind her. Sir, I didn't say anything. Aunt Fat stammered and tried to quibble. Deny what you just said. You mean, I heard it wrong just now? Xuefeng's tone became even colder. Wrong? When would Xuefeng ever be wrong? This is simply impossible. I said the wrong thing. I misunderstood Song Yin. Aunt Fat said as she slapped herself hard in the face. In just a few strokes, his face was covered with palm prints. Song Yin, is she usually like this? Shuefeng frowned and pointed at Aunt Fat and asked. She's usually fine. Song Yin said something a bit hypocritical. In fact, Song Yin and Aunt Pang have known each other for a long time. The two were neighbors before the apocalypse. In the past, I often complained to other neighbors, saying that I dressed so beautifully every day and didn't know what I was doing. It's obvious that it's not serious. In fact, Song Yin was dressed very casually, but she was very beautiful and people were jealous of her. After the apocalypse, everyone struggled together to survive. Aunt Pang no longer gossiped like she did before. After all, she was relying on Tang Qiqiang at that time. But Song Yin did not expect that they now have a stable place to live. Aunt Pang's old problem has come back again, and she keeps muttering about herself. Because of their past friendship, Song Yin did not take advantage of the situation at this time. But Shuefeng will not let this black sheep go. Especially this fellow named Fat Annie. She actually spread rumors about herself. What a joke. If Shuefeng wanted a woman, he would have taken action long ago. Tell me, what bad things has this guy said about me? Shuefeng looked at the other people in the vegetable garden. 178 Song Yin establishes his authority. These people didn't dare to protect Aunt Fat. He told all the rumors that Aunt Pang had told him. Usually, as long as Song Yin is not around, Aunt Pang will just rest on the spot and not work. He also said that Song Yin had a secret meeting with other men, so why should he work here? He also commented on Song Yin's clothes. As long as she is a little bit pretty, people will say that Song Yin is about to seduce someone else. It's not just a matter of gossip. Some people even reported that Aunt Pang often stole vegetables and other things to eat. When Aunt Pang heard the reports from others, her face turned pale. I don't understand why these people would say everything they did. It was obvious that I had a good relationship with them before this. We are all at the bottom of the base and are jealous that Song Yin can become the supervisor. Why not them? We are obviously on the same front. Now he betrays himself. Stealing, spreading rumors, taking the lead in being lazy and not producing. Your crimes are serious. Shuefeng snorted coldly. It's all framed. They're all framing me. At this time, Aunt Fat actually gritted her teeth and refused to admit what she had done. Don't admit it? Shuefeng smiled. Of course, you have no evidence to prove that I did this. Aunt Fat was ready to throw in the towel. She believed that as long as there was no evidence, Shuefeng could not do anything to her. It's a pity that Aunt Pang was wrong. This is not a court, no evidence is needed. Shuefeng alone is the presiding judge. Kick this guy out. The base doesn't need people like him. Shuefeng said coldly. This sentence was almost a death sentence for Aunt Fat. Letting her wander around outside alone is no different from committing suicide. Although the number of zombies inside Jiangcheng is now much less than before, but there are still sporadic zombies wandering around. It's not something Aunt Fat can handle alone. Especially now that there are fewer zombies, there is even less food. Foods that cannot be stored for a long time have already rotted. The rest were looted. There is no survivor group that would allow someone like Aunt Fat to join. Who would want a middle-aged woman? It's useless and looks like it will eat a lot. And once they knew that Aunt Fat came out of the riverside villa, I'm afraid no one in the entire Jiangcheng wants her. What? Please don't send me away. Aunt Fat was stunned. I didn't expect that I would be kicked out of the base. But his plea for mercy seemed to have no effect at all. All Aunt Pang saw in Shuefeng's eyes was indifference. So she turned around and knelt down directly to Song Yin. Song Yin, we are neighbors. Please say a few good words for me. Aunt Pang cried with tears and snot. Seeing Aunt Pang's expression, Song Yin hesitated to speak. What are you all standing there for? Get started. Shuefeng said directly to the women. The women quickly ran over and pulled Aunt Fat away. He dropped her on the ground and dragged her along like a dead pig. No. Aunt Fat was still howling. Soon the sound gradually disappeared. Everyone present felt a lingering fear. If the person who spoke just now was not Aunt Fat, but themselves, they are probably the ones being driven away now. This also made them realize that they had gone too far before. From now on, anyone who disobeys orders will be dealt with in the same way. Also, since we've lost so many seedlings, there's no need to save them. Pull them all out and plant cabbages instead. I have some new seeds here. Shuefeng said as he took out 2 bags of super cabbage seeds. There's still a lot in his backpack. Start by planting inside the riverside villa and then expand to the garden outside. That is also a big project. It won't be enough to rely solely on Song Yin and others. It is estimated that an excavator will be needed to clear all the trees in the garden. Shuefeng has handed this task over to Gu Xiaoqian and asked her to handle it. Yes. Song Yin nodded heavily, looking at Shuefeng with eyes full of gratitude. After Aunt Fat was driven away, she found that other people respected her much more than before. Even fear. Only then did they realize that they could be driven out of the base with just one word. Let them be doomed. If Xuefeng hadn't been here today, this effect wouldn't have been possible. What made Song Yin even more grateful was that Xuefeng did not point out his mistakes. In fact, she also knew that there were problems in her handling of Aunt Fat's affairs. I am too soft-hearted. A kind person cannot command an army. It would be very difficult to manage a group of people growing vegetables in the Doomsday. At this moment, two women came from a distance. It's Zhao Weisu and Ling Muir. To be precise, it was Zhao Weisu who brought Ling Muir here with an iron chain. Ling Muir left reluctantly, with unwillingness in her eyes. Especially after seeing Xuefeng, his eyes were filled with hatred. However, red spots appeared on the skin of Ling Muir's neck. I guess he received a lot of electric shock punishment this morning. That's why he is so obedient now and is brought here by Zhao Weisu. Are you here to see me? Xuefeng asked. No, sir. I brought her here to grow vegetables. We don't keep idle people in our base. Zhao Weisu's eyes were firm. Now Zhao Weisu knows that he is an E-level person. You can't be idle every day. And since he couldn't sit idle, Zhao Weisu certainly couldn't sit idle either. We must grow vegetables together. Good. You have made great progress. Xuefeng nodded, and was still very pleased when he looked at Zhao Weisu. He didn't expect that Zhao Weisu had such a high level of ideological awareness. Hearing Xuefeng's praise, Zhao Weisu's face flushed with excitement. Sir, don't worry. Even though I am an E-level member now, I will contribute my strength. There was even more fanaticism in Zhao Weisu's eyes. People treat you like trash, and you still think you are someone important. Ling Muir sneered from the side. Shut your mouth and do your job well. Otherwise I don't mind shocking you and making you cry for your parents again. Zhao Weisu looked at Ling Muir and his tone turned cold. Ling Muir shut her mouth this time, and it seemed that she didn't dare to say anything more. She didn't want to continue being tortured. Start working honestly with Zhao Weisu. Xuefeng nodded when he saw this scene, and was quite satisfied. It seems that Zhao Weisu was worthy of being a teacher, and he did have some skills in educating people. Xuefeng had already heard what Dong Pinghua and the others said. Ling Muir is a woman with a very hot temper. Unruly character. Even the factory director was very polite to Ling Muir. Ling Muir was willing to work for the factory director simply for the crystal core. The reason why Ling Muir's strength has reached this level now is because she has eaten a lot of crystal cores. This also indirectly proves that the crystal core can indeed enhance the strength of the ability user. It's a way of evolution. Meanwhile, in Hejin, Lin Heng's face turned pale and he regretted coming to this place. This place is simply hell. 179, the ignorant Li Wangmiao. You have done well to bring me so many tributes. In a luxuriously decorated small building, a middle-aged man with a mustache sat on the sofa with a smile on his face. This was originally the town office, but now it has been requisitioned and turned into the factory director's office. It's what I should do. Lin Heng answered stutteringly, forcing out a little expression on his face, which was as ugly as it could be. Looking at the man in front of him who was called the factory director, his heart was filled with fear. How did I end up here? Wouldn't it be better for him to just stay in Jiangxing? I have more than 100 crystal cores in my hand, which can be exchanged for a lot of things. But now they have all been taken away by the factory director. Not only that, there was a new purple spot on his chest, clinging to a layer beneath his skin. This is the poison injected into him by the factory director. If he doesn't obey, the poison may explode at any time and take his life. Of course, Lin Heng knew that he was not the one who suffered the most, but the dozen or so survivors who came with him. They have been locked up since arriving here yesterday. The factory director kept talking about tribute, which made Lin Heng confused about what he was going to do. How will others deal with it? Originally, I wanted to get rid of you as well, but I'm short of manpower here now. A few guys ran away before. You're lucky not to become a tribute, and you provided so many crystal cores anyway. The factory director smiled and continued. What? I almost got dealt with myself. He was spared because he contributed so many crystal cores. If I don't bring these crystal cores with me, I will definitely die. Lin Heng is not a fool. After all, he was the boss of a big company before. A little thought will reveal the reason. It's the letter written by Ling Muir. I was careless. That's not a recommendation letter at all. It's just hurting yourself. Don't look at the content of the letter. It seems to be recommending myself. But there must be a special code behind the scenes, which is to tell the factory director. These people are naive. They just brought this upon themselves. Well, I just came here. May I ask what tribute is? Lin Heng bent down and showed a flattering smile. Before the Doomsday broke out, Lin Heng was the one sitting on the sofa. He has tens of millions of yuan in deposits in his bank card. Including fixed assets, The net worth is over 100 million. But now, in order to survive, Lin Heng had to please the middle-aged man in front of him. At least Lin Heng could be sure that before the Doomsday, the factory director's assets were definitely inferior to his own. You can tell from the other person's temperament. First of all, I want to ask you a question. Do you think people with special abilities are the same as ordinary people? The factory director took out a cigar from somewhere, lit it, and took a deep puff. Then it passes through the lungs and is vomited out. I even coughed a few times because I was not skilled. Seeing this scene, Lin Heng was a little speechless. Smoking cigars will not fill your lungs. I don't even know this. However, Lin Heng still thought about the factory director's question again and again. I think it's different. We people with special abilities are born to be rulers. We are the new masters in the Doomsday world. Lin Heng expressed his ideas. That's right. That's right. I'm glad you agree with me. Then ordinary people are just tools for us people with special abilities. We can also become tributes. The factory manager gave a cruel smile. Then he told Lin Heng about his zombie breeding. Lin Heng realized that his subordinates would become tributes. Feed the zombies a tribute. After learning that eating the crystal core, one can improve his abilities. Lin Heng wanted to slap himself a few times. He came with more than 100 crystal cores. Those crystal cores are enough to last me for a year or two. Even after his strength increased, the crystal cores of ordinary zombies could no longer satisfy him. Lin Heng is also confident that he can hunt down second-level mutants to continue to strengthen his strength. When he becomes strong enough, he can even hunt down third-order mutants. There's no need to come to this place at all. But now that I have entered the wolf's den, I can only flatter the factory director against my conscience. Okay, tomorrow night you will see how the tribute is used. Only those of us with special abilities know about this. Otherwise, if ordinary people knew about it, they would probably run away. The factory director said happily. I wasn't worried at all about what the effect would be if I told Lin Heng everything. Yes, I will never reveal it. Lin Heng still had a flattering smile on his face. But in his heart, Lin Heng had already started cursing. If I hadn't been poisoned, who would still be here? He would rather lead his own people to start a business. All the mutated crystal cores are yours. The factory director also looked at Lin Heng with a smile on his face. That look was like looking at a sumptuous dinner. There was one thing the factory director didn't tell Lin Heng. That is tomorrow's tribute, not only Lin Heng's men, but also Lin Heng himself. After all, the zombie he cultivated was about to evolve. Riverside Villa. Xuefeng rested the whole day. Although the base was bustling with activity, he had nothing to do. Since he had nothing to do anyway, Xuefeng simply went to play with the dog. Walking the dog with Li Wangmiao. Now, including Black Panther, there are 8 dogs in total, and they are all quite strong. During this time, Lu Qiqi also ran over. It turns out that Lu Qiqi has been in charge of delivering food to the dogs recently. They are all some leftovers in the kitchen. I'm afraid that only in Xuefeng's base is there any leftover food for the dog to eat. In other survivor bases, Black Panther and the others would probably become dog meat hot pot. You've gained a lot of weight recently. Did you eat secretly in the kitchen? Xuefeng hadn't seen Lu Qiqi for more than 10 days. When I saw her this time, I found that Lu Qiqi looked more mature than before. Sir, I'm not getting fat. I'm growing bigger. Lu Qiqi pouted and puffed out her chest to express her dissatisfaction. Haha, let me take a look. Xuefeng smiled and started to work. Really grab it from behind and feel the difference in size. Lu Qiqi looked shy but did not refuse. Instead, Li Wangmiao blushed when he saw this scene. She has a good relationship with Lu Qiqi. They are about the same age, only 2 months apart. But he didn't expect that Lu Qiqi was already Xuefeng's woman. This made Li Wangmiao feel mixed emotions, and even more envious and jealous. I actually have this kind of relationship with Xuefeng. In Li Wangmiao's heart, she admires Xuefeng very much. It was Xuefeng who avenged his brother Li Wanglu. And Xuefeng is also a dog lover. He has so many puppies. This is the end of the world. People have no food to eat, but Xuefeng still takes good care of the dog. Such an outstanding man. I also want to be conquered by him. 180 read dangerous information. Xuefeng pulled Lu Qiqi into the next room. Soon Li Wangmiao heard Lu Qiqi's panting sound coming from inside. Li Wangmiao's face also turned red, and he couldn't help but lean against the door to listen. She could clearly hear the rhythmic impact sound. And Lu Qiqi's painful and happy cry. It made Li Wangmiao wish it was herself on the other side of the room. One hand even subconsciously stroked downwards, imagining himself in the room. And the person pressing on him was Xuefeng. Sudden, the door was opened. Li Wangmiao was not prepared and fell directly in. Fortunately, Xuefeng was quick to help her up. Are you okay? Why are you standing at the door? Xuefeng was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. No, I took the wrong way. Li Wangyao's face was red, almost up to his ears, because she had already seen Lu Qiqi lying on the bed, gasping for breath. I was panting as if I had run 5 kilometers and didn't even have time to cover myself with the quilt. Then, without waiting for Xuefeng's answer, Li Wangyao trotted away. So shameful. It's okay to eavesdrop on others doing that thing. It was discovered. Li Wangyao felt that he didn't have the face to face Xuefeng and Lu Qiqi. Xuefeng looked at Li Wangyao's departing figure, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. It seems that this little girl is also full of love, so I should find an opportunity to win her over. After dinner, Xuefeng called Shunruyan and Gu Xiaoqian. He explained the plan of developing a park nearby and planting cabbages. This requires a lot of preparation in advance. Next comes the matter of Hejun. Xuefeng wanted to talk to Shunruyan about how to treat Hejun. Now I and Hejun have become enemies. The other party probably doesn't know that Ling Muir was taken prisoner by me and the other 2 were killed by me. But we will know that sooner or later. After all, Ling Muir and the others were heading towards Jiangqing. Sir, I suggest that we send someone to investigate first. It would be best to use a drone near Hejun to record the general situation of Hejun first. Shunruyan immediately gave a suggestion. Because Hejun will be a threat sooner or later. It is very close to Jiangqing, only more than 20 kilometers away. The appearance of a powerful person over there is not a good thing. And that guy called the factory director's target is not just mutants. Survivors and people with special abilities are all targets of that guy. Once the people inside Hejun are almost wiped out, they will definitely attack in other directions. Jiangqing was the first target. Xuefeng nodded and accepted Shunruyan's opinion. It's just that plans don't change as fast as they should. When Xuefeng woke up the next morning, a voice appeared in his mind. Byte. Intelligence system updated. 1. A large number of survivors have gathered in Hejun. Their leader is called the factory director, who possesses a highly toxic ability. 2. There are 300 tons of rice in the warehouse in Hejun. 3. Tonight at 10:15, a 5th-order mutant will appear in Hejun. It is extremely dangerous. The third piece of information is marked in red font. This made Xuefeng raise his eyebrows. 5th-order mutant. Extremely dangerous. Xuefeng had never seen a 5th-level mutant before, so why would it appear in Hejun? Could it be a monster cultivated by the factory director? Xuefeng felt that this possibility was the most likely. No matter what, I must go to Hejun to take a look. In fact, Xuefeng had thought about this when he first learned the information. Should I go to Hejun in advance and eliminate the mutants inside Hejun? Ensure that no 5th-order mutants appear. But he soon gave up the idea. Since the system is prompting me, a 5th-order mutant will appear. Then it is very likely that this will be unstoppable. It seemed that there was no need for Xuefeng to stop him. According to the previous system prompts, the information marked in red font is dangerous, but it also brings opportunities and lots of rewards. Of course, I can't miss this opportunity to improve my strength. So Xuefeng called Dong Pinghua and others over. Tell them that you will go to Hejun today. Dong Pinghua and others were very excited when they heard that Xuefeng was going to Hejun. Sir, are you going to flatten that place? Rescue the survivors there. Dong Pinghua waved his fist. Well, mainly to check out the situation. Xuefeng had little interest in rescuing the survivors. What he wants is the reward from the intelligence system. Well, the guards in Hejun are still very strong. We should be cautious. Dong Pinghua nodded solemnly. According to Dong Pinghua, there are at least more than 20 people with special abilities in Hejun. Everyone obeys the factory director's command. How could a small river town gather all the people with special abilities together? Why are so many people willing to work for the factory director? The reason lies in the crystal core. After the factory director discovered the secret of the crystal core, he used the temptation of increased strength. He recruited all the people with special abilities in the entire town. Dong Pinghua and his friends were also attracted by this temptation at the beginning. But I didn't expect that the factory director's appetite would soon become so huge. No longer satisfied with just hunting zombies. Start growing your own mutants. Also uses toxins to control others. This led to the defection of Dong Pinghua and others. Even if it means sacrificing my life, I am unwilling to stay there. After a simple tidying up, Xuefeng set off with Dong Pinghua and others. But it's just Dong Pinghua and a few others. Xuefeng did not bring anyone else with him. Xuefeng did not bring Yu Haoyun, who had been in charge of controlling the drone. Other people are of no use at this time. Instead, it may become a burden. Soon at noon, Xuefeng and his team appeared near Hejun. There are several bungalows here, where the villagers lived before the apocalypse. Now the house is empty. There was no food or anything useful in the room. There was cash scattered all over the ground, totaling tens of thousands. It was obvious that the family evacuated in a hurry. And before leaving, he took everything with him. I guess he wanted to take the money with him too, but then gave up. Anyone with a normal brain can see it. After the apocalypse, the existing order has completely collapsed. The money is no longer of any use. The reason for not staying at home is also very simple. These bungalows are simply not able to withstand the zombie attack. And the food at home will always be eaten up one day. It is better to start surviving as early as possible while you still have the strength. Dong Pinghua and others patrolled the surrounding area to prevent anyone from coming. Shuefeng had already started the drone. Soon, a drone made the sound of its propeller turning and headed towards the river town. The mysterious Huzhen gradually appeared in front of Shuefeng. 181 River Town. As the name suggests, Huzhen is surrounded by several small rivers. In the Doomsday, it becomes a natural moat. The entire river town is quite large, and there are many fenced-off areas. Many major neighborhoods are covered. A stable settlement has been formed within the river town. You can see a lot of people coming and going inside, also growing some vegetables and the like. However, Shuefeng noticed that these people were fighting on their own. Everyone has his or her own area, just like his or her own territory. It doesn't look like it will be shared easily with others. Seeing this, Shuefeng couldn't help but shook his head. This is the end of the world. Huzhen isn't a very big place to begin with, yet they divide up their territory? How ridiculous. Now all the systems have collapsed, including private ownership. Whoever has a big enough fist can get everything he wants. There is no problem in dividing the territory. The key point is how can ordinary survivors protect their property? Eventually, it will be snatched away by someone else. Doesn't the factory manager usually manage these survivors? Shuefeng couldn't help but ask questions. Allowing these survivors to grow vegetables on their own is also a waste of labor. At this moment, gathering strength is the most important thing. That guy doesn't want to manage the survivors at all. In his eyes, all the survivors are tributes to be fed to the zombies. He created this situation deliberately. Dong Pinghua sighed heavily. Shuefeng nodded slowly. When he heard Dong Pinghua say this, he understood. There are many ways to rule. Some people, like Shuefeng, have established a strict reward and punishment mechanism and a hierarchy system. There is also a system like the one in by Luer's early days, where everyone makes decisions together. However, that system was not suitable for development at all, so it collapsed quickly. Later, Bai Luer chose bloody rule, and she had the final say in the base. Killed the traitors cruelly. Shuefeng doesn't know what the current situation in Baiqing is. He was concerned about Wang Jun and Dong Feifei. I don't know when Dong Feifei will be able to convince Wang Jun to come to her base. That's a powerful fighting force. However, the current ruling system in Huzhen does not actually have a complete set of systems. What is even more unexpected is that Dong Pinghua actually said that this was done intentionally by the factory director. Then there is only one reason why the factory manager did this. Whenever there is a conflict among the survivors, they go to him to make the decision. In this way, the factory director has the final say in the entire Huzhen. Sir, a little further east, there is a large yard where the factory director and his colleagues live. It is also where the zombies are fed. Dong Pinghua reminded Shuefeng while looking at the control screen in front of him. Shuefeng nodded and controlled the drone to fly towards the east. Sure enough, a large courtyard soon appeared. The courtyard is surrounded by tall office buildings, which completely block the interior of the courtyard. Very hidden. This should have been Huzhen's office building before. It is also the most luxurious building and is now occupied by the factory director. With so many rooms around, it is indeed the best location. Before we left, there were 8 mutants being held captive here. They've eaten hundreds of people, and the highest-ranked one has reached level 4. When Dong Pinghua said this, his expression was a little unnatural. I can't say whether I feel horror or disgust. How are mutants kept in captivity? Shuefeng asked curiously. You should know that there are many mutants with strange abilities. Some of them are very dangerous. How is it possible to fully cultivate it artificially? Zombies are not guinea pigs. Their instinct is to devour continuously, which means eating people. Actually, it's not complicated. Just leave the head and some organs. When you have nothing to do, just cover the mouth and there won't be any sound. Dong Pinghua said slowly. Only the head is left. A picture immediately appeared in Shuefeng's mind. It was when Nie Xiaoya and the others dissected zombies before. The zombie was still able to survive even though only its head was left and its heart was dug out. This proves that many organs are unnecessary for zombies. This is a madman. Shuefeng couldn't help but say. He's even crazier than the director of a mental hospital. At Beishan Mental Hospital, the director at least still keeps the zombies' organs. When it comes to normal, everything that is not needed has been dug out. But the director of the mental hospital is at least a real madman with real name authentication. This factory manager shouldn't have been a madman before, so how come he has become even crazier than a madman now? That's how it is in the Doomsday. Good people can also be driven crazy. Dong Ping sighed heavily. At the beginning of Hujin, everyone wanted to work together to survive. The factory manager behaved normally at that time, and there was no sign of any problem. But soon the factory manager discovered that eating the crystal core could increase his strength. Everything has changed. The factory manager began to become gradually crazy. At the beginning, everyone was forced to work together to eliminate zombies and search for crystal cores. Later, when he discovered that ordinary zombie crystal cores could no longer make him stronger, the factory director began to pursue the crystal core of the mutant. However, mutants are not so easy to find, so the factory director began to cultivate them himself. Step by step into the abyss. Where's the warehouse? It's where rice is stored. Shuefeng asked. Oh, sir, are you talking about the granary in the town? Dong Pinghua reacted and asked. Dong Pinghua had mentioned the matter of the grain warehouse before. The people in the town can still gather together because there is enough food. There is not only rice in the granary, but also some feed and other things. Before the apocalypse, it was originally fed to livestock. But now it has become human food. In fact, these feeds are not edible. Hormones are added to them to make the livestock grow better. Just because animals can eat it doesn't mean humans can eat it. Unfortunately, the current situation does not allow this, so I can only fill my stomach first. Yes, it's the granary. Shuefeng nodded. It's right next to the building, that's it. Dong Pinghua pointed in a direction on the screen. From here, you can already see the outline of the warehouse. Shuefeng immediately controlled the drone to turn around and found a large warehouse. Dong Pinghua was still introducing it. This warehouse was originally the warehouse of several factories and was used to store grain. However, it came in handy after the apocalypse and became the granary of Hujin. Is there still much food inside? Shuefeng asked. Although his base is not short of food, but no one would complain about having too much food. The quantity is quite large, and everyone is eating it sparingly now. My lord, you have set your eyes on the food in the warehouse. Dong Pinghua widened his eyes. 182 target warehouse. What's wrong? Is it not possible? Shuefeng said lightly. Of course not. Of course it's not impossible. It's just, that location is close to the compound, and there are guards. If we want to snatch it, it will probably alert other people. Are we not enough people? Dong Pinghua coughed dryly. Actually, Dong Pinghua wanted to say this just now. If the food is taken away, so what should the people of Hujin do? After all, Dong Pinghua came from Hujin, and he had many friends in Hujin. Although the factory director is cruel and ruthless, he is not a heartless person. But when I think about the fact that I am now living under someone else's roof, I feel really lonely. If it weren't for Shuefeng, he would have died long ago. So I just shut up and didn't raise this question. Instead, he decisively shifted the problem to the security. No matter how strong Shuefeng is, it is impossible for him to take away so many supplies quietly. There are not fewer people, but more people. Shuefeng smiled. More? Dong Pinghua looked confused and didn't know what Shuefeng meant. There's no need for you to go over there. Just stay here and support me. Shuefeng waved his hand and said. He had no intention of attacking by force at all. The best way at this time is to sneak in secretly, just waiting for the appearance of the fifth order mutant. Sir, we will definitely be of use. Let us go together. Dong Pinghua pleaded. Not only Dong Pinghua, but everyone else nodded as well. Sir, we are very familiar with Hujin. Please take us with you. This time we must get rid of that disgusting bastard, the factory manager. That's right. I will never let him go. They all hated the factory director. Everyone has a grudge against the factory manager, which is why they choose to defect. No need. This is just reconnaissance, not a decisive battle. Shuefeng could only find an excuse. After hearing these words, Dong Pinghua and others suddenly realized. It turned out that Shuefeng brought them here just for reconnaissance. If it is really a decisive battle, then all forces will be mobilized. With the number of people and firepower of Xiefeng base, we will definitely be able to conquer this place. Don't be fooled by the fact that there are not many people with special abilities in Shuefeng's base. But nearly 1/3 are young and middle-aged men. Everyone can carry weapons such as rifles. Under heavy firepower, ordinary people with special abilities simply cannot withstand it. As the sky gradually darkened, Shuefeng left the Doomsday chariot to Dong Pinghua and others. He followed the dirt road to avoid the guards around the river town, quietly approaching the river town. Meanwhile, in river town. Strange, why haven't Ling Muir and the others come back yet? I hope there won't be any problems. The factory director frowned and paced back and forth in the room. A whole day has passed. In addition to the factory director, There were more than a dozen other people in the room. All of them are people with special abilities. Could it be that Ling Muir and the others encountered some accident? They wouldn't die in Jiangcheng, right? Someone said. Haha, how is this possible? Ling Muir is such a smart person, she wouldn't attack the opponent's base by force. Another person shook his head. But she should come back. If there is no chance, why is she still staying in Jiangcheng? Everyone was talking about Ling Muir. When Ling Muir and the others went to chase Dong Pinghua, the factory director had instructed them. If you encounter a powerful enemy, just gather information and come back. Don't provoke the other party easily. By now Ling Muir and the others should have learned information about Jiangcheng from Lin Hong. I know that the boss of Jiangcheng base is not someone you can easily mess with. You should come back after gathering intelligence. But it has been a whole day and a night. It is understandable that we were delayed because of the heavy rain last night. How come it's dark now and the person hasn't come back yet? It can't be Ling Muir and the others. Some people stopped talking halfway through. But the meaning is already very clear. I'm just wondering if Ling Muir and the others have also defected. Impossible. I treated Ling Muir and the others very well. They have eaten a lot of my crystal cores. Besides, they have no reason to die. The factory director snorted coldly. Obviously, he didn't think that Ling Muir and the others would escape. Because the factory director is very confident, no one can detoxify him. If Dong Pinghua and his guys hadn't known that they were about to become food for the zombies, I'm afraid he won't be able to escape easily. After all, escape means death. There is only one explanation. The information provided by that guy named Lin Hong is wrong. The leader of Jiangcheng is more powerful than we thought. Ling Muir and the others may be in trouble. Someone said slowly. Hearing this, the factory director nodded silently, agreeing with the statement. Rather than believing that Ling Muir had defected, the factory director would rather believe that they were in trouble. Tomorrow, let's attack Jiangcheng. Look for Ling Muir and the others. After a long silence, the factory director said with a fierce and vicious look in his eyes. What if Ling Muir and the others died? Someone asked. Then let's massacre the entire Jiangcheng. Then we won't have to worry about where the zombies' food will come from. Hee. The factory director laughed coldly. Not only the factory director, but everyone else also laughed sinisterly. Everyone here with abilities has already accepted one thing. That is to use humans as feed to breed zombies. There may be guilt in eating humans. Many people instinctively resist cannibalism. But there is no such guilt when feeding people to zombies. And they have confidence in themselves, so many people. We can definitely take over the entire Jiangcheng. It's almost time to feed my zombie babies today's rations. The factory director stood up and walked out of the office first. The others followed the factory director and soon arrived in front of a building. This building was originally an office lobby, but it has been renovated and is now illuminated by electric lights. The person behind the counter was not a salesperson, but a captive survivor. There were more than 20 people in total, in addition to Lin Heng's group. There were also some survivors from the river town. These survivors were captured under various excuses. For example, stealing food, fighting, etc. Anyway, you can arrest a lot of people by finding any excuse. The other survivors thought the factory director was maintaining order and were very grateful to him. Little do they know that this kind of evil is hidden behind it. Of course, in addition to these survivors, there are also several people with special abilities guarding here. Among them is Lin Hong. Director, you're here. When Lin Hong saw the factory director and others, he bowed his head with a smile on his face. Seeing Lin Hong like this, the survivors who had followed Lin Hong before all started cursing. Although they don't know why they locked themselves up. But it's obvious that it's not a good thing. Most likely it's used as food or something like that. 183 It's your own fault. Lin Hong, this will not end well for you. You will definitely die a very, very miserable death. I've been following you for so long, and you treat me like this. These people all knew that they had been sold out by Lin Hong. Of course they would never think that they were being used as food. It's just zombie food. Lin Hong remained unmoved by the insults. I just sneered in my heart. As early as when the Doomsday broke out, everyone's fate was already determined. Ordinary people like you can only become stepping stones for those of us with special abilities. This is your destiny. But Lin Hong did not mock those people, because the factory director and others were still there. After all, I am new here and have no right to speak. Are you used to staying here these past 2 days? The factory director asked with a smile. I'm used to it. This place feels like home. Lin Hong said with a smile. That's good. I won't let you down. The factory director nodded and patted Lin Heng's shoulder with a smile on his face. Not only the factory manager, but everyone else also had a smile on their face. Because what Lin Hong didn't know was, Lin Hong is not just a guard here, he is also being guarded. Next, Lin Hong will be fed to zombies. Even after being sold, I still have to help count the money. This is Lin Heng's situation at the moment. Lin Heng didn't know all this. He just smiled apologetically. But this feeling made him very uncomfortable. Lin Heng was a smart man and vaguely felt that something was wrong. Suddenly, Lin Heng felt weakness in his limbs, and he seemed to have no strength. You guys. Lin Heng stuttered. Look at the weird, smiling faces of the people around you. Lin Heng understood instantly that he was poisoned. The factory director must have poisoned me again when he slapped me just now. Fall down. You have been poisoned by my paralysis poison, which will make your whole body weak. Unfortunately, you still feel pain, and it will probably be very painful next. The factory director's smile has become ferocious. What? Lin Heng's eyes became horrified. Only then did Lin Heng realize it. It turns out that he is also food for zombies. However, it was too late for Lin Heng to use his supernatural powers, and he fell to the ground, unable to move. The muscles are weak, only the brain is clear. Let's start with the fourth-order mutant. It has already eaten many people with special abilities. I wonder if it can evolve this time. I have never seen a fifth-order mutant before. The factory director looked expectant. Soon someone pushed a cart into the room. On the cart was an iron cabinet, about 2 meters high. There was a strange humming sound coming from inside. The factory manager stepped forward and opened the cabinet. When the survivors saw what was inside the cabinet, they all looked horrified. What is this thing? So disgusting. Is it a zombie? What on earth is this for? Everyone couldn't help but make a sound. Because inside the cabinet was a fixed zombie. This zombie has no limbs, only a head and half of the body below. The mouth was fixed with 2 leather belts and could not be opened. The humming sound came from the zombie's mouth. The most peculiar thing is that this zombie's head is different from that of ordinary zombies. It's all blue, and it looks much bigger than the average zombie's head. Lin Heng, you are about to become the food of this zombie, so it is necessary to introduce who ate you. The factory director looked proud. He began by introducing this zombie and how it was cultivated. At first, it was just an ordinary zombie. Later, the factory director fed 7 or 8 humans and evolved into a mutant. But after evolving, it started attacking them. The people with special abilities around rushed forward. Among them was a man whose whole body could turn into steel. Cut off all the limbs of this zombie. Of course, when the factory manager said this, he didn't know that Iron Man was already dead. According to the original procedure, we should remove the crystal core from the zombie's head, but I suddenly had an idea. If only the zombie's head is left, can the zombie still be purified? It doesn't look dead after all. The factory manager was very excited when he said this. It was because of this discovery that he had a large number of mutant crystal cores in his hands. It turns out my guess was correct. Once the zombie eats it, it only needs to use its stomach to absorb the energy. No other steps are necessary. And even after evolving, it still looks like this. It only has 1 head, so it poses no threat at all. But now it can't eat ordinary people anymore. Only people with special abilities can do that. The factory director was beaming with joy as he continued to tell the story. After hearing these words, Lin Heng's face lost all color. Especially when he heard that he was going to eat people with special abilities. Lin Heng finally understood why he became the factory director's target. And why did the factory director bring this 4th-level mutant here? Because the next ration for the 4th-level mutant will be yourself. I'm useful. Don't feed me to the zombies. Lin Heng was almost on the verge of tears. Tears and nose already started to flow down his face. Lin Heng, this is what happens to you. Go feed the zombies. Ha ha. You brought this upon yourself. You asked for this. At this time, Lin Heng's subordinates all made mocking sounds. Seeing Lin Heng's current appearance, they felt so happy. Even if he already knew, he would probably be fed to zombies next. But so what? Lin Heng, who had harmed them now, suffered the same fate. That's enough for them. Revenge has been taken. Lin Heng no longer had time to argue with these people. He was still begging the factory director. I hope the factory manager can give me a way out. The factory manager was unmoved, but a man next to him was. He kicked Lin Heng hard in the face. In an instant, Lin Heng's mouth was full of blood and several of his teeth fell out. This made Lin Heng shut up completely, because he knew that begging for mercy was useless. It's time for our beloved zombies to eat. The factory director just started speaking. Suddenly a man rushed in with a panicked look. Strange thing. The man had a look of horror on his face, as if he had seen something horrible. Just talk about it nicely, what's the big deal? The factory director was very unhappy and shouted harshly. He was just about to see how the zombies would eat. This has become a scene that the factory manager looks forward to every time. Gone. All the rice in the warehouse is gone, the man shouted, gasping. What? The factory manager wondered if he had heard it wrong. The rice in the warehouse is missing? 300 tons of rice are gone. Vanished without a trace. 184 There's something wrong with the zombies. The man's face was pale. They were the warehouse guards. So much rice is being thrown away now. It is no exaggeration to say that it is a dead end. The town now has so many people, and they all rely on rice to make a living. Now that there is no rice, a food crisis will immediately occur. Next, these people will definitely leave Hujin in order to survive. Then how do they keep so many people in captivity? How could the rice be lost? I remember it was still there in the afternoon. It's impossible for anyone to transport it out in such a short time. A person with special abilities nearby was anxious. Everyone knows the importance of rice. We don't know either. We heard some noise in the warehouse and went to check, but they were all gone. The guard looked terrified. I was afraid that the factory director would be angry with me because of this. In this way, the guards will become food for the zombies. Someone broke in, and it's a person with special abilities, said the factory director with narrowed eyes. Someone broke in. Hearing these words, everyone present was startled. Yes, only someone with special abilities could carry away so much rice silently. I don't know what kind of ability it is that makes people envious. Director, what should we do now? Someone asked. Everyone looked at the factory director. If the rice is lost, the entire river town will be in danger. It doesn't matter. They are just petty thieves. There is nothing to be afraid of. Let's attack Jiangxing tomorrow as planned. Then we will have food, right? The factory director's eyes were cold. Everyone reacted only after hearing this. Yes. So what if the food is lost? They can attack Jiangxing and seize its food and even territory. There seems to be plenty of electricity and water over there. Unlike here, they only have diesel generators to supply electricity to a few buildings. And all the food in Jiangxing must be there. When I think of instant noodles, sausages, and various snacks, these people also felt greedy unconsciously. These days they could only eat rice with a little bit of vegetables, and everyone's mouth was empty. There is no way. The supplies in Hujin are too scarce. As for the residents of Hujin, it wouldn't hurt to let them starve for a few days. Jiangxing's food, Jiangxing's base, and Jiangxing's territory will all be mine by then. The factory director waved his hand after saying this. Signal the person next to you to take action. 2 people immediately came out and pulled Lin Hing up from the ground. Then he pressed his head and moved closer to the zombie. At this time, the zombie's mouth had long been untied, and it opened its bloody mouth wide, waiting for food. No. Seeing the zombies getting closer and closer to him, Lin Heng let out a wail. Snap. The zombie's first bite was on the left half of Lin Heng's face. Most of his face skin was bitten off by the zombies, revealing the white bones inside. The zombies only made gnawing movements and hardly any chewing. He swallowed the flesh and skin directly. The second bite broke Lin Heng's skull. Click, click. Then all that was left was the sound of breaking bones. Lin Heng was no longer breathing, and half of his body was pushed forward. All of them entered the zombie's mouth. The whole process was very bloody, with blood splattered everywhere. The factory manager and others seemed familiar with this scene, so they all took several steps back. Avoid getting blood splashed on yourself. The imprisoned survivors were now pale with fear. Some vomited on the spot. Even during their imprisonment, they had nothing to eat. I still feel nauseous in my stomach, and I have to vomit something out. Some people vomit yellow bile, while others vomit blood directly. There were even a few with weaker willpower who fainted. Haha. Eat. If it's not enough, I'll find more for you. When can you evolve into a 5th-level mutant? I can't wait. The factory director let out a squeak of laughter. In this scenario, it seems even more bizarre. At the beginning of the Doomsday, the factory director gained superpowers. Toxin. A variety of toxins can be used freely. What surprised the factory manager was that his poison was also deadly to zombies. It can directly enter the brain and destroy the zombie's brain. Even though zombies are no longer normal humans, they still have weaknesses. This made the factory manager ecstatic, knowing that he had supernatural powers. Will definitely be able to stand firm at the end of the world. The first thing the factory manager did was to return home quickly. Want to protect your family. However, when the factory director returned home, he saw the house was open. Zombies rushed into his house, and all his family members died. This scene made the factory director lose hope for the future. He even wished he were dead. But he is not dead, he is still alive. The following days were a blur, and the factory director only remembered that there were many people around him. It's just because his supernatural powers are very powerful. There are many women who take the initiative to throw themselves into his arms. However, the factory director was not interested in this. He had no goals in life and was wondering why he was still alive. But the family died. In the end, the factory manager discovered the secret that eating crystal cores can enhance superpowers, as well as the secret of zombie evolution. The factory director figured it out. He was alive because he had evolved. But his family members did not evolve and so died. Ordinary people who have not evolved are destined to be stepping stones for these capable people. I have to become stronger. Cultivate more zombies. Director, there's something wrong with this zombie. Someone suddenly said. Something wrong? Is it going to evolve? The factory manager showed a look of joy and approached the zombie. Sure enough, I saw the zombie's face begin to change, and every inch of its skin was wriggling. It's like having life. It's really evolving. A 5th-level mutant. I wonder what surprises you can bring me. The factory director's expression was full of anticipation. Who knows the most about mutants in the apocalypse? The factory manager thinks it's him. Including the one in front of him, he has personally cultivated 3 4th-level mutants. He had carefully analyzed the first 2. One of them has the ability to command zombies and can summon zombies within a 5-kilometer radius just by shouting, triggering a zombie tide. The frightened factory manager immediately smashed the zombie's head and took out the crystal core. The other 2 do not have this capability. However, the factory manager also doesn't know what their specific abilities are, because all I have left is a head, and I can't do anything. One of them was also killed by the factory director, and its crystal core was taken out to be eaten later. The last one is the blue head in front of you. The factory manager has high hopes for this blue head. Just as the factory manager was staring at the zombie's head, something strange happened. 185, a sudden change occurs. A 5th-order mutant appears. 2 thumb-thick tentacles suddenly emerge from the zombie's eyes. These 2 tentacles look very strange, with 2 eyes at the front. The entire tentacle is covered with barbs, making it look particularly terrifying. 2 tentacles suddenly appeared and moved towards the factory director at an extremely fast speed. The factory manager had no idea what was going on. The 2 tentacles pierced the factory director's eyes. My eyes, my eyes. The factory director covered his eyes with one hand, and his voice was hoarse. The other hand grabbed the 2 tentacles. But before the factory director could use his abilities, the 2 tentacles had already retracted, covered in blood. There's even a piece of eyeball flesh. Oh my God, what's going on? There's something wrong with this brain. Kill it. Hurry up and do it. The people around realized that the situation was not good and shouted. None of them expected that there was only a zombie with a head left. How come several tentacles suddenly appeared? Where did this tentacle come from? No one cares about what the factory director is doing now. To put it bluntly, the blind factory director has lost his prestige. Just like a lion with a broken spine, the end result is being expelled from the lion group. But before that, they will definitely ask the factory director to remove the toxins from their bodies. The factory manager was blinded and was anxious and angry. My eyes felt a burning pain. He was angry. In an instant, a long purple dragon condensed in his hand, which was actually condensed from venom. He smashed the zombie's head hard. The factory manager wants to completely corrode the zombie's brains. However, what happened next was something no one had expected. The zombie's head seemed to explode. Every cell on the scalp seems to be active. Dozens of tentacles appeared instantly and stabbed towards the surroundings fiercely. There were sharp teeth at the front end of each tentacle, including those with special abilities, including the factory director, and those who survived. They were all pierced by the tentacles. Then they discovered with horror the places where they had been pierced by the tentacles. It shrank in an instant. The tentacles could directly devour their flesh and blood. My legs, my legs. My stomach is gone, my stomach is gone. Ah! Some people's limbs were sucked dry, and some people's internal organs were eaten directly. Many more people simply fell to the ground silently. The factory director has the most tentacles on his body. A dozen tentacles pierced him like a sieve. It seemed as if this 5th-level mutant had a great hatred for the factory director. All the factory director's flesh and blood disappeared, and he became like a mummy. He stared with eyes wide open until the moment his life disappeared. I also can't understand how a zombie with only a head can kill itself. Of course, the factory director had no eyes long ago, only 2 bloody black holes. And in an instant, all the people with special abilities in the room were wiped out. The 5th-level mutant showed a satisfied expression. Its body is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a few seconds, it had turned into a giant zombie more than 3 meters tall. Then it slowly walked out of the room. There were also a few guards outside the door, who came towards the building after hearing the noise. They didn't know what was going on. But with so many people shouting, something must be wrong. What is that? With the help of the light, they saw a strange blue zombie walking out of the room. There are many disgusting tentacles all over the body. Fear made them flee subconsciously. Just as they turned around, several tentacles rolled towards them rapidly like lizard tongues. In an instant, several people were sucked dry. Not even a sound was made. At this moment, The mutant's eyes suddenly raised and looked in a certain direction. 10 minutes ago, Shuefeng came to the warehouse and put hundreds of tons of rice into his space backpack. He also planned to put the other feed into the space backpack. After all, a thief never leaves empty-handed. Even thieves would not return empty-handed, so the robber Shuefeng would certainly be even more rude. It is his nature to rob all the warehouses. But no one expected that someone would enter the warehouse and find that all the rice was gone. An alarm was sounded. Shuefeng had to suspend his plan and wait and see how the situation develops. He casually checked the intelligence reward he had just received. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward. The host gains a +2 magical stone skin. Current host properties panel. Strength, 44. Agility, 53. Spirit, 32. Durability, 53. Luck, 39, +100. Abilities, Shunxiao, level 7 of the second stage. Sheepy, level 5 of the second stage. Shirling, level 3 of the second stage. Shuefeng frowned slightly, not expecting this kind of supernatural power. It was added on top of the stone skin. He was looking forward to the power of Shunxiao when it was upgraded to the 3rd level. What attributes will be added at that time? The result is stone skin. Of course, the 2nd level stone skin is already very strong. It can cover the entire body and is hard enough to block long-range pistol bullets. It won't cause him much harm. If it can be upgraded to level 3, it will probably be able to withstand most attacks, even sniper bullets. But Shuefeng still felt a little uneasy. He felt that he didn't have much chance of winning against a 5th level mutant. Are we going to escape after verifying the information? Of course, Shuefeng couldn't just let go of this opportunity so easily. He planned to wait and see what the situation was, then consider whether to fight to the death with the 5th level mutant. So he quietly climbed to the top floor of a nearby office building. From here you can see the rooms of the factory director and others. Of course, from Shuefeng's perspective, he couldn't see what was going on inside the room. But at around 9 o'clock in Huzhen, there was no movement. The voices of the factory director and others could be heard by Shuefeng, so he could clearly hear the conversation in the room. And when the zombies mutated, others shouted in fear, until the room was silent. Shuefeng immediately understood. There are more than 20 people with special abilities in the room. He was killed by the mutant in an instant. What a terrifying power this is. Shuefeng had already had a hard time dealing with the 4th level mutant before. And now the strength of this 5th level mutant is unknown how many times greater than that of the 5th level mutant. Even the factory director and his group can be made to do it quietly. You have to know that people with special abilities like the factory director have been swallowing crystal cores for a long time. Its own strength is many times higher than that of ordinary people with special abilities. But now death is so simple. Just how powerful is this 5th order mutant? Just as Shuefeng was thinking this, he saw a tall zombie slowly walking out of the room. It had many strange tentacles all over its body and easily eliminated several guards. Then the mutant's gaze turned towards him. 186, Shunxiao level 3. Damn, they can see me too. Shuefeng couldn't help but curse in his heart. He was at least several hundred meters away from the mutant. I was at the highest point on the top floor. It is looking down at the other person. How could it be discovered like this? What the hell is this? Could it be that the mutants are no longer just relying on their eyes to observe, but are using other methods? For example, heat sources or sound waves. No matter which one it is, I have been discovered anyway. In fact, Shuefeng knew in his heart that zombies would evolve this ability sooner or later. It's like his physical fitness is better than that of ordinary people. This allowed Shuefeng to hear the conversation between the factory director and others. As expected, the next second, the mutant howled excitedly, as if it had spotted some prey. Suddenly, I stepped on something. The mutant appeared downstairs of Shuefeng in an instant like an arrow shot from a bow. It only took 5 or 6 seconds to cover a distance of several hundred meters. So fast, Shuefeng could only exclaim in time. He did not activate time 0 and could only barely see the mutant's movements. More than twice as fast as mine. If in a battle, such a fast speed will give you a huge advantage. However, Shuefeng was even more surprised by the mutant's next move. The mutant didn't go straight upstairs. Instead, he stood where he was and roared at Shuefeng. Dozens of tentacles appeared on the body again, coming towards Shuefeng from several angles, not leaving Shuefeng any chance to escape. Some tentacles hit the wall and damaged it easily. It seems like we have no choice but to fight with all our might. Shuefeng growled. Shunxiao? His supernatural power was activated, and lightning as thick as a bucket burst out from his body. It formed a spherical shape and wrapped Shuefeng. When those tentacles encountered his lightning, they were all instantly burned and exploded. More than a dozen tentacles retreated back into the mutant's body. The mutant actually felt pain and growled at Xuefeng. The second-level Shenxiao comes with the special effect of annihilation. Let's see what you can do now. Xuefeng sneered. But what happened next was something Xuefeng had not expected. More tentacles emerged from the mutant's body. There are at least a few hundred. It seems that it will not be satisfied unless Xuefeng is completely eliminated. This isn't regeneration, this is rapid growth. When Xuefeng saw this scene, he seemed to understand what was going on. This mutant's ability isn't regeneration at all, but it grows rapidly. Every part of the mutant's body can grow new parts rapidly. It's not an ability on the same level as regeneration. Suppose your arm is broken. Regeneration is the process of repairing body tissues based on the original ones. However, rapid regeneration can replace the original tissue and grow an arm. No wonder even though there was only one head left, it could become whole again. It turns out that he possesses this incredible ability. Then we can only blame the factory manager and his bad luck. I originally thought that I could keep zombies in captivity and gradually create stronger crystal cores. But now he has gone too far and can only become food for zombies. Now his lightning has destroyed the mutant's tentacles. The mutant can also grow more tentacles again. Facing hundreds of tentacles, Xuefeng muttered to himself. As expected, the second-level Shenxiao is unable to deal with the fifth-level mutant. It's time to try the power of the third-level Shenxiao. The moment he saw the mutant just now, Xuefeng had already received the intelligence reward. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Rewards the host to gain all supernatural powers +3. Current host properties panel. Strength, 44. Agility, 53. Spirit, 32. Durability, 53. Luck, 39, +100. Abilities, Shenxiao, level 1 of the third order. Sheepy, level 1 of the third order. Shirling, level 6 of the second order. It is indeed Red Danger Intelligence. There are also more rewards given. Xuefeng's Stone Skin and Divine Sky skills instantly reached the third level. Both Shenxiao and Sheepy come with more powerful attributes. However, Xuefeng had no intention of using the strength of a fifth-order mutant to verify the current strength of the Stone Skin. If I take off all my clothes, I will be the same as the factory director and his men. God of Thunder, level 3. Possessed by the Thunder God. As soon as he finished speaking, a circle of lightning wrapped around Xuefeng's body. He actually flew up, accompanied by the sound of thunder. In the dark night, it is as eye-catching as a small sun. The movement in the office building at this time also attracted other survivors. There was a thunderous sound and a blinding light. Some people who saw this scene actually knelt on the ground and kowtowed towards Xuefeng. He was muttering something about bodhisattvas and gods. It seemed as if a god appeared to save them. But some people noticed. Below the flash of light, countless tentacles attacked that direction. And the direction of the battle quickly shifted from the office building to the street. In the light of lightning, everyone could see clearly that it was a zombie over 3 meters tall. However, not many people were afraid of this zombie. Instead, many people gathered and watched curiously. They thought they were several hundred meters away and were absolutely safe. Although the factory director and his men were secretly hunting down the survivors of Hujin. But I have to say that the shelter built by the factory director and his team is absolutely safe. As a result, these survivors haven't seen zombies for a long time. They have forgotten the horror that zombies brought them. Subconsciously, I thought that I was absolutely safe inside the base. And all their eyes were on Xuefeng in the air. They were very curious about when such a powerful mutant appeared in their base. It will definitely be safer in the future. As for the zombies, they couldn't see the power of the fifth-level mutant. It's just taller than ordinary zombies. It is this laxity that will cost them their lives. Suddenly, countless tentacles shot out from the mutant's body again, and this time the target was not Xuefeng in the sky. The mutant had consumed too much energy after the battle with Xuefeng just now. It can regenerate rapidly, but it also requires a lot of energy. There just happens to be so much food around. Ah, run. My legs, my legs. Suddenly, screams were heard one after another, and more than 100 people turned into mummies. These survivors never imagined that they were so far away. But they will still be attacked by zombies. There were heavy casualties. Those who were farther away also let out screams of fear. They began to move away from the office building area. These guys. Trash. At this time, Xuefeng, who was flying in the air, frowned and cursed in his heart. 187 petrochemical properties. Just now, he used his superpowers to fight against the mutant. Want to consume the mutant's energy. This fifth-order mutant is capable of rapid regeneration, and the only way to prevent this is to completely destroy its body, or consume its energy. He had almost exhausted all his energy. The mutant's tentacles and growth rate have slowed down a lot. But I didn't expect that there would be so many survivors, and they didn't know how to escape. They actually gathered around as if they were watching the fun. The mutant regained his strength instantly. On the contrary, Xuefeng is now out of breath. Consumption is relative. Xuefeng was also consuming his strength. Especially when activating the third level of Shenxiao, the consumption is huge. It can only last 7 or 8 minutes at most. Flying in the air. Just need to withstand attacks from the ground. But once he lands, he will face attacks from all directions. So you have to avoid the spotlight for now. Allow time for your strength to recover. Thinking of this, Xuefeng continued to rise and was already 70 or 80 meters above the ground. This is also the current limit of Xuefeng's flying. However, this distance is still the attack range of the mutant. Countless tentacles attacked again. The power is indeed stronger than before. After draining more than 100 survivors, the mutant's strength in all aspects increased significantly. However, these tentacles fell on the office building one after another. It turned out that Xuefeng had just escaped towards the office building. He went around to the back of the main building. Boom. The building was attacked, and countless rocks and soil were thrown down by the tentacles. Some walls still have exposed steel bars inside. Fortunately, no corners were cut in this building. These attacks did not cause any damage to the building. There was just smoke and dust everywhere. But then the mutant discovered that the target it had been attacking had disappeared. After Xuefeng flew to the back of the building, he stopped flying and fell to the ground. After losing its target, the mutant roared like crazy. He rushed to the place where Xuefeng had just been, but found that he had lost his target. The mutant even stretched out its 2 tentacle eyes and looked around. But no trace of Xuefeng could be found. Roar! The mutant roared helplessly and turned towards the street. Kill all the survivors in the river town to absorb their power. After the mutant left, Xuefeng slowly opened his eyes. In fact, he had been here the whole time. He was hiding near a wall, and the mutant's tentacles almost touched him. But he still didn't find himself. This is the special ability that Sheepy brings to himself after reaching the 3rd level. Petrified. You can turn your body completely into stone, without even any temperature or heartbeat. And the body will become much harder than before. Just now, Xuefeng completely turned into a stone man. No matter what the mutant used to detect, it could not be blocked by Xuefeng. It's extremely dangerous indeed. Fighting head-on with a level 5 mutant is very dangerous. Xuefeng let out a sigh of relief. He took out some food like chocolate from his space backpack and started to eat it. After consuming so much energy, Xuefeng also felt hungry. After stuffing these things into your mouth, Xuefeng took out another crystal core. It is a crystal core of a 2nd-order mutant and looks about the size of a walnut. Xuefeng swallowed it directly. If it is a larger crystal core, it must be cut before it can be swallowed. However, Xuefeng is now eating 2nd-level crystal cores, and he will generally feel that they are completely absorbed in 3 to 5 days. A few minutes after eating it, Xuefeng felt that his physical strength seemed to have increased a little. Only then did he notice that the entire He town was in chaos. Mutants are searching for survivors everywhere. No matter where the survivors are hiding, even underground, the mutants can actually be discovered. The tentacles will plunge into the ground, killing any survivors who are hiding. More survivors began to flee. They screamed as they ran. Why is the factory director missing? They must have run away. They are the ones who brought this mutant here. It's over. We've been abandoned. These people uttered cries of despair. They had no idea that the factory director and other people with special abilities were already dead. But think that you have been abandoned. This is understandable. After all, in the eyes of these survivors, the factory director and his men have more than 20 people with special abilities. Together, these people are a powerful force. Suddenly disappeared. He must have run away. Xuefeng had no intention of rescuing these survivors. Their lives and deaths had nothing to do with him. But he realized one thing. Perhaps now is the best chance to get rid of the mutants. Although it killed many people and absorbed a lot of energy, but it still seems that it has not reached its peak. This has something to do with the fact that it only has one head left. Just recovering the body consumed a huge amount of energy. If this mutant is allowed to continue absorbing energy everywhere, I'm afraid it will become even more powerful. And what really made Xuefeng feel worried was, Jiangcheng is right next to Hejin. What if this mutant wanders to Jiangcheng? By then, I won't have any choice. But at this moment, he saw several figures entering the battlefield. It turned out to be Dong Pinghua and others. They had all transformed into animal form and surrounded the mutant. I smell blood. The whole office building is filled with the smell of blood. I'm afraid the factory director and his men are in great danger, and have been killed. Dong Pinghua roared in a low voice. Where's the boss? I don't care about the life or death of Dong Pinghua and the others. A giant deer nearby shouted. We could see the thunderball just now. It must be the boss, but why is it gone now? The other sheep was also very concerned. I don't know. I can't smell anything. But no matter what, I have to see the person alive or the body dead. Dong Pinghua's expression was extremely firm. Hearing these words, Xue Feng was slightly stunned. I didn't expect that Dong Pinghua and the others came over to rescue me. He probably saw the power of the third-level Xunxiao he activated. He thought he was already in a decisive battle with the mutants, so he rushed over as soon as possible. I have clearly given them orders, so they just need to wait there. I didn't expect them to come here at the risk of their lives. They should be aware of mutants that can fight against themselves. It is definitely not an easy role, and they might lose their lives if they are not careful. Yet they still came, wanting to help me. Looking at Dong Pinghua and others who came to his door, the mutant's mouth corners actually rose slightly. Kai. He was mumbling some notes, as if he was saying something. I just don't understand what it means. However, this discovery shocked Xue Feng. The mutant is actually trying to speak. 188 reinforcements are coming. Xue Feng never expected that the mutant could actually speak, even though it's just repeating meaningless syllables. But this is obviously an expression of emotion, not a simple roar. Moreover, the IQ of the 5th level mutant is obviously much higher than that of the 4th level. Already understand what priorities are. Could it be that higher level zombies can also master language? Xue Feng still remembered the 4th level mutant blood corpse he had encountered before, which was relatively easy to deceive. Smelling the scent of his own blood, he chased him for more than 10 kilometers. But the 5th level mutant in front of him is different. Know that you should replenish your energy first, even if Xue Feng was not found. Nor is there a blind search for wasted energy. Instead, he chose to hunt down other survivors. Brush. Dozens of tentacles moved towards Dong Pinghua and others. Dong Pinghua and his team were shocked. They didn't expect that this mutant would have such a method of attack. So everyone chose to avoid it as much as possible. But those tentacles seemed to have eyes and could actually turn in the middle of the road. Dong Pinghua and others were all caught. They were all pricked by the tentacles to varying degrees. If this tentacle touches an ordinary survivor, it will immediately suck the blood and flesh of the other person. But Dong Pinghua and his men did not suffer such serious damage. The tentacles merely pierced their skin, leaving a bloody hole. This is the defense of an animal-type ability user. Their bones, flesh, and even hair all have a certain degree of defensive power. In addition, Dong Pinghua and his men were well prepared and were not hit in the vital parts by the tentacles. It's not like the factory director and his men were attacked by surprise. He didn't even have the chance to show his special abilities. They would not think about the animal-type ability users whom they looked down upon before. When facing the 5th level mutants, they performed much better than them. What kind of monster is this? Dong Pinghua grinned. The huge tiger head has a painful expression. When the tentacle pierced his leg, Dong Pinghua felt a tingling sensation. It seemed to be tearing the flesh of its own legs. Fortunately, I bit it off immediately, otherwise I don't know what would have happened. It should be a 5th level mutant. It exudes powerful energy. The remaining few people were also feeling bad. 5th level mutant. I hope the boss is not going to be in trouble. Dong Pinghua muttered to himself. That shouldn't happen. The boss is much stronger than us. How could he possibly die at the hands of this mutant? Others answered firmly. After all, even they can withstand the mutant's attacks. Then how could Xue Feng die so easily? Something must have happened. Hold this mutant. Give me 5 minutes. Suddenly Xue Feng's voice came from a distance. Everyone was excited when they heard this voice. It's Xue Feng's voice. Sure enough, Xue Feng was not dead, he was just hiding. And they have to hold back the mutants. Without any hesitation, Dong Pinghua and others pounced on the mutant. Of course, they were not stupid enough to fight the mutants to the death, they just surrounded the mutants. His eyes were fixed on the mutant. The mutants also noticed something was wrong and began to become cautious. There was no further attack, and the two sides remained deadlocked here. Perhaps realizing that something was wrong, the mutant hesitated for a moment. Finally, there was a roar. Countless tentacles emerged from its body and headed towards Dong Pinghua and others. This time, Dong Pinghua and his men were better prepared and already knew how the mutants fought. The damage caused by the tentacles is already very small, but everyone was still injured. No one escaped. Since Xue Feng asked them to hold on for 5 minutes, they would definitely not back down. The more the mutants fought, the more they realized something was wrong. Why don't these people attack or retreat? Then what happened next was something that Dong Pinghua and others had never expected. The mutant actually fled in one direction. Coincidentally, This direction was exactly opposite to the direction Shui Feng had just spoken. In other words, the mutant was deliberately avoiding Shui Feng. Wanna leave? It's too late. Shenxiao? Chain lightning. The next second, a lightning bolt as thick as a bucket struck the mutant. After Shenxiao reached the third level, Shenxiao's power in all aspects was improved. In the past, his lightning was only as thick as his arm at most. Now it has reached the thickness of a bucket. The mutant was very fast, but ultimately not faster than Raiden. I saw a lightning as thick as a bucket coming towards Shui Feng. The mutant stomped his foot onto the ground, turned around, and pointed his arms forward. Countless tentacles emerged from the arms and rushed directly towards the lightning. It seems to want to offset the power of thunder and lightning. However, lightning as thick as a bucket could not be blocked by these tentacles. Moreover, the lightning released by Shui Feng was a chain lightning with jumping properties. The moment the tentacles were touched, a spark burst out. Then it jumped out in an arc and hit the mutant's arm. It hit the mutant's head again, causing an explosion. Boom. Electric sparks exploded on the mutant's head. Roar. The mutant covered his face and howled in pain. The originally blue head has turned charred black. Even a piece of skull was exposed. This time it hit the mutant's head directly, and its destroyed skin and muscles could no longer regenerate. Shenxiao's annihilation special effect worked. There was fear in the mutant's eyes. It couldn't understand why the wound on its head couldn't heal. It's obvious that tentacles can grow from anywhere on your body. What exactly went wrong? Although the mutants were confused about the situation and could not understand the characteristics of annihilation, but the mutant knew that this was not someone he could deal with. So without any hesitation, the mutant turned and ran. Shui Feng, Dong Pinghua and others had already prepared for this. After all, fourth-order mutants can run. Then of course the fifth-level mutant will also run, and will run faster. Dong Pinghua and his men immediately blocked several directions, and together with Shui Feng, they stopped the mutant in place. The mutant randomly chose a direction to break through. It is the direction where Dong Pinghua is. Damn it, do you look down on me? Dong Pinghua was a little angry. The mutant chose to come towards him. So doesn't that mean it thinks his side is the easiest to break through? Dong Pinghua was obviously overthinking it. Because the mutant was in a panic and just chose a direction at random. Dong Pinghua would certainly not allow the mutant to rush past him. After a roar, Dong Pinghua stepped forward and tried to slap the mutant with his claws. However, the mutant didn't take Dong Pinghua seriously at all. Dozens of tentacles appeared from the body. It directly penetrated Dong Pinghua's claws, almost turning them into a hole. 189, a blow from the sky. A painful expression appeared on Dong Pinghua's tiger face, but he did not leave. Instead, it used its fierce claws to hold these tentacles tightly, preventing the mutant from leaving. The mutant didn't expect Dong Pinghua to resort to such means. More tentacles grew out of the mutant's body, as if to kill Dong Pinghua completely. However, at this moment, others also rushed up. Everyone used their claws or mouths to bite the tentacles tightly. 6 people with special abilities rushed forward and pinned the mutant down in place. Although the mutant tried its best, it still couldn't escape these controls. Who? Ugh. Ugh. The mutant's cry was filled with terror. It was obvious that it noticed something. Sure enough, a figure appeared in the sky. It's Shui Feng. After resting for such a long time, he has recovered a lot of strength. He activated the 3rd level of Shenxiao again, and was possessed by the god of thunder. Shui Feng jumped down from a high altitude. The nano-axe in his hand was wrapped in lightning, just like the real Thor. Snap! Split the mutant's head directly in half from the middle. Fear. At the last moment of the mutant's life, its eyes were filled with fear. Then he fell limply to the ground, and was no longer able to move. No matter what abilities a mutant possesses, its brain is always its weakness. Once the brain is split open, death occurs completely. Unfortunately, the crystal core inside the mutant's brain was also split into 2 halves by Shui Feng. However, this does not affect the performance of the crystal core. He picked up the 2 halves of the crystal core and put them together as a whole. The appearance looks no different from the crystal core of a 4th-order mutant, and it looks about the same as an apple. This should be the size limit of the crystal core. However, the entire crystal core is blood red, no longer the previous light yellow. Boss, is this a 5th-level mutant? Dong Pinghua came over and asked, looking a little frightened. At this time, Dong Pinghua and others had all returned to their human form. However, some wounds were inevitably left on the body. It's a 5th-level mutant. How are your wounds? Shui Feng asked after putting away the crystal core. He saw many wounds on Dong Pinghua's body. As long as we don't have broken arms or legs, and only have flesh wounds, our recovery ability is still very strong. You don't have to worry, boss. Dong Pinghua forced a smile. That's good. Shuefeng nodded. Shuefeng noticed that although Dong Pinghua had many wounds on his body, but the bleeding did not continue, and Dong Pinghua was still able to move freely. It looks like everything is fine. It's not just Dong Pinghua, everyone else seems to be fine. This made Shuefeng sigh. If an ordinary survivor had these wounds, he would have lost his combat effectiveness long ago. Dong Pinghua and others are still able to move, which is probably the characteristic of animal-type abilities. Thick skin and flesh. The factory director actually didn't know how much of a role people like Dong Pinghua could play. He just wanted to feed Dong Pinghua and the others to the zombies as food. So stupid. These people can withstand hardships and are clearly the best fighting force. Without Dong Pinghua and his men, the zombies could not be restrained and their tentacles could not be pulled to prevent them from moving. Shuefeng didn't know how much more effort it would take to eliminate this 5th-level mutant. Of course, the ultimate ability of the animal type may not be stronger than that of some superhuman types. But the current combat effectiveness of the animal system allows them to survive better in the Doomsday. Sir, we want to gather the survivors. After all, it is dangerous to leave the base at night. Dong Pinghua asked cautiously. You want to save them? Shuefeng understood as soon as he heard it. But he could understand it. After all, Dong Pinghua and the others all came from Hujin. Of course, I have feelings for the survivors here. Now that the base has been destroyed, I don't know how many people have escaped. There are still many zombies wandering outside. If you encounter those zombies, you will definitely die. Either it's about saving people or there are so many survivors. It still has some value. Dong Pinghua's eyes were a little evasive. It is obvious that Dong Pinghua and others just don't want to see so many people die. Then let's rescue them. A few hundred people will definitely be helpful. Shuefeng nodded. In fact, he had already observed Hujin a long time ago. Under the management of the factory director, these survivors only operate in a small area. But there are large amounts of farmland around the river town. If only potatoes and cabbage could be grown here. That's more than just the survivors of Rivertown can feed themselves. Even all the survivors in Jiangcheng can be fed. These survivors in Hujin all have one thing in common. They are familiar with farm work. It's much better than growing vegetables like people in the city. Of course, Shuefeng would not put all his eggs in one basket. Hujin is going to carry out planting, but it should also be carried out simultaneously in other places. There is a radio in the office building that can make sounds. It was never activated after the apocalypse. After all, doing so would attract a lot of zombies. But I can't care about that now. Dong Pinghua turned on the power of the broadcasting room and issued announcements every 10 minutes. It means that the zombies inside the base have been eliminated and everyone can return safely. At the same time, several other people began patrolling around and repairing the damaged roadblocks. Prevent zombies from taking the opportunity to pour in. After waiting for more than 2 hours, almost all the survivors returned. Because they didn't run too far. Everyone knows that it is dangerous outside the base, so most people find a place to hide. Of course, there were also quite a few zombies attracted around the base. Fortunately, the roadblocks in the base were relatively high, which prevented more zombies from rushing in. At daybreak, Dong Pinghua gathered all the survivors. There were only more than 400 people left, and nearly half of them were killed or injured. Among them, more than 200 people were directly killed by the 5th-level mutants. The rest were outside the base and eaten by wandering zombies. Before the apocalypse, many poachers would choose to hunt animals at night. Because animals have no power to resist at night. The same is true for humans today. Human eyes cannot see clearly in the dark. Zombies rely on hearing and smell to find prey. In front of many survivors, Dong Pinghua told the story about what the factory director had done. The appearance of the 5th-level mutant inside the base this time is all related to the factory director. When I heard that those disappeared survivors were actually fed to zombies, the other survivors were furious. I didn't expect that Hujin actually hid such a big conspiracy. Of course, some people have raised questions. But soon Dong Pinghua put the evidence in front of these people. There are several zombies with only their heads left in the office building, all of whom are fed by the factory director. 190 resist. When the survivors saw these zombies with only heads, they could no longer hold back. They began to curse the factory director. Devil, it's just a devil. No wonder they keep us here. It turns out they treat us like livestock. I was wondering why that monster appeared inside the base. It must have been created by the factory director and his men. Some people even suggested that the factory director's body be ground into dust and burned to ashes. Of course, more people looked at Dong Pinghua. Now that the factory director is gone, there are no other capable people in the base except Dong Pinghua and his men. If he wanted to survive, he could only rely on Dong Pinghua and others. During this period, Dong Pinghua had already discussed the matter with Shuefeng. This is Shuefeng, the leader from Jiangxing. The lightning balls you saw earlier were the power of this leader. Now, we have surrendered to him. If you also want to continue to stay in Hujin, you must swear allegiance. From now on, everything will be for your service. I will also provide you with a living security. Dong Pingwa said in a deep voice. Crash. After hearing this, many survivors did not hesitate, but chose to kneel down. The scene they saw last night had already made them regard Xue Feng as a god. How could an ordinary person with special abilities make such a big noise? What about you? Dong Pingwa noticed that there were still dozens of survivors who had not knelt down. Although Dong Pingwa did not say how to take the oath. But since everyone else has knelt, then you must kneel down to show your loyalty. Hearing Dong Pingwa's question, more than 20 people knelt down. In the end, there were only a dozen people left standing there. We want to ask, why should people from Jiangxing rule us? Yeah, Hujin isn't his. He said he would provide living security, but how would he provide it? Tell us the conditions so we can hear them. We will only agree if we are satisfied. This group of people spoke one after another, fighting for their rights. Hearing these questions, Dong Pingwa's expression became cold. My lord is now the ruler of Hujin. I don't need any reason, and I don't need to explain to you how to ensure your livelihood. Obviously, this answer cannot satisfy these people. Who knows who you are? Maybe you want to feed us to zombies, just like the factory manager. Yeah, there's no need to explain the arrogant thing. I'm afraid I can't put it into words. Get out of Hujin. This is our territory. Some people even started waving their fists and shouting, without waiting for Dong Pingwa to get angry. Another person with special abilities has already arrived in front of one of them and punched him hard several times. Suddenly the man's head swelled up like a pig's head, curled up on the ground, not daring to move. Now everyone realized it. Why is Hujin now Xue Feng's territory? Because of fists. Xue Feng's fist is just big enough, and that's enough. No other reason is needed. The world has changed. It's the end of the world. Kick all these people out. Hujin doesn't need them. Dong Pingwa then waved his hand. Order these people to be driven away. Now it was the turn of these dozen people to be dumbfounded. They didn't expect Dong Pingwa to be so cold-blooded. Just kick them out. How can they survive this? There are a lot of zombies outside. I'm not leaving. I grew up in Hujin. Why should I leave? I was wrong. I'll kneel down too. Don't chase me away. I was just asking casually. Some of these people are still very tough. Some people have already started to kowtow and apologize. However, Dong Pingwa's expression remained indifferent, and what he said must count. Otherwise, how can I establish my authority here in the future? By driving away these bad apples, no one in Hujin would dare to disobey his orders in the future. Whether it is surrender or begging for mercy. It's too late now. After these people were driven out of the fence, the base became much quieter. Only at this time did Xue Feng speak. He needed people from Hujin to grow potatoes and cabbages for him. The people of the Harvest River town can stay here to make a living. The rest must be handed over to Jiangxing. Potatoes and cabbage? When people in Hujin heard these two things, most of them didn't take them seriously. It's already autumn now. Is there any harvest if we plant these two things now? Then they heard Xue Feng say that these two things were genetically modified super varieties. Not only does it only take a month to mature, but it will also double in size. And it has certain anti-freeze ability. It is entirely possible to survive this winter. Of course, as for the origin of super cabbage and super potatoes, Xue Feng said that they came from a certain laboratory. Hearing this, everyone was very excited. I didn't expect that Xue Feng would have such a product. As for whether GMOs are harmful to health, no one cares now. As long as they can fill their stomachs, they can eat anything. After all, during this period, they ate rice mixed with feed every day. Can I eat potatoes and cabbage? That's simply wishful thinking. No one doubted Xue Feng's words, as they all knew the consequences of doubt. But some people have questions. There are quite a few fields around He-town now, but there are zombies wandering around outside. How to track this? Fortunately, Dong Pingwa gave them the answer quickly. Every time he went to farm, 3 people with special abilities would follow him. Some people were working while others were keeping watch around. Ordinary zombies cannot pose a threat to large troops. And Xue Feng had already given Dong Pingwa and others some weapons and bullets to ensure that Hujin has sufficient firepower. In fact, this is a bit like going to the mountains to chop wood or collect herbs in ancient times. They are all large groups of dozens of people. This is to prevent sudden attacks from wild animals such as tigers. It's just that now they're replaced by zombies. After the apocalypse, humans gradually began to imitate the lives of their ancestors. Xue Feng took out 100 tons of the 300 tons of rice that were originally taken out of the warehouse and left them for them. This is enough to keep them fed for a long time. There are fewer survivors in Hujin now, and they don't need as much food. And if there is too much food, it will affect their work efficiency. other than that there are rifles and weapons. Xuefeng asked Dong Pinghua and others to work hard and contact each other if there were any problems. He originally came here just to verify the information. However, he did not expect that Hejin would unexpectedly become a force under his command. In fact, Xuefeng didn't pay anything. If Hejin can have a good harvest in a month, then Xuefeng will be making a profit. Even if there is no harvest, he will only lose some seeds. The system gave Xuefeng a lot of seeds, so there was no need to worry about loss. 191. You become the warden. After returning to the base, Xuefeng fell asleep, and when he woke up it was already dark. He also felt tired after a big battle. Last night, he activated the abilities of Shunxiao level 3 and Sheepy level 3 in succession. The third level of Stoneskin's ability is okay. Petrification doesn't require much effort. But Thor is possessed. It consumes a huge amount of body energy, so it is better not to use it lightly in the future. And it's really a bit too eye-catching. Especially at night. There is such a bright light in the sky, it is impossible not to attract attention. Call Zhao Weisu over to me, and ask her to bring Ling Muir with her. Xuefeng gave instructions to An Xiaowei beside him. Soon Zhao Weisu and Ling Muir were brought into the office. Ling Muir still had the magnetic storm collar on her neck, and there was also an iron chain tied around it. After 2 days of work, Ling Muir's face no longer had the fierce sharpness, but she still stood straight. After all, he was treated like a servant and forced to work in the fields. In front of so many people. No matter how proud Ling Muir was before, she could not accept the sneering looks from the people around her. After all, Ling Muir is the only one in the base who receives such treatment. How is the education going? Xuefeng asked with a smile. He's still obedient, but he doesn't say much now. Zhao Weisu adjusted his glasses, still feeling quite proud. At the beginning, Ling Muir was unruly. It is not easy to educate children to this level in a short period of time nowadays. What about you? How does it feel to be at E level? Xuefeng asked again. This is the punishment I deserve. As long as you don't drive me away, you can let me do anything. Zhao Weisu's eyes were firm. She is not like those troublemakers in Hejin who don't recognize their own position. From the first day she surrendered to Xuefeng, she submitted to him wholeheartedly. Very good. It seems that you have found a suitable position. From now on, you will be responsible for dealing with all the disobedient people. You can be a prison warden. Xuefeng said after thinking for a while. Before this, Zhao Weisu should have been positioned as a combatant. In the early stages of the base's construction, Zhao Weisu was also a rare person with special abilities. Although her ability is more auxiliary, she still plays a role. But later on, after discovering the armory, they obtained a large amount of weapons and ammunition. Zhao Weisu's abilities seemed somewhat useless. Her position is ambiguous. But now I have a new position, that is the warden. In the future there will definitely be some people who are valuable but disobedient. It can be completely handed over to Zhao Weisu. Yes, sir. Zhao Weisu was trembling with excitement. I didn't expect that I would get Xuefeng's recognition so quickly. She wished she could kneel on the ground and kiss Xuefeng's shoes. In ancient Europe, this was a sign of submission. Of course the level is A. Starting tomorrow, your treatment will be restored and you don't have to go and grow vegetables with us. Xuefeng said. Yes. Zhao Weisu felt that she was about to faint from happiness. Ling Muir next to her showed a jealous look. Ling Muir was able to hold on for the past 2 days. It was entirely because Zhao Weisu was there to accompany him. Make her feel better. But starting from tomorrow, I will be the only one who has to work on the ground. And Zhao Weisu locked himself up with a dog leash. When I thought of this scene, a huge humiliation came to my heart. In fact, Ling Muir doesn't mind working. As long as she can survive in the Doomsday, that's enough. She had seen many women fighting for their lives, for a piece of bread. She would not hesitate to bow her head and beg for mercy from men and easily offer her body. Ling Muir did not encounter this situation. After all, she is a person with special abilities. Moreover, Ling Muir is very capable and soon becomes an important figure in Hejin. But after witnessing these things happening, Ling Muir had already made up her mind. I must become stronger. You must never fall to the point of asking for help from others. That's why Ling Muir was willing to follow the factory director and use the survivors to feed the zombies. As long as she can obtain the crystal core to become stronger, she can do anything. However, Ling Muir did not expect that she would now be reduced to being at the mercy of others. I don't know what the collar around his neck is. It can actually limit one's own abilities. And you can also punish yourself with electric shocks. After several shocks, Ling Muir was almost unconscious. It was even wetter down there. She never wanted to feel that way again. It is also understandable why Sun Wukong was afraid of the golden hoop. This torture is horrible. Okay, you go out first. I have something to talk to Ling Muir alone. Xuefeng then said to Zhao Weisu. Yes. Zhao Weisu nodded, then placed the remote control on the table in front of Xue Feng. Looking at the remote control, Ling Muir's heart beat faster, and she instantly had the urge to rush forward and snatch it. As long as I can grab the remote control, there must be a button on it to remove the collar. But after hesitating for a long time, she gave up. So what if the collar is removed? He was not even in Xue Feng's base. He was just a piece of meat on the chopping board. What's more, the facts have long been proven. She was no match for Xue Feng and could only bring shame upon herself. Haha, you want freedom? Xue Feng said with a smile. Only then did Ling Muir realize that Xue Feng had already seen her little action. You captured me and killed 2 of us. The factory director will not let you go. Ling Muir threatened with gritted teeth. Ling Muir guessed correctly. The factory director originally planned to come to Jiangxing, because Jiangxing has become a threat to him. However, an unexpected accident occurred, causing the factory director to lose his life. Really? You still expect him to rescue you? Unfortunately, Hejin is now in my pocket. The factory director and those people with special abilities around him are all dead. Xue Feng said lightly. That's impossible. Ling Muir screamed immediately. She knew Hejin's fighting ability better than anyone else. Especially those with special abilities. Many of them have strong escape abilities. It is absolutely impossible to wipe them out in one fell swoop. And after staying here for 2 days, Ling Muir also knew some of the situation. There are not many people with special abilities in the Riverside Villa, only a few. If we want to launch an attack on Hejin, this amount of manpower is not enough. This would only be possible if everyone in the base was mobilized on a large scale. But there has been no similar action in the past 2 days. Xue Feng smiled and said nothing, but took out the crystal core of the 5th level mutant. Looking at the 2 crystal cores that were split into 2 pieces in Xue Feng's hand, Ling Muir's pupils were filled with shock. This is the crystal core of a 5th order mutant. Ling Muir's voice was trembling and full of surprise. 192. Be gentle the first time. Ling Muir had never seen a 5th level crystal core before, but she could vaguely guess that the crystal core in Xue Feng's hand was of the 5th level. The bright red color looks like an attractive fruit. Ling Muir couldn't help but drool. I don't know how much power is contained in it. Haha, they created a 5th level mutant from zombies, but they all died from the backlash. Xue Feng snorted coldly. Then he collected the crystal core. He deserves to die? He deserves to die, Ling Muir suddenly said. Xue Feng was slightly stunned and looked at Ling Muir in surprise. I didn't expect Ling Muir's attitude to suddenly change 180 degrees. They began to say that the factory director and his men deserved to die. You must have been the one who eliminated the 5th order mutant. You're so powerful. I was too presumptuous before. As Ling Muir spoke, she actually knelt down, lowering her head and looking very well behaved. You are a smart woman, Xue Feng said sarcastically. Ling Muir certainly understood what Xue Feng meant. Isn't it saying that she guessed that the mutant was eliminated by Xue Feng? Because the crystal core is in Xue Feng's hands. Who else could it be if not Xue Feng? It was because his thoughts had been completely seen through by Xue Feng. Xue Feng was mocking her for adapting so quickly. He looked like he was going to threaten Xue Feng just now, but now he is kneeling down and acting like a dog. No shame at all. But for Ling Muir, what is the use of shame? What is the use of morality? If these things could restrain her, she would not become the factory director's accomplice. Sir, I also know I was wrong. Can you forgive me like you forgave Zhao Weisu? Ling Muir raised her head with a pitiful look. Ling Muir just saw Xue Feng forgiving Zhao Weisu. I thought Xue Feng was a soft-hearted person and that begging for mercy would definitely work. Xue Feng nodded secretly. Just relying on Ling Muir's adaptability, she felt that she could have gotten by better even before the Doomsday. After all, not everyone can be so unscrupulous. That depends on your sincerity. Serve me tonight, Xue Feng said. Sir, I have never served anyone before, but don't worry, I will definitely serve you well. Ling Muir nodded heavily. Ling Muir had already been mentally prepared for the arrival of this day. She knew this day would come sooner or later. Xue Feng is a good choice. It is so powerful that it can even destroy 5th order mutants. Moreover, he had almost no ability to resist in front of Xue Feng. The man in front of me has unfathomable strength. It's a good choice. Of course, in Ling Muir's heart, all this was just a disguise. She had no intention of really submitting to Xue Feng, just to gain trust. Maybe Xue Feng would reward him with some crystal cores because of his powerful abilities. Anyway, Ling Muir's goal is to become stronger. As for what means, Ling Muir actually doesn't care. Then let me see what you can do. Xue Feng smiled and took the chain back to the villa where he worked. Seeing Xue Feng taking Ling Muir back, and Xiao Wei understood and did not follow them. Otherwise, she usually stays by Xue Feng's side. After all, He is a personal secretary and Xue Feng's follower in the base. Make sure you are available at all times. Ling Muir followed behind Xue Feng with a flushed face. Although I have made up my mind. But this is my first time after all, so I'm still a little shy. Where are we? On the bed? Can you be gentler the first time? Ling Muir asked curiously after arriving at the villa where Xue Feng lived. I don't know what Xue Feng's hobbies are. She had heard that many people like to do it in the living room or on the balcony, especially those who are rich and powerful. I like to play something a little different. With so many women around Xue Feng, he must have tried many tricks. I like to play something exciting. Ling Muir was still a little scared, not knowing what kind of torture she would encounter for the first time. What? Do you think I want your body? Xue Feng suddenly laughed. Ling Muir felt insulted. Does that mean your body is worthless? She thinks she is a great beauty too. Before the apocalypse broke out, there were countless people who wanted to pursue her. Even after the apocalypse, she was a person with special abilities. There are also many people who often look at her unscrupulously. Now Xue Feng is actually not interested in his own body. Ling Muir knew that Xue Feng was not the kind of person who was not interested in women. There are many women around him. Now you look down on yourself. Then what do you want? Ling Muir frowned. You can't be looking for yourself to have fun. Or maybe there are some other weird requirements. Thinking of this, Ling Muir felt a little fear in her heart. She was really a little scared. But when I think about it, no matter how bad it gets, I can't feed myself to zombies. There is no such rule in the base. It's very simple. I just want you to wash my feet, and I won't touch a finger of yours. Xue Feng sat on the sofa in the living room and put his feet on the coffee table. What, washing feet? Ling Muir was stunned. What kind of request is this? I have never heard of it before. Especially since his hints were so obvious, inviting Xue Feng to go to bed. I have such a perfect body, and I don't know how many people are drooling over it. But Xue Feng was not interested and had no intention of possessing her at all. And this guy wants me to wash his feet. Is he a pervert? A huge feeling of humiliation surged in her heart. She was Ling Muir, not a foot washer girl. And you still say you won't touch me even a finger. Does that mean that I am not even qualified to sleep with Xue Feng? I am still a lowly prisoner. Hurry up and go to the bathroom to get some water. I'm waiting. Xue Feng scolded. He really enjoyed Ling Muir's expression. Shock, humiliation, and shock. Xue Feng wanted to destroy the arrogance in Ling Muir's heart step by step. I have to make Ling Muir realize that she is just a maid who washes feet. In other places, perhaps people with abilities like Ling Muir would be given important positions. But here, don't expect to get any treatment based on your own abilities. Now Ling Muir's value is only enough to wash his feet. Ling Muir hesitated for a few seconds, but decided to go and fetch water obediently. There was no way, she had no choice. Hot water for washing feet was brought over. Ling Muir put the foot basin on the ground, feeling a little at a loss. She had never washed anyone's feet before. I have never been to a place like a foot massage parlor, and even if I have seen one, I have never seen how it is operated. 193 Attentive service. Take off your shoes for me. Xue Feng didn't move. Ling Muir looked at the dirty shoes and walked forward with gritted teeth. She used her pink hands to take off Xue Feng's shoes. Xue Feng was wearing sneakers that were covered with dust and unknown black spots. Maybe it's the blood and flesh of zombies, or maybe something else. But it smells bad. Then a sour smell emerged. It's the smell of sweat mixed with rubber. Ling Muir was surprised to find that Xue Feng was not wearing socks underneath. Why aren't you wearing socks? Ling Muir subconsciously covered her nose. Looking at those dirty and grimy feet, Ling Muir really didn't want to touch them. This is the end of the world, do you need socks? Xue Feng said lightly. He certainly didn't care about the details. Anyway, there will be someone to help you clean up every day. Ling Muir realized that covering her nose would anger Xue Feng. So he put it down immediately, letting the pungent smell enter his nostrils. It's actually not that bad. At least it's better than rotting zombies. However, the humiliation Ling Muir felt in her heart intensified the disgust deep in her heart. Hurry up, the water will get cold soon. Xue Feng urged. Sir, I'm coming right away. Ling Muir raised her head and forced a smile. The slender jade hands touched Xue Feng's feet and placed the feet in the foot basin. Xue Feng was very satisfied when he felt Ling Muir's fingers rubbing back and forth on the soles of his feet. If it were an ordinary foot washer, Xue Feng probably wouldn't be satisfied so easily. Xue Feng remembered how arrogant Ling Muir was before. But now I am so humble. Serve yourself like a servant. And when Ling Muir squatted in front of him, she was full of charm. The shirt originally had a low neckline, revealing half of her roundness. Coupled with Ling Muir's slightly struggling expression, it is a perfect match. Clean the inside of your fingernails too. Do you know how to wash your feet? Xue Feng scolded. Ling Muir gritted her teeth. Just washing Xue Feng's feet made her very unhappy. Now we have to clean it up so cleanly. But when I think about the fact that I have already washed it, it is too late to regret now. Ling Muir's face was distorted by the feelings of humiliation and resentment. She had no choice but to use her fingers to pick at Xue Feng's toenails. Hateful. Why is there dirt in it? Did this guy do it on purpose? Now Ling Muir has begun to suspect that Xue Feng did it on purpose. It's done, washing. Ling Muir's voice was trembling. It's not ready yet. It's only been a few minutes. It should be at least half an hour. Xue Feng snorted coldly. What? Let your hands soak in foot washing water for half an hour. I'll change some water for you. Ling Muir's tone was almost begging. Okay. Xue Feng nodded. This is a reasonable request. Ling Muir let out a sigh and quickly fetched another basin of water. This time she seemed to have figured it out. She just lowered her head and helped Xue Feng wash his feet without any other thoughts. Xue Feng was very satisfied seeing this scene and finally felt that it was enough. He took his feet out of the basin and placed them on Ling Muir's legs. Seeing her trouser legs getting wet, Ling Muir didn't get angry at all. He still helped Xue Feng dry his feet with a smile. Sir, do you have any other service requests? Ling Muir asked with a smile. Haha, are you feeling unconvinced in your heart? Do you feel humiliated? Xue Feng asked. No, not at all. Ling Muir still had a smile on her face, but she was biting her teeth lightly. Of course, she was unwilling to accept it. Who would be willing to serve someone like this? Especially since he ended up in this situation today entirely because of Xue Feng. Although Ling Muir disguised herself well, Xue Feng still saw her micro-expressions. I didn't kill you, which is already a great blessing from heaven. How dare you be dissatisfied? Xue Feng grabbed Ling Muir's hair. I was wrong. Ling Muir was in so much pain that tears were about to flow out, and her body couldn't help but tremble. And the reason she was trembling was not because of the pain. The previous electric shocks were much more painful than this. But Ling Muir was very frightened inside. Only then did she realize that she was lucky to be alive. He was not killed directly by Xue Feng like the Iron Man and the Mud Man. She should be grateful to be alive, so why should she be angry? Xue Feng let go of her hand only after seeing Ling Muir's expression. Ling Muir lay on the ground gasping for breath, not daring to anger Xue Feng again. Your ability is very strong. As long as you continue to improve it, it will probably reach an unimaginable level. However, I only need loyal people here. People without loyalty are worthless. Xue Feng said. Hearing Xue Feng say this, Ling Muir couldn't wait to crawl over. Sir, I am absolutely loyal. I am absolutely loyal. Ling Muir quickly expressed his stance. There is desire in his eyes. She didn't want to be a prisoner anymore, and she also realized how powerful Xue Feng was. The man in front of me is worthy of my loyalty and following. Very good. Until then, be a good prisoner and go back to jail. Xue Feng said as he handed the remote control to Ling Muir. Seeing that the remote control was actually given to her, Ling Muir suddenly felt her heart beating faster. This is a kind of trust for myself. This is an opportunity, a chance to escape on your own. Thinking of this, she felt eager to do something. But in the end, when she took the remote control, her enthusiasm cooled down. Because she knew clearly that even if she untied the magnetic storm coil, it is also impossible to leave here. It's not that simple. So she just bowed deeply to Xue Feng to show her respect, and then obediently walked towards the prison. My heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and then slowly slowed down. I still had the idea of escaping, but I didn't dare to carry it out. Xue Feng muttered to himself. If Ling Muir heard this, she would probably be shocked. I couldn't understand why Xue Feng knew everything in my mind. In fact, the reason is very simple and not that complicated. It's just that Xue Feng's 5 senses are now far beyond those of ordinary people. You can even hear the other person's heartbeat to determine whether they are lying. This is also the principle of most lie detectors. Only those who have been trained can perfectly control their heartbeat. Obviously, Ling Muir has not received any training in this area. That's why her thoughts were exposed in front of Xue Feng. However, after 2 days of training, Ling Muir was able to reach this level. It has exceeded Xue Feng's expectations. He originally thought that Ling Muir would be more difficult to tame. All I can say is that in the end of the world, dignity is not worth mentioning. Face is not that important. Those who think face is important have been eliminated. 194 White City Intelligence is here again. The next morning, Xue Feng came to the laboratory. Sisters Nie Xiaoya and Nie Xiaoxing are busy here. In addition to them, there are 2 more things in the laboratory. To be precise, they are 2 industrial robots. Although it is a robot, its appearance looks nothing like a human. It's just a cylinder about 1 meter high. When working, several robotic arms will extend from inside. When Xue Feng first saw the industrial robot, he also had doubts. Could it be that robots in the future will look like this? But when they really started working, Xuefeng understood. Why do robots look like this? First of all, in terms of activities, it takes up little space. Numerous robotic arms can handle complex situations, far more suitable for work than humans. This also made Xuefeng realize that the robots in science fiction movies are all fake. Just like if humans could have 4 arms, they would definitely not just have 2. The purpose of manufacturing robots is definitely to provide more functions. The appearance is definitely different from humans. These robots shouldn't even be called robots. There's no need to add the word human to it. Brother Xuefeng, this industrial robot is really useful. It can understand everything you say. Nie Xiaoxing hugged Xuefeng's waist excitedly. Since the advent of industrial robots, she has basically not done any physical labor. Subconsciously, I thought that Xuefeng brought this in order to reduce his workload. I felt more and more grateful to Xuefeng. I have no idea that Xuefeng placed the industrial robot here because he couldn't find a suitable place. Only then can we use our talents to a waste of time. Which laboratory's research results are these? It's so advanced that it will definitely cause a sensation if it is released. Nie Xiaoye is also curious about industrial robots. Although Nie Xiaoye is not a major in computer and engineering technology, but she could tell the technological content contained in the industrial robots just by looking at them. I don't know either, just use it. Xuefeng smiled and touched Nie Xiaoxing's cheek. After hearing what Xuefeng said, Nie Xiaoye didn't ask any more questions. She already knew that Xuefeng had many secrets. With these 2 robots, we can now mass-produce crystal core generators. They have a lifespan of 3 months and can be provided to the surrounding survivors. Nie Xiaoye shifted the topic to the generator. The 3-month service life is calculated very accurately. It is to make all the big and small forces in Jiangcheng dependent on the crystal core generators they manufacture. In addition, industrial robots ensure that every generator is manufactured to the same standards. 10 generators have now been manufactured, each of which looks like a large battery. It's just driven by a crystal core. Just place the crystal core in the middle hole. The operation is very simple. The design was like this. In fact, industrial robots also made suggestions and provided the best design solution. That's why the 2 sisters were surprised by the advancement of robots. Are there any difficulties with raw materials? Xuefeng asked. It's a bit troublesome. The wiring of the several generators used in our base are removed from other electrical appliances. If we want to mass produce them, we will have to dismantle a lot of electrical appliances. It would be best to get some raw materials. Nie Xiaoye smiled bitterly. If it was before the apocalypse, this wouldn't be a problem at all. It can be easily purchased on any shopping website. But now there is a shortage of these circuit boards and copper wires. Nie Xiaoye has tried to reduce the use of materials as much as possible. However, the quantity required in the future will still be very large. It's a bit troublesome to disassemble it. It's better to find the raw materials, but Jiangcheng doesn't seem to have them. Xuefeng frowned. Now the entire Jiangcheng has been searched almost from top to bottom. Everything of some value has been recorded. There are not many factories in Jiangcheng, so there are few warehouses for raw materials. Maybe there are some in Baiqing. Nie Xiaoye said after thinking for a while. White City. Do we have to search Baiqing? Xuefeng hasn't been to Baiqing for several days. I don't know what the situation is in Baiqing now. It should be by Luer's world now. Byte. Intelligence update. 1. There is an electronics factory west of Baiqing. Inside the factory are a large number of circuit boards. 2. By Luer, the leader of Baiqing, will hold a dark mass at 12 o'clock tonight. 3. At midnight tomorrow, Bai Luer's base will be attacked. Xuefeng didn't expect that the intelligence system would be updated at this time. And it's all information about Baiqing. There is also the circuit board that I care about most. I am lucky. Or is it the system that helps at this time? No matter which one it is good news for Xuefeng. It can relieve his urgent need. There were 2 other pieces of information that Xuefeng was concerned about. They are all related to Bai Luer. What is dark diffuse? Xuefeng knew that Mass was a form of baptism in the church. Simply put, it means allowing non-religious believers to begin receiving baptism. It is a relatively civilized ceremony. Repeat the sacrifice to God in a bloodless way. And during this time, food will be shared, that is, bread and wine. Thank God for his gift. Because in the church's view, bread and wine are actually the body and blood of God. People ate the God's body to express their gratitude to the God. It shows that God loves the world and that he sacrifices himself to allow people to survive. But in Xuefeng's opinion, this is a bit nonsense. Because a long time ago, the rituals performed by the church were also dark and bloody. A living person's life must be offered as an offering, and God loves young girls the most. There is no difference between them and those evil gods. It just gradually evolved into what it is today. But we still have to find a bunch of reasons, such as God loves the world. What the hell is just this spreading darkness? And it has to be held in the middle of the night? That sounds a bit strange. Bailu'er has changed a lot now. Another thing is that Bailu'er's base was attacked? What is going on here? But no matter what, Xuefeng still planned to go to Baiqing. Wang Jun and Dong Feifei are still there. I wonder how they are doing now. Did Dong Feifei persuade Wang Jun to join her camp? Before leaving, Xuefeng took 5 generators from the laboratory. He planned to give these generators to Bailu'er. Although Bailu'er has become a little strange now, not as kind as before. But after all, Xuefeng has a good relationship with Bailu'er and the others, so it is normal to give them some gifts. 195 The closed electronics factory. Xuefeng arrived in Baiqing again by speedboat. This time after he got ashore, he still changed to a motorcycle. The Doomsday chariot is too conspicuous. Moreover, the people in Baiqing don't know that they have this kind of thing in their hands. Then it's best to hide it. Xuefeng did not go to Bailu'er's base, but went straight to where the intelligence was. Electronics factory in the west. On the way to the electronics factory, Xuefeng discovered that there were more and more zombies on the road. There are obviously more zombies than where he landed. It seems that there is no large-scale elimination of zombies in Baiqing. After all, this is a big project. Except for Xuefeng, who has the ability to open it, Bailu'er and the others do not have this ability now. Xuefeng also discovered that the zombies along the way were obviously much faster than before. In the early days of the apocalypse, the zombies tilted their heads, bared their teeth, and staggered. He walked with a limp, like someone with a leg disease. Ordinary people can easily outrun zombies. But the situation is completely different now. The zombies became faster than before and walked very fast. Some even do this move. They are evolving. Of course, Xuefeng had already confirmed this information. What surprised him now was that these zombies probably hadn't eaten for a long time. Whether humans or small animals, they have all been eaten clean. How did these zombies evolve? Where does the energy come from? Xuefeng was a little confused. Anyway, this zombie can't attack me because it's not as fast as a motorcycle. I can only follow behind. Suddenly, there was a flash of light on the road ahead, and the light stung Xuefeng's eyes. He couldn't help but frown, only to find that there was a mummy that was unrecognizable. Almost all the flesh on his body had been eaten away, and his bones alone could no longer support him, so his body was torn into pieces. There was a black spot on the ground, which should be blood. One unlucky human being, to be sure. It was bitten by more than one zombie, and became what it is now. Xuefeng also discovered what had just reflected the sun's light. It was a diamond ring on the mummy's finger. It looks very big, and the market price is estimated to be at least hundreds of thousands. Of course, if you want to recycle it, it will only cost a few $1,000s. After all, there is no essential difference between natural diamonds and artificial diamonds. If there is one thing, it is that artificial diamonds are more beautiful. It's sunshine. Xuefeng suddenly woke up and discovered the secret of zombie evolution. It must be the sunshine. The zombie's body structure can store energy and can certainly absorb sunlight. Let yourself evolve slowly. This is the inexhaustible energy in nature. This also explains why zombies can evolve slowly. Thinking of this, Xuefeng felt a little scared, because this means that zombies will become more and more difficult to deal with in the future. In time, they will all evolve into mutants. But on second thought, that would take quite a while. Moreover, the energy provided by sunlight is limited, and it is impossible for zombies to evolve into high-level mutants simply by absorbing sunlight. Ultimately, other ways to replenish energy are still needed. Thinking of this, Xuefeng breathed a sigh of relief, feeling that he had scared himself a little. Soon Xuefeng arrived at the gate of the electronics factory according to the navigation. There are many factories nearby, and it should have been a special industrial park in the past. There were some scattered shops around, but their doors were open and the inside was a mess. It was obvious that someone had visited this place. The electronics factory looks quite large, with several workshops and warehouses inside. When he arrived at the door, Xuefeng frowned slightly. He saw that the gate was actually chained. There are also some vehicles parked inside. The vehicles were a mess, including luxury cars and several small trucks. All of them were parked close together under one building. Obviously, this is not normal. There are survivors here. Xuefeng frowned. He didn't expect that there would be survivors in a place like an electronics factory. Generally speaking, the base chosen by survivors must meet 3 conditions. The first is to have a stable source of food. If there is no food in the place you choose, you will have to spend a lot of time looking for it outside. Going out in the apocalypse means danger. The second is to have a clean water source, which can be made drinkable through distillation or other methods. As for the third point, it is safety. A safe fortress that can defend against zombies will become people's first choice. Now in this electronics factory, Shuefeng can't see these three conditions. The only thing that can be considered is that it is relatively safe here. Because it is an industrial area, there are relatively few people. Thinking of this, Shuefeng seemed to understand why there were survivors here. It's probably because there are fewer zombies and it's safer. Since there are people here, he can't break in from the front. Thinking of this, Shuefeng's mouth corners slightly raised. He already had a solution. At the same time, on the first floor of the office building in the electronics factory. This was originally a conference room that could accommodate hundreds of employees for meetings. But now there are only a dozen people here. Among these people were 5 scantily clad women lounging on the sofa. Look at their indifferent expressions. I don't mind wearing too little. Maybe it's because they have been through a lot. Being surrounded by a group of men in the apocalypse, the fate can be imagined. There was a sour smell in the air. Because everyone hasn't taken a shower for a long time, they all smell bad. Not every place has clean water. But the expressions on everyone's faces seemed indifferent, as they had long been accustomed to it. After all, it is not the smell in the air. It was not like this at the beginning, but it gradually became like this. The men gathered in a group, holding playing cards in their hands. Pairs of scarlet eyes stared at the chips on the table. It was actually a bunch of bulk candy. Haha, I win. Li Suo screamed, then impatiently put the candies into his arms. There was already a huge pile in front of him. Then Li Suo couldn't wait to tear open the wrapper of one of the candies and put it in his mouth. In the Doomsday, sugar is definitely one of the most precious items and an absolute hard currency. Can provide valuable energy. Moreover, the shelf life of candy is very long as it is not exposed to moisture. Even when war breaks out, sugar immediately becomes a banned substance and its export is prohibited. It can also be made into explosives when supplies are scarce. Of course, what is more important is to provide energy. The others stared at Li Suo with envy. Boss, come again, someone said unwillingly. The next round begins. Come on, it looks like you're going to lose everything, huh? Li Suo laughed. 196 super carat. Before the apocalypse, Li Suo was an ordinary employee in an electronics factory. He is in his 30s and still not married. After all, he can't afford to buy a house or a car. I can only live a single life. According to Li Suo's plan, he will probably have to live like this for the rest of his life. No one expected the Doomsday to happen. Li Suo unexpectedly becomes a person with special abilities. And the former supervisors and other employees have all turned into zombies. Li Suo quickly eliminated the zombies with his special abilities. He was supported by other survivors and became the leader here. Li Suo and his men collected food from the electronics factory canteen and supplies from the surrounding streets. Enough for them to eat for several months. He distributed food and water equally to the others. Li Suo firmly believed that as long as they could get through the initial difficult period, there would definitely be rescue. For safety, everyone gathered in the conference room. All this gave Li Suo unprecedented satisfaction, and he was flattered by these people every day. They regard Li Suo as their savior. As long as you follow Li Suo, you can survive. On the 3rd day after the apocalypse, the most beautiful woman among the survivors threw herself into his arms. Li Suo remembered that she was married and a supervisor. Although she is over 30 years old, she has maintained herself very well and still looks like she is in her 20s. He has a happy marriage and family, and is the envy of everyone in the electronics factory. But after the apocalypse broke out, the woman's husband disappeared. I don't know if it turned into a zombie or was eaten. Anyway, there is no trace. Li Suo was a little overwhelmed. He had never encountered such a thing before. But as the woman crawled into his bed, everything goes smoothly. It's so cool. But as time passed, no help came at all. The future of Li Suo and others seemed to have turned gray. In order to numb himself during this period, Li Suo also reached out to other women. He was surprised to find that those women who usually acted high and mighty. I won't look at women like me. Just like an animal, she was obedient and allowed me to touch and enter her. This scene made other men eager to watch, and soon the relationship became chaotic. After the Doomsday, everyone is under a lot of pressure. At the beginning, Li Suo still had some hope and thought they could survive. But there are more and more zombies outside, and they are getting stronger and stronger. Once they left the park and encountered a mutant. After 4 people died, Li Suo used his supernatural powers to kill the mutant. After that day, Li Suo never dared to go out again. He started to tank. I just survived by relying on the food I collected before. Because Li Suo didn't know what to do next. He was just an ordinary worker and had no idea how to survive in the apocalypse. I don't know how to lead these people. We can only take it one day at a time. Li Suo shuffled the cards and dealt them in front of everyone. Now only gambling can help him pass the time and forget that it is the end of the world. Boss, something bad has happened. There are a bunch of zombies outside the door. Just at this moment, someone exclaimed. An expression of horror appeared on his face. What? There are zombies, how is that possible? Lee Suo also threw down the cards in his hand and ran out of the window. Sure enough, I saw a large group of zombies blocking the entrance of the electronics factory. Some of them directly hit the gate, attracting more zombies. And there are more zombies wandering around. Where did these zombies come from? Lee Suo's face turned pale. I didn't expect that there would be so many zombies coming to the entrance of the electronics factory. Of course, this was brought by Xuefeng. However, he did not bring it with him on his own initiative, but it followed him. The gate at the entrance of the electronics factory is a retractable electronic door. At this time, it is impossible to withstand the attack of so many zombies. Crash! The electronic door was completely overturned, and dozens of zombies rushed in. Oh! The women in the conference room screamed when they saw this scene. The sound just happened to attract the zombies, and they all came over here. Soon the zombies surrounded the place. Boss, what should we do? Someone couldn't help but shout. What should I do? I don't know what to do. I don't know either. Lee Suo actually laughed crazily. Tears started flowing just by laughing. Looking at the zombies swarming in front of him, he felt that his end was coming. I have no idea what to do next. Lee Suo's special ability is great strength. His strength is dozens of times greater than that of an ordinary person, and he can easily lift a car with one hand. Just a limited number of times. Eventually, I ran out of energy after using it a dozen times. So Lee Suo can deal with more than a dozen zombies at a time, but it will be difficult to deal with more than that. Faced with the hundreds of zombies surrounding him, he had no other options. Once these zombies break through the window, they will surely die. At the same time, Xuefeng walked out of the warehouse. He was reading the intelligence verification reward he had just received. He had already put the circuit boards, coils and other things in the warehouse into his space backpack. A lot of them. It was more than enough for him to make thousands of generators. The intelligence reward made Xuefeng even more excited. Bite. Congratulations to the host for successfully verifying the intelligence. Reward the host with 100 bags of super radish seeds. Super radish features resistance to severe cold and can survive in soil as low as -40 degrees Celsius. The maturity period is 1 month, and a fully mature single fruit can reach 1 meter in length. Super carrot. I didn't expect that the system would give me such a good thing. Xuefeng had been worrying about what to eat in winter. Of course, with his inventory, he could eat all the collected food and would not go hungry. But Xuefeng's survival in the Doomsday requires more than just starvation. You have to eat vegetables. Super potatoes and super cabbage have already met the basis requirements for vegetables. But neither of these can last until winter. When the cold winter comes, both vegetables will be completely lost. He managed the people in Hujin just to make them dare to plant another wave of cabbage this month. But I didn't expect that the system gave me super carrot seeds. It can be planted in winter without worrying about not being able to grow after the soil becomes stiff. The only thing to consider is how to dig through the frozen soil and take out the radishes. But it's not a big problem. The survivors will do anything to get food. However, the super radish is not very big. The longest is only 1 meter. Nowadays, many white radishes can reach 1 meter in size. It is probably because all their attribute points are devoted to frost resistance. The number of seeds is still the same as before, 100 bags. You should know that 1 bag of seeds can be used to plant hundreds of acres of land. And later on you can also cultivate seeds yourself. It is difficult to cultivate seeds of general vegetables because the maturity rate is not high. 197 interception. The plants given by the system are different. They are not ordinary varieties, and the seed cultivation rate is very high. This greatly alleviates the pressure on winter vegetables. Potatoes, cabbage, and radishes. I'm afraid that before the end of the world, these vegetables will be the most inconspicuous in the supermarket. No other vegetable is more attractive. However, it has now become the main dish on the dining table. Xuefeng also knew that apart from his own base, there was probably no such treatment anywhere else. I don't know what they are eating now. Just when he was feeling happy, Xuefeng came out and saw a large group of zombies surrounding the office building. He was slightly stunned before realizing that he was the one who attracted these zombies. At the same time, Xuefeng also saw the frightened faces in the office. I know that these people in the electronics factory probably don't have the power to protect themselves. Just a bunch of poor survivors huddled here. A zombie saw Xuefeng and rushed over here. Shenxiao. Xuefeng casually threw out an arc of electricity. The electric arcs seemed to have life, jumping back and forth on the heads of dozens of zombies. In the blink of an eye, nearly half of the zombies' heads were burnt and fell to the ground. At least 50 zombies were killed in one go. Seeing the power of Shenxiao, Xuefeng was slightly stunned. He did not expect it. After Xin Xiao is promoted to the 3rd level, the power of chain lightning will also increase by this much. Previously, a bolt of lightning could only kill a dozen zombies at most. Now, more than 50 were eliminated in the blink of an eye. The remaining zombies were not frightened by the power of the chain lightning. Instead, it was the explosion caused by the electric arc that attracted them. Instead, they turned their heads and headed towards Xuefeng. Court death. Xuefeng struck lightning again. The rest of the zombies also fell to the ground, and there was no movement. Seeing this scene, Li Suo and others in the conference room cheered. I didn't expect that a savior would appear. The women rushed out first. They found a new backer. That man is not only handsome, but also so strong. So many zombies were killed in one go. Seeing these women walking so fast, Li Suo smiled bitterly. He originally thought that he would become a big shot after the end of the world. But I never thought there would be someone stronger than me. And it wasn't just women, other survivors also ran out, hoping to find a way to survive. Li Suo was the last one to run over. I won't carry you as a burden. Looking at the group of people surrounding him, Xuefeng said lightly. Burden. These people were also a little dumbfounded. They didn't expect Xuefeng to give them this evaluation right from the start. Please, save us. We can't survive anymore. Leaving us here means death. Both men and women knelt down and kowtowed to beg. Li Suo also knelt down, realizing that he was in front of a truly strong man. I am still just a small role. And it seems that he is satisfied with being such a small role. Looking at these people, Xuefeng frowned. Suddenly he thought whether Bai Luer needed help. Although Bai Luer has changed and is no longer the good person she used to be. But now is the end of the world. Population is also a very important resource. As long as Bai Luer develops, she will definitely need population. I know a base is planning to go there. Do you want to go with us? Xuefeng asked. Let's go. Just get out of here. I don't want to just eat and wait for death anymore. The others spoke one after another. They no longer want to live this kind of life being kept in captivity every day. It's like watching your life slowly slip away. But there is no way. Besides, they didn't know where to go. Now Xuefeng has pointed out a way for them to survive. So for them, it is a life-saving straw. Soon the team set off in a mighty manner. There were 2 cars in total, heading towards Bai Luer's base. On the way, Xuefeng also found out the situation of these survivors. It turns out that he was hiding here because of fear. Don't even dare to go out to search for food. They were barely getting by on what little they had left. It was similar to what Xuefeng guessed. They are all employees of the electronics factory and dare not go anywhere else. Those brave souls had already found ways to go elsewhere when the apocalypse broke out. But who can blame Li Suo and his group? If they leave here like the other survivors, maybe he has already become a corpse. I wouldn't be alive today. Just when the vehicle was driving to the city center, but had not yet reached the Bai Luer base. Parking. Suddenly, there was a roar coming from the front. The drivers of both cars subconsciously stepped on the brakes. Listen up, everyone in the car. The territory ahead is ours. What are you doing here? A man's roar came from the opposite side. Everyone in the car looked at Xuefeng. You answer. Xuefeng said to Li Suo. What? Let me answer. Li Suo looked embarrassed. But he still gritted his teeth and popped his head out. We have no ill intentions. We are here to ask for help. We heard that there is a base here that wants to seek refuge with us. Li Suo tried his best to look more friendly. What is the name of the force you want to join? The other party asked again. What's your name? Li Suo had no idea what his name was, so he could only look back at Xuefeng eagerly. I hope Xuefeng can explain to him. The leader's name is Bai Luer. Xuefeng reminded. Li Suo finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly gave his name. Haha, so you want to join our Lady Saint? There was laughter from the other side. Lady Saint? Xuefeng felt very confused. How come Bai Luer's name has changed to Lady Saint now? But since the other party knows Bai Luer, he must have found the right person. All of you get off the bus and undergo inspection first, the other party shouted. Get off and be punished. Li Suo hesitated immediately. This means giving up resistance. What to do? What if these people are bad guys? Then they will become fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others. The others did not have as many concerns as Li Suo, and they all got out of the car and raised their hands. Even Xuefeng went down. Seeing this scene, Li Suo was too lazy to think and got off the car. Soon, more than a dozen people came out from the surrounding streets. Each of these people was holding a gun. And there is another very notable feature. That is, everyone wears a turban on their forehead with a cross symbol on it. So it's Brother Xuefeng. I should have known it was you earlier, One of them said cheerfully, his tone very excited. 198 acquaintance. Xuefeng looked over and found that it was an acquaintance. Hubo. Since you are here, you must abide by the rules. Xuefeng smiled. He didn't mind getting out of the car to be inspected. Anyway, I just brought a backpack. The truly valuable things are all in the space backpack. And there are 2 skills, stone skin and time 0. He wasn't worried about a surprise attack from his opponent. Since they are brought here by Brother Xuefeng, there is no need to check them. Hubo waved his hand and said generously. The others dropped their weapons. Li Suo and others also breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Xuefeng with gratitude. It seems that Xuefeng did not deceive them. Someone who really knows this base. They are not the people I brought here. I just happened to meet them a few hours ago. They want to find a place to stay, so I wanted to see if you still need anyone. Xuefeng said with a smile. Hearing Xuefeng say this, Li Suo of course showed an embarrassed expression. No one expected that Xuefeng would simply cut off ties with them. But if you think about it carefully, they were saved by Xuefeng. Can't ask for too much anymore. That's right. The saint is still recruiting people, but she has requirements. Hubo said after thinking for a while. What's the request? Xuefeng was very interested. You must swear to follow God. Hubo scratched his head. Pledge to follow God. I think there wasn't such a rule before. Xuefeng remembered the last time he came here. But no one made such a request. It was added now. The rules of the base are different now. Everything must be obeyed by the saint. Hubo explained. Xuefeng asked Hubo about the things on their heads. Hubo nodded and said that he had to wear this as long as he joined the base. Those who are unwilling to follow God cannot join your base, right? Xuefeng understood. Yes, but Brother Xuefeng, you have done us a favor, and the Saint Lady often mentions you. You are welcome to our base. Hubo said immediately. Then let's go and take a look. I haven't been there for a long time. Xuefeng nodded. Originally, he was also going to buy Luer and the others' base. Now that Hubo has made the invitation, Xuefeng certainly wouldn't mind. Haha, the Saint Lady will definitely be happy. Hubo seemed very excited. Leaving the others here to continue guarding, he drove a car back to the base. The vehicle also bears the base's logo. Sure enough, with this car leading the way, the journey was smooth. Xuefeng was also in Hubo's car and took the opportunity to gather some information. I learned that the base is now more complete than before. Bai Luer is working hard to build a base that can defend against the tide of zombies. Of course, Bai Luer also knew that the key was to eliminate the mutants that caused the zombie tide. Now the planning inside the base has completely changed. Everything must be done according to Bai Luer's orders. The survivors in the base had no objection to this rule, because they all experienced the last zombie tide. The zombie tide is scary, but what is even scarier than the zombie tide is the base's failed system. It not only affects the unity among survivors in normal times. At a critical moment, it caused defection and infighting. It's much simpler now, just listen to Bai Luer. Anyone who has objections should leave the base. They soon arrived at the city park, and from a distance Xuefeng saw that the base had changed. The walls of the base have been reinforced. To be precise, it was thickened. There were a lot of debris piled up next to the wall, adding 5 or 6 meters to the wall. Although the walls are not raised, any zombies can still rush over. Then they will be stuck in these debris. It's a good idea. Not everyone has the conditions to use an excavator to dig a moat like Xuefeng. Urban gardens also do not have such conditions, as the walls are surrounded by concrete. Unlike the riverside villa, the walls were surrounded by mud. There are conditions for excavation. The vehicle entered the city garden, and Xuefeng noticed that the base was very clean. The huge amount of zombies from last time have been cleared out. You wait here first. We will question you later. There are other survivors today. Bai Luer will meet you later. Hubo said to Li Suo and others. Li Suo and others nodded. Since they came here, they would definitely follow the arrangements. And I saw so many people walking back and forth in the base. They were all very excited. Finally saw other living people. I have forgotten how long it has been since I last saw other survivors. I finally feel alive here. Humans have been collective animals for millions of years. Of course Xuefeng doesn't need to wait. Hubo took Xuefeng directly to the property center. Originally, this was a warehouse where food was stored. During the previous zombie tide, Old Sheen and others were guarding here, closing the door to prevent others from entering. This is no longer a warehouse. Instead, it was transformed into a church. Although Xuefeng had never been to a church before, he had seen it in movies and TV dramas. Here is what the church looks like. Brother Xuefeng, our leader has become a little strange, but she is still the good person as before. I hope you don't mind if she says something strange. Hubo said a little embarrassedly. It can be seen that Hubo also knows that Bai Luer has changed a lot. Don't worry, I won't say anything more. Xuefeng patted Hubo's shoulder. Hubo suddenly showed a relaxed expression. As soon as the two came in, they saw Bai Luer kneeling on the ground, praying under a cross. The cross was made quite delicately, carved from wood. It must have been brought directly from somewhere else. Lady Saint, Brother Xuefeng is here. Hubo coughed dryly. Hearing this, Bai Luer turned around with a look of surprise. You're here. Bai Luer's way of addressing Xue Feng changed to you. Hello, hello. How have you been since we last met for a few days? Xue Feng waved his hand as a greeting. Everything is now in God's plan. More believers are being recruited. Bai Luer stood up and walked to Xue Feng with a smile on her face. Well, okay, can I stay here tonight? Xue Feng said. He didn't quite understand what Bai Luer meant by the divine plan. There are too many crazy people in the Doomsday. Bai Luer was originally a saint, but she was betrayed and her base was almost destroyed. It is understandable that the whole person becomes weird. According to her, she wanted to recruit more believers. The purpose should be to absorb the survivors, and anyone who is willing to believe in God can stay. Of course, there's no problem. Today is the day of Mass. I hope you can join us and bring us strength. Bai Luer looked at Xue Feng with anticipation. No problem. Xue Feng nodded in agreement. He was just about to find an excuse to verify the intelligence, but unexpectedly Bai Luer took the initiative to bring it up. Now Xue Feng is curious about what the difference is between Bai Luer's Mass and the ordinary Mass. 199 excited Hubo. He was just about to find an excuse to verify the intelligence, but unexpectedly Bai Luer took the initiative to bring it up. Now Xue Feng is curious about what the difference is between Bai Luer's Mass and the ordinary Mass. What is the so-called dark Mass? However, Xue Feng did not intend to ask directly about this matter. He wanted to see it with his own eyes. Then Bai Luer asked enthusiastically what Xue Feng had been doing recently. Xue Feng evaded the question with a few words and let it go. Bai Luer didn't ask any further questions. She knew it was impolite. By the way, have you offended anyone recently? Xue Feng asked. After all, the intelligence system shows that Bai Luer's base will be attacked tonight. In any case, Xue Feng and Bai Luer have a good relationship, so it is necessary to remind them. Many survivors are unwilling to believe in gods and occupy a lot of resources, so conflicts arise. Bai Luer said lightly. After hearing this, Xue Feng understood the general situation. I'm afraid it's Bai Luer who is expanding her territory. But the others were unwilling to join Bai Luer and their base, so a conflict occurred. In fact, this kind of thing also happens in Jiangxing. But Xue Feng's approach was different. He only wanted those people to recognize his position as the boss of Jiangxing. Then just report the information to yourself. He did not force the other party to join his base. That would become a burden to the base. On the contrary, many survivor groups wanted to join, but were rejected by Xue Feng. The situation on Bai Luer's side is different. Simple and crude. Those who are unwilling to join us will be driven away or eliminated. I must have offended a lot of people. Maybe the attacker at night was related to this. Isn't this method a bit violent? Xue Feng said. Hearing Xue Feng say this, Hubo next to him became a little anxious. He immediately winked at Xue Feng. It seems to indicate that this is a taboo topic that must not be brought up. Bai Luer was not angry, but smiled calmly. Everything is God's will. I am just the executor. Then if I am unwilling to believe in gods, will you also regard me as an enemy? Xue Feng asked again. Hubo became even more anxious after hearing this, and quickly asked how it was possible. However, Xue Feng kept his eyes on Bai Luer, waiting for Bai Luer's answer. Of course not. In my opinion, you are an apostle. Even though you don't admit it, or don't know your mission yet, you will lead us one day. Bai Luer's eyes gradually became fanatical. Xue Feng felt a little uneasy looking at him. Okay. Xue Feng nodded, but did not continue on this topic. Anyway, Bai Luer seems a little weird now, and I probably won't be able to explain it to her. And since Bai Luer didn't regard him as an enemy, there was no need for him to interfere in Bai Luer's affairs. I have brought you some gifts, and I have something else to tell you. Xue Feng took out a crystal core generator and placed it on the ground. A detailed introduction is given on how the crystal core generator is used. Really? Just put in the crystal core, and it will generate electricity. It can keep the entire base running smoothly. Hubo could hardly hide his excitement. They are now using diesel generators inside their base. It can only be used at night. Whether it is gasoline or diesel, they are both sought-after daily necessities in the Doomsday. There aren't many in Bai Luer's base. Because in the early days of the Doomsday outbreak, Bai Luer adopted a relatively gentle development approach and did not conflict with others. As a result, many supplies were bought out by others. Of course it's true. You can try it and connect the base's circuit now. Xue Feng nodded. Then give it a try. Hubo couldn't wait any longer. He immediately picked up the crystal core generator and came to the electric meter box. The meter box wiring here has been modified a long time ago to accommodate diesel generators. Now just connect the line directly to the crystal core generator. After the circuit was connected, Hubo inserted a crystal core. There are also hundreds of crystal cores in their base. although Bai Luer and the others had never known what the crystal core was used for before. But anyone with a discerning eye can see that this thing is definitely not ordinary. Bang! As the switch was pressed, the crystal core generator emitted a low decibel roar. The crystal core inside began to rotate, providing electricity to the base. The members inside the base were all surprised. Why some electrical appliances started to work? Could it be a phone call? How is this possible? Electricity is a precious resource. They immediately turned off the electrical appliances. Then we heard the news that the power inside the base has been restored and everyone can use electrical appliances normally. And don't worry about energy issues. Of course, electricity cannot be wasted. Everyone cheered when they heard the news. Although only the power facilities were restored, it still made them full of confidence. I felt a glimmer of hope in the end of the world. At least for things like cooking, you don't need to use fire anymore. An ordinary crystal core can last about 2 days. When it turns completely white, it means the energy inside is exhausted. Shuefeng was still explaining to Hubo and Bai Luer. The crystal core actually has this effect. Hubo was very surprised. Of course, what is even more surprising is how Shuefeng created a generator driven by a crystal core. The life of this generator is 3 months. I brought you 5. You can use them for a long time. Shuefeng took out the remaining 4 generators and placed them on the ground. Brother Shuefeng, I don't know how to thank you. Hubo rubbed his hands, looking embarrassed. He didn't know how to repay Shuefeng for such a great favor. God said, "Let there be light," and you brought the light. You are indeed an apostle. Bai Luer looked at Shuefeng with a gaze that was even more passionate and excited than before. Well, I just brought a generator. Shuefeng coughed dryly. Bai Luer kept calling him apostle, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. Hubo, take out half of the crystal cores from our base and donate them to the apostle. Bai Luer then said to Hubo, "Yes." Hubo nodded heavily, with joy on his face. In fact, Hubo wanted to say this just now, but he couldn't make this decision. The crystal core was just waste in their hands before. Some people even use it as jewelry. Now we have truly found its value, even without the information and generator provided by Shuefeng. They may never know this information. There is another thing, also about the crystal core. Shuefeng said, 200 people are missing. Another thing? It's also related to the crystal core. Hubo was a little impatient after hearing this. He didn't expect that the crystal core had so many secrets. Brother Shuefeng, what is it? Can crystal cores be eaten as food? Hubo made a joke. If crystal cores could really be eaten, that would be convenient. No need to look for food anymore. It's almost like that. The crystal core can provide energy to the ability user and help him improve his strength. Shuefeng nodded. Hubo's face froze. I didn't realize that I was just joking. He actually came right. The crystal core can really be used as food. Can I eat it too? Bai Luer also showed a surprised look. She didn't expect the crystal core to have such an effect. Of course, I've been eating. Shuefeng nodded. Then he took out a crystal core from his pocket and swallowed it in front of the 2 people. Then he handed another piece to Bai Luer. Bai Luer took it and swallowed it without any hesitation. It was quite difficult to swallow the crystal core for the first time, and a look of pain appeared on Bai Luer's face. I almost vomited. But she swallowed it anyway, then patted her belly with her hand. Although Shuefeng demonstrated how to eat the crystal core, but Bai Luer ate it decisively without any hesitation. This still surprised Shuefeng. If Shuefeng wanted to take the opportunity to poison her, Bai Luer would probably be doomed. In fact, his previous action was also intended to test Bai Luer's intentions. See if Bai Luer believes in herself. What will happen if ordinary people eat it? Can they become people with special abilities? Hubo couldn't help but ask with a look of anticipation. It won't be digested in the stomach and you might die. Shuefeng shook his head. Others have already done experiments on this. Hearing this, Hubo smiled bitterly. Might die? That will definitely lead to death. With the current medical conditions, how can we perform surgery? The contents of the stomach cannot be taken out at all. In the end, the most likely result is intestinal blockage, which can suffocate a person to death. Hubo originally fantasized that he could also become a person with special abilities. But now it seems that my dream is shattered, so I'd better just be an ordinary person. I can survive by hanging around Bai Luer. All you need to do is pretend to be a believer. Lady Saint, Brother Shuefeng just met some survivors and brought them here. What should we do with them? Hubo finally remembered this. Didn't a few people come this morning? Let's meet together. Bai Luer said. Okay, I'll arrange it right away. Hubo nodded. Soon inside the church, Shuefeng met Li Suo and others again. Li Suo and the others seemed to be in good spirits, better than before, and their eyes were full of anticipation. It was probably while waiting that I saw the current situation of the base. No, this is a good place. In addition to Li Suo and his group, there were several other survivors. The clothes he wore were also dirty and looked tattered. His face was completely dark. He was so hungry that there was no fat on his face. It can be seen from his appearance that he suffered a lot in the Doomsday. No access to clean water and food. But fortunately, I survived, so I came to Bailuer's base. In fact, this type of survivor is the most numerous in the apocalypse. Most of them stayed in safe houses. If there was enough food in the room, it would be possible to have made it to this point. Bailuer asked these people several questions. Do you believe in gods? Are you willing to fight for the gods? Whether you follow your own instructions. And tell them that if they tell lies in church, they will be punished by God. These people nodded one after another, indicating that they were willing to believe in the gods. I can hardly survive now. Not to mention believing in gods. There would be no problem even letting them worship demons. The prerequisite is that the devil can give them something to eat. As for the second and third questions, they are actually the same question. They would do whatever Bailuer asked them to do. There will be a mass tonight. After the mass, you will be a member of the base. Bailuer nodded. No further questions were asked, and no further tests were conducted to see if these people were telling the truth. I guess Bailuer really believes that God is watching what you do. Xuefeng looked at the time. Fortunately, it was only a little after 3 in the afternoon. So he said that he had something to go out for and would be back later. Brother Xuefeng, what's the matter? Do you want me to call some people to help? Hubo asked. No need. I have a friend nearby to check it out. Xuefeng said. You mean the friend in the zoo? Hubo reacted and said. The last time Xuefeng left, he told them that he had friends in the zoo. I hope there will be no conflict between the two sides. Yes, have you seen him recently? Xuefeng nodded. We haven't been approaching the zoo, so we don't know what the situation is over there. Hubo replied honestly. Ever since Xuefeng said that last time, they have not extended their influence to the zoo. Okay, I'll go and take a look myself. Xuefeng said. After leaving the city garden, Xuefeng quickly arrived at the zoo entrance on his motorcycle. The door here is still closed. However, some huge footprints can be seen on the ground. They should all be left by Wang Jun. Xuefeng climbed over the wall and entered the zoo. Wang Jun. Wang Jun. Xuefeng shouted a few times, but did not see the little fat man appear. Where are the people? He couldn't help muttering. Came to the dormitory where I stayed last time. Xuefeng couldn't help but frown when he found the door open. After walking in, I found that there was nothing inside. There was just a pile of garbage on the ground. He noticed the bowl of instant noodles on the table. I went up to check and found that it was moldy inside. This situation has not been dealt with for at least 5 or 6 days. The person is missing? Xuefeng was a little depressed. What is going on? Why are Dong Feifei and Wang Jun missing? Could it be that Dong Feifei deceived him and took Wang Jun away? Didn't go to my own base. Or there may be other reasons that caused the two people to disappear. Dong Feifei's persuasion failed, so Wang Jun simply left the zoo. That's not right. I want to see the person alive or the body dead. Now both of them have disappeared without a trace. Forget it. If it rains, my mother will get married. If I can't keep her, then she can't. Xuefeng shook his head a little disappointed. It's just a pity that Wang Jun has such strong fighting ability. He could have been his right-hand man, but now he has disappeared. It's a pity that the system provided me with information. Huh, what is this?